Family, this is outrageous. My newly born destined child has been rejected by my own family clan and kicked out of the house. When I was born, there were signs in the heavens. I came with 18 years of cultivation, and I am also the innate tia sunki, which means the closer I am to women, the faster I cultivate. Now, to find a child bride to accelerate my cultivation, the whole family is heading to the Shao family in Yinshui City. How is this journey going to be? Let me tell you, this situation is absurd. Right from the start, I was rejected, and it was my own family clan that did it. I thought to myself, did these people not check the calendar before stepping out? They kicked me, a destined child, out of the house? Fine, just wait. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully the young and poor. Oh wait, I'm still a poor baby. Ahem. Let me start from the beginning. This all goes back to the day I was born. Let me tell you, on the day I was born, it was quite a scene. Golden lotuses from the Tao and divine thunder from the 9 heavens came crashing down as if they were free, shaking the entire Taishan sacred land to the core, and they sent people all over the world to look for me. But these heavenly phenomena were invisible to ordinary people. The way of heaven directly shielded them, focusing on a high-end situation. The camera cuts back to our Yi family in Baifeng City. As I let out a wah, the only male descendant of the Yi family for 3 generations, that's me, Yi Tianlan, made a dazzling appearance. Opening my eyes, wow, I've been reincarnated. In my last life, I was taken away by a dump truck. In this life, I fell straight into a fantasy world. A bunch of people surrounded me. An old man, 3 middle-aged uncles, and 2 little girls who looked like they were carved from jade. This should be my new family, my beginner's gift pack for this life. That's right, I'm a reincarnated person with memories. I was conscious in my mother's womb, lounging in amniotic fluid every day while listening to gossip from the outside, getting a general understanding of this world. This place is called the Tianwu continent, where the strong can overturn rivers and seas, and it's pretty intense. Moreover, I felt something was off with my body. I was incredibly strong, even in the womb, and there was a shiny golden thing on my forehead, which felt like it was sealing some world-destroying move. Just as I was preparing to enjoy a decadent life as a rich 3rd generation, my dad, Yi Qingshan, came over with a ghostly expression and said to his dad, "My grandpa Yi Xiongfeng, dad. This kid is not right." My grandpa was not happy at all. "You're the one who's not right. What would be wrong with my good grandson?" And my dad weakly said, "He seems to be at the peak of the body refining realm." Buzz. The whole place was petrified. Let me tell you, my mom, Li Xiuqing, had just given birth and was in a weak state. But upon hearing this, she sat up straight, more energized than anyone. What does being at the peak of the body refining realm mean? Other kids start soaking in medicine baths at 6. And if they can touch that level by 18, they are considered geniuses. Me? Born at the peak, standing right on the finish line, far ahead. Now, the whole family exploded. My second uncle rolled up his sleeves to check, and my eldest uncle couldn't hold back either. When my grandpa personally came over to check, his face lit up with joy, almost throwing me out with excitement, and he slapped my dad on the head. "You're the one with a problem. My good grandson is an unparalleled genius. The most incredible one in the history of our clan." Well, that settled it. I, Yi Tianlan, was born with 18 years of cultivation. My dad went crazy, muttering something about my son has the bearing of an emperor, entering Fulin delusional mode. The whole family was overjoyed, while I was panicking inside. Does anyone understand? I felt like I had become weaker. The speed of upgrading in the womb was like riding a rocket, but now it felt like an old cow pulling a broken cart. If I went from genius to useless, wouldn't that ruin my meal ticket as the rich 3rd generation? Until my mom held me, and my 2 little cousins, Yi Qingmei and Yi Jiaojiao, reached out their little hands to pinch my face. At that moment, I realized, because of the speed of my cultivation, it skyrocketed 3-fold. My mind immediately rang alarm bells. Oh no, my physique is not right. What the heck is this innate tia sunki? The closer I am to women, the faster I cultivate. Damn. Moreover, the effect of my 2 cousins was even better than my mom's. Were the criteria for this judgment? Talent? Looks? Or age? What the heck? Could it be that the younger, the faster? No, that's too extreme. This life could be too dangerous. I'd rather believe it's based on talent. I'm a righteous gentleman. In the following days, I became my mom's. In Korean means gum. It means sticker, together meaning someone who is clingy. Whoever wanted to carry me away, I would scream my lungs out. Not even the king of heaven could do it. The only exception was my 2 cousins. I couldn't wait for them to come every day to play with me. All 3 of us laughing like fools. They were happy, and I was even happier, and my cultivation speed was skyrocketing. Just like that, 3 days passed. One afternoon, I was lying on a rocking chair, enjoying my cousin's loving touches. One pinching my ear, the other pinching my cheek. I felt it was strange, yet It felt so good. At that moment, I sensed that the first meridian in my body was about to open. All right, no more pretending. Let's show them a little opening meridian shock. I closed my eyes and opened them, boom. A small vortex of vital energy formed right above my head. My two cousins immediately cried, thinking they had broken me. My mom, Li Xiuqing, dashed over, and upon seeing the thing above my head, she was dumbfounded, stammering out 4 words. Vital energy vortex? What's a vital energy vortex? This is a sign of stepping into the meridian opening realm. It means that I, a 3-day-old infant, officially stepped into the threshold of cultivation. Now, my 2 aunts were also stunned. They had been stuck in the body refining realm for half their lives, and I opened my meridians in 3 days. This is simply inhuman. But the problem arose. The commotion was too great, and the people in the martial arts arena must have sensed it. My mom made a decisive decision. To cover for me, she pulled out a box from her bosom and, without thinking, swallowed the pills inside. My 2 aunts were astonished. Potential pills. Let me tell you, that stuff drains life, and future taking it basically means being wasted for this lifetime, just to create a false impression of her breakthrough for me. I felt a pang in my heart. Looking at the strand of white hair at her temple, I silently vowed, Mom, when I grow up, I will definitely make it up to you. Soon, my second uncle, Yi Qingji, rushed over with people, and seeing my mom's breakthrough, he grinned widely to congratulate her. But he was shot down by a glare from his wife. That night, the whole family held a meeting. My second uncle, a muscular man, cried like a 200-pound child, slapping himself in regret for bringing people over to watch the fun during the day. My grandpa slammed the table and said, "This can't go on. My talent can't be hidden. Today I opened a meridian. Tomorrow I might ascend, and sooner or later it will be exposed." Then he held me and suddenly smiled, asking me, "Tianer, how about we find you a child bride?" I was dumbfounded. Marriage? I'm only 3 days old. Then my eldest uncle, Yi Qingming, reacted first, marrying into a big family to have them as my protective umbrella, using my talent as a bargaining chip to exchange for a safe growth environment. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. When I heard this, how could I not agree? This is for my own life. Moreover, a child bride, sticking together every day. Wouldn't my cultivation speed take off? Yi Tianlan, a 3-day-old infant, it's time to take responsibility for my life's big events. Thus, my grandpa took my dad and the others, heading straight to Yinshui City, preparing to propose to the largest Shao family in the area. On the way, my dad, unable to hold back, asked my grandpa, "Dad, since they're so impressive, should we go back to our family clan and take a look?" This connects to what I was complaining about at the beginning. My grandfather's face darkened instantly, and he coldly said, "Since the day they drove our family out of the capital, the Yi family of Baifeng City has had nothing to do with that Yi clan. Don't forget how your mother died." I tell you, at that moment I was in my mother's arms, my ears perked up, and I didn't dare to breathe. This was the first time I heard adults talking about my grandmother's matter. The journey from Baifeng City took us more than half a month, rushing and slowing down. After all, I was still just a baby, and I needed to be taken care of, right? It was just my grandfather, my father, my 2 uncles, and my mother, several skilled individuals on the road, which was sufficient. During this more than half a month, I wasn't idle. While listening to their chatter, I secretly practiced and got a good grasp of the cultivation system in this world. Body refinement, opening meridians, gathering qi, opening orifices, innate goodness. It was like climbing a heavenly ladder, each level harder than the last. Take opening meridians, for example. The 12 main meridians can stump 99 of martial artists for their entire lives, let alone the legendary 36 heavenly meridians and 72 earthly meridians, which are practically meant for show-offs. But me, a baby just a month old, and I have already quietly opened 3 main meridians. However, this speed is still slow because this thing is like unblocking a drain. The further you go, the harder it gets, and the further the vital energy runs, the weaker the force becomes. I calculated with my fingers, goodness, I'm almost a month old and have only opened 3 meridians? According to this world's rules, geniuses must advance to the gathering chi stage before the age of 25, otherwise it will affect their future. My KPI just got pressed down instantly. Who understands this urgency of having a deadline from birth in my family? No way. Time is too tight. I must quickly find my child bride, get close to her, and speed up our dual cultivation. Come on, let me see where my limits truly lie. While I was lost in these thoughts, my father and the others had already found an inn to stay. My father, being a straightforward man, asked my grandfather, "Dad, should we take Tianer to the Shao family now?" My grandfather rolled his eyes and replied, "Can't you see how exhausted your wife and children are? A big family like the Shao family won't run away. First, let the mother and daughter rest before we proceed." My father, perplexed and scratching his head, turned to see my mother's weary face. and his heart ached for her, realizing he had been overly hasty. Why were they so intent on seeking the Shao family? The answer is rather straightforward. In Tianxiang country, the four prominent families, Wang and Li, are closely allied, while Shao and Yi had previously maintained a cordial relationship. Now that we have been ousted by the Yi family's main branch, it is only natural for us to seek warmth in the arms of our former allies. Furthermore, although the Shao family has experienced a decline in recent years, they still possess a significant foundation, making them the optimal choice. My second uncle, who is quite practical, expressed his concerns. Father, I have heard that the grandson of the Yi main branch has an engagement with the Shao family. If we approach them, will they not betray us? My father, brimming with confidence, thumped his chest and reassured, Second brother, rest assured. As long as our Tian possesses extraordinary talent that captivates the Shao family, they will be eager to curry favor with us. At that point, they might even help us conceal our whereabouts. My father had unwavering faith in my abilities, as I was born with a perfectly honed physique and opened my meridians within 3 days. Such accomplishments would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout Tianxiang country. Just as we were preparing to enjoy a fine meal at the inn, we witnessed a sudden exodus of patrons rushing outside, as if drawn by some extraordinary spectacle. My grandfather, sensing the commotion, seized a young waiter and tossed a silver ingot onto the table. The waiter's eyes widened in surprise as he hurried over, lowering his voice and adopting a serious expression. Esteemed guest, I have some insider information for you. The Yi family from the capital has sent people over, and it appears they come with significant intent. They are here to annul a marriage proposal. Annul a marriage proposal? At that moment, I was utterly astonished, my eyes widening in disbelief. All the gazes of my family suddenly converged on me like searchlights. Could it be, dear sir? Just as I was preparing to approach for a marriage alliance, they dispatched someone to withdraw from the engagement? This is a blatant trap. How will the Shao family perceive this? One moment, a representative from the Yi family comes to publicly humiliate us, and the next, another from the same family proposes an alliance. Are they treating us like fools? If this were to come to pass, I would be willing to reverse my name. My father's face turned pale at once, and he likely felt that this matter was doomed. However, my grandfather abruptly stood up, startling my father and the others. His gaze was piercing, shining like a light bulb. No, this is, in fact, an extraordinary opportunity for us. Indeed, the brilliance of my grandfather's mind illuminated the situation. With the Yi family turning against the Shao family, they would soon become adversaries. We have long ceased to be kin with the Yi family, and the entire world is aware of it. Is there a more opportune moment than this? Suddenly, my father and the others grasped the situation, their excitement palpable. My mother's fatigue vanished as she pointed at my nose playfully, saying, Son, do you see? This is your destiny. The heavens are aiding you. Within the Shao family, there must be your true match. At that moment, I genuinely wished to ask, Mother, how many? Meanwhile, in the spacious discussion hall of the Shao family, the atmosphere was frigid enough to freeze one's soul. The elders of the Shao clan were furious, their faces flushed with anger. The patriarch, Shao Zhantian, wore a grim expression, gripping the armrest of his chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white, leaving imprints in the iron pearwood. Yet, the instigators in the center of the hall appeared unfazed. An elderly man from the Yi family expressed apologies while wearing a smug grin, stroking his beard with an air of certainty. Patriarch Shao, we sincerely regret the annulment of the engagement. Our clan leader has sent numerous resources as compensation. Kindly overlook this matter. What gave him such confidence? It was because a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, with high cheekbones, stood beside him. This man exuded an aura that screamed superiority, embodying the essence of the Nine Xian sect, a major sect in Tianxiang country. Next to him, a youth with his head slightly bowed was the protagonist of this annulment. My distant cousin, Yi Qingkong. If they wished to annul the engagement, why didn't the old man, Yi Xiongling, come in person? Did he truly believe the Shao family could be easily dismissed? Shao Zhantian's eyes widened, and he unleashed a powerful aura. The dozen or so experts from the Shao family rose simultaneously, their combined might akin to a tsunami. At that moment, the Taoist-robed man merely sniffed, a soft huff escaping his lips, resonating like thunder in the ears of all present. The collective force of the Shao family shattered like glass, leaving them pale and scrambling back to their seats. A prenatal realm expert, Shao Zhantian was both astonished and enraged, his expression sinking to despair. Above the Qi opening realm lies the prenatal realm. This level of power could exert the might of heaven and earth. Merely a casual huff had dismantled the combined strength of a dozen experts. This was the might of the prenatal realm. Yet, even faced with a prenatal expert, righteousness lay on their side. Xiao Zhantian steeled himself. The original engagement was agreed upon by my grandfather and yours. To dissolve it, both elders must be present. However, his tone had softened considerably. At this point, Yi Qingkong, who had remained silent, smiled with an air of triumph, leisurely producing a piece of parchment from his robe. Elder Xiao, there is no need for that. My grandfather is busy. The marriage contract has already been signed by him. It only awaits your signature. With that, he displayed the marriage contract before everyone. Upon seeing its contents, Xiao Zhantian's fists clenched tightly. Astonished that the other party had prepared so thoroughly, it was shameless beyond belief. But that was not the end. Yi Qingkong, with his youthful countenance, radiated arrogance. Elder Xiao, you should be aware that I have been accepted as a disciple by the sect master of Nanshan sect. I and Luo Junxian are destined to inhabit different worlds. Why must you insist on clinging to this lofty branch? This engagement was never agreed upon by me. I kindly ask you to rescind your command. His words rang out with conviction, plunging the hall into an eerie silence. The expressions of the Xiao family members were more grotesque than if they had consumed a fly. The Yi family elder beside them was thoroughly satisfied, relishing the moment. Years ago, when a renowned figure from Tianji Pavilion passed through the capital, it was foretold that the Yi family would produce an unparalleled prodigy. Previously, many were skeptical, but now, upon witnessing Yi Qingkong, they were convinced. At 15, he had achieved a perfectly honed physique. With such talent, his future was boundless. How could he be hindered by an ordinary girl? The engagement must be annulled. Just as the Yi family elder felt that the prophecy had come to fruition, a cold, feminine voice echoed from the entrance. Clinging to lofty branches? One audacious claim. Do not forget, Yi Qingkong, the blood of the flood dragon and the 7-star flower you use for your cultivation all came from my Xiao family. Everyone turned to see a girl clad in white, her beauty transcendent like snow, gracefully entering. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, exuding a chill as fresh as the Tianshan snow lotus, inspiring awe from a distance. She was Luo Junxian. Xianer, what brings you here? Upon seeing his granddaughter, Xiao Zhantian descended from his seat for the first time, filled with guilt. She was the last descendant of his most gifted son, who had mysteriously vanished during his training years ago, only to return years later with her in his arms, stating that the child would take her mother's surname before disappearing once more. Xiao Zhantian had always felt he owed her much, intending to secure her a prosperous future. Yet he had unwittingly invited a wolf into the fold. Present the marriage contract. Luo Junxian stepped forward, radiating an aura of authority before Yi Qingkong. He had initially planned to tease her, but as she extended her hand, he found himself dazed, unable to evade her grasp. As the marriage contract inexplicably transferred into her possession, he was utterly bewildered. This woman had yet to achieve a perfectly honed physique, while he was on the verge of opening his meridians. How could this be? Luo Junxian, holding the marriage contract, fixed him with a gaze as frigid as ice, articulating each word with resolute clarity. From this day forth, the engagement between the Xiao and Yi families is hereby annulled. However, the Yi family must remember, it is not that he refuses to marry, but rather that I, Luo Junxian, shall not wed. My husband is destined to be a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, not someone as short-sighted as you. Having uttered these 3 sentences, she fiercely bit her fingertip, letting her blood fall onto the marriage contract, inscribing a bold character for divorce, a decree of separation. Then, with a swift motion, she tore the marriage contract in half before everyone's astonished gaze and cast it onto the ground with force. This left everyone in a state of disbelief. Yi Qingkong, the distinguished genius of the Jiuxian sect, was actually repudiated by a woman. How dare he? An overwhelming sense of humiliation made his eyes turn red, nearly driving him to madness. Calm yourself. The man in the robe coldly snorted, pulling him back to reality. A mere small family. Why would a true dragon care for the scrutiny of ants? You are right, senior brother. Yi Qingkong quickly lowered his head in acknowledgement of his mistake. Ha ha! Witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhantian, despite his injuries, burst into laughter, exclaiming, just as expected from a descendant of the Xiao family, one must possess such spirit. With the marriage contract annulled, why do you linger here? We have no surplus provisions to entertain you. The man in the robe raised an eyebrow and cast a deep glance at Xiao Zhantian, a single look causing Xiao Zhantian to momentarily catch his breath. The insignificant Xiao family from Tianxiang country. Could anyone come and go as they please? Who would dare obstruct them? Should you dare to point fingers again? It would not merely be a matter of losing an arm. Just as those words fell, a chilling ray of light sliced through the air, and with the sound of slicing, before everyone's astonished eyes, Xiao Zhantian's arm was severed at the root. Blood splattered. You! The elder of the Xiao family was instantly enraged and was about to retaliate. Stop! Xiao Zhantian, enduring the excruciating pain, his face pale, halted everyone, forcing a dry smile as he said, "It was my slip of the tongue. I beg your pardon, my lord. Let's depart." The man in the robe cast a glance at him and turned to leave. Yi Qingkong followed behind, looking back with a playful smile before departing. By the way, the Tianxiang Longtan will open in 7 years. I look forward to seeing you there. By then, you will find that you cannot even catch a glimpse of my back. Ha ha! Accompanied by boisterous laughter, they made their exit. In the hall, the members of the Xiao family slumped in their seats, lost and despondent. Xiao Zhantian, clutching his severed arm, appeared as if he had aged decades in an instant, tilting his head back with a long sigh, tears welling in his fierce eyes. The family he had devoted his life to protect was, in the eyes of others, merely a plaything, easily cast aside, easily discarded. He felt as though he had safeguarded nothing throughout his life. Just as everyone was engulfed in their sorrow, a sudden announcement rang from outside. Report. The patriarch. Someone from the Yi family seeks an audience. What? Repeat that. Who has come again? An elder of the clan erupted, smashing the table in anger. This is utterly intolerable. Do they truly consider us to be soft persimmons? Brother, give the order. We must make them pay dearly. The entire hall was instantly ablaze with commotion. Xiao Zhantian finally regained his senses and calmed himself slightly. Do not be hasty. Clarify the situation. Did not the Yi family just leave? Why have they returned? The servant, frightened and pale, hurriedly explained, I am to blame. I did not clarify. The visitors are not from the royal Yi family, but rather from the branch of the Yi family in Baifeng City. The Baifeng City Yi family? Everyone was taken aback. What could they possibly want at this juncture? To kick someone when they are down? Xiao Zhantian's eyes flickered, addressing the servant. Let them in. Let us see what they desire. Moments latte. We were led into the hall. My grandfather entered and clasped his fists towards Xiao Zhantian at the front, smiling as he said, shouted, Guh. It is good to see you well. He cast a covert glance at the severed arm, but maintained an expression of indifference. Xiao Zhantian also revealed a hint of nostalgia. Yi Lao Di, it has indeed been over a decade since we last met. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Zhantian could no longer contain his curiosity and directly inquired about our purpose. My grandfather merely smiled slightly, refraining from a direct answer. Instead, he changed the topic. Feigning ignorance. Shouted, Guh. I happened to encounter someone from the royal Yi family on my way here. Just now at the entrance. I happened to see them leaving with great swagger. I wonder what that was all about. I must say, upon hearing my grandfather's question, the temperature in the entire hall plummeted. The elders of the Xiao family wore grim expressions, their gazes sharp as daggers, as if they wished to pierce my grandfather on the spot. However, the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhantian, who had seen much of the world, though his face was as dark as a bottom of a pot, managed to remain composed. He forced a bitter smile, utterly despondent, and began to vent. Alas, this matter cannot be concealed any longer, for in a few days the whole world will know. We were bullied by the Jiuxian sect. Not only did they come to annul the marriage and humiliate my granddaughter, but they also sever my arm with a mere finger. I winced at the severity of the situation. This was indeed tragic. My grandfather, not one to beat around the bush, directly asked, shouted, Guh. Do you wish to take revenge? Xiao Zhantian's bitter smile intensified. How could I not want to? That is a grudge of a severed arm, a tremendous humiliation. At this moment, my grandfather finally revealed his intentions. He suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes ablaze, each word pronounced with conviction. Perhaps. You shall have the opportunity for revenge. As soon as those words fell, everyone in the Xiao family hall, including Xiao Zhantian, was left in astonishment. Each of them wore expressions of disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Revenge? Who to take revenge on? A strong practitioner of the innate realm. The entire Tianxiang country could not even muster a single hand. All were serving the royal family. Would you go and take revenge with your head? My grandfather observed their bewildered expressions and without further delay, spoke, his voice not loud. But each word struck their hearts like a hammer. You just asked me why we are here. I shall now tell you. We, the Yi family from Baifeng City. He paused momentarily, then declared with thunderous impact, have come for a marriage alliance. Boom! I must say, when this statement emerged, it was akin to dropping a bombshell in the minds of the Xiao family members. Each of them stared wide-eyed in shock. Xiao Zhantian was the first to react, his brow knitting into a frown as he asked, a marriage alliance? What does this have to do with revenge? My grandfather smiled slightly, exuding confidence. It is quite simple. What our generation could not accomplish, let the next generation achieve. What a bold declaration, spoken with such fervor and righteousness. I was nearly rolling my eyes in my mother's embrace. Grandfather, I finally understood. You are indeed advocating for the young with great fervor. Wasn't he had said that one should aspire to follow their father's legacy and strive for strength? The members of the Xiao family fell into collective silence after hearing this. I could almost visualize their inner dialogues. Are you joking with me? Sure enough, an irascible elder erupted on the spot, pointing a finger at my grandfather, berating him for having unrealistic aspirations. He cited Yi Qingkong, saying, do you know how formidable Yi Qingkong is? He reached the peak of body refinement at 15. Such a genius is destined to reach the innate realm. What will you compare against him? This sentiment echoed the thoughts of everyone present. What happened next? My father, Yi Qingshan, stepped forward with an upright posture, exuding disdain, and remarked, 15 years old, and only at the peak of body refinement? Is that all? The hall fell into a deathly silence. The elder's eyes nearly bulged out. What do you mean only? What do you mean is that all? The audacity of such words was overwhelming. Several elders trembled in rage, nearly suffering a heart attack on the spot. My father, undeterred, knowing he had my formidable backing, radiated confidence as he declared, to be frank in my son's presence, Yi Qingkong is truly insignificant. If reaching the peak of body refinement at 15 is considered exceptional talent, then my son, Yi Tianlan, was born at the peak of body refinement, comparable to a divine beast young. He opened his meridians in 3 days. How would that be regarded? Family members. Who can understand, as the one directly involved, I couldn't help but blush even in swaddling clothes. Father, you might be exaggerating a bit. Nevertheless, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall was enveloped in profound silence, as if the very air had been drained. A pair of eyes suddenly fixated on me, jaws dropping in disbelief. Born with an innate physique, opening meridians at merely 3 days old? This is inconceivable. An elder shouted in a frenzy. At that moment, I felt a sharp sensation within me, as if something had shattered. Lo and behold, I had broken through again. To my astonishment, for spiraling torrents of energy manifested around me, swirling with vigor. This was undeniable evidence of a celestial phenomenon. The expressions on those old men's faces, I assure you, changed faster than a Sichuan opera, a mass transformation. Just a moment ago, they were cursing my father's arrogance, and the next they were exclaiming, this child is indeed the son-in-law of the Xiao family, unparalleled in the realm. Their affection was palpable. Indeed, let the ancestors embrace him. The gloom that had shrouded me, due to Yi Qingkong's taunt, dissipated, and they were all beaming like blooming flowers. Compared to me, that Yi Qingkong was nothing. However, someone soon raised an objection. Wait, even if he has just opened his meridians, how could he possess 4 spiraling energies? My father, scratching his head, wore a proud yet sheepish expression. Haha, please forgive me. My son possesses the stature of an emperor, and inadvertently, he has opened the 4th meridian. A collective gasp echoed throughout the gathering. A mere half-month-old infant, with 4 levels of open meridians. How could anyone endure this? That Yi Qingkong paled in comparison, akin to a firefly beside the sun. No wonder my grandfather was so audacious. It now seemed he was too modest. In the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. An elder from the Xiao family leapt to his feet. Patriarch, my granddaughter is still young. I believe she is a perfect match for this child. Another immediately retorted, nonsense. Your granddaughter is already 7. Have some dignity. My granddaughter is only 2 years old. Now that's what you call childhood sweethearts. Get lost. My daughter is at the prime of her youth, graceful and nurturing. She is the perfect choice. What nonsense, sister. I see you're looking for a mother instead. I say, there's no need to wait. Then a more explosive declaration came forth, with an elder reddening in the face as he shouted, "Stop arguing. My daughter-in-law is newly pregnant. This is the most suitable choice. A marriage arranged from birth, winning at the starting line. You all better behave yourselves." At that moment, I felt utterly bewildered. Who understands the plight of a family member? From young mothers to unborn children, were they looking for a wife for me or a mother? And perhaps even prearranging a younger sister? Fortunately, my grandfather stepped in, proclaiming that I should choose for myself, to assert my independence. I wriggled free from my mother-esque grasp and, for the first time, dashed toward my grandfather, nodding earnestly at him with my little legs. This left them all astounded. Walking a half a month old, able to express thoughts? Yet considering my meridian opening status, it seemed reasonable. Xiao Zhantian, grinning, decided to have everyone bring forth suitable candidates. Consequently, these elderly gentlemen rushed outside, fearing they would be a moment too late. Xiao Zhantian followed suit, leaving an elder bewildered. "Patriarch, are you not hosting the guests?" Xiao Zhantian shot him a glance. "You have a granddaughter, do I not?" The elder stood dumbfounded. "But your granddaughter just had her engagement annulled and is now marrying into the Yi family?" You can imagine Xiao Zhantian's response. Utterly unfazed. "Is it the same? This Yi family is not the same as that Yi family. Besides, should my granddaughter be destined to live a life of solitude because of a scoundrel? If you dare to present your nearly 30-year-old daughter, why should my granddaughter not have her chance?" My goodness, these old fellows had lost all dignity in their eagerness to secure me as their prized son-in-law. Before long, I was led deep into the Xiao family estate. I must say, I had no interest in the artificial hills and gardens. With my eyes closed, I focused solely on the surrounding energy. The deeper I ventured, the faster my cultivation progressed. It was astonishing. I sensed that within the Xiao family estate lay a colossal energy reservoir. A torrent of energy as thick as a true dragon was nearby. This trip had been undeniably fortuitous. Eventually, we arrived at a bamboo grove courtyard. To my astonishment, there were over 50 women inside. From hungry infants to little girls with twisted braids, to alluring young ladies, they were all present. My grandfather appeared stunned and quietly asked Xiao Zhantian, "Brother Xiao, are all these candidates suitable?" Xiao Zhantian awkwardly cleared his throat. "Yes, indeed." My grandfather and I exchanged incredulous glances. What on earth? I stared blankly at a young lady in a pink dress, her enchanting eyes captivating me, thinking, "You would consider her for me? I'm still so young. Are you trying to set me up with someone so mature?" Xiao Zhantian quickly clarified that despite her appearance, she was merely 23 and still a maiden. "Fine," I thought. I didn't mind. I jumped down from my mother's arms and began to wander among the crowd. In truth, I was not selecting a bride. I was searching for that energy reservoir. The colossal energy dragon within me had been drawn here. I strolled from left to right, passing by everyone. Curiously, the energy dragon did not react at all. Just as I was perplexed, Xiao Zhantian grew anxious, scanning the crowd until he suddenly froze. "Wait, where's my granddaughter?" "Luo Junxian has not arrived." He hurriedly explained to my grandfather that his granddaughter possessed unparalleled beauty, and I would surely be satisfied. Upon hearing it was the one who had just had her engagement annulled, my grandfather hesitated slightly. However, upon hearing this, my eyes lit up. What? A fallen genius? An engagement annulled? And a divorce decree? Wasn't this the perfect protagonist template? I immediately tugged at my grandfather's trousers, nodding frantically. Seeing my approval, my grandfather beamed. And without further ado, they led me out. As we reached the entrance, we collided with a girl clad in a blue dress, who was none other than Luo Junxian. She had just experienced a remarkable event, awakening her innate pure sword body and receiving guidance from a mysterious sword spirit, choosing the most challenging cultivation path, which was why she had arrived late. Upon seeing her, Xiao Zhantian was overjoyed and, taking her hand, beamed as he placed her delicate, jade-like hand before me. "Tian, would you allow this young lady to be your fiancée?" Amidst the excited gazes of everyone, I blinked and extended my tiny paw, gently touching hers. I must tell you, the moment my fingertip made contact with her skin, a tremendous explosion resonated within me. The energy dragon within me erupted, not in mere explosion, but in a soaring frenzy. My goodness, its size multiplied exponentially. Let me tell you, my energy reservoir was in complete upheaval. That dragon roared with vigor, and not in a playful manner. It was a true dragon's roar. My energy vortex, which had resembled a translucent QQ showpiece, instantly solidified. It transformed into a dense, unyielding white mist. Even more astonishing, this entity appeared to have come to life. It no longer remained stagnant, but darted around my energy reservoir like a gluttonous serpent, devouring every small vortex in sight with a satisfying crunch. With each consumption, it grew larger and stronger. At that moment, I had an instinctive realization. This was a tremendous gain. Once it finished feasting, my cultivation speed would surely skyrocket. I was now 1000% certain that this stunningly beautiful young lady before me was my destined partner. Just that brief touch had propelled the progress of my 5th primary meridian by a 10th. I was astounded. Such speed was beyond anything imaginable. While I reveled in secret delight, outside, my innocent fiancée, Luo Junxian, was utterly bewildered. Her typically frigid expression was now filled with confusion as she grappled with her identity and circumstances. No wonder. She had just annulled our engagement. And now her grandfather was arranging a marriage for her, with none other than me, a mere infant not yet a month old. Who among my family could comprehend this? Who would be perplexed? Luo Junxian furrowed her brows and firmly rejected. Grandfather, I am prepared to embrace a life of solitude, and besides, he is merely a child. This is utterly frivolous. To which my grandfather Xiao cheerfully responded, he is not so young anymore. Xiao Tian is nearly a month old. My biological grandfather interjected. He is still half a month short. Luo Junxian resolutely declared her vow to avenge her parents, dedicating herself to her cultivation, thus rendering any marriage proposal unacceptable. Yet, the ancient spirit residing in her mind, the sword spirit, incessantly brainwashed her with lofty notions, proclaiming that her exceptional talent destined her for solitude, and that emotional attachments would only hinder her swordsmanship, espousing grandiose ideals about how, a millennium hence, those around her would merely be dust. Luo Junxian felt a surge of fervor, her youthful face adopting an earnest demeanor. However, in the next moment, my grandfather Xiao leaned closer and whispered mysteriously, Granddaughter, he has already entered the meridian opening realm. Boom! I tell you, Luo Junxian was instantly taken aback. Her eyes widened to the size of copper bells, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. The expression on her face was akin to that of someone who had dropped their phone into a toilet, contemplating whether to retrieve it or not. Observing her bewilderment, grandfather added, Moreover, he has opened 4 main meridians. We, a dozen old fellows, witnessed his breakthrough firsthand. Is indeed true. Luo Junxian was utterly stunned. The sword spirit within her mind also erupted, exclaiming in disbelief, What the heck? This little brat is as if he has consumed an elixir of immortality. I just checked, and indeed, he has achieved the meridian opening of 4 meridians. His foundation is remarkably solid. What an abundance of innate energy eagerly flowing into his body. My dear girl, this is promising. This lad possesses the true demeanor of an emperor. Superior to you, the sword spirit never lie. Indeed, hear this old spirit. In one moment, it urged her to sever emotional ties, and in the next, it changed its tune faster than a Sichuan opera performer changing masks. Luo Junxian was left speechless. The sword spirit continued its chatter, claiming that her physique was extraordinarily exceptional, naturally possessing a shielding quality that rendered it imperceptible to ordinary individuals. A true child of the laws of heaven and earth, fearing she might perish prematurely, hence granting her a VIP invisibility cloak. Luo Junxian suddenly understood, recalling her own physique, which had also gone unnoticed. She began to entertain the notion that perhaps this arrangement was not entirely unfeasible. Thus, a marriage arranged in haste was swiftly concluded. When both families exchanged vows and sealed the agreement, their joy was palpable. The Yi family felt assured of my future cultivation resources, while the Xiao family was exuberant, with a group of elders appearing as though they had won the lottery, their smiles nearly lifting them off the ground. Each one clamored to present me with treasures, even bringing forth a millennium-old cold jade bed, hoping that in the future I would prosper and return the favor. My rather unassuming grandfather, Xiao Zhantian, even took the time to reassure Luo Junxian, stating that time is irrelevant in cultivation and age should not be a concern. At that moment, I perked up my ears, intrigued, as he recounted how the ruler of their Tianxiang kingdom had wed his own mentor. How splendidly preserved that mentor must have been. Luo Junxian finally resigned herself. Nodding in agreement, I understand, grandfather. I will wait for him to grow up. Yet, the way she gazed at me always felt somewhat unsettling, her expression serious, as if contemplating how to reshape me. 2.5 years swiftly passed. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, while my rather unassuming wife, Luo Junxian, practiced her swordplay in the courtyard. After her training, she discovered that I had still not risen, even with the sun high in the sky. Without a second thought, she charged into my room, kicking the door open. I was comfortably nestled in my blankets, reveling in warmth when I suddenly felt the temperature plummet. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself being lifted by the scruff of my neck, akin to a chick being carried. Dazed, I glanced up to see her exquisite, yet frostily beautiful face. I quickly donned a playful grin. "Ah, my little Siener, what a delightful surprise. I just saw you in my dreams yesterday." Her ears turned crimson, but her words were sharp. "Stop with the flattery. Just yesterday, I promised my mother I would practice diligently, and here you are, sleeping in until now." Just as I began to explain, a servant passing by witnessed the scene of their young mistress hauling my protesting figure off, and promptly went to report. This had become a daily occurrence. My mother, exasperated, would scold me mildly each time, then pull Luo Junxian aside for a whispered conversation. When Grandfather Xiao arrived and saw me standing in punishment, he could hardly contain his concern, shielding me behind him. Luo Junxian was incensed, exclaiming, "Grandfather, you cannot coddle him so. With such talent, he cannot afford to squander his days in slumber." As I perceived my grandfather wavering, I quickly leaped forth, thumping my chest, proudly proclaiming, "I have not been idle. Yesterday, I opened the 38th Earth Meridian. With that, I unleashed my aura, 50 spirals of energy erupting from me, creating a spectacular scene. Grandfather Xiao and my mother were instantly overcome with excitement, trembling in anticipation. I struck a pose, challenging Luo Junxian with a raised chin. "Well, what do you say, little Siener? Speechless, are we?" But to my astonishment, she merely shot me a disdainful glance and turned to Grandfather, saying, "See, Grandfather, even without diligent practice, he is this formidable. If he were to truly apply himself, he might open a meridian every day." I stood there dumbfounded. A meridian a day? Did she think I was a beast of burden? The key point was that my kind grandfather truly seemed to ponder this, regarding me with an expression that suggested it might indeed hold merit. A quarter of an hour later, the Xiao family was once again filled with my heart-wrenching cries. "Ah, Mother, save me." Snowflakes charge courageously into the unknown, striking my 7th uncle, and I am left to endure her relentless sword practice. I was once again dragged back to the training ground. I simply could not fathom why I needed to practice swordplay when I could effortlessly defeat any opponent with a single strike. 3 more years passed, and I was now 6 years old, having grown into a strikingly handsome young lad. Over these years, various heavenly materials and treasures had been lavished upon me, my strength reaching a terrifying level, known only to Luo Junxian and my mother. One day, I was preparing for a breakthrough on my grand bed of Earth Core Flame Essence. While others would treasure a small piece, I lay directly upon it. The room was suffused with an abundance of energy as I spun 84 spirals of energy, with the first heavenly meridian beginning to take shape. Luo Junxian stood beside me, guarding my cultivation. The sword spirit in her mind began to marvel. Goodness, opening the heavenly meridian at 6 years old. This boy is truly a prodigy. In the past, the most remarkable celestial emperor, Taiyue Xiandi, only opened his meridian at 8. Luo Junxian inquired about this celestial emperor, and the sword spirit's tone turned grave as it recounted that he was an unparalleled figure from 3,000 years ago, hailing from the primordial source realm. The plot thickened. The sword spirit revealed that Luo Junxian's mother had escaped from that very realm, akin to a princess in exile. However, in her escape, she was defiled by savages and bore the tainted bloodline of Luo Junxian. Her innate, pure sword body essence was seized. Luo Junxian's face paled instantly, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. The sword spirit continued, recounting how her mother, enraged, single-handedly wielded her sword, stepping upon the blood of emperors to slaughter her foes in a cataclysmic clash, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Luo Junxian's heart tightened, yet her gaze became resolutely steadfast, demanding to know how she might take revenge. The sword spirit cautioned her that it was still premature, but delivered the good news that her mother was still alive. It then whispered to itself, stating that it shared this information with Luo Junxian because it saw hope in me. It also mentioned its grudges against those who had wronged it, swearing vengeance upon them one day. A quarter of an hour later, I completed my breakthrough, feeling rejuvenated and unable to suppress a yawn. Just as I finished stretching, I opened my eyes to find my rather unassuming wife glaring coldly at me. I shrank back, promptly leaping off the bed and cautiously approaching her. Xianya, what has caused your frown to stretch longer than my debts? Who has wronged you? Speak, and I shall confront them, I declared, thumping my chest with determination. The little calculations in my heart clattered away. As long as I beat someone else, surely there would be no reason for them to hit me anymore, right? To my surprise, my dear wife shot me a disdainful glance and coldly huffed, Who besides you? The lazybones who slacks off every day. Could it possibly be? No sooner had the words left her lips than she deftly flipped her wrist and hurled the ancient sword she had been cradling straight at me. Let us go to the family training grounds and practice swordsmanship. I was instantly petrified, my face falling longer than the Changbai Mountain. Seriously? More practice? Again, does anyone in the family understand? Day after day, year after year. 5 whole years. Do you have any idea how I spent those 5 years? Every day was either spent getting beaten or on my way to get beaten. I'm done. No one can stop me today. I mean it. My wife approached the door, only to find silence behind her. She turned back, her lovely brows furrowing. Do you have something to say? Of course I do. A monumental matter. I bolted over to the bed, my survival instincts kicking in, and quickly selected the most beautiful lace sun hat from my dedicated hat rack. Look, dear. The sun outside is so fierce. I almost forgot to put a hat on you. I chattered away as I skillfully arranged her hair, carefully balancing on my toes to place the hat atop her head. Ah, how delightful. I couldn't tell if it was the hat or my wife that smelled so good, so I took a deep breath, wrapping her in a big bear hug. Blissful. She seemed to have lost her temper with my smooth maneuvering, the hat now slightly askew, covering one eye. Yet, she said nothing, likely out of concern for my fragile male ego. Sigh, she truly is something. It brings me to tears. She reached out her small hand, grasped mine, and we walked out together, reminding me, don't forget your mask. Absolutely. I hastily donned it. How could I forget? Last time, during sparring with the clan, I completely overlooked it. If it hadn't been for Grandpa's last-minute fib about me being a long-lost relative who just looked young, I would have been exposed long ago. Upon hearing this, I felt indignant. Can you blame me? They simply can't take a hit. My wife's expression was truly indescribable. She must have recalled the scene from 2 months prior, where our most gifted 7th uncle from the Gathering Chi realm was pinned to the ground by my single hand, questioning his very existence. He had gazed up at the stars, his eyes filled with confusion about who he was, where he was, and why he practiced martial arts. His spirit was utterly shattered, taking half a month to recover. In the end, it was still the old man and a group of elders who intervened, claiming I was actually over 20, merely possessing a youthful appearance, which reignited his will to live. It was laughable. Because of this, I discovered a tremendous thrill. Those I could spar with were all from the 3rd generation, and by familial rank. Any one of them I picked out would either be my 7th uncle or my old uncle. Would you like to see a performance, dear friends? Punching old uncle. Kicking 7th uncle. All about subverting hierarchy. My eyes sparkled as I blinked my innocent big eyes, pitifully asking, Dear, after we practice swordsmanship today, we'll still go find 7th uncle and challenge him, right? My wife paused, her silence speaking volumes. Her expression suggesting I was itching for a fight if a day went by without being beaten. 7th uncle and the others were out on a training expedition. You want to see them for a while. I regarded her skeptically. Do you think I would believe that? In silence. She pulled out a jade slip and began tapping on it. As I leaned closer, I was astonished to see her messaging someone named 7th uncle. 7th uncle, I'm heading to the training grounds. The response came almost instantly. Dear, that's wonderful. Come and practice with 7th uncle. Then, I watched in disbelief as my wife silently retracted the message and sent another. 7th uncle, we are coming to the training grounds. The reply came 3 seconds later. Dear, I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to. Let us gather another day. User has logged off. My wife, unfazed, tucked the jade slip away and calmly remarked, See, 7th uncle is genuinely busy. When we arrived at the training grounds, I was utterly dumbfounded. Where was everyone in the vast Xiao family? Aside from a few 4th-generation kids squabbling, not a single shadow of a 3rd-generation elder was in sight. The entire training ground was so empty that one could hear the wind blowing. Not one to be deterred, I casually picked up an 11 or 12-year-old brat. Hey, little rascal, where are your uncles? My wife sighed beside me, likely thinking, how can you, a 5 or 6-year-old, call someone else a little rascal? The moment the kid saw me, he nearly burst into tears, screaming, wow. It's the blue sky, uncle. Run. The remaining little ones scattered in a flash, betraying their teammate without hesitation. Fuming, I felt my anger boiling over. Blue sky, uncle? I smacked him a few times on the backside until he was crying. All right. It seems today's luck is poor. Let us practice swordsmanship. My wife said helplessly. I swung my sword listlessly, grumbling, dear, why am I so unlucky? I truly miss seventh uncle. Before I could finish, someone rushed in from outside, sweating profusely and flustered. Upon spotting us, he shouted to my wife, dear, where are your seventh uncle and the others? Didn't they say they'd be practicing here today? Seventh uncle. The very mention of his name jolted me awake. The iron sword in my hand flew from my grasp like a shot, embedding itself into a 2,000-pound stone mill, leaving only the hilt vibrating in the air. I dashed forward, eyes wide as saucers, excitedly asking, seventh, cough cough, Shao Chi and the others, where are they? Are they coming today? My wife yanked me back behind her, shooting me a warning glare, implying, you better behave. She turned to ask, 13th uncle, what is happening? The 13th uncle, visibly incensed, gritted his teeth. It's those rascals from the Chu family. They've come to stir up trouble in our market again. He rambled on, but I caught only a key phrase. Wait a moment. I stepped out from behind my wife, hands clasped behind my back like a little adult, with a serious expression. Did you just mention a fight? 13th uncle scratched his head. I think so. It's usually how these things start. Then what are you waiting for? Let us go. It's time to rally, I exclaimed, rubbing my hands together in excitement, pulling him along as we rushed out, calling back to my wife, dear, wait for me to return. Oh, and remember to tell my mother I'm off to uphold justice and contribute to the family. My unreliable wife sighed, pinching her forehead in exasperation, yet she did not stop me. In the West City Market, the Shao family's territory was already crowded to the brim. In the center of the circle, two factions faced off, one from our Shao family and the other from the Chu family. Our side was clearly at a disadvantage, with several members lying on the ground, looking humiliated. A tall youth named Chu Jiang stood there, arms crossed, a mocking grin on his face. Is this all there is from the Shao family? Anyone else? You're getting rejected for a marriage proposal, and you don't even dare to let out a peep. The Chu family's younger members erupted into laughter behind him. The women from your Shao family? Yi Qing Kong Wu Ti even looked twice at them. Not even worthy of being a concubine. Exactly. Yi Qing Kong is like the moon in the sky, and your Shao family's women are mere dust upon the ground. Their jeering laughter pierced my ears like daggers. The Shao family members lying on the ground gritted their teeth, fists clenched tightly, yet outnumbered, they could only endure. Just then, a cold voice emerged from the back of the crowd. So, you're all merely a bunch of insignificant rabble. The laughter ceased abruptly. The Chu family members turned, their faces darkening as they saw me. They were first taken aback, then realizing I was followed by someone, and my small stature only added to their amusement. Chu Jiang cracked his knuckles, sneering, who let this little fellow come over to take a beating? Since you are here today, do not even think about leaving. He bellowed, unleashing the formidable aura of the Qi gathering realm, propelling himself towards me like a cannonball. The injured disciples of the Shao family grew anxious. Shao Feng, what did you bring him here for? Hurry and take him away. Ha. Now you wish to flee? It is too late. Indeed, it is far too late. My small face tightened, a surge of wicked fury igniting within me. You just now slandered my family's sinner, did you not? At that moment, I felt a crack open deep within the door of my mind. My entire being, all 12 primary meridians, 72 secondary meridians, and that newly formed heavenly meridian, instantly illuminated. A force capable of obliterating the heavens and earth converged into my fist. This punch of mine aimed for a physical transcendence. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated in everyone's hearts. A shadow was struck, his arm pierced through, exploding into a mist of crimson. Sent flying like a ragged sack for dozens of meters, crashing at the end of the street, lifeless and unaware. The arena fell into a chilling silence. Everyone was stunned by this punch. A young talent of the second level of Qi gathering, just like that, ceased to exist. I did not pause, my gaze icy, blood dripping from my fist as I strode forward. The remaining dozen or so members of the Chu family were paralyzed with fear, turning to flee. Don't run. He must have attacked by surprise. Let us take him together. One fellow shouted, his voice shaky. Before he could finish, I had already appeared before him. How about it? Care to test my fist again? Crack. Another punch, shattering and overwhelming. The man didn't even have time to scream before he followed in Chu Jiang's footsteps. What followed was my personal showcase. My speed was such that they could barely perceive me, my feet stirring the winds as I weaved through the crowd. I felt like a boiling kettle, my meridians frantically supplying me with boundless power. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the disciples of the Chu family collapsed. The remaining ones completely broke down, kneeling on the ground, wailing for their parents. Stop. I was wrong. I apologize. Please spare me. I remained expressionless, delivering one punch after another. You do not truly realize your errors. You only recognize that you are about to die. Soon, the world fell silent. Looking at the ground littered with gravely injured and unconscious disciples of the Chu family, the gazes of all onlookers towards me were filled with awe and dread. At that moment, my wife arrived. She surveyed the gruesome scene, raised an eyebrow, and then, with a stern expression, approached me. I felt a bit sheepish, scratching my head. Sienna, did I go too hard? She shot me a disapproving glance. How would I know? That is a matter for grandfather and the others to worry about. This place is dangerous. Come with me. After saying that, she took my hand and walked away, leaving behind the wailing members of the Shao family and the bewildered crowd. On the way back, I felt a burning itch inside, eagerly awaiting her to ask why I had been so heavy-handed, so I could proudly boast about my heroic deeds done in a fit of rage for my beloved. But to my dismay, she did not utter a single word. I finally could not contain myself. Sienna, are you not curious why I struck so hard? She halted, looking at me with a smile. Do you truly wish to know? I nodded vigorously. I fear you may have done something wrong, so it's best not to inquire. With that, she walked away. I stood there, pondering for a long time, then suddenly it dawned on me. Xianea, you mean, regardless of whether I do good or bad, you will always stand by my side, correct? I called out as I chased after her. She remained silent, continuing forward. Xianea, hey, speak a word. Is that what you mean? She finally lost patience, abruptly turning back to glare at me, her neck reddening, and shouted, Go back and practice your sword. No slacking off. I'm going to find grandfather to clean up after you. With a loud bang, the courtyard door was heavily shut. I touched my nose, which had nearly been slammed by the door, and begrudgingly walked back, muttering, Oh, it's all your fault. If they hadn't dared to insult you, I would have bothered. Truly a troublesome Sienna, unaware of the immense pressure I bore. Inside the courtyard, my wife listened to my grumbling, her silver teeth grinding. Yet her face was as red as the evening glow. She approached grandfather Xiao Zhantian and recounted the events. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression turned serious. The first words out of his mouth being, Is Tianlong injured? My wife, exasperated, responded, Grandfather, at his current strength, who could possibly injure him? Xiao Zhantian then realized, smacking his forehead, and began to lament. This child's talent is truly unparalleled. Suddenly, he remembered something and urgently asked, By the way, Sienna, you mentioned this child was preparing to break through the heavenly meridian. How is it going? Whatever support he needs, just voice it. My wife smiled. She had been waiting for this very question. She looked at her grandfather and lightly dropped a bombshell. No need, grandfather. He has already broken through. What? Xiao Zhantian's pupils dilated, his breath halting, his voice loud enough for half the Xiao family to hear. Really? Naturally, it happened this very morning. The old man was momentarily dazed, his mind whirling. A 6-year-old heavenly meridian. This was unheard of in the entire Tianxiang kingdom. He was so excited that his fingers trembled, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming joy. After a moment, he immediately issued a secret order. All high-level combatants, cease all outings and prepare for battle at any moment. Meanwhile, I remained blissfully unaware of any of this. Upon returning to the courtyard, I was holding a long sword with a drop of red crystal at its tip, beginning my monotonous and unadorned sword practice. However, this life was primarily about dissuasion. Let me tell you, this task is utterly inhumane. I must transform that drop of red substance at the sword's tip into pure white using the wind generated by my swings, requiring a baseline of 10,000 repetitions of basic sword techniques. 10,000. Who among my family understands? I'm not good at math, but I know that number could very well send me packing. No, who am I, Yi Tianlong? Can I be stymied by such trivial matters? I must devise a shortcut. Without hesitation, I swiftly slipped away. My destination, the Xiao family's martial arts hall. Good heavens, as expected of a prominent family, the martial arts hall exuded grandeur. An old man with a white beard sat at the entrance. My memory serves me well. This is the third elder. I instantly donned a charming smile and approached. Greetings. Third elder. The old man opened his eyes, and upon seeing me, A glimmer of affection sparkled in his murky gaze. Ah, handsome looks are indeed a blessing. Tianlan, what brings you here today? Have you made any progress in your cultivation? I grinned. Not bad, not bad. I felt a stirring in my heart. So I came to find a sword technique to practice. The third elder, upon hearing this, revealed an expression of understanding. Well, Xian is indeed practicing the sword. It's good for you to learn alongside her. Go ahead, take this token, and head directly to the third floor. I took the token with gratitude and dashed upstairs. I must say, this treatment would make anyone envious. Others must serve the family and work hard for contributions just to access the third floor, whereas a mere face card suffices. There is no other way. I am favored. What I did not know was that as soon as I left, the third elder pulled out a communication jade slip with a curious expression, contacting my esteemed father-in-law, Xiao Zhantian. Zhantian, your boy has come to the martial arts hall. Did you send him? On the other end of the jade slip, Xiao Zhantian exploded. What? He went there on his own? This is bad, this is bad. I did not send him there. The third elder was still leisurely sipping tea. So what if he went? I gave him the core token, allowing him to choose freely on the top floor. Yet, one sentence from Xiao Zhantian made the third elder spit out his tea. No, third elder. It's Tianlan. He is different. I fear that our family's techniques may be too lowly and waste his talent. The third elder immediately grew displeased. Nonsense. The third floor has advanced profound grade techniques. Is that not sufficient for his early training? But he has broken through to the heavenly meridian. What? The heavenly meridian? The teacup in the hands of the third elder shattered with a resounding crack, propelling him from his seat. He unleashed a thunderous roar directed at the jade slip. Why didn't you mention it earlier? What kind of family head are you? Xiao Zhantian, on the other end, was left bewildered, meekly replying, Did you not say it was enough? Confused and furious, the third elder exclaimed, Are you sending him to practice that rubbish? Just wait. I'm going to stop him right now. If he has already practiced it, I will convene the Elder Council tonight to impeach you. On my end, I had thought the third elder was particularly kind, while he was on the verge of an explosion. Of course, I was entirely oblivious to all this. Clutching the token, I ascended to the top floor without obstruction. This place differed greatly from below. It was devoid of numerous bookshelves, featuring only 36 stone platforms, sparsely adorned with about 20 tomes. My objective was clear, to find a swift sword technique that would allow me to quickly dispel that drop of tainted blood. After a thorough search, I finally found a tome titled Song Jiandian that piqued my interest. Within its pages, it described a technique akin to waves crashing against the shore, emphasizing high-frequency vibrations to manipulate airflow. Perfectly tailored for me. This was the one. As I clutched the tome and turned to leave, my peripheral vision caught sight of a ragged bamboo slip on the farthest stone platform. Dark and seemingly unearthed straight from the earth. Curiosity got the better of me. I couldn't resist approaching to pick it up. It felt as if it had just emerged from an ancient tomb, gritty to the touch. However, upon looking down, I was taken aback. It bore 5 large characters: Dan, Dao, Zhen, Ye, Ru Minpian. At that moment, a shadow darted through the doorway. The third elder rushed in like a gust of wind, seizing my wrist and urgently inquiring, Xiao Tianlan, you haven't practiced yet, have you? I was momentarily stunned, responding, I just finished selecting. I haven't started yet. Upon seeing the Song Jiandian in my arms alongside the tattered bamboo slip, the third elder let out a sigh of relief, his beard softening. He pointed at the bamboo slip and said, Hey, how did this thing get out again? There's nothing on it. If it weren't for our ancestor bringing it back from the ruins, it would have been tossed as garbage long ago. Do you want to exchange it for something else? His words left me utterly bewildered. He claimed there was nothing on it? I incredulously glanced again at the bamboo slip and tentatively waved it before him. Third elder. Can you truly not see the characters on this? His eyes widened like copper bells as he leaned in for a closer look. Are there characters on this? Aren't they just some random patterns? Wait, his words implied. I understood. Family, I have attained enlightenment. I gazed at him, and he stared back at me, the air thickening with silence. He finally grasped the situation, his voice trembling. Xiao Tianlan, do you mean you can understand it? Seeing his astonished expression, I felt a twinge of anxiety, but resolutely nodded. Quick, read it to me. What does it say? The third elder was so excited his face flushed. I cleared my throat and read, enunciating each word. Dan Dao Zhen Jia, Ru Minpian. The essence of Dan is to refine the spirit and transform oneself. Barely having finished a small segment, the third elder's expression shifted from excitement to confusion. and soon he began to doze off. Goodness, while I was here imparting profound truths, he was there listening to a lullaby? When I finally concluded the entire passage and looked up, I found the third elder had already fallen asleep against the stone platform. I called out to him, and he jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, regarding me as if I were a monster. He finally comprehended that the contents of the bamboo slip were not something everyone could see or hear. This was an immense opportunity. He trembled as he asked, Xiao Tianlon, can you truly understand all the characters on it? Not wanting to dishearten him, I cautiously replied, Elder, the characters written here are just the words we commonly use. Aren't they? At that moment, I witnessed the third elder tremble all over, his mouth twitching, as if his entire worldview had collapsed. He muttered to himself about how prodigies were as common as carp crossing the river, while I was the true dragon. The troubles of a genius are indeed so unadorned. Before long, my rather cheap father-in-law, Xiao Zhantian, also arrived. After hearing the third elder's embellished recounting, the two of them immediately decided to convene a family meeting, determined to procure a technique worthy of my talents, even if it meant exhausting the family fortune. There is no best, only better. As for me, I returned to my small courtyard, contentedly cradling my Song Jian Dian, and Dan Dao Zhenjie. I hummed a tune, but as I reached the door, a chill enveloped me. My heart raced as I peeked through the door crack, only to find my icy beauty fiancé, Luo Junxian, standing in the courtyard with a sword in hand, gazing at me with a coy smile. In the next instant, a soft, cool hand pinched my ear. You dare to run off and play after your sword practice? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sinner, how was he playing? I brought you a gift. My mind raced, my survival instinct kicking into high gear. She maintained her stern demeanor. That doesn't matter. If I need something, I will naturally have you fetch it. My heart sank as disappointment washed over me, but then she extended a delicate hand toward me. This time, I will let it slide. Instantly, I was elated, and upon glancing up, I noticed her slightly turning her head, her ears flushed, attempting to maintain her composure. What are you staring at? Where's my gift? Family. Who understands? In that moment, I felt as if I had soared to the heavens. What is pure love and valor? I quickly presented the Song Jian Dian as if offering treasure. She accepted it, a slight smile gracing her lips, then inquired, Is there more? Instinctively sensing I couldn't say no, my mind blanked, and I blurted, There's more. Close your eyes. She obediently closed her eyes, her lashes trembling nervously. Scanning my surroundings, I spotted the beautiful seven-colored fragrant lotus she had planted and directly picked the most exquisite bloom. All right, Sinner, open your eyes. As she opened her eyes and beheld the flower, she was momentarily entranced. I held the flower before her, grinning sheepishly. What do you think? Do you like it? She accepted the flower, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, softly murmuring, I like it. Just as I was reveling in her response, she shifted her gaze, looking at me with a playful smile. But is this your excuse for plucking the seven-colored fragrant lotus that I painstakingly nurtured? A pang of anxiety struck me as I prepared to explain, but she turned away, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, leaving me with a breathtaking profile. What are you still standing there for? Huh? She returned the seven-colored fragrant lotus to me. Use it to adorn my hair. In the courtyard, Sienna quietly sipped her tea, the broken jade sword around her neck glowing, while an ancient voice in her mind ranted furiously. TSK, this kid spins tales. That sword tome was clearly for him to practice, yet he claims it's a gift for you. Such a person deserves to be punished. Xian remained silent, merely inscribing a character for heaven on the stone table with her tea. And that flower, you nurtured it for so long, and he plucked it for your hairpiece. Aren't you angry? Sienna gently touched the seven-colored fragrant lotus in her hair, softly correcting, this is a gift. The sword spirit within the jade sword fell silent. After a moment, Sienna finally spoke. Sword spirit, is the Dan Dao Zhenjie truly extraordinary? The mention of this ignited the sword spirit anew. Extraordinary is an understatement. It is at least the manuscript of a Dan sage. If this were to leak out, your small kingdom would be obliterated in an instant. This kid is the child of destiny, blessed with great fortune. Even the heavens protect him. Sienna's brows furrowed in concern, and the sword's spirit continued. But do not worry too much. Refining Dan fire is no simple task. It will take at least 4 or 5 days before he could finish. An overwhelming energy surged from my room. A wave of scorching heat enveloped the courtyard, instantly melting the ice and snow, as if summer had arrived. What is this? The sword spirit's voice turned sharp and piercing. Has this kid truly succeeded? With a thunderous boom, a phantom, 9-colored glazed fire lotus erupted above my room, flames soaring fiercely, as if it intended to consume the very sky. The voice of Jian Yu was filled with incredulous astonishment as he exclaimed, "Forget it. You can see for yourself. This young man is simply terrifying, akin to a great emperor, mastering both alchemy and martial arts to such an extraordinary extent. I have come to understand that this old man of the heavenly Tao is plotting something monumental." Xian reacted swiftly, immediately sending a message to summon Xiao Zhantian and the others. When the senior members of the Xiao family arrived, they were all struck dumb by the astonishing scene before them. Xiao Zhantian decisively commanded, "Seal off the entire clan. Activate all formations. The event of today must not be leaked, not even a word." As the Xiao family was thrown into chaos, entering a state of utmost vigilance, the enchanting 9-colored fire lotus in the sky began to slowly close its petals, reverting to a bud-like form, rotating and gradually converging towards my room. Finally, with a whoosh, it transformed into a red light, piercing through the roof and returning to my chamber. I must tell you, the elderly men outside, led by the patriarch Xiao Zhantian, were left pale-faced, as if they had just emerged from the water. As the wind blew, they regained their composure, bewilderedly glancing at one another, wondering if it was over. What a spectacle! Their expressions were akin to those in a dream. One elder, irritated, elbowed another, saying, "You fool, you've gained such a fortune, and you're still not satisfied?" The old man was caught off guard, landing on his rear, yet guess what? He was sitting on the ground, nearly bursting into laughter, muttering, "What a great grandson! My good grandson!" Upon hearing that such a commotion was merely due to my mastery of the technique, the old fellows were left agape, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg, their faces beaming with pride. Yet, before they could fully exhale, a young man named Xiao Qi rushed in, breathless and shouting, "Patriarch, this is bad. Someone is at the door." "What?" Xiao Zhantian's heart sank, the relief he just felt now hanging in his throat. The other elders exchanged glances, thinking the worst had come to pass. How could the news have leaked? It shouldn't he have? The old man managed to remain calm, steadying himself as he asked, "Don't panic. Clarify, who has come?" Xiao Qi, panting heavily, replied, "It's the Chu family." "And what else?" All the senior members widened their eyes, staring intently at him. Xiao Qi appeared bewildered, scratching his head, unaware of my situation, and replied, "Just the Chu family. Didn't Lan Tian beat several of their members badly this morning? Now they've come to our doorstep to demand an explanation." Upon hearing this, the elderly men collectively froze, then simultaneously sighed in relief, as if they had finally relieved a week-long bout of constipation. Thank goodness. They were terrified, believing my affairs had been exposed. Since it was merely a trivial matter concerning the Chu family, what did that amount to? They had been beaten, after all. Who asked them to stir trouble on our territory? Did they really think the Xiao family was easy to bully? The old man immediately stood up and said, "Come, uncles. Let's meet with them. I wish to see what kind of waves the Chu family can stir up." The group made their way towards the front courtyard. Before departing, the third elder turned back to glare at Xiao Qi, saying, "You rascal, can you not speak without gasping for breath next time?" Leaving Xiao Qi alone, bewildered in the wind, with a look of confusion on his face. As for the commotion outside, I was blissfully unaware, completely immersed in my own excitement. I opened my palm, and a pale yellow flame, resembling a lotus, floated delicately in my hand. I assure you, this little thing is extraordinary. According to the records in the Dansheng's notes, it is known as the Jiucai Liuli Yin, the primordial flame of the ancient Dansheng. If I nurture it well and absorb various formidable flames, it will undoubtedly grow to the point of burning mountains and boiling seas. Indeed, with this in hand, I have gained another trump card for future battles. I flipped through the notes, finding an array of ancient alchemical formulas. The Ziki Shieling Dan is quite promising, capable of cleansing Cyanur S meridians, although the medicinal materials are somewhat challenging to procure. This one, my Dan, is good. The ingredients are easy to find and far superior to those available on the market. I shall start with this. Without further ado, I excitedly rubbed my hands and jumped off the bed. Previously, I had no means, but now my theoretical knowledge is abundant. I merely lack practical experience. I dashed out of the courtyard, eager to surprise Cyanur with a grand embrace, only to discover the courtyard was empty. Where did everyone go? Never mind. They must have gone out for something. Once I refine the elixir, I will give her a surprise. With this thought, my spirits lifted, and donning my exclusive blue mask, I strolled towards the family's medicinal herb storage. Meanwhile, outside the Xiao family, the training ground was packed tightly with people. Two groups stood in stark opposition. On one side was our Xiao family, and on the other, the gang from the Chu family. They had brought over 30 individuals, several of whom were experts in the Tongxiao realm, clearly not merely here for a quarrel. Xiao Zhantian's brows furrowed deeply, his gaze seemingly fixed on the duel taking place. Yet his peripheral vision kept darting towards a certain individual beside the head of the Chu family. This person, clad in a blue robe, appeared unremarkable, emanating a weak aura, merely at the Kai realm. However, his positioning was more advanced than several of the Chu family's Tongxiao experts. Why? Because he wore a glimmering badge emblazoned with a five-colored extraordinary flower, its center resembling a small sun. Those in the know would recognize this as the emblem of the Alchemist Guild. This person is an alchemist. Moreover, the three ripples on the yellow petals of his badge indicate that he is at least a high-ranking yellow-tier alchemist. Such a figure is a guest of honor wherever he goes. Yet here he stands against us. How could this be a simple matter? What is that old fox Chu Chihuahua up to? Why has he invited someone from the Alchemist Guild? The third elder whispered. How should I know? Xiao Zhantian replied, his head throbbing. The senior members of the Xiao family felt heavy-hearted, losing interest in the duel on stage. On the stage, the clashing of swords and blades echoed fiercely. A stunning woman clad in a white gauze dress was engaged in combat with a muscular man wielding a large knife. This woman was none other than my fiancée, Luo Junxian. It turns out she had been dispatched to confront the Chu family's challenge. Initially, the Xiao family expected a fierce battle, but the head of the Chu family, Chu Chihuahua, casually declared, "Let us have a duel. If we win, you apologize, and if you win, this matter will be settled." Such words sounded appealing, yet Xiao Zhantian, having battled this old fox for half a lifetime, knew better than to trust him. This old rascal was undoubtedly up to no good. With a loud crash, the victor was determined on stage. My fiancée, with a cold expression, steadied her sword against the neck of the Chu family youth, drawing a bead of blood. "You have lost." The youth, filled with reluctance, slinked off the stage, casting an extremely lewd glance back at Luo Junxian, making her wrinkle her nose in disgust. "Ha!" As expected of the most outstanding disciple of the Xiao family, Chu Chihuahua remarked, his smile devoid of warmth. Then he shifted his tone, speaking with a hint of sarcasm. "I have heard that your Xiao family harbors a prodigy, the very one who inflicted such a severe defeat upon my Chu family's sons. So, is he too afraid to show himself today?" The members of the Xiao family exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what he meant. Do we have someone more outstanding than the eldest daughter? Only Xiao Zhantian and a few senior members shifted slightly in their expressions. The old man, uninterested in further banter, stepped forward, his face cold as he issued an eviction order. "Brother Chu, since the wager has been set, please take your leave. We have matters to attend to and cannot see you out." "Ha! Brother Xiao, do not be so hasty to send us off," Chu Chihuahua replied with a serpentine smile. "While the incident of the beating is behind us, I have not said that other matters are also settled. Here it comes, the main event." Xiao Zhantian's heart sank as he calmly inquired, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Surely you are aware of the misdeeds committed by your Xiao family?" Chu Chihuahua suddenly spoke with a voice filled with authority. "A few days ago, a member of my clan purchased a batch of elixirs in your Xiao family's marketplace. And what was the result? For the sake of petty profits, you sold them poison pills. You caused the death of my kin. What are your intentions?" The room fell into a stunned silence. All members of the Xiao family were taken aback. None expected this old man to suddenly hurl such a grave accusation. If this matter is not handled properly, the reputation of the Xiao family will surely be tarnished today. "You slanderous wretch." Xiao Qi was the first to leap forward, shouting, "My Xiao family has been selling elixirs for many years with an impeccable reputation. How could we possibly sell poison?" "Huh? You refuse to accept the truth until faced with the inevitable?" Chu Chihuahua coldly waved his hand. The crowd parted, revealing two individuals carrying a stretcher. Upon it lay a person whose face was dark, lips purple, exuding an aura of death and a foul medicinal odor. "This is my unfortunate kinsman." Jukui lamented, tears streaming down his face. "What was merely a minor injury turned fatal after consuming your elixirs. He slept for 3 days and never awoke." Xiao family head, "What further explanation do you have?" The third elder trembled with rage. "Preposterous. You think to frame my Xiao family with a mere corpse?" I anticipated you would deny it." Chu Chia, with a confident demeanor, gestured to the side, thus, I have specifically invited Master Huang from the Alchemist Guild to expose your shameless conduct. Master Huang stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Zhantian, and began with a threat. If the Xiao family truly committed such an act, tarnishing the reputation of alchemists, I will personally report this to the president and revoke all your family's alchemist qualifications. At this declaration, a wave of panic surged through the Xiao family. Huang Ming approached, feigning inspection of the corpse, then lifted his head with a gaze as sharp as a blade. I have examined this individual. Indeed, he died from severe Dan poison. The toxicity is so intense that it invaded his internal organs within a day. The Xiao family erupted in chaos. Impossible. You must have accepted Chu's bribe. This alchemist must be a fraud. Chu Qiuhua burst into laughter. Huh? Are you resorting to desperate measures? Master Huang is a direct disciple of the guild president. Who are you to question his integrity? Now that we have both eyewitness and physical evidence, what do you have to say? Xiao Zhantian found himself cornered, grasping at straws. Even if he died of Dan poison, how can you prove he consumed our Xiao family elixirs? Ah, Xiao Zhantian, even at death's door, you remain obstinate. Chu Qiuhua replied, his expression one of assuredness. He produced a jade vial from his robe. Fortunately, I deliberately purchased an identical healing elixir from your Xiao family. Behold, the Hui Chun Dan. It bears your Xiao family's mark, does it not? He tossed the vial to Xiao Zhantian. The elder and several clan elders took turns inspecting it, their faces turning pale. The vial was indeed from the Xiao family, completely sealed and untampered. Doubts began to creep in. Could there truly be a problem with their elixirs? Seeing their expressions, Chu Qiuhua's delight grew. This was the reaction he sought. Xiao clan leader, have you completed your inspection? He inquired, narrowing his eyes. The elixir is from my Xiao family and remains unopened. Xiao Zhantian was forced to concede. Splendid. Chu Qiuhua's expression turned cunning. Since you claim there is no issue, would you dare let someone from the Xiao family consume one publicly for us to witness? The air became thick with tension. All eyes turned to Xiao Zhantian and the vial in his hand. The elder glanced back at his clan members, but none met his gaze. All averted their eyes. Even taking a step back, the Chu family erupted in derisive laughter. This is hilarious. Look, they won't even dare consume their own elixirs. Several elders turned crimson with rage. But what could they do? Who would risk their life to gamble? Xiao Zhantian's heart sank, and he tossed the vial back. If you assert there's a problem, then you test it yourself. Excellent. Chu Qiuhua relished this proclamation. He turned and gestured again, and another stretcher was brought forth, upon which lay the Chu clan member whose limbs he had previously broken. Xiao Zhantian, did you not wish to see how toxic your elixirs are? Chu Qiuhua's face bore a manic grin. Today, let me demonstrate how my Chu family will reveal the truth through a selfless act. With that, he abruptly opened the vial and flung a pill into the mouth of the incapacitated clan member. The crowd was stunned. This man had gone mad. He was actually using his own kin to test the elixir on the spot. Everyone was taken aback. Chu Qiuhua's strategy was ruthless and cunning. This was clearly a meticulously planned deception. The elders of the Xiao family turned pale, realizing they were finished. This elixir was undoubtedly problematic, and the Chu family intended to use a life to permanently disgrace the Xiao family. As expected, all eyes were fixed on the stretcher as the individual convulsed. Blood streaming from his orifices, his complexion turning ashen, and within minutes he breathed his last. Silence engulfed the room. The atmosphere was suffocating. All members of the Xiao family stood mute, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. Xiao Zhantian, Chu Qiuhua roared with laughter. The evidence is laid bare before you. What more can you say? The elder's vision darkened, nearly fainting on the spot. It was he who had admitted the elixirs were from the Xiao family. It was he who now dared not let his clan members test the elixir. The gravity of the situation was undeniable. Xiao clan leader. It seems verification is no longer necessary. Master Huang crossed his arms, his expression dripping with mockery. Xiao Zhantian stood for an eternity, finally squeezing out through gritted teeth. Go. Summon all 7 alchemists of our clan. He had lost, utterly defeated. But even in defeat, he demanded clarity. He wished to uncover who had betrayed him from behind. Soon, the 7 alchemists of the Xiao family were summoned. The elder's fierce gaze swept across each of them, his voice icy. Look at the mess you have made. The elixirs you crafted can kill. Are you saviors or harbingers of death? The 7 alchemists exchanged bewildered glances, flabbergasted. Clan leader, that is impossible. We have been refining elixirs for over a decade. How could we commit such a blunder? Then examine it yourselves. A middle-aged alchemist stepped forward, taking the toxic pill and scrutinizing it closely, his expression shifting repeatedly before he finally shook his head. Others followed suit, and the results were the same. This is strange. I have utilized every method, yet I cannot detect any Dan poison in this elixir. Neither can I. They looked towards Xiao Zhantian in confusion. Clan leader, are you certain this elixir is toxic? We find nothing amiss. The elder was furious. The corpse lies before us. Are you blind? The alchemists hastily returned to inspect the body, examining it meticulously time and again, their faces growing more grave with each inspection. They confirmed that the deceased had indeed succumbed to Dan poison, and the toxicity was extraordinarily potent. Thus, a perfect circle of evidence emerged. This was no mere elixir. It was in fact a top-grade poison. Yet, the troubling reality was that this poison was crafted by them, and they could not discern its toxicity. It was indeed a confounding situation. Then, do you know what happened? That sycophant alchemist from the Chu family, Huang Ming, stepped forward. I tell you, that fellow's chin nearly reached the heavens. The way he looked at our clan head was akin to looking at a pest, and he opened his mouth to say, I never expected the alchemists of the Xiao family to truly be a bunch of incompetent fools. What a blow. Every Xiao family member turned pale. Yet, they had no grounds to refute. It was utterly frustrating. Huang became even more emboldened, declaring he would enlighten us ignorant frogs at the bottom of the well. With a loud crash, he pulled out a half-man-high alchemical furnace and slammed it on the ground, tossing the toxic pill inside and executing a flurry of maneuvers with the grace of a tiger, making the furnace levitate and spin in mid-air. The 7 elderly men in our vicinity turned pale, realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent. The ability to conjure elixirs from thin air was undoubtedly a skill that surpassed theirs by at least 1 tier. Shortly thereafter, he bellowed start, and the lid of the alchemical furnace flew open. To our astonishment, it did not produce a medicinal pill, but rather a plume of dark violet smoke. I couldn't help but wonder what on earth he had concocted. Was it a biochemical weapon? The smoke seemed to have a life of its own, attempting to escape. Chu Chioha, agile as ever, swiftly seized a piece of fresh beast meat and tossed it onto the smoke. The scene was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon contact, the meat sizzled and transformed from a vibrant red to a deep violet, bubbling ominously until it disintegrated into a puddle of muck within mere seconds. Everyone present was left dumbfounded, their pupils dilating in shock. The visual impact was far more potent than 1,000 empty boasts. Chu Chioha lost his composure, pointing at our patriarch and laughing maniacally. Xiao Zhantian, did you see that? This is your family's life-saving elixir. Ha! Our patriarch's hands began to tremble, his lifelong reputation on the verge of collapse, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant, his lips quivering as he prepared to concede defeat. At that critical juncture, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, as clear as a schoolchild's inquiry. Dandu? What is this Dandu? ISNT this simply poisoning? A profound silence enveloped the room. In an instant, all gazes converged on a single figure. The crowd parted, revealing our son-in-law, Yi Tianlan, who strolled forth leisurely, unfazed by the astonished and threatening stares. He continued speaking. Within half an hour of the elixir's emergence, while it still retains warmth and its structure is not yet set, one can reintroduce it into the furnace and merge the poison into it. Isn't that right? My thoughts echoed. What a master. Our patriarch and sister Sienna were equally astonished to see Yi Tianlan. The alchemist surnamed Huang exploded in rage, rebuking. You presumptuous boy. The moment the elixir sets is its most perfect state. How could it possibly be reprocessed? That would be superfluous. Yet, in his tirade, I noticed a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Chu Chioha chimed in with a mocking tone. Oh, Xiao brother, your family truly is remarkable. Even when faced with irrefutable evidence, you still seek excuses. What next? Will you claim we are the ones who poisoned it? Yi Tianlan shook his head, calmly asserting. Whether it was you who poisoned it, I cannot say, but this is certainly not Dandu Dan. Du does not manifest in this manner, nor is it so easily concocted. Upon hearing this, someone whispered in Chu Chioha's ear, and he suddenly understood, his gaze sharp as a serpent's, fixed on Yi Tianlan. So you are the infamous blue sky. When there is a path to heaven, you refuse to tread it, yet you dare to barge into hell. Yi Tianlan beckoned with a finger. Then come and strike me. Those words ignited Chu Chioha's fury. You, the alchemist surnamed Huang, intercepted him. Laughter tinged with ire. If you know nothing about alchemy, do not embarrass yourself here. The formulae are fixed. Adding ingredients midway will lead to failure at best and an explosion at worst. This is common knowledge. Our eldest alchemist from a Shao family joined in, scolding Yi Tianlan. Do you seek further embarrassment? Return here. You do not even know the basics. At that moment, Sister Sienna quietly approached Yi Tianlan and grasped his hand. I tell you, the moment her delicate hand touched his aura transformed entirely. He glanced back at Sister Sienna, who remained silent but playfully winked at him. That was enough. All doubts vanished. Yi Tianlan abruptly turned his head, his gaze more resolute than ever, his voice firm yet measured, each word striking the hearts of all present like a hammer. Indeed, this is the common understanding, but what if the poison introduced is, in fact, an ingredient of the elixir itself? The room erupted in chaos. Our aged alchemist was the first to protest. Utter nonsense. The revival pill is meant to save lives. How could it contain poison? Huang, arms crossed, wore a mocking smile, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Yi Tianlan shot him a piercing glance, retorting, Teach me how to be a person? What give you the right? And you, what are you? A profound silence fell over the audience. Madness. This young man dared to insult a Huang-class high-tier alchemist to his face. Our patriarch and several elders exchanged glances, astonished into silence. Goodness. Is this the audacity of a youthful prodigy? I am enamored. Huang, infuriated, seethed. You insolent boy. Sharp-tongued. If you have the capability, then refine it. Extract the Dalu for me. Chu Chioha, sensing impending disaster, attempted to intervene, but was shoved aside by Huang, who shouted, Who are you to dictate my actions? Our patriarch hurriedly approached Yi Tianlan, whispering, Tianlan, can you truly do this? Do you need me to find a furnace for you? Yi Tianlan shook his head. A furnace? No need, it is unnecessary. Huang burst into laughter. Ha! Refining alchemy without a furnace? Do you think you? Before he could finish, a soft crack interrupted him. The laughter of the entire assembly was abruptly silenced, as if an invisible hand had tightened around their throats, halting all mirth. Everyone stood stunned. Huang's eyes bulged, his pupils reduced to mere flickers of pale yellow flame. That flame hovered quietly in the palm of Yi Tianlan's hand. Danhuo, someone in the crowd, shrieked in disbelief. He actually possesses Danhua. How is this possible? The crowd exploded in fervor. Those who understood gasped. Danhuo, one of our venerable elders, broke down in tears, exclaiming, This Danhua, which I have sought for most of my life, is right here. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the excitement. Huang's lips quivered, his entire being trembling, his worldview shattered. No, this cannot be Danyan. Yi Tianlan paid him no heed, producing another revival pill, tossing it casually. The nine-colored glazed flame surged forth, instantly engulfing the elixir. Right before everyone's eyes, he audaciously refined it. Unlike the futile banter with Huang, within 2 or 3 seconds, wisps of black vapor were expelled from the elixir. What is the essence of disparity? This is it. The emergence of Danhua forced all alchemists to bow before him. Huang collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, his eyes vacant. But Yi Tianlan was not finished. He clenched his hand, summoning an immense mental force that whipped up a tempest. The youth held the Danhua aloft with one hand while still clutching Sister Sienna with the other, exuding an aura that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Sister Sienna felt her own spirit stir, exclaiming in awe, What a youthful sovereign! Yet this was merely the beginning. Yi Tianlan's mental energy surged forth, the Danhua glowing as brightly as the sun. Everyone looked up, their jaws dropping in astonishment. My heavens! He is dismantling the elixir. Madness! The crowd was entranced. An elixir is a concentrated essence of medicinal properties. Once dissolved, it cannot be reassembled. Chu Chioha turned pale, glaring at Huang, internally cursing this fool 1,000 times. Yi Tianlan flicked his wrist, shouting, Open! The Danhua split into 7 streams of meteoric fire, landing on a nearby stone table. Chu Chioha rushed over to inspect, and upon seeing it, erupted in laughter. Huh? You nearly deceived me. Where's your Dandu? You think you can trick me by reducing the elixir to dregs? However, after his laughter faded, he found the surrounding silence deafening, no one echoing his mirth. Yi Tianlan merely waved his hand, extinguishing the flames enveloping the 7 dregs. As the fire died down, familiar dark vapors began to seep from one of the dregs. Once again, the room fell into an eerie silence. Chu Chioha turned to behold this sight, his heart pounding as if struck by a hammer, retreating several steps in sheer disbelief, screaming, "No, impossible. How can this be? That is the root of Xiangling grass. How could he not recognize it?" He was on the verge of collapse. Yi Tianlan regarded him coolly, uttering, "Do I need to explain further? This Xiangling grass grows within the corpses in places of extreme yin. While its medicinal properties are sound, the moment it is refined, the miasma of the corpse will erupt. If you mix such Xiangling grass into your materials, the elixir produced will undoubtedly be tainted." Upon finishing his words, Yi Tianlan delivered a final blow, casting a scornful glance at the crumpled Huang Ming on the ground. "The toxic smoke you conjured earlier was merely a product of your own discarded elixirs, wasn't it? You are utterly incapable of refining a true pill, correct?" This remark shattered Huang Ming's defenses entirely. In a fit of rage, he lunged at Chu Qiuhua, seizing his collar and bellowing, "You scoundrel! Did you deliberately withhold the information about his Danhua? You intended for me to suffer humiliation." Zhu Gui, Guali Yin Fu Zai Det, lamented that a victory that was all but secured had been thwarted by this fool. He retaliated with a swift slap, sending Huang Ming tumbling away. "Your lack of skill is your own doing. How dare you blame me? How did the Pill Refiners Guild allow someone as incompetent as you to emerge? What a sight! A dog biting another dog, both covered in fur." Dazed from the blow, Huang Ming staggered to his feet, hair disheveled, and screamed, "Had it not been for your desperate pleas to me, revealing the secret of Xiangling grass and promising me a 50% share of the profits, I would never have waded into this murky water." Chu Qiuhua's face darkened to the hue of a burnt pot as he yelled to those around him, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Our family patriarch laughed heartily. "It seems there is no need to dig 3 feet into the ground of the Chu family to find evidence. The way he looks at Yi Tianlan is as if he has stumbled upon a rare treasure. My Xiao family's prodigy." The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. Our patriarch personally took charge of settling accounts with the Chu family, ruthlessly carving out a substantial piece from them. The old alchemist from the Xiao family, who had colluded with the Chu family, was also ousted, bringing great satisfaction to all. Later, in the quaint courtyard shared by Yi Tianlan and Xianer Jie watched Yi Tianlan practicing his swordplay and softly remarked, "Tianlan, I owe you a great deal this time." Yi Tianlan immediately dropped his sword, approached her, and cheekily extended his face, grinning, "Xianer, how about a kiss as a reward?" Xianer Jie's face flushed crimson, her neck turning a shade of pink. Yet she shyly leaned in, gently brushing her lips against his. Let me tell you, the sight was mesmerizing. Yi Tianlan's eyes widened in delight. After the kiss, Xianer Jie swiftly covered his eyes with her small hand, not allowing him to see her bashful expression. Yi Tianlan, struck on the head by the hilt of his sword, heard Xianer Jie admonish him, "Stop your foolish thoughts and practice your sword. I will demonstrate the Song sword classic for you." Xianer Jie's movements were as graceful as a startled swan, executing a sword technique that flowed like water. Yi Tianlan stood nearby, both admiring his wife's performance and memorizing the moves. Once Xianer Jie finished, noticing his infatuated gaze, she realized he was merely entranced by the spectacle. Reluctantly, she instructed him to practice the technique on his own while she corrected him. Suddenly, Yi Tianlan, sword in hand, turned back to ask Xianer, "Is this Song sword classic truly a pinnacle technique of the yellow rank?" Xianer Jie hesitated, thinking he found it too challenging, and reassured him, "Indeed. It may be a bit difficult at first. Take your time, there's no rush." Yet, no one expected Yi Tianlan to execute the moves flawlessly. Each stance and technique flowed from him effortlessly, perfectly mirroring Xianer Jie's previous demonstration. The first move drew a nod of approval from Xianer Jie. It seemed he had indeed practiced diligently in secret. The second move surprised her slightly. By the third, her fists clenched tightly, her expression growing tense. This was progressing far too swiftly. By the fourth move, she was utterly flabbergasted, unable to identify a single flaw in his swordplay. The fifth move had her biting her lip, her heart racing. By the sixth, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. How long did it take her to reach this level? When the seventh move emerged, the little broken sword in her mind could no longer contain itself. Shouting in her head, "Are you certain this is his first practice?" Xianer Jie was equally bewildered. How could he learn everything from just one viewing? Just as she contemplated approaching him, the jade sword around her neck suddenly radiated brilliance. The excited voice of her little broken sword interrupted her thoughts. Do not disturb him. He has entered a state of enlightenment. Let him continue practicing. Enlightenment? Xienerjia froze in place, her stunning visage reflecting sheer astonishment, her lips slightly parted. Her beautiful eyes seemed to generate a tempest of emotions. Let me tell you, she was utterly dazed, for what she witnessed was nothing short of extraordinary. The rascal in the courtyard, my dear husband, was not merely practicing swordplay. He was dancing in harmony with the universe. The elders who attempted to follow along found themselves overwhelmed within mere seconds, feeling as if their very cores were about to burn out, left panting on the sidelines. Initially, Luo Xiener thought, "Oh, he is merely executing our family's song sword technique." Yet the longer she watched, the more something felt amiss. Leaves began to swirl around him, forming a vortex of energy. At that moment, her grandfather's voice, that of the sword master, erupted into a frenzy. It is sword intent. Wind attributes sword intent. This child is merely 6 years old. 6, and he has comprehended sword intent. Who among our kin can fathom this? Will this not stifle the growth of other geniuses? The sword master was so overcome with excitement that he nearly leapt from his ring, urgently calling out to Luo Xiener, "Child, why are you still standing there? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Step in, follow his rhythm, and dance with your sword using your Lijian Ju to blend with his sword intent. This is the only shortcut to restoring your sword body." Upon hearing this, Xienerjia's resolve solidified. Yes, to find my missing parents, I must grow stronger. She quickly informed her grandfather before dashing into the courtyard. The elderly onlookers grew frantic, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Stop her. If you disturb him during this crucial moment of enlightenment, can you bear the consequences?" Yet it was her own grandfather, Xiao Zhantian, who intervened, saying, Hey, she is family, my granddaughter." The other elders grumbled, their displeasure evident, threatening to hold him accountable if anything went awry. But they understood nothing. The moment Xienerjia stepped into the realm of sword intent, she felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Her previously dormant cultivation method, Lijian Ju, began to activate, functioning like a high-speed repair program, voraciously absorbing Yi Tianlan's overflowing sword intent and mending her shattered sword soul. Then, a more explosive scene unfolded. Snow began to fall from the heavens. The snowflakes, initially swirling around her, suddenly converged upon her like a tempest, summoned by an unseen force. A chilling, razor-sharp sword intent surged from her, piercing the sky. "Here it comes." The sword master's voice trembled with excitement. "I knew it. The innate pristine sword body could not be easily destroyed. Ha ha ha. What a soul-snatching and bone-crushing. As long as a shard of sword heart remains. Rebirth is possible even in the depths of silence." Boom! Luo Xiener's aura could no longer be contained. The icy sword intent swept in all directions, and she radiated like the most brilliant gem atop a snow-capped peak. The elders beyond the courtyard were left slack-jawed. My goodness, another one? Xiener has comprehended sword intent too? This is extraordinary. It is ice attribute sword intent. I feel as if my bones are being frozen solid. In a single day, my Xiao family has birthed 2 sword path prodigies. Heaven bless my Xiao family. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Xienerjia and I practiced diligently in the courtyard. I must tell you, her snow day sword intent was utterly devious. Even before I could thrust my sword forward, I felt as if I were about to be encased in ice, prompting me to plunge my sword into the ground and declare enough. Enough. Your sword intent is too cunning. Xienerjia, both exasperated and amused, approached and playfully tapped my head. "Do not be lazy. My sword intent cannot possibly affect you. Your realm surpasses mine, and with your Qing Feng sword intent to counterbalance. Besides, did you not just open up the 2nd celestial meridian yesterday?" I chuckled, scratching my head. The benefits of dual cultivation were indeed remarkable. Practicing alongside her, our energies merging, my progress felt akin to riding a rocket. "Well then, if you're tired, take a break," she said, walking to the stone table, retrieving a hair tie, and effortlessly binding her hair. She tucked a stray strand behind her ear, her movements graceful and natural. "By the way, grandfather mentioned that the batch of medicinal herbs you requested has arrived. Shall we go collect them now?" Upon hearing this, my eyes sparkled with excitement as I sprang into action, exclaiming, "Let us go." I swiftly embraced her slender waist and pulled her into my arms. "With these herbs, I could concoct the Ziki Shilling Dan for us." She let out a soft gasp, her cheeks flushed, saying, "Well, you should let go first." Thus we stepped out together. Along the way, Xienerjia reminded me that grandfather had instructed her to caution me to be careful lately. The incident with the Dan poison had caused our family to ally with several others, and we had taken a significant chunk from the Chu family, who now harbored a deep-seated resentment towards me. I patted her small hand playfully, reassuring her, "Don't worry, the fifth elder has always been with us." Who would dare to act brazenly in broad daylight? However, as soon as the words left my lips, a sense of unease washed over me. Hey, Siona? Did you take a wrong turn? Why is there not a soul in sight on this street? Sienergia's expression instantly hardened, her gaze sharp as a blade. Something is amiss. It shouldn't be this deserted at this hour. Fifth Elder, are you there? No sooner had she spoken than a towering figure materialized before us. Blocking our path, it was the muscular elder. He wore a grave expression, saying, "Siener, there's an ambush here. Stay close to me and move quickly." Too late. A chilling laughter echoed from a shadowy corner. You think you can escape once you've entered the formation? It's far too late. Suddenly, 15 figures emerged from all directions, encircling us. The leader, with a sinister expression reminiscent of someone just crawled out of a dung pit, was none other than Chu Chioha from the Chu family. I was taken aback, tugging at Sienergia's sleeve, whispering, "Darling, you were right. How did you guess this? Have you been blessed with foresight?" Sienergia shivered, a few dark lines appearing on her forehead, her previously brewing, killing intent dissipated by my words. She gave me a light smack on the head, exclaiming, "Focus," after which her ring flashed, and a new long sword appeared in front of me. Upon inspection, I noticed it bore an identical design to the one in her hand. A couple S sword? No. She quickly averted her gaze, her neck flushing red, stubbornly denying it. It's clearly the case. Chu Chioha, almost exploding with rage, shouted, "You insolent fools! Even at the brink of death, you dare to flirt before me. Because of you, my family's fortune has plummeted, and my wife has run off with someone else." Inclusive to Sionari. Whispering, his wife left him. Can I laugh at him? Do as you wish, but don't let him hear you. I'm not afraid. If even his woman has abandoned him, what greatness can he achieve? Keep your voice down. Chu Chioha, his eyes bloodshot, lost all rationality in an instant, abandoning even the classic villainous pre-battle declaration, transforming into a shadow that lunged towards us. Sienergia and I exchanged a glance. No words needed. Our silent understanding was unparalleled. This was our unique romance. A gentle breeze and a snowy day. Without warning, the snowstorm descended. An invisible zephyr entwined around the tip of my sword, while Sienergia's blade was enveloped in icy shadows. Both swords were drawn simultaneously. Halfway through his charge, Chu Chioha's pupils dilated, sensing a tremendous life and death crisis. Yet, he could not comprehend how a seasoned warrior at the 8th level of Qi gathering could be threatened by two mere children in the Meridian opening realm. Dismissing the sensation as an illusion, he pressed forward. However, his sword-wielding subordinates were suddenly paralyzed, their blades vibrating not with excitement, but in trembling submission. One man, struck by a terrifying realization, looked up in horror and screamed, "It's sword intent. They have both comprehended sword intent." Too late. The fifth elder was entangled with two opponents of equal rank and could not assist us. Chu Chioha unwittingly plunged into our realm of sword intent. The snowflakes gently fell upon him, and at first he felt nothing, but when he glanced down, he was horrified to find his body riddled with countless tiny wounds. Those snowflakes were not mere water. They were shards of sword energy. He screamed in agony, attempting to withstand the pain with his protective true Qi, only to be met with a tempest of frost and snow that howled towards him. The wind augmented the snowfall, and the snow carried my sword intent, while the wind bore Siener's. The combination created devastating damage. Do you understand? Chu Chioha finally realized. The earth veins? You have opened the earth veins? His face was etched with terror and unwillingness, but it was too late. A tornado composed of snow and sword energy engulfed him. Patriarch, the others, just a second too late, witnessed a bloodied and battered figure tumble out of the tornado, barely clinging to life. He appeared as if subjected to a torturous execution, his body devoid of unscathed skin, with ribs jutting out from his chest. Everyone was rendered speechless by this astonishing sight. A mere Meridian opening realm had defied an 8th level Qi gathering warrior. Who would believe such a thing? But after the shock came an even deeper murderous intent. They must not leave alive. Otherwise, we would all perish. I stepped forward, my sword energy sweeping across, utterly unafraid. This was the perfect moment. I had prepared a burial ground for you all. I unleashed the most fundamental sword technique of our Shao family. the seventh form of Song Song sword technique, Qianyahuawu. I propelled my essence to the utmost limit, the tip of my sword glowing with azure light, and with a fierce flick, I sent it soaring into the sky. In the next moment, everyone, including Sienna Jie beside me, stood frozen. That point of azure light split into two in midair, then into four instantly. And behind me emerged thousands of sword energies forming the shadows of leaves, dense enough to blot out the sky. Even the sword master in her mind was at a loss. Tell me, is this truly the Song Song sword classic? How did this rudimentary sword technique transform in his hands? The Chu family members erupted in curses. He is deceiving us. This is not the Song Song sword classic. I thought so. The quantity was simply absurd. Stop pretending and attack together. Let us kill him. A dozen individuals charged at me with cries of fury. Classic path dependency at play. They preferred to believe I had employed another technique rather than accept that someone could master a basic sword technique to such an extraordinary degree. Sienna Jie was quick to react. Seeing my move was too powerful, she switched her approach to support me. The sword energy surged like waves, crashing one after another, and combined with her snowstorm sword intent. Although it couldn't inflict harm, it was a perfect annoyance, creating opportunities for my attack. With the enhancement of my Qianyahuawu, my myriad sword leaves, imbued with the essence of clear wind sword intent, reached unparalleled speed and sharpness, descending like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. The assailants were instantly forced to halt, scrambling to defend themselves, and the anguished cries of those who carelessly lost fingers sent shivers down everyone's spine. Seeing this chaos, their leader quickly devised a new tactic. A chi-gathering 8th-level warrior fixed his gaze, gripping a curved blade. He swiftly approached me with a clear objective, to close the distance and disarm me. His calculations were astute. He aimed to trade injuries, enduring one of my strikes to bind my sword with his curved blade. Clang! Sparks flew as he successfully clamped down on my sword, grinning maliciously. Now that you have no sword, how will you fight? He believed I was doomed. Either I would abandon my sword and be slain by the other two, or stand my ground and face death. He looked at me triumphantly, eager to witness my panic. Unfortunately, he was in for a disappointment. I released the hilt of my sword and smiled at him. Your path is not one I shall take, but this punch you shall receive. Before his words could fully register, the meridians throughout my body roared to life. 12 main meridians, 72 earth veins, and those 2 newly connected celestial veins. All my power converged into one point. My fist was enveloped in resplendent golden light, as if a divine wheel were turning on my brow. My aura soaring to unfathomable heights, resembling an ancient deity. Boom! That punch seemed to resonate with the very heavens. The man was overwhelmed by my indomitable presence before my fist even made contact, and he fainted from sheer fright. The golden fist energy pierced through his chest, propelling him 100 meters away. My entire being ignited with golden flames as I turned, stepping forward and with a burst of fiery brilliance at my feet. I launched another punch at the next assailant rushing towards me. The long spear in that man's hand shattered inch by inch, and all I could see was the sun magnifying before his eyes before his head vanished. The last one, utterly terrified, turned to flee. Unfortunately for him, could he escape my presence? With a few swift punches and kicks, I effortlessly subdued him. Having taken care of that, I turned to see my sister Sienna still engaged in combat, surrounded by several adversaries. Her movements were as graceful as a butterfly flitting among flowers, the swirling snowflakes serving as her domain, both protecting her and wearing down her foes. Though she was struggling, her eyes sparkled brighter with each passing moment, and the essence of her sword intent became increasingly refined amidst the battle. It dawned on me. She was using these people as sparring partners, sharpening her skills. Just as I was about to assist her, she cast a glance my way. I immediately understood her unspoken words. She aimed to accumulate points, so I stood by, ready to support her from the sidelines. At that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed from outside, causing the scene before us to blur momentarily before returning to normal. It turned out that grandfather Xiao Zhantian had led our family's main forces to shatter the encirclement with sheer brute force. He rushed over, anxiously inspecting me and Sienna from head to toe, visibly tense. Tianlan, Sienna, are you both unharmed? Elder Wu said you faced an ambush from the Chu family, filled with formidable practitioners at the late gathering qi and connecting aperture stages. I glanced at the Elder Wu, who was still fighting fiercely not far away. A twitch at the corner of my mouth. Elder Wu, your battle report is quite the exaggeration. Isn't it? There were merely 2 at the connecting aperture stage and 5 at the late gathering chi stage. Yet you made it sound like the end of the world. However, upon reflection, such a lineup would indeed easily dispatch 2 ordinary practitioners at the opening vein stage. Unfortunately, neither Sienna nor I are ordinary individuals. I shouted to my grandfather, assuring him that we were fine and that Sienna was merely using these unsuspecting foes as practice, and he should hurry back to assist Elder Wu. To my surprise, all the elders gathered around, staring at Sienna as if she were a rare beast, lavishing her with praise. A tiger father does not produce a dog daughter, they sang. Her mastery of intent is terrifying. I could hardly contain my amusement. After extolling Sienna, they swiftly transitioned to reminiscing about the past, mercilessly berating that scion of the Yi family, Yi Qingkong, for his lack of vision, claiming he was nothing compared to me, merely dirt beneath my feet. Oh, how they bore grudges. Their expressions of resentment were almost comical, as if they were about to inscribe, "Do not underestimate the youth," upon their faces. While they chattered away, Elder Wu concluded his battle. 2 of the Chu family's connecting aperture practitioners lay defeated, one dead and the other gravely injured, while the rest fled. Elder Wu approached, looking like a blood-soaked scarecrow, his hair disheveled, evoking the image of a berserker. The other elders hurried to greet him, showering him with praise. Elder Wu, you were incredible. Thank goodness you held your ground. I shudder to think of the consequences had you faltered. And guess what? Elder Wu nonchalantly waved his hand, dismissing the accolades. It wasn't me. This was all thanks to these 2 youngsters. He then began his soliloquy, recounting how he executed a joint sword intent technique that took the formidable Chu Qiuhua by surprise and dispatched him in a single strike. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere turned utterly silent. The expressions on the faces of the elders mirrored that of someone who had just heard me declare my intention to ascend to the throne. Disbelief was written all over them. A joint sword intent technique? What are you talking about? Elder Wu appeared confused, observing their reactions. What is wrong? You didn't know about this? Elder Sin exploded in outrage, pointing a finger at him. What do you mean we don't know? You old fool. Were you deliberately withholding this information? Elder Wu's distress was palpable as he protested. How was I to know you were unaware? I thought these 2 had already informed you. As the conversation continued, he began to boast again, clearing his throat with an expression that suggested they were missing out. Ahem, it truly is a pity. You should have witnessed the spectacle. The fusion of 2 sword intents, transcending realms to slay an opponent, left me momentarily dazed. He grew more animated, gesticulating wildly. But that's not all. Later, I saw Tianlan's sword knocked away, and my heart leaped to my throat. But lo and behold, he wasn't even a sword cultivator. Can you imagine? With just his fists, he courageously faced 3 opponents at the gathering Chi's 7th level and turned the tables on them. After he finished, he noticed the surrounding elders were silent as the grave. All the clan elders, including grandfather Xiao Zhantian, stared at him with an expression that suggested they were questioning his sanity. Elder Sin approached, placing a hand on his forehead with a look of concern. Elder Wu, are you feeling unwell? This incensed Elder Wu, causing him to erupt in fury. Fools. Utterly foolish. You provincial bumpkins have no idea what a true prodigy is. The bodies are still lying there. Go see for yourselves. Infuriated, he refused to continue speaking with these ordinary folk. Surprisingly, one brave soul ventured forth to verify the corpses. Moments later, he returned, shouting like he'd just won the lottery. Patriarch. It's true. This is Chu Long, at the gathering Chi's 7th level. There's a massive hole in his chest. He is dead. At this revelation, the entire assembly erupted in excitement, trembling with exhilaration. Elder Wu, standing to the side with his arms crossed, snickered disdainfully. Once that was settled, Sienna and I prepared to head to the Alchemist Guild. My grandfather, still unconvinced, insisted on accompanying us. However, Sienna, quick-witted as ever, persuaded him with just a few words, asserting that now was the perfect opportunity to strike while the iron was hot and unearth the Chu family's secrets. She urged him to return and oversee the situation. I must say, Sienna's intellect is unmatched. Before departing, I scanned the various corners of the street, noting that at least half of the Xiao family's elite were lurking about, seemingly playing the game of concealment. With such a display of force, should anything happen to me again, it would truly be a matter of fate. On our way to the Alchemist Guild, we bantered, and I said, "Hey, Sienna, do you think we might be so unlucky as to run into that brat Huang Ming again?" Sienna shot me a glance, confidently retorting, So what if we do? A defeated foe. If his master dares to show up, I'll take him down as well. At that moment, I was taken aback, nearly forgetting that my wife is a truly formidable person, her motto being to resolve matters with a single sword when faced with uncertainty. I chuckled, reaching for her small hand. She made a token effort to withdraw, but I tightened my grip. A passing elderly alchemist glanced at us with envy, muttering about how we were behaving disgracefully in public, a moral downfall. I couldn't help but smile at his flustered expression, and I held her hand even more joyfully. You won't believe what happened next. As we approached the guild's entrance, we unexpectedly collided with a figure attempting to make a hasty retreat. I assure you, this mouth had surely been blessed. It was none other than that brat Huang Ming. Upon seeing me, he turned to flee like he had seen a ghost. But could I allow him to escape? I took off in pursuit. He fled. I chased. He was like a bird with clipped wings. Cornering him, the poor lad was on the verge of tears, likely suffering from a significant psychological trauma. In a desperate attempt to get rid of me, he gritted his teeth and said, "Aren't you here to buy medicinal materials? I can grant you access to the internal passage. Just take what you need and leave. Don't let me see you again." Upon hearing that, my eyes lit up, and I gazed at him earnestly. "You're quite considerate, aren't you?" Huang Ming's lips twitched, clearly cursing under his breath. He led us through the alchemical repository without any hindrance, hoping to regain some semblance of dignity through this small privilege, walking with an air of self-importance. I played along, giving him a thumbs up, stifling my laughter. I casually listed a plethora of medicinal herbs, and, as Huang Ming noted them, his complexion turned pale. Wait a moment. Why are all these things for women's beauty and skincare? He attempted to lecture me, claiming that with my exceptional talent and formidable alchemical fire, it was wasteful to concoct such frivolous elixirs. He was just about to utter the words, "Besides, how old is your female companion? What kind of nurturing does she require?" When he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Synergia had already positioned her sword against him. I quickly interjected with good intentions. Ahem, I almost forgot to mention, my Siener is a genius who has mastered the essence of the sword and has already apprenticed at a grand sect. Do you think your esteemed mentor behind you will come to your aid once more? Huang Ming's posture instantly straightened, his countenance taking on a serious demeanor as he cautiously shifted the sword's edge away by half an inch. With a grave expression, he declared, "This beautiful lady has something to say." I couldn't help but chuckle, playing the role of the good cop as I shot a glare at Siener. "Look at you. Is there any need for such pleading? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Huang." To my surprise, Huang Ming genuinely believed it, his face full of anticipation. However, Siener merely tilted her head, delivering a death stare in my direction. He soon realized that we were merely putting on a show for him. Goodness, what a couple of rascals we were. His expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as he clenched his teeth and said, "No need for an apology." He sulkily went off to gather medicinal materials and soon returned with a box, stating it contained a total of 768 yuan stones. I placed my arm around his shoulder, grinning as I asked, "Brother Huang, as an insider, do you have any employee discounts?" He was just about to lament his misfortune when, with a loud clang, Synergia drove her sword directly into the floor before him, startling him back several steps. With a stoic expression, she declared, "Tianlan, there's no need for further discussion. Although my grandfather did not provide us support, this sword should hold some value. Let's use it as collateral." I suddenly understood, and, with a clatter, I thrust my own long sword into the ground. The essence of the Qing Feng sword instantly whipping the entire warehouse as if a tempest had struck. Huang Ming was left utterly bewildered, his fingers trembling as he pointed at us, struggling to articulate, You two sword essences. Here again." I grasped his hand firmly, speaking earnestly, "Brother Huang, although my grandfather did not support us, we will certainly ensure you do not suffer loss. These two swords as collateral should suffice, correct?" Huang Ming gazed at the two humming swords, his complexion paling. To accept the life swords of two sword path geniuses? Surely, he felt his demise was imminent. In the end, despite my reluctance, I accepted the box of medicinal materials without charge. As we prepared to leave, I cheerfully remarked to Huang Ming, "Brother Huang, you are truly kind. We shall return next time." His body stiffened, and one could sense his desire to simply disappear. Just as we were laughing and chatting our way out of the warehouse, a tall figure approached us. Upon seeing the newcomer, Huang Ming's face turned ashen, and he hurriedly greeted Senior Brother Fu. This Fu Luo was Huang Ming's arrogant senior brother, who glanced at him before turning his attention to us. Huang Ming attempted to dismiss him, But the fellow paid no mind and boisterously exclaimed, "By the way, where's that kid with the Dan fire you mentioned? Take me to see him this afternoon. Don't worry, I'll help you out. I'll burn his pants to ashes for you." A voice nearby interjected coolly, "Is that truly what you intend?" Fu Luo, irritated, "Turn around, who are you? Why are you interrupting our conversation?" I pointed to myself, "Me? I am Yi Tianlan, Xianya." Standing nearby, added with a sharp wit, "That's the one who just mentioned burning pants." The atmosphere froze for 2 seconds. Instead of feeling alarmed, Fu Luo's face lit up with excitement as he bellowed, "So it's you, Yi Tianlan. Come on, show me your Dan fire. Today, I'll let you understand the true meaning of height and depth." Meanwhile, upstairs, his master was boasting to our guild leader about how impressive his disciple Zmo Yin was. I thought to myself, fine, if you insist on offering, I shall not hold back. In the next moment, my 9-colored Liuli Yin shot skyward, the overwhelming pressure instantly engulfing the entire area. The flames behind me transformed into a colossal hand, grasping for his little purple flame. With a puff, it was instantaneously refined. The hint of purple became a new color within my flames. The entire process took less than a second. I casually burped and picked at my teeth. Burp. What variety of flame is this? The taste is rather delightful, but alas, the quantity is a tad insufficient. Fu Luo was rendered completely speechless, his hands frozen in the act of lifting, mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. He stared blankly at his empty palms before suddenly cradling his head in despair and collapsing to the ground, wailing like a slaughtered pig, "No, my Dan flame." As he cried out, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from sheer rage. Huang Ming, witnessing his fallen senior brother, felt a sudden sense of balance in his heart, even feeling a bit relieved. It seemed he was not the most unfortunate one after all. He walked over and patted Fu Luo's shoulder in consolation. "Senior brother, it's all right. Even though your Dan flame is gone, at least you avenged me." I nearly burst into laughter at this fool. I quickly pulled Sienna away. As we walked, I pretended to feel a bit guilty. "Sienna, what should we do? He seems to have passed out. Is it wrong for us to take things on his turf?" Xianya, holding the medicinal box, did not turn back, her voice icy. "What else can we do? Return and refine the medicinal pills. Moreover, it was taken, not stolen. Those who wager must accept the outcome. The strong need not show sympathy to the weak." I tilted my head in contemplation. But what if he comes back to reclaim it? Sienna halted, turning to look at me, the sunset illuminating her face, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with golden light. "We shall fight 2 against 1. We are not afraid." As we walked further away, she stuffed the medicinal box into my embrace, quietly instructing, "Next time, you must take the initiative." Our shadows elongated under the sunset as I mischievously asked, "What if I lose this time?" The air carried her voice, tinged with amusement. "We shall fight 2 against 1. We are not afraid." At that very moment, another spectacle was unfolding in the Alchemist's Guild's loft. Fu Luo's master trembled with rage, shattering the railing with a powerful smack, roaring, "Zmo Yin. My disciples, Zmo Yin." The Alchemist Guild leader hurriedly approached to comfort him. "Senior brother, do not be angry. It's not worth it to ruin your health over this. This is the retribution for flaunting in front of me. Consider it from a different perspective. My disciple only lost a bit of face, and I am the one who must wipe his slate clean. At least I didn't lose my Dan flame." Ha ha. I was barely able to contain my laughter, striving to maintain a shocked expression at how unfortunate my brother seemed. Upon seeing my reaction, he genuinely believed it. Feeling he had found a kindred spirit, and in frustration, he slammed his palm down again, shattering my precious Xuangu railing. My heart shattered alongside it. Do you know how expensive that was? Truly infuriating. Afterward, feeling even more unsettled, he insisted on seeking an explanation. Yet, fearing he might encounter a formidable opponent, he specifically asked me, "Junior brother, please confirm once more, that kid really has no background?" I thought to myself, how could I guarantee such a thing? I proceeded to analyze for him. "Senior brother, think about it. To be able to swallow your Zmo Yin in one gulp. Surely he cannot be from an ordinary family, right? Do we have anyone like that in our sect? No, we do not." I continued, "This Dan flame, either it is acquired through wealth, or it is passed down through secret methods. This kid having both is already alarming. What if he possesses both?" Upon hearing this, Yin Danzi's mind snapped to attention. Just a moment ago, he was shouting for revenge, and in the next instant, he withdrew his hands, tucking them into his sleeves, adopting the demeanor of a wise elder who would not stoop to engage with the younger generation. I merely rolled my eyes at that moment, feigning ignorance. while the scene shifted to my male protagonist, Yi Tianlan. I must tell you, the old gentleman, Xiao Zhantian, had just reached the doorway when he overheard my male protagonist exclaiming, "Sinner, come quickly and taste this. It has just been prepared and is still warm. It is brimming with essence, so do not waste it." Following that was the voice of my female protagonist, Luo Junxian, retorting, "I don't want it. You eat it yourself." To which the male protagonist replied, "Why would a grown man eat this? It is something I prepared myself." Good heavens! Old Xiao Zhantian was instantly petrified, his mind likely racing through an entire 80-episode ethical drama. What essence? What self-produced concoction? This is outrageous. The old gentleman's anger surged, and he kicked the door open, shouting, "No, you are still young. You cannot engage in such activities. It will harm your health." Upon entering, the three of them locked eyes, and the air seemed to solidify. My male protagonist was holding a bowl, poised to feed my female protagonist some soup. Beside him lay a small alchemical furnace. The old gentleman's voice grew softer, his foot awkwardly suspended in midair, toes likely already preparing to dig a 3-bedroom seaside apartment. Yi Tianlan, being astute, immediately grasped the situation and quickly explained, "Oh, grandfather, I saw that Sienna was working hard at sword practice, so I made her some medicinal cuisine to replenish her strength. Would you like a bowl as well?" The old gentleman's face flushed, seizing the opportunity. Ahem, yes, I was merely drawn in by the enticing aroma and inadvertently kicked the door open. He took the bowl, initially searching for an excuse, but after taking a sip, his eyes lit up. He felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, healing years of old injuries. This was no mere medicinal dish. It was a divine elixir. He gulped down 3 large bowls in quick succession, leaving Yi Tianlan feeling quite aggrieved, as this was meant for his wife. Fortunately, Luo Junxian, being diplomatic, quickly provided the old gentleman with an exit. "Grandfather, it's all right. He was merely testing the medicine on me, intending to prepare some for you and the elders of the clan." Satisfied, the old gentleman departed, only to remember the important matter at hand. "By the way, tomorrow is the enrollment for Tianwu Academy. You two must remember to attend. Also, Tianlan, your father and grandfather will be arriving soon. They will come together." Yi Tianlan, upon hearing his family was coming, was overwhelmed with excitement. As a former orphan, familial bonds were of utmost importance to him in this life. He paced back and forth, eagerly telling Luo Junxian, "Sinner, wait and see. Tomorrow I will show them how I kick my way past all the other talents and into Tianwu Academy." Luo Junxian smiled playfully, teasing him, "That one to be easy. There are quite a few talents at Tianwu Academy." Yi Tianlan, exuding an air of dominance, immediately fired off a 3-part question. Do they possess the inheritance of the dance sage? Luo Junxian shook her head. Have they comprehended sword intent? Again, she shook her head. Have they opened their celestial meridians? Luo Junxian fell silent. Huh, then what do they have to compete with me? The youth brimmed with confidence, a glimmer of golden light shining from his brow, utterly charming. At that moment, the sword spirit within Luo Junxian suddenly erupted, its voice cracking with excitement. By heavens, a natural divine ability. His innate divine ability is awakening. The sword spirit was astonished, realizing that individuals with such innate talents were exceedingly rare, and had misjudged the situation. It hurriedly instructed Luo Junxian to focus on Yi Tianlan's brow. Following its command, in the next moment, her consciousness was swiftly drawn in. Everything around her vanished, and she found herself standing atop a sea of clouds, facing an unimaginably colossal golden heavenly gate. This was no mere door. It was the heavens themselves. As she stood in awe, the gate creaked open slightly. Following that, a bolt of thunder surged forth from the crack, rapidly expanding into a colossal dragon of sword intent that ripped through the heavens and charged toward her. "Hey, wake up!" The anxious voice of the sword spirit brought Luo Junxian back to reality. Still dazed, she relayed the astonishing sight she had witnessed to the sword spirit. Upon hearing her account, the sword spirit fell into silence, beginning to question existence itself. Spatial divine ability? It can pull another's consciousness inside? Unprecedented. Just as Luo Junxian was about to say something more, she suddenly felt something amiss in her hand. Slowly opening her palm, she found a strand of golden white thunder dancing in her grasp, crackling fiercely and exuding an overwhelming presence. The sword spirit gasped, its voice trembling. "Jingye Xianlei? What on earth have you two been concocting?" It simply could not believe its eyes. How had they obtained such a thing? You mean to tell me you merely caught a glimpse and then managed to bring it out with you? Luo Junxian dazedly nodded yes. The sword spirit fell utterly silent. After a considerable pause, it finally spoke in an incredibly grave tone. Do you know what this is? This is the primordial sword intent created by the last innate pure sword body thousands of years ago. Once this is unleashed, it can directly sever the combat will of the enemy. They will want to surrender without even fighting. Are you now telling me that my male protagonist's divine ability contains the complete legacy of an imperial-level sword immortal? This is simply absurd. The sword spirit felt as though its worldview had been shattered. Just then, Yi Tianlan, who had just awakened, yawned wearily and noticed the celestial thunder in Luo Junxian's hand. Puzzled. You mean this? Sinner, I felt it trying to sense you earlier, desperately wanting to break free. I exerted considerable effort to push the door open just a crack, and it slipped out. The sword spirit felt as if it had been struck by an arrow to the heart. What did it mean to diligently level up? Only for others to emerge fully equipped? It erupted in anger. You truly deserve to die. What about the older generation? Luo Junxian found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Just as she was about to inquire about Yi Tianlan's circumstances, the sword spirit suddenly bellowed. Who is there? Before the words could fully escape, an enchanting figure, radiantly beautiful, stepped forth upon the moonlight. Clad in a black dress, barefoot, with a red bell adorning her ankle. Her golden eyes appeared to swirl with dark lotuses, exuding an intoxicating charm. As she spoke, her voice was sweet and playful. Hee, I have finally found you, fated one. This woman was extraordinarily powerful, causing the sword spirit to tense up. However, she giggled and reassured, do not be alarmed. I am not here to fight. She appraised Yi Tianlan and nodded in satisfaction. Very well, the age is appropriate. With a casual wave of her hand, 2 orbs of light flew toward Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian. I had intended to find you a wife within the sect, but since you already have one, I shall gift you both a token of our meeting. Remember to express your gratitude. Yi Tianlan's mind buzzed with confusion. What is going on? Who is this master? When did I become an apprentice? The enchantress placed a finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture, playfully winking before her figure transformed into black petals, vanishing while leaving a single line. This matter is settled. I shall take my leave. Yi Tianlan stared blankly at Luo Junxian. Sinner, have I really acquired a master? Luo Junxian found it equally amusing and perplexing. It cannot be that simple. She likely acted on a whim. Yi Tianlan considered this and chuckled. Then she's not my master. However, we did manage to acquire 2 treasures. That feels rather good. No sooner had he finished speaking than he felt a sudden ripple in the air. A pitch-black lotus flower plummeted onto his forehead. I assure you, it did not hurt much, but it was highly insulting. Truly, I exclaimed in irritation, attempting to seize the offending lotus, but it merely disintegrated in my grasp, transforming into a line of crooked electronic black lotus messages. Hee, do not speak ill of your master. I couldn't help but smirk and shouted into the air. Did you not leave? Why are you still here monitoring us? The text transformed again. You mind your own business. This time I truly am leaving. Off I go, do not trouble me. I waved my hand dismissively into the air, feeling utterly speechless. Fine. It seems this enchantress indeed has no intention of harming us. As long as she does not interfere with my time with Sinner, she may do as she pleases. Sinner found my silent battle of wits with the air quite amusing. Upon contemplating the witch's imminent attempt to seize her child husband, her petite visage clouded with displeasure. She deftly caught the 2 radiant orbs, discovering within them 2 exquisite swords, their blades shimmering with a luster that clearly surpassed mere trinkets. Etched upon the base of each blade were the names Qing Wan and Bai Yuan. My goodness, 2 swords? Who does she think she is? In that moment, I was possessed by a dramatic spirit, sweeping my hand grandly, declaring, Sinner, we possess dignity. I shall not recognize her as my master, nor shall I accept these swords. As I prepared to cast them aside, Sinner swiftly intervened. Why? The sword master directly addressed me within my mind. Earth-tier divine weapons. This lady is truly generous. Moreover, they are twin swords specifically crafted for the 2 of you, indicating considerable thought. I must say, in this world, weapons are categorized into 4 realms: heavenly, earthly, spiritual, and profound. The pinnacle of the earthly tier is essentially akin to the graduation gear from a novice village. Who could possibly refuse such an offering? Pretending to be oblivious. All? Are we truly accepting them? But I had no intention of apprenticing under her. As anticipated, Sienna shot me an exasperated glance, her expression rendering me momentarily speechless. She extended a delicate finger, lightly tapping my forehead, her ruby lips parting to utter a single word, "Fool." That fragrance was simply intoxicating. This was an apology to the swordmaster, not your customary apprenticeship gift. In an instant, realization dawned upon me, and I elongated my tone. "Oh, so that's how it is. Sienna, you are truly clever. Hee, the plan is a success. Not only have I acquired divine weapons, but I have also avoided incurring my wife's ire. I am indeed an unremarkable genius at balancing my duties." As I basked in my triumph, a waft of fragrant air approached, and Sienna stood before me, gazing intently. The intensity of her gaze sent shivers down my spine. Dear friends, who understands this unsettling gaze? Indeed, without warning, she spoke. Between her and me, who is more beautiful? My smile instantly froze upon my face. This was truly a question of life and death. I hesitated for merely a fleeting moment before resolutely declaring, "Of course, you are the fairest, Sienna, that which could never compare to you." With a crisp sound, yet another black lotus flower blossomed. Goodness! My words were interrupted, and upon looking up, I saw the black lotus still twirling elegantly. Enraged, I grasped it and tore it apart, only to have black characters re-emerge. Even a master can become angry, you know? My expression turned to stone. Was this lady truly here, or had she departed? Ever since that day, I felt an unsettling chill at my back, as if a pair of eyes were watching me from the shadows. The very thought sent shivers through my scalp, rendering me uncomfortable in every way imaginable. The following day, after breakfast, the two of us made our way to the enrollment center of Tianwu Academy. The strength of the Xiao family still lurked in the shadows, akin to a 24-hour bodyguard. Sensing my uneasy demeanor, Sienna intertwined her warm hand with mine, our fingers clasped together. Accepting the situation, she softly spoke. "Yesterday, the swordmaster mentioned that the woman might be targeting your innate talents. She is no ordinary figure. She seeks to draw you into a powerful faction behind her." I was resolute. I would not go. I wished to remain by Sienna's side. My urgency was palpable. Sienna chuckled softly, flicking my brow with her finger. "Why so serious?" "I truly mean it." I insisted. "I trust you, always have." "Then why the laughter?" I pressed her for clarity. Her cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, and she glanced at me before hastily turning away, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear to shield her face. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Because I feel the same." Goodness, who could withstand such a revelation? When we arrived at the city center square, the spectacle was overwhelming, with drums resounding and firecrackers exploding amidst a throng of people. Those outside resembled commuters during rush hour, while we traversed the spacious interior passage. Observing the envious and jealous gazes from the crowd, I experienced for the first time the intoxicating allure of power and strength. Sienna, perceiving my thoughts, smiled and said, "The swordmaster remarked that our Luo domain is merely a novice village. The true stage lies in the upper 9 provinces and the 10 directions of heaven. If you can ascend to the highest peak, your children will be born into the spotlight, the pinnacle of attention." My blood surged with fervor. A true gentleman must stand tall amidst the heavens and the earth. "But Sienna," I grinned, "why not ours?" She rolled her eyes at me, spitting out a playful retort. Yet her grip on my hand tightened. The inner space was expansive, occupied by members of several prominent families. We swiftly located the Xiao family's area, where Xiao Zhantian and the others gathered around us. My mother, Li Xiuqing, approached and affectionately ruffled my hair. "Tian'er, have you awakened?" I nodded and curiously inquired, "Mom, Grandpa, why did you leave so early without calling us?" They exchanged amused glances before simultaneously directing their attention to Sienna. "You must ask your Sienna about that." I was perplexed and turned to her. Sienna, however, held the two swords firmly, her little face set in determination. "No more questions. If you do, you'll have to take the sword yourself." Chuckling, I decided not to inquire further. "How did Sienna manage to carry the swords for you?" My mother teased, pretending to be stern. I smiled, winking at Sienna. "We played rock, paper, scissors, and she lost. Besides, I liked the fragrant scent of my sword." In an instant, Sienna's face turned a vibrant shade of red, akin to a ripe peach, beautiful and tender. She scoffed at my audacity, turning away, yet her grip on the swords secretly tightened. In my mind, the sword master's dismissive voice echoed, "Humph, indulge him as you wish." Just then, a commotion erupted in the inner area, and I perked up at the mention of my 7th uncle. "Where is he?" My eyes sparkled with excitement, and I moved forward. Sienna yanked me back, her face stern. No reckless behavior. Today is not a day for fighting. Fear not. I'm fully aware of my actions. I promised confidently. Sienna gave me a skeptical look, ultimately following me as we squeezed through the crowd. Upon entering, I spotted my seventh uncle, boldly confronting 3 members of the Chu family, engaging in a fiery exchange of words. Spittle flew as he gesticulated emphatically, and I was momentarily dumbfounded. In this fantastical world, when one cannot resort to physical confrontation, one truly resorts to verbal sparring. Moreover, Xiao Zhantian and the others merely observed with detached amusement, indifferent to the spectacle. This was what one would call a battle of wits. Seventh uncle can truly curse. I nudged Sienna with my elbow. She shot me an annoyed glance, nudging me back, and then twice more for good measure. Well, otherwise, why would they confront your seventh uncle? I retorted. You're being unreasonable. I am absolutely justified. She replied coolly. I chuckled, pulling her hand towards me. Then I shall give you 2 more nudges. Stop being so cheeky, she protested, yet her hand remained in mine. Just then, a dark-skinned, beady-eyed, thin man from the Chu family pointed at me, his gaze locking onto mine with disdain. You are the one who injured my Chu family member, Yi Tianlan? I had been engrossed in conversation with Sienna and had initially paid him no mind. His eyes twitched as he repeated his accusation. The surrounding crowd turned their attention to him, but I continued to share a smile with Sienna, feeling like a fool. His forehead veins bulged as he could no longer contain his frustration, erupting in a furious tirade. Shorty. So it's you, Yi Tianlan. This time I heard him, primarily because Sienna nudged me, her expression icy, though the amusement in her eyes was unmistakable. He just called you short. I was infuriated. I'm only 6 years old. Are you comparing yourself to my growth? You upright walking chimpanzee. I impatiently retorted. I am not. Your father is? Shut your mouth. My father is Chu Chioha. Before he could finish, he realized his blunder, and the crowd erupted in laughter, his face turning as red as a monkey's backside. You scoundrel. I will kill you. He bellowed, his rage surging as his aura, emanating from the 5th stage of the gathering Qi realm, pressed down upon me. And what happened next? How dare you? I assure you, it was not merely a voice. It was a full 9 auras of the Tongxiao realm, crashing down with a thunderous force. The pressure was overwhelming, suffocating everyone present. That dark-skinned chimpanzee didn't even touch the hem of my garment before he was sent flying backward, spitting blood from the sheer force of the pressure. The entire venue was left in stunned silence, jaws dropping to the ground. My heavens! 9 formidable experts from the Xiao family are secretly safeguarding him? What is this young man's background? The sword master in my mind was furiously mocking. Well, no pretense at all, huh? The Xiao family knows you're about to enter Tianwu Academy and has begun to create a spectacle for you. Unexpectedly, Sina shook her head, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips. No, you guessed incorrectly. It is my grandfather and the others who wish to create a favorable impression for the Xiao family through Tianlan. The sword master was dumbfounded, rendered speechless, feeling like a novice. In that moment, I realized once again how skillfully the human race plays their games, their cunning truly remarkable. Standing with my hands clasped behind my back, I could barely suppress my grin. What is a grand spectacle? This is the treatment befitting a prodigy. At that moment, a dignified voice resonated throughout the venue. Silence. A middle-aged man descended from the sky, landing upon a massive stone tablet in the center of the square. His gaze was piercing as he surveyed the crowd, announcing the criteria for the test. Those under 20 must possess 6 meridians, or those under 25 must be at the gathering Qi realm. Upon hearing these conditions, the audience erupted in chaos, many losing hope on the spot. The previously knocked down Chu Yuan rose again, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and laughed mockingly. I laugh at your arrogance. Don't blame the high standards if you can't meet them. Ask yourselves if you've put in the effort. Can you afford the 79 Yuan stones for a single blood herb? A bunch of paupers. Goodness, this fellow truly understood the art of sarcasm. Practically a walking trigger for outrage. And you too. He glared at us, you Tianlan. Don't think that just because you've entered Tianwu Academy, you can rest easy. I want to see if you can hide for a moment. Can you hide for a lifetime? I raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you so confident you can get in? He laughed as if hearing the greatest joke. Haha, I, Chu Yuan, am 20 years old with 5 levels of gathering Qi. If I can't get in, who else can? The third elder of the Xiao family, sitting nearby with tea, spat it all over Xiao Zhantian's face. He wiped the tea leaves from his face and said with a hint of melancholy, "Third uncle, I generally do not laugh, unless I cannot help it." Chu Yuan's face turned dark, but he dared not utter a word. I couldn't bear to watch this fellow's delusions any longer. I quietly asked the swordmaster, "Swordmaster, I have a bold idea." "Do tell." I whisper my plan. The swordmaster pondered for a moment. "You're quite ruthless. This testing tablet is a profound grade treasure. If you wish to tamper with it, you might need a bit more skill, unless you receive guidance." I felt a thrill of delight. Having an elder at home is indeed like possessing a treasure. Just as I turned, Shinner grabbed my arm. I thought she meant to dissuade me, so I assumed a serious demeanor. "Shinner, my mind is made up. You need not persuade me." Her face displayed a peculiar expression. "When did I say I wanted to persuade you? Then what is this? I want to deal with him too." The young girl's lips curled into a wicked smile, her eyes sparkling. I was momentarily baffled, but deeply impressed. As the test began, Chu Yuan initially intended to be the first to show off, but I jumped out, insisting on competing with him, even suggesting we wait until everyone else finished for a final 1v1 showdown. The surrounding spectators erupted in laughter and disdain, leaving him no choice but to agree, albeit begrudgingly. He was probably envisioning 1,000 ways to deliver his wrath upon me. Soon, it was down to the last 3 of us. All eyes were on us. Even the usually quiet Tianwu Academy instructor seemed intrigued, as if sensing something unusual about the aura surrounding Shinner and me, muttering something about the Earth's meridians being unblocked. Indeed, this old fellow had some discernment. However, Chu Yuan stood there, utterly perplexed, his face turning a sickly green, pointing at me, his hand trembling like he had Parkinson's, shouting, "Ye Tianlan, what happened to your claim of a duel?" I smiled smugly, shamelessly replying, "What is wrong with one of us challenging the 2 of you? Besides, we are one entity as husband and wife. Is there a problem? Goodness." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan nearly exploded with rage, stamping his feet in frustration, muttering, "You shameless fool." I laid my cards on the table. "Enough of this nonsense. Now it's just the 3 of us. You can either leave now or prepare to face the combined might of us as a couple. Choose." Shinner beside me was nearly biting her lip, probably thinking about how, since being with me, she had increasingly adopted the demeanor of a villain. Chu Yuan's brain seemed to short-circuit from anger, and after a long pause, he spat, "Just you wait," and stormed towards the testing stone tablet, trying to regain his dignity through results. How naive. I immediately called after him, "Hold on, don't you know that ladies first? My Shinner goes first." His head nearly smoked with fury, gritting his teeth as he spat out 2 words. "You go." Xine, clearly weary, just wanted to finish the test quickly and get off the stage. She gracefully stepped forward, placing her small hand upon the stone tablet. "Let me tell you, this tablet has 5 levels from lowest to highest: yellow, red, black, purple, and gold. The previous crowd had barely managed to touch the red level. However, when Shinner placed her hand upon it, the reaction was extraordinary. The entire 3-meter-high stone tablet hummed, erupting with dazzling light. The audience was thrown into chaos, and even the Tianwu Academy instructor could no longer remain seated, his gaze fervent, eyes wide with shock. Immediately following, a beam of light shot up from the center of the stone tablet. If the others were like oxen pulling a cart, Shinner was akin to riding a maglev train. The speed was outrageous. In a mere 2 seconds, she pierced through the yellow, red, and black barriers, like a hot knife through butter. Even a previously untouched purple area was kicked aside. But she didn't stop there. She was charging towards the heaven level. Someone in the crowd was already screaming at the top of their lungs. Chu Yuan's eyes nearly bulged out, and just as he leaned forward to get a better look, the Tianwu Academy instructor swooped down, blocking his path, casually waving his hand, sending a gust of wind that cleared the area. "All bystanders get lost. En face dire conséquence," the instructor bellowed. Chu Yuan, rising from the ground, felt like his body was falling apart, his frustration boiling over. "Damn it. I'm also a candidate. Why must I be the one to leave when she is testing? And why should I move so far away when your precious student is right next to me?" He furiously slammed his fist into the ground, impotent rage and jealousy threatening to drive him mad. At that moment, the swordmaster's voice echoed in my mind, advising Shinner, "Child, this stone tablet's level is too low. To break through to the heaven level is akin to pioneering a new path. You must exert more effort." Upon hearing this, Shinner's beautiful eyes widened, and I could see the essence of sword intent intertwining within her pupils. She murmured, "Is this a constraint? Then let us sever it." In an instant, A blurry yet incredibly domineering sword shadow formed in the air above the stone tablet. The pressure was so immense that it rendered the entire audience breathless. Those who understand. This was akin to a player in a game pulling out a limited edition SSR with exclusive skins. How could one compete? The Tianwu Academy instructor trembled with excitement. A natural sword body. This is a natural sword body. That sword shadow, representing Xin'er's in swordsmanship, charged fiercely at the invisible barrier of the heaven level on the stone tablet, slicing down with great force. Crack! The constraint shattered. At the top of the stone tablet, a fissure truly appeared, just like Chu Yuan's shattered heart of the Tao. The unimpeded beam of light instantly soared to the peak. Glorious golden light radiated. The venue fell into a deathly silence. When the brilliance faded, the Tianwu Academy instructor, Liu Wu, could no longer contain his excitement, shouting repeatedly, "Good! Excellent!" He hurriedly rushed forward to recruit Xin'er, but she ignored him entirely, walking right past him back to my side. I grinned widely, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her face, even though she hadn't broken a single sweat. Xin'er cast a reproachful glance at me, yet did not refuse. Primarily due to the public setting, her delicate skin flushed a rosy hue, rendering her irresistibly adorable. "Sienna, why the pout? It was your own strength," I teased. Hee hee. "Let me blow it and it won't hurt anymore," I added playfully. Ha, truly shameless. At that moment, Mentor Liu Wu approached, displaying no anger. Instead, believing that a genius ought to possess such temperament. With a face full of concern, he inquired, "Miss, I am Liu Wu, the mentor of the South Campus of Tianwu Academy. Would you consider joining our institution?" Xin'er glanced at me, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, and suddenly, channeling her inner actress, she spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "My fiancé also aspires to Tianwu Academy, but alas, he suffered an accident, severing his meridians and destroying his dantian, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. If I were to join, could he have a spot?" Upon hearing this, the Xiao family members were left utterly dumbfounded. My mother, Li Xiuqing, instantly understood, stifling a laugh behind her hand. As for me, my reaction was swifter. Without needing to exchange glances, I immediately donned an expression of 3 parts anticipation, 3 parts pleading, and 3 parts anxiety, gazing intently at Liu Wu. He was left utterly flabbergasted. By one, get a useless person free? He hesitated for a mere moment. Upon recalling Xin'er's talent, he gritted his teeth. Very well. It is rare to find such loyalty. Our academy has seen female students abandon their useless fiancés, only for the fiancés to rise and strike back. Upon hearing this, I thought, goodness, isn't this the classic tale of the underdog's resurgence? Mentor, you must be an avid reader of online novels, aren't you? Seeing his sincerity, Xin'er ceased her jest. She shifted her tone. Mentor, I apologize, I was merely joking. What joke? Liu Wu appeared bewildered. Xin'er looked at me, her eyes brimming with confidence and pride. Her voice clear and resolute. My husband is destined to soar like a true dragon across the 9 heavens. His path lies beneath his own feet, needing no one to pave it for him. Liu Wu was momentarily stunned. Xin'er added, Mentor, I wish to blast it open. Liu Wu followed her gaze towards me. As I approached the stone tablet, which now bore a crack, it seemed he suddenly comprehended something, bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha, excellent. Your fiancé has opened a fissure. If you can shatter it completely, I will bear all consequences. He had evidently made up his mind. At worst, he could forfeit a few years' salary in exchange for the goodwill of 2 extraordinary talents. What a bargain. Everyone was satisfied, except for one individual. Zhu Juan, in a state of near demise, sat up suddenly, bewildered. Wait, what about me? If you shatter the stone tablet, what will I measure? Unfortunately, no one paid him any heed. I stood before the stone tablet, my heart racing with excitement. The sword master had informed me that this tablet contained the purest primordial energy left behind by countless geniuses over the last century. A colossal charging treasure. Initially, I aimed to mess with Chu Yuan's mindset. Now, I intended to seize both him and the treasure. Xin'er had already created an opening for me. Now, it was my turn. I took a deep breath, channeling all my energy, and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! At that moment, every meridian in my body radiated light. The 2 heavenly veins surged with vigor. A terrifying vortex of primordial energy formed before my fist, drawing in the surrounding natural energies with frenzied intensity. At that moment, the heavens and earth lent their strength. Mentor Liu Wu was utterly astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief. Heavenly vein. is the legendary Heavenly Vein Gatherer. In his excitement, he slapped himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming, then threw his head back in wild laughter. It's real. It's all real. I'm not dreaming. I've struck it rich. The beam of light from the stone tablet shot skyward once more, even more ferocious than Sienner's previous attempt. Crack! With a crisp sound, the stone tablet, which had stood for over a century, could no longer withstand the force and shattered completely. Fragments flew through the air, and countless golden sparks of primordial energy scattered like fireflies. Would I let a duck served on a platter fly away? Who dares to leave? I bellowed, my feet firmly planted on the ground, both hands raised to the heavens, my body ignited with 9-colored, glazed flames. Fire. A massive fiery tornado formed above my head, its terrifying pull instantly drawing all fleeing primordial spirits back to me. The scene was such that, a century later, those present would still recall it vividly. The youthful sovereign, hands raised to the heavens, shouldered the fiery vortex, refining the myriad primordial spirits. Sienna immediately drew her sword to shield me, while Xiao Zhantian and Lu Wu reacted, swiftly deploying defenses to separate everyone. Especially Chu Yuan, the two powerful members of the Xiao family monitored him like hawks eyeing a thief. He looked utterly aggrieved, his face paling with envy, as though he truly dared to sneak an attack. He was arrogant, but not suicidal. The absorption of this energy was rapid, all the purest essence, allowing me to open 3 more earth veins in one breath, my combat power soaring. What a thrill! I finished my cultivation and eagerly rushed back to my mother, only to find that while she was proud of me, her face was marred with an inescapable worry. My heart sank, an ominous premonition washed over me. Looking around, indeed, I still did not see my father or grandfather. Mom, where'd Dad and Grandpa? I asked urgently. My mother sighed. They left for the outskirts of the city an hour ago, but we have yet to hear back from them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhantian's expression shifted dramatically, immediately mobilizing all the Xiao family's experts to search the city. Meanwhile, my anxiety grew increasingly intense. The Xiao family's search was not a solution. If something truly happened to them, I could never forgive myself. No, I could not wait any longer. With a firm resolve, I made up my mind. Just then, at the edge of the square, a powerful aura descended, parting the crowd effortlessly. Heh, kid, you're the one who stole my disciple Fire? An elderly man approached with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding arrogance. Mentor Lu Wu immediately sensed the threat, stepping in front of me with a grave expression. Who are you? Step aside, Tianwu Academy's lackey. The affairs of Yaoling's sect do not concern you. The old man spoke with disdain, blatantly ignoring Lu Wu, and continued toward me, his tone icy. Boy, do you hand over the Fire yourself? Or shall I take it by force? Yet, I paid him no mind. All my thoughts were consumed with my father and grandfather. I suddenly looked up, mustering all my strength, and shouted at the sky, Master, are you there? The entire gathering, including the arrogant elder from Yaoling's sect, stood in stunned silence. The elder paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, desperate and seeking help. Are we? How pitiful. However, before he could finish, he appeared frozen in place, shock and disbelief etched across his face. A colossal shadow enveloped him, casting darkness over the entire land, swallowing all light. In an instant, the sky darkened. No, I must clarify. It was not merely the sky darkening. A black lotus flower had emerged from the void, completely obscuring the sun, leaving only a golden edge, reminiscent of a total solar eclipse. Then, from within that densest darkness, a woman emerged. I tell you, her figure, her aura, was simply astonishing. Barefoot, with bells adorning her ankles that jingled melodiously, the entire world fell into a profound silence, save for the sound of those bells. She tilted her head slightly, her expression a blend of madness and innocence, her golden eyes holding yet another black lotus in their depths. With a playful smirk, oh my goodness. She exuded both allure and charm. Then she spoke, her voice drifting over, soft and sticky. Master has always been here. I tell you, that voice was the epitome of pure allure. She rested her chin on her hand, squinting her phoenix-like eyes, smiling in a way that was both ecstatic and breathtaking. While others stood mesmerized, admiring this unparalleled beauty, the old man from Yundanzi was left utterly terrified. He trembled as if electrified, sweat pouring down like rain. Alarm bells blared in his mind, instinctively urging him to flee. The farther away from this woman, the better. Walking on air? This was not something achievable in the realm of air mastery, especially that black lotus in the sky, which obscured the heavens. What on earth could it be? Yin Danzai was utterly shattered. His heart was screaming, yearning to kneel and beg for mercy, yet an invisible force pressed him down so firmly that he could scarcely move. The shadow of death loomed larger, and the memories sealed within his mind suddenly became clear. He recalled, many years ago, in his youth, witnessing a powerful figure from the upper sect suppress a malevolent sect. Astonishingly, a colossal figure, as towering as a mountain, materialized out of thin air, and with a single punch, the mountains crumbled and rivers flowed backward. At that moment, he saw the giant clutching a tiny black dot in its palm, and he foolishly asked his master, "Master, what is that black dot?" His master replied, "That is the true spirit of the malevolent sect leader." Now, he finally remembered the name that could induce trembling in the soul. Fa Tian Xiang Di. Oh my, to have a master of the Fa Xiang realm. Why hadn't anyone mentioned it earlier? Yun Danzai felt a surge of resentment, cursing the ancestors of Yi Tianlan. Yet his body was far more honest than his tongue. With a thud, he knelt down, knocking his head against the ground like a pestle, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please spare me. I do not want that Danfire anymore. My useless disciple is unworthy." Face, dignity? What do they matter in the face of life and death? On the other hand, the president of Chutian, who was already frightened, ran even faster. Upon glancing back at the scene, he was filled with both dread and relief. Thankful that he hadn't followed Yin Danzai to show off, or else he would be kneeling alongside him. As for the enchanting master, she appeared to move slowly. But in reality, her steps were swift, akin to traversing the ground in an instant. With her hands clasped behind her, bare feet gliding, even before she arrived. A fragrant breeze wafted toward them. Yi Tianlan was now certain that this formidable figure was indeed approaching him. It would be a lie to say he wasn't anxious. Yet he was at a loss for words. How could he directly request her assistance in finding his father and grandfather? Why would she agree to such a thing? However, as soon as his master spoke, she nearly sent him into oblivion. With a cheerful tone, she said, Our first meeting, little basket. May I present you with a gift?" That voice, those enchanting eyes, made Yi Tianlan momentarily dazed, but thankfully his willpower was strong, and he quickly regained his composure. He was still somewhat bewildered. What first meeting? Hadn't we seen each other before? Before he could finish his thought, a tiny black lotus flower abruptly silenced him. The mischievous master waved her hand, playfully dismissing his confusion, stating that was from yesterday. Today had brought refreshing changes. Who among the family could comprehend such logic? As she approached, she didn't even cast a glance at the kneeling Yun Danzai, casually waving her hand. A black lotus silently enveloped Yun Danzai. When the lotus finally unfurled, the old man had vanished, leaving behind only a swirling green flame, akin to a shooting star. Beside him, Lu Wu from the Tianwu Academy felt his scalp tingle. His legs trembling, nearly collapsing to his knees. A congenital master had just vanished, transformed into a mere ball of fire. This was truly a hell on earth. Yet the enchanting master remained unfazed, biting her finger and tilting her head with a captivating smile. There are no flowers here. So let me temporarily gift you a spark. As her words fell, she instantaneously appeared before Yi Tianlan, her body leaning forward, two plump black lotuses magnifying before his eyes. With a clap of her hand, that green flame surged into Yi Tianlan's brow. Within him, the nine-colored liuli flame erupted like a dog catching a scent, bursting forth to devour the green flame. After consuming the purple, it feasted upon the green. These two, master and disciple, had effectively granted Yi Tianlan a boon. With the absorption of this Dan fire, the aura of the nine-colored liuli flame surged, oscillating between shades of green, yellow, and purple. Even more astonishingly, this flame bore within it the purest essence of Yun Danzai as primordial spirit power, requiring no refinement. It was absorbed directly. Yi Tianlan felt a shiver down his spine, pondering the true identity of his master. Her methods were exceedingly diabolical. Luo Junxian, observing alongside her sword spirit, inquired, "Sword Master, is she from the demonic sect?" The sword master retorted with disdain, "What if she is? If she chooses to strike, can you too resist? With a mere flick of her finger, she could refine you." Luo Junxian stood her ground, asserting, "Then I shall wield my sword." The sword master sighed, saying, "Well, she possesses no demonic aura. That black lotus may appear sinister, but its power is quite righteous. Moreover, this is not a martial true spirit, but a higher-level Fa Tian Xiang Di, at least of the Fa Xiang realm. Luo Junxian responded, "What kind of reaction is that?" The sword master retorted, "Nothing, just finding your words quite authoritative." "Oomph, that is more like it." "Oh, that boy is about to break through again." Indeed, under his master's nurturing, his aura surged once more, opening 2 additional heavenly veins. Now, he had 7 heavenly veins. His master appeared quite pleased. Not bad. Shall I refine 2 more for you?" As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward another congenital master, Luwu. Luwu was utterly petrified, sweat streaming down like a waterfall, pleading for mercy. "Senior, please. I am not your disciple's enemy. I apologize." Yet his master laughed. "I was just teasing you. Let me tell you, this heart is like riding a roller coaster." But the next moment, she turned, her red lips parting. "I actually have no intention of targeting you." Barely had she finished speaking when a chorus of agonized screams erupted in the distance. Luwu turned back, stunned, behind him. A vast area was empty. All the members of the Chu family, including Chu Yuan, had been swallowed by a blooming black lotus. As the black lotus vanished, a streak of light flew back into the hands of the enchanting master, which she playfully toyed with before flicking it into Yi Tianlan's brow. Luwu felt his will nearly shatter, his teeth chattering. He sensed that this was no longer a matter of strength. A celestial being had arrived. Moreover, it seemed he could feel that when the enchanting master flicked the streak of light, she cast him a glance that was both playful and mocking. The sword master observed keenly, smirking. This enchanting master is quite protective of her own. Luo Junxian was perplexed. The sword master explained, "She is merely shaking the mountain to startle the tiger, subtly warning the Tianwu Academy. Do not think she holds you in high regard. Have you ever seen a child play with ants? Instead of simply crushing them, they prefer to burn them or drown them, merely for amusement. In her eyes, you are but ants. She is merely finding enjoyment while educating her disciple, treating it as part of a playful game. The Chu family, being insignificant, has no role in the script and thus simply vanishes. It is that simple." With 7 heavenly veins connected, Yi Tianlan's aura became overwhelmingly powerful. He hurriedly rose from the ground, approaching his master with utmost reverence, bowing deeply. "Master, I have a request." His master blinked her big eyes, cradling her irresistibly alluring face in her hands, leaning closer to him, a fragrant breeze enveloping him. Yi Tianlan gazed at her youthful visage, so tender it seemed one could almost squeeze water from it. His hands itched, nearly succumbing to the urge to pinch her cheeks. However, the moment his master spoke, she dropped a bombshell. "Then you must call yourself my obedient disciple." Oh my, who could withstand such a declaration? Yi Tianlan was instantly petrified, his face turning crimson. "This is rather too shameful, isn't it?" Seeing his reaction, his master displayed a look of disappointment. Yi Tianlan felt a twinge of guilt, fearing he had slighted her. Yet the next moment, she leaned closer once more, lightly biting her rosy lips, her eyes glistening with tears, her nose scrunching up as she pitifully implored, "Then please, I beg of you, won't you?" That voice, that expression, so close. With a pop, Yi Tianlan's defenses crumbled, and without hesitation, he knelt on one knee, lowering his head to mask his embarrassment. "Obedient disciple requests the master to assist me, to find my father and grandfather." Gritting his teeth, he uttered the words, his scalp tingling from the sheer audacity of it all. As he lifted his gaze, he was astonished to find his master also crouching down, playfully cupping her cheeks and giggling before him. "Master, are you pursuing me to kill?" He chuckled. "My obedient disciple, you are indeed adorable. Now, let me take action." With a swift motion, Master gently brushed his fingertip, drawing away a drop of blood. The entire process was so rapid that Yi Tianlan hardly registered it. He foolishly inquired, "Didn't you say it would hurt a bit?" His master blinked, one hand resting on her ample bosom. "Seeing you injured causes me a twinge of pain here." Yi Tianlan silently turned away, barely able to withstand the awkwardness any longer. He truly wished to ask, "Master, from whom did you learn these cheesy lines?" Upon turning, he met the icy gaze of Luo Junxian, who inquired, "Don't you wish to touch?" Yi Tianlan vigorously shook his head like a rattle. Yet his master continued to fan the flames from behind. "Little fairy is the rightful wife. I am merely the master." Yi Tianlan nearly felt his knees, exclaiming, "Master, please stop. Is it not chaotic enough already?" However, his master was indeed reliable in her actions. In mere moments, a black lotus encasing the blood drop soared into the sky, merging into the colossal Dharma form. Subsequently, a beam of black light shot forth into the distance. He found it, Yi Tianlan exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Of course. His master replied, where is it? We must hurry. Oh, it's not so troublesome. However, their situation may not be favorable. Yi Tianlan's heart tightened. What has happened to them? Stop asking so many questions. Just observe for yourself, his master yawned, her form curvaceous and alluring. Then, she hummed, there's still quite a few people. Let us bring them all back. As the black lotus Dharma form shifted, a black beam descended from the heavens. When the light dissipated, a crowd appeared in the center of the plaza. A burly man with a bushy beard was laughing heartily. We have among whom Mountain Manor belong to the Chu family. What can your insignificant clan do to us? Yi Xiongfen was in tears. Tianlan, I shall never see you again. Yi Qingshan cried out to the heavens, my son, my life is at its end. He closed his eyes, preparing for death. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the surrounding atmosphere felt strange. Curiously, he opened his eyes to find a multitude of people staring at them, wide-eyed. Despair washed over him. It's over, before I could die by blade. I have already faced social death. He silently closed his eyes, raising the knife to his throat. This was a scene of grand social demise. Particularly potent was his proclamation. My life is at its end, which resonated with a tragic grandeur. Father, what are you doing? Yi Tianlan rushed forward, curiosity etched on his face. Yi Qingshan's brain momentarily short-circuited. Tianlan, what are you doing here? Quickly, step back. I will protect you. He pushed Yi Tianlan behind him, brandishing the broken knife and glaring fiercely at the enemy. The bearded man, completely oblivious to the situation, saw another target and shouted with excitement. Ha! This is your son? Capture him alive. His subordinates charged at them with wild cries. Luo had intended to leap into action, but was quelled by a mere glance from his master, leaving him to sulk in a corner. However, Luo Junxian made her move. With a resounding clang, her sword was drawn, snowflakes fluttering down with every falling flake. A splash of blood erupted. Yi Xiongfen and Yi Qingshan were left awestruck. Was this the granddaughter who had been rejected, pursuing and killing those in the gathering Qi realm? Did the Shao family hold such lofty standards for talents? Meanwhile, Yi Tianlan was wreaking havoc, knocking out one gathering Qi opponent after another as if they were mere minions. His father, clutching the broken knife, stared in disbelief. An enemy attempted a sneak attack from behind, but without turning around, Yi Tianlan delivered a swift kick, striking the hilt of the flying sword sent by Luo Junxian, causing it to curve and pierce the assailant through. The Yi family duo was utterly bewildered. After years apart, how had these two developed such a coordinated technique? The bearded man was furious, useless, a bunch of useless fools, unable to restrain himself any longer. He descended into the fray with his large blade, a formidable warrior in the mid-stage of Qi opening. The Yi family felt a sudden tension. Just as they were about to fight back, they found themselves immobilized. Looking up, they beheld a stunning figure standing before the bearded man. The bearded man gazed at the enchanting Yao Fei Yu, a mix of awe and greed in his eyes. You, a mere woman, dare to obstruct me? Do you know who stand behind me? The Chu family. However, if you're willing to follow me, I may offer you a chance to join the family. Really? Yao Fei Yu smiled sweetly, instantly captivating the bearded man, who nodded repeatedly, oblivious to the bemused stares from those around him. Is the Chu family the one that was collectively refined just moments ago? Ah, so you're the one left behind. The bearded man proudly thumped his chest. Yes, I am indeed the last of the Chu family. I have worked tirelessly for the family outside. Once I complete this task, I can return. Let me tell you, the scene at that time. The man continued. Yet, standing before him was our future master, Yao Fei Yu, who simply burst into laughter, shaking with glee. The bearded man, believing himself to be irresistibly charming, thought he had enchanted this exquisite beauty and began plotting how to recruit her. He grandly waved his hand. All right, step aside. Once I deal with these small fries, I will take you back to the family. Yet, Yao Fei Yu remained unmoved, smiling sweetly at him as if he were a fool. The man's expression darkened. What? Don't understand human language? You insist on standing up for them, don't you? Don't force me to take action. Yao Fei Yu's reaction was simply extraordinary, mimicking the bearded man's posture. She placed a small hand on her ample bosom, speaking in a coy tone. You are the boss and can act on their behalf. Then I too am the boss. Let us decide this in a battle to the death. You, the bearded man erupted, feeling utterly humiliated. Yao Feiyu, disregarding him, extended her right hand, forming a gesture as if shooting a gun, narrowing one of her enchanting phoenix eyes, and seriously aimed for a long while. You dare to toy with me? Today I shall. With a crisp sound, Yao Feiyu turned elegantly, her skirt billowing. I was momentarily puzzled. What is she doing? Is this a skit? The next second, boom, a massive beam of darkness, darker than my very life, descended from the black lotus dharma form above. The aura of death instantly engulfed everything in sight, including the bearded man, still spewing threats. When the light faded, a vast pit, 100 meters wide and bottomless, remained, still emitting black smoke. Who can fathom this? A physical transcendence. One moment she was playfully teasing, the next, it was an explosive conclusion. Yao Feiyu blinked, muttering. A forced script, but worth mentioning as a finale. Then, her figure vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, my dear disciple, Yi Tianlan found his vision darkening as a delicate, pale finger lifted his chin. Yao Feiyu's face drew close, her breath fragrant. He, quickly say it. My obedient disciple bids farewell to the master. At that moment, I could only think that her skill in teasing a young pup was not something one could achieve without a millennium or two of cultivation. Finally managing to send this divine being away, we hurried back to the Xiao family. Upon hearing the news, the patriarch Xiao Zhantian was equally astounded. Looking at Yi Tianlan with immense satisfaction, truly, you are the esteemed son-in-law of the Xiao family. To be able to apprentice under such a celestial figure. The two elders beside him immediately chimed in. Indeed. Fifth brother, you old codger, it is rare for me to agree with you. Third brother, why don't we have a duel? The winner shall give his granddaughter to Tianlan as a concubine. What is there to fear? And if it ends in a tie, then we shall both marry her. I was utterly stunned listening to you two. Are you putting on a show for me? Are you truly playing a game of extreme exchange? Xiao Zhantian, feeling exasperated, stepped in to mediate, only to have the two old men turn on him, claiming he lacked understanding. Their acting skills deserve an Oscar each. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlan's family finally reunited. I must tell you, Luo Junxian, usually as aloof as an ice mountain sword fairy, transformed into a shy little bride the moment she met her in-laws, her face reddening to the point of almost bleeding. Steam nearly rising from her head, stammering, "Father, grandfather, mother, greetings." Yi Tianlan, mischievous as ever, elbowed her from the side. The first time, Luo Junxian ignored him. The second time, he nudged harder, yet she remained unresponsive. On the third attempt, he resorted to a forceful elbow jab. Consequently, Luo Junxian swerved, and our male protagonist, with an ouch, fell flat on his face. Luo Junxian, suppressing laughter, delivered a witty remark. He thinks the ground is cool. Ha, I was in stitches. Serves you right. After the commotion, Yi Tianlan hurriedly presented the exquisite elixirs gifted by the enchanting Demonisiu, forcing them upon his father and grandfather. The two old men were touched, expressing their concern over their preciousness. Yi Tianlan waved his hand dismissively, pouring out a myriad of vials from his storage ring, wearing a triumphant smirk as if to say his master was exceptionally wealthy. Rest assured, grandfather, father, I have plenty more. However, upon mentioning the elixirs that could not restore his mother's foundation, he instantly became melancholic. His mother, Li Xiuqing, was also an extraordinary person. After comforting her son, she turned to pull Luo Junxian closer, saying, "Silly child, in my heart, you are also my daughter." I tell you, Luo Junxian was utterly moved. This child, having lacked affection since childhood, could hardly withstand such kindness. Yi Tianlan, from behind, discreetly nudged, sending his wife into his mother's embrace. The three gentlemen tactfully withdrew. As the door closed, Yi Tianlan stood outside for a long while silent. Then, I must tell you, the primordial power within him erupted. What nonsense is this heavenly way? What ancestral lineage of the Luo D clan? My wife is only 15. Why should she not have family and companionship? He vowed on the spot, "Accursed heaven, I shall shatter you one day." Once the protective husband mode activated, even the sword master within his brow began to mutter nervously, "Little goddess, your son-in-law is coming for you." I tried to stop him, I truly did. This old rascal, while claiming to do his utmost, was undoubtedly delighted. Subsequent matters were arranged accordingly. The mentor from Tianwu Academy, named Lu Wu, patted his chest and assured, "Within 30 years, you may report to the academy at your convenience." The underlying message was clear. As long as that esteemed figure has no objections, You may come whenever you wish. For the first time, Yi Tianlan felt the joy of having a powerful backing. After bidding farewell to family, the young couple set out, heading straight for the royal capital. Yi Tianlan, facing the rising sun, was invigorated. Let us go, Xian Allow me to avenge you. The prodigy Yi Qingkong. Is it? I wonder if you can withstand my relentless punches after 6 years of relentless training. On this journey, I tell you, it was not merely travel. It was akin to a grand slaughter in a novice village. Encountering villains? Kill. Meeting ruffians? Kill. Anyone daring to lay a hand on his wife would find their ashes scattered. A year passed, and Yi Tianlan's cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, directly opening 36 celestial veins. Luo Junxian was formidable too, yet she often compared herself to Yi Tianlan, feeling inadequate. The sword master nearby was speechless. Sister, you are competing against a child of heavenly fate. Could you not choose someone else to compare with? If this continues, I must take you both to see the world and let you know just how remarkable you truly are. A year later, beneath the walls of the royal capital, Yi Tianlan gazed at the two large characters of the city with immense excitement. Xian, we have finally arrived. Hand in hand, they strolled through the streets when Luo Junxian suddenly asked, have you ever tasted hawthorn candy coated in pear flavor? Yi Tianlan, Beijing did it. Responded, Isn't hawthorn candy always made from hawthorn? Is there really a pear flavor? Without a word, Luo Junxian, with a radiant smile, produced a skewer of candied hawthorns from behind, biting into one herself before offering the rest to him. Her willow-like brows curving into crescent moons, her voice bright. Now, it's delicious. My goodness, what a master of cold humor. Yi Tianlan scoffed, this isn't pear. Luo Junxian, with hawthorn in her mouth and her words slurred, insisted, it is pear. No, this is definitely not pear. Yi Tianlan, with a mischievous grin, quickly wrapped his arms around her slender waist and, in a flash, stole the half she had in her mouth. Their lips met, and oh my, the sweetness was overwhelming. Yi Tianlan, speaking indistinctly, proclaimed, this is truly pear-flavored. Luo Junxian's entire face turned crimson, her pupils misty as she hurriedly pushed him away. A delicate thread of sugar stretched between their lips, sparkling in the sunlight. She glared at him, both shy and annoyed, a picture of innocence and allure. Yi Tianlan gazed at her, his heart bubbling with sweetness, and shouted, I adore Xian pear-flavored hawthorn. Ah, this was undoubtedly the best romantic lesson of 2025. Just as they were savoring this sweetness, an unwelcome intruder appeared. A second-generation heir, clearly drained by indulgence. Seizing the opportunity amidst the crowd, he stealthily reached for Luo Junxian. I tell you, our Xian couldn't even be bothered to draw her sword. With a flicker in her beautiful eyes, she swiftly cut off his lecherous hand with a crisp snap. The man howled, cradling his severed hand, but before he could even declare his identity, Yi Tianlan erupted. He despised such lecherous men the most. With a powerful kick, a shadow sprang forth from the side, crossing its arms to block the blow. Yi Tianlan sneered. Oh, so you reacted? In the next moment, with all 30 celestial veins unleashed, his aura surged forth, transforming into a blazing lion of 9-colored glazed flame. I heard you can withstand a hit. Let us see if you can handle this kick. Boom! The overwhelming pressure descended like an avalanche, and the peak-level bodyguard spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing to his knees as his kneecap shattered. How audacious! You insolent brat! Another master from the Chun family descended from the rooftop. Yi Tianlan Barili Gulanjit. With a swift punch, golden light and flames intertwined, crashing down like a tidal wave. The man, still in midair, was sent flying by the punch, instantly reduced to a charred remains by the 9-colored glazed flame. Yi Tianlan stood boldly in the middle of the road, his aura formidable. Divine light, erupting like a youthful deity. Who else from the Chun family dares to battle me? That aura frightened several hidden Chun family experts, so much that their legs turned to jelly, none daring to step forward. This commotion attracted the attention of a young gentleman in a green robe watching from an inn. He whimsically waved his fan and instructed his female bodyguard, Go. Inform the city guard's commander that there's a disturbance, a chaotic brawl with hundreds involved, blood flowing like rivers. Have them bring plenty of men. The bigger the ruckus, the better. Ah, this fellow is quite the strategist indeed. Sure enough, reinforcements arrived from the Qin family. Before long, a formidable figure of the Tongxiao realm descended from the sky. This man was muscular, resembling a bodybuilder. Witnessing the devastation around him, his eyes turned red, especially upon seeing his young master's severed hand and the charred remains of his kin. He erupted with fury. "You brat! How dare you injure a member of the Chun family?" Yi Tianlan slightly tilted her head, her eyes radiating confidence and indifference. She clenched her fist as if grasping the throat of that formidable Tongxiao realm expert. "I have no desire to reason with you. You are unworthy of it. Should you make a move, I shall not hesitate to strike." The middle-aged man in the red robe was furious, his rage boiling over. "You insolent brat! How dare you be so arrogant? Not only will I end your life today, but your female companion shall not escape either. The Qin family will annihilate your entire clan." In response, Yi Tianlan unleashed a long-restrained punch. The fist glowed with blazing flames, causing the red-robed man to hesitate and evade in fear. He was terrified of the peculiar flames that could reduce a person to ashes. While dodging, he taunted, "Ah, so you've concealed your true strength using secret methods. I thought no one at the Kaimai realm could be this formidable." His focus was entirely on Yi Tianlan, oblivious to the fact that Luo Junxian, clad in white, had vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a cold gleam flashed, followed by a flurry of snow spiraling like a dragon. A sword light, swift beyond measure, surged from behind him, entwined with the snowstorm, striking without warning. The sword aura summoned the swirling snow, transforming into a vivid dragon of sword energy. Sword intent. The red-robed man was taken aback, then realized with alarm, no, its sword intent taking shape. He stood there utterly dumbfounded, though it was merely a nascent form. How could this be? A girl under 20 exhibited such mastery over sword intent, even brushing against its manifestation. For him, it was akin to a nuclear strike. He felt his sanity slipping away. This was no mere gathering of energy. It was a dimensional assault. He dared not underestimate this world-shattering sword. I tell you, at that moment, he wanted to flee. Who wouldn't he? To face that head-on would be sheer folly. But guess what? He found himself immobilized. I watched as he stood frozen. Snowflakes began to drift around him, and an unseen wind bound him in place. He was utterly bewildered, a distinguished Tongxiao realm expert rendered powerless by 2 juniors of the gathering Qi realm. Where could he possibly argue his case? Looking down, he was paralyzed. The wind had transformed into azure dragon scales, an ethereal dragon shadow coiling tightly around him. His mind was in tatters. This was not right. When did this occur? How had he failed to notice? Unless it was yet another unreasonable manifestation of power. Then astonishingly, he laughed, truly in disbelief. Yet another instance of sword intent taking shape, he mused, feeling a sense of despair wash over him. In the next heartbeat, the dragon scales exploded, transforming into thousands of razor-sharp blades that mercilessly rained down upon him. That was the essence of 1,000 cuts. He was torn apart, not metaphorically, but literally, blood gushing from his wounds. Finally, he grasped the truth. There were two manifestations of sword intent striking him simultaneously. His defenses shattered, he pointed to the ground. "Cursing beasts! What monsters have you summoned upon me?" In such fury, he nearly wished to descend and tear apart the troublemaking junior himself. Furious, he see that you think I, an old man, lack understanding of intent? Wait until I am 50 years younger. You shall see. With that, he erupted with power, the might of the Tongxiao realm shattering the azure dragon. Although he resembled a blood-soaked gourd, he at least broke free for a fleeting moment. Just as he sighed in relief, a chill crept down his spine, and he remembered he was facing a dual assault. The other white snow dragon had already opened its jaws and lunged at him, swallowing him whole. With a thunderous roar, a massive blizzard vortex erupted, and that fellow named Chun Shan vanished within, leaving no trace behind. I was nearby, observing from aloft, alongside the prince and his maid, who were equally astonished. The maid, her mouth agape, exclaimed, "Your Highness, they couldn't have possibly taken down a Tongxiao realm expert together. Could they?" The prince inhaled deeply, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he uttered 3 words. "They are not human." The maid, puzzled, queried, "What do you mean, Your Highness?" The prince replied, "They are monsters." I tell you, at that moment, I nearly nodded in agreement. Was this not the very definition of a prodigy? Just then, the maid asked a particularly piercing question. "Your Highness, will calling the city guards even matter?" I nearly laughed aloud. The prince stumbled, nearly toppling over the railing, his face turning pale. His meticulously crafted plan had been to swoop in with his army just as the protagonist faltered, thereby earning favor through heroism. Yet what happened? They single-handedly defeated the boss. He was so enraged he stomped his feet, pointing at the battlefield. Look, is this still human? At that moment, a more awkward situation arose. A massive army surged from the distance, the Xianlong army. Leading them were 3 Tongxiao realm experts. The prince instantly fell into despair, bending over. Clutching his stomach, I feel a bit nauseous. Please, let me recover. I tell you, the expression he wore was that of a grand social embarrassment. What a turn of events. Initially thought to be a timely rescue, it had devolved into a chaotic clash. His face flushed with shame. He must have been cursing under his breath. You monsters deserve your fate. However, this prince was no coward. His resolve adjusted swiftly. With a glint in his eye, he devised a new plan. He would seize this opportunity to ally with those 2 prodigies while showcasing his own talents before the newly arrived Commander Fu. Achieving 2 objectives with 1 move. Just as he felt triumphant, the maid interjected, "Your Highness, it seems the situation is rather dire. He appears to be on the verge of collapse." The prince, without lifting his gaze, arrogantly declared, "It is only natural to force a Tongxiao realm expert to this extent. They should take pride in themselves." He mistakenly believed she referred to Yi Tianlan and her companion. The maid, her expression strange, clarified, "No, Your Highness. It is Chun Shan who seems unable to hold on. He likely won tea last until Commander Fu arrives." What did you say?" With a splutter, the prince expelled tea across 3 meters. His eyes widened, allowing the tea to trickle down his chin as he stammered, "Repeat that." Looking down, he was petrified. The bloodied figure of Chun Shan had just emerged from the blizzard, barely catching his breath when a dazzling golden fist struck him in the face. Alongside it, a blade hidden within the storm pierced his heart. Chun Shan, in a frenzy, spat blood and shouted, "Impossible! Why does your energy bar seem infinite?" I tell you, the male protagonist, Yi Tianlan, was strikingly handsome, his brow glowing, his entire being radiating golden light as he coldly proclaimed, "If I were of the gathering Qi realm, you would see me as a mere speck before the heavens." With that, he unleashed the Heavenly Emperor Fist. My heavens! The spectacle was awe-inspiring, with celestial beings and demonic emperors manifesting behind his fist, akin to a full display of effects. With a resounding crash, Chun Shan was reduced to nothingness. With a crisp crack, I turned to see the prince's treasured jade fan crushed in his bare hands. His maid was astounded. The prince, invigorated as if pumped with adrenaline, his eyes sparkling with excitement, commanded, "Qing He, come with me at once. I must meet them. These are extraordinary prodigies. Missing this opportunity would be my greatest misfortune." His maid attempted to remind him of the fan's destruction, but he cut her off with a tirade. "What does that matter now? We must hurry." With that, he crushed the shards underfoot, extinguishing any thoughts of repair. The maid trailing behind wore a perplexed expression, clearly pondering the loss of the cherished Yu Gushan after so many years. Who, indeed, lacked composure. Once the skirmish concluded, the male protagonist, Yi Tianlan, eagerly approached the female lead Luo Junxian, his face radiating eagerness for compliments. Although she shot him a disapproving glance and chastised him for the ruckus he had caused, she tenderly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Such a scene of affection. Yi Tianlan proudly raised his chin, unabashedly proclaiming his intent to turn the royal capital upside down, asserting his identity with fervor. The female lead expressed concern over his bold threats, declaring that should anyone dare to insult him or harm his grandfather, she would repay them in kind. If those old fools were to make a move, she would subdue them all. Yet, with a serious demeanor, she reassured him that she was not unreasonable. After incapacitating his adversary, she would also offer some restorative gifts as an apology. The female lead's laughter was enchanting, captivating Yi Tianlan in an instant. She playfully teased him about a harsh statement she had made when they had once called off their engagement, claiming her husband was far from the narrow-minded. Curious about the initial phrase, he pressed her for answers, but she playfully withheld, maintaining the delightful tug-of-war between them. At that moment, the army arrived. Yi Tianlan was about to boast about calling for his master when a black lotus flower struck his forehead with a resounding thud. As he unwrapped it with practiced ease, he discovered a message from his formidable master. "Ah, this won't do, my dear disciple. Your master is quite adept at eavesdropping." Another thud followed. "Your expression tells me you are cursing me." Yi Tianlan's face darkened. A third thud came just as he was about to lose his temper. revealing a note praising his earlier punch. Instantly, his mood brightened. Well, why not share such praise sooner? Meanwhile, the Xianlong army had surrounded them, with two vice-commanders stepping forth to deliver their stern warnings against those who dared to disrupt the royal capital. However, the middle commander leisurely interjected, presenting a performance claiming that the young friend had merely retaliated in self-defense against formidable foes, and that the Chun family should bear full responsibility for the incident. The commander further stated that he would assume all blame. It was a moment worthy of an Oscar. Just as he delivered his speech with fervor, the crown prince suddenly intervened. Hold on, he declared, stepping in front of Yi Tianlan and halting the entire army. Vice Commander, it is unnecessary for you to intervene on their behalf. I have witnessed everything, and I am willing to vouch for their innocence in my personal capacity. The vice commander's internal frustration was palpable. How noble he sounded, yet it was clear he was motivated by personal connections. He feigned a smile, replying, Your Highness, there is no need for you to vouch for them, since I have always believed they were innocent. Yi Tianlan chimed in, innocently asking if they could leave now. The two commanders were momentarily stunned. Then in unison, with beaming faces, they exclaimed, Of course. No problem. Yi Tianlan paused, adding, by the way, I also feel somewhat guilty about the damage to the city. The opportunity arose. The crown prince seized the moment, pushing aside the vice commander to grasp Yi Tianlan's hand. Brother, your extraordinary talent, yet you still care for the common people. I am truly moved. I have decided to use my personal treasury to assist with the repairs. The vice commander grew anxious, eager to speak, but was interrupted by the crown prince. There is no need for further discussion. Vice commander. A twitch of irritation crossed the vice commander's face. The crown prince had exhausted every possible sentiment. He managed to interject. Your Highness speaks truly. However, I too am quite moved and wish to contribute my humble efforts. That won't be necessary. GT and I replied with a forced smile. We will take what we need. The vice commander mimicked the false smile. As it seemed they were about to argue over who would cover the expenses, Yi Tianlan innocently remarked, When did I say I would pay for it myself? A hush fell over the crowd. Grievances have their origins, and since this matter arose from the Chun family, it was only fitting they should bear the cost. I assure you, among the hundreds present, jaws dropped in disbelief. Wait, are you implying that after incapacitating the young master of the Chun family and defeating several skilled fighters, you intend to demand compensation from them? What an extraordinary maneuver. You kill, yet you also seek to torment their hearts. The crown prince was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of realization akin to a gambler who has just drawn a winning hand. He disregarded any political risks and decisively stated, I shall take charge. Brother Yi, Vice Commander has pressing matters to attend to, and I am relatively free, so I will lead the way. This was a high-stakes gamble, a chance to win everything or lose it all. The Vice Commander was left speechless, casting a deep look at the Crown Prince before muttering under his breath. It seems I have consistently underestimated His Highness. The Vice Commander beside him leaned forward, whispering, Sir, are we truly just going to walk away and let the Crown Prince take the opportunity? Let? I assure you, that word does not exist in my vocabulary. Opportunities are not given, they are seized. In that moment, clarity struck me. Those two young men are fierce and cunning, far beyond our reach. They are like two true dragons descended to earth. Do you still think we can contend with them? In 2 years? 1 year? I fear that in half a year, we shall find ourselves at their mercy. Thus, I had my epiphany. Dear friends, if we cannot defeat them, we must join them. This is a must for the Crown Prince. Consider it. The Crown Prince is the legitimate heir, while the third prince born of the Demonis is nothing of significance. With such extraordinary individuals as allies, ISNT this destiny, the Xianlong army shall act in accordance with Heaven's will, restoring order. Both vice commanders stood dumbfounded, staring at me. Are you serious? They asked. Of course. I am more genuine than gold. I promptly commanded, all troops, turn about, target the Chun family. I suspect they are colluding with the enemy. Raid their premises. The moment the army mobilized, the commotion was akin to thunderous drums, sending the entire street into chaos. The vice commander beside me, still apprehensive, quietly asked, Sir, if we do this, acting without orders, what will happen when the higher-ups question us? I chuckled, casting him a nonchalant glance. What is there to fear? With the Crown Prince to shield us, would they dare to lay blame? Besides, I lower my voice. My gaze steely. The Emperor is aging. It is time for him to retire and enjoy his peace. I see the Crown Prince as vigorous and capable. Who else is worthy of the throne but him? Should we allow that son of the Demonis to assume power? Agreed. The soldiers instantly rallied, their spirits ignited. They comprehended, fully grasping the situation. This was not a gamble. It was a certainty. With a flourish of my spear, I pointed skyward and shouted, "The Qin family is colluding with the enemy. May the Crown Prince see through all. We shall respond to the call. All troops advance." The might of my declaration resonated like thunder, and I felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince and Yi Tianlan were blissfully unaware of my audacious maneuver. The Crown Prince appeared humble, diligently taking notes, akin to an intern, as he reported to the male protagonist. The Qin family, considered second-rate in the royal capital, had a few skilled fighters, the strongest being at mid-level proficiency. As he reviewed the information, he added, by the way, they are affiliated with the Yi family and maintain close ties. And Yi Tianlan, alongside the ethereal Luo, Junxian, simultaneously turned to one another, their eyes meeting, and they felt a surge of recognition. "Did you just mention the Yi family in the royal capital?" Yi Tianlan stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming as if he had just discovered a new world. The Crown Prince was momentarily bewildered, mistakenly believing that the two were intimidated. After all, the Yi family was currently formidable, having produced a prodigy, Yi Qingkong, who was taken in as a disciple by the leader of the Jiuxian men, garnering immense attention. Rumors in the martial world suggested that whoever received the support of the Yi family would command half of the realm. One glance at the Crown Prince's expression, and it was evident he had turned despondent, fists clenched tightly, likely recalling the image of his mother languishing in the cold palace until her demise, feeling as if the game was unwinnable. In the next moment, my male protagonist patted him on the shoulder and casually inquired, "If I were to act against the Yi family, would you support me?" The Crown Prince was rendered speechless, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it, his face a canvas of confusion, questioning his identity and the meaning of the previous words. Yi Tianlan was at a loss for words. "Hey, buddy, can you give me a response? Are you frozen?" Only then did the Crown Prince regain his composure, his excitement palpable, speechless yet nodding fervently, as if pecking like a chick, repeating a single word, "Good, good, good," fearing that my male protagonist might miss his enthusiasm. Xian observing from the side, coldly asked, "Are you truly going to act against the Yi family?" "Absolutely." Yi Tianlan's fighting spirit was nearly overflowing. Xian scoffed, though a sly smile crept onto her lips. "If grandfather knew you were causing such a stir on your first day in the royal capital, he would surely haul you off for a good beating." "Heh, I'm taller now. They can't lift me anymore," Yi Tianlan replied with a sense of pride. "Then I shall stand on a stool to strike you," Xian teased. My male protagonist chuckled, and then, without warning, he gave a resounding slap on Xian's peach-like cheek. Who understands the family dynamics here? Xian's face flushed crimson, more alluring than a ripe peach. Her entire being electrified, seemingly soft and dazed, her head emitting a faint steam. Her watery eyes glared at Yi Tianlan, halting in her tracks, head down, protesting like a mosquito. This is not appropriate. Just around the corner was the Chun family. The Crown Prince remained curious. "What were you holding in your hand earlier? You kept fidgeting." Yi Tianlan's face turned crimson. He quickly retracted his hand, adopting a serious demeanor. "Oh, nothing. It's just that Xian's death glare was almost roasting me alive." "You were clearly holding something," the Crown Prince insisted stubbornly. "Hey, what's the point of being so serious about it? This is not something I can easily share, understand, little brother. Here we are." Xian's cold voice cut through the tension, finally providing relief. A few gatekeepers from the Chun family stood defiantly, drawing their blades and shouting, "Halt! One more step forward, and you shall face consequences." The maid Qinghe beside the Crown Prince was about to unleash a torrent of insults. Yi Tianlan, quicker on the draw, stepped forward, exuding an imposing aura, and declared, "Silence. I am here to collect debts. Can you stop me?" Goodness, both Qinghe and the Crown Prince were left speechless. Was such a statement fitting coming from someone of your righteous stature? The servant's face turned beet red with anger. "You dare? I not only know, but I also know exactly what to do." Yi Tianlan offered no opportunity for him to retort. His fist clenched as the essence of the world surged to him unabated, coalescing into a river in his hand, which he then unleashed with a mighty swing, sending forth a torrent of energy that crashed forth. A ressounding explosion échoued, and the gatekeepers were sent flying like bowling pins, screaming in disarray. The Crown Prince stood dumbfounded, exclaiming, Yi, your skills are impressive. Such martial prowess is executed with ease. Yi Tianlan turned back, regarding him with a gaze one would reserve for a primitive man. Martial skills? This is merely the most fundamental gathering of energy. Surely, you can do this? The Crown Prince's face stiffened. This soul-searching question was a devastating blow. Unwilling to accept defeat, he began to channel his energy right there. His face turning purple, veins bulging, sweat dripping down. Finally, it appeared. In his palm, trembling, a spiraling ball of energy, roughly the size of an egg, materialized. Yi Tianlan glanced over, blinked, and curiously asked, "Are you toying with that?" The Crown Prince's face darkened like a charred pot. Yi Tianlan, attempting to lighten the mood, laughed heartily. "Just kidding. It's quite adorable. I assent it." Silence ensued. Qing has stifled her laughter, shaking with mirth. Xiana elbowed Yi Tianlan, signaling him to cease his banter. At that moment, a powerful aura surged from deep within the Chun family, indicating a master at the Tongxiao realm. Yi Tianlan's eyes sparkled, his blood boiling, eager to test his skills. However, an even more formidable presence erupted, indicating a mid-Tongxiao master, the ancestor of the Chun family. Brazen fool. Disturbing the ancestor of the Chun family, you are doomed. A slender, middle-aged man leapt from the wall, laughing arrogantly. In the next moment, a boomerang of energy formed above, aimed directly at the slender man. "Ancestor, it's me. You've targeted the wrong person." The man was immediately dumbfounded. "Fool, I aim precisely at you." Came a thunderous roar. Yi Tianlan stood in astonishment, forgetting the golden fist in his hand, instinctively looking at Xian, his expression questioning. "Xian, is this part of the script?" The grand gate of the Chun family swung open, revealing a stooped old man in a coarse short shirt. The ancestor of the Chun family. He passed by the ruins he had created, his mouth twitching, and then bowed apologetically to Yi Tianlan and the others. "I apologize. Dear guests, my oversight and discipline has led to this incident. It is entirely the fault of the Chun family. I shall apologize and punish the offenders. Are you all satisfied?" He looked at the Crown Prince, who glanced at Yi Tianlan, who in turn looked at Xian, whose CPU seemed on the verge of overheating. Xian coolly turned away. "As long as you take charge outside." Seeing that the confrontation had dissipated, Yi Tianlan sighed, stretching. "All right then." Just as he prepared to leave, a boisterous laugh echoed from afar. "Ha! Who allowed you to leave? You may have agreed, but I have yet to give my consent. Everyone." Goodness. Here comes the classic, "I do not agree" moment. At the end of the street, figures in yellow and green robes rushed toward them, and it turned out to be members of the Yi family. Leading them was a white-haired, muscular elder, brimming with hostility, who immediately directed his sarcastic remarks at the ancestor of the Qin family, then blatantly disregarded him, fixing his scrutinizing gaze upon Xian. A young man with slanted eyes stood behind him, chin raised high, pointing at Xian. "So you're Luo Jun Xian? Huh, not bad for a little girl. No wonder my cousin took a liking to you. But what a pity, you are merely a waste, deluding yourself." As soon as the word waste left his lips, the Crown Prince was stunned, wondering who he was calling a waste. The girl who had comprehended the second realm of sword intent. However, someone reacted even more swiftly. A flash of sword light, accompanied by a fist of golden energy, surged toward the young man in an instant. It was my male protagonist and Xian striking simultaneously. "Oomph." The white-haired elder, Yi Liang, scoffed, summoning a torrent of flames with a wave of his hand, deflecting the attack and countering. Is this the demeanor of Xiao Zhantian's granddaughter? Resorting to a sneak attack at the first disagreement. Who taught you such rules? At that moment, I was both amused and furious. Yi Tianlan stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xian, pointing directly at the elderess' nose, and shouted, "What are you pretending to be? I just called your wife a little girl. You better not lay a hand on me." Yi Liang's eyes widened in disbelief, the pressure of his mid-Tongxiao aura crashing down on Yi Tianlan, attempting to force him into submission. Yi Tianlan sneered, stepping forward rather than retreating, raising a finger to the heavens, his voice resounding throughout the arena. "Try taking one more step forward. Do you truly believe you're the only one capable of summoning people?" The arena fell silent. The elder's aura faltered, caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat, his complexion shifting like a painter's palette. He was intimidated. He dared not gamble. He could only force himself to maintain his dignity. His voice trembling with indignation. "You insolent brat. Sharp-tongued. 2 days hence, at Tianxiang Longtan, my Yi family will surely suppress you." Xian, holding his salt, spoke coldly, uttering just 5 words. Let Yi Qing Kong come. Beside us, the disdainful figure of Yi Ru Feng emerged. His face darkened in mockery as he scoffed. Ha! You! Hoping to meet Qing Kong? A firefly daring to compete with the bright moon. No need for Qing Kong to intervene. I shall clear all obstacles in his path myself. Let me tell you, just based on your capabilities, you think you can remove obstacles for Qing Kong? The old fellow Ji Tian, Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. His contempt palpable. He plopped himself down on the steps of the Chun family entrance, casually declaring, I almost forgot. You Yi family bumpkins probably don't even have tickets to enter Tian Xiang Longtan, do you? He called out to the maid behind him. Qing Yi, Your Highness, I am here. Ji Tian, Yi caught the 2 tokens tossed him, flipping them in his hand without raising his gaze. Before snapping his fingers towards me and Xian air, whoosh, whoosh, the 2 beams of light landed directly in our hands. What a coincidence. I happen to have 2 as well. After saying that, he finally lifted his head, resting his elbow on his knee, grinning brightly. In that moment, Yi Rufeng's face turned a sickly green. His fists clenched so tightly that they creaked, his nails digging into his flesh. His eyes reddening as if they might bleed from the jealousy, threatening to explode within him. He had fought tooth and nail to secure a spot. While we had just arrived in the royal capital, and fortune had dropped 2 into our laps. Wasn't that a slap in his face in front of everyone? The elder Yi Lai Yang's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, glaring fiercely at his disappointing grandson. A storm of anger brewing in his chest as he turned to leave. He had come to probe my strength, but now he felt utterly humiliated, as if he had disgraced himself in front of his ancestors. Just then, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. A regiment of ironclad soldiers marched in unison, exuding an aura of menace. The flag they bore displayed the 5-clawed black dragon. Upon seeing this, Chen Feng's heart sank. No way, brother. Are we being serious? The Xianlong army has been dispatched. His furious gaze shot towards Yi Lai Yang, likely cursing the elder's ancestors in his heart. I said I would apologize. Yi had to jump in and stir the waters. This is what you get. Yi Lai Yang, I won't let this go. Suddenly, the leading armored general dismounted, kneeling before Ji Tian Yi with a resounding thud. I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. The 800 Xianlong army has arrived. May I ask your highness if we should proceed to investigate the Qin family? Chun Feng's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, shattered into pieces. Ji Tian Yi was momentarily taken aback, but only for an instant. He quickly regained composure, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. Oh, so is my troops. In that case, there's no issue. Chun Feng's desperation surged, and in a panic, he scrambled forward, presenting 3 small vials. Your Highness, this is a humble gift from my Chun family. I hope you'll accept it. Ji Tian Yi, in high spirits, accepted the offering and waved his hand, saying, I see nothing wrong with the Chun family. It's likely a misunderstanding. Everyone disperse. Yi Lai Yang, his face cold and silent, walked away, but not far. When a scout whispered something in his ear, his eyes widened in shock. What? Is this true? My lord, it is absolutely certain. Yi Tianlan is undoubtedly from the Baifeng City Yi family. Ha ha ha. Good. What a clever ruse. Yi Lai Yang suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. So, you sought the Shao family as your backing? Regrettably, do you think you 2 mere fireflies can challenge the bright moon? Utterly laughable. 2 days later, at the foot of Tianxiang Longtan, the second-generation scions of the Yi family gathered once more. With Yi Ru Feng pointing in our direction, his gaze venomous. Ru Feng, is that the lowly bloodline from Baifeng City? He chuckled. A group of outcasts dare to challenge Brother Qin Kong? A foolish dream. Once we enter the Long Tan, they will have their comeuppance. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted, and colorful rays of light erupted from the mountain peak, an ancient voice resonating through the heavens. The Tianxiang Long Tan is now open. Those who enter within half an hour shall gain opportunity. Those who exceed the time shall undoubtedly perish below the innate threshold. As soon as the words fell, everyone rushed up the mountain as if mad. At the foot of the mountain, Ji Tian Ye's maid Qing, he wore a worried expression. Your Highness, those people from the Yi family will surely resort to underhanded tactics. Can they really enter? Ji Tian Yi snapped his fan shut with a flourish, grinning like a cunning fox. 2 days ago, I might have worried, but now, he lowered his voice, his face filled with wonder. Do you remember the 3 vials of elixirs that Chen Feng gave? You Mai Dun. Premium You Mai Dun. Those two monsters each took one, instantly opening 3 heavenly veins. It's the heavenly veins, folks, who understands? Ji Tian Yi wiggled 3 fingers, saying, "Let me tell you, Yi Tianlan has concealed himself too deeply. I estimate he possesses at least 20 heavenly veins, nearly forming a self-sustaining cycle." Qin He's mouth dropped open in astonishment. This operation had left me utterly speechless. But I must say, Ji Tian Yi was still too conservative. Just then, an unwary fellow leaped from the bushes to launch a sneak attack. "Heck, kid, you offend my brother phone and still think." Without turning my head, I retaliated with a punch. Boom! The guy didn't even finish his sentence before he was sent flying, blood spewing forth, his body plastered against the stone wall. He stared in disbelief. Impossible. I am at the 6th level of Qi gathering, your strength. I couldn't be bothered to waste my breath, simply leaving him with open veins. Before walking away, too lazy to even glance back. Behind me, the fellow gazed at my retreating figure, then spat out another mouthful of blood, fainting from rage. Still hoping to create a cycle? Sorry, it's already been achieved. 33 heavenly veins, a perfect closed loop. We hadn't traveled far when an unsettling feeling crept in. The roars of beasts echoed from all directions, emerging one after another, swiftly forming a small-scale beast tide. Not far away, atop a cliff, Yi Rufeng and his companions watched with glee. Ha! The beast-attracting powder gifted by third uncle is indeed powerful. Beasts from a 10-mile radius have come. Let us see how they perish. Need I even guess? They must be trembling in fear by now. Just then, one of the fellows standing at the cliff's edge froze, rubbing his eyes in disbelief before fearfully tugging at Yi Rufeng's sleeve. "Brother Feng, look! Quickly look!" Yi Rufeng shouted impatiently. "What are you looking at? Stop making a fuss." But when he turned to look, the smile on his face froze, and he screamed, "Bastard! They are cheating! Who taught them to fight beasts like this?" Amidst the surging tide of beasts, a golden figure charged through, resembling a humanoid mech. My energy surged as I unleashed a punch, creating a river of vitality, obliterating every creature in my path, whether 1 or 3, exploding them into clouds of blood. My focus was purely on the physical annihilation, but that was not the most impressive part. The most impressive part was Xian'er, my Xian'er, elegantly perched on my shoulder. I was responsible for clearing the path, while she maintained her grace. A venomous snake attempted a sneak attack from below. I didn't even bother to lift my eyelids. A cold flash of sword light swept by, and the snake was instantly reduced to a shower of flesh. The Bai Guan sword in Xian'er's hands danced with precision, the sword energy cascading like flowers in bloom, elegantly clearing all beasts attacking from the sides and rear, without a drop of blood staining her. The onlookers atop the cliff were left dumbfounded. One Yi family disciple turned stiffly, stuttering, "Brother Feng, this seems like a couple's synergy. Our beast tide appears to have no effect on them." Yi Rufeng's face darkened, as if ink could drip from it. "Of course. I can see that. Do I need you to remind me? Then what do we do? Run. What else can we do? Stay here to watch the show? A bunch of useless fools." He huffed in frustration, flinging his sleeve, and turned to flee. However, the moment he turned around, my voice resounded coldly behind him. "What a coincidence, we meet again." Yi Rufeng's body stiffened, and a fierce expression quickly emerged on his face. He abruptly turned, and with a flash of cold light from his waist, he thrust his sword towards me. "Since you have discovered me, I shall no longer pretend." I let out a cold snort, and with a swift motion of my hand, I stirred the void, causing an immense surge of the world's primordial energy to converge instantaneously, forming a colossal, nearly 30-meter-wide handprint of emptiness in my palm. I shouted to bolster my own momentum. "Hunyuan palm." Boom! The sword in Yi Rufeng's hand shattered into dust, and in his shock and despair, he could not even utter a complete farewell before being directly struck into the ground, leaving not a trace behind. I stood where he had vanished, scratched my head, and asked the nearby Xian'er, what was he babbling about just now? Xian'er stifled a laugh and replied, "He said he is your candy." I shivered involuntarily. "Don't disgust me. Only you can be my candy." As I spoke, I joyfully took Xian'er's hand. Xian'er rolled her eyes at me and curiously asked, "I didn't see you practice that Hunyuan palm technique before." I looked bewildered. "What martial skill?" "Oh, that one, I just called it out. It felt imposing to shout it." "I meant, how did you execute it?" "It's simple." I demonstrated, gathering the primordial energy while envisioning a hand in my mind, and then let them combine. Wasn't that enough? Xian'er's expression instantly became complex. Her lips moved, but she could not articulate a response for quite some time. The sword master in her mind laughed uncontrollably. Ah, little girl, I told you not to compare yourself to him. The divine powers that others toil a lifetime to create may not even measure up to his sudden inspiration. Your endpoint is merely the threshold to meet him. In that moment, Sienna seemed to truly grasp the weight of that statement. Talents such as him are simply unreasonable. To save time, I decided to carry Sienna on my back. No, you're being too forceful. Don't worry, I'll be gentle this time. With Sienna on my back, I lightly pressed my toes against the grass blades, and my entire being flowed through the forest as if weightless, leaving only a fleeting shadow. In less than 15 minutes, we reached the summit's Tianchi. There were already more than 10 people gathered there. Upon seeing me descend with Sienna lively on my back, their mouths twitched uncontrollably, their eyes filled with envy and resentment. I paid them no mind and stood at the edge of the heavenly pit, gazing down at a vast, shallow pond enveloped in a mist of primordial energy. 2 minutes later, the violent wall of primordial energy surrounding it completely vanished. Let us go. My eyes burned with fervor as I grasped Sienna's delicate hand and stepped inside with a single stride. The moment we entered, we felt the pure and rich primordial energy, an overwhelming abundance that seemed to have nowhere to go, wildly surging into our bodies. Instantly, a massive celestial sword illusion coalesced around Sienna, drawing in the primordial energy with fervor. As for me, it was even more astonishing. The surrounding primordial energy formed a colossal vortex, frantically rushing into my body, creating such a commotion that even Sienna couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes and instinctively step back a little. Good heavens, she had better step back. I tell you, that energy vortex was no longer just a vortex. It was practically a black hole. If she didn't retreat, she would likely be absorbed into primordial energy along with her sword. I closed my eyes, yet my mind was crystal clear. I could sense that the dark, dragon-like energy in my dantian, which had lain dormant for so long, was stirring. For the first time, it was no longer aimlessly wandering. It reared its head suddenly. Although it made no sound, I felt my entire dantian roar in response. The dragon's back cracked open, and what emerged was not blood, but starlight. And then the most outrageous thing happened. That dragon shot out from my dantian with a whoosh. I was startled. What was going on? Could it really leave? It dove straight into the energy vortex above my head. Let me tell you, the scene transformed instantly. The vortex, which had been a funnel, now possessed a soul. The entire vortex began to twist and roll madly. Then, with a resounding thud, it started to solidify, and patches of shiny black dragon scales sprouted from above. Following that, the dragon's body and claws emerged, forming a vividly alive primordial energy dragon that coiled in the sky. With a casual swipe of its claws, the condensed primordial energy in the air began to rain down like a deluge, transforming into a rain of energy. The sword master within me was left dumbfounded, muttering, "This is no mere absorption. This is outright plundering. How did this thing manage to enter his body?" As for Sienna, her situation was even worse. The celestial sword illusions around her were nearly invisible, unable to compete with the dragon above my head. My dragon, invigorated as if it had received a surge of adrenaline, was absorbing energy at a rate hundreds of times greater. While Sienna toiled for a long time, I was practically on a roll. 3, 2, 1. With an intense shudder through my body, the 34th celestial meridian opened in an instant. The dragon above my head's eyes instantly lit up, and its gaze was akin to that of a black hole. Wherever it looked, primordial energy flew towards it as if it were free for the taking. Sienna could not help but whisper, "Truly domineering. I wonder if it even has a tenth of my total. Hee, there is something even more domineering." I suddenly opened my eyes and flashed her smile. Before Sienna could react, I pulled her in, directly bringing her into the range of my energy rain. "Just absorb it yourself. Don't waste it." She attempted to struggle. I promptly covered her mouth. "Shoo, listen to your husband. I can't absorb it all by myself. We're just right together. Let us not waste it." Sienna gazed into my earnest eyes, her face flushed, and she nodded slightly in agreement. But my hand was not so innocent. It brushed against her lips and attempted to venture further. In a flash, Sienna's face turned crimson to the roots of her ears, and she opened her mouth to bite me. Sienna, why did you bite me? Who told you to be so mischievous? It moved on its own, and I merely grazed it. Let us see if I can catch you again." She angrily turned away and sat cross-legged, ignoring me. Yet, shortly after, I slyly turned to peek at her and discovered her eyes squinting into a narrow slit. the corners of her mouth secretly curling up. Humph, little rascal. The primordial energy dragon above us grew larger and larger, stirring the winds above the Tianxiang Longtan. At that moment, in a pavilion halfway up the mountain, two old men were engaged in a heated argument. One was from my side, and the other was a sycophant from the opposing side of the third prince. The old man in yellow continued to speak with a sardonic tone. Hey, how many people do you think will survive this time? The old man in blue from my side, Ji Laotu, was so furious that he nearly crushed the table. What do you mean by arranging for people to ambush them? Your third prince hasn't even ascended to the throne yet. The yellow-clad old man shrugged nonchalantly. Just young folks sparring. Don't be so hot-headed. Just as the two were bickering fiercely, the ground suddenly trembled violently, bang. The entire mountain began to shake. The two old men shivered in fright, and upon looking up, their faces turned pale. Above the Tianxiang Longtan loomed a colossal primordial energy dragon. It was baring its fangs and claws. And if one didn't know it was condensed from primordial energy, they might think a divine dragon had truly emerged. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "Not good." It dawned on them that the greatest opportunity of Tianxiang Longtan was not merely the primordial energy outside. Why was this pool called Longtan and not primordial energy pool? Because the real treasure lies beneath. The primordial energy was merely used to sustain a vast formation. That formation was the key, suppressing an earth-shattering secret beneath the Longtan. Now that I had drained all the primordial energy, the formation was devoid of power, and whatever lay beneath was about to emerge. I couldn't concern myself with that. I was already at the critical moment of breaking through the last celestial meridian, the 36th. Once accomplished, I would attain completeness. The dragon above my head continued to expand wildly, and the primordial energy accumulated in Tianxiang Longtan over the years was now all my bridal attire. At that moment, Sienna suddenly stood up, drawing her sword to protect me. Jianyi chuckled mischievously in her mind. Tsk, this lad is about to drain her vitality. Others will surely be enraged. As soon as he finished speaking, a hapless fool appeared in the distance, peering curiously as he approached. Sienna's gaze turned icy, and she declared sharply, "Halt." Before her words could fully resonate, the Baiyuan sword in her hand manifested both cold snowflakes and golden thunder, a duality of sword intent. The intruder continued to advance, and without hesitation, Sienna swung her sword. Thunderous roars erupted as a terrifying sword aura, infused with both forms of intent, carved a deep trench several meters long into the ground. The lake's waters surged violently, resembling a chasm. The man, startled, cried out in fear, "What the hell? I was just curious to take a look. Must you go to such extremes?" As he beheld Sienna prepare to strike again, panic gripped him, and he fled, cursing as he rolled away. "What are you posturing for? I'm leaving now. Do you really think I would give you a second chance to attack? Foolish delusion." His speed was remarkable, clearly desperate to escape another blow from Sienna. Jianyi found amusement in the situation, teasing Sienna in her mind. "Tsk. You didn't use this Jing Yi Xian Lei technique, even when facing that Tong Qiao realm opponent, yet for your little boyfriend. You're willing to unleash it against a mere Ju Qi realm adversary? Such a cold, lovesick brain, hopeless." Sienna's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, "He knows." Jianyi retorted, "What if he doesn't Sienna bit her lip, replying coolly, "Then I'll elbow him." At that moment, the absorption of vitality behind me abruptly ceased. Sienna, startled, turned to look at me. Jianyi excitedly shouted, "Look up." Sienna raised her gaze, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. From the depths of the cloud sea, a colossal dragon's head emerged, opening its massive jaws to inhale the surrounding vitality as if streams were flowing into the ocean. In an instant, it devoured the energy. Then, it lowered its head toward me, and with a thunderous roar, unleashed a brilliant torrent of pure vitality that engulfed me. Jianyi was beside himself with excitement, exclaiming in Sienna's mind, "What is this? Dragon's breath? Yuanling infusion?" Suddenly, he grasped the situation. "I understand. This lad isn't breaking through to the Tian Mai. He is challenging the legendary D Mai." Just as Jianyi gasped in realization, the ground began to tremble violently, cracks spreading like wildfires as the lake's waters surged violently. The formation could no longer withstand the pressure. Jianyi's tone shifted. Something beneath is about to emerge. With a series of thunderous booms echoing like a heartbeat, the earth erupted, revealing a creature as large as 2 cows, its body entirely silver with shimmering scales. "Do not look into its eyes," Jianyi warned urgently, This is a Shunxiu, a creature of dragon lineage, capable of inducing illusions. Then Jianyi, as if discovering a new world, exclaimed with sharp excitement, "No, this isn't a physical entity. It's an elemental life formed from pure vitality and dragon energy. Attack it. Quickly, strike it down. This is an immense opportunity. Destroying it could yield divine artifacts." He was nearly beside himself with exhilaration, howling to the heavens with a fervor that rivaled someone chasing after 10 lucky stars. Such a heaven-defying creation. "You, heavens, tell me what imperial fortune is. I've been patient long enough. You truly are not even pretending." Without further ado, Sienna unleashed her most powerful sword technique, Qinya Huanwu, unleashing a torrent of sword leaves infused with ice and thunder. The Shunxiu, while attempting to manipulate the lake waters to defend itself, found Sienna's Jing Yi Xian lay sword intent too overwhelming, capable of diminishing the enemy's fighting spirit. Just as Sienna was about to land a decisive blow, a shadow struck from behind like lightning, seizing the perfect moment when Sienna was at her weakest. Jian Yi sighed, preparing to impart a lesson, but his words were interrupted. A cataclysmic force erupted, shaking the entire space. I had completed my breakthrough. My 36 Tian, resonated perfectly with the heavens. I abruptly opened my eyes. One moment I was meditating, and the next, I had vanished, leaving behind only a deep imprint and web-like cracks in the ground. In the instant the shadow was about to strike Sienna, I appeared before her, as if teleporting, my face as cold as frost. I seized the speeding shadow with a firm grip. My gaze was icy enough to freeze shards of ice, and I declared, "You have sealed your fate." The immense kinetic energy was instantly halted, the figure remaining utterly still, as steadfast as a mountain. Seeing their full strength attack effortlessly captured, an incredulous gasp echoed from the depths of the mist. The figure sensed the shift in power and hastily retreated, realizing it was confronting a force beyond its capacity to contend with. Yet it could not fathom the origins of such an individual. According to family intelligence, the strongest among those who entered should have been Yi Rufeng, yet this individual was undeniably superior. Horrified, it attempted to flee, but it was too late. I bent down, mimicking a javelin throw. With a thud, a frenzied, milky white energy ring emanated from the arrow's tip, rippling out into the void, dispersing the surrounding mist. The sheer power was so terrifying that it tore through the air with a thunderous sonic boom. The sound was sharp enough to pierce eardrums. The arrow shot forth in the blink of an eye, closing in on its target, accompanied by a scream of despair and terror. A splatter echoed as a trace of blood tainted the air. Silence fell thereafter. After releasing that arrow, I had already turned away, not needing to concern myself with the outcome, for there was no other possibility. I clenched my fist, and in that instant, an unending flow of heavenly vitality surged toward me, climbing up my arms like a mighty serpent. With a single punch, I shattered the Shunxiu that had attempted to ambush me amidst the chaos. The milky white mist roiled, surging violently, creating massive waves on the lake's surface. Its hard, glass-like scales were violently shattered, scattering into the sunlight before disintegrating into the most primal state of energy. It emitted one last wail, and then, starting from the head that had been pierced, its neck, riddled with cracks, and its battered body all vanished into the air. I focused intently, without hesitation, and reached out to seize it. "Where do you think you're going?" In a sudden impulse, the glowing veins within my body began to operate in a peculiar manner, emitting an incomprehensible force. A terrifying pull radiated from my palm, drawing in all the pure, celestial vitality and the faint traces of golden dragon energy that sought to escape. Without delay, I condensed that energy into a sphere and, turning, struck Sienna in the chest before she could react. At that moment, the remaining body of the jade sword around Luo Jun's neck erupted with brilliance, exuding an awe-inspiring sword intent. It did not obstruct the influx of celestial vitality, but left behind only the thin strands of dragon energy. The vitality for her, the innate dragon energy for yourself. In the past, you bore the form of a dragon but lacked its spirit. Now, the opportunity has come. Jian Ye's voice resonated in my mind for the first time. I narrowed my eyes slightly, ultimately choosing not to refuse. I looked up at the colossal dragon of energy lingering in the sky, its gaze fixed unwaveringly upon me. It had yet to disappear because it was unwilling to relent. It, too, awaited the moment. The non-existent imperial meridian. Why does it not exist? Simply because it does not reside within the human body itself. It requires external elements to coalesce. When Yi Tianlan, with the immense celestial energy at his disposal and the aid of the colossal dragon of the Qi Sea, searched for a long time, yet still failed to find the path of the imperial meridian within the boundless cycle of his physique, he understood. The sword master also comprehended this truth. No wonder no one has ever successfully condensed it while gazing at the vast dragon of the Qi Sea floating in the sky. If it was never born, it means it will never come to be in this lifetime. This fleeting opportunity is but one of countless stringent conditions easily overlooked. Yet, this very condition is the straw that breaks the back of innumerable extraordinary talents and supremes. They have searched their entire lives, only to return in disappointment. Yi Tianlan grasped the drifting dragon energy in his palm, raised his head, and locked eyes with the colossal dragon of the Qi Sea. Quietly, he opened his hand. The originally restless, pale, golden, innate dragon energy, at that moment, whether out of submission or control, obediently coiled upwards, soaring towards the Qi Sea dragon. It then merged into its body. In an instant, golden patterns appeared on a section of the dragon's scales. It began to undergo a transformation that was difficult to articulate, surging violently within the sea of clouds. This was a change Yi Tianlan had never experienced before. It seemed to be exulting, rejoicing. The 120 meridians serve as the roots of humanity. The final imperial meridian must be the root bestowed by heaven. This root granted by the celestial path not only requires an unparalleled strong foundation to bear it, but also necessitates unimaginable divine gifts. Go forth. This is your unique opportunity. First, cleanse the superficial illusions before delving deeper. This is the confluence of dragon veins, beneath which lie the remnants of ancient dragon clans. The sword master solemnly advised, a rare seriousness gracing his features. Form, intention, spirit. The three essences have manifested. It is not without reason that it may witness history. Perhaps, Yi Tianlan nodded, then hesitated, glancing at Luo Junxian, who, after absorbing a portion of the primordial energy, had seated herself and begun to challenge the remaining celestial meridians. The sword master knew what he was thinking. What are you worried about? You both grew up under my watch. Can anything happen to this girl? Hurry along. I will draw the celestial primordial energy you need to aid your wife in her breakthrough. You wouldn't want to see her halt midway, would you? The sword master chuckled mischievously. Yi Tianlan finally ceased his hesitation, turning to disappear into the depths of the mist. Watching his departing figure, the sword master's surface radiance began to flicker urgently. He has finally gone. If he had delayed any longer, others would have rushed in. The creatures below are quite restless, he murmured. It is a pity. I will not be able to witness the moment the imperial meridian is condensed. How magnificent that would be! On Luo Junxian's fair neck, a fragmented jade sword began to emit an unprecedented brilliance. Dots of white light surged forth, resembling a sky filled with fireflies. Subsequently, these lights intertwined and coalesced, revealing an unparalleled figure. Her face was quite hazy, yet her pupils seemed to contain galaxies, with celestial bodies swirling within. Little goddess, take one last look with your eyes. I fear you may not see again. This is your child. She has grown. You now have a son-in-law. He says he will bring Siener to find you. By the way, they are mutually affectionate. With a wave of her hand, boundless sword radiance surged forth. Initially as thin as a cicada's wing, when it reappeared, the two innate realm powerhouses ascending the mountain trembled with astonishment. For before them stood a sword Qi great wall, stretching across the mountains and piercing the clouds. Roar! At that moment, a dragon-esque roar, dormant for an unfathomable time, echoed from the depths of the mountains. In an instant, all beasts bowed in submission, and the thunderous dragon's roar threatened to shatter the vast sky. The exquisite sword Qi figure paused slightly, then a frustrated smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Are you in such a hurry to seek death? You truly spoil the sword master's enjoyment. With a slight gesture, Luo Junxian's neck was left with only empty skin. The fragmented jade sword shone and trembled, transforming into a 3-foot-long azure edge, once again radiating an unparalleled brilliance. This is the pinnacle of resplendence. She turned and departed, the sword tip falling empty, her white attire billowing, just like before, as if overlapping. Luo Junxian's eyelashes fluttered, and a single tear rolled down silently. You wretch! This sword shall sever your cultivation for 30,000 years. Chapter 83. The overbearing mother-in-law, the Sword Master's grace. Beyond the endless star realms, an unfathomable distance away, little goddess. Suddenly, within the Zhou Tian Star Palace, enveloped by the laws of the Great Path resembling dragons, an extraordinary figure opened her eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered, and within her gaze reflected the brilliance of the sun and moon, the stars hanging inverted. It seemed as if stars circled around her, refracting a flawless, flowing light across the heavens. Sword Master, she spoke. The once placid gaze now rippled with tremendous waves, stirring the flow of the path's patterns, causing the majestic hall to tremble violently. She seemed to sense something, raising her gaze toward the wall. Her eyes appeared to penetrate the constraints of the original formation, the veils of heavenly secrets and the shrouds of the world, piercing towards some unknown, distant starry sky. The last trace of original sword chi also fell silent. But how could this be? Why would a small world possess remnants of dragon veins, compelling the Sword Master to use original sword chi to resolve? Within a small world, there actually existed remnants of dragon veins. Her aura flowed, shifting stars and changing constellations, summoning the path's dragon to coil around her. No wonder figures like Tian Xian emerged, followed by the appearances of Xiener and my son-in-law. It is no longer a mystery. As she spoke this word, her beautiful eyes shimmered, and a hint of human emotion finally surfaced within her divinely filled, icy gaze. Calculating the time, Xiener is merely 100 years old, yet she has already chosen a husband. She smiled gently. Even if he is an ordinary person, she would not mind, as long as her daughter is happy. Moreover, with her around, he would be unable to remain ordinary even if he wished to. This reflects an absolute confidence in herself. Had it not been for this, she would not have scorned the arranged marriages within her clan and sought her own happiness. At that moment, the laws before her began to spiral into chaos, the void rippling with fluctuations, and then a figure stepped forth from thin air. Without raising her eyebrows or eyes, she remained serenely seated, akin to a goddess reigning over the heavens. Have you reflected upon your actions? How about it? We can return a portion of your daughter's sword body origin, but you must refrain from making a move. Noisy, the golden dragon of the laws coiled here roared. Behind it stood a towering phantom, exuding pressure over all beings. Without any visible action, that phantom was already crushed into nothingness by the terrifying golden dragon's laws and ancient divine projection. The 3478th decree. She rested her finger against her chin, her eyes gently closing, and spoke indifferently. I shall say this one last time. My daughter's husband is my bottom line. Otherwise, do not attempt to test me with avatars. Come directly in your true form for a battle. Either annihilate all the sinners of that lineage and return the origins in full, or wait until I leave this Zhou Tian Star Palace before I take action myself. As her words fell, echoes of terrifying thunder resounded from all directions. You, Luo Xingyi, utterly arrogant, with the Zhou Tian Star Palace continuously eroding your power, and 3 imperial artifacts suppressing you simultaneously. Do you truly believe you can escape? She closed her beautiful eyes, offering no explanation, and smiled lightly. Then it shall depend on whether it swallows faster or I advance quicker. The voice was as delicate as a wisp of silk, dismissive yet emanating an unparalleled confidence that sent shivers of trepidation through all beings present. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd, for fear had taken root within them. Otherwise, there would have been no need for negotiation. This woman was an insurmountable force they could not contain. Even the divine scion of their clan, who possessed the innate and pure essence of the sword body, was at a disadvantage compared to her in her youth. How many must you slay before you relent? An ancient voice inquired, tinged with reluctance and resignation. 135,792, she replied, her beautiful eyes slightly raised, devoid of hesitation. Her words spoken with an air of calmness. The voices fell into a brief pause, only to erupt into a cacophony of discussion, their loudness shrouded by the laws governing the realm, rendering their words incomprehensible. However, this exchange was short-lived, as they finally grasped the gravity of her declaration, resulting in an uproar that shook the void. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? You intend to obliterate their entire lineage. Her eyes opened, and a scornful smile graced her lips. Indeed, every last one. Yi Tianlan was oblivious to the unfolding events, still recalling the astonishing sword light that had struck down. Subsequently, the earth trembled as the unknown dragon remains beneath emitted a mournful wail of despair. Once all commotion subsided, everything returned to its original state, save for the towering sword chi that stood resolute, having not dissipated. It not only halted the loss of the world's vital energies, but also obstructed all gazes directed toward it. This was the final vestige of protection. He had no time to ponder what transpired, for an unending tide of Shinshio surged forth from the depths of the earth, akin to an inexhaustible wave crashing upon him. From the depths of the mist, anguished cries echoed intermittently. Yet Yi Tianlan felt no fear. Even when surrounded, he grew more resolute in battle. His arms wrapped in the rounded essence of heaven and earth. Each punch unleashed tremors through the void. The vital energies drifting in the air rallied alongside him as if subjects following their sovereign, drawing near to him, united against their foes. Thus, he was able to unleash a power far surpassing his original capabilities. His fist's radiance served as a standard, and wherever it struck, countless particles of vital energy surged forth. Charging into battle, Yi Tianlan knew not of fatigue, for he had forged a self-sustaining cycle within the heavens and earth, his 120 meridians radiating brilliance. Unmatched in the world, he carved a bloody path through the ceaseless Shinshio army. All vital spirit energy flowed toward a singular direction, guided by the intent of the sword. The remaining pale, golden, innate dragon energy ascended, absorbed into the floating body of the sea dragon. Too slow, still too slow, he sensed the changes within the sea dragon. Realizing he had barely traversed 1/10 of the distance to complete transformation, he refused to squander any more time. He felt the outpouring of innate vital spirit energy, advancing toward the depths of the mist, annihilating every Shinshio in his path, reducing them to vaporous states, returning to their origins. Before long, he discovered the traces left behind by Swordmaster. It was an immense sword scar that cleaved the mountain asunder. Or perhaps it was the unfathomable chasm it had left behind. Yi Tianlan gazed into the abyss before him. The lingering sword chi, though faint as a hair, still sent shivers through his pores. Almost solidified, the high-level vital spirit energy continuously overflowed from within, occasionally accompanied by the faintest trace of innate dragon energy. Without hesitation, he leapt into the depths. The wind howled past his ears as he felt his body plummeting rapidly, anticipation swelling within him. Finally, he landed heavily upon the hard ground, experiencing once more the reassuring sensation of solid earth beneath him. After a rough estimation, he surmised he was at least 10 kilometers away from the surface of Tianshanlantan. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with a colossal dragon bone, so immense it filled his vision entirely. The dragon bone had risen from the earth, shedding a multitude of fresh soil, poised as if it were on the brink of awakening, ready to soar through the clouds. Alas, there was no if. Its eyes were hollow, devoid of any glimmer. The reason for this lay in the center of the dragon bone's forehead, where a sword, magnificent as jade, was thrust deep into its brow. The blade had nearly penetrated to the very core. Yet in that moment, the surface of the sword was dull and lifeless, stripped of its divine essence. Yi Tianlan looked up at the abyss, a darkness so profound that even lifting his head revealed no light. Had it not been for this sword scar, he would have been unaware of the immense effort required to reach this place. Before him lay the remnants of an ancient dragon, fully revived. Swordmaster. His expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as he clenched his fist. Chapter 84. I shall protect you. Millennia of accumulation. A single day of bridal attire. Ignoring the lost dragon remains, Yi Tianlan gathered his strength, propelling himself like an arrow into the sky. He arrived at the center of the dragon's brow, stepping forth to touch it, initially worried about whether he could extract this supreme weapon. He was taken aback when a layer of hazy radiance flowed from the hilt upon contact, swiftly enveloping the sword's body. It seemed to recognize him. Yi Tianlan's face lit up with joy as he instinctively called out, Swordmaster. The response was silence, save for the flickering glow, akin to a candle wavering in the wind, reminiscent of an elderly figure in twilight, flickering in and out. Yi Tianlan was momentarily stunned, his expression dimming. The jade sword rapidly shrank, soaring through the air, gracefully landing in his palm. An immediate sense of familiarity surged within him. Suddenly, Yi Tianlan sensed an almost imperceptible fluctuation. His mental acuity surpassed that of any peer in his realm, yet he remained cautious. He stood still, gathering all his focus to capture that elusive wave. After what felt like 10 minutes, he opened his eyes once more. This time, his pupils were devoid of sorrow, replaced instead by elation. The sword master had not perished. The surface of the jade sword inexplicably pulsed, akin to a firefly straining to emit its light in the night sky. It resembled the sword master chastising him. You think you can die that easily? Thankfully, he had not died. The sword master still lived. Yi Tianlan exhaled, his heart gradually finding tranquility. As long as he was alive, he would certainly discover a means to awaken the sword master from his slumber. If innate energy was inadequate, he would ascend into the skies. If that failed, he would traverse the ocean. If the 9 provinces were insufficient, he would venture to the 10 directions. There would always be a way. His confidence in himself was near absolute. With a weight lifted from his heart, he prepared to commence the gathering of imperial veins. As if sensing the presence of an intruder, Shenxiu surged from the underground passages, a tide of overwhelming force rushing forth. Yi Tianlan cast a glance at the sword, which had been forcibly embedded into the hardest bone seam of the brow. Within, a golden dragon-shaped essence writhed restlessly. This was the divine soul essence of the ancient dragon clan, a remnant of its will lingering within this dragon body, yearning to revive and break free from this dark abyss, re-emerging into the world. It had buried its remains here for a reason. The sword master had once said that this was one of the few dragon vein locations in the vast world, a coveted treasure that many top-tier powers could only dream of possessing. By entombing its bones here, it suppressed and sealed the eye of the dragon vein, summoning servants to continuously draw upon the innate dragon energy from this lingering dragon vein. Through the passage of time, it had concealed its brilliance, ultimately devouring the essence of the innate dragon energy, thus gaining a fleeting opportunity for revival. Regrettably, in the end, he was mercilessly subdued by the residual sword energy of Jianyi. Thousands of years of effort were rendered futile, becoming the wedding garment of Yi Tianlan. The golden primordial dragon energy represented the will of the heavens, a true gift. Enveloped within this pure dragon energy was the divine soul of the ancient dragon. The giant dragon of the Qi Sea belonged to Yi Tianlan, embodying the essence of the imperial lineage. Form and spirit harmonized, the imperial lineage was destined to converge. The golden ancient dragon soul seemed to sense its perilous situation, releasing furious roars of protest. Alas, all was in vain, for it could not escape. A nearly indescribable sword energy cage confined it, and even though the sword had been withdrawn, it remained unshakable. That was its will. Jianyi had long anticipated this outcome, paving the way and clearing all potential obstacles. Though at times he may have displayed a lack of knowledge or confusion, he had already foreseen all that might transpire. With an elder in the family, one possesses a treasure. With Yi Tianlan's vast experience, he would never have envisioned such a distant step. At this moment, his heart was filled with gratitude and emotion. His figure transformed into a beam of light descending, accompanied by a massive palm of primordial energy. In an instant, dozens of Shenxiu were crushed into pure primordial spirit energy, and the devoured primordial dragon energy was expelled as well. Rising slowly, it surged rapidly into the abyss of sword energy above, heading straight for the giant dragon of the Qi Sea. Yi Tianlan fought with increasing fervor, utilizing whip kicks and dragon punches, occasionally condensing a vast primordial energy palm imprint to strike down upon the densely packed Shenxiu. At every moment, hundreds of Shenxiu turned to ashes. His combat power was boundless, and with the flawless cycle of heaven and earth, he was utterly unaware of the concept of exhaustion. Amidst the frenzied slaughter, the pale golden primordial dragon energy accumulated ever more, resembling countless Kongming lanterns ascending. However, this place was the foundation of the ancient dragon's remnants. Having lain dormant for countless years, its summoned minions, meant to devour primordial dragon energy, could not be entirely eradicated by Yi Tianlan in a single day. He was still too slow. His brow furrowed slightly as he began to worry about how much longer the sword energy cage set by Jianyi could hold. Just then, an unexpected movement occurred above. Bin Yihuanwu. Snowflakes fell as a storm of sword leaves pierced downwards, instantly obliterating thousands of Shenxiu. The transformed primordial dragon energy surged upward in a golden tide. Amidst the swirling golden currents, a stunning figure in white appeared gracefully. Yi Tianlan looked on in delight. Siener, have you also perfected the 36 celestial meridians? He could hardly contain his excitement, instinctively sensing that Luo Junxian had come to assist him after her breakthrough. Luo Junxian shot him an exasperated glare, Not quite. I was just worried seeing Yuan Ti come up for so long. With a hint of relief upon seeing him safe, she unleashed another sword strike, annihilating the overwhelming Shun Qiu, as golden, thunderous sword intent flowed and traversed between them. Showcasing an astonishing destructive power, Yi Tianlan carefully sensed, and indeed found that his wife, though appearing to have reached a perfect realm, was now several times stronger than before. It's still not entirely flawless. At least, as she wielded her sword with full force, her aura gradually weakened. Though the decline was slow, it remained worlds apart from his own. She had temporarily halted her breakthrough, sensing the urgency, and had come to assist him. Guilt welled up within him for Xiener. However, Luo Junxian, without turning back, delivered another sword strike. Be quiet. The transformation of the giant dragon of the Qi Sea has reached a critical moment. Leave these Shun Qiu to me. You should focus on refining the essence of the dragon clan. I will protect you. There was no room for him to refuse. Clang. She drew another sword, Qing Wan, her left-hand sword. Her beautiful eyes turned even colder, and icy fragments began to form at the tips of her flowing black hair, even tinting her dark eyelashes with a fleeting frost. Waves of golden thunder intertwined in her pupils, climbing up both swords. A sharp, cold light gathered at the sword tips. The sword heart shone brightly, wielding both blades. The seventh stance, Wan Jian Gui Zong. A magnificent surge of sword intent erupted from Luo Junxian, manifesting countless sword blades and shadows around her. With wind and snow paving the way, thunder outlined their path. It astonishingly revealed two colors, blue and white, transforming into an unfathomable torrent of sword energy that surged forth. Chapter 85. The ancient sword Qi severing cause and effect, the imperial lineage finally achieved. Yi Tianlan felt the powerful torrent of sword energy surging behind him. The sword energy dragon wreaked havoc in the confined space, forming a massive storm that kept all elemental Shun Qiu at bay. Any that dared to touch a single strand would be crushed by the terrifying sharpness of the sword intent. Thanks to this, the space became remarkably open, with only the towering dragon bones emerging from the earth before him. Luo Junxian was buying him the last moments he needed. The dragon bones were grand and majestic, their hollow eye sockets deep as a black hole, resembling a deity gazing down upon the myriad forms of humanity from the clouds. Even after enduring the ravages of time, a trace of dragon might still lingered. Yi Tianlan ascended once more to the dragon's head, his gaze fixed upon the ancient dragon's remnant soul hidden within the fissures of the bone sword. He reached out his palm, and the golden essence of the ancient dragon was drawn forth. It was enveloped in nearly tangible primordial dragon energy, resembling a tiny divine dragon encased in bright amber. Every detail visible. It struggled violently, and Yi Tianlan felt resistance in his palm. Aunt, do you know what you were doing? Release this emperor. Though no sound reached his ears, a resounding voice of immense authority echoed in Yi Tianlan's mind, imbued with an anger that seemed capable of shattering the sky and shaking the earth. Yi Tianlan, chocolate lightly. Of course I know. The voice erupted in fury, feeling deeply insulted. How can a true dragon be toyed with by an earthworm, especially one who is its sovereign? You know, yet you still dare to act. When this emperor emerges, I shall tear you to shreds. Threaten me again, and I shall ensure you are not spared. Wait. Seeing his demeanor was not feigned, the ancient dragon's remnant soul finally panicked. Its tone softened, pleading in a low voice. It sensed that if it continued to act tough, this figure before it might truly refine it. I will impart to you the supreme secret technique of my dragon clan. Spare me. How about it? Yi Tianlan simirkit. If I refine you, you will still belong to me. With a forceful shove, he drove the golden ancient dragon's remnant soul into his brow, instantly refining it. A brilliant golden light erupted, and a swirling portal appeared between Yi Tianlan's brows, swallowing the essence within. No! The unwilling and furious roar of the dragon echoed throughout the vast underground space. Almost simultaneously, Luo Junxian sensed the changes among the Shun Qiu outside. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and as she altered her sword gesture, the raging storm of sword energy gradually subsided. Her slender fingers trembled slightly as she lowered her sword, her fair face paling, adding a touch of frailty that made her appear even more endearing. She cast a surprised glance outside, only to find that all the Shun Qiu army had suddenly collapsed to the ground as if they had lost their energy core. The fastest among them could not stop their inertia, crashing helplessly against the rocky hills, resembling limp puppets. Their bodies began to dissolve inch by inch, like ice and snow melting in the spring sun. As the faint primordial dragon energy began to coalesce, it transformed into a myriad of shimmering lights, countless streams merging into a river that surged towards the heavens. At that moment, an ethereal dragon's roar resonated. Luo Junxian instinctively tightened her grip on the long sword in her hand, soon realizing that this dragon's roar, while still fearsome, lacked the previous violent frenzy. Instead, it carried a sense of ethereal grace, as if it were a spirit adrift in an endless void. She looked up and beheld a magnificent white shadow descending from the sky. The golden brilliance that filled the heavens seemed to have found its way home, surging upward like an unstoppable tide towards the colossal white dragon. In her astonished gaze, the colossal dragon, bathed in the golden primordial dragon energy, underwent a rapid transformation. The sky was filled with golden specks interweaving to form an impenetrable net, accompanied by the emergence of a golden dragon's head, its pupils no longer shrouded in darkness, but instead sparkling with a vibrant vitality. It swiftly approached Yi Tianlan's position, its gargantuan form crashing into Yi Tianlan's body like a golden tidal wave. The colossal dragon returned to its rightful place. At the same moment, Yi Tianlan sensed the ancient dragon's divine soul that had been enveloped was moving towards the colossal dragon. It was as if they had always been one, now destined to unite. Yet, Yi Tianlan discovered that the situation was not as smooth as he had envisioned. Even though the remnants of the ancient dragon's soul showed signs of merging with the colossal dragon, they remained in a state of mutual repulsion. He instinctively wanted to consult Swordmaster, but he was reminded of the coldness in his pocket. Almost forgetting, Swordmaster had already fallen silent. As the colossal dragon surged in, the primordial essence of the world began to converge upon him, as if summoned by an unseen force. Confused, he clenched his teeth, enduring the overwhelming pain of the immense primordial energy's impact, striving to force the two into unity. Regardless of Swordmaster or Siener, he had not arrived at this moment through his own power alone. There was no reason to abandon hope. Despite the primordial energy already causing his meridians to swell painfully, blood began to seep from his pores, every inch of his cellular structure enduring indescribable agony. His vision began to blur, consciousness wavering as though it were gradually slipping away. In this haze, he seemed to sink into that realm of supernatural powers, where the colossal gate of Qitian reappeared before him. He seemed to see a crack forming in the portal, silently appearing at an unknown time. The ancient voice resonated, as if echoing from the primordial chaos, carrying with it an endless grandeur. Before him appeared a slender, indescribable sword energy. As it swept past the ancient dragon's soul, it was as gentle as a spring breeze. Though no marks were left, Yi Tianlan could almost hear a wretched scream of resentment. This sword, transcending time and space, severed the causal ties, reversing the entire situation. A pure and unblemished remnant of the ancient dragon's soul materialized before Yi Tianlan, drifting into the golden colossal dragon's body, ultimately uniting. In an instant, Yi Tianlan radiated a brilliant light, every cell within him resonating with the roar of the vast sea. The majestic dragon shadow rose from him, and an infinite stream of primordial essence heeded the call, enveloping him completely, just as Luo Junxian's beautiful eyes widened, still trying to comprehend what had transpired. The primordial essence transformed into a great hand, lifting her towards Yi Tianlan's location. The cave gradually fell silent, the primordial energy vanishing as the dragon bones, stripped of all essence, crumbled into ash. All that remained was a 3-meter-high crystal of energy resembling a primordial dragon egg, within which two unprecedented auras were being nurtured. Chapter 86. 11 years later, time flowed silently, as fleeting as a galloping horse. Duan Feng, do you understand what you are doing? Are you not afraid of divine retribution for your treachery against your master and ancestors? On the once silent Tianxiang Longtan mountain, two figures were racing towards this place. The person in front wore simple white garments of an ordinary family, yet his demeanor was regal, his royal essence unmistakable amidst the crowd, far beyond what mere tattered clothing could conceal. This was the long-absent crown prince GTNI. However, his current condition was far from favorable. Not only had he gained a certain composure since first meeting Yi Tianlan, but his pupils had also deepened considerably. With a cough, A large clump of foul blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, his lips dark as mulberries, clearly indicating that he bore wounds and was afflicted by a potent poison. His breath was shallow, beads of sweat the size of soybeans glistening on his forehead. Had it not been for Ji Qingyang, who supported him, he would have likely perished along the way. Yet even Ji Qingyang, the protector of the innate realm, was not in good shape. He had lost an arm and bore a gaping wound on his chest, bleeding profusely with every movement, staining his garments red. To describe their state in a single phrase, utterly tragic like lost dogs. Ji Qingyang glanced back, seeing shadows in the dense forest behind them, clearly indicating that they were being pursued. Even with many lives sacrificing themselves to delay the pursuers, a glimmer of hope remained elusive. It was not long before Ji Qingyang reached the towering Sword Qi Great Wall, which still stood resolute after a decade. Gazing upon the unwavering sword energy that had remained unchanged for 10 years, he hoped for a faint, almost impossible, chance of change. The king had died suddenly. The Demon Queen's faction in chaos, the court in upheaval. The Tianxiang kingdom had been irrevocably altered. Even this once glorious legitimate heir was now being hunted, facing imminent peril. No one could save this crumbling dynasty, teetering on the brink of collapse, except for that Sword Qi Great Wall that had severed the heavenly mountains 11 years ago. They had been driven to a point of no return, seeking a final stroke of luck here. It may sound absurd, but a patient sentenced to death still kneels in reverent prayer to the gods. When human strength has reached its limits, one can only entrust their last hope to the miraculous. Your Highness, hold on. The Sword Qi Great Wall is just ahead. GTNI spat out a mouthful of black blood, his spirit waning further. He forced a smile and said, "Young Grandpa, how can you still call me your Highness at a time like this? Our era has ended. I am but a dying man." Yifimgyunk, using his only remaining left hand, threw him onto his back, his gaze resolute and solemn. "Your Highness, I was once a beggar with no hope. But thanks to the late king's recognition, I have come to this day and been granted a royal surname. In my heart, you will always be the crown prince of the Tianxiang kingdom." GTNI felt a surge of emotion, opening his mouth to speak. Then, with unwavering determination, he exerted all his strength to push Ji Qingyang forward, who stumbled a few steps while he himself rolled down. "Go on, Grandpa Yang." He forced a bitter smile, spitting out the roots of grass. He understood his own condition. Even if he escaped, he would be a burden. But Ji Qingyang, being a protector of the innate realm, would likely have already fled had it not been for his presence. Continuing to delay would only lead to their doom once Duan Feng was free to act. Ji Qingyang's eyes widened in despair as he halted, wanting to turn back, yet the pursuers had already caught up. Gritting his teeth, he approached the Sword Qi Great Wall, kneeling with a thud, lowering his head as hot breaths escaped his lips, allowing blood to flow down his empty arm. "Drip, drip. I am Ji Qingyang. May I request the senior to lend a hand?" Silence. Not even the chirping of birds or the buzzing of insects could be heard. "Ha ha ha ha. Yifimgyunk. My dear elder brother, what are you doing? Kneeling before a sword aura. Where is your pride?" Behind him, a cacophony of raucous laughter rang out. Yifimgyunk's gaze dimmed, and, as if resolute in his decision, he thrust his remaining arm towards the towering Sword Qi, akin to a great mountain. At the moment of contact, the terrifying sword energy instantly shredded his fingers as expected. Yet, he persisted, biting down on his torn lip, his eyes filled with determination. Today, he would dare to offend that senior. He neither sought to survive nor refrain from provoking the opponent into wrath, wishing to take everyone along with him. Meanwhile, a multitude of figures surged forward, led by a notable figure from the Xiantian realm. His expression was arrogant, a smug grin marking his face, starkly contrasting with Ji Qingyang's disheveled state. The approach was none other than Duan Feng, who disdainfully cast a glance at Ji Tianai lying on the ground, a hint of amusement curling his lips. He stepped on Ji Tianai's head, applying just enough pressure to sink it into the earth. "Where's our esteemed crown prince? How is it that he is nowhere to be seen?" He rubbed his foot back and forth while gazing into the distance, mockingly inquiring. "Ha ha ha, my lord. There is no crown prince here, only a supreme emperor. Indeed, even if the crown prince were to wipe my backside, he would not do it as well as a personal maid would. Ha ha ha." The sycophantic entourage eagerly rushed forward to flatter him. Cough, cough, cough came a weak, labored cough from below. "Oh, so the crown prince is here. I didn't notice before. Almost forgot his majesty's instructions. He wanted to see a living person." Grabbing GT and I by the hair, he carelessly tossed him aside, no longer paying attention to the feeble GT&I. His gaze shifted to the trembling elder kneeling on the ground. The elder was drenched in blood, still pressing one palm against the sharp blade, enduring the agony, desperately clinging to the outer layer of the sword chi. This scene stirred the hearts of many onlookers. Duan Feng raised an eyebrow, scoffing as he remarked, "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." 11 years ago, the Tianxiang Longtan underwent great upheaval, and shortly thereafter, the Sword Chi Great Wall emerged. On that day, we tested the Sword Chi Great Wall, which was left behind by a mighty being, one we could never hope to break. He recalled the events of that day, filled with dread, as he and his companion retreated, fearful of disturbing that mysterious power. If such an existence were willing to cast a glance upon us, they would have acted long ago. No need to wait until now, Duan Feng sneered. Little did he know, at the moment Qingyang risked his life to contact the Sword Chi Great Wall, a pair of eyes quietly opened deep within a cavern at the bottom of Tianxiang Longtan. Chapter 87. A kick to shatter the Emperor's soul. Brother. I am an honest man, Brother G. Having worked together for decades, allow me to see you off on your final journey. A cold smile graced his lips as a gust of azure wind coalesced into a blade in his palm, ready to strike down. Yet at that moment, a peculiar sound interrupted him, causing his actions to freeze. He looked up, astonished. A crack had appeared in the Sword Chi Great Wall. How could this be? His gaze was filled with disbelief. The melodious sound of the sword echoed endlessly in the air, and all those present wielding weapons looked down in terror. They found their arms trembling, their weapons emitting a silent submission, quaking as if subjects before sovereign. The majestic Sword Chi Great Wall, towering into the sky, which had been widely accepted by the populace, began to slowly dissipate. Its disappearance was abrupt and without warning, just as it had risen from the ground in the first place. It seemed to have fulfilled its purpose, dissolving under the sunlight. The crowd was astonished by this extraordinary transformation. Before they could grasp the situation, the sea of cloud for miles around began to swirl, forming a chaotic vortex with a diameter of 1,000 zhang, shrouding the previously clear sky. The firmament cracked open, and starlight cascaded down like a waterfall. The elemental energies of the mountains surged violently, transforming into pillars of light that soared skyward, merging with the sea of clouds. Countless beasts and creatures prostrated themselves in submission, the world falling into a profound silence. A resounding chime reverberated from the depths of the void, and a dazzling aurora shimmered as it coalesced into a celestial staircase. Golden dragons and phoenixes spiraled around the staircase, while Qilin and white tigers raised their heads to the heavens, their roars resonating, intertwining the laws of the universe with threads of source patterns. Vaguely, one could discern numerous figures lingering upon that staircase, each shadow symbolizing an existence beyond description. They could not clearly perceive the nature of these shadows, but merely catching a glimpse sent tremors through their hearts, instilling an overwhelming sense of reverence. Swordmaster, is this the ancient path to the heavens you spoke of? Luo Junxian, clad in white, stood atop the mountain, radiating unparalleled grace. Around her, an ethereal, fragmented sword shadow surged upward against the current. This sword shadow solidified, resembling her own form, as it ascended the celestial staircase. The ancient path to the heavens is a privilege granted only to the most extraordinary beings capable of suppressing an era. The higher one ascends the staircase, the more heavenly blessings one receives. The moment Luo Junxian's ethereal form stepped onto the staircase, she felt several familiar yet elusive auras. As she continued her ascent, the number of figures increased, with nearly 90% of them situated below the 30th step. The sword chi formed a shadow that reached the 28th step, where it came to a halt. She looked up, and the figure closest to her was a young man clad in divine armor, wielding a spear. Standing on the 55th step, she sensed the fierce sword intent emanating from him. It was the essence of the Xiantian Wuku sword body. A surge of restlessness erupted from within her, as if the fragmented sword body was trembling, emitting an angry sword chant. It longed to take shape immediately, to strike forth with a single sword. An inexplicable connection bound the two, and the armored figure turned in response. In that moment, it felt as though sworn enemies clashed, transcending endless barriers of time and space. The void was incessantly shattered and reformed by the dissipating sword intent, tearing open gaping rifts of dark nothingness. His identity needed no elaboration. Luo Juanxian's heart was as still as water, her figure ethereal, unaffected. For she knew that she would inevitably face this person in battle. To break and then establish oneself. Your sword is not necessarily inferior to his spear's edge. The swordmaster's words echoed in her mind. Yet now, with her current talent, she could only reach this point. The 28th step required a more powerful blade to temper her being. She believed that once her foundation strengthened, she would surely ascend even higher. Meanwhile, in an unfathomably high pinnacle, far beyond the divine armored youth, lay a shadow whose gender was indistinguishable. There, the figures were sparse, almost imperceptible. The moment her gaze touched that shadow, the purity of the Xianlei sword intent within her resonated in an unprecedented way. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, she too could have arrived here. Luo Junxian sensed the presence beside her and turned to look. The swordmaster had said that this was a gift from the heavens. Would you not leave your own source mark upon it? Yi Tianlan's gaze sparkled like countless stars, resting on the multitude of figures below the 30th step. With a disdainful curl of his lips, he remarked, "This fellow is rather cheap. So many people receive heavenly gifts. Is this not a betrayal to those on the higher steps?" Luo Junxian remained silently contemplative. This was the accumulation of countless millennia of heavenly blessings. With all the once revered prodigies appearing here, it was merely a million paths, yet he still found them excessive. At present, she has successfully opened all 36 meridians. Yet her innate purity of the sword body has only brought her thus far, despite being in a state of origin loss. He is aware that this individual perpetually exhibits unconventional thoughts and audacious courage. Therefore, let me lend him a hand. A thought stirred in Luo Juanxian's heart, and for reasons unknown, an ominous premonition began to arise within her. There are too many people here. Heavenly Tao, allow me to assist you. He laughed heartily. Yi Tianlan's entire being erupted in resplendent golden light, and soon, an almost tangible phantom emerged from within him. Unlike Luo Juanxian's gradual ascent, he transformed into a surging dragon of golden light, reaching the 30th stair in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, he exerted tremendous effort to envelop the sword shadow of Luo Junxian, which had previously stood firm, with a sphere of golden light, carrying it upwards. Luo Junxian was rendered speechless. Is this even possible? However, what followed from Yi Tianlan shocked her greatly. This fellow actually unleashed an unparalleled golden brilliance from his fist, which then transformed into a dragon-shaped fist light that descended. Boom! Luo Juanxian's heart raced, her pupils constricting to pinpricks as she seemingly heard an exceedingly faint shattering sound. The once intact ancient path to the heavens shattered beneath the 30th step. The countless figures standing upon it gradually dispersed into the river of time, before vanishing. She thought she could see many of them silently roaring, their distorted faces contorted in rage as they sought to break free from the constraints of the steps. Alas, they were not present here and could not succeed. Goosebumps prickled beneath Luo Juanxian's fair and beautiful skin as she gazed incredulously at the person beside her. She never imagined that her husband could possess such audacious courage. This transcended mere madness. Most people would contemplate how to ascend higher, yet he defied convention. He actually severed a portion of the heavenly Tao's bestowal. What would happen to those who come after? She instinctively inquired. Yi Tianlan shuruk nonchalantly, stating that if they couldn't ascend, they shouldn't bother. He was no philanthropist like the heavenly Tao. If they couldn't make it, they should just leave and not occupy space unnecessarily. He raised an eyebrow, with an unspoken sentiment lingering in the air. He sensed a vague yet comforting emotion emanating from the void, as if a mischievous younger generation had done something that an elder would be reluctant to acknowledge. Outwardly scolding, yet inwardly delighted. My child truly understands my heart. Luo Junxian fell silent, and she could almost envision future prodigies, who had already summoned the ancient path to the heavens in stunning glory, ultimately discovering they were short a segment and left dumbfounded, unable to ascend. Yi Tianlan continued to ascend with Luo Juanxian's sword shadow, initially with ease, but as he surpassed the 50th step, his pace slowed. Here's fine. You can go ahead first, and I will ascend later. He hesitated but eventually agreed, wanting to preserve his wife's dignity. However, he cunningly placed her at the 56th step, just one step higher. Although Luo Junxian did not speak, the corners of her delicate, rosy lips subtly curved upwards, and the crescent shape of her eyes revealed her joy. Yi Tianlan felt it was inappropriate, so he ascended and then descended, approaching that armored youth. He steadied himself, then, without warning, delivered a kick. The opponent's phantom was enveloped in a formidable layer of silver light, exuding an impressive aura. Unfortunately, it proved utterly ineffective, shattering the silver protection with a single kick. The phantom dimming as it was sent tumbling down more than 10 steps. On this ancient path to the heavens, only innate quality and foundation mattered, not strength. Regardless of who you are, even if an emperor from your lineage were to arrive, they would still feel the might of my imperial lineage's kick. A kick that shattered an emperor's soul. I am but an honest man. Chapter 88. 4 Divine Arts. Dragon Capturing Hand. Instantaneous Kill of the Innate. Luo Junxian was unaware of how high Yi Tianlan ultimately ascended on the ancient path to the heavens. As she could no longer perceive the scenery at the summit shrouded in clouds and mist, she only knew that upon his descent, a contemplative expression adorned his face. Without needing to guess, Luo Junxian only needed a glance to understand that he was undoubtedly concocting some nefarious scheme. Subsequently, an almost boundless surge of heavenly essence rushed forth, propelling their realms to new heights. The ancient path to the heavens gradually dissipated, fading along with the extraordinary phenomena. Yet, Yi Tianlan sensed that something enigmatic had emerged within both his and Luo Junxian's bodies. Xianya, has the Sword Master ever shared with you what precisely the heavenly Tao's gift entails? Luo Junxian received the dimly glowing jade sword and reattached it to her waist. Her gaze slightly dimmed. She gently shook her head, stating that the Sword Master had shared many insights. Yet he was also unclear about the nature of the heavenly Tao's gifts. Some claim that those prodigies are blessed by the heavenly Tao, hence their smooth cultivation, while others suggest they are influenced by a mysterious fortune. Of course, the most evident cases involve those whose bodies manifest Tao patterns, suddenly acquiring certain innate talents and divine abilities. Tao patterns? Yi Tianlan pondered thoughtfully, then suddenly clenched his fist, an immense radiance erupting around him. Resonating with the essence of the Tao, countless patterns emerged from the void, intertwining and coiling in tandem with his form, coalescing into a divine dragon intricately shaped by these patterns. The divine dragon radiated an indescribable, ethereal light, exuding a certain profound aura that warped the surrounding void. It spiraled around Yi Tianlan, resembling an inseparable guardian deity. Luo Junxian's lips twitched. She recalled the Sword Master's words, "The more Tao patterns, the better." Each one signifies the existence of a divine ability, a tremendous opportunity unimaginable to ordinary beings. Regrettably, those who can obtain even a single Tao pattern are exceedingly rare. Across the 9 provinces and the myriad worlds, the number of prodigies exceeds billions, akin to grains of sand, yet the few who acquire Tao patterns can be counted. Even during ancient times, they were not as common as cabbages. As for those who can attain 2 or 3, that is simply. She still remembered the Sword Master's lamentation when he spoke these words, reminiscing about the turbulent past. Then, she gazed reproachfully at Yi Tianlan, who was engrossed in his endeavors. Unable to resist, she teased him half-jokingly, asking if he was here to stock up. "What? Sienna, what did you say?" "It's nothing." She sighed. The Sword Master advised her that as one who walks the sword path, she should not compare everything with him, lest it destabilize her Tao heart. "By the way, Sienna, do you see this? Is this a Tao pattern? It has taken the shape of a dragon now. I feel it can't possibly be a dragon pattern, right?" Luo Junxian fell silent. "That has formed into a shape. It's simple. Why not try it out? There's an innate being right below us." Yi Tianlan's pupils ignited, divine fire swirling within him, as one of the scales of the pattern divine dragon glowed. An aura resonating with the essence of heaven and earth began to circulate, as if it had been activated. His gaze pierced through the barriers of over 10 kilometers, bringing everything into clear view. "Indeed, there's an innate being." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Luo Junxian noticed the change in the pattern divine dragon, astonished. "Is this a divine ability? Are all of these?" She lifted her gaze, her beautiful autumn-like eyes fixating upon the thousands of Tao patterns, her tender heart once again struck with a fierce tremor. Yi Tianlan shook his head, ready to explain to her. "No, the gifts of the heavenly Tao are indeed limited, though other Tao patterns can be utilized to replenish the essence of divine abilities, allowing for their immediate use. Just now, I activated a divine ability known as Wanxiang Mingtong." Luo Junxian widened her eyes in astonishment, feeling as though her mind had been struck by a heavy blow. "Several? Immediate use? You are referring to divine abilities, not martial skills? You mean to say that there is no need for comprehension, no need for practice, nor any prerequisite cultivation conditions to simply wield them effortlessly. Indeed, Xianea. But there are limitations as well. What limitations? Essentially, it is that with my current strength, I cannot simultaneously activate multiple divine abilities. Luo Junxian was at a loss for words. Is that truly a limitation? You have already begun to engage with divine abilities, even without reaching the Wheel C realm, while others are still in the phase of martial skills, and you seem somewhat dissatisfied. Moreover, the heavenly Tao is rather stingy. It has only bestowed upon me 4 divine abilities: eye techniques, body techniques, offensive techniques, and essence. Luo Junxian interrupted him, rolling her eyes. Receiving 4 divine abilities along with the Tao pattern divine dragon, and you still are not satisfied? She raised her hand to her forehead, unsure of what to say, her delicate fingers pointing downward. Wait, let's discuss this later. They seem to be in dire straits. Yi Tianlan slapped his forehead, finally coming to his senses. The bounty from 11 years of seclusion had been overwhelming, and after such a prolonged slumber, his thoughts had become rigid and needed to be revitalized. He shifted his stance, stepping with a mysterious gait, and in an instant transformed into a golden dragon soaring into the sky. Divine ability, Reverse Dragon 7 steps. With astonishing speed, he went from the mountain peak to the mountainside in mere moments. What amazed Luo Junxian the most was that this divine ability possessed the capability of brief levitation. This was a hallmark of the Yujing realm. It compelled her to commend silently. Truly, it was a divine ability. Meanwhile, those below marveled at the celestial phenomenon appearing atop the Tianxiang Longtan. Feeling an indescribable shock as they realized this was the commotion created by the rumored powerful being. Not only others, even Duan Feng, a practitioner of the innate realm, felt a profound sense of insignificance as he gazed up at the vast celestial spectacle. His heart burned with fervor. Should he gain even a mere fraction of the fortune bestowed by such an existence, it would be an unparalleled honor. The transformation from carp to dragon was surely within reach. Initially, he had intended to toy with Ji Qingyang further, but now a more pressing matter lay before him, and he lost interest. With a ferocious grin, he swung his blade downward. To witness such a grand spectacle before dying is worth it. After disposing of you, I shall pursue the footsteps of the predecessors. However, at that moment, a glimmer of golden light appeared in the corner of his vision, gradually growing more radiant. So brilliant that he could scarcely open his eyes, he squinted in confusion. He discovered that a golden dragon shadow was diving toward his location, ascending through the air. Indeed, it was undoubtedly a powerful being of the Yujing realm. The might demonstrated suggested even more. Could it be that he had attracted the attention of this venerable figure? Why else would the golden light be rushing directly toward him? A surge of joy filled his heart, almost overwhelming. Then he heard a voice proclaiming from the depths of death, "Dragon capturing hand." In an instant, he felt utterly immobilized. An ethereal dragon shadow had inexplicably appeared around him, completely enveloping and sealing off the space he occupied. With his innate power, he felt as helpless as a hamster caught in a giant's grasp, unable to resist in the slightest. What horrified him further was that the elemental energies within him were also being sealed in an eerily effective manner. In terror, he raised his head, only to find a massive, fearsome dragon head descending upon him. Chapter 89. The Shao clan comes to collect debt. The sudden change in the scene immediately stunned everyone present. The more than 10 accompanying practitioners of the Tongxiao realm felt a flash of golden light before them, leaving them no time to react. The innate realm existence, once so high above them, was effortlessly crushed in the palm of the hand, unable to even utter a plea for mercy before being devoured by the golden dragon shadow. This was a display of overwhelming power, as simple as squashing an ant. Fear and dread surged through their minds. Yet what perplexed them even more was why such an existence would suddenly attack them. GT and I and the others, lying on the ground, were equally baffled. It was clear that this was a targeted assault. In the blink of an eye, a voice rang in his ear, causing him to widen his eyes. "Elder brother G, long time no see." He struggled to turn his body and raised his head with effort. His gaze lifted, revealing someone helping him up. At that moment, he finally saw the handsome young man standing before him. He stood like an elegant orchid, his smile as bright as the moon. His aura had matured, yet the sharpness in his sword-like brows and starry eyes had intensified. Merely standing there, he resembled an unparalleled divine, sword unsheathed. Ji Tianya's eyes widened, his pupils dilating, his breath quickening. He recognized who stood before him, and the realization only heightened his anxiety. Tianlan, is it really you? He grasped Yi Tianlan's shoulders tightly, his expression more exaggerated than if he had seen his deceased father standing before him. It was unclear whether he was more astonished that Yi Tianlan had survived after 11 years, or that he had effortlessly crushed an innate Rel practitioner. Perhaps it was a mixture of both. At that moment, the shock in his heart was immeasurable. He could not fathom what had transpired over the past 11 years that allowed someone who once possessed only gathering energy strength to transcend into the Tongxiao realm and annihilate an innate realm practitioner. Had Yi Tianlan truly reached the Yujing realm? Was he the powerful figure spoken of in hushed tones? GT and I was momentarily stunned. Goodness, this was even more outrageous. Let us discuss this later. I must first deal with these small fry. GT and I nodded stiffly like a puppet, unsure if he had even heard. The remaining individuals began to flee desperately, but alas, it was a futile endeavor. Yi Tianlan could hardly be bothered to employ his divine abilities, effortlessly resolving these individuals. When he was still in the Kaimai realm, he was nearly equivalent to a Tongxiao practitioner. Upon reaching the Tongxiao realm, there was hardly any difference in strength. It mattered little, regardless of whether they were in the Kaimai or Tongxiao realm. It was all the same to him. Let us go home. Yi Tianlan retrieved healing elixirs for both of them. GT and I instinctively paused, reflexively asking, where are we going? Back to your home. Where else could we go? Yi Tianlan replied with an odd expression. GT and I was immediately alarmed by this remark, and Ji Qingyang beside him grew increasingly anxious. He spoke hastily, no, we barely escaped. Returning like this would be walking into a tiger's den. They had the support of the Yi family. How could they possibly? Before he could finish, he noticed a half-smirk on Yi Tianlan's face. Both of them snapped back to reality and felt utterly dazed. Indeed, even the lone innate practitioner had been effortlessly annihilated by this young man before them. What would returning accomplish? After losing over a dozen Tongxiao practitioners and the single innate one, what could the remaining minions possibly do? They were still too tense, unable to fully relax from the imminent threat of death. Ji Qingyang, filled with shame, gently patted his face and said, my apologies, Your Highness. It seems this old servant has been muddled and completely forgotten the existence of young Master Yi. GT and I quickly intervened, offering a wry smile. There is no need for self-reproach. Not only you, but I too failed to consider it just moments ago. After all, just a moment ago they were facing a life and death crisis, yet in the next heartbeat, they were to return and exact vengeance, even reclaiming the throne. It is no exaggeration to say that this was a glimpse of heaven and hell. Such a transformation stemmed from the actions of a single individual. No one could have anticipated that the treacherous prince who betrayed the kingdom would return brazenly. The guards at the city gate nearly doubted their own eyes. Overcome with joy, they did not hesitate to brandish their weapons, as if they could already envision fame and untold riches beckoning to them. The cold glint of steel flashed sharply. Yet the worthless prince remained unperturbed, showing no inclination to evade, utterly disregarding their presence. The blade struck air, and warmth began to seep from his throat. His vision first turned crimson, and then the world began to spin. They knew not what transpired, only recalling the last sight of a pair of exceptionally beautiful eyes. How exquisite! As consciousness slipped away, life flickered to its end. The remaining guards stood in a daze, yellow liquid seeping from beneath him, his whole body trembling. He had hesitated for but a moment, slowly contemplating whether to report or to charge forth with his comrades. Ultimately, they had merely been met with a glance from that breathtakingly beautiful woman before they were all dispatched. He swore he had never witnessed such a bizarre method in his life. What is the gift bestowed by the heavens, Xian Yi Tianlan pondered it. It is the essence, she replied, her voice as cold as frost. What? A particularly unique sword essence, she stated with an icy clarity. As they conversed, they raised their heads to find a resplendent plaque, gilded and magnificent, hanging overhead. Yifu, Yi Tianlan's gazip burnet birait. Beside him, GT and I felt an immense pressure, as if he were confronting not a mere human, but a true dragon hatchling of a higher life form. He discreetly stepped back, his heart racing with alarm. Have we arrived at an opportune time? He glanced at the flying artifact hovering in the courtyard. No, we have arrived precisely on time. He remained still, focusing on the Xian Luo June beside him. In her cold eyes, frost crystallized, and as she stepped forward, the temperature plummeted, causing 1,000 swords to tremble. The disgrace of a broken engagement and the humiliation of a severed arm. Today, the Xiao family had come to collect their debt. Chapter 90. The confident Jiu Xian sect's innate, swiftly smacking faces. Today marked a day of jubilance for the Yi clan, worthy of special mention in their genealogy. Every member of the family wore proud smiles. Even the usually scorned and bullied illegitimate son, who could be picked on by servants, stood tall in the face of curious outsiders. For today, the heavens had changed in Tianxiang country. The third prince, whom the Yi family had aided, emerged as the ultimate victor. Capturing the prince and annihilating the traitors was merely a matter of time. Once the third prince took office, the Yi family, as the greatest benefactor, would see their status and power soar, with the prospect of becoming the foremost family beneath the royal house within reach. At this critical juncture, fortune continued to smile upon them. To everyone's astonishment, a representative from Jiuxian sect had arrived. The visitor was none other than the innate powerhouse who had taken Yi Qingkong away. Upon arrival, he delivered a momentous piece of news to the Yi clan. Ever since entering the sect, Yi Qingkong had displayed terrifying talent. Through relentless effort and the sect's nurturing, he had reached the pinnacle of qi gathering in merely over a decade. Not only was he just a step away from the Tongxiao realm, but he had also condensed 30 veins of earth, surpassing all expectations. A peak qi gatherer under 30. It was nearly a foregone conclusion that he would achieve the innate realm. As these delightful tidings poured in, the immense Yi family was left in a daze. Patriarch Yi Xiongling was overjoyed and immediately decided to host a grand banquet for 3 days, inviting guests from all quarters to celebrate. Thus, the Yi family buzzed with excitement, the atmosphere of joy far exceeding any previous occasion. Elder Gu, we are immensely grateful to you. Thanks to your guidance, Qingkong has received such excellent instruction in the sect. This child must have troubled you greatly, said Yi Xiongling, his face adorned with a beaming smile reminiscent of blooming chrysanthemums, his crow's feet deepening. He discreetly pushed forward a storage bag, heavy with significance. The middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, Gu Jiu, squinted slightly, unobtrusively accepting it into his sleeve. A satisfied expression crossing his face, his demeanor growing more cheerful. He lightly waved his whisk and replied, "No need for such courtesy. This is merely what I, as a senior brother of the sect, ought to do." Yi Xiongling nodded in agreement, yet inwardly he scoffed. "Then why don't you return it to me, you scoundrel? I and Qingkong are sworn brothers. There is no need for you to address me as elder. Then does that not necessitate you to call me old master if we are to be equals?" Yet Yi Xiongling merely smiled and agreed. He could discern the change in the man's attitude. He recalled that the first time Gu Jiu visited the Yi family, his demeanor, though not outright hostile, was certainly not welcoming. His haughty arrogance had looked down upon the entire Yi family. Even the large dog at the entrance had received a kick from him. To him, Tianxiang country was merely a small place, easily crushed beneath his hand. Naturally, he looked down upon everyone. However, this time, his attitude had markedly improved. He had not only tempered his arrogance, but had even become polite towards him. Undoubtedly, this transformation stemmed from his exceptionally gifted grandson. He could glean from Gu Jiu's words and demeanor just how remarkable his grandson's performance in the sect had been. Enough to warrant this lofty individual traveling such a distance merely to convey news. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a wave of satisfaction. What innate prowess! Isn't it all about currying favor with my prodigious grandson? One could easily foresee that Yi Qingkong would undoubtedly surpass the current Gu Jiu. The royal family of Tianxiang country? Huh, how amusing. Yi Xiongling chuckled to himself, a surge of intense desire rising within him. Just as his thoughts whirled, and he contemplated approaching the dragon throne, a hurried figure suddenly stumbled onto the red carpet among the guests. The servant's face was filled with horror, his expression akin to encountering a ghost in broad daylight. Moreover, he was utterly unscathed, a stark contrast to his predicament. Yi Xiongling, irritable, furrowed his brow. Before he could speak, he slapped the servant away. Such a display of disrespect before esteemed guests was surely an affront. In a flurry, how could one behave so inappropriately? Regardless of what he wished to say, he was to be promptly dismissed with 100 strikes. The servant's eyes flashed with terror and disbelief. Subsequently, he paid no further heed, clutching his swollen cheek, leaving with a resentful expression from another direction of the Yi family. "Damn it, I risked my life to deliver news. And you seek to harm me for the sake of pretentiousness. This shark-arm family can do without me," he thought, and the prospect that this old fool would soon wear the same expression as his own made him inexplicably want to laugh. You would do well not to panic like me. This is quite the embarrassment for you, Goo Goo. Yi Xiongling chuckled awkwardly, still unable to address him as little brother. No worries, the threshold for entry is too low, inevitably attracting a myriad of pretenders. The wrinkles on Yi Xionglin's face twisted into a frown, his smile growing even more awkward. Indeed. He intended to speak further, but at that moment, the clamorous sounds from outside the courtyard intensified, drowning out the conversations among the esteemed guests within. Among the commotion, there seemed to be faint cries and sounds of terror. The noises of a scuffle became increasingly distinct. What is happening? Why is there no report? What on earth are they doing? Yi Xiongling finally sensed something amiss, his brows furrowing deeply, his palms striking the expensive wooden table into splinters as he bellowed. The servants around him recoiled slightly, lowering their heads to conceal their disdainful gazes, too afraid to speak. Do you not realize the state of those who come to report? Merely a band of ruffians causing trouble. Yi Lao Di, let's go take a look together. I'm still here. Gu Jiao, hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of arrogance, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. After all, it is merely a small family from a minor locale. Even if a prodigy were to emerge by chance, what chaos could possibly stir such significant waves? Nevertheless, even if the skies of this little place were to collapse, he could still hold them up. This was the immense confidence he possessed as a formidable innate realm expert. With hands behind his back, he casually waved his feather duster and stepped out of the courtyard. What audacious rascals dare to be so brazen here? Do they not know that I, too, am a guest at the Yi family today? Before he could finish his thought, his expression suddenly changed. Shocked doubt and disbelief washed over him, accompanied by sheer terror. A golden dragon shadow entwined around him, the imposing dragon head glaring down at him as if surveying a meal ready to be devoured. Did I allow you to speak? Chapter 91. This esteemed elder. You are reincarnated and cultivating again, are you not? I have seen through you. Who granted you permission to speak? A languid voice echoed. Without granting him a chance to respond, the voice resumed, self-absorbed. Ah, I see. You wish to descend as a celestial being, ruthlessly suppressing us and then putting on airs. Correct? Gu Jiao's eyes widened. He nodded. No, wait. He shook his head vehemently. No. This is all a tremendous misunderstanding, esteemed elder. I never harbored such thoughts. It was all a scheme to frame and slander me. If you insist on calling this a misunderstanding, Gu Jiao interjected, you have already spoken my words. What can I say now? Is there no procedure to follow? Or should I just resign myself to death? Yi Tianlan chose not to engage further. He would not take action. This was a matter of his wife's heart, and she must resolve it herself. Of course, no one else should attempt to obstruct her, lest they meet with his fist. Begone. Yi Tianlan's words were light, yet carried an undeniable authority. He raised his palm and waved it nonchalantly, causing an immense surge of heavenly essence to erupt from deep within the Yi family courtyard. The tumultuous flow of vital energy astonished those who were unaware, while those who witnessed it were left speechless. In an instant, it coalesced into a massive palm of vital energy spanning over 30 meters, casting a formidable shadow that loomed over the hearts of many. The Yi family guards, who had just rushed in, were silently blown back, while the leading expert of the Tongxiao realm rolled his eyes, foam escaping his mouth as he collapsed into unconsciousness in plain view. The fierce wind whipped their hair into a frenzy, leaving the crowd's minds in disarray, though they could not comprehend why the innate realm expert refrained from striking. They understood the absurdity of the scene before them. How could so many, including an expert, be effortlessly cast aside by such a seemingly youthful figure? What level of strength is this? Could he possibly be a young innate? One and all, the numerous guests present stood frozen in place, paralyzed as if carrying the weight of a mountain, daring not to move, even suppressing their breaths to the bare minimum. Some guests felt an inward fury and regret, wishing they could slap themselves for attending this gathering today. Had they known, they would have preferred to remain home in peace. At that moment, another group burst forth from a different direction. Master, your subordinate has arrived late to the rescue. Please forgive me. I will apprehend the culprits. Smack! Yi Tianlan delivered 2 resounding slaps, leaving him dazed. A show-off slap, but the habitual offender received 2. Listen carefully. We are here to reason, not to resort to violence. However, if you insist on confrontation, I am not entirely unskilled in the art of combat. Everyone glanced at the 2 groups of guards who had been sent flying, then back at the bashful yet solemn visage of Yi Tianlan. The muscles on either side of his face twitched slightly, feeling as though a fishbone was lodged in their throats. Your claim of mere skill is a falsehood. After the initial shock, Yi Xiongling finally regained his composure, tumultuous waves surging within him. You are the granddaughter of Xiao Zhantian? Luo Junxian nodded, her delicate face as cold as frost. Yes. His pupils dilated, and he turned to gaze vacantly in Yi Tianlan's direction, mumbling incoherently. So this is my nephew. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he vehemently denied it, shaking his head furiously, his expression growing increasingly sinister. No, this is wrong. It is impossible. My grandson Yi Qingkong is the true prodigy. How could a mere branch family member surpass my own? This individual must be an impostor. You are not from the branch family of Baifeng City. Who on earth are you? Yi Tianlan, pointed at in a fit of rage, momentarily appeared taken aback. Huh? Me? Pointing at himself. If I am not someone, then who is? He felt utterly bewildered, thoroughly confused by the scene unfolding before him. Do you think I have not seen my nephew Yi Qingshan? He is nothing but a useless waste. How could he possibly give rise to such a prodigy as you? Yi Xionglin's gaze bore into him, his eyes bloodshot, raising concern that he might pop his eyeballs out. Huh? Yi Tianlan was bewildered, feeling slightly lost. Was this old man insulting him or praising him? Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something, bursting into laughter, a sense of understanding dawning upon him. Ha ha ha! I comprehend now. Yi Tianlan felt a buzzing in his head. Could this fellow have been stimulated, his mental state slightly off kilter? What have you understood? He inquired, eyes wide with anticipation. Not only, but everyone around them had perked up their ears, including the restrained Gu Jiao and the ethereal Luo Junxian. All eyes were focused on him. You are an ancient being who has usurped the essence of that little waste. Yi Xiongling proclaimed loudly and with conviction. What? I am actually an ancient being. No, I have been possessed by an ancient being. Yi Tianlan gasped in shock. Huffed. Luo Junxian could not contain herself, her laughter enchanting, realizing she had lost her composure, and quickly covered her smile with her sleeve. Yet the crescent moon shape of her eyes sparkled with unspoken joy. She rarely laughed, especially in the presence of others. She always maintained a frosty demeanor. Yet this time was different. It was simply too amusing. She could laugh at that fellow for an entire year. Unlike her laughter, the others wore expressions of bewilderment, while the highest ranked among them, Gu Jiao, fell into deep contemplation, soon arriving at a realization. His face lit up with certainty. Indeed, he remarked how it was inconceivable that this young man could easily subdue him. It turned out that this young man, no, this esteemed senior, was actually a reincarnated ancient powerhouse. Everything made perfect sense now. It was utterly reasonable. How disrespectful. Truly, how disrespectful. At the tender age of merely 120. How could he possibly compare to someone with thousands of years of cultivation? Senior, your golden dragon is truly magnificent. Is it a divine ability? He asked, his face adorned with flattery. Himeme, Yi Tianlan, replied coldly. No, who asked you to speak? Get lost and keep your mouth shut. In a fit of anger, Yi Tianlan casually struck him with a powerful wave of energy. However, Gu Jiao dared not show any resentment. On the contrary, he continued to flatter and ingratiate himself. It is well known in the cultivation world that there are only 3 types of people: ants, fellow practitioners, and seniors. Upon realizing he was facing a senior from the cultivation world, he completely discarded his mental burdens. After all, he merely wished to survive in the presence of this esteemed figure, which was hardly humiliating. Stop your incessant prattling. Who the hell is a senior? I am Yi Tianlan. Yi Xiongling disregarded him. You are clearly the reincarnation of that unfortunate fellow. He bowed respectfully, his demeanor drastically transformed from moments ago. Senior, I understand. You do not wish to reveal your identity to avoid attracting the vengeance of enemies from your past life. He smiled obsequiously, nodding and bending in a manner that suggested he was all too understanding. Yi Tianlan was left speechless. This old man seemed utterly fixated on his own notions, behaving as if he were deranged. Stop your vague hints and bring Yi Qingkong out immediately. Senior, Qingkong is not present at the moment. Why not let this esteemed brother Gu take you to the Jiao Xianmen? You know I support him in becoming your disciple, Yi Xiongling said, his face alight with anticipation, eagerly rubbing his hands together. What nonsense is this Jiao Xianmen? The strongest among them is merely at the innate level. They cannot compare to such a reincarnated powerhouse. Following such a senior would undoubtedly lead to a promising future. Even a fool would know how to choose. Yi Tianlan was utterly exasperated. He sought advice online, wondering how to deal with such a persistent, sycophantic individual. Chapter 92. My wife needs no support. I am enough. Yi Tianlan, his face filled with impatience, had no desire to waste time on idle chatter. Let's talk. We have come to seek retribution. This fellow's incessant flattery nearly caused him to forget the purpose of his visit. In the past, you, Yi Qingkong, insulted the Xiao family. Today, I, Yi Tianlan, am here to collect on that debt, accompanied by my fiancée. Yi Xionglin's eyes darted, and he whispered, Is the senior here to defend the Xiao family's noble daughter? Isn't it obvious? Yi Tianlan snapped, pushing his hand away with a cold expression. I understand now. You see this woman as a furnace, intending to please her and cultivate elixirs, which is why you're stepping in for her, right? Yi Xiongling exclaimed, as if he had suddenly grasped the situation, his tone taking on a lascivious and sinister edge. Yi Tianlan's eyes widened in fury, a chilling, killing intent flashing in his obsidian gaze. Without warning, he unleashed a punch that resonated with the roar of dragons and tigers, striking Yi Xiongling and sending him flying over 50 meters. He crashed through numerous tables and chairs, causing many guests to scream and flee, ultimately embedding himself bloody into the wall, his body limp and unconscious. Yet, a furtive glance revealed the deep dent in his chest, likely from an excess of exhalation and a lack of inhalation. Those who offend my family's sinner shall die. The entire venue fell into stunned silence, the air thick with trepidation as everyone mentally chastised themselves never to presume upon the thoughts of the powerful. Those who met Yi Tianlan's gaze hastily lowered their heads, their shoulders trembling slightly, fearful of making any noise. This individual might joke around, but he was indifferent to trivial matters. However, when his thoughts turned to Luo Junxian, it was clear that he was inviting death. Yi Tianlan stepped forward, arms crossed, his posture as upright as a pine tree, standing protectively in front of Luo Junxian, his eyelids slightly closed. He resembled an imposing mountain, the very embodiment of support for Luo Junxian, instilling fear in all who dared to approach. Everyone recoiled in fear, terrified that the fearsome energy from his punch might descend upon them. With a casual wave, he released the binding of the golden dragon. Feeling a surge of freedom, Gujiu instinctively sought to flee, devoid of any extraneous thoughts. He was utterly cowed, his spirit extinguished, engulfed by unease and dread. Take another step forward, and it will be my turn to act. Yi Tianlan did not even glance back, his voice light, yet laden with gravity. In that instant, Gujiu felt as though struck by lightning, drenched in sweat, his foot frozen in midair, no longer daring to advance. Make your move. In the past, you sever my grandfather's arm, and today, I offer you an opportunity to strike back. Luo Junxian stepped forward gracefully, gently pressing her thumb against the sword's hilt. Gujiu's pupils constricted violently as a long-buried memory surfaced in his mind. The resolute demeanor of the young woman merged with the cold, tenacious expression before him. For him, not only was it inconceivable to sever the arm of a mere clan leader, but even slaying him in public would entirely depend on his mood. Having killed so many, the name of that small clan hardly mattered, were it not for the chilling aura emanating from the sword, which had begun to shimmer with frost. He would never have imagined that a woman from such a minor clan would one day come seeking vengeance. He was a powerhouse of the innate realm. This was utterly ridiculous. He began to smirk, a flame of indignation igniting within him, unable to contend with her reincarnated fiancée. Did that mean he could not handle an ordinary woman? Such arrogance, such ignorance of the world's vastness. His gaze fixed intently on Luo Junxian, a cold, resentful smile crept across his lips. Given the esteem that man held for her, did it not imply that if he could control this woman, he could secure his own escape? To make a reincarnated ancient powerhouse hesitant to act against him. As this thought crossed his mind, his blood surged, a fierce fire igniting in his heart. An ancient powerhouse, you say? How intriguing. As long as I can grasp her vital points. Will she not be at my beck and call? 3 minutes later. I was wrong. I will never dare again. I am so sorry, truly sorry. I kneel and bow to apologize. I was foolish to harm you. The heart-wrenching cries echoed, sending chills through the crowd, yet none dared to speak. They watched the figure, arms severed, trembling and weeping, crawling like a worm, begging for mercy. Before him stood the young woman, wielding an icy blade that flickered with a thunderous sword intent. As a result, the wounds on his shoulders were charred black, with no blood flowing to grant him a merciful death. Yi Tianlan observed coldly, finding no fault in his beloved Sienna's actions. Initially, he had intended merely to sever that arm, as the enmity fundamentally belonged to the Yi family. Yet this fellow insisted on seeking his own demise, entertaining foolish ideas of treachery. They could hardly blame him. "Please spare me. I have something you might find interesting," Gu Jiu exclaimed, seemingly recalling his only bargaining chip. "I came not only to gain benefits from the Yi family, but also to undertake a mission from my sect to the Luo Shui Plains. A dragon, still not fully formed in its climatic essence, has emerged from a distant place, reportedly having escaped and wandered here. It is said to be the offspring of a great sect's guardian demon beast, carrying many precious items, prompting numerous outstanding disciples for various sects to rush towards it." Gu Jiu, with a mouth like a machine gun, eagerly spilled all the information flooding his mind, likely fearing he would be silenced before finishing. In stark contrast to his anxiousness, Sienna mused, "Could this be a love child?" "It's possible. Dragons are inherently lustful," came the response, evoking a vision of a drifting wooden basin cradling a jade pendant, reminiscent of an abandoned infant. "Perhaps the guardian demon beast indulged itself outside, and the sect refuses to acknowledge its progeny," suggested Luo Junxian, resting her chin on her finger, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she pondered seriously. "You might be onto something," Yi Tianlan exclaimed, clapping his hands joyfully, as if he had just uncovered an extraordinary revelation. Gu Jiu, meanwhile, stood dumbfounded. Did these two not comprehend the gravity of their words? That was a dragon. Hey, it is a treasure trove itself, and it has escaped with so many valuable items. Who wouldn't be tempted? Yet here they were, discussing the gossip of a guardian demon beast in front of him. Are the current prodigies truly this relaxed and abstract? Chapter 93. I am Yi Qing Kong of Jiu Xianmen, and I shall begin to weave my fabrications. Gu Jiu ultimately did not survive. Yi Tianlan, feeling somewhat merciful, could not bear to watch him suffer. So he swiftly granted him a final journey and indeed found a task token from Jiu Xianmen within his storage ring. What followed was merely the conclusion of matters. After resolving his inner turmoil, Yi Tianlan sensed that the sword intent emanating from Sienna had become even more restrained and radiant, reminiscent of a sword sharpened through rigorous honing. With his current strength, he swept through Tianxiang Kingdom with an invincible demeanor, quelling the royal rebellion in mere moments. After leaving the Yi household, Ji Tianai wore a smile that did not wane, as if he were caught in a delightful trance. How could he have achieved this? He had effortlessly secured the coveted throne without lifting a finger, having transitioned from a precarious exiled prince just half a day prior. "Your Majesty, what brings you to smile?" "I am amused by the most prudent decision of my life. It is a triumphant investment." 2 weeks later, "Old man, how long until we reach Chishui village?" "We are nearly there. Can you not see the outline emerging from the forest?" "But, young man, why are you two heading to Chishui village?" "It has been quite tumultuous there lately, with reports of a formidable demon causing chaos. Even the river deity is struggling to maintain order." The old man advised, "I suggest you leave quickly to avoid jeopardizing your lives. There have been several cases of disappearances in the village." Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian exchanged glances and smiled in response to the old man's concerns. As time progressed, and the village's outline became increasingly distinct, rustling sounds emerged from the forest. A dozen or more wary middle-aged men surrounded their carriage. "Halt! What is your purpose in Chishui village?" The elderly coachman panicked upon seeing their fierce demeanor. "Do not take action. I am merely delivering passengers. I shall leave immediately." He turned, casting a helpless glance at the two before hastily driving away, clearly fearing trouble. "And you?" asked the leader, a burly man with a stubbled chin and a menacing scar on his shoulder. Yi Tianlan squinted slightly. "We are." Before he could finish, an urgent shout echoed from behind, accompanied by the sound of a cane striking the cobblestones. "Stop! Achung, are you trying to drive me to my grave? Did I not say that the master would be arriving today? How dare you block him from entering the village?" The frail old man, leaning on his cane, jabbed it into the man's chest twice with force. Achung, helpless, pointed at the two. "Grandfather, the master only said he would bring one person, not specifying further. How can we confirm their identity?" Upon hearing this, the old man's brows furrowed in irritation. "Is there any doubt?" The cane struck the ground sharply several times. "Given our village's current predicament, who else but the master would dare come?" The crowd, sensing the reason in his words, began to relax, offering apologies to Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian, who found themselves inexplicably adorned with the title of master. Yi Tianlan stroked his chin, analyzing the situation within the village as they walked towards Qishui. He did not refuse. After all, identities are self-assigned. Just as he was now, he was Yi Qingkong of Jiuxianmen. He was about to begin his fabrications. Qishui village was not overly large, built layer upon a small hill by the river. Counting from the base to the summit, there were about 100 households. Just 30 meters ahead lay the surging Qishui River, shimmering under the sunlight. This river, a tributary of the Luo River, was the lifeblood of Qishui village. Generations had thrived here, forming a unique bond with this place, which explained why, despite reports of a great demon entering Qishui, many villagers clung to hope and refused to leave. In their hearts, the river deity was their guardian, capable of protecting them. Master, I wish to ask for your insight into the river deity's current state. Has he been harmed by the great demon? It has been long since he revealed his true form. If possible, we are willing to offer tributes again, as long as the river deity can ensure safety. Under the old man's leadership, the hopeful villagers gazed at Yi Tianlan. Seeing this, Luo Junxian discreetly poked his palm with her finger in an unseen corner. Her charming gaze seeming to say, "Look at the mess you've stirred. I shall be watching your resolution." Yi Tianlan remained composed, subtly nudging her with his elbow. "Do not fret. The river deity has yet to issue a decree. I shall communicate with him when the rains come," he promised, unfazed by the clear blue skies above. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in joy, and even those harboring doubts fell silent, observing the expressions of their fellow villagers. Yi Tianlan was warmly welcomed to the village chief's home. Acheng watched his retreating figure deep in thought, his gaze wandering to the ethereal figure in white. Someone leaned in close and whispered, "Acheng, what a stunning beauty! I have never seen a woman so exquisite." The sound of salivating echoed in the air. "What are you getting worked up about? Just wait." "Oh, I was merely expressing my admiration. It wouldn't hurt to enjoy her beauty a little early." July's weather was capricious. The morning boasted bright sunshine, but by afternoon, dark clouds loomed, thunder rumbled, and lightning flickered within the thick, dark clouds, threatening a torrential downpour at any moment. Yi Tianlan stood sternly at the entrance, while Luo Junxian leaned gently against the wall, arms crossed, rhythmically tapping her fingers on the sword's hilt, her smile barely contained, compared to the pretentious severity he exhibited. She yearned to see the confident demeanor he had displayed earlier that day. "Sinner, enough of the spectacle. What shall we do now? Slaughter the village." Yi Tianlan was nearly choked by her words. "Donotiist, shall we quietly slip away and wait for that Jiao Long Yao to appear? The disciples from other sects have yet to show themselves." Luo Junxian cast her beautiful gaze in a certain direction, fearing it might be too late. Before long, they spotted a group of menacing figures armed with various sickles, hoes, and an assortment of weapons approaching. At the forefront was an irate elder, Qi, whose cane struck the ground with a resounding thud, causing the raucous atmosphere to still. A throng of young men behind him cast unfriendly glances their way. "Young friend Yi Qingkong, I have extended my sincere hospitality to you, yet you deceive us so? This surely cannot be tolerated," he said darkly. Yi Tianlan shuruk nonchalantly. "Firstly, I have never explicitly claimed to be the master you speak of. Secondly, I truly possess a means to contact the river god. If I cannot reach the fish, can I not use thunder and fire to catch them? You may consider that a form of contact." Chapter 94. The origins of Qishui village. The river gods passed naturally. The crowd remained oblivious to these nuances, believing Yi Tianlan and his companion were deliberately misrepresenting their identities to swindle food and drink. Tension escalated, weapons raised, ready to surround the two at a mere command. "Vite, ah, if you are the master, then who am I? I never expected anyone would dare impersonate me." The elder fumed. "It seems you truly seek death." The crowd parted, revealing a corpulent, hunched middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, which enveloped him tightly. His round face bore a long beard that hung to his chin, small eyes, a prominent nose, and thick lips. His hair was slightly damp, giving him a rather unkempt appearance. He adjusted his attire and took a few unsteady steps forward, almost stumbling. "Master, be careful. The ground is slippery," Qi warned hastily. "Do you need to remind me?" The rotund master snapped back, his small eyes widening in anger. Qi chuckled awkwardly, falling silent. "So it is just you two impersonating me, is it?" Yi Tianlan replied earnestly. "Not at all. Combined, we do not weigh as much as you." The master raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected response, but then nodded in satisfaction, thinking it sufficient. However, he soon noticed the peculiar gazes directed at him from those behind. After a brief pause, realization dawned, and he erupted in fury. How dare you mock me? Bring them to me bound. I shall inquire with the river god before deciding their fate. Perhaps the river god desires a change of flavor, and these two are just in time. Yi Tianlan, initially considering a confrontation, exchanged a glance with Luo Junxian and chose to comply, allowing themselves to be taken away. They cooperatively descended the slope, arriving near the riverbank. There stood a dark, silent house, square in shape, devoid of windows from any angle. It appeared ancient, its walls beginning to darken, and a damp, moldy odor wafted forth as they approached. Get inside, barked one of the escorting youths, attempting to kick Yi Tianlan. However, in a moment of distraction, he missed entirely and lost his balance, falling to the ground. Laughter erupted among the others. What happened to you? Did you trip on flat ground? Annoyed, the fallen one grumbled. No, you were just seeing things. That fellow seemed a bit strange. What is so strange? If he were as formidable as you claim, could we have subdued him so easily? True enough. That woman is quite beautiful. If it weren't for fearing the river god's wrath, I might have approached her. As their voices faded into the distance. In the dimness of the small room, Yi Tianlan's light began to wane. A delicate, pale hand grasped his raised arm. In the muted space, a pair of frosty, beautiful eyes sparkled with starlight as Luo Junxian regarded him with a hint of amusement. I am not angry. Why are you? Yi Tianlan pouted, standing firm. If you are not angry, may I not stand up for you? Of course. Next time someone speaks ill of you, I will defend you too. Luo Junxian smiled sweetly. Her gentle gaze akin to a clear spring under the moonlight, rippling softly. The undulating waves mirrored Yi Tianlan's unease. He rubbed his nose, his lips curving upwards, turning to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Just then, a timid voice emerged from the dark corner. Big brother, big sister, did you also misbehave and come to serve the river god? The room, devoid of windows, had only slight crevices in the walls that allowed minimal light. Yet it hardly affected the two, given their prowess. In the damp, dark corner, a small girl wearing rough, homespun clothes timidly raised her head. Her bare arms and legs bore numerous bruises and scars, trembling not solely from fear, but also from the cold. Luo Junxian stepped forward, waving her hand to produce a coat she typically wore, draping it around the girl's frail shoulders. What do you mean, sir, the river god? Is it not a form of human sacrifice? Yi Tianlan scoffed, leaning against the wall, acknowledging the topic as rather cliched. At Luo Junxian's prompting, he snapped his fingers, conjuring a burst of 9-colored flames. The temperature in the room soared instantly, banishing the damp chill in a heartbeat. With his current abilities, he could wield the flame with exquisite precision, ensuring no harm came to anyone. The girl's large, dark eyes sparkled with delight as she watched the flames dance. Her astonishment evident. Big brother, your flames are beautiful. Are they meant to light candles? She asked, her wide eyes gleaming. No, they are intended to roast your river god. Yi Tianlan closed his eyes, chuckling at his own humor. Suddenly sensing a surge of hostility, he opened his eyes to find Luo Junxian's disapproving glare alongside the girl's tear-filled, pleading eyes. He shivered involuntarily, quickly rising to his feet, clearing his throat awkwardly. Of course not. I was merely jesting. The river god is so adorable. He requires nourishing with herbal remedies. My flames are solely for warming water for his bath. After his elaborate ruse, the girl's anxiety finally subsided, and she began to converse with Luo Junxian. Yi Tianlan leaned against the wall, shaking his head in disbelief, sighing inwardly. The message she had been fed was that the river god was vital to Chishui village, and sacrifice was a normal occurrence. She believed there was no issue with her fate. This reflects the profound impact of environmental upbringing and education. No wonder the dead soldiers are trained from a young age. He murmured softly. At this moment, Luo Junxian had gathered all the information from the little girl and combined it with the intelligence previously obtained from the villagers, forming a vague outline in her mind. Chishui village, located on the edge of Luo Shui, was originally named Chishan village, for there was no river here. Approximately 2 centuries ago, river water inundated the area, submerging vast stretches of fertile land and claiming many lives, thus giving rise to the present Qi River. During that calamity, it was the river deity who bestowed miracles to protect this small mountain village and provided them with bountiful fish catches. Consequently, the village gradually prospered, evolving from a mere dozen families to over 100 households, in gratitude to the river deity for their sustenance. Chi Shui village began to offer sacrifices under the guidance of a master. Chapter 95. Oh dear, this might not be good. How often do you send someone to offer sacrifices to serve the river deity? Approximately once a year, I believe. I remember that Xiao Fong, Lon Lon, and Run Tu have all gone. Since everyone has participated, it should be my turn now. The little girl smiled, instinctively hugging her legs and burying her head within. She curled up into a small ball. Everyone says it is because my father disagreed with sending me to serve the river deity, angering him, which led to the loss of protection, resulting in us being submerged in the Qi River along with the other elders. They say I am a sinner. Previously, other unfamiliar uncles and aunts had come here, yet the river deity remained displeased. I heard that the village chief invited the master this time. So surely he can quell the river deity's wrath. Luo Junxian furrowed her delicate brows tightly. Although Tianxiang country was small, she was the legitimate daughter of a prominent family. Having lived a life of comfort and privilege, she never expected that in such a barren place, devoid of cultivation, people would worship a monster as a river deity and annually sacrifice human lives. This was utterly unacceptable to her. Yi Tianlan was similarly troubled. He inquired in a solemn tone, "Does the master come every time?" Previously, the villagers mistook us for the master. The little girl expressed surprise, but quickly understood. She shook her head, her large eyes fixated on the beautiful 9-color glass flame, perhaps pondering how flames could be so stunning. "No, big brother. The master only comes when the Qi River floods. During such times, the river deity cannot contain the river, and more people are needed to serve him to have the strength to suppress it. Each time the master arrives, it is under the guidance of the river deity. So it is understandable that they would mistake you." Yi Tianlan smiled knowingly, choosing not to respond. The sudden emergence of the Qi River had submerged all the crops and plains, and the surging waves had claimed numerous lives. Ultimately, it was the river deity who appeared to quell the floods, bringing harvest and hope to the survivors. A fixed annual sacrifice, coupled with occasional waves, completed the cycle. By this point, the situation was mostly clear. In the dichotomy of instant gratification versus sustainable development, it was evident that this so-called river deity had opted for the latter. Thankfully, this choice had prevented the matter from escalating, thus dissuading powerful cultivators from coming to this desolate place to intervene. The only uncertainty lay in the degree of animosity between the dragon and the river deity, leading to a desperate need for sustenance. Perhaps the river deity was truly at a disadvantage, or perhaps he was wounded. It seemed that the river deity was not in good condition. Additionally, Xianea. I sensed that the master seemed somewhat off. The two moved to the other side. Luo Junxian nodded slightly, noting the faint traces of demonic energy emanating from him, which he attempted to conceal but could not. Indeed, he is likely one of the river deity's followers, Yi Tianlan concluded. Even if he were not, he was probably still connected to it. As night fell and the moon rose among the branches, resembling a jade plate hanging in the inky sky, Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian shared an unspoken understanding, their eyes meeting in a smile. He stretched lazily. It was nearly time. With a flick of his fingers, the heavy iron door that had been locked shattered with a resounding crash. The noise drew the little girl's attention, and she opened her sleepy eyes to find the older brother and sister standing at the entrance. For some reason, she seemed to see a faint halo descending upon them. Bathed in moonlight, they appeared as if they were celestial beings, leaving her momentarily entranced. "Come, you shall no longer serve the river deity," the older brother said to her before vanishing into the night. A bit timidly, she rose from the darkness and approached the door, tightening the thick coat given to her by the fairy sister, inhaling its delightful fragrance, a scent she had never encountered before. With a crisp step, she entered the moonlight, stepping out of the shadows of the small house. Suddenly, she halted, sensing an unexpected weight pulling at her pocket. In the dim moonlight, she curiously retrieved the object. It was a scroll of a book she had never seen before, the cover inscribed with the words Xian Tian Sha Yuan Fa. Meanwhile, in the night, two figures raced swiftly towards the small mountain. Yi Tianlan approached Luo Junxian, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Xianea, did you give that manual that Sword Master gave you to the girl?" "Yes, I feel a connection with her," Luo Junxian replied candidly. "Is there no other reason?" "None." "Then what about our connection? Why not give it to me?" Yi Tianlan fine a te synctone. As he spoke, he felt a warm, soft touch on his cheek, as light as a dragonfly's kiss. "Now I have it." Luo Junxian swiftly retreated. A delicate blush graced her cheeks, illuminated by the moonlight, making her even more radiant. If you don't wish for it, I will retrieve it. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, casting a furtive glance at his reaction. Her profile as exquisite as flawless jade, yet bearing an unmistakable seriousness. Yi Tianlan's grin widened, and he touched the spot where she had just kissed him, thumping his chest with a flourish. How could that be? Not only would I gladly part with the Swordmaster's manual, but even my Qing Yuan sword would be of no concern. Luo Junxian turned her head, pouting playfully and glaring at him. You weren't saying that just now. Yi Tianlan was about to retort when suddenly, a familiar sense of pressure enveloped them. The melodic chime resonated. Yi Tianlan froze, incredulous as he reached to touch his head. Sure enough, he effortlessly grasped a black lotus that should not have appeared. The lotus unfurled before him in a familiar manner, forming a twisting void inscription. Oh dear, this might not be good. Yi Tianlan was utterly bewildered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed up at the sky. I've been offline for over a decade, and you're still here. Chapter 96. The Overbearing Demoness, Qing Song Men, a game within a game. The inscription transformed again, then faded into silence. The words that materialized made Yi Tianlan's eyes widen in astonishment. Who can stop me? My master can come and go as he pleases. Truly, such arrogance from a demoness. Yi Tianlan felt a mix of annoyance and helplessness. Yet upon reflection, he found no fault in her words. Well, that is even more frustrating. Let her be. After all, she had done us a favor. With his wife, Xian'er, also weighing in, Yi Tianlan could only nod in resignation. The village was already small, and with the swift pace of the two individuals, they soon approached the courtyard they had visited previously. Before getting too close, they halted in their tracks, exchanging a glance that conveyed mutual confusion and vigilance. Yi Tianlan inhaled deeply, a faint metallic scent of blood invading his nostrils. Under the dim glow of the moonlight filtering through the trees, the two quickly changed direction, venturing to a sloped area beneath the courtyard. Peering through the makeshift fence, they glimpsed a gruesome sight. Blood flowed like a river, coagulated into large crimson clots in the damp, cold air. The pale moonlight illuminated a series of terrified and desperate faces, and in that moment of eye contact, one's heart could almost cease to beat. Seeing the familiar figure of the old Qi and those with ill intentions towards his beloved wife laid out in a neat row inside brought a sense of relief to Yi Tianlan. Just look at how uniquely they lay there, such exquisite relaxation. Flickering candlelight danced within the room, prompting the two to lower their noise and draw nearer. Upon spotting a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe hanging from a beam, they understood immediately someone had gotten there before them. Likely the disciples of the sect who had rushed over upon hearing the news. The sharp crack of a whip echoed as it struck, splattering blood and tearing flesh. The whip appeared to be imbued with a peculiar black substance, and just a few lashes sent pain deep into the bones, ripping apart the facade of the Taoist-clad man. His abdomen writhed like a soft serpent, expanding like a vacuum-sealed puppet that had inhaled air before bursting under the pressure into tatters. As if unable to withstand the sudden inflation of his body, the skin stretched open, revealing a dark, leathery layer beneath. And his drooping beard transformed into tendrils reminiscent of catfish whiskers, while his small eyes glinted with a cunning light. This was, unmistakably, a corpulent catfish spirit. Its rotund body swayed in the air, while two short legs flailed awkwardly below, emitting pitiful cries for mercy. The several disciples clad in green did not seem the least bit surprised by the scene. Instead, the man wielding the whip struck with even greater fervor. Say it! Say it! He struck down the whip, laced with spikes, with a vengeance. Ah, my lord, I swear, but you must ask. You haven't asked anything. So how can I say? The middle-aged man's expression froze, quickly morphing into anger as he intensified his strikes. Dare to retort? Just watch me flay you, you wretched fish spirit. Enough. Luo Tsong, if you continue, we won't get anything out of him. A slender and composed middle-aged man sitting cross-legged interjected, prompting Luo Tsong to cease his actions. Turning respectfully, he replied, Yes, senior brother Zhongmin. Now, tell me, what is your master's true form? The catfish spirit's small eyes flickered, as if hesitating to betray its master. A cold, piercing gaze fell upon it, the voice cutting like a knife. I have little patience for your nonsense. Speak only when you've made up your mind. I won't grant you a second chance. The catfish spirit shivered in the air, quickly nodding its head and tail. Yes, my lord. My master is a carp spirit adept at controlling the waves. It led the Qi River here. raising humans for sustenance and extracting a modicum of belief to cultivate for over 200 years. However, recently, a vile flood dragon has arrived, seeking to seize my master, who naturally resisted, leading to a fierce battle. Despite having home advantage, my master was ultimately overpowered and could only escape momentarily, relying on its familiarity with the terrain. During the skirmish, the floodwaters surged once more, engulfing many humans, and my master, gravely injured, sent me to continue offering sacrifices. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 6 men subtly shifted. This aligned closely with the information they had gathered. Senior Brother Zhongmin's gaze sharpened as he pressed further. And what of that vile flood dragon? What is its condition? The catfish spirit, without hesitation, replied, unknown. But judging by the satisfaction on my master's face, it cannot be in good shape. Moreover, it has not shown itself for some time and has not pursued my master, so it likely is not faring well. What is your master's strength? The catfish spirit faltered, pleading, my lord, do you intend to confront my master? Silence. Speak when you are told. Luo Tasson glared, and before Senior Brother Zhongmin could interject, he struck again with ferocity. The shadow tore through the air, leaving a deep gash on the catfish spirit's body, eliciting a wail akin to a dying pig as it flailed in the air. Speak. I'm telling you. I will. Please, my lord, have mercy. Cease your strikes. My master is at the 4th layer of innate strength, and that flood dragon, according to my master, has only recently broken through, its foundation not yet solidified. Otherwise, my master would not have fought it to a standstill. The catfish spirit's corpulent form twisted in the air, its face contorted in pain, embodying the very image of a compliant and honest creature. From then on, it divulged every inquiry without reservation. Senior Brother Zhongmin, a severely injured mid-stage innate carp spirit, alongside an early-stage flood dragon. That vile flood dragon is not only treasure-laden, but also possesses the immensely valuable flood dragon demon core. If we can extract even a hint of true dragon essence from it, then even after you break through to the late stage of innate, ascending to the realm of soaring would be within reach. Our Qingsong sect would certainly make a name for itself, establishing dominance in the region. As this prospect was laid bare, the group couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, as if the bountiful opportunity was within their grasp. After inquiring about the hiding place of the carp spirit, they wasted no time and turned to depart. What shall we do with this catfish spirit? Someone questioned. Leave it here. With my binding talisman, it cannot escape. If it dares deceive us, we can always return to deal with it later. Senior Brother Zhongmin spoke coldly, dismissing the catfish spirit, which trembled in fear. I wouldn't dare, my lord. I only seek to preserve my life and would never dream of deceiving you. Its timid demeanor evoked a sense of reassurance. With that, they turned and departed. Moments later, the pale moonlight quietly seeped through the shattered yellow paper of the window, casting its glow upon the flickering candlelight. Suddenly, a chilling wind extinguished the wavering flame, and a low, sinister laughter echoed. The voice was treacherous and cunning. Hee, I fear you may never return. Chapter 97. The Illusionary Wheel of Divine Powers. A mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, unless one is male and the other female. The pitiful, helpless expression on the catfish spirit's face vanished, replaced by a cunning and sinister delight. Its yellowed, jagged teeth spread wide, overshadowing half its face and contrasting starkly against its bloodied wounds. Those small, bead-like eyes fixed greedily on the direction the Qingsong sect had departed, harboring a desire that was decidedly not of their kind. Just as it thought victory was assured, an unexpected voice startled it, causing its thick layer of grease to tremble. Teaske, Siener, I told you something was amiss with this fellow, yet you didn't believe me. Enough. When have I ever said I didn't believe you? I don't care. You did say it. I did not. If you keep arguing, I'll elbow you. Truly cunning Siener. As a pained exclamation escaped, 2 figures leisurely entered through the side door of the house, much to the astonishment of the Ayu Jing, whose round green bean eyes widened in disbelief. The creature's mind momentarily faltered. Why were there still humans? Were they even more sinister than itself? How had so many innate beings failed to notice these 2? Could it be that their prowess far surpassed that of the innate realm? A wary expression flickered in its small, green eyes, while its plump body continued to bleed profusely, appearing quite pitiful. Yet, a servile demeanor naturally crept onto its face. My lords, may I inquire who you are? Weren't you just so arrogantly leading a group to capture us during the day? Yi Tianlan scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. A flicker of flame danced at his fingertips. And with a snap, the extinguished candle ignited once more. The Yu Jing, struggling with poor vision, finally discerned the appearances of the two intruders in the dim candlelight. Its green bean eyes now bulging in exaggerated shock. "You, it's you. How did you end up here? Enough chatter. State your purpose, or we shall proceed with the process." Yi Tianlan had no intention of engaging in banter. The creature, sensing the cunning nature of these two, cursed internally but complied, recounting its previous deception of the King Songman. When it finished, it noticed that Yi Tianlan still gazed at it with an inscrutable expression, remaining utterly unfazed. A sense of foreboding settled in its heart. "My lord, what is the meaning of your gaze?" The rotund creature floated uneasily, a hint of anxiety evident in its green bean eyes. It instinctively sensed that these two were unlike the previous group. With arms crossed, Yi Tianlan stood relaxed, chuckling softly. "Oh, it's just amusing to see your misplaced hope. I never jest with anyone other than my own wife." The Yu Jing's eyes reflected fear and apprehension. It was beginning to grasp the situation. "My lord, alas, it is too late." Yi Tianlan's obsidian-like pupils shifted, gradually forming a spinning tricolor pattern of black, gray, and white, creating an illusionary wheel. This was the first time Yi Tianlan employed the illusory wheel, a technique that had previously allowed him to pierce through deception and dramatically enhance his vision. This time, however, its function was to confuse and hypnotize. At its peak, it could ensnare enemies in an eternal dreamscape of his own design, trapping their will forever, rendering them true walking corpses. Fortunately, this ability proved to be even more formidable than Yi Tianlan had anticipated. Luo Junxian, recognizing his need to maintain focus, inquired, "Did your master already know we were coming?" The Yu Jing nodded vacantly. "Yes. How severe are your injuries?" The creature shook its head in a daze. "I am uninjured and have even broken through to the 5th layer." Upon hearing this, both individuals were taken aback, quickly sensing the discrepancies in the narrative. They exchanged glances, and Luo Junxian immediately understood the question looming in Yi Tianlan's mind. With brows furrowed, she asked, "What about the evil flood dragon?" The Yu Jing revealed without hesitation, its tone reverent. "The dragon lord has reached the 3rd layer of the innate realm, and my master only broke through to the 5th layer under its benevolent grace." At this revelation, even the dullest of minds would connect the dots. The so-called evil flood dragon was not, in fact, the sworn enemy of the Yu Jing as rumored. They were not in competition for territory at all. From the very outset, the entire spectacle had been a collusion between two great demons, luring the greedy hearts of humans into a trap to ensnare all who approached. A sacrificial feast. What a ruthless and cunning strategy. Yi Tianlan remarked it, producing the Jiuxian Ling from his storage ring and tossing it in the air. Clearly, even the intelligence of a major faction like the Jiuxian sect had suffered a grave oversight, let alone that of other sections. Perhaps some truly believed that this was merely a case of two injured demons seeking to harvest their strength. The King Songmen, having dispatched their higher-level combatants, were already playing it safe. In this struggle, each party aspired to be the fisherman reaping the benefits, each believing themselves to be the rightful victor. Do other sects possess this information? The Yu Jing moved its broad lips. "I do not know. In my master's estimation, my capture was always anticipated. A feigned injury tactic? Quite intriguing." The truth of the matter had become abundantly clear. Luo Junxian felt there was little left to ask and gestured for Yi Tianlan to cease his technique, conserving energy. Yet Yi Tianlan interrupted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Wait, is that evil flood dragon female?" The Yu Jing paused before responding. "It's male. My master is the female." Yi Tianlan burst into laughter. "I knew it. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers unless one is male and the other female." Luo Junxian shot him an exasperated look, unable to suppress a playful smack on his forehead. He could be quite the mischievous one at times. "And what do you mean by feeling somewhat pointed?" Chapter 98, Breakthrough. 108 Heavenly Apertures. The figures of the Jiuxian sect. What happened to me? What did I just say? At this moment, the Yu Jing stirred awake, uttering a confused sound. Nothing was said. "Oh, that's good," it instinctively replied. Suddenly jolting, it realized something was off. Its green bean eyes widened. "You believe my words? Obviously, I was deceiving you." Yi Tianlan chuckled, extending a finger as the 9-colored glazed flame erupted in a pillar from the top of the Yu Jing's head, swiftly extinguishing its life. "Ah, demon core. Yi Tianlan exclaimed, casually summoning a large hand of vitality that extracted a thumb-sized, irregular black gem from the creature's cranial cavity. What good fortune! Crushing it barehanded, the innate essence within was refined by the nine-colored glazed flame. He then split the essence with his mental force, giving half to Luo Junxian. Demon beasts consume humans to cultivate, and human cultivators can likewise absorb pills to enhance their own strength. In essence, both parties are favored by the heavens, existing in a competitive predatory relationship, ultimately dependent on the strength of their respective powers. While ordinary cultivators must refine demon cores with other medicinal materials to absorb their effects, Yi Tianlan bypassed this process entirely, refining and absorbing it directly, proving exceedingly convenient. After assimilating the innate essence from the demon beast, Yi Tianlan could distinctly feel it coursing through his meridians before settling into one of his major apertures. The most significant distinction of the Tongxiao realm from previous stages lies in its foundation upon the Kaimar realm. The number of open meridians determines how many apertures can be unlocked. Those who have only opened 12 primary meridians will never unlock the 13th major aperture. To unlock apertures, the simplest and most effective method is by utilizing the innate essence of demon beasts. By allowing the essence to inhabit the apertures, not only can they be swiftly unlocked, but their quality is also enhanced, granting the cultivator a portion of the demon beast power. The Tongxiao realm is categorized into 3 major tiers based on the number of unlocked apertures. There are 12 primary acupoints, 36 spiritual acupoints, and 72 hidden acupoints. A common individual only needs to open the 12 primary acupoints to ascend to the realm of innate abilities. What is unbeknownst to the world, however, is that above the 72 hidden acupoints exist the 108 Zhou Tian acupoints. This realm can only be accessed by those unparalleled prodigies who have opened all the meridians in their bodies and attained a state of perfection. Having successfully opened 94 acupoints, Yi Tianlan pondered, feeling the transformation within his body. With a mere thought, the power from the acupoint surged forth, coursing through his meridians and inducing a profound change, causing a faint black layer of primordial energy to manifest upon his skin. Over the past few months, he had traversed mountain paths and, alongside Luo Junxian, vanquished various formidable demons, with the demon spirits residing in his opened acupoints all being of innate caliber or above. He had now stepped into the late stage of acupoint opening, harboring the inherent powers of 94 mighty demons. For instance, with the catfish demon, he could effortlessly utilize the power from that acupoint to form a supple protective layer on his skin, granting him the ability to breathe underwater. Naturally, it is not feasible for everyone who absorbs demon spirit energy to possess powers as formidable as Yi Tianlan's. The vast majority struggle even to open their acupoints, acquiring only meager powers which are nearly negligible. At least, in Yi Tianlan's encounters thus far, he had never seen anyone utilize the powers of demon spirits. It remains unclear whether they were unable to obtain demon spirits or if their absorption was insufficiently pure. Absorbing the energy of the catfish demon was fortuitous, as the Qi River was its home ground. Upon turning his gaze, he noticed that Luo Junxian had also completed her breakthrough. The two rose and departed, leaving behind their engaging banter. Xiener, how many acupoints have you opened? 91. Hey, you're too slow. I have one more than you. That's only because you carried me and defeated 3 more demons last time. Not at all. I relied entirely on my own efforts. If others were to witness this exchange, they would undoubtedly be left in awe. For an ordinary person to harness the power of demon spirits, they must prepare medicinal pills and take numerous precautions before earnestly attempting a breakthrough. Yet, in the eyes of these two, they casually refined their gains and seamlessly advanced. Truly, they were not of this world. Meanwhile, in the pine forest by the river, several members of the Qing Song sect were discreetly concealed within the dark complexity of the surroundings. Suddenly, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of a shadow. Master, I have relayed the message. Many sects are rushing this way. He and Guang smiled, pleased. One female cultivator in the group furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, Master, is this truly wise? By revealing the location of the carp spirit and the malevolent dragon, if they are unable to resist, aren't we merely providing these people with an opportunity? He and Guang's face bore a confident, enigmatic smile. You underestimate the malevolent dragon. What is that? It is a dragon with the bloodline of a true dragon. His eyes sparkled with fervent desire. How could it lack powerful means of survival? Even a dragon at the innate level can engage in combat across major realms. It must not be underestimated, especially since it is rumored to have escaped from a great sect, making it extraordinary. Let these people serve as our scouts to ascertain the true nature of this dragon. We can still emerge as the final beneficiaries. Upon hearing this, the others brightened with understanding and praised him. As expected of our master, truly brilliant. We shall observe from the shadows, and when they are mutually exhausted, we will swoop in to claim all the benefits. Marvelous. A classic strategy of letting wolves in to devour tigers. As the group plotted, individuals began to arrive in droves by the distant riverbank. These were disciples from the Miao-In sect, and even the cultivators from Lei Yuan Pavilion had come, along with members from Baichao Pavilion. Were they also coveting the dragon's core? Luo Tsong, wielding a long whip, scoffed. That dragon's core, if refined properly, could yield a top-tier elixir. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, most of these individuals were merely at the acupoint opening stage, with only a few leading figures at the innate level. Our master is indeed wise. He anticipated that this matter would not be simple. With 6 innate cultivators, we can quell any potential mishaps, and the dragon's core will be ours for the taking. The group erupted in laughter. Even the usually serious He Yin Guang displayed a smile. By the way, master, didn't the 9 Xian sect say they would send strong reinforcements? Why have we yet to see anyone? Someone queried. He Yin Guang's expression turned solemn as he replied with reverence. Focus on your own duties. Since it's a representative from the sect, they will undoubtedly be a strong cultivator of the mid-innate stage or higher, perhaps even late stage. Such strong beings are beyond your comprehension. Perhaps that esteemed individual is already lurking in the shadows, yet to reveal themselves. Chapter 99. Hunter Prey? The Last Sparrow? The crowd contemplated this, finding it reasonable. If they were indeed powerful sect members, they would likely be too proud to mingle with them. Meanwhile, as they conversed, more and more individuals congregated along the riverbank, with representatives from over a dozen sects arriving. This demonstrated the far-reaching scope of the information that had spread, attracting such a multitude. However, aside from the Qing sect, none of the other groups comprised entirely of innate cultivators. Out of over 50 individuals, only 8 were at the innate level. The lowest among them appeared to be at the Qi gathering stage, likely there under the guidance of their elders for training. It seems some fools truly see this as a training ground, Luo Tsong remarked disdainfully. The Lei Yuan Pavilion members could no longer contain themselves. As anticipated, a group of robust individuals clad in blue sect attire stepped boldly into the river. It was not long before a strange, shrill cry echoed from the depths of the river, followed by a few individuals and a golden carp spirit leaping out of the water. The moment the carp demon emerged, the assembled sect members were well prepared and acted in unison. The 8 innate cultivators surged forward, fearing that if they hesitated, they would not even catch a single hair. Perhaps even the carp spirit was taken aback by the overwhelming presence awaiting on shore, for it barely showed its head before retreating in panic back into the water. A violent surge of primordial energy erupted, splitting the river and churning up massive waves, scattering golden scales across the surface, while a pool of crimson blood shimmered in the moonlight. The crowd rejoiced, each employing their respective techniques, one after another leaping into the river in pursuit. Some used treasures to part the water, others consumed medicinal pills, while some relied on their cultivation advantages. In no time, only a few younger disciples at the Qi gathering stage remained on the shore. What a bunch of useless fools, unable to even capture a wounded carp spirit. Luo Tsong scolded from a high branch. Master, what should we do? Should we pursue them as well? This river is vast, and we may easily lose track of our target, the others inquired anxiously. He Yin Guang's gaze flickered. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. Don't panic. Let's wait a bit longer. With so many innate cultivators, once combat erupts, the riverbed, no matter how large, will not conceal it. The others nodded, and they waited anxiously as time ticked away. Just as He Yin Guang was about to lose his patience, a massive wave erupted on the river surface, followed by a water column shooting up over 30 meters high. All eyes instantly fixed on the source of the commotion. Blood surged forth from the riverbed, mingling with the dark sediment, painting a vivid scene of horror. At the focal point of this grim tableau, a sinuous shadow burst forth from the water, its scales glistening with an ominous sheen reminiscent of forged steel. The creature's formidable and agile form was unmistakably the objective of all present. Yet, to their astonishment, within the gaping maw of this malevolent beast, A half-formed body writhed desperately, seeking escape. Alas, its efforts were in vain. For the creature's crimson and obsidian-slit pupils gleamed with a lust for blood as its vicious fangs descended mercilessly. The splatter of blood filled the air, cascading back into the river below. The onlookers recognized the identity of the victim, a martial artist from the Lei Yuan man, a practitioner of innate strength. Among the 8 innate warriors, only 5 had managed to escape the waters of Qi Shui, their faces a canvas of profound terror. Hot on their heels was a golden figure, pursuing relentlessly. A sharp, otherworldly voice echoed with laughter. "Jejij. I never anticipated that this collaboration with Lord Longzuan would attract such a multitude of human prey. Truly a bountiful harvest." With a flick of its wrist, it conjured a wave, ensnaring one of the fleeing Tongxiao realm experts. The water transformed into what appeared to be tangible ropes, constricting tightly around the victim's neck, rendering their face ashen. Then, with a gaping maw, it bit down, eliciting a horrifying spectacle as the expert's body convulsed violently, shrinking rapidly until only skin remained. Carelessly discarded. Jejij, indeed, the human warriors are the most delectable. Those ordinary humans may be tender, but they lack flavor. The koi spirit morphed into a voluptuous figure, licking its crimson tongue in satisfaction. Witnessing this, the members of the Qing Song men realized the unsettling truth. The koi spirit and the vile serpent were not adversaries, but rather allies. Or perhaps they had long conspired together. He and Guang rose from his resting place against a tree, a knowing smile gracing his features. So much the better. This saves us the trouble of searching individually. We can eliminate them all at once. The words of the sect leader rang true, just as they prepared to strike. A hearty laugh erupted from another direction. "You wretched beasts, a few tricks up your sleeve, but alas, they are insufficient." Ha ha ha. 5 figures emerged, each an innate warrior, clearly well prepared, disrupting their plans. "Sect leader, it's the members of the Luo Yun sect. What should we do?" He Yin Guang's expression darkened, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. I never expected others would share our ambitions. Let us charge out. With the remaining fighters, these injured beasts will not escape. We cannot let them gain the upper hand. After a careful observation, he was confident that even without injuries, the strength of these 2 beasts fell well within his hunting range. Thus, he brimmed with confidence. The burly man on the other side, upon seeing the 6 from Qing Song men emerge from the woods, displayed a flicker of surprise. "He and Guang, why are you here? Am I not allowed to appear just because you are here?" He and Guang retorted with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. The 5 innate warriors who had narrowly escaped earlier turned pale upon encountering members of the 2 powerful sections. They realized they had been unwitting pawns in a larger scheme, mere stepping stones for others to test their prowess. "Ha ha ha. This is fortuitous. Let us rely on our strength. But first, we must eliminate these 2 beasts." With 11 well-prepared, innate warriors and 5 others who bore grudges, the atmosphere shifted. The question of whether the serpent and koi spirit were merely acting or if they were truly wounded became irrelevant. Barring unforeseen circumstances, sheer numbers would crush them, provided, of course, that they had accurately gauged the true strength of these 2 monsters. The black serpent, previously silent, suddenly spoke. Its voice resembled metal scraping against stone, sharp and grating, yet imbued with an unnameable malevolence. "It seems you are quite confident." Its black and red slit pupils glimmered under the moonlight, seemingly soaked in blood. For reasons unknown, a chill gripped the hearts of all present as they detected a hint of derision in its gaze. The serpent's mouth curled into a sinister smile, and in the next moment, its aura surged forth, unabashedly revealing its might. The crowd recoiled, shock etched on their faces. This is not merely an innate beginner. You are at the mid-stage of innate strength. Chapter 100, Bloodbath against the Great Demon. Have I arrived too late? The cunning serpent had concealed its true power, not being at the 3rd layer of innate strength, but having ascended to the 4th layer. Meanwhile, the koi spirit, its eerie smile still intact, had somehow blocked the crowd's path, its own aura now emanating the 5th layer of innate strength. 2 formidable innate beasts stood before them, one of which was the already overwhelming serpent. Not to mention facing both at once. Even one would suffice to overpower them. This stark reality diverged drastically from the intelligence they had received. In an instant, the expressions of all present darkened, sinking into despair. Just as Lord Longzuan had predicted, these arrogant human cultivators regarded them as prey, oblivious to the fact that they were the lambs ensnared in a trap. The koi spirit cackled, its laughter echoing through the air, yet no one was there to appreciate it. Its scornful words cast an icy pall over the gathered warriors. Everyone, cease your pretenses, otherwise we may very well find ourselves devoured by these two demons. As soon as the words fell, a brawny man clad in blue roared, charging toward the koi spirit with red-rimmed eyes. This was the sole innate warrior of the Lei Yuan man, who had witnessed the brutal death of his comrade before his very eyes and could no longer contain his fury. In that moment, he was the first to charge forth. As he moved, others were compelled to follow suit. Otherwise, their numbers would dwindle, making their situation even direr. 6 innate warriors assaulted the koi spirit, while the remaining members encircled the black serpent from all sides. Clearly, despite the koi spirit being at the 5th layer, the pressure exerted by the serpent, though slightly lower in rank, was far more palpable. Each member harbored their own intentions, not fully unleashing their powers, each holding back some of their capabilities. At the innate level, their energies were already refined, manifesting as tangible streams of energy. The river erupted into towering waves, churning violently, while the banks were gouged into deep craters and trees were ruthlessly uprooted by the violent fluctuations of energy. They had believed that leveraging their numbers would at least secure a stalemate against the serpent. If not victory, they could plan their escape while others engaged fully. Yet, as time passed, the truth struck them like a harsh slap to the face. They realized that their assumptions had been overly simplistic. The serpent was not merely their equal. It was toying with them. Unable to withstand the pressure, one warrior broke away from the fray, retreating with all his might, utilizing his escape technique. The evil Jiao was not the slightest bit surprised. Instead, it bared its jagged teeth and laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "You leave, but what shall I eat?" It did not leap into action to pursue, yet the sharp, singular horn that broke through the earth shimmered with a dark, ethereal glow. The onlookers felt a peculiar rhythm pulsating beneath their feet as the black light swept past them with incredible speed. In the next moment, without any forewarning, a transparent wave surged forth from the river. It was no longer a gentle ripple. It morphed into a lethal weapon, piercing effortlessly through a person's body. One of the innate realm powerhouses among them simply ceased to exist. The ease with which it happened was utterly unbelievable. The scene before them left everyone breathless, their chests constricting with panic. Another scream echoed, and upon turning, they beheld an innate expert whose heart had been ripped out by a carp spirit. Taking advantage of their moment of weakness, the vibrant heart pulsated before being swallowed whole. She satisfiedly extended her forked tongue to lick the fresh blood from her palm. This gruesome spectacle caused everyone's pupils to constrict, their hearts chilling with fear. The savagery of these two monsters surpassed their wildest imaginations, especially that of the evil Jiao. Its power over water manipulation indicated a bloodline of extraordinary purity. He Guang tightened his grip on his weapon, his voice trembling as he spoke. The others swayed unsteadily, their fear intensifying. What did this signify? It meant that the Jiao's combat prowess would be even more formidable than they had witnessed. Some broke down, recklessly fleeing in all directions. The evil Jiao cackled with glee, its black-red vertical pupils pulsating with delight and mockery. Once more it wielded the invisible waves of water, transforming them into lethal spikes, claiming lives before anyone had a chance to react. It was thoroughly satisfied with its harvest today, not only able to feast, but also to revel in the despair of these insignificant insects. Fleeing was a futile endeavor. It would only lead to a swifter demise. The group finally comprehended this truth. There was no point in hiding. To continue concealing themselves was to await death. This was the enemy's domain, and it would not easily allow their escape. He Guang, maintaining a composed demeanor, ignited his treasure artifact and swallowed a pill, preparing to fight to the death. The others followed suit. Observing their resolve, the black Jiao did not grow anxious. Rather, it laughed savagely, even more exhilarated. It anticipated the despairing expressions of its prey after they exerted all their strength, yet remained ensnared. It made no move, and once more a water spike surged unexpectedly from the depths of the river, claiming another life. The group's expressions shifted, and they no longer hesitated, unleashing their prepared lethal strikes. Within mere moments, He Guang found himself kneeling on the rolling waters, his countenance blank. Behind him stood only Luo Tsong, who had lost an arm. The situation on the side of Luo Yunzong was slightly better, but only 3 remained. As for the others from different sects, They had all perished. In stark contrast, the two great demons were nearly unscathed, the Jiao protected by its hard, dark scales, while the carp spirit was forced back into its original form, appearing somewhat worse for wear. Yet, even in this state, it was far from being truly injured, let alone harmed at its core. The remaining 5 were enveloped in despair. These two great demons were simply beyond their capability to contend with. How now? Do you still believe yourself to be the hunter? It laughed maniacally, its lips curling in a mocking arc as its gaze fell upon the forest. The true body knew that there was still some of you hiding inside. What now? A group of defective human cattle? Do you lack the courage to face the true body? The moon hung high, and the night was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. TCH, how dull. It turned its head, but at that moment, the Jiao's black-red pupils narrowed sharply. For in its gaze, it beheld a youthful figure that had appeared on the riverside, washed by the ebbing tides of the water. When did he arrive? How had it failed to notice? He squatted beside a corpse, examining its breath. Then, with a look of regret, he stood and shook his head, murmuring, "Am I too late? How could so many have perished in just a brief delay? You have not arrived late at all. Rather, you are perfectly on time." The evil Jiao snarled with glee, slowly swaying its body, its sharp fangs glimmering coldly in the moonlight, still stained with blood. It could scarcely believe that after having dispatched so many innate realm experts, there was still someone unafraid of death who dared to approach. Yet it was delighted by this. Its instincts told it that this seemingly vain youth harbored a unique aura, akin to ambrosial nectar, irresistibly drawing it in. A dark aura flickered upon its forehead, employing the same trick again. A sharp water spike erupted from a puddle within 2 meters of Yi Tianlan with astonishing swiftness. His expression remained calm, not even sparing a glance. With a mere flick of his fingertips through the air, he did not seem to be confronting an enemy, but rather plucking a flower. The moment his fingertip made contact, water splashed. The mysterious and unpredictable talent that had previously caught everyone off guard and taken numerous innate experts' lives was effortlessly extinguished at his fingertips. The evil Jiao, anticipating a spray of blood, contorted its face in pain. Upon witnessing this expression, it froze in shock. Even it could hardly believe that its infallible ability had been so nonchalantly subdued, not to mention causing injury. It had not even presented a hint of trouble to the opponent. Unwilling to accept this, the Jiao's dark red pupils deepened in hue. This time, it was not a single water spike that came forth, but dozens of water-formed blades and weapons. Still as enigmatic and elusive as ever, the attack went undetected, manifesting from the seemingly harmless waves before them. Suddenly, it enveloped Yi Tianlan from all sides, cutting off his escape routes. Must you behave so childishly? Were you not more mature than this in your youth? With a mere gesture, the two great demons' pupils constricted sharply. They sensed the surrounding spiritual energy surging violently, as if summoned by some unknown force. The ground beneath churned, while the heavens above boiled with spiritual energy. Such intensity, what seemed to take an eternity, transpired in an instant. The vast spiritual energy cascaded into Yi Tianlan's hands, forming a gigantic palm spanning 50 meters in mere moments. Its patterns were distinct, its fingers fluid. Besides the color, it appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary hand. Not just the two great demons, but even the remaining 5 could only stare in astonishment, aghast. What kind of martial technique is this? So immense. You mean to tell me this is possible for someone at the innate level? Could it truly cover an entire river? They could not fathom it. And the two demons were even less capable of comprehension. The evil Jiao stared wide-eyed as it witnessed Yi Tianlan effortlessly swing that disproportionately small arm, casually dispersing its innate attack into mere water splashes. Its mind went blank, a sensation akin to a child shooting water at an adult only to have it effortlessly brushed aside, along with the shattering of its prideful and arrogant demeanor, which looked down upon everything in these insignificant places. It remained oblivious to the desperate cries for help emitted by its companion, the Li Yujing. As it faced its demise, with a swift twist of his wrist, Yi Tianlan effortlessly suppressed the Li Yujing. The earth trembled. The broad Shishui River seemed to have encountered a cataclysmic earthquake, with waves rising to heights akin to several stories. Thus, in the bewildered gaze of the 5 onlookers, they beheld a scene unlike any other in their lifetimes. On either side, the azure waves stretched endlessly, while nestled within the gap was the radiant moon hanging in the sky. In a moment of levity, he suppressed a formidable 5th-level demon without a flicker of emotion. was true power. This is the very essence of strength, a crushing force emanating from an absolute powerhouse. The faces of the five flushed with excitement akin to that of monkeys, not only from the thrill of escaping death, but also from the indescribable exhilaration of witnessing a great master in action. Seeing such a spectacle, they felt their lives were complete. Even death would be a worthy trade. The innate realm master of the Luo Yun sect felt a surge of passion within, unable to restrain his exclamations. He Guang, the leader of the Qing Song sect, sneered, suggesting that he could choose to die right then. For the elder would not stop him. Cough. Let's call a spade a spade. Living is indeed a beautiful thing, and he had yet to savor the pleasures of the mortal realm. The others wore peculiar expressions, falling silent as their attention was once again captivated by the unfolding battle. They observed the black-scaled dragon, its body radiating a dark sheen, rolling violently in the void, resembling a serpent with its blood-red vertical pupils almost taking on a corporeal form. It opened its enormous maw, uttering words. Arrogant. Ridiculous. Did you think that such a costly display of power could frighten me into retreat? Ha ha ha. Deceitful humans. Do you truly believe I am akin to those reckless lowly beasts? Show me your prowess once more. The others' expressions shifted, worry and unease surfacing on their faces. The vile dragon spoke truthfully. Such a terrifying attack must have drained a significant amount of energy from the elder, making it impossible for him to unleash a second strike. If one were to think even more pessimistically, he might already be at the end of his strength. In stark contrast to the collective anxiety, Yi Tianlan wore an odd expression. What immense consumption and backlash. I merely need to strike lightly. Why the panic? However, since the opponent insisted, he refrained from further refusals. For he had a kind heart. With a flick of his palm, he moved with even greater speed, and before the vile dragon could react, its surroundings succumbed to an impenetrable darkness, blocking out any trace of moonlight. Looking up, it saw its pupils shrink into mere slits, clarity dawning in its gaze. You truly possess such power. It cried out in terror. Attempting to flee was futile. It was already too late. Its body, struggling in the void, resembled a worm, ruthlessly suppressed and engulfed. Bang! The eyelids of the onlookers twitched violently, their bodies leaping from the ground as they frantically dashed toward higher ground. The waves crashing down from above seemed to connect with the heavens, instantly submerging the riverbank. Chapter 102, Young Ones Halt. Release this opportunity. Since you have sincerely inquired, I might as well reward you with a slap. Yi Tianlan mused, having never encountered such an audacious demand before. Huh? He exclaimed in astonishment, directing his gaze toward the dissipating energy giant palm. The surface of the Chishui River shimmered with ethereal mists as a slender black shadow suddenly emerged, frantically escaping toward the southwest. The expressions of the onlookers shifted, astonished at the sight. This creature, having endured such a blow, was still alive? Truly, it was no wonder it belonged to the dragon lineage. The resilience of its scales was indeed extraordinary. Had it not been for the elder's intervention, we would have been unable to breach its defenses. No, it possessed a protective treasure that absorbed the brunt of the attack. He Guang's keen eyes noted the twinkling starlight at the dragon's tail, revealing it to be a protective bell artifact. As the one who had directly engaged in the encounter, Yi Tianlan understood the power of this bell artifact better than anyone. It would make a splendid pendant for Xian to adorn her sword. Instantly, inspiration struck, and his figure transformed into a radiant golden dragon, soaring into the clouds. He activated the divine technique, Reverse Dragon's 7 steps. Fellow, relinquish this opportunity. It is beyond your grasp. The vile dragon, believing it had narrowly escaped, felt a surge of pride. After all, as a member of the dragon lineage, it naturally possessed the ability to soar through the clouds. While humans require the attainment of the flight realm for even brief aerial mobility, it held the inherent advantage, believing it could flee at will. Upon hearing the voice from behind, it trembled, incredulity washing over it as it turned to look. A phantasmal figure, enveloped in golden light, was swiftly approaching. Its speed surpassed even that of its own flight. The vile dragon's eyes widened in horror, its vertical pupils narrowing to slits. Unable to mask the terror and astonishment etched on its face, it screamed in desperation, "You can fly too? Is this being a master of the flight realm? Yet, what concern is that to me? I should be fleeing even faster." Yi Tianlan's speed was staggering as he fully activated the divine technique, Reverse Dragon's 7 steps. The light surrounding him coalesced into a tangible golden dragon. The intricate patterns of elemental energy intertwined, and the shimmering dragon scales emitted a divine radiance, exuding an invisible pressure. Each step he took resonated in the void, generating ripples of overwhelming force. It was as if a heavy hammer struck the hearts of onlookers, accelerating their heartbeats and flushing their faces, leaving them breathless. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped them, escalating with each of his strides. 5 steps, 6 steps, until the 7th step, bang! The vile dragon stood frozen in place, its eyes wide as saucers. Panic, dread, and an ineffable sense of intimidation gripped its heart, as if it were facing a true celestial dragon. Yi Tianlan drew ever nearer, his speed unparalleled, drawing in vast amounts of elemental energy and the night mist. From a distance, it appeared as though he was enveloped in a cloud of pervasive white fog. I come with the tempest. Young ones, halt. Release this opportunity. He bellowed again, his excitement reverberating far and wide, leaving others with peculiar expressions, dumbfounded. In the distance, a white-clad fairy, having just concluded her affairs with a bloodied sword tip, twitched at the corner of her mouth, instinctively covering her forehead, where 3 lines of darkness had surfaced. The vile dragon, struggling to flee, felt as if it were a mudfish wriggling in shallow waters. Realizing the figure behind was rapidly closing in and that escape was impossible, it turned in fury, shouting, "You go too far. This is truly an affront. The dragon lineage has no cowards. Do you think me an easy target to bully? You wretched scoundrel. Today, you shall pay the price." It opened its foul maw, expelling a black, disc-like object. Its crimson eyes glimmered with profound pain, a sensation it had never experienced even when the Liu Jing perished. The disc spun wildly in the void, suddenly unfurling, its brilliance bursting forth, akin to black ink diffusing in water. In mere moments, a vast array of black patterns spread out, intertwining across the expanse. With an irresistible velocity, the void within a radius of over 500 meters was instantaneously enveloped. The air trembled, as if some dust had been shaken off shoulders. Yi Tianlan gazed at the intricate patterns of the formation vanishing into the ether, his eyes narrowing slightly. This was not mere disappearance, it was concealment. He had been ensnared within a grand array. Ha ha ha, everything is your doing. The voice of the triumphant Jiao Long echoed from beyond the formation. Yet Yi Tianlan could not discern its form. Clearly, the array had already taken effect. In Yi Tianlan's view, the surrounding light was becoming increasingly dim and hazy, as if a layer of gray mist enveloped his vision, rendering everything before him indistinct. The space appeared to be manipulated by unseen hands, with once clear objects becoming blurred and distorted, morphing into bizarre shadows. A heavy sense of dizziness enveloped his mind, akin to being struck forcefully at the back of his head. Confusion and illusion obscured everything in sight. Below, several individuals felt a jolt of unease in their hearts, instantly conjuring ominous thoughts. Luo Tsong turned back in horror. "Master, it seems the senior is trapped. I didn't expect that Jiao Long possessed such a precious array disc. What shall we do? Master, where's Yi Guang? He had already fled without a trace. What else can we do but run, you fool? Are we to wait for that Jiao Long to divert its attention to us?" He cursed while retreating. At that moment, in the air, the triumphant expression on Jiao Long's face abruptly froze, astonishment and fear flickering in its vertical pupils. It had sensed a change within the formation and began to doubt its own existence. Myriad visions' bright eye pierced through the illusion. A beam of pure light penetrated the darkness, dispelling all filth and shadows. The eyes, rotating amidst the obscurity, radiated a fervent brilliance, scorching through all deceptions, causing all negative states to dissipate from Yi Tianlan's being. His pupils shone like the sun, exceedingly pure, as if 2 suns were contained within. Wherever his gaze fell, the dark lines could no longer remain concealed. In the next moment, he moved, striking out horizontally, finding the heart of the formation at its deepest point. His fist coalesced like a coiling dragon, a terrifying force emanating, shattering the array with a single blow. With a crack, the grand array collapsed. In the incredulous gaze of the malevolent Jiao Long, it beheld that figure once more, casting a smile that seemed to emerge from the depths of hell. "This is impossible." It shrieked in terror. "There is nothing impossible," came the response. "Damn it, I truly have entreated as a soft persimmon." It fled in panic, clutching its head. Chapter 103. The Jiao Long's crumbling defense. Is that senior truly from my sect, Jiu-Xianmen? The crowd noticed the shift in the sky, astonished yet filled with joy, hastily halting their steps. Master, the senior is not trapped. Stop running. Luo gong et glim et si ten li. Indeed, just as I envisioned. Truly worthy of being a senior. Tian Guang nodded, his expression serious yet inexplicably so. Luo Tsong stared at him in bewilderment as he emerged from the nearby woods. When did this happen? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the malevolent Jiao Long still refused to accept reality. This is simply impossible. My formation was obtained from my father. Even those in the Yuquang realm would be ensnared within, unable to escape. How could you penetrate its authenticity and dismantle the formation? Yi Tianlan shrugged. There is nothing impossible. It is merely that the Yuquang realm you encountered was too weak, barely reaching the level of normalcy. You? Normal level? The Jiaolong was nearly spitting blood in anger. You had better not be too aggressive. I understand now. It must be that you encountered this black water illusion array before, allowing you to know how to dismantle it. The Jiaolong laughed in a deranged manner, as if it were cursed. What are you mumbling about? Take my punch. Golden light erupted before it, causing the Jiaolong to tense in fear, unable to suppress its terror. Qishir, save me. This cry resonated across the land, leaving no doubt that a formidable figure would soon emerge from the shadows. So what if you dismantle my formation? Do you truly believe I came out here alone? To be forced into this position, you must be sufficiently arrogant, but alas. The fierce grin on the Jiaolong's face faltered. What a pity that your Qishir has already left before you. It trembled violently, its mouth opening and closing in shock and fright, as it was forced to confront the fact that its last resort had been seized by someone else. It stared in horror as a beautiful woman, clad in white like snow, emerged from the forest, her left hand wielding a 3-foot cold blade, and her right hand holding a crocodile's head, an all too familiar sight. Her unblinking eyes seemed to peer across hundreds of meters, locking onto the Jiaolong. Impossible. Qishir, how can my Qishir be? The Jiaolong stammered, its demeanor reflecting utter madness. Ha ha ha, you beast. You disregard martial ethics. I had to even call for you before you killed me. It laughed maniacally, appearing most unfortunate. Its greatest reliance had been resolved without its knowledge, undoubtedly delivering the heaviest blow to its spirit. I have said it countless times, nothing is impossible. Did I not tell you I was late? Your Qishir indeed possesses some capabilities, managing to barely escape my divine powers, yet took considerable effort to injure it severely. Yitianman remarquait lazily. Why are you looking at me like that? I never claimed to be human. If you can bring a crocodile's head, why can't I bring treasure? Below, the crowd synchronously spat in response. Luo Junxian appeared unaffected, yet her face, as exquisite as the finest jade, had subtly taken on a rosy hue in the moonlight. She cast a playful glare at him, pondering why he consistently managed to engage in peculiar antics during such critical moments, and always with utmost seriousness. Indeed, subduing this crocodile demon of the late, innate stage required significant effort from both of them, deploying all means necessary to prevent its escape. Even though Yi Tianlan had severely wounded it, she had gradually worn it down with the intent of the pure industry immortal thundersword. But the benefit was that her sword intent had further honed itself. The Jiaolong gazed into the unblinking, enormous, yellow vertical pupils, an ultimate fear of death finally creeping into its heart, akin to a shadow that would not disperse. Previously, it had fled, relying on its numerous trump cards, not believing it would meet its demise. But now it truly felt the encroaching crisis of death tightening around its neck. Father, save me. It suddenly cried out again, startling everyone, including Yi Tianlan, who turned to look behind. Are the more experts? Yet upon looking back, there was nothing. It was merely a ruse. All that was visible was a dark shadow frantically dashing toward the river below. Yi Tianlan was furious. Damn it, I have been deceived as the villain. He transformed into a golden dragon silhouette, instantly pursuing. In the air and on the ground, there was no escape. The only path to survival lay in the river. Yes, the river is my domain. There is no way you can chase me in the water. The Jiaolong continually reassured itself, only to feel a violent current surging from behind. Upon glancing back, it found that the golden dragon silhouette was moving effortlessly through the water. The Jiaolong's eyes widened in rage, unleashing a furious scream. How can you do this? A terrifying commotion erupted from beneath the river, but it was short-lived. A dark shadow burst forth from the water, heading towards the shore. Startled, the crowd hurriedly retreated, only to realize that this shadow was oddly still, plummeting straight down from the air. With a resounding thud, it created a massive crater upon impact. Was it dead? An unknowing voice inquired, as the remaining individuals stood in a daze, inching forward with disbelief. As the dust settled and their vision cleared, they were met with the horrific sight of a head that had been completely penetrated. Life had ceased. The crowd swallowed hard, for despite their utmost efforts, they could not break through the opponent's defenses, yet now they had been easily decapitated. They all understood that it was not due to the dragon's lack of effort, but rather that its adversary was overwhelmingly powerful, seemingly masterful in all arts and crafts, utilizing every possible treasure and formation. There was no hope for survival. With a roar, a golden dragon's silhouette suddenly burst forth from the water, appearing as if it had just traversed the Chishui River. In the blink of an eye, the crowd found themselves startled, having barely registered the rapid movement. No wonder even this dragon, with its ability to soar through the clouds, could not escape. This creature seemed to possess extraordinary abilities. Senior. Several individuals bowed respectfully, their voices trembling with awe. They felt an inexplicable thrill at the prospect of conversing with such a distinguished figure. Although they were top-tier experts within their sex, they dared not be careless in the presence of someone who could single-handedly vanquish demons. Senior, you appear rather youthful, Yin Guang mused inwardly, noting the figure resembled his disciple's disciple. Oh, what an impolite thought. Yin Guang reprimanded himself. Surely, the senior must possess a secret method for maintaining youthful appearance, far beyond his comprehension. With this realization, Yin Guang felt at ease. With a cautious bow, he inquired, "Might I ask if you are associated with our esteemed sect?" Jiu Xianmen? A strange smile suddenly graced Yi Tianlan's lips. Jiu Xianmen. Ha! Yin Guang, with great care, repeated his question, observing Yi Tianlan's expressions closely, fearful of overstepping. Yi Tianlan remained expressionless, his gaze unflinching, merely responding with a slight grunt. He then produced a uniquely shaped black token from his storage ring, waving it nonchalantly before him. Jiuxian Min token. Yin Guang's expression brightened, his heart swelling with joy as he internally praised his own insight. He had indeed guessed correctly. This individual was a significant figure within Jiuxian Min. If he could establish a connection, it would be a tremendous gain. May I inquire your esteemed name? Yi Tianlan's lips drew lit upiart. Finally, the bait has been taken. Jiuxian Min, Yi Qingkong. His tone was devoid of emotion, embodying the composure of a true master in Yin Guang's eyes. Meanwhile, a figure clad in white who had just approached paused momentarily, raising a delicate hand to cover her forehead. Luo Junxian could easily surmise that her husband was once again harboring something unsavory within. Before her thoughts could settle, Yi Tianlan suddenly lowered his head, coughing into his hand. A slight grimace of pain crossed his face, which Yin Guang keenly observed. "Senior, what troubles you?" he exclaimed, concern etched across his features. "Cough, cough. It's nothing serious. That vile dragon had a trick up its sleeve while submerged. I was careless and did not take precautions." Luo Junxian felt a pang of concern, carefully assessing the situation. Abundant vitality, robust blood flow, and a spirited demeanor. The cough seemed to strain your throat muscles, likely your most significant injury. Yin Guang, however, was perplexed, sensing that the senior appeared to have no issues at all. Yet, he dared not press further. It was likely an internal injury, easily overlooked by someone of his limited innate strength. He rationalized, growing more convinced of his reasoning. "Senior, do you lack healing elixirs? I have some, though I am unsure if they meet your standards." Yin Guang hesitated, wanting to offer this favor while fearing it might be unwelcome. "Not at all. I would not refuse." Yi Tianlan straightened his posture, but upon noticing the eye roll from behind and Yin Guang's astonished gaze, his demeanor immediately slackened. "Senior, are you feeling better?" "Cough, just experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. I feel even weaker now." "Then please take this Yulong Dan." "Still insufficient." "How about adding a Zi Chun Dan?" "Still lacking." "I have some elixirs for mental fortitude as well." "That would be too troublesome. I would rather seek a pill master to customize one specifically for my injuries. Unfortunately, I recently encountered a calamity, losing nearly all my possessions. Otherwise, I could have consulted a formidable alchemist." At this point, Yi Tianlan's gaze dimmed, and he sighed. The observing leader of the Luo Yun's sect's eyes brightened, and he quickly approached. "Senior, I am willing to assist you in overcoming this hardship. I possess numerous resources and various elixirs, and I hope to be of aid." Yi Tianlan appeared troubled, attempting to decline. That might not be appropriate. Undeterred, the leader insisted, placing his storage ring into Yi Tianlan's hands, though his eyes twitched in discomfort. It's nothing, senior. I trust in your character. Yi Tianlan felt touched and nodded solemnly, accepting the offer. Very well, I shall remember this. In due time, visit Jiu Xianmin and seek me, Yi Qingkong. I shall repay you doubly. In this moment, he vowed in the name of Jiu Xianmin that he would not disappoint. The leader of Luo Yun's sect was elated, nodding vigorously in excitement. Yi Tianlan then casually glanced to He Yanguang. Young friend, let us leave it at that. It's up to you to discern your own understanding. He Yanguang clearly possessed such insight. Moreover, with Luo Yun's sect already pledging loyalty, he realized that failing to act would not only forfeit the opportunity to befriend this great figure, but could also invite resentment. Considering various factors, he too submitted his and Luo Song's storage rings. Soon, the group departed, jubilant, as Yi Tianlan sent them off. As they walked, Luo Song remarked, Master, are we truly fine leaving without even a fare for our journey back to the sect? Fool! To forge connections with a figure of such stature is a blessing that many would covet. Your perspective is exceedingly narrow. He Yanguang retorted, visibly exasperated. Luo Song's expression twisted in distress. I understand the reasoning, but I am injured and truly do not wish to walk. Come now, you are fit and able. He Yanguang paused, adding, Moreover, the senior does not seek repayment from us. Those meager resources are merely a temporary relief. Once I mention the senior's name at Jiu Xianmin, I shall be treated as a distinguished guest, perhaps even reaping unexpected rewards. As he spoke, his eyes began to glimmer with hope. Luo Song opened his mouth to protest, but could only nod in resignation, hoping fervently that this esteemed individual truly belonged to Jiu Xianmin and was not merely playing a trick on them. He Yanguang's patience wore thin, feeling a deep sense of disappointment. You are so dull-witted. It's as if you have a pig's brain. Consider this carefully. Would such an esteemed individual resort to deceit against us? Moreover, why would they need the guise of Jiaxuomin to perpetrate such a ruse? Even if we were to entertain this notion, the Jiaxuomin insignia cannot be forged. When all these factors converge, the accuracy of their identity must be at least 99%. He Yanguang puffed out his chest, brimming with confidence. Enough of these trivial gains and losses. In due time, you and I shall visit Jiaxuomin together and relish the hospitality of a grand sect. Under the moonlight, the two excitedly ventured forth, as did several members of Luo Yun's sect in another direction. Meanwhile, by the riverbank, Yi Tianlan, after thoroughly searching the remaining corpses, wore a pleased smile upon his face. Being a disciple of Jiaxuomin is indeed a splendid affair, a true privilege. With a renowned title, one can also procure goods on credit under the sect's name. It is simply marvelous. Chapter 105. Arrival at Tianwu City. Was Lu Wu expelled? Is this truly acceptable? Why, would it be wrong? Sienner, you are simply too kind. Jiaxuomin is affluent and does not lack what we have. That is not my point. I mean, if we were to eliminate them entirely, would the possessions not still belong to us? Furthermore, we could frame Jiaxuomin for it. Luo Junxian tilted her head, gazing at him earnestly. Her radiant eyes sparkled under the moonlight. Yi Tianlan responded, is that truly acceptable? Am I perhaps being overly kind? Fear not, for they are beyond our reach now. Luo Junxian propped her delicate chin with her fair hand and nodded slightly, adding, not quite. I have placed tracking talismans on them. Should you wish to silence them, we could pursue them at this very moment. Yi Tianlan was left astounded. Wait, when did you do that? While their attention was diverted towards you, just in case, she gently revealed, causing Yi Tianlan to shiver involuntarily. Goodness, I never imagined Xian could be so ruthless. Ultimately, Yi Tianlan refrained from taking action. Having already secured the benefits, it seemed somewhat unethical to eradicate them entirely. The two sought a secluded cave, where Yi Tianlan kindly relocated the wild boar that had originally inhabited it. They then transported the corpses of 3 formidable beasts there. Fortune smiles upon us, Xian. After a night of toil, we can still enjoy a warm and delectable meal. The wild boars were neatly arranged on the roasting spit, and Yi Tianlan eagerly indulged in their savory meat. With his current robust vitality, digesting the boar meat posed no challenge. His culinary skills were commendable, utilizing the exquisite jiucai liuli yin for roasting, resulting in exquisite flavors. Even Luo Junxian was tempted, devouring a tender little pig leg. Once sated, Yi Tianlan extracted 3 demon cores, one from the dragon, one from the carp spirit, and the largest from the crocodile demon, which possessed the highest rank. The crocodile demon core was the largest, yet the dragon core was the most refined, while the carp spirit was the least impressive. Yi Tianlan first refined the cores of the carp spirit and the crocodile demon, extracting the essence of their spirits and surging it through his meridians, subsequently opening 2 major acupoints. This process took less than half an hour, with Luo Junxian completing her breakthrough almost simultaneously. Their gazes then fell upon the obsidian dragon core, eagerly anticipated for so long, as it was the closest to a true dragon they had encountered. Yi Tianlan could hardly contain his excitement. He possessed 2 divine abilities related to the dragon lineage, and to unleash their full potential, the essence of dragonkind was essential. Alas, true dragons no longer existed in this world. The remnants of genuine dragon bones beneath the Tianxiang dragon pool had long been refined during the fusion of the imperial vein, leaving him at a loss for authentic dragon materials. Had it not been for this, he might not have been able to acquire 2 pinnacle dragon-related divine abilities under the favor of the heavenly Dao. You may break through on your own. I shall guard you, said Luo Junxian as she stood to watch over him at the cave entrance. Yi Tianlan was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, Xian, there is no need. This dragon is at the mid-stage of the innate realm. It is sufficient for my breakthrough. You should join me. Luo Junxian tilted her head, the silvery moonlight cascading over her sleek, dark hair, resembling a flowing silver waterfall. She approached him silently and stood still. Yi Tianlan, bewildered, blinked and scratched his head. Xianer, what is wrong? With her beautiful eyes fixed upon him like a tranquil pool, she unexpectedly leaned in, elbowing him with surprising force. Yi Tianlan had no time to react. Caught off guard and losing his balance, he fell to the ground. Propping himself up, he looked up at his dear Xian, who shot him a playful glare. After tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, she gracefully walked towards the cave's exit, hands clasped behind her back, leaving him with a beautiful silhouette. He simply refused to listen. How bothersome. Yi Tianlan remained stunned, a grin spreading across his face as he chuckled foolishly. Hurry up. My fists are not for show. Then perhaps you should elbow me again, darling. Half a month later, what a lively place. Xianya. Tianwu City must surely be several times larger than our Tianxiang Kingdom's capital. I do not know, but you could ask a random passerby, she replied. From such a distance, do you think they know of Tianxiang Kingdom's capital? Yi Tianlan éclatait une surprise. Most likely not, Luo Junxian candidly stated. Then why should I ask them? They would likely regard you as a bumpkin and look down on you. She nodded sagely, her finger resting on her chin. Dear wife, must you truly treat me this way? At the city gate, towering several meters high, they entered the city amidst the flowing crowd, their handsome and beautiful appearance attracting many curious glances. After enduring the hardships of the wild, they finally arrived at a grand tavern. While dining, their keen ears caught snippets of conversation from neighboring tables, revealing the reason for the bustling crowds. The Tianwu Academy's triannual enrollment ceremony had commenced, drawing countless talents from across the land, resulting in a surge of people. Their Tianxiang Kingdom was situated on the periphery of the Qingluo domain, where numerous countries, large and small, totaled in the dozens within this vast region. Due to its remoteness, Tianwu Academy was eager not to miss the opportunity to scout talents from the borders, thus sending instructors to the area. However, in the central region near Tianwu Academy, no instructors were assigned, allowing anyone who met the criteria to voluntarily attend the tests in Tianwu City. Yet, to the 2 of them, this was merely an amusing tidbit. They had secured their admission to Tianwu Academy 11 years ago. No, it should now be 12 years. They simply needed to claim their enrollment. However, they were uncertain whether the academy had retained their names, so it would be prudent to locate the instructor Lu Wu who had initially assisted them, as a considerable time had passed since then. Noticing that a few young individuals from Tianwu Academy at the next table were about to leave, Yi Tianlan approached them with a smile. He directly inquired, Hello, we are also pre-admitted students of Tianwu Academy. Might you be acquainted with Instructor Lu Wu? Initially, somewhat impatient, the group became attentive upon hearing his intent. Lu Wu, does our Tianwu Academy have such an instructor? They exchanged bewildered glances, seeing their genuine confusion. Yi Tianlan's expression darkened as he exchanged a glance with Luo Junxian, both recognizing the uncertainty and frustration reflected in each other's eyes. It appeared that an unexpected turn of events had arisen. They did not doubt that Lu Wu was once a mentor at Tianwu Academy. They merely speculated that there might have been some miscommunication or that these individuals simply did not recognize one another. Brother, please clarify which academy you're referring to. One of them inquired after a moment of contemplation. Yi Tianlan patiently continued, "It is the Southern Academy. He should have still been there 12 years ago." The group exchanged confused glances, clearly unfamiliar with the matter at hand. Just as Yi Tianlan felt disheartened by the lack of useful information, a steady voice suddenly emerged from the side. They are from the previous cohort of students and, naturally, would not recognize the Lu Wu mentor you speak of. Although I am unsure of your intentions in seeking him, I regret to inform you that he has been expelled from the academy. Chapter 106. You are from the cohort of 9 years ago? No, we are from 12 years ago. Lu Wu was expelled? Yi Tianlan's eyes widened in disbelief, almost thinking he had misheard. How could a mentor in the late stage of innate power be dismissed from the academy so easily? Not only him, but Luo Junxian was also momentarily stunned. The sudden revelation caught them off guard. Sensing the confusion in their hearts, the speaker stepped forward. Mentor Chun. The previous students immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer and bowed respectfully. There is nothing for you here. You may leave. Yes, they acknowledged and departed without hesitation. Yi Tianlan observed the middle-aged man who approached. He appeared cultured and amiable, tall and slender, sporting a well-groomed mustache and meticulously combed hair, dressed in a long green robe. He resembled more of a scholarly figure than a combatant. Greetings, Mentor Chun. Yi Tianlan followed the lead of the other students in addressing him, with Luo Junxian quickly joining in. Are you a student from the Southern Academy? How do you know Lu Wu? Chun Lichuan's gaze scrutinized him, laced with curiosity. Perhaps it had been a long time since anyone had mentioned that name, stirring a myriad of emotions within him. To be precise, I have yet to enroll. Yi Tianlan corrected. Chun Lichuan furrowed his brow, immediately grasping his implication with a look of astonishment. Could it be that you were among the students he recruited back then? Yi Tianlan nodded helplessly. Indeed, Mentor. We wish to understand why Lu Wu was dismissed and whether we can still gain entry into the academy. His previous mentor had informed him of a unique and powerful natural spirit flame concealed within Tianwu Academy. If he could absorb it, the Jokai Lu Lian would undoubtedly ascend to an even more formidable level, significantly enhancing his alchemy skills in the process. This was an irresistible temptation for Yi Tianlan, which was why he persevered in coming to Tianwu Academy. Upon hearing his words, Chun Lichuan relaxed his brow, a look of relief spreading across his face. It is as I suspected. Lu Wu was expelled 7 years ago. So you are indeed from the cohort of 9 years ago? Yi Tianlan glanced helplessly at Luo Junxian, who winked at him, the meaning unspoken. Actually, we are from 12 years ago. As expected, Chun Lichuan's eyes widened in shock. 12 years ago? How could that be? What on earth were you doing that you are only reporting now? His expression was one of astonishment. Yi Tianlan opened his mouth to explain, but decided against it. How could he possibly say that he had spent 11 years breaking through the Emperor's veins, overcoming 2 major realms? Achieving the late stage of the channeling realm at 18 was inconceivable for anyone. It was no exaggeration to say that he could now easily best all the mentors at Tianwu Academy. Yi Tianlan's gaze had long surpassed that of his peers. Why? Because there was no worthy opponent among them. Seeing him silent, Chun Lichuan understood that he must have his reasons and refrained from pressing further. Regarding 12 years ago, I am afraid that aside from Lu Wu himself, no one can vouch for you now, as he was the one who recruited you. But as you know, he was expelled 7 years ago, so you will have to. He hesitated, leaving his statement unfinished. Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian naturally understood his meaning. It meant they would need to retake the entrance examination. However, in his heart, Chun Lichuan silently shook his head, skeptical of their nonchalant demeanor. On the bright side, they had indeed passed the test 12 years ago. But how old were they back then? Even if they were 18 at the time, they must be in their 30s now. That age was not ideal unless they had reached the late stage of gathering energy, which was somewhat of a tall order. In the most crucial years, they had missed out on the best educational resources. How could their realms possibly keep pace with their peers at the academy? This was a question that could be easily deduced. Thus, for these 2 former students, he felt only pity and regret. Unfortunately, a missed opportunity was a missed opportunity. By the way, Mentor, you have yet to inform us why Lu Wu was expelled. Is there a minimum threshold for elimination here? Yi Tianlan pondered with confusion. Chun Lichuan sighed. Since you were once his students, I suppose it is permissible to share this with you. He was expelled for losing a precious testing stone tablet. I trust you have used it before. Such testing tools are exceedingly rare, especially one that has been passed down through the academy for hundreds of years, witnessing the rise of countless talents. It is a legacy of immense significance, yet he managed to misplace it. Merely being expelled is already the best outcome for him, despite having made considerable compensation. Chen Lichuan looked up with a sigh, his expression somber, closing his eyes as if reflecting on the events of that time. Yi Tianlan stood frozen, his pupils clouded with shock. The mentor Lu Wu was expelled because of him. This thought stirred a complex wave of guilt within him. Furthermore, from Mentor Chen's words, it seemed the academy merely considered the stone tablet lost, rather than destroyed. This indicated that Lu Wu had never implicated him when he resigned from the academy. Such loyalty was indeed a profound kindness. Mentor Chen, may I inquire as to his current whereabouts? Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Tianlan was determined to find Lu Wu first. He wanted him to know that his waiting had not been in vain. Yi Tianlan, had simply arrived late, not having betrayed his trust. Chen Lichuan hesitated, initially reluctant to oblige, as they were merely two ordinary preparatory students who had yet to enroll, unworthy of such considerable assistance. Given his status, it was already generous of him to converse with them for so long, fueled by past camaraderie. Yet, seeing the unwavering determination in Yi Tianlan's eyes, he inexplicably found himself agreeing. Nodding, he said, very well. He used to enjoy taking his students out for practical experience. Seeing former students visit him would surely bring him joy. This sentiment was somewhat bittersweet. I used to have a good relationship with him. Although we have not been in contact for some time, I still have his contact information. After a brief pause, he took out a communication jade slip, searching for a long-forgotten imprint. The reason it was forgotten was that when Lu Wu left the academy, they had become inhabitants of two different worlds. As Qianwu Academy stood as a premier force in Qing Luo domain, the disparity in status was even greater than that of ordinary societal structures. He initiated contact, and shortly after, the communication jade slip lit up once more. I found it. Follow me. Chapter 107. Lu Wu. Finally, I have waited for you. Thankfully, I did not give up. Half an hour later, in the West City. Here, one has begun to drift far from the city center. Nestled in a secluded area where disordered wooden cabins are scattered haphazardly. The cobblestone path beneath one's feet is similarly aged and in disrepair, marked by numerous potholes. The effluent from daily life flows freely, occasionally wafting an indescribable stench. Chen Lichuan gazed upon this scene, unable to suppress a frown. Dressed impeccably, he had never ventured into such a place. Nevertheless, he persevered, navigating towards the landmark. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated courtyard, where the sound of rhythmic clanging resonated before they drew near. Stepping over the threshold, a small, clean, and tidy area came into view, with a roaring furnace at its far end. Thick black smoke billowed upward, and a figure clad in a gray short coat was vigorously wielding a hammer. To be precise, the coat was actually a shade of black from the soot. Seemingly aware of the movement behind him, the clear sound of striking ceased abruptly. The figure turned, and upon seeing the familiar faces approaching, his expression faltered, revealing a face etched with the marks of hardship and a hint of awkwardness. It was as if he had been discovered in a state of disgrace by fellow villagers while living in exile. He hastily wiped his soot-stained face with the scarf hanging around his neck, offering a somewhat sheepish smile, revealing his teeth. Chen Xiong, it has indeed been a long time. Chen Lichuan cast a glance at him, surveying him from head to toe, a flicker of compassion flashing in his eyes as he furrowed his brow tightly. After several years apart, how had he, a once promising innate realm cultivator, fallen to the point of laboring here for a living? Lu Wu smiled awkwardly, a hint of melancholy in his eyes, struggling to articulate the deeper sentiments within. The corners of his mouth curved in a self-deprecating manner. In his youthful vigor, he had attracted numerous enemies, and during one outing, he fell prey to an ambush, leaving him with a lingering ailment that rendered him unable to venture out again. He bent down to tap his stiffened calf beneath his trousers. Fortunately, having perused many forging texts during his years at the academy, he could still manage to craft some low-quality weapons to make a living, thus avoiding starvation. Chen Lichuan's expression grew complex, and he sighed deeply. Had he known it would come to this, he would have advised Lu Wu to seek a position in a prominent family as a vassal, ensuring a life free from want, rather than suffering from a lasting disability. Lu Wu lowered his gaze, responding only with silence. After spending decades at Tianwu Academy, would he willingly resign himself to a life of obscurity in a common family? The answer was undoubtedly no. He longed to step back through those grand gates. Otherwise, he would not have ventured out to seek breakthroughs, hoping for a chance to return to the academy. Chun Xiong, I was raised by my master. The academy is my second home. I could never join another faction. Chun Lichuan scrutinized him for a moment before shaking his head and sighing. You remain as stubborn as ever. That, at least, has not changed. Lu Wu's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. Consider it a compliment. It has been a while since you last came. Did you come specifically to reminisce with me? Of course not. I happened to encounter your former students. They wished to meet you, so I brought them along. Chun Lichuan replied, stepping aside to allow the two individuals behind him to pass. However, he quickly realized he had asked a redundant question. Upon seeing the two figures behind him, Lu Wu's gaze froze instantly. His jaw began to tremble, his pupils dilated, and his mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. His chest heaved as if a tempest were brewing within, desperate to utter something, yet ultimately no sound emerged. Is it really you? You've truly come? A hint of a sob and a sense of grievance colored his voice, mingled with an indescribable relief and sorrow. Lu Wu could no longer contain his excitement, his body trembling as if he were a frail elder. I told them I had found two prodigies who could shake the very foundations of Qingluo domain and even the eastern wilderness. But they didn't believe me. No one believed me, not even the esteemed dean, who thought I was deceiving him. Tears began to well in his resolute eyes, resembling a river bursting its banks. No longer able to be concealed, he had not cried when the academy condemned him, nor when he was expelled. Even when he suffered a disability due to the treachery of enemies, he had remained stoic. Yet at this moment, he could no longer hold back his tears. He longed to rush forward, forgetting that his right leg had long since gone numb. A misstep sent him tumbling forward. Be careful, Chun Lichuan exclaimed, just as he prepared to move. In the blink of an eye, a figure had reached Lu Wu before him. When he regained his senses, someone had already helped Lu Wu to his feet. His pupils narrowed slightly. How could this be? How did this student come over so quickly? Yi Tianlan, despite having a multitude of words swirling in his heart, could only blurt out a resolute statement. Instructor, we are late. Lu Wu erupted into joyous laughter. Though belated, you have arrived. That is what matters. At this moment, Chun Lichuan finally came to his senses. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. These two students are the ones for whom you insisted on retaining your enrollment, even after leaving the academy? Lu Wu nodded firmly, breaking into a smile. Indeed, it is them. They have encountered Chun Xiong ahead of time. Truly, it must be fate. Chun Lichuan was taken aback. He did not know the extent of the talent possessed by the two before him, but he understood well the depth of Lu Wu's feelings for the academy. As a witness to the events that transpired, he knew that Lu Wu's sole condition for leaving the academy was to retain the slots for these two students. Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian were equally astonished. Unable to restrain himself, Yi Tianlan asked, Instructor, for what you say, do our slots still exist? Certainly. Do you remember what I said back then? Do not think that a mere 12 years, or even 30 or 50 years, will erase your status as my students at Tianwu Academy. Chun Lichuan proclaimed with pride, I brought you into the academy, and I will personally see you through. He stood tall, his eyes gleaming with vigor, reminiscent of the first time he met Yi Tianlan and the others, their spirits soaring as they descended upon the testing stone. Chun Lichuan opened his mouth, only to let out a sigh. Well, if you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Instructor Chun. Yi Tianlan expressed his gratitude. Chun Lichuan waved his hand dismissively, not yet fully aware of the significance of this seemingly casual act of kindness, which would later bring about profound changes in his life. Chapter 108. Xianair loves to tell little lies. Let me use my sword to divine the future. Lu Wu's condition was far from terminal and had not rendered him permanently disabled. However, all his savings had been expended in compensation to the academy, leaving him unable to receive timely treatment. This had exacerbated his injury, with the poison now deeply embedded in his bones, rendering conventional methods nearly futile. Fortunately, Yi Tianlan was different. Utilizing the 9-colored glazed flame and his formidable control, he forcibly expelled and refined the toxins. With the aid of precious elixirs, Lu Wu's hidden injuries had significantly healed overnight. The next day, in the morning, I never imagined my leg would have the chance to move again. After taking a few steps in the courtyard, he gradually regained his familiarity, and a smile could no longer be concealed from his face, dissipating much of the melancholic aura that had once surrounded him. Well, let us discuss recovery later. Today marks the beginning of the test, and I will accompany you. Yesterday, I inquired about the individuals overseeing the entrance examination, and among them were a few acquaintances. I personally spoke to them, and all that is required is to retrieve the archives from that year, ensuring absolute accuracy. And what about you, Mentor? Lu Wu chuckled nonchalantly, patting Yi Tianlan on the shoulder. As for me, what is there to worry about? You, my dear lad, truly possess some remarkable abilities if you can indeed heal my leg. As long as I recover my health, with some effort, I still have the chance to strive for the Yukong realm. Furthermore, you two are here as well. If you both exhibit enough talent to astonish those old fogies, they might even invite me back, haha. To lighten the mood, Lu Wu purposely made a jest. He did not take it seriously, yet it prompted a knowing glance between Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian. So that is how it is. You should have mentioned it earlier. Today, Tianwu City was destined to be bustling. Since dawn, the streets had already gathered a multitude of young people. They came from all corners of Qingluo Yu, filled with lofty aspirations, solely to gain entry into this legendary martial arts sanctuary, achieve success, and alter their fates. Among the thousands present, even the eldest among them would not exceed the age of 30. To enter Tianwu Academy at the threshold of 30, one must possess the strength of late-stage Qi gathering. Yet, if one can attain late-stage Qi gathering at this age, why not participate in the testing ceremony at 18? Thus, the majority of the participants bore youthful visages. Only a handful clung to their hopes, seeking a stroke of luck. Lu Wu suddenly asked, "How old are you now?" Walking along the path. 28 in virtual years. Yi Tianlan indulged in a small fib. Adding 10 years to his age seemed reasonable enough to him. Lu Wu found this entirely plausible, aligning closely with his expectations. "And you?" He then turned to Luo Junxian for her answer. 18. Xianer too enjoyed a little fib. 18? Lu Wu was taken aback. His expression momentarily clouded. His steps halted. "I recall you resembling this very form 12 years ago when I first met you. Is that not permissible?" Luo Junxian asked frostily. Lu Wu felt a flush of embarrassment. It was Yi Tianlan who quickly intervened to diffuse the situation. "Mentor, my Xianer has always been this age. She simply hasn't aged a day. Please do not speak carelessly." Lu Wu, understanding the jest, could only smile wryly as he watched the two draw closer, exchanging glances. "So, I am merely a part of your little couple-s play," he sighed. Choosing not to dwell further on the matter, he dismissed it as a mere casual inquiry. Tianwu City is vast, yet Tianwu Academy is not located here. It resides nestled within the mountains behind. The primary reason being that this area was once a small village, which evolved into a bustling market due to the Academy's students. This led to its gradual expansion from a village to a town, ultimately culminating in a city with a population exceeding 1 million. Consequently, although Tianwu Academy does not establish its roots here, it possesses direct jurisdiction over this place. Managing such a large city naturally requires a plethora of talents and administrators, most of whom emerge from Tianwu Academy. Thus, entering Tianwu Academy and performing well guarantees one a secure job, ensuring a lifetime of comfort and status without the need to venture into the world for hardships or concerns for personal safety. For disciples from ordinary families, this is an immense temptation, drawing countless individuals to pursue it fervently. Had there been no unforeseen circumstances, with Lu Wu's innate strength and his upbringing within the academy, he would have been assured a high-ranking, leisurely position within Tianwu City, even if he could no longer serve in an official capacity due to age, a truly enviable fate. Alas, there are no ifs. While some sought to protect him, others desired his downfall, forcing him to navigate a precarious path. The Academy's judgment on him was delayed for 5 long years. During this time, even if Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian demonstrated adequate talent to enter the Academy, he need not leave. He had never shared this with Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian, and even Qin Lichuan found his actions perplexing. He could only smile, believing that time would vindicate his choices. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Ahead lies Tianwu Square, the starting point for every Tianwu cross-country tournament. Lu Wu indicated towards the grand square adorned with towering statues. Yi Tianlan was already well aware of the rules. Unlike the mentor recruiting students in secluded areas with a testing stone tablet, Tianwu Academy does not directly assess participants' talents to determine admission. Instead, they're evaluated through practical trials. The method of assessment is quite straightforward. Participants must run from the square to Tianwu Academy, overcoming various challenges and competing for spirit items, with points awarded based on their final scores. Engaging in combat, seizing spirits, and acquiring tokens all yield points. Merely being fast is insufficient. There have been instances where the top 10 could barely secure points at the tail end. Let us go greet them and have them retrieve the archives for verification. You can gain admission without participating in the tests, Lu Wu declared, waving his hand, leading the way. The two trailing behind exchanged glances. Yitianman Leonid Kulusov, covering his face with his hand, whispering to Luo Junxian, "Do you think this is reliable, Sienna? I'll consult the sword for guidance." "Don't be ridiculous. You know it won't please me," she retorted. As they approached the center of the square, a massive crowd was obstructed by a wall of Tianwu Academy students blocking their path. When the time came, everyone would exit through the south gate towards Tianwu Academy to complete their assessments. Expecting to be halted, they were surprised to find Lu Wu still held some influence. The team leader responsible for this area happened to be a former student of Lu Wu's. After a brief conversation, upon seeing Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian, the leader readily cleared the way. "You two, best of luck. I look forward to seeing you as my junior brothers and sisters," he said with a hearty smile, extending his goodwill. After Yi Tianlan reciprocated, he followed Lu Wu inside. The interior was much more spacious, with only a handful of people present. Among them were several youthful faces, similar to Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian, forming small circles to converse. They bore no insignia of Tianwu Academy, suggesting they were also participants in the testing. "I despise those with connections," Yi Tianlan murmured to Luo Junxian. "Aren't we the same? What do you mean by that, Sienna?" "We entered based on our own merits," Yi Tianlan declared proudly. "Hey, those two over there with connections, come here," he said, feeling a vein throb on his forehead. Luo Junxian stifled a laugh. He cast a resentful glance at a mentor waving at them. As Lu Wu took a step forward, they followed suit. "Luo Sheng. Long time no see," Lu Wu greeted warmly. The summoned mentor was robust and towering. He paused for a moment deep in thought, before a look of surprise crossed his face. "Lu Wu, is it really you? Has the academy allowed you to return?" Lu Wu smiled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose, replying, "No, I just came to take a look." "You still speak as bluntly as ever." Luo Sheng then slapped his forehead, apologetic. "I'm sorry. Seeing you makes me happy. I thought the academy had granted you permission to come back." Lu Wu felt a warm sensation in his heart. It seemed that there were still people in the academy who cared about him. Unfortunately, he shook his head and chose not to dwell on it. "Is this test under your supervision?" he inquired. "No, it is Lu Air," came the reply. Upon hearing this name, Lu Wu's heart sank. Lu Air was from the East Courtyard, one of the high-ranking officials who had vehemently opposed his staying at the academy. Luo Sheng, oblivious to Lu Wu's changing expression, turned his curiosity towards Yi Tianlan and the others. "Are these the two you brought?" "Yes," Lu Wu responded. Luo Sheng initially thought Lu Wu was seeking to secure a favor and readily agreed. "No problem, since you've asked. I can share some shortcuts and locations of scattered spiritual objects for this test. Just avoid the traps." Lu Wu smiled and waved his hand. "No need, Luo Sheng. These two have been admitted to the academy long ago, so they do not need to participate in the test again. We just need to retrieve their files for confirmation." "I see," Luo Sheng said, suddenly understanding. He then looked at Yi Tianlan and the others in astonishment. "Could it be that they are the ones you mentioned before?" "It has been a while, Luo Sheng. There is no need to bring this up again." Lu Wu interrupted him nonchalantly. Luo Sheng was taken aback, gazing at the two for several moments before nodding. "All right, I'll help you get their files. If there are records, they can go directly to check in." "Thank you," Lu Wu replied. "It's nothing, just my duty." Just as Luo Sheng was about to turn and leave, a sharp, sinister voice suddenly interrupted. "Wait. I am the one in charge here. File transfers must go through me. How can outsiders freely access them?" At that moment, a figure approached from another direction, blocking Luo Sheng's path. Upon recognizing the sinister features of the person with a hawk-like nose and triangular eyes, Lu Wu's heart sank. He felt a headache coming on. How could his luck be so poor as to encounter him now? "What do you mean, Lu Air?" "What I mean, Lu Wu, do you think you're still a mentor at Tianwu Academy? My actions are none of your business. You are overstepping your bounds. A mere commoner trying to meddle in my affairs and seek confidential files. Are you attempting to join opposing forces to gather intelligence on the talents of our academy?" Lu Air's gaze was cold, laced with deep mockery. "You!" Lu Wu's fury ignited, his brow furrowed. This man had the audacity to hurl such accusations right at him, which was intolerable for someone with Lu Wu's straightforward nature. "What? Do you want to fight? The academy guards are here, and there are so many law enforcement students. Feel free to try." Lu Air crossed his arms, sneering at him, completely unfazed. Lu Wu forced himself to calm down, glaring icily at Lu Air, gritting his teeth as he swallowed his rage. pointing towards Yi Tianlan and the others behind him. I have no connection to this admission test. But these two are already students of Tianwu Academy, and as their mentor, it is your responsibility to escort them inside. Elu har glänst åt Tianlan dismissively. When did I say I wouldn't retrieve their admission files? But can't you see how many people are here? I'm quite busy, you know. He spread his hands, a nonchalant smile on his triangular-eyed face. With so many participants in the admission test, as the responsible mentor, I must dutifully fulfill my role. After I finish, it will be your turn. He chuckled. I've already given you my answer. You have no objections, right? With that, he poked Lu Wu's chest with his finger, brimming with provocation. Lu Wu's anger surged, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at Lu Er. Through gritted teeth, he managed to ask, when will you be finished? A sardonic smile crept onto Lu Er's lips. With so many people here, how could I possibly know? Ha. With that, he turned to leave, his parting words drifting back. Just a reminder, this is Tianwu Academy, not ours. What gives you the right to mention Tianwu Academy? His arrogant laughter echoed. In the next moment, however, he abruptly stumbled, as if tripped by an invisible, solid object, falling straight to the ground. His laughter abruptly ceased, and instinctively, he attempted to close his mouth, only to find that peculiar sensation reappearing, this time within his mouth. My mouth won't close. The terrifying thought surged through his mind, just as a sharp sound echoed, drawing the astonished gazes of everyone towards the figure sprawled on the ground. They saw Lu Er sitting there, eyes wide with disbelief, covering his mouth with blood, where he finally moved his trembling hand away. Everyone was shocked to discover that a piece of his front tooth was missing. How could a simple fall cause him to lose a tooth? What kind of innate talent are you to suffer such humiliation, especially in front of thousands of prospective students? The crowd turned away, their facial muscles twitching in disbelief, unable to bear the sight. Chapter 110. Don't hinder me, or I'll beat you too. My tooth. Who? Which scoundrel is targeting me from the shadows? Lu Er screamed, clutching his face in a frenzy. Lu Wu paused, then pointed and burst into laughter. Ha. This is too funny. You don't need to be so realistic in your act as a mouse, do you? I never realized you had such ambition before. Although others refrained from laughing for various reasons, Lu Wu couldn't care less. With his skin already torn, he felt he owed it to himself to step in and mock Lu Er further, regretting not laughing louder. You attacked me from the shadows, didn't you? Yi Tianlan puffed up with pride. Lu Wu scoffed dismissively. Even if you want to smear my reputation, you don't need to be so deliberate. It only highlights your foolishness and ignorance. You can ask your peers and those around. Did anyone feel the surge of energy just now? To quietly scheme against you in such a public setting, one would need to be nearly as powerful as a Yueying realm expert. Yi Tianlan sheepishly touched his nose. If I had that kind of power, would I even need to bicker with you? That's just ridiculous. Lu Wu flicked his hand dismissively, scoffing as if looking at someone simple-minded. As the saying goes, lies cannot harm, but the truth is a sharp blade. Lu Er's eyes reddened, filled with fine blood vessels, as he gasped for breath like a beast on the verge of collapse. Sinner, do you think he is about to make a move? Luo Juanxian's words pierced deep, like a sharp knife to the soul. He resembled a frenzied rat king, ready to leap and bite my knee. It's the rat soldier. Luo Junxian delivered another cruel blow. I will tear you to shreds. His roar reverberated through the air as he furiously shouted, his aura surging violently, transforming into a shadow that charged towards Luo Junxian. This was unexpected. No one anticipated that Lu Er would truly act against two unarmed, defenseless prospective students. The crowd was first stunned, then they quickly reacted, their expressions turning anxious and frantic. If someone were to be injured by a mentor from Tianwu Academy in front of so many witnesses, the scandal would spread like wildfire among the various factions in no time. They would likely struggle to hold their heads high for a long while. Their tension, fear, and disbelief left them completely oblivious to another possibility. In the midst of the gathering, two individuals remained remarkably composed, devoid of any panic. Luo Juanxian's lips curved into a subtle smile, while Yi Tianlan beamed broadly, exposing his teeth. There was no need for unnecessary dialogue. As soon as they realized they were being obstructed from entering Tianwu Academy, they instinctively played their part in this unfolding drama. Everything transpired as they had anticipated, compelling their adversary to take the initiative. Given their prowess, participating in the test would not only waste time, but also carry the implication of bullying a mere elementary school student. The alternative path before them was far more straightforward and brutish. "Luer, do you dare?" Luo exclaimed in shock. Yet, in a fleeting moment of distraction, the opponent had already bypassed him. It was too late to intervene. He could only watch in horror as the adversary charged towards the two of them. Luer had succumbed to madness, oblivious to his surroundings and his own identity, solely intent on unleashing his pent-up fury upon the duo. A dark radiance erupted from his fist, amplifying his menacing presence and exuding an aura of obliteration. Clearly, he was unleashing his full power and employing martial techniques. "What are you dying for? Are you so eager to seek death?" The words emerged like a demonic whisper, accompanied by a light chuckle from the figure. His pupils constricted sharply, unable to discern how that hand had latched onto him. With an effortless grip, akin to grasping the delicate wings of a cicada, his hand was ensnared within the palm of the other. His body trembled, and a tumult of emotions surged within him, eyes widening in disbelief. How was this possible? The overwhelming pressure felt as though the academy head had intervened to thwart him. But as he raised his gaze to behold the youthful visage, his eyes began to tremble uncontrollably, as if caught in a surreal dream. "This is not right." Crack! A crisp sound of bone snapping accompanied his anguished scream, cold sweat pouring down like a torrential downpour. In the instant battle commenced, Yi Tianlan's gaze transformed into one of icy ruthlessness. Ignoring the cries that filled his ears, he twisted his body, propelling himself into the air, his toes launching him upward with ferocity. Boom! A powerful gust of wind surged outward as Luer's eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets, while rising in his throat, his facial muscles twisted in a chaotic knot. His body morphed into a cannonball, soaring into the sky. Dragon capture! Yi Tianlan's expression hardened as he clenched his fist with great force. In an instant, a brilliant and fearsome golden dragon spiraled upward, swiftly ensnaring Luer. Before he could react, the dragon's head let forth a resounding roar and opened its mouth wide, consuming him whole. "Stop!" At a critical moment, a thunderous voice echoed from afar, infused with urgency. Yi Tianlan's eyes flickered with impatience. What an irritating performance. "Begone!" He emitted a domineering snort. Boom! With a sudden clench of his fist, his aura surged dramatically, akin to a blazing sun igniting with fervor. His figure seemed to ascend infinitely, a brilliant light blooming from his brow, an overwhelming might radiating outward, enveloping him in a golden halo. The intense aura of the blazing sun threatened to scorch the very earth beneath him, as an immense celestial force began to surge forth from his brow. Furthermore, a torrent of blood surged within him, harmonizing with the great meridians coursing through his body. Ethereal runes materialized from the void, with the stars of the four divine abilities shining the brightest. Deep within his dantian, a coiling dragon shadow suddenly opened its eyes, emanating an aura of unparalleled authority. It emitted an inaudible roar, summoning thunderous sounds and ethereal melodies. Then, it surged upward, emerging from his dantian, transforming into a golden silhouette that spiraled from his shoulder, entwining around his arm. This was his second invocation, yet unlike the first against Qinshan, this time the essence was in harmony with the Imperial Dragon. With the aid of divine runes, its power far surpassed previous attempts. Heavenly Emperor's Fist. Boom! A dazzling column of scorching light erupted from Yi Tianlan's fist, resembling a dragon emerging from the depths. The terrifying primal force swept through the void, momentarily dimming the heavens and the earth. The realm trembled. This would be a fist to astonish the world. A series of terrifying phenomena unfolded behind Yi Tianlan, causing hearts to quiver in trepidation. What? The voice emerged again, this time imbued with evident shock and disbelief. "You audaciously dare to unleash such a level of attack upon me." Yi Tianlan showed no sign of yielding. With a cold snort, he declared, "Do not hinder me, or I shall strike you down as well. You infuriate me." The voice was drowned out by an indescribable explosion, as a figure was seen being propelled away in disarray. Chapter 111. Astonishingly extraordinary. What is your relationship with the Academy head? Silence. An oppressive quiet enveloped the gathering, a hush that spoke to the profound shock etched upon the faces of all present. The plaza, which could accommodate thousands, had become so still that a pin drop could be heard. Yi Tianlan stood, proud as a golden dragon, towering in the void with arms crossed, his dark hair dancing wildly amidst the turbulent energies of battle, resembling a deity stepping forth from the abyss. What a nuisance! Were it not for the emblem of Tianwu Academy upon your head, I would have annihilated you today. You ought to be grateful that my mentor is also a member of the academy." As these words fell, Lu Wu's eyes trembled, casting a grateful glance towards Yi Tianlan. Recognizing that this statement was not solely directed at him, Yi Tianlan seized Lu Er, who was barely clinging to life, and without regard for the spectators, delivered a resounding slap to his face, sending him flying like a lifeless dog. "I've struck him. Do you wish to take revenge? I shall be here waiting." Yi Tianlan's intent was unmistakable. His gaze was frigid, eyes glimmering with the fury of thunder, the air around him swirling like a tempest, constricting hearts and rendering breath shallow, deterring anyone from daring to confront him. "If this mountain does not harbor me, then surely another shall. I shall traverse the rugged path, as heaven and earth are mine to scale." Yi Tianlan stood tall, akin to a proud pine, his sword-like brows slanting into his temples, exuding an air of magnificence. As he turned, stepping upon the golden dragon, radiating brilliance beneath the sun, he declared, "Siener, let us depart." Luo Junxian, her twin swords cradled in her embrace, her cold gaze unwavering, followed suit and turned to leave. At this moment, the assembled mentors, including Luo Sheng, finally emerged from their stupor of shock and disbelief. It was no wonder their capacity for acceptance faltered. Yi Tianlan's previous display had been nothing short of astonishing, reaching a level of incredibility that left them questioning their own perceptions. But then, a shiver coursed through them, and urgency surged. A prodigy. No, an unparalleled prodigy. Yet, their minds were blank, struggling to conjure any suitable descriptors. The overwhelming dominance displayed over peers of the same caliber was akin to the torment of a dog. What kind of extraordinary talent could achieve such feats? They gazed at the stunned youths preparing to participate in the test outside, realizing this was beyond mere invincibility among peers. Lu Er lay isolated, gasping for breath, yet no one cared for his plight. Even those who usually befriended him refrained from approaching, lest they create rifts with this prodigy. The shock gave way to an unending spiral of uncertainty, anxiety, and helplessness. If such an existence were to slip away before our very eyes today, one after another, they could all return to their hometowns. The crowd, with faces etched in despair, approached and implored sincerely. "Yi Xiaoyu, it's all a misunderstanding. We have never made things difficult for you. The gates of Tianwu Academy have always been wide open for you. We have never refused you entry. Yes, indeed. It has always been that person surnamed Lu who has troubled you. Instructor Luo was even prepared to assist you before. You cannot abandon us all for the misdeeds of one. Brother Lu, speak up." The group of instructors surrounded Yi Tianlan, conversing as they walked. Some even turned their attention to Lu Wu, persuading him to intervene. The urgency was palpable, their expressions a mix of worry and desperation, nearly brought to tears. Yet, Yi Tianlan merely gazed into the distant mountains, his eyes devoid of emotion, walking at a leisurely pace, perceiving his surroundings as mere illusions. Initially, it was a great joke that Lu Er had acted against him, but if these two were to leave today, that would be the ultimate farce, one that could provoke laughter from other formidable factions. "What do you think you're doing? Did I permit your departure?" At that moment, under the scrutiny of all, an elderly figure swiftly descended from the horizon, appearing from hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. Floating in the air, unmistakably a master of the Yukong realm. Upon seeing the furious visage of the newcomer, several instructors were immediately flustered, rushing forward to block him. "For the greater good. Esteemed Dean, you wouldn't want such astonishing talents to change allegiances, would you? Please, calm down, it's all a misunderstanding." "Indeed, esteemed Dean, it is a misunderstanding. Please don't be angry. This child surely has his reasons." Wu Yinfeng chuckled in exasperation. "I haven't even approached, and he has already sent me flying with a single punch. What reason could there possibly be? Come here, let me see if I could do the same to you." The instructor who had previously attempted to persuade fell silent, realizing the futility of his words in the face of such power. "Enough of this nonsense. Step aside." Wu Yunfeng's face darkened as he strode to stand before Yi Tianlan, a cold sneer escaping his lips. "You brat, look at what you've done to my fine robes." He tugged at his sleeve, revealing a significant tear, an eyesore compared to the opulence of his attire. His tone shifted to one of gravity and sternness. "Today, you shall pay the price." Several instructors felt their hearts race in anxiety. "You will return to the south courtyard as chief, enduring your penance. You must spend 30,000 yuan stones each month, and can only enter the various secret training grounds for free once every 3 days. You may visit the Divine Weapon Pool at your discretion, and the Dan Pavilion offers discounted elixirs at half price. Additionally, you shall not cause any trouble, and a Yukong Realm Guardian will supervise your training at all times. Do you understand? Wu Yunfeng pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Tianlan, whose mind was left in a state of bewilderment, as were the other instructors who had initially been eager to intercede. After a moment, one timidly spoke up. Is this really appropriate? In the South Courtyard, the heads of the other 3 academies only have a monthly quota of 10,000 yuan stones, and they can enter the training grounds for free only once every half month. The Divine Weapon Pool slots are in high demand, booked until next year, and the Dan Pavilion's discount minimum is 6-fold. Is this treatment not excessive? Silence. Any excess will be deducted from me. Does my management require your input? The irate elder was nearly beside himself. And forget about the mandatory tasks. Focus on your training. You want to perish from it. I intend to use resources to thoroughly crush this ungrateful little wretch. He then pointed fiercely at Yi Tianlan. Do you understand? His gaze shifted to Luo Junxian. And you? The same goes for you. Do not think you can escape unscathed. Yi Tianlan, still dazed, nodded, his mind feeling as if it were not functioning. Yes, Dean. Disperse. He flicked his sleeve with force. Seal all information, by any means necessary. The elder stroked his beard, exuding an imposing presence as he exited, casting one last disdainful glare at Yi Tianlan. What worthless trash. Get lost. Always occupy my storage ring. Suddenly, a streak of light fell into Yi Tianlan's hand before he could even comprehend it. Curious, the nearby instructors glanced over, and upon seeing it, their eyes widened in shock. An ancient sect's secret decree. No, Yi Xiaoyu, what is your relationship with the Vice Dean? The instructors gazed at him with envy, including Lu Wu. The disciples of Tianwu Academy nearby were equally astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yi Tianlan could distinctly feel countless fervent gazes upon him. Chapter 112. The True Spirit Master. The Fierce and Protective Dean. To be precise, they were not gazing at him, but rather at the token crafted from an unknown black jade material, inscribed with golden characters. Though no larger than a palm, it radiated an aura of immense significance. An intricate ancient character shimmered upon it, brilliant and extraordinary. Some things only require a glance to convey their extraordinary value. Even the most mundane individuals can perceive their indescribable worth. And now, resting quietly in Yi Tianlan's palm, this token was indeed such an item. Was this token truly so valuable? Yi Tianlan wondered in astonishment, recalling the dean's earlier disdainful expression. This is the secret decree of the ancient sect, the Guyun sect, tied to the greatest opportunities within. Lu Wu stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. Once a cultivator reaches the innate realm, their yuan force further gathers and compresses within their body, becoming more refined and pure, transitioning from a gaseous to a liquid state within the dantian. This lays a solid foundation for the subsequent Wheel C realm, provided one can surpass the Yukong realm. Simultaneously, communication with the external world becomes more intimate, awakening spiritual awareness and granting a rudimentary perception of hazardous matters. Thus, upon reaching the innate realm, a cultivator's safety significantly increases, often allowing them to avoid calamity unless the opponent is excessively cunning. Lu Wu instinctively glanced aside, pointing at a certain individual. Yi Tianlan, however, remained oblivious to his thoughts, still curious about the unexpected attention directed at him. Do not underestimate this ancient sect's secret decree. Possessing it grants you the status of the highest level successor of the ancient sect. In many areas of the ancient sect's secret realm, you may come and go freely, even unlocking many sealed regions to obtain opportunities. To ensure Yi Tianlan understood the weight of these opportunities, Lu Wu paused before continuing, his expression reflecting awe. This is a sect of ancient heritage, housing true spirit masters. Now you understand why others, including us instructors, covet the decree in your hands. Historically, based on our explorations of that sect's secret realm, such tokens are exceedingly rare, no more than a handful in existence. Yi Tianlan was astonished. He had little concept of the true spirit realm, merely recognizing it as inferior to his cheap master's Dharma form. What truly left him bewildered was how such a precious item had been so easily bestowed upon him by the irritable elder. The opportunities associated with true spirit masters did not seem as dire as he had been led to believe. Upon their initial encounter, he had greeted the other party with a fist, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. He resolved to seek an opportunity to apologize to the elderly gentleman. Not only did the other party refrain from pursuing the matter, but he also promised a plethora of resources, demonstrating genuine goodwill. His character has always been one to ensure that those who sincerely invest in him do not suffer dire consequences. Even without deep contemplation, he could ascertain the extent of attention this secret order would attract. It was likely that within Tianwu Academy, there were many ambitious individuals. Yet, it was presented so easily by Wu Yunfeng. Now that this ancient sect's secret order had fallen into his hands, he found himself as the newly appointed chief of the South Courtyard, enjoying the most exceptional privileges. Even Xiener benefited from this arrangement. With these factors combined, it seemed the days ahead would not be particularly tranquil. However, Yi Tianlan felt little trepidation, only a profound sense of anticipation. It was just that the elderly gentleman was a bit too irritable. Could they not converse amicably? Lu Wu seemed to grasp his thoughts and smiled as he explained. Although our director, Wu, could be a bit hot-tempered at times, he is fundamentally a good person. His temperament is such that he probably felt embarrassed after being, well, sent flying by your punch, which explains his current agitation. Lu Wu shot him a knowing glance, refraining from voicing this in public, for he had no doubt that the director would soon make things difficult for him if he did. Since this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. You too. Once you enter the academy, feel free to return for a visit if time permits. You're always welcome. Lu Wu chuckled lightly, then turned to leave, lifting his somewhat unsteady leg. Unexpectedly, several instructors exchanged glances and promptly stopped him. Lu Ge, where do you think you're going? You should return to the academy with us, Luo Shang said, wrapping an arm around his shoulder with a grin. Indeed, you are the instructor for these two students. If you leave, where will they go? It falls to you to guide them, another instructor chimed in, hoping to foster a good relationship. Lu Wu paused for a moment, shaking his head repeatedly. No. I've been expelled from the academy. I cannot return without permission. If the East Vice Director learns of this, it will surely cause trouble for the director again. I cannot burden you further. The group continued to debate when suddenly, a streak of light shot from the horizon and landed squarely in Lu Wu's hand. Simultaneously, an impatient yet commanding voice resonated in their ears. Who dares to trouble me? Report immediately. As Lu Wu looked down, his eyes widened in shock, and his hand holding the instructor S.J. token trembled slightly. Upon flipping it over, he discovered the engraved character Lu was not fresh and bright, but rather bore the marks of time and slight wear. No one was more familiar with this token than he. A wave of familiarity surged within him, causing his eyes to well up with emotion, and he could no longer contain himself. As you command, Director. He bowed respectfully to the void. An invisible breeze lifted him. Lu Wu turned back to Yi Tianlan with a grateful smile, and everything was understood without words. He never anticipated that the seeds he had sown would bear fruit at this moment. Let us proceed directly to the destination. You both will enter the academy alongside this group of students, Lu Wu declared, brimming with enthusiasm, reclaiming the spirit of his former self. Chapter 113. Are you trying to outdo me? I am the Emperor. Deep within Tianwu Academy, a few top-tier individuals gathered at the elegant top floor of a pavilion on Lakehart Island. At this moment, a fierce debate erupted within, where even a mere hint of their aura could cause innate realm experts to tremble in trepidation. Have you lost your mind? Do you know what terms you are proposing? One individual slammed his hand on the table, angrily rebuking Wu Yunfeng, his eyes wide with fury, as if he wished to devour him whole. You are insane. You must be out of your mind. Huh? You think I care? All additional resources will be provided by our South Courtyard. I will supplement some myself. Why should you concern yourself? You are inflating benefits, disturbing the market. This is infuriating. The elder, standing, shouted, smashing the table beside him in a fit of rage, his beard bristling and shoulders shaking. Stop your nonsense. If you have the capability, raise your own resources and elevate your academy's chief to the Yukuan realm soon. I do not possess as many resources as you. I am not a solitary figure like you. Ah, now I recall. You wish to support your numerous concubines, right? And what about the wife of a small sect leader? How can I assist you, my dear Wu? On another front, half a day had passed since the testing began, and students were gradually arriving, their expressions a mix of fatigue and disarray, yet unmistakable excitement shone through. Tianwu Academy, nestled among majestic and picturesque mountains, displayed its imposing structures partially obscured by mist. At the entrance of the academy, there lay a spacious square, as if a giant axe had cleaved a section from the mountainside, leaving it remarkably flat and smooth. Increasingly, youthful figures gathered in the square, animatedly discussing, forming numerous small circles. The students began to envision their life within the academy. Wei Guan stood amidst the crowd, eyes closed in meditation. Occasionally, glances fell upon him, filled with admiration, envy, jealousy, and a myriad of other emotions. He was well aware of this attention, but regarded it with disdain, finding their thoughts rather amusing. Those malicious gazes only struck him as juvenile. He was the top scorer of this academy test, having surged through obstacles with undeniable force, seizing spiritual objects, and even breaking the combined assault of several prodigies, decisively overwhelming every talent and benefactor to claim the top position. The common folk knew him as exceptionally gifted, with a mysterious background, solitary in nature, and possessing an extraordinary calmness. Yet, unbeknownst to them, beneath his seemingly youthful visage lay eyes filled with the weight of experience and resilience. Indeed, Wei Guan had been reborn. Reborn into the body of this young man named Wei Guan. Yaoqi, in my previous life, I treated you well. I never expected you would conspire with my brothers and disciples to betray me, striking when I was on the verge of a breakthrough. But you never anticipated that even with your myriad schemes to end my life, I would still find a glimmer of hope. Heaven has been kind and granted me another chance at life. In this life, I shall repay you tenfold, making you pay a painful price. He suddenly opened his eyes, rage igniting within his pupils, as faces flashed before him in rapid succession. In his final moments, he recalled the mocking smiles of those who eagerly sought to divide his treasures. He, Wei Guan, would undoubtedly live again, creating a legacy uniquely his own, reclaiming the highest position and commanding the heavens. Hey, over there, what are you daydreaming about? You're the top scorer this time. It's your turn to choose first. Yi Tianlan waved impatiently at him. As the chief of the South Courtyard, one of the 4 major academies in Tianwu, although he had yet to formally meet his fellow brothers and sisters, Yi Tianlan had already begun to exercise his authority. Indeed, that meant he was taking the lead in accepting new students for the South Courtyard. Regarding all this, even the instructors of the South Courtyard had no objections. On the contrary, they wholeheartedly supported him. Truly, our South Courtyard as chief is remarkable. This young lad understands the burdens of responsibility for us. Indeed, the discerning eye of the esteemed dean has proven unfaltering. As you are aware, I wholeheartedly support Xiao Tian's ascension to the position of chief. However, a mentor from the Western Academy, unable to contain himself, scoffed derisively. What a farce. It's merely a coincidence that he has just enrolled. Otherwise, can you name a single chief from the other 3 academies who personally welcomes new students? Your jealousy is palpable. Perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings. Wei Guan's gaze shifted to Yi Tianlan, who had previously stood on the periphery of the crowd, unaware of the specific happenings in the plaza. Yet, with his keen insight, he sensed something amiss. His mind involuntarily recalled the discussions he had overheard earlier. Is this the recently appointed chief of the Southern Academy? He appears so youthful. It was astonishing that someone who seemed to be of similar age had already attained such a rank. Truly impressive. Indeed, he had managed to overpower a mentor of the innate realm and even sent the dean flying. Such prowess is unparalleled in history. The thought struck Wei Guan with a jolt of astonishment. What? This individual is remarkable indeed, having reached such heights? With his discerning eye, he easily recognized that the combat displayed involved multiple techniques, even innate abilities. TCH, do you genuinely believe he relies solely on his own strength? My cousin was one of the students under observation at that time, and he explicitly told me not to speak of it outside. Oh, what do you mean? In simple terms, the power he wields is not entirely his own. He has borrowed it from others. Upon hearing this, Wei Guan's understanding crystallized, aligning perfectly with his previous thoughts. Indeed, who could possibly surpass someone of his reincarnated stature? Even with memories from his past life, he could not be so invincible. So that's it. It seems there's a lingering spirit within him, a little entity that refuses to perish. It appears he is merely borrowing strength. I wonder how many times he can do so. From the perspective of this world as pinnacle, he might barely reach the level of the Dharma realm. It seems you share a certain affinity with my true self. If the mood strikes, I might lend you a hand and offer a bit of guidance. Contemplating this, he raised his chin and stepped forward from the throng, gazing at Yi Tianlan with a look of quiet appreciation. Yi Tianlan, however, felt an inexplicable discomfort, sensing something peculiar about the gaze directed at him. Where are you headed? He gestured towards the main entrance. The grand gates of Tianwu Academy featured 5 doors, each corresponding to one of the 4 academies, with the central door being the largest and reserved for distinguished guests. Behind Yi Tianlan stood the Southern Gate, representing the Southern Academy. Although the pathways behind these 5 doors led to a single area, the ancestral matters remained a mystery, perhaps containing hidden intricacies. Wei Guan stood tall, adopting a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant, declaring, "I choose the Southern Academy." Yi Tianlan remained silent, feeling a sense of helplessness. For the first time, he encountered someone who could rival him in the art of pretense. Their skills were evenly matched. "Very well, join me, and I shall protect you henceforth." Yi Tianlan similit broadly. Wei Guan was taken aback, muttering inwardly, "This person is insufferably pretentious. I am the emperor." In chapter 114, A Matter of Principle, The Rebellious Ones, Yi Tianlan remained oblivious to Wei Guan's inner thoughts, merely sensing that this individual exuded an extraordinary aura, as if destined for greatness. Clearly, he was the type to provoke animosity wherever he went. As the chief brother, he felt a responsibility to look after him. "As chief brother, I choose the Southern Academy." "So do I." To Yi Tianlan's astonishment, many disciples followed Wei Guan's lead, choosing the same path. For these newly admitted students, the comprehensive strength rankings of the 4 academies were unknown to them, just as they were unaware of the power held by the other chiefs. Yet, the newly appointed chief before them had the capability to topple a mentor of the innate realm. Associating with such a figure could hardly lead to misfortune. Moreover, they recognized that this chief, like themselves, was newly arrived and lacked a foundation, making him in need of companions. This was the perfect opportunity for a fresh start. If they succeeded, they would surely become esteemed figures in the future, far preferable to struggling from the bottom in the other academies. Many shared this sentiment, ultimately resulting in 1/3 of the 200 newcomers opting for the Southern Academy. Observing this scene, several mentors from the Southern Academy nearly burst into laughter. Lu Wu sensed something amiss and inquired, discovering that, as in years past, the Southern Academy remained the least favored among the 4. Years ago, due to his negligence in losing a testing stone tablet, the Southern Academy had paid a hefty price, sacrificing substantial benefits to quell the ire of the other 3 academies. Over the years, the Southern Academy's enrollment had dwindled to the lowest among the 4. Anticipating yet another disheartening enrollment ceremony, they were astonished by Yi Tianlan's emergence, which had remarkably turned the tide, securing nearly half of the top 10 candidates. How could this not bring joy to the others? In stark contrast, the expressions of the mentors from the other 3 academies soured. In the Eastern Gate's vicinity, a core group had gathered. At the center stood a young man with an unfriendly expression, casting a disdainful glance towards Yi Tianlan. "Humph, a chief obtained through borrowed strength. Ultimately, it is not his own power, merely a stroke of luck that will eventually be exposed." "Brother Feng, is Chief Yuan truly at the late stage of the innate realm?" Xie Feng shot a glance at the young man on the periphery of the circle, while others turned their curious gazes towards him, eagerly awaiting his response. Xie Feng was well aware that the youths with higher rankings had convened not because of him, but due to his cousin, Yuan Hua, the chief of the Eastern Academy. With the intention of asserting dominance and consolidating his position, he proudly raised his chin. "Of course, the last time my cousin returned to the family, he had already broken through to the late stage of the innate realm. By now, he has likely approached the threshold of the sky's sovereign realm. My cousin is not yet 40, a true prodigy. How could he be compared to someone who merely relies on borrowed prestige? My goodness, a late-stage innate before 40. He is almost guaranteed to break through to the sky's sovereign realm before 50. If he achieves that, could it mean that Brother Yuan has the opportunity to succeed the dean?" Exclamations of awe emanated from the core circle, drawing attention from all around, even causing the people from the Southern Academy to take notice. Their expressions wavered as they weighed the implications. A late-stage innate before 40. A potential candidate for the position of the Academy's leader. This was a weighty prospect that could stifle one's breath. In light of this, the allure of the chief who borrowed strength began to fade. Many began to exchange furtive glances and subsequently inquired whether they could reconsider their Academy choices. "Mentor, we have yet to officially cross the threshold into the Academy. Surely we can select again?" Someone boldly approached the mentor of the Southern Academy and inquired. Upon hearing this, several mentors from the Southern Academy wore expressions of dismay, unsure of how to respond. The joy they had just experienced was abruptly met with a slap in the face. Everyone felt as though they had received a resounding slap, their cheeks burning with embarrassment. Lu Wu maintained a stern countenance, stating that it was fundamentally not permissible. Once a choice was made, it could not be altered. Are you certain you wish to transfer to another academy? It would be wise to think carefully. Before he could finish his sentence, the student interrupted him, declaring, "No need for a mentor. I've already made up my mind. It's fine, go ahead. We at the Southern Academy will not hold you back." Yi Tianlan generously waved his hand. The mentors looked at him in astonishment, including Lu Wu. The students harboring ulterior motives were overjoyed. They cared little for who had spoken. As long as they had permission, they would not be the ones to bear the consequences. They all hurriedly fled towards the Eastern Academy, seemingly afraid that the Southern Academy's mentors would suddenly speak up and stop them. However, it was evident they were overthinking. Although the mentors were perplexed, they did not oppose Yi Tianlan. Within Tianwu Academy, the position of the chief of an academy holds greater stature than an ordinary mentor. Not only in status, but each chief possesses the combat strength of the later stage of the innate realm. This is what gives an academy its prominence. When they ventured forth, they represented not only their respective branch, but also the entire Tianwu Academy. Thus, their status and strength were of the highest caliber. This was the reason many initially felt that Yi Tianlan was accorded too high a treatment. The mere designation of chief was enough to incite a tremendous upheaval among the various formidable powers. Designating a new student as the chief of an academy had never occurred in the history of Tianwu Academy over its centuries of legacy. Tianlan, do you have something in mind? Lu Wu inquired quietly, and several mentors turned their gaze towards him. Yi Tianlan stretched lazily and casually replied, "What is there to consider? If they wish to leave, let them go. We are not forcing anyone." The group fell silent. While that was said, the Southern Academy was already in a precarious position. And now, just as they had finally filled their ranks, they were being poached midstream. Was this some kind of jest? Unexpectedly, Wei Guan chose this moment to speak. He crossed his arms, opened his eyes from a meditative state, his tone flat yet imbued with an indescribable air of arrogance. Just a bunch of foolish clowns. The flock prefers to group together. So what? Can they still retaliate against a fierce tiger? I don't understand what you all are so concerned about. Hurry along. I wish to rest. With that, he shoved his hands into his pockets and turned away, drawing glances from the others. Yi Tianlan quietly sidled up to Xiener and began to whisper. "Xiener," he has quite the show-off. "You were even more ostentatious when you defeated the director," Luo, Junxian remarked, cradling her ancient sword, unable to suppress her eye roll. "That's a different matter," Yi Tianlan retorted in annoyance. "That was a normal spar. It cannot be compared." Chapter 115. Wei Guan shock. Unless heaven takes action. Truly a group of ignorant fools. Wei Guan sneered, unable to stop shaking his head internally. A prodigy endowed with innate abilities and already mastering secret techniques is in no way comparable to those tall figures from the mundane world. A 40-year-old at the later stage of the innate realm? Garbage. Utterly trash. That is innate ability, something he himself covets. Such gifts are not born anew. They cannot be acquired later. Even his reincarnated body lacks the fortune to be favored by the heavens and possess such treatment. It's a pity these short-sighted individuals cannot see the truth. This adds a touch of amusement to my otherwise dull cultivation life. If one were to possess innate abilities and a remnant soul of the Dharma realm, they might barely keep pace with my cultivation progress. A confident smile graced his lips. As a reincarnated emperor, his mind was already filled with countless cultivation experiences and secret techniques. With such resources at his disposal, even with ordinary talent, he could leave his peers far behind in a short span. Now, having encountered a talent that barely meets his standards, he would mind extending a guiding hand to the other. Let us observe a bit longer. Let us see how perceptive he is. If he proves adequate, I may consider taking him as my first general. After some contemplation, he reached a conclusion. At that moment, Yi Tianlan had already caught up behind him. "Way shitty, right? Your words may be blunt, but they hold some merit. I did not expect you to possess such insight." Yi Tianlan, being half a head taller, casually patted his shoulder. Wei Guan instinctively furrowed his brow. With his pride, how could he accept being called a junior? He had always been the one revered as the elder brother. However, considering that this individual might very well become his first general, he smiled faintly and inwardly forgave his impertinence. As a leader, one must possess a degree of magnanimity. Very well, once I surpass him in cultivation, he will naturally not act so brazenly. The thought of Yi Tianlan looking at him with a submissive demeanor in the future brought him great comfort. "Yes, chief brother. Just call me Yi Shixiang. Why the formality? You are, after all, my first junior. Yi Tianlan extended his hand with an air of familiarity, the meaning clear. Wei Guan's eyes flickered momentarily, a hint of excitement flashing in their depths. An excellent opportunity. It was perfect for probing his true capabilities to ascertain the level of the remnant soul within him. With this thought, he smiled and subtly extended his own hand to grasp Yi Tianlan's. The moment their hands made contact, a dark purple light seemed to flicker in the depths of his gaze, akin to a serpent winding its way. He had employed a powerful secret technique to probe Yi Tianlan's inner being. In an instant, he had completed his investigation. Yet, the confusion in his mind remained unsolved. And instead, he found himself even more bewildered, for he had not discovered any formidable remnant soul within Yi Tianlan. Not even the slightest abnormal fluctuation of spiritual energy was detected. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he was utterly perplexed. What? Where's the remnant soul? Where did that powerful remnant soul go? You didn't just digest it, did you? No, that's impossible, given his current strength. He could not possibly achieve such a feat, so what on earth was going on? Wei Guan was utterly confused, trapped in a state of deep bewilderment. Even during the time he was besieged by numerous formidable foes and faced betrayal from his beloved, he had never felt so confounded. Damn it! He must be hiding it too well. I refuse to believe it. Today, I will uncover your true nature. With a surge of determination, he gritted his teeth, and in an instant, the foundational soul technique within him unleashed a torrent of pure, potent spiritual power. Amidst this overwhelming flood, a golden halo shimmered. This was a small portion of the imperial will he carried from his reincarnation, its precious and formidable nature needing no further explanation. Now, however, he was using it to probe Yi Tianlan. If anyone had told him in the past that he would need to employ imperial will just to examine an ordinary youth, he would have laughed derisively, deeming it madness. As the probing technique, enhanced by the imperial will, penetrated Yi Tianlan's inner being, he unhesitatingly shifted his target towards the ocean of his consciousness above. This was the most likely hiding place for the source of a powerful soul, warranting thorough inspection. He harbored an unwavering confidence in his imperial will, a conviction meticulously cultivated after he ascended the throne following the acquisition of the heavenly Tao's celestial fruit. How could he possibly fail to discern the reality of something as trifling as a mere innate being, unless the heavenly Tao itself intervened? In the next instant, his pupils widened in astonishment, a look of panic manifesting upon his visage. At the moment his imperial will surged into the sea of consciousness, he seemed to behold a monumental gateway that transcended time, standing resolutely between heaven and earth. In but an instant, a golden lotus quietly blossomed, serving as a foundation from which countless golden chains materialized from a void. If his imperial will was akin to a dragon, capable of upheaving the very heavens, then these chains were the binding ropes that could subdue the dragon and shackle the divine. The front end of the chains effortlessly pierced through his imperial will, one after another, showing no mercy despite the faint resonance of their shared origin. As the chains tightened once more, they hoisted his imperial will high, rendering any attempt at escape utterly futile. Infinite principles evolved, and an aura of profound mystery wafted and surged, thoroughly refining him before Wei Guan could even comprehend the situation. Yi Tianlan was still puzzled as to why this individual persistently clasped his hand without release. In the next moment, Wei Guan appeared as though he had encountered a specter, his countenance draining of color, drenched in perspiration, as if he had just been fished out of a river, utterly exhausted. He staggered back several paces, his eyes filled with a maddened disbelief, his pupils reduced to mere pinpricks. The chains of law, the golden lotus of the Tao. Who are you? What do you want? Chapter 116. The frantic speculation of Wei Guan, who turned out to be the Flying Emperor. Wei Guan's rapid-fire questions left Yi Tianlan utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was it not you who had been clutching my hand? In truth, he was unaware of the events that had just transpired. The vision at the depths of the sea of consciousness remained beyond his reach. Only upon reaching the innate realm and cultivating a strand of spiritual awareness could he peer inward. Until then, that realm was a chaotic expanse, an untouchable domain, and he was completely oblivious to the existence of entities like the golden lotus of the Tao within. Even with the enhancement of his imperial will, it was impossible for someone of Yi Tianlan's level, or even those several realms above, to discern the slightest detail. This was the reason for his astonishment at Wei Guan's reaction. Outwitted and suffering from a backlash, Wei Guan's face turned an ashen green. This sensation was far more unbearable than being ambushed by a treacherous foe during battle. He had no time to mourn the loss of that strand of imperial will. His chest heaving as if it were a bellows, gasping violently. He had lost both face and imperial will. All he desired was to ascertain the true nature of this individual and why two manifestations of the heavenly Tao, typically reserved for the mightiest of beings, dwelled within him. What were these golden lotuses and chains? Observing the genuine confusion upon Yi Tianlan's face, Wei Guan found himself momentarily stunned, plagued by self-doubt. Could it be that he truly was unaware? Or was he concealing his depth so well that even Wei Guan could not fathom his reality? A myriad of bewilderments clouded his mind, causing his earlier confidence to vanish into the abyss. If he had not misinterpreted the earlier sensations, then the so-called sacred blood, divine bone, Tao body paled in comparison to this youth, who was evidently the favored child of the heavenly Tao. This heavenly Tao was not merely the laws of this world, but the supreme manifestation of destiny bearing the laws of the heavenly Tao. Yet, could such a situation truly exist? His mind trembled, unwilling to entertain the thought, nor to accept it as truth, unless it were not a true manifestation of the laws, but merely a ruse obscuring the heavenly mysteries. Although he had employed his imperial will, it was insufficient and impure. If there existed within Yi Tianlan a being akin to his past self, intercepting it was not beyond the realm of possibility. So that was it. I had underestimated you. With this realization, a faint smile returned to his pale lips, his eyes sparkling with wisdom as he perceived everything clearly. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, he approached Yi Tianlan and whispered, "From whence do you hail, esteemed one? Have you ever heard of the name Jiaoheng?" Yi Tianlan glanced at him, his expression peculiar, and nodded in response to the expectant gaze directed at him. "I have heard of it." Wei Guan's heart jolted. Indeed, the mere acknowledgement of his imperial name indicated that the other party, if not of equal standing, was certainly not far behind. "May I inquire who you are?" "I am Fei Yang, from Tianxiang." Wei Guan's heart trembled, a grave seriousness dawning in his eyes. Fei Yang Emperor? One audacious name, rivaling even his own. No wonder he had been reduced to a remnant soul. A sudden association with his own circumstances struck him, prompting him to shake his head vigorously to dispel such ominous thoughts. Curse it, I'm nothing like him. Yet what was Tianxiang? Never mind, perhaps he too had risen from humble beginnings. With 3,000 great worlds and innumerable small worlds, there were countless places unheard of. There was no need to dwell on it. Noticing that this individual no longer pressed for further inquiries, Yi Tianlan had already placed him on his list of potential threats. Why not? His erratic demeanor and overly dramatic reactions painted a picture of someone perhaps not entirely sane. You are audacious, yet I am equally so. It was utterly bewildering. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he focused intently, frowning as he leaned toward Luo Junxian. Sinner, why do I feel as though I have suddenly become much more clear-headed? Even my senses seem heightened? Luo Junxian pursed her delicate lips and gently touched his forehead. No fever. Stinky brat, I am serious. Indeed, I am quite serious as well. Meanwhile, Wei Guan turned his back to the two, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably, his face darkened with fury, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Damn it, that was my imperial will. What nonsense about enhancing sensory perception. That was merely its most rudimentary function. Only upon attaining the innate realm and merging a strand of spiritual awareness could its true efficacy be realized. What does it mean to be an emperor? With a single thought, one can compel all things in heaven and earth to bow in submission. Simply put, it is the supreme version of a powerful presence that can easily captivate the hearts of others. A mere seed of imperial will is an unimaginable fortune, even for the strongest in this world. Yet this boy, silently seizing my imperial will, remained completely oblivious, akin to a bewildered dog being swept away by a wave of fate. Even with his thousands of years of mental fortitude, he nearly lost his composure. He clenched his fists tightly. However, this lad was merely at the late stage of the aperture opening realm, having yet to attain the innate level. This was the only useful information he had gleaned. At the cost of a strand of imperial will, he was uncertain whether to laugh or to weep. Beyond the door lay 4 paths converging into one, then dispersing 500 meters later towards different directions. The southern courtyard was the rightmost path. The group followed their mentor forward, traversing a series of exquisite eaves and changing vistas, passing through waterfalls and serene forests, as buildings suddenly came into view. These structures stood in harmony with the mountains, as if merging with nature itself, their appearances scattered and devoid of strict order, breaking conventional design to reveal a beauty that was both natural and profound. The path wound deeper into the mountains until it reached the junction at the foot of two towering peaks. Gazing upwards from this vantage point, hundreds of stone steps stretch endlessly upward, flanked on either side by towering cliffs that create a narrow band of sky above. The two majestic peaks resemble colossal Buddhas seated amidst the mountains, their imposing forms soaring into the heavens. Even as the ache in my neck intensifies, I have yet to glimpse the summit of these mountains. A few instructors observe the awe etched on their students' faces and cannot help but smile. They recall their own initial arrival at Nanyuan, when they too were struck by the magnificence of this scene, their expressions scarcely more composed than those of the current cohort. Come, do you see the glimmer of light at the end of those stone steps? That marks the Tianwu Gate of Nanyuan. Beyond these 500 steps lies the true essence of Nanyuan, Lu Wu explained with a smile. However, the moment he turned to ascend the stone steps, his countenance abruptly shifted. Have you activated the Nan Tian ladder formation? The instructors exchanged bewildered glances and responded, no. This is dire. It must be that group of mischievous youngsters stirring up trouble. Lu Wu's expression darkened ominously. Is the Yuanqi tidal wave not enough for them? They have even engaged the formation. Their actions are excessive. To employ such a formation against a group of newcomers is nothing short of cruelty. Suddenly, Yi Tianlan's chuckling broke through the tension. Lu Wu fell silent, but reconsidering, he mused that activating a formation might not be such a grave matter after all. Luo Sheng, equally indignant, chimed in, it's clear that those obstinate old-timers are backing them. Otherwise, how could Chu Luoyang mobilize the formation without the chief's decree? Is Chu Luoyang still around? Lu Wu inquired, astonished. Luo Sheng nodded in resignation. Yes, Lu Ge. This fellow possesses remarkable talent, and broke through to the late innate stage less than 2 years after your departure. Though he is over 40, making him older than the chiefs of the other 3 academies, he remains a formidable contender for the chief position of Nanyuan. His grandfather, Elder Chu, has certainly been whispering in the director's ear, aiming to elevate him to chief. But you know, the chief position represents the dignity of Nanyuan, and the director must proceed with caution. A poor choice would invite not just mockery from the other 3 academies. The director has always felt that Chu Luoyang is slightly inferior to the chiefs of the other academies. Hence he has withheld the chief's decree, preferring to observe a while longer. Consequently, the position has remained vacant for over 30 years. As Luo Sheng spoke, his expression grew peculiar, glancing at Yi Tianlan, who was flirting with Luo Junxian nearby. He whispered, in truth, I believe the director, burdened by the difficulty of finding a suitable candidate, has been swayed. Perhaps, if no suitable choice is found this time, he will be compelled by various pressures to bestow the chief position. Chu Luoyang, being well-connected and capable, is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. At this point, Lu Wu's expression mirrored Luo Sheng's strangeness. You must admit, this does seem rather fortuitous. Decades of effort wasted, and the duck that was almost in hand has flown away. I suspect that old coot is likely furious, smashing pots and pans in his rage. How amusing. No wonder the director has so readily granted the chief position. Perhaps he sees it as a hot potato to be discarded. He even speculated that Chu Luoyang's ability to activate the Tian ladder formation might be under the director's tacit approval. In the entire Nanyuan, few matters could elude the director's discerning gaze. Alas, given the misfortunes of others, one might as well show a modicum of leniency. Casting a sympathetic glance at the hazy figure at the top of the ladder, he withdrew his steps. He surveyed the remaining 30 or so individuals and cleared his throat, calling for silence. After a moment's pause, just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of several figures swiftly descending the stone steps. At the forefront was a lean figure adorned with a Cold Spring white jade pendant, clad in a luxurious yellow garment woven from rare materials. He strode ahead, chin raised, eyes partially veiled, scanning the crowd with a discernible air of superiority. His gaze ultimately settled on Wei Guan, for among all present, this young man stood with his arms crossed and an imperious expression that suggested he was the most significant presence in the vicinity. This demeanor irked him greatly. It was obvious that this was the scoundrel designated by the director to usurp his chief position. His eyes flared open, radiating a sharp intensity as he scrutinized Wei Guan. His hostility laid bare. Though Wei Guan was merely at the qi gathering stage, he faced this innate stage powerhouse with unwavering resolve. He met the gaze with confidence, exuding an air of pride befitting an emperor. How dare you, a mere innate, act so brazenly before me? I am the emperor. My imperial decree commands respect. The tension between them escalated, their energies coalescing as the atmosphere thickened, turning as stagnant as still water, making it hard to breathe. The onlookers instinctively held their breath, hearts racing as they subtly retreated, fearing that the next moment might unleash chaos upon them. Yet, amid this unparalleled tension, a faintly discordant voice emerged from the crowd. Xianya, it seems they are about to clash. How thrilling. Is this what it feels like to be a protagonist in a novel? Truly, wherever they go, enmity follows. Poor fellow. He has barely arrived and already offended someone. Hush, keep it down. Let us watch quietly and not disturb them. The chief must prioritize staying out of unnecessary affairs. I see now. Thank you for your insight. Sienner, you are truly considerate. Yi Tianlong cheerfully gave her a thumbs up. He turned around, only to find that the crowd was staring at him in shock. What's wrong? Go ahead and fight. Why are you looking at me? He gestured. The crowd was speechless. He had utterly shattered the atmosphere. How could they possibly fight now? Chu Luoyang glared at Yi Tianlong, feeling deeply insulted by his apparent lack of intellect. What are you saying? You must be Yi Tianlong, the new chief. I've been misled into drawing the wrong enmity from start. His mind raced as he redirected his ire towards Wei Guan. What nonsense is this? You must be out of your mind. Wei Guan, feeling his authority challenged, darkened his expression and glared back defiantly. You fool. This is a waste of my time. Chu Luoyang's lips twitched, choosing to ignore the absurdity before him to avoid becoming too agitated. Are you really Yi Tianlong? Yi Tianlong glanced at Sienner, shaking his head seriously. I might not be. Chu Luoyang felt a lump in his throat. His intended retort vanished, leaving his face flushed with frustration. What do you mean? Are you or aren't you? He shouted. Yi Tianlong recognized the hostility aimed at him and opted to ignore it, turning back to converse with his beloved Sienner. Calm down. Calm down. Chu Luoyang's fists clenched tightly, feeling the world spin around him in his fury. You are crossing the line. He roared, his fingers trembling with agitation. Yet Yi Tianlong remained indifferent. The Academy strictly prohibits any unauthorized actions within its premises, as the consequences can be quite severe. Release me. I am determined to confront him today. Chapter 118. This is not merely a show of authority. It is clearly an act of obstruction. Senior brother, please calm down. We need not resort to such measures. The formation has already been activated, and with the presence of the Yuanqi tide, we can certainly give them a hard time without your direct involvement. Indeed, that is true. After much persuasion, the agitated Chu Luoyang finally managed to calm down momentarily. He cast a cold glance over the crowd below, lingering particularly on Yi Tianlong. Is this all there is, a mere 30 or so individuals? I have heard that there are over 200 this year, while the other 3 colleges have attracted most of the newcomers without their heads even having to intervene. It seems your position as chief is rather lackluster, with no authority among the new students. By this measure, you cannot even compare to their little toe. Standing high on the steps, Chu Luoyang sneered, looking down at the gathered crowd. This sense of superiority restored a semblance of dignity and pride within him. Sinner, did you hear that? He acknowledges me as chief. He does not. He is simply envious of you. Have I not told you many times not to stab others in the chest with coldness? It is quite impolite. Luo Junxian tilted her head slightly, her bright and clear starry eyes blinking. Very well. A melodious voice gently escaped her lips, yet with each word, the temperature in the air seemed to drop a degree. He has gained the dean's recognition. His talent rivals that of the other 3 chiefs. He is undoubtedly the foremost individual of the Southern Academy. With every word Luo Junxian uttered, Chu Luoyang's expression darkened further, until it resembled the deepest shade of coal. From the violent shaking of his shoulders, it was evident he was on the verge of losing control. Chu, senior brother, please remain calm. The onlookers swallowed hard, even hesitant to approach him. They gazed at Luo Junxian with a mix of astonishment and fear. This woman is truly ruthless. Her sarcastic remarks, delivered with an air of seriousness, rendered Chu Luoyang's taunts juvenile and naive. Each word pierced through to the core, tearing open the deepest scars of Chu Luoyang. Chu, are you all right? I'm fine. Chu Luoyang suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, startling the inquiring disciple. You say you're fine? Increase the formation's power to the maximum. After forcing those words through clenched teeth, he turned and departed without a moment's pause. With several instructors present, he knew he could not act against anyone today. Yet he held the formation in his grasp, and he could certainly teach this fellow a lesson he would never forget. Moreover, others would undoubtedly be implicated, and he was sure that no one would refrain from blaming him. What a chief! This is my territory. I, Chuan, can easily isolate anyone. Just remain a figurehead in your chief position. Only I am the uncrowned king of the Southern Academy. Huh, thanks to your chief. Are you all prepared to face hell? As Chu Luoyang's foremost sycophant, Li Qing naturally understood what his leader wished to see. As his words fell, the expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. He smirked coldly. To welcome your arrival, the upperclassmen have prepared a small gift for you. This welcome ceremony. The time is now 1/4 the hour of Shun, and rain is expected tonight, with the temperature in the mountains quite low and the wind strong. If you do not reach the academy gates by the hour of Su, then you shall. Li Sheng Shuzhao Blessly. While the other students' faces fell as they comprehended the implications of his words. To be drenched in rain on the very first day of school before even entering the gate. Could there be a more humiliating and disgraceful way? If they ended up soaked like drowned rats, they would likely struggle to hold their heads high among their peers for years to come. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the group promptly ceased their idleness and hurried up the stone steps in pairs. The moment their feet hit the steps, an immense pressure descended upon them, weighing down their calves as if bound by heavy chains. The crowd's expressions shifted as they felt their feet nearly adhere to the steps beneath them, their hearts plummeting into an abyss of dread. Looking up, they realized they had only taken the first step out of 500. Some struggled to advance, even a few steps, their bodies drenched in sweat, their heads spinning as they teetered on the edge of collapse. Wei Guan glanced at the group's reaction, his expression unperturbed, maintaining his haughty demeanor. He ascended the steps with calm assurance, his pace steady, like a mountain, completely unfazed by the pressure. This display left the students below in stunned silence, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Even the upperclassmen, several dozen steps up, could not contain their laughter. No wonder this fellow dared to challenge senior brother Chu. It appears he possesses some arrogance of his own. Li Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, then smirked mockingly. However, if he thinks he can pass through so easily, he may be somewhat overly optimistic. He flipped his hand to reveal a medallion gleaming with a dark golden hue, emblazoned with a large character for Chu. The observing instructors, including Lu Wu, narrowed their gazes. As expected, the medallion was not Chu Luoyang's, but rather the token of the Chu family elder. Only this medallion could command partial authority over the formation. Li Cheng waved the medallion, and with it, the patterns on the steps began to materialize, harmonizing with the radiant glow. The students, who had been barely managing to hold on, suddenly turned pale as the terrifying pressure surged forth, violently casting them aside. Each one turned crimson and scattered, with many even bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Lu Wu and the other instructors' expressions darkened. This is not merely a show of force. It is clearly a deliberate hindrance. He wanted to step forward, but Luo Sheng held him back and shook his head slightly. Brother Lu, wait a moment. The dean is yet to speak. We should observe the situation. Lu Wu's body trembled as he grasped his meaning, shifting his gaze to Yi Tianlan. At this moment, numerous eyes in the Southern Academy were likely focused on this scene, including that of the dean. Even the other 3 major academies were waiting for an outcome. Would this newly appointed chief choose to confront the challenge or be turned away at the door? What decision would he make? Chapter 119. Shocking the 4 deans. Is this really how to resolve it? Chief brother, what should we do? The strength of this formation is too high. We simply cannot ascend. A clean-faced, chubby student inquired of Yi Tianlan with a worried expression. Yi Tianlan had a vivid recollection of this individual, round-faced with small, bright eyes that appeared quite cunning. His name was Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, aside from Wei Guan, who was steadily making his way up the steps, the rest had been blasted back down. Even so, his pace had noticeably slowed, and a weightier expression had settled in his eyes. Yi Tianlan looked up and observed Wei Guan reaching the 50th step before calmly saying, "This stone staircase is not difficult to ascend. It merely has an additional layer of formation reinforcement." Bai Xiaochun rolled his eyes, finding this remark utterly pointless. Without the presence of this formation, he could effortlessly ascend the 500 steps, his heart untroubled and his countenance unflushed. It is solely due to the existence of this formation that everyone finds themselves unable to proceed. Yi Tianlan stroked his chin and inquired, "Xiaochun, What is your perspective? Bai Xiaochun was momentarily at a loss, his eyes darting around as he earnestly suggested, Chief Senior Brother, why don't we feign submission? When he descends and relaxes, we can seize the token and subsequently disable the formation. Indeed, the ability to bend and to endure is commendable, yet I shall not adopt that course of action. Yi Tianlan, replied. Bai Xiaochun turned to Xianer, what do you think? With a flick of her fingers, Luo Junxian produced a gleaming white blade, succinct and meticulous in her expression. Eliminate him. Bai Xiaochun's smile faltered, instinctively distancing himself from this icy woman. Previously, he had regarded the Chief Senior Brother's partner as ethereal, but she clearly embodied the essence of a killer. Her demeanor was devoid of jest. Yi Tianlan cleared his throat, gently clasping Luo Junxian's cool, delicate hand, and pushed the sword back. There is no need for such complications. Let's wait a moment. Bai Xiaochun, puzzled, asked, wait for what, Chief Senior Brother? Until Wei Guan ascends to the 100th step. Bai Xiaochun's eyes brightened with understanding. So we can coordinate our attack on the one holding the token and seize it to disable the formation, correct? He clapped his hands in excitement, impressed by his own quick wit in discerning the chief's plan. This is indeed a splendid idea, entirely feasible. Bai Xiaochun exclaimed. No, I shall wait until he is fatigued, and then I will dismantle the formation. Yi Tianlan chuckled. Bai Xiaochun's expression stiffened. What about the token? No need for it, Yi Tianlan replied, leading Bai Xiaochun into a whirlwind of confusion. What do you mean? You intend to dismantle the formation with your bare hands? His eyes widened in disbelief. He thought his cunning plan was already ruthless enough, yet these two individuals beside him were even more audacious. Undoubtedly, they were both resolved to address the issue at its root. In terms of difficulty and perspective, it was beyond his wildest imagination. These are truly formidable individuals. He thought, Chief Senior Brother, this is not going to pose a problem, is it? Bai Xiaochun stammered. Coincidentally, at that moment, Wei Guan had ascended to the 90th step, appearing somewhat fatigued. Yi Tianlan no longer hesitated, stepping forward. His movement immediately drew the attention of all present. New students, mentors, and upperclassmen on the high steps, protected by the token, watched with expressions of intrigue. In the shadows atop the peak, for piercing gazes were also fixed upon the scene below. Ah, Lao Wu, is this the new chief you found for the Southern Academy? His strength and talent remain to be seen, but in terms of audacity, he falls significantly short. After waiting so long, my old bones are almost falling apart. At last, he seems ready to act, yet this young lad is slower than I am. Were it my Eastern Academy's Yuan Hua, he would have already ascended more than halfway up the steps by now. In comparison, your judgment is indeed lacking. That Wei Guan fellow seems promising, reportedly the top of the new students, far superior to your chosen chief. The vice dean of the Eastern Academy scoffed. Perhaps you should transfer the chief position to him. Who knows, he might barely catch up to our chief in a few years. Shut your foul mouth and watch. No one thinks you're mute, Wu Yinfeng shot back. The other two vice deans seemed accustomed to the exchange, showing no signs of surprise. Enough of this bickering. He seems poised to sprint. Let us see just how swift he truly is, the vice dean of the Northern Academy stated, as all eyes turned to the unfolding drama. How fast was Yi Tianlan? Very slow, for he had no intention of ascending the steps at all. His opponents sought to challenge him, isolating his status among the new students, but that was not to be. In his position, he would fulfill his role, all-encompassing bright, eye-shattering illusions. Deep within Yi Tianlan's pupils, a clear energy swirled and coalesced, subtly forming the shape of a blue lotus. The lotus swayed gently, reminiscent of a newly bloomed flower in a gentle breeze. A radiant light, akin to a blazing sun, pierced through all falsehoods under the scrutiny of his pure and profound vision. Every particle of dust 100 meters away, the dense vital energy swirling in the air, and the intricate patterns of the formation concealed beneath the steps were all laid bare. The onlookers, still unaware of Yi Tianlan's reaction, merely noted his stillness before the steps, filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, the four vice deans atop the mountain suddenly changed their expressions. What in the world is happening with his eyes? One of them exclaimed, Wait, let us not dwell on that. What is he planning to do? The vice dean of the Eastern Academy gasped, his eyes widening as he beheld the vast gathering of celestial energy converging toward Yi Tianlan. Were you not meant to ascend? What is the purpose of gathering such immense celestial energy? The next moment, Yi Tianlan made a casual gesture, and Luo Junxian instantly understood. Tossing the ancient sword she held towards him, return to the source of myriad swords. With the Qinghuan sword leading, a torrent of celestial energy surged forth, and an overwhelming sword intent erupted from Yi Tianlan, splitting into 2, then 4, and further multiplying into an endless array of sword shadows. In an instant, a sword energy river stretching hundreds of meters coalesced above them, densely overshadowing the steppes like a dark cloud. Following that, a torrent of razor-sharp sword intent surged downward. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left dumbfounded. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths just to climb a mountain? The air was cleaved by the sharpness, the terrifying sound of sword energy resonating in their ears. The crowd's expressions morphed in fear, retreating desperately to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The upperclassmen on the steps turned pale, as fragile as tofu, no longer composed, scrambling upward in haste. The green sword shadows paid them no mind, instead rushing directly toward the formation's weakest point. These formations were merely auxiliary testing formations, not a mountain defense array, and with their fierce and decisive attack, they aimed straight for the vulnerable spot. The sound of shattering echoed continuously, reminiscent of the crackling of caramelized beans in their ears. The radiance symbolizing the fluctuation of the formation dissipated layer by layer. This scene left everyone astonished. So this is how one resolves the issue. As Wei Guan struggled on his arduous climb, an ominous shadow loomed overhead. Turning back, he was startled to see a multitude of fierce sword shadows soaring past him. Yi Tianlan, what on earth are you doing? He shouted in indignation. Yi Tianlan merely squinted and smiled, gesturing behind him. Wei Guan turned around, and to his astonishment, he saw the formation's light dissipating in waves, like a series of toppled dominoes extending toward the mountain's peak. Correspondingly, his body relaxed, all pressure evaporating in that moment. With his experience, he easily discerned what Yi Tianlan had accomplished. Yet, even with his past cultivation experience, he had never contemplated directly dismantling the formation during a test. It was akin to detonating the entire examination venue. Is this not sheer lawlessness? His facial muscles twitched involuntarily. You truly. Nevertheless, he had to admit that this was indeed the simplest and most straightforward solution, provided one possessed the strength to dismantle the formation. He observed that the previous strike likely possessed the formidable power of a late-stage innate realm, coupled with the concentrated sword intent converging at a single point. It precisely struck the flaw in the formation, resulting in the remarkable effect before him. Each of these conditions, when examined individually, was quite challenging when combined. Even he had to concede that not only ordinary individuals, but even he at present could not achieve such a feat truly. What a magnificent shindy. I begrudgingly acknowledge your prowess. Wei Guan cast an admiring glance downward. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. Wait a moment. Since this fellow already had a solution, why did he not employ it earlier? Why wait until he had climbed so far before acting? Ha, what a splendid shindy. He laughed in furious exasperation. This scoundrel was undoubtedly intent on mocking him. Below, Yi Tianlan had already noticed Wei Guan's gaze. At first, the expression perplexed him, but soon it felt satisfying. Just right. Atop the mountain, the atmosphere was anything but tranquil. The white mist swirled as fierce winds battered the trees, causing them to sway precariously. This turmoil was provoked by the powerful fluctuations of primal energy, resulting in the disturbance of the surrounding environment. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. This young man was simply. The Vice Dean of the East had struggled for quite some time without finding a reasonable explanation. His face flushed red and his white beard fluttering as overwhelming waves of primal energy radiated from him, snapping branches and uprooting grass. It was utterly lawless. He was on the verge of losing his temper, stamping his foot hard on the ground, leaving behind a wide fissure. Be mindful. This is the property of our South Academy. Any damage must be compensated. Wu Yinfeng remarked nonchalantly, though his eyes sparkled with delight, the upward curve of his lips betraying his joy. This display was truly enjoyable. He had vented his frustrations in front of the other 3 vice deans. I will tread on it, so what? Boom! By the heavens, do you wish to fight? Ha! I fear not, but before that, you must consider how to compensate for the Academy's losses. You, as the chief, have only just arrived and already destroyed our Academy's property. At this rate, in 2 years, will you not raise our Tianwu Pavilion, fill the Martial Lake, and pluck the heart of the earth? Wu Yunfeng roared, exuding an unmistakable aura of authority. He too stomped on the ground, causing another fissure to erupt. Scoundrel, cease your prattling and insinuations. I, Your new chief am clearly a rule-abiding individual, merely a touch mischievous. If you dare speak out of turn again, I shall seek trouble with your chief. You dare? Do you think I wouldn't? One-on-one. Let us go. The two departed in succession. The West Vice Dean, a regal beauty, watched their retreating figures with a headache, helplessly raising a hand to her forehead. What do you think? She inquired, turning to the North Vice Dean. The latter chuckled. I shall move closer to observe. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and dashed off in pursuit. The West Vice Dean was left speechless. One hothead, one nitpicker, and one jester. Oh, Director, please return soon. Our Tianwu Academy truly cannot withstand such turmoil. Alas, I must return to see if that girl has made her breakthrough and offer her some guidance. Just as she was about to leave, a communication jade slip suddenly rang. Curiously, she picked it up, and moments later, her eyes lit up. 3 missing 1? Where? Playing such a grand game? What? Why would I be afraid? Just wait, my luck has been splendid lately. Do not run halfway through the game. After ending the communication, she furrowed her brows. Where to find the chips? Those 3 old codgers are stingy. They've borrowed everything clean and will certainly not lend a single hair. Seeking the elders? Not ideal. Besides, they all run faster than monkeys when they see me. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. Right? Did I not bring back a vial of 10,000-year cold jade marrow from the ancient secret realm for that girl? She has no use for it now, so I shall help safeguard for her. Indeed, this is the path of making money. In 3 days, when I return, I shall repay her double, providing her with a grand surprise that will astonish everyone. With this thought, she smiled confidently, transforming into a pink streak of light racing westward. Below, Luo Junxian lifted her beautiful eyes to watch the 3 streaks of light leaving in succession, followed by the pink one. Yi Tianlan followed her gaze, noticing nothing. Curiously, he inquired, Xin'er, what are you looking at? At you. Yi Tianlan was puzzled, saying, Nonsense, I am right before you. Luo Junxian smiled gently, her eyes resembling the soft ripples of lake water under moonlight. Before her was, and the horizon too. What do you mean? Is all my eyes. Chapter 121. The 4 great treasures of the Academy. Is this how we treat beggars? This is the residence of the Southtown Pavilion, where successive chiefs have dwelled. Tianlan, you shall reside here from now on. As for Luo Junxian, no need for that. Xian will stay with me. Yi Tianlan interjected, preempting Lu Wu's words. Luo Junxian turned her head away, her ears blushing like peach blossoms beneath her dark hair, embarrassed by Lu Wu's meaningful expression. She did not refuse. Very well. Since this is the case, I shall refrain from making further arrangements. Lu Wu chuckled. Suddenly, his smile faded, and his expression turned serious. Furthermore, you both must be wary of Chu Luoyang. He has coveted the chief position for quite some time. Your sudden emergence has undoubtedly disrupted his plans, and he will harbor resentment towards you. While the Academy rules constrain him publicly, one must be cautious of his covert schemes. His grandfather is an elder of the Academy, and his family is deeply rooted within, possessing considerable prestige, belonging to the old faction. You must tread carefully. Although Yi Tianlan was not particularly fearful, he understood that Lu Wu was considering their well-being and patiently listened, solemnly agreeing. Just as they were about to depart, he seemed to recall something and turned back. By the way, the director promised you numerous benefits, which far exceed those of the chiefs from the other 3 academies. Others dream of obtaining them. So remember to visit within the stipulated time. They refresh monthly. Do not let them go to waste. Yi Tianlan nodded in agreement, his gaze falling on Luo Junxian. An idea struck him. Minter, is there a place in the academy to hone sword intent? He merely dabbled in sword intent, practicing casually while accompanying his beloved Xian. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently reached the 2nd realm of transforming sword intent, purely by chance. If others knew he had casually practiced to attain the 2nd realm of sword intent, countless talented swordsmen lost in their paths would doubt their lives. Yet, none of this mattered to Yi Tianlan. He held little interest in swordsmanship, merely wanting to accompany his beloved. Xian pursued the path of the sword, and only through continuous honing of sword intent could she keep pace with him. A place to refine sword intent? Lu Wu pondered for a moment, primarily because he had not returned for so long. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Yes, there is a sword refining cliff in the West Academy. It was a treasure brought back by a near-true spirit realm dean from the ancient secret realm at the Academy's inception, where countless swordsmanship geniuses left their marks. After centuries of the Academy's legacy, it is now covered in traces of swordsmanship. Ordinary individuals merely need to approach the sword-refining cliff to sense the enduring and flowing sword intent that has withstood the test of time. Many students enjoy using those sword intents to temper their will. If one sword intent is sufficiently formidable, it could indeed overshadow the traces of swordsmanship etched upon the cliff, thereby absorbing the residual sword intent within. Both individuals felt a spark of realization. Could this not be the most fitting place for Luo Junxian to hone her swordsmanship? Master, why is the Li Jian Cliff located in the west courtyard? As students from the south courtyard, are we allowed to enter? In response to Yi Tianlan's confusion, Lu Wu let out a hearty laugh and patted his shoulder. Of course you can enter. When the academy was established, there were 4 great treasures: the Li Jian Cliff in the west courtyard, the Shunbing Lake in the north courtyard, the Yaoling Mountain in the east courtyard, and the Yunxing Tower in the south courtyard. The existence of these 4 treasures is the very foundation of the 4 courtyards, corresponding respectively to intent, martial prowess, medicine, and energy. It is precisely because of these treasures that Tianwu Academy commands respect and boasts a renowned reputation. It was evident that, as Lu Wu spoke, a profound sense of pride and belonging radiated from his countenance. He indeed harbored a deep affection for this land, although there are distinct pathways among the 4 courtyards. This serves merely to delineate the relationships among the students, enhance their sense of belonging, and intensify the competitive atmosphere. In truth, all resources of Tianwu Academy are interconnected and shared. Otherwise, why do you think the other students reacted so vigorously when the dean offered you such favorable conditions? It is simply because their interests would also be affected. Lu Wu cheerfully elucidated these matters to the 2 of them, elaborating on various rules of life within the academy. He would not have wasted his breath on ordinary individuals. In a new student welcome package distributed by the academy, besides the identity token, there were 2 sets of exclusive South Courtyard attire and an introductory brochure for newcomers. After changing into their outfits, when Yi Tianlan beheld Luo Junxian emerging, his eyes instantly brightened. The azure skirt clung gracefully to her delicate figure, while the sky blue silk wrapped around her slender waist. The wide sleeves adorned with exquisite patterns, creating a sense of layered beauty. Her brows resembled distant ink, her skin rivaled snow, and her complexion was as refined as jade. Strands of black hair cascaded down either side of her face, adding to her petite and exquisite appearance. Remarkably, Yi Tianlan noticed that Junxian had adorned her hair with a delicate glass hairpin, from which dangled a gemstone pendant that swayed charmingly as she walked, producing a melodious sound. As she took each step, Yi Tianlan inadvertently noticed her calves, clad in white stockings, slender, graceful, and exquisite, akin to jade. He felt an urge to approach and inquire. Junxian, it is quite warm at home. Perhaps next time you could wear a shorter skirt. How much shorter? Luo Junxian replied with a teasing smile. Yi Tianlan scratched his nose, gesturing vaguely, recalling the ultra-short skirts of his past life. About this much, my waist. Be gentle with your elbow. I was merely jesting. You are truly stingy. Stop sparring with words, and let us go see the Li Jian Cliff, Lu Wu urged. Fine, let us go, but be gentle. After half an hour, the 2 finally arrived at the Li Jian Cliff. Their slow pace was not only due to the vast expanse of Tianwu Academy, but also because they were somewhat directionally challenged. After spending considerable time asking for directions, they reached their destination. The Li Jian Cliff is a massive stone monument spanning over 50 meters in width and rising more than 10 meters high, embedded in the rocky wall at the edge of a mountain peak in the west courtyard, thus earning its name. Newcomers from the south courtyard. You possess discernment to have found our academy's most valuable location on your very first day. It is essential to invest your points wisely in such places to maximize their utility, remarked a senior who had been lounging in a rocking chair. Upon spotting Yi Tianlan and his companion, his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly sat upright. With his sharp gaze, he easily discerned everything from the curious glances exchanged between the 2. Furthermore, today marked the arrival of new students, which aligned perfectly with his expectations. A disciple from the east courtyard, who had just exited the Li Jian Cliff, overheard this and immediately expressed his displeasure. What do you mean, Wang Ji? Is there any place in the academy better than our east courtyard's Yaoling Mountain? Wang Ji shook his head with a scoff. Then why are you here at the Li Jian Cliff? This left the other disciple speechless, and with a huff, he turned away. Wang Ji then turned to the 2 newcomers and chuckled. I'm just joking. All 4 treasures of our academy are equally valuable. There is no hierarchy. His affable demeanor amused Yi Tianlan. It is well known that new students, upon entering the academy, are often unaware of the significance of points, easily squandering them in a short time, making them susceptible to manipulation. Thus, Wang Ji naturally hoped that the two would expend their points at the Li Jian cliff. He secretly chuckled, anticipating a nice commission. "How long do you intend to stay?" he asked eagerly, rubbing his hands together. "As newcomers, the first experience of enlightenment is the most profound, so I suggest you make the most of it." Yi Tianlan had already been informed of the rules regarding access to these treasures. There are two payment methods: exchanging points for comprehension time or utilizing fixed time allotted by the academy. Without much thought, they opted for the latter, intending to use their allocated time first. Wang Ji showed no sign of surprise. This was quite normal. However, for new students, the general introductory offer at these treasures is merely 1 hour of free trial. Once they become accustomed to the benefits of the Li Jian cliff, would they not be eager to earn back their points? He smirked inwardly. "Very well, please hand over your student tokens." Casually receiving them, he lowered his head to record the information while casually inquiring, "How long do you plan to cultivate?" "I suggest starting with 2 hours. Though the price of 30 points per quarter hour is slightly steep, it is worth it for your first experience." Wang Ji continued to persuade them, aiming to extract a total of 120 points from them. Suddenly, Yi Tianlan interjected, 2 hours? That is akin to sending a beggar away. 20 hours. Each of you shall have 20 hours. Chapter 122. Is this what you call concurrent cultivation? Damn those odious couples. Wait a moment. Did I mishear? Wang Ji's heart raced, and his expression froze in shock. What do you mean, 20? That word is so foreign to me. He raised his head, utterly perplexed. Junior brother, how many hours did you just say? I have a bit of a hearing issue. Please repeat it. Yi Tianlan obediently held up 2 fingers, waving them in front of Wang Ji's eyes. 20 hours. Wang Ji's jaw dropped, and he stood up abruptly, utterly dumbfounded. 20 hours? Are you planning to live in there? But that doesn't make sense, based on the calculation of 120 points per hour. Even after deducting the complimentary hour for newcomers, how could you amass such a significant number of points? He forced a smile. Junior brother, don't joke with me. Do you know how many points that is? It's over 1,000. You've just enrolled. Where would you find such a vast amount of points? Yi Tianlan nodded decisively. I may lack points, but the dean said we are allocated 100 hours of discretionary time each month. 100. Wang Ji was utterly taken aback. He had never heard of anyone having such a substantial amount during his time here. Even the top student only had around 60 hours. Do you have more than the top student? Are you mocking me? Yet, when he skeptically checked the token, he fell silent. A person, once radiantly cheerful and optimistic, suddenly became taciturn, silently completing the formalities and numbly watching the two enter. Their gaze was vacant, even oblivious to the greetings of others. After a while, they retrieved a communication jade slip. Hey Ziqiao, I know it sounds outrageous, but you must believe me. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlan had approached Li Jian Cliff alongside Luo Junxian. From a distance, as described by Lu Wu, before even nearing 100 meters, he had already keenly sensed a sharp will permeating the air, chillingly daunting, as if it could sever flesh and hair. Pressure began to swell within him, akin to a mountain pressing upon his heart, making it difficult to breathe. This sword intent could easily provoke the trembling of sword edges and even recoil upon its master. No wonder even those who had never ventured into the sword path would come here to temper their will. Observing the few individuals seated on mats, Yi Tianlan immediately understood. The martial will relates to the magnitude of one's inner demons, the speed of progress, and even the determination of one's resolve. Such an intense sword pressure environment was undoubtedly suitable. However, for the two of them, the level of sword intent pressure was nearly negligible. Clad in distinctive sky blue attire, they calmly advanced, continually surpassing those on the ground. Students from all 4 major academies were present, yet the dark green-robed disciples from the West Academy were more numerous, benefiting from local privileges that allowed them to stay for a quarter of an hour with only 80% of the required points, equating to 24 points. Quite a bargain. As they walked, Yi Tianlan's eyes brightened upon spotting a familiar face. Wei Guan also noticed Yi Tianlan, but chose to ignore him, pretending not to see. He was rather straightforward, avoiding convoluted matters. Otherwise, he would not have been betrayed by those closest to him. Although the loss of imperial thoughts was precious, so precious it pained him, he never considered asking Yi Tianlan for it back. He believed it was due to his own lack of skill and was willing to concede defeat. His disinterest stemmed purely from the lingering resentment of being outsmarted by Yi Tianlan during the Stone Steps test. He was an emperor. How could this fellow treat him as if he were a child? How humiliating. Ah, Wei Guan, what a coincidence to encounter you here. The very thing he feared had come to pass. Wei Guan turned his head and saw the cheeky, cheerful face, his expression darkening, his lips twitching. Do not hinder me. Go train on your own. If you don't call me senior brother today, I want to leave. Wei Guan's face turned green. This fellow was taking advantage and acting coy. I want to call you. He turned away, maintaining a stern visage, resolutely refusing. Not calling, huh? Xianya. Show him how it's done. Luo Junxian shot him a glance before pouting her lips. Senior brother. See that? Just like that. Wei Guan was left dumbfounded. Damn those nauseating lovebirds. Keep your distance. How infuriating. Wei Guan, will never believe in love again. You two will definitely part ways. He cursed inwardly. Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. I need to accompany Xian inside to carve sword marks. You stay here and diligently temper your will. And do not bring shame to our South Academy. With that, Yi Tianlan clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely continued forward. Wei Guan raised an eyebrow and inexplicably cautioned, do not approach within 30 meters. That is a domain accessible only to those who have mastered the first stage of sword intent. Without looking back, Yi Tianlan waved his hand dismissively. No problem. I have also practiced a bit of sword intent. Wei Guan was not surprised. He had witnessed this earlier at the mountain gate. Seeing this fellow's arrogant demeanor inexplicably annoyed him. He retorted, within 10 meters is the limit. Only those with second stage transformative sword intent can enter. Yi Tianlan still waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I have also dabbled in a bit of second stage sword intent. Wei Guan was momentarily stunned. Are you joking? You don't use your fists? Is this what you call dabbling? Not just him. Many nearby students who overheard the conversation widened their eyes in disbelief. Few students could enter within 10 meters at Tianwu Academy. Not even dozens, but there were some. However, to merely dabble and gain entry was unheard of. After all, human energy is finite. It is impossible to advance significantly down two paths simultaneously, meaning the secondary path would be much weaker than the primary one. Or some might not even have the energy to pursue both. Was this kid just boasting? Dabble in second stage transformative sword intent? How could I possibly believe that? If he, at this age, has already reached the second stage, should I just find a block of tofu to crash into? I haven't even reached the first stage. Someone gritted their teeth. Don't say you don't believe it. This fellow is wearing the South Academy S attire. And I feel like giving him a slap on the forehead. Many sword cultivators cursed under their breath, their eyes fixed on Yi Tianlan, who was now moving. With the presence of Legion Cliff, students with even a slight understanding of Tianwu Academy's insider information would choose the West Academy upon entering. If this kid were truly so remarkable, why would he come to South Academy? Wouldn't that be wasting his talent? Thus, skepticism prevailed. With many doubting, he was merely putting on a facade to impress the beautiful female cultivators nearby. Chapter 123. A Great Turmoil. The false senior versus the true senior? It couldn't be simpler. The truth would soon reveal itself. Coincidentally, the senior sister was also at Legion Cliff, preparing for a breakthrough. She was a sword path prodigy who had reached the second stage of minor accomplishment before turning 40 and was the only student in the academy to have achieved minor accomplishment in transformative sword intent, while others were still barely entering the initial levels. The levels of sword intent are categorized as initial entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and peak. Alas, there's nothing to be done. The progress in sword intent is exceedingly challenging. I have nearly exhausted all my points here, eating only once a day, and still managed to reach the first stage of major accomplishment. This well-proportioned female cultivator sighed. The male student beside her widened his eyes in astonishment. Wait, senior sister, you. Shoo, junior brother, this secret is only for you. You are different from them, the senior sister said with affectionate eyes. The junior brother was bewildered. That guy has already stepped into the 30-meter domain. It seems the first stage of major accomplishment in sword intent is indeed genuine. Someone sighed. Glancing at the misty mountain gorge, they suddenly felt that life seemed rather meaningless. Do not panic. So what if he has reached the first stage of major accomplishment? I do not believe he can continue advancing. Yi Tianlan moved swiftly, traversing the ground with ease alongside Luo Junxian, a gentle breeze flowing around him, blocking all sharp, cold rays in the air. Thus, he effortlessly stepped within 10 meters. In an instant, the onlookers fell silent at this scene. The second stage transformative sword intent was yet to be seen, with two middle-aged disciples, appearing somewhat older, wearing complex expressions. What on earth is happening? Have I been in the academy too long, Or have things outside changed drastically? Why are the new students so formidable? And even more formidable? Unbeknownst to them, Wang Ji had silently approached, his gaze profound. They possessed a full 100 hours of comprehension time at Lijian Cliff. What? Did the old headmaster get caught in a scandal? Get lost. That's your North Academy's problem. Our South Academy's headmaster has no flaws except for his penchant for torturing us. Wang Ji restrained the arguing crowd, urging them to listen. Do not rush to quarrel. There is something even more terrifying. Aside from the time allocated at Lijian Cliff, I have discovered that the distribution time for his other secret realms is equally substantial. The crowd fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into chaos. I guarantee with my head that there must be some insider information, although I know you speak nonsense. I cannot fathom it either. Enough of the disputes. He is the newly appointed chief of the South Courtyard, and my cousin, a freshman this year, just informed me. But why? Even if he is the chief, this is excessive. The other 3 courtyard chiefs only receive 60 hours of allocation each month, so why is he treated differently? Right from the start? There is something even more astonishing. If you knew that Dean Wu also granted him the ancient sect's secret decree, your scalp would tingle. I'm already tingling. Yi Tianlan paid no heed to the startled reactions behind him. This was merely the consequence of his earlier punch that sent the dean flying. Anyone who was dissatisfied could attempt to confront that old man and face the repercussions themselves. Within 10 meters, there were only 3 individuals. Among them, 2 remained at a distance, eyes closed, intently sensing the sharp sword intent permeating the air, refusing to approach any closer. Only a figure in a blue robe with long hair stood motionless at the cliff face, striking a posture of drawing a sword. It was unclear how long they had maintained this stance. They seemed frozen in time, entirely oblivious to the commotion behind them. At this point, the sword intent had coalesced into an almost tangible mirage, shimmering in the sunlight like thousands of steel needles slicing through the air. However, upon contact with that figure in blue, it was enveloped by a gentle wave, as if the tide were sweeping away all impurities and debris. Luo Jun's exquisite eyes narrowed as she discerned that this was a water attribute sword intent, equally powerful as her own Snow Day sword intent, seemingly employing the principle of yielding to overcome force. Suddenly, without warning, she moved. With a graceful sweep of her hand, a brilliant blue wave rippled through the void. Before many could react, a faint blue phantom had already enveloped the area, resembling a hazy autumn lake gently undulating. It covered the sword scars at the edge of the cliff. As the water wave passed, the original sword scars mysteriously vanished, replaced by a brand new, distinctly different water attribute scar. Witnessing this spectacle, those observing gasped in astonishment. Then, the disciples from the West Courtyard began to cheer joyfully, exclaiming, "She did it! Senior Sister Do has succeeded. Truly, our West Courtyard Chief is the Academy's foremost swordsmanship prodigy, leaving her mark on Lijian Cliff so swiftly. Of course, Senior Sister Do has reached this point solely through her talent and hard work, unlike certain individuals," one of them remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced pointedly at Yi Tianlan. It seems that men are quick to profit. What do you mean, Senior Sister? Please, refrain from casting aspersions. Rest assured, I did not mean you. That's good. You are too pathetic, standing there like a black toad, with who knows what lumps on your back. Who could possibly regard you when someone so handsome is around? You wretch, you have gone too far. I have endured you for long enough. Observing this scene, the 2 West Courtyard students who had been sitting at a distance approached to congratulate Do Qingyi, completely ignoring Yi Tianlan and his companion. Senior Sister, congratulations. Consuming this sword intent, you must be close to a breakthrough to the 2nd level of mastery. Hearing this, Do Qingyi shook her head with a wry smile. How could that be? The power difference between minor and major mastery of the 2nd levels, transforming sword intent, is like heaven and earth. There is no way to advance in such a short time. However, leaving the sword scar has indeed propelled my swordsmanship forward significantly. A smile graced her face as she felt the changes brought about by the scar, clearly pleased with her gains. The other 2 could only regard her with envy. Everyone knew that the most precious treasures on Lijian Cliff were these sword intent marks, yet they lay there unattainable, with no one able to claim them. It was not merely a matter of unleashing a more powerful sword intent to consume and obliterate it. Even approaching was a formidable challenge. Unable to linger too long, the 2 congratulated her and returned to their positions. At this moment, Do Qingyi finally noticed the 2 newcomers. Primarily, their bright blue South Courtyard uniforms were quite conspicuous. Those who excelled at Li Jiancliff were generally disciples majoring in swordsmanship from the West Courtyard. The sudden appearance of two unfamiliar figures piqued her curiosity. "Are you two new disciples?" she inquired, astonished. "Yes, senior sister," Yi Tianlan nodded in greeting. One of the two disciples frowned and remarked to Do Qing, senior sister, "This one is not merely a freshman. He is also the newly appointed chief of the South Courtyard. Indeed, Dean Wu has granted him conditions that are nearly 50% superior to those of the three other chiefs." The other chimed in, a hint of mockery in his tone. Observing his demeanor, one could sense he was anticipating a spectacle as the faux chief encountered the true chief. However, he was disappointed to find no sign of panic on Yi Tianlan's face. Do Qingyi's expression shifted, her gaze sharpening. A freshman? The South Courtyard chief? An extraordinary level of treatment? How do these terms connect? What is so special about this individual that would compel the dean to take such seemingly irrational and even reckless actions? Why is it that the other three deans do not intervene in such a significant matter? She furrowed her brow slightly. And what about my gambling-addicted master? Has she perhaps accepted some benefit from Dean Wu, disregarding my training as mere background noise? Although she was well aware of her master's unreliability, she pondered the possibility. Indeed, if the reward was substantial, it might be feasible. After all, she had previously refused to accept disciples. Yet she had taken in students from her own family when the offer was generous. While her temperament was relatively composed, she did not let the words of the two provoke her into hostility towards Yi Tianlan. Nevertheless, her doubts and misunderstandings remained. "Are you here to refine and comprehend sword intent at Li Jiancliff?" "Yes, senior sister," Yi Tianlan replied straightforwardly. "In that case, I shall not delay you further. Please proceed." With a gentle smile, she stepped aside to grant them passage. In truth, the space before Li Jiancliff was ample enough. The presence of two additional individuals was hardly a burden. Her intention was to provide no grounds for refusal. She was eager to observe what remarkable qualities this new chief possessed. As for the term dual cultivation that reached her ears from the periphery, she chose to disregard it entirely. Such exaggerated claims were akin to farce. Anyone who believed it would surely find themselves writing down his name, only to sell him longevity health products in his old age. Yi Tianlan found this senior sister rather agreeable. Indeed, those who were formidable in demeanor often possess kind hearts. Senior sister Do was a paragon of virtue. As Yi Tianlan approached and examined the Li Jiancliff more closely, he discerned that it appeared rather unremarkable, its material akin to ordinary stone. Perhaps it was his lack of experience that rendered him unable to perceive its significance. The cliff was adorned with countless sword scars, almost entirely covering the stone surface, resembling a site that had been relentlessly hewn by axes. The texture felt coarse and uneven, cold and hard, sending sharp sensations through his fingertips. It did not resemble a mere stone wall, but rather a tomb of swords imbued with boundless divine sharpness. Yi Tianlan took the Qinghuan sword from Xian'er's hands. Upon witnessing this scene, many among the crowd felt a sense of disdain. As a swordsman, one sword is akin to an inseparable companion, a silent yet loyal ally, which should never leave one's side. It is not merely a matter of eating, bathing, or sleeping. Even in intimate moments with a Dao partner, it ought to be kept close at hand. This practice not only cultivates one's tactile familiarity and strengthens the resonance with the sword, but, more importantly, nurtures the sword's essence with one's own sword intent. Over time, as the sword becomes attuned to the wielder's intent, it gradually grows stronger, ultimately transforming into a unique divine weapon. This underscores the importance of a well-suited sword for a swordsman. A stranger's sword can only manifest a fraction of one's sword intent, reaching merely 80% at most. At this moment, Yi Tianlan's actions were undoubtedly seen as a grave misstep in the eyes of many. "Let us go. No need to watch," someone scoffed, shaking their head. How can someone who doesn't even understand how to nurture their own life sword be worthy of the title swordsman? Yet another voice retorted, "Didn't he claim he isn't a swordsman?" The speaker widened his eyes in exaggerated disbelief. How could he possibly be a dual practitioner when he stands alongside Chief Do? Surely he possesses at least second realm, transformation level sword intent. He must be hiding his true abilities. But what of it? Just his reverence for his sword grants him the right to be remembered at the Li Jiancliff. A resounding clang echoed, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, capturing the attention of the entire assembly. Yi Tianlan's gaze was sharp, his robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, even amidst the stillness of the surrounding air. It was as though he was enveloped in an ethereal breeze, elusive and intangible, Do Qingyi narrowed her eyes slightly. Has he entered the second realm? No, wait. Her pupils constricted suddenly. That gentle breeze, seemingly formless and weak, effortlessly tore through the dense, sharp sword energy obstructing the cliff face. If the chaotic entanglement of sword intent resembled a tangled mass of threads, then this breeze was akin to a pair of scissors, not violently tearing, but rather elegantly snipping through the strands, appearing weak yet possessing unmatched sharpness. It was as if he traversed an uninhabited realm. With a hissing sound, a brand new sword mark emerged effortlessly upon the Li Jian cliff, its placement remarkably astute. Situated not far from a mark left by Do Qingyi, Yi Tianlan turned back, smiling at the stunned Do Qingyi. Is this so, senior sister? The crowd fell into a profound silence. Those who had previously doubted turned rigidly to their side, saying, Senior brother, he truly has the qualifications. They found their senior brother equally dumbfounded, who abruptly slapped his thigh in indignation. So what if he did? Doesn't this only further prove he isn't a dual practitioner? How could he achieve this level with such reverence for his sword? Don't you agree? The junior brother beside them fell silent, rendered speechless. Senior brother, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from speaking further. Do you wish to be humiliated even more? Do Qingyi gazed at the lingering breeze entwined with the sword mark. Lost in thought. A rebirth, truly accomplished. What does this mean for my 30-plus years of effort? The realization struck her. He possessed the same level of second realm, small achievement sword intent as herself. And it was of no low caliber, belonging to the branch of Sun Feng sword intent, far from being trivial. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she looked at Yi Tianlan and asked, Are you truly from the Nanyuan? Yi Tianlan merely pointed to his attire, smiling without uttering a word. The implication was clear. Do Qingyi's expression shifted as she candidly proposed, Would you be interested in joining my Shi Yuan? With your talent in swordsmanship, only my Shi Yuan has the ample resources and level to guide you effectively, helping you avoid many detours. Among the 4 major academies, only my Shi Yuan possesses such confidence. You should consider it carefully. Unbeknownst to her, the 2 disciples from behind paled at her words. Just moments ago, they had mocked Yi Tianlan, and now their chief was inviting him. This was a slap in the face that came too suddenly. Seeing Yi Tianlan shake his head, Do Qingyi frowned. Why refuse? To waste your talent in the Nanyuan, where sword practitioners are scarce and lacking in proper teachings, is a travesty. If you are clinging to your position as chief, I shall grant you that title in my Shi Yuan. At her words, Yi Tianlan remained unresponsive, while the 2 behind him gasped in shock, scrambling to intervene. Senior sister, you mustn't. You are the chief of Shi Yuan and a pillar of support for us all. How can you act unilaterally? Do Qingyi shot a sideways glance at one of them. Silence, I know my own mind. Yet, she was aware that the academy head remained oblivious to this matter. If she were to look at Yi Tianlan with a hint of warning, what would happen if he truly agreed? If Do Qingyi made a promise, could she retract it? Her words need not be considered. My decision cannot be countered. She owes me a considerable sum. Do Qingyi spoke calmly, her tone resolute. A single, straightforward sentence silenced the 2, especially the latter part, which resonated with the head's habitual manner. It felt all too real. The 2 exchanged glances, realizing that those who borrow money often wield power. Yi Tianlan observed the interaction among the 3 with amusement. He hadn't even pondered an acceptance, yet they had already begun to argue. He then smiled and declined Do Qingyi's kind offer. Senior sister, there's no need to trouble yourself with relinquishing your position. Moreover, I cannot yet command respect in the Nanyuan, let alone in your Shi Yuan. Do Qingyi shot a glare at the 2, who immediately shrank back into silence. Rest assured, as long as you're willing to come, I will support you. I still hold some influence here. No need. Are you harboring concerns? Do Qingyi's brows knit in confusion. Not understanding why, after making so many concessions, the young man remained unmoved. Yi Tianlan smiled, meeting her puzzled gaze. As I mentioned at the outset, I merely came to accompany my Sienna in honing her sword intent. In truth, I am simply a dual practitioner of sword intent. Yi Tianlan shrugged his shoulders in exasperation. What? You are serious? Do Qingyi's fingers trembled, her gaze penetrating deeply as if trying to discern Yi Tianlan's innermost thoughts. A new student, possessing second realm small achievement sword intent, yet also a dual practitioner. She could neither comprehend nor accept this. She was confident it was mere gossip. But when the words emerged from Yi Tianlan's mouth, her mind was shaken, her astonishment evident in her eyes. What about your Dao partner? Suddenly, a thought struck her. and she cast a suspicious glance toward Luo Junxian, who had been standing beneath the Lijian cliff for quite a while. Previously unnoticed, all attention had been drawn to Yi Tianlan. Draped in azure robes, Luo Junxian appeared ethereal, her hair adorned with a glass hairpin, her face as radiant as jade. Even just a glimpse was rare in this world. Not only did men find her captivating, but Dou Qingyi, too, felt an involuntary admiration. Her gaze unconsciously drifted downward, lingering on her ample bosom for a heartbeat, before a wave of intense jealousy surged within her. Why? Why is she so beautiful and so well endowed? Where's the fairness in that? If Yi Tianlan were to fathom the thoughts harbored within the heart of this senior sister Dou, he would undoubtedly be struck with astonishment. While others fixated on the movements of my beloved Siener, it became evident that women are often drawn to what they lack. Indeed, all eyes were transfixed by Luo Junxian's actions. She extended her delicate hand, and between her fingers there seemed to dance strands of golden lightning. It was a thread of cloud white interwoven with faint golden hues as she effortlessly brushed across the sword marks, causing them to inexplicably vanish. As if filled by some formidable power, the entire process unfolded in a hushed, eerie silence, leaving the onlookers in a state of disbelief. For no new sword marks remained on the Lijian cliff. As is well known, the rules of the Lijian cliff dictate that when a sword mark is erased and consumed, a new one emerges to take its place, allowing the residual sword intent to be nurtured by this powerful artifact over time, thereby growing stronger. This cyclical process is precisely why the West Courtyard is revered as a sanctuary for sword cultivators. Yet, what were they witnessing now? This woman was consuming without giving anything back. Surely she ought to leave at least a trace behind. The Lijian Cliff is home to thousands of unique and marvelous sword intents. Yet within a mere moment, she had devoured several delicate sword marks. As they gazed upon the now vacant expanse, free from the usual dense markings, the crowd felt an inexplicable discomfort. Their scalp tingled at the thought that if this continued, no amount of sword intent on the Lijian Cliff would suffice for her consumption. Just as they were grappling with their confusion, Luo Junxian had unknowingly approached the area where Yi Tianlan and Dou Qingyi had previously left their sword marks. Her expression remained placid, her eyes like still waters as she glided past. Her fingertips, akin to butterflies flitting among flowers, caressed the cliff face. However, soon, the expressions of the onlookers grew increasingly peculiar, Yi Tianlan included. They instinctively turned their gazes towards the silent Dou, senior sister. Dou Qingyi narrowed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and closed her eyes, though her chest showed no discernible rise or fall. She was attempting to maintain her composure, for she had just realized that the minuscule sword mark she had left on the Lijian Cliff less than a quarter-hour prior had vanished. In such a brief span, her mark was so weak that it hardly warranted consumption. Yet, if one were to suggest it was an accident, what then did the solitary mark left by this young lad signify? This junior sister was undoubtedly being deliberate. The typically composed Dou Qingyi felt her temper rising, her forehead nearly pulsing with veins as her fists clenched tightly. The two disciples beside her dared not breathe a word, fearful of incurring her wrath. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlan wore an odd expression, observing as Siener passed through that area, all sword marks disappearing as if swept away by a scythe. Yet his mark stood alone, glaringly conspicuous. Could it be that his mark was too formidable to be consumed? Yi Tianlan rubbed his nose. Even he found that hard to believe. The only explanation was that Siener was feeling possessive. Despite her outwardly calm demeanor, she was silently asserting her claim over him, her actions speaking volumes. Chapter 126. Have you turned my Lijian Cliff into a place for flirtation? Wei Guan, observing from afar, felt the muscles on either side of his face twitch uncontrollably. He crossed his arms, a look of disdain flashing across his features, revealing his utter contempt. How repulsive. This is what I detest about couples. Making it seem as if anyone would believe in love. You two are destined apart, he thought bitterly. His thoughts then shifted to Luo Junxian's slender fingers, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Of course, he was not admiring them. What straight man would? He would prefer 2 pieces of elemental stone. However, that sword intent, infused with thunder, was rather peculiar. Such a second-tier sword intent should not exude such a regal aura. It was indeed strange. In the world of sword intents, there are countless variations, yet few could capture his attention. In his illustrious past, the powerful sword intents he had encountered flashed through his mind. Cloud white, golden mist, ethereal, sacred. Sword intent. When these characteristics intermingle, a name of legendary status began to surface in his consciousness. No, it cannot be. This should have been lost to time. He shook his head vigorously, frantically denying it, yet he could not quell the tumultuous waves stirring within him. Meanwhile, before the Legion cliff, Yi Tianlan wore an embarrassed expression. Scratching his head, "Senior sister, I apologize. My Sienna is a bit shy. She seems to have carelessly erased your sword mark. Perhaps you could carve another one?" He suggested quietly, gesturing towards the Legion cliff, his eager demeanor causing Do Qingye's face to twitch in silent exasperation. Shy and reserved? I have never seen a shy girl who could so boldly offend someone to their face. It is clear this was intentional. Furthermore, the seniors whose sword marks were erased surely understood the effort it took to leave a mark. Sighing, she thought, leaving a sword mark is no easy feat. I can only manage it during my peak state. Yi Tianlan blinked and, with a swift motion, carved a clear sword mark on the Legion cliff. See, it's quite simple. Do Qingye's face stiffened as she turned to him, gazing deeply into his eyes. Has anyone ever told you how infuriating you can be? Luo Junxian paused, as if she had discovered something, then slowly retreated, her graceful figure standing before the two sword marks. Lifting her chin, a look of earnestness appeared in her beautiful eyes as she pondered, resembling a calm artist beginning to conceive her work. Subsequently, she placed her fingertip upon the cliff. Yi Tianlan watched with curiosity. What is she up to? Do Qingye furrowed her brow, perplexed. Yi Tianlan shook his head. Sienna has her own ideas. I'm not privy to them. The crowd observed her busying herself. After a few minutes of meticulous adjustments, Luo Junxian finally left, satisfied with her work. Upon seeing the scene on the Legion cliff, Do Qingye was left both furious and amused. Pointing at the spectacle, her finger trembled. Have you both turned my Legion cliff into a tool for flirtation? There, at the spot where Luo Junxian had lingered, two stick figures held hands, and Yi Tianlan's closely spaced sword marks served as their arms. A curved smile was drawn upon their faces, simple yet radiating an indescribable joy and happiness, hand in hand. Walking towards the future. Hee. Do Qingye heard the foolish laughter beside her and felt increasingly speechless. She face-palmed. What are you laughing at? I'm asking you a question. Ah, Luging? I'm not laughing, senior sister. Yi Tianlan chuckled like a simpleton, unable to take his eyes off the image, his heart swelling with delight. You still claim you are not laughing. Do Qingye felt ouvir. Ahem, senior sister. Do you not think this is quite delightful? Even when my fellow disciples are fatigued from their cultivation, they can still admire the exquisite artworks created by my beloved Xin'er. Then she recalled her solitary existence, devoid of a companion, wealth, or any advancement in cultivation, and swiftly crossed the left fence to descend the mountain. Do Qingye pondered silently. Ahem, senior sister. We do not wish to impose. If you find it inappropriate, shall I take my leave? Should I ask Xin'er to erase her magnificent thundersword intent, which has reached the second realm? Upon hearing Yi Tianlan's suggestion, Do Qingye's expression shifted dramatically as she suddenly awakened to the reality. Indeed, while she had been preoccupied with critiquing the nauseating couple, she had almost forgotten that this was sword intent at the second realm of perfection. Moreover, this thundersword intent could effortlessly devour other sword intents, leaving no trace behind if she so wished. It was truly tyrannical. This sword intent was undoubtedly extraordinary. At the very least, she knew that the Legion cliff had stood for centuries without witnessing such a peculiar phenomenon. With this thought, her heart surged with excitement. If only she could gain even a fraction of insight from it. Then Xin'er, senior sister, they no. Do Qingye hurriedly stepped forward, blocking him and shaking her head vigorously. Junior brother, this sword intent is magnificent, truly magnificent. Although the scene left by junior sister, XX, and XXX traveled here, is indeed infuriating. I simply must partake in this delicacy today. Do Qingye gritted her teeth in conflicted frustration. This might not be advisable. Would the dean agree? Yi Tianlan appeared hesitant. The dean will heed my words. Do Qingye asserted confidently, ba Qing ha chest. But will the other senior brothers agree? Absolutely. We are more than willing. Under Do Qingye's sidelong glance, whether it was sincere or coercive, everyone hurriedly nodded, possibly for both reasons. Turning her gaze toward the harmonious pattern woven with lightning on the Legion cliff, it starkly contrasted with the imposing sword scars above. Those were also formidable sword intents. Yet they did not originate from the illustrious students of Tianwu Academy, but rather from the remnants left by the dean upon his return. They were the marks of ancient sects' extraordinary champions. Each stroke of sword intent emanated tremendous power, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Nevertheless, even so, these sword intents could not suppress the ordinary patterns left behind. They seemed to rival them in a subtle manner. No wonder Wu was resolute in his decision, willing to pay a hefty price to retain the two. With this thought, her emotions became exceedingly complex. His foresight and determination were truly remarkable. This reflection irked her. Unlike her gambling master, whose luck was woeful, yet had a unique talent for failure. Most crucially, they were still young, brimming with infinite potential, yet had already achieved a level comparable to her own. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. For the next half-month, Qianlong would accompany Xian'er to the Li Jian cliff to hone their sword intent. Except for the first occasion where they spent a full 20 hours. Their subsequent visits were sporadic. Notably, Qianlong also broke through to the second realm of sword intent. This pace left Dou Qingyi utterly astonished. After nearly 40 years of her own efforts without a breakthrough, he effortlessly reached the heights she had longed for, simply by practicing alongside his wife. In response, she could only utter incomprehensible. Feeling disheartened, she departed, and on that very day, someone spotted Dou's senior sister ruthlessly training in the arena, mercilessly reprimanding a group of disciples from the West Academy until they cried out for mercy. Chapter 127. Dual Sword Intent Achieved. Where's my Qianlong gone? Before the Li Jian cliff, the atmosphere felt remarkably relaxed compared to before. At a glance, the area appeared bare and flat, resembling an expansive plain, with the previously intricate ravines now smoothed out as if caressed by a divine hand. All of this was, of course, attributed to the presence of Luo Juanxian. Over the course of half a month, she had completely devoured the sword intents at the base. Currently, she sat atop the mountain, eyes closed, as wisps of white lightning mingled with golden mist danced through the surrounding void. Within a few meters of her, snowflakes inexplicably drifted down, gracefully falling from the sky. Dual sword intent had reached perfection. Dou Qingyi stood at the forefront, observing the scene with a complex expression, uncertain of her thoughts. Until a moment arrived when the snowfall increased around Luo Juanxian and a thunderous energy crackled in the air. She was no longer the ethereal, cold beauty seated in meditation. She had transformed into an incredibly sharp sword, shining brightly upon the world. Dou Qingyi felt a tightening in her breath. At this moment, she sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Luo Juanxian. This was the crushing force of intent. She understood it was complete. Almost simultaneously, Luo Juanxian opened her beautiful eyes, her aura retracting, reverting to that cold, distant ice lotus. Her gaze swept across Dou Qingyi, revealing a hint of confusion, her brows slightly furrowed, as if perplexed. Dou Qingyi could not help but roll her eyes. It seemed that the brat had indeed spoken truthfully. She helplessly remarked, "Are you searching for junior brother yet?" Luo Juanxian rose swiftly, moving as if walking on snowflakes, her figure graceful as she approached Dou Qingyi. Nodding slightly, she asked senior sister, "Do you know where my Qianlong is gone?" "Your Qianlong?" Dou Qingyi rolled her eyes again. Despite her aloof demeanor, she was not at all reserved. However, she did not keep her in suspense. He received a summons from Dean Wu and left ahead of time. He was concerned you would not see him after your breakthrough. So he asked me to inform you. Luo Juanxian nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to depart, then paused, as if recalling something. Casually, she remarked, "Senior sister, your sword intent is too gentle. Water is inherently soft, yet it can also be as firm as metal." Watching Luo Juanxian's retreating figure, Dou Qingyi found herself momentarily stunned. The words echoed in her mind, repeated endlessly, even drowning out the soft calls of those nearby. After an indeterminate amount of time, she lowered her gaze to the hilt of her sword, letting out a bitter laugh. "So that is it. I have been foolish, striving to render the water intent as soft as possible, forgetting that the essence of water's transformation is not merely softness, but rather its capacity for tolerance. No wonder I have been unable to step into the realm of perfection, and true completion remains far from my grasp." She murmured, her gaze growing increasingly bright. Perhaps she had already sensed it while devouring my lingering sword intent. What ordinary people struggle to comprehend for decades could be casually articulated by genius. Such is the disparity. Meanwhile, within a refined bamboo house nestled deep in the Southern Academy's ravine. "Hey, brat, what are you daydreaming about? Can you hear me speaking? If you zone out again, you can face the wrath of that old ghost from the East Academy on your own." Even before entering, he had already disrupted the formation. This matter still lingered. Ye Tianlan held a communication jade slip, unperturbed by Wu Yunfeng's irritation. Instead, he chuckled, "Dean, my Xiner has achieved her breakthrough and is on her way here." Wu Yunfeng glanced at him, scoffing as he casually lifted the teapot to his lips, shaking his head dismissively. "You're overjoyed just because you've broken through a realm? You still have a long path ahead. When will you properly cultivate your mindset to avoid embarrassing me as your master?" Ye Tianlan smacked his lips, recognizing the validity of the irascible old man's words. The rapid breakthrough of realms is rather uninteresting. It feels as though life has been stripped of numerous challenges. One is either effortlessly defeating opponents or is on the verge of doing so, yet I have yet to experience the thrill of life-and-death competition. By the way, to what extent have you advanced? Wu Yunfeng casually inquired, feigning indifference, though his ears were already perked up. "It is the sword intent." Wu Yunfeng's body stiffened, for it is well understood that the cultivation of such intent is far more arduous than mere realm advancement. After all, one cannot simply rely on medicinal pills or rare treasures to assist in this endeavor. It entirely hinges upon one's innate talent and comprehension. Is there anything in the south courtyard that can elude my knowledge? Since she has ventured to Legion Cliff, she must have undoubtedly broken through to the sword intent. I grasped the reasoning behind this. Do you need me to explain? Wu Yunfeng waved dismissively, wearing an air of profound mystery. But that is the west courtyard. Enough. You may cease your chatter. Wu Yunfeng impatiently gestured, interrupting the tirade. Ye Tianlan silently criticized the old man for his obstinacy, resorting to bluster when outmatched in argument. Continue speaking. I shall not. Do you think I would beg you? Next month, my resources will be somewhat strained, and I may not be able to provide you with as many resources, perhaps only half. Ye Tianlan scoffed at the shamelessness of this commercial battle. He had no desire to continue jesting with the irritable old man. Xiner had indeed achieved a perfect sword intent in the second realm. Crack. "Oh," he responded nonchalantly, biting the teapot's spout. "What sound was that?" Ye Tianlan asked, curious. "Mind your own business." "Oh, very well. Xiner possesses 2 major sword intents. Thanks to Legion Cliff in the west courtyard, after sweeping away those inferior sword intents, she has finally made significant progress. Both sword intents have now been perfected." Ye Tianlan felt genuinely happy for her. "Crack. Old man, I truly heard something unusual." "Be quiet. You are hearing things." "Very well. Hey, did you accidentally bite the spout off?" "Silence. I did it on purpose. This teapot is made of special material and can be chewed." Wu Yunfeng's face contorted in discomfort as he gnawed. "But that is still earth." "I said be quiet. My realm is not something you, a mere child, can comprehend." Before Ye Tianlan could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a gentle breeze envelop him, sweeping him out of the small courtyard, while the bamboo door closed automatically behind him. "What does this mean?" "Leave immediately. It's getting late, and I'm feeling fatigued." Ye Tianlan glanced at the sun hanging high in the sky and began to knock on the door. "It is only 3 in the afternoon. Are you so weak? Do not provoke me. Step aside, or I shall deal with you. Do not forget, you are to serve your sentence in the east courtyard tomorrow. The head of the west courtyard owes me money, and the head of the north courtyard owes me a favor. You need not concern yourself with them. However, you must handle that old scoundrel in the east courtyard yourself. Go to Yaoling Mountain and take some time to settle down. The spiritual herbs there are plentiful, and the vitality is robust, making it the most vibrant place among the 4 courtyards." After a brief pause, the voice floated back. "I fear future troubles may arise. Just do not attribute them to your master's teachings." Chapter 128, Deliberate or Accidental? With a furrowed brow, Ye Tianlan waited outside the bamboo building for a while. Just as he was feeling bored and considering knocking on the old man's door again, he unexpectedly spotted a graceful figure approaching. His eyes brightened as he waved. "Xiania, over here." "Yes, I see you. So what is the matter?" "I just wanted to greet you." "Then why did you respond to me?" Ye Tianlan inweited. "Mind your own business. I simply wish to reply." An elderly figure within the bamboo building suddenly opened his eyes wide, slapped himself harshly, and cursed under his breath. "I am indeed shameless, unable to resist peeking at everything." Infuriated, he paced back and forth in the room. "By the way, where is the headmaster?" Luo Junxian, not seeing Wu Yunfeng, inquired. "That old scoundrel wanted to eat dirt. I discovered his secret, and he kicked me out." Ye Tianlan nodded confidently, his face filled with conviction. "I see." Luo Junxian fell silent, then chose to silently agree. Boom! A powerful aura surged from the courtyard. The bamboo forest swayed wildly, tossed by the fierce wind. resembling a chaotic dance of demons. Hurry, hurry! I uncovered his secret. He intends to kill to silence me. Without a second thought, Yi Tianlan grabbed Luo Juanxian's hand and fled. The latter, possessing a refined intellect and icy grace, glanced back at the direction of the small courtyard, her beautiful eyes flickering. However, she smiled gently and followed Yi Tianlan as they ran out together. Inside the small courtyard, Wu Yunfeng was fuming, his beard bristling as he paced his room. This wretched brat, he is driving me mad. I hope that old fool thoroughly disciplines him. Suddenly, a wicked grin crept onto his lips as if he had thought of something. The next day, at the entrance of the east courtyard, unlike the linear arrangement flanked by the two towering mountains of the south courtyard, this place lacked a flat terrain. Behind the gate lay a deep and lush forest, creating an exceptionally tranquil and elegant environment. Upon their arrival, Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian noticed someone waving at them from a distance. A figure quickly approached, smiling as he spoke. You must be the esteemed Yi Shixiang from the south courtyard. I am Li Tsong, sent by the academy to escort you. Yi Tianlan nodded in response, curious as to how he recognized him. The other shook his head decisively. No, I am not a new disciple from this cohort, but from the previous one. Then you should address me as Shixiang. Since you are the head disciple, it is only fitting. Li Gong's my. Yi Tianlan rubbed his nose. Having been a shitty for so long, it was his first time being called Shixiang, and he felt quite pleased. Beside him, Luo Junxian nudged him with her elbow, signaling him not to become too complacent. Ahem, is the east courtyard this hospitable? Sending someone specifically to greet me? We are all part of the same family. There is no need for such formality. Li Tsong's expression grew strange, his face reflecting hesitation, and his voice lowered significantly. No, Shixiang, I was assigned to keep an eye on you, in case you tried to escape. Yi Tianlan's face stiffened. Luo Junxian stifled a laugh, her radiant smile melting the ice and snow. Yi Tianlan's lips twitched. What happened to trust? Ahem, there is no need for that, Shixiang. The academy is perhaps just concerned you might wander off, given that disciples in the east courtyard typically cultivate their own spiritual herbs. They are worried you might inadvertently intrude into someone else's territory, leading to misunderstandings. This is for your safety, especially since many of my fellow disciples cultivate some rather peculiar herbs. Li Tsong realized his words were inappropriate and quickly attempted to amend them. However, the more he tried to clarify, the darker Yi Tianlan's expression became. So it turns out I'm being treated like a prisoner. I had indeed smiled too soon. But how did you recognize me? Yi Tianlan inwitted, curious. He believed he had been quite low-key. Li Gong smiled openly. Word has spread throughout the courtyard. Many of the younger disciples are strikingly handsome and charismatic. Yet, only Yi Shixiang has a companion of such extraordinary beauty, one whose grace and charm are unparalleled. Yi Tianlan leaned closer to Luo Junxian. Did you see that, Sienna? This is what we call professionalism. The road ahead has widened. Luo Junxian shot him a glare, though her lips curled into a smile. The two no longer lingered at the entrance and followed Li Tsong deeper into the east courtyard. The directive from above was for Yi Tianlan to settle in the east courtyard for a span of 3 months. However, the specifics of this settling process had not been elaborated upon by the old man. Thus, Yi Tianlan remained unaware of what was expected of him. The only certainty was that the head of the east courtyard wanted him to make amends, and he could expect to undertake some arduous labor. Li Tsong diligently began to introduce Yi Tianlan to the east courtyard's circumstances. Yi Shixiang, due to the precious Yaoling Mountain, our east courtyard is exceptionally suited for cultivating various rare spiritual herbs. Consequently, nearly every student possesses their own medicinal field and has some degree of skill in planting techniques. With several outstanding individuals being true alchemists, they will sell the elixirs they refine to the academy in exchange for points. At this moment, a deep envy flickered in Li Tsong's eyes. Becoming a distinguished alchemist was not only his aspiration, but also the hope of his family. Otherwise, he would not have traveled a great distance to Tianwu Shuin, yearning to become a true alchemist. Unfortunately, his comprehension was limited, and the lessons imparted by the elders were too profound for him. He grasped only fragments of knowledge. The explanations from his senior brothers were often veiled and required significant cost to obtain. Despite his diligent efforts, he had yet to cross that threshold. Lacking resources, strength, and background, this was the true portrayal of an ordinary person's unremarkable life, not due to a lack of effort. Contemplating this, his expression dimmed slightly. However, he quickly composed himself and refrained from showing his discontent while conversing with Yi Tianlan. Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian exchange a glance, deep in thought. Upon exiting the forest, a series of small hills unfolded before them, interspersed with patches of medicinal fields, wherein grew vibrant and exotic spiritual herbs. Yi Tianlan distinctly sensed a dramatic increase in the surrounding natural energy. He inhaled deeply, feeling the ethereal energy surge through him, as if it had found its home. It resembled a tumultuous sea of clouds, continuously cascading toward him. This overwhelming sensation startled Li Tsong, causing him to retreat several steps. He was merely at the gathering chi stage. He had never witnessed such a grand display. It was noteworthy that Yi Tianlan had set his sights on the academy's top achiever, who had cultivated there for decades. The other ordinary disciples were predominantly at the gathering chi stage, with very few even reaching the innate level. Li Tsong had been in the academy for 3 years and was already at the 5th level of gathering chi, which was quite commendable among these disciples, indicating his hard work. He needed to be cautious, as the top student of the East Courtyard was not as amiable as senior Sister Do. Luo Junxian nudged him, her expression disapproving. Yi Tianlan shrugged, looking helpless. I didn't do it intentionally, Xian, The natural energy simply sought to enter my body on its own. I didn't even attempt to absorb it. Li Tsong inadvertently overheard their conversation, leaving him momentarily stunned. Was it intentional or accidental? Chapter 129, Violent Suppression. Now, give me the opportunity to summon the master. It was the first time he realized that natural energy could be drawn in without deliberate effort. This obscure knowledge was indeed too foreign for him. Yi Tianlan, unable to contain the influx of natural energy gathering around him, had to create a thin barrier to shield himself from its perception. Only then did the commotion subside. Li Tsong could not see this, but he found it particularly extraordinary. Senior Yi, why did the commotion cease? Yi Tianlan waved his hand casually. It's nothing. I've isolated myself from the natural energies. Li Tsong was momentarily taken aback, but soon exclaimed, Senior brother, what a remarkable skill. You've mastered such a secret technique. It's not that complicated. I merely shaped the natural energy into a fabric. It's quite crude, and I haven't refined it all. Yi Tianlan replied, shrugging nonchalantly. Li Gong note that? Thinking it indeed sounded simple. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. His eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, you created that? Just now? His mind felt as if it had shrunk violently. Because it was too difficult to master other secret techniques, he chose to create his own. He wanted to inquire further when a sudden loud shout interrupted them. Hey, what happened? Where did all the natural energy from my field go? Damn it, who consumed the essence stones I just set up? Let us go, Li Shidi. We've lingered here too long. Li Tsong nodded dazedly, stealing a glance at Yi Tianlan, who appeared utterly unfazed, as if he bore no guilt for his actions. Much like a habitual offender. Hey, Li Tsong, did you see any suspicious individuals near my field? The person who shouted turned to Li Tsong with an unfriendly expression. Li Tsong quickly clasped his hands in greeting. I didn't see anyone, Brother Chu. Fine, get lost. If I find out who did this, I'll skin them alive. The three moved further away from the irate voice. After a short while, Li Tsong led them to an abandoned hill. On the hillside was a sunken patch of land, where stood a dilapidated thatched hut. In front of it was a stone table, at which sat a young man, calmly sipping tea. He glanced at the three approaching from afar, his gaze lingering a moment longer on Luo Junxian. Even as they drew near, he showed no sign of acknowledgement, as if he were oblivious to their presence. Upon Li Tsong's arrival beside him, he respectfully bowed and said, Brother Yang, I brought South Courtyard's top student. Brother Yi. Yang Yunfei responded with a nasal HM, took another sip of tea, set the cup down, and with his eyelids lowered spoke blandly. Why did you take so long? Do you know how long I've waited? Do you understand how precious my time is wasted on irrelevant matters? He cast a glance at Yi Tianlan. Li Tsong lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. Growing anxious, he said, Brother, I'm sorry for the delay. Please punish me. Yang Yunfei scoffed, ignoring him, and turned his lazy gaze upon Yi Tianlan, inspecting him with disinterest. You must be Yi Tianlan. It's curious how the terrain of the East Courtyard is far more level than ours in the South. Yi Tianlan surveyed his surroundings, expressing his thoughts aloud. Luo Junxian nodded slightly, responding, Indeed, it's no wonder so many medicinal fields are situated here, resembling exquisite silk. Xian, do you see that distant mountain? It's quite majestic. It must be Yaoling Mountain. I sense something peculiar about it, as if it has enhanced the nearby medicinal fields. Otherwise, how could such dense fields appear in this area? That seems likely, she agreed. The two engaged in their conversation, entirely disregarding Yang Yunfei's presence. Yang Yunfei's forehead twitched with rising anger, his face displaying irritation. As the chief's trusted aide, he had never been so blatantly overlooked. Who did not treat him with respect? These two were outright insulting him. This meeting should have been conducted with the chief personally, given that the visitor was the top student of the South Courtyard. Despite any faults, both were of equal standing. Only such a meeting would adhere to proper etiquette. Yet, he was the only one present, and the chief, Brother Yuan's attitude, was unmistakably clear. In his eyes, this hasty newcomer had no right to stand on equal footing with him. This was a silent contempt. What surprised him further was that the other party seemed completely indifferent to him. Was this an attempt to intimidate him? Such disrespect was unprecedented, instantly igniting his fury. Slamming his hand on the table, he stood up and shouted angrily, "Yi Tianlan, are you deaf or foolish? Can't you hear me speaking to you?" Yi Tianlan's smile faded as he ceased conversing with Luo Junxian, slowly turning his head to point at his own chin, blinking in curiosity. "What?" Yang Yunfei, infuriated to the point of laughter, spoke with a mocking tone. "I'm talking to you." Without any forewarning, a pair of terrifying, colossal hands of vitality coalesced from the void and struck downwards. The essence of heaven and earth surged like a tidal wave, splitting and dispersing to either side with remarkable speed, while the wild cyclone surged forth, akin to a tempest, violently sweeping away nearby thatched cottages, accompanied by a resounding crash. The area where Yang Yunfei stood had been rendered utterly desolate. The stone table vanished, leaving only a vast crater behind. Li Tsong trembled in place. The colossal hand of vitality looming perilously close, barely half a meter away. His pupils constricted in sheer terror, sensing a dreadful aura permeating the space. He watched wide-eyed, as the once arrogant Yang Shixiang, who had mocked him moments before, was effortlessly slapped into the ground by Yi Shoshi. There was no resistance whatsoever. Paralyzed by fear, he resembled a startled quail, too afraid to even breathe, shaking uncontrollably. Yi Tianlan flipped his hand, the substantial hand of vitality grasping the disheveled figure from the pit below. He appeared as if in a slumber, like an immortal. Yi Tianlan did not even lift his eyelids. Luo Junxian flicked her fingers. She could transform the snow sword intent into water, but that would be excessive. Using ice needles was far more efficient. With the piercing entrance of over 100 ice needles, the unconscious Yang Yunfei let out a tortured scream and opened his eyes once more. Upon seeing the countenance before him, a profound sense of dread flickered in his gaze. He had struck. He actually dared to act within the academy. Why would he have the audacity to do so? Slap! Yi Tianlan delivered a resounding slap to the other's face, rendering Yang Yunfei momentarily dazed. His expression was as frigid as ice. "Who are you? What is your identity? What is mine? Do you dare to raise your voice against me? Have you been a dog slave for so long?" Another slap sent 5 or 6 of Yang Yunfei's teeth flying, half of his face swelling grotesquely. Yet, he did not relent, continuing to rain down slaps as if it were a game. A kick sent Yang Yunfei's body bending like a shrimp, his facial muscles convulsing violently as he vomited bile and last night's meal onto the ground. Li Tsong watched in horror, swallowing hard. Yi Shoshi was serious about confronting the provocation. He truly would take action. There would be no debate. "Sinner, what shall we do if we are in the right?" To this, Luo Junxian responded succinctly, "Make a scene." Li Tsong's mind buzzed. He almost thought he had misheard, while others feared causing trouble, striving to minimize the impact. Why did these two seem to do the exact opposite? His body trembled with anxiety. "Now, I will give you a chance. Summon your master." Chapter 130. This junior clearly possesses immense strength, yet is excessively cunning and sinister. Do not say we have not given you a chance. Bring out your background as well. Yi Tianlan did not even blink. Confronted with that chilling gaze, Yang Yunfei finally comprehended what true inner fear entailed. He realized he had fundamentally misunderstood a crucial matter from the very beginning. How could a ruthless chief who could punch mentors and kick formations be confined by the academy's rules? How could he have foolishly attempted to provoke him? If this individual truly adhered to the rules, how could he have performed such astonishing deeds, leading to punishment here? Moreover, the most critical aspect was that, after creating such a significant uproar, he still stood before him unscathed. The attitude of the academy's higher-ups had already made everything abundantly clear. His heart trembled with regret. He wished he could slap himself twice, but alas, it was too late. Yi Tianlan retrieved the communication jade slip from him. Will you cooperate, or shall I take action? Yi Shoshi, I will comply. This time, Yang Yunfei willingly accepted the communication jade slip, a conciliatory smile creeping onto his swollen visage. He finally grasped that if he continued to resist, he would likely be beaten into oblivion without anyone to come to his aid. That mentor had already vanished without a trace. Moreover, many students probably remained entirely unaware of this incident. Yunfei, what is the matter? The communication jade slip quickly connected, and a sharp male voice resonated from within. Without prompting, Yang Yunfei understandingly amplified the sound. Have you completed the task I assigned? What was Yi Tianlan's response? Did he agree to the harvest, which exceeds the dean's goal by double? The mocking tone caused Yang Yunfei's skin to twitch, his heart filled with bitterness. Did he agree? He had not even spoken before being nearly beaten into a pulp. How could he have had the opportunity to clarify? Why are you silent? Did that brat refuse? The voice grew deeper, tinged with dissatisfaction. Yang Yunfei felt tears welling in his eyes. Brother, could you please refrain from speaking? He cast a pleading glance at the two beside him, shaking his head vigorously. It was not my intention. You heard him. He forced me to do this. I never meant to target you. Yi Tianlan was disinclined to torment him further. Yuan Hua, come here. I need to discuss something with you. The response from the other end was not from Yang Yunfei, but rather an unfamiliar young voice, momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Me? Yi Tianlan. The voice from the other end fell silent for a while, seemingly in a mental whirlwind, unable to comprehend how Yi Tianlan's voice came through Yang Yunfei's communication jade slip. Wasn't he the one they had sent? How could the two be colluding? Had Yang Yunfei been turned? No, that was impossible. He shook his head repeatedly, his voice turning cold and stern. What have you done to Yunfei? This is in my east courtyard. You are utterly reckless. You trample upon the order of Tianwu Academy. Do you understand? Yi Tianlan rolled his eyes, uninterested in continuing the futile conversation, and abruptly ended the communication. He rejected the other's harsh words and issued a challenge. On the other end, Yuan Hua, who had yet to finish speaking, was seething with rage. He had a pent-up breath that needed release, frustration swelling within him, and his hand trembled uncontrollably as he gripped the communication jade slip. You scoundrel, do you really think I fear you? He crushed the communication jade slip in a fit of rage and stormed out, summoning a flying artifact that transformed into a streak of light soaring into the sky. The two students, who had been about to knock on his door, exchanged surprised glances as they observed his hasty departure. What happened to the chief? Why is he leaving in such a rush? One asked uncertainly. I vaguely saw the chief's face was grim. He seemed furious. How can that be, given the chief's status? How could anyone within the academy provoke him to such a degree? Even the other two chiefs would struggle to do so. Another student thought similarly, concluding that perhaps he had misinterpreted the situation. Yi Tianlan waited for a moment, growing increasingly impatient, contemplating a prompt when Luo Junxian lifted her beautiful eyes. From beyond the horizon, a streak of light pierced through the air, moving with exceptional speed, riding atop a cauldron, trailing white clouds like silk, hands clasped behind his back. Yet his expression was ominously dark. The figure was of medium stature, slightly plump, not donning the unified attire of the East Courtyard, but instead draped in a coat made from an unknown beast's hide. He bore no appearance of elegance. Xianya, even the cleaning worker in our household seems to have a brighter future than him. Luo Junxian lowered her gaze, shaking her head slowly. He is too short. He cannot even reach the beams. Grandfather would not take him. But I am here. If it comes to starvation, I will plead with grandfather. Yuan Hua, initially contemplating how to intimidate the two individuals, suddenly found his composure shattered. He detested having his height used as a point of ridicule. These two scoundrels, in their mocking duet, were metaphorically stabbing at his very core. Silence. He bellowed in furious reprimand. The Yuanshan, command your silence, Xiener. I refuse to listen, she retorted simply, her three words piercing through Yuan Hua's defenses. He realized that while she was indeed beautiful, her words were sharp and venomous. Observing him suppressing his rage and refraining from lashing out, Yi Tianlan felt a flicker of surprise. It was no wonder he was the top student of the First Academy. Even in such a tense situation, he maintained his rationality. However, he had his own means. You two are utterly unrestrained. As the Dean of the Eastern Academy, I have granted you the opportunity for reflection and punishment here, yet you have the audacity to injure my people and refuse to comply with arrangements. Do you not hold Tianwu Academy in any regard? Yuan Hua's eyes narrowed fiercely, and he chose to exert his dominance without further ado. This tactic had proven effective in the past when dealing with unruly students, often leaving them too intimidated to even breathe. Yet this time, the two simply ignored him. Yi Tianlan gave him a dispassionate glance, while Luo Junxian turned away to inquire about a matter from Li Kong. The atmosphere grew oddly silent. Ignored by the two newcomers was a profound humiliation for Yuan Hua. Even Li Tsong, who had been questioned, was left dumbfounded. Was it truly acceptable to leave the chief brother in such a state? Only Yang Yunfei quietly sniffled, feeling a pang of sympathy for Yuan Hua's plight. He deeply empathized with his senior's experience and inwardly cursed the situation. This junior, despite being exceptionally powerful, was excessively cunning and insidious. Chapter 131, Severed. You truly have a keen eye. Yuan Hua silently closed his eyes, seemingly foreseeing the trajectory of the events to unfold next. His muscles twitched with barely contained fury, as he felt smoke rising from his very being. To be disregarded by two mere freshmen was an immense humiliation. Today, even a deity could not restrain him. In the next moment, without a word, he struck. He lifted his foot and stomped down heavily, causing the alchemical furnace beneath him to tremble violently, expanding dramatically and igniting a fierce blaze that transformed into a bright meteor of flame, hurtling towards the hillside. Li Tsong and Yang Yunfei, witnessing the ominous shadow descending upon them, were rendered speechless, frozen in place. They could hardly believe that their senior brother had truly taken action, unleashing a non-discriminatory attack that showed no regard for friend or foe. It was evident he was serious, revealing his ultimate skills. The air was brutally torn apart, infused with the essence of fiery clouds, as the scorching winds flattened countless precious herbs in the medicinal fields. The alchemical furnace loomed like a mountain, pressing down upon them, making it difficult to breathe. A triumphant smirk curled at the corners of Yuan Hua's mouth. This child disregards rules and harms fellow disciples, harboring malicious intent. As the chief brother, I have repeatedly advised him to no avail, leaving me no choice but to act. Considering he hails from the Southern Academy, I shall spare his life and personally hand him over to Director Wu for judgment. These statements were well-founded and substantiated, paving the way for a promising future for them. Yi Tianlan turned, his expression betraying no hint of panic. In fact, he appeared unusually calm, even harboring a glimmer of anticipation and satisfaction. This stood in stark contrast to Yuan Hua's frenzied expression, causing the latter's brow to furrow slightly, an instinctive sense of foreboding emerging within him. Yi Tianlan took a step forward. His motion was abruptly halted as a delicate hand grasped his arm. "Sienna, what is it?" he inquired, puzzled, thinking she had something to say. This time, "Allow me." Luo Junxian's intent was clear, her demeanor earnest. Her straightforwardness caught Yi Tianlan off guard, for she had never before taken the initiative to fight. With his wife wishing to engage, he found no reason to refuse, if necessary. He could always step in at a crucial moment. "What do you intend to do?" "Sever it." A tempest of thunder and frost flickered within her beautiful eyes. In the next instant, the space seemed to freeze, all sound vanishing, the world descending into silence. She withdrew her sword slowly, appearing languid, yet flashing with an ungraspable cold light. The magnificent sword light flickered and vanished, tearing through the fabric of space, overcoming all obstacles. There were no earth-shattering explosions or chaotic surges of energy, merely a disturbance akin to a ripple disturbing a still pond. Yang Yunfei and Li Tsong looked up in astonishment, only to find the ominous shadow above them had dissipated, a shard of sword light having rent the heavens, leaving behind a slender rift that cleaved the massive alchemical furnace in two. With a cough, Yuan Hua tasted blood, crimson surging forth as he struggled to comprehend the sight of the shattered remnants of his alchemical furnace falling around him, his aura instantly waning by more than half. No, this is impossible. I am at the peak of the innate stage, and my alchemical furnace is a mid-grade Shin-tier artifact. How could it be shattered by a single sword strike? Why? Yuan Hua, in a frenzy, clutched his hair, his face contorted with disbelief and resentment. Yi Tianlan chuckled. His wife, Luo Junxian, had attained the pinnacle of the dual sword intent, one of which was among the most formidable in the world. The sword in her hand, the Baituan sword, was a top-tier Earth-grade artifact, while Yuan Hua was nothing but a petty figure, lacking both intent and treasure. With neither the 36 celestial meridians nor the 108 Zhou Tian acupoints opened, what could he possibly contend with? His stubbornness? Yi Tianlan was well aware of Luo Junxian's capabilities, yet the others remained oblivious. For instance, Li Tsong and Yang Yunfei only witnessed the new chief of the Southern Academy's companion casually cleaving their senior brother's treasured artifact into worthless scraps. Nothing was more shocking than witnessing the collapse of a myth before one's very eyes. In that moment, all the authority Yuan Hua had accrued over the years was reduced to mere stepping stones beneath the terrifying strength of Luo Junxian. To this day, they remained unaware of the true extent of the Southern Academy chief's formidable power. Just the prowess of his companion was already so astonishingly fearsome. Is this a turn-based game? Then it must be my turn next. You two, come and test this palm. Yi Tianlan laughed heartily, dispersing the barriers around him with a wave of his hand, as boundless waves of energy surged forth toward him from the entire realm. All the medicinal fields exerted their force, akin to dozens, even hundreds of waterfalls flowing upward, transforming into silver threads. At this moment, fear finally crept onto Yuan Hua's face. In his current state, his spiritual awareness was exceptionally acute, merely from this preliminary skill display. He clearly discerned that this attack was beyond his capacity to withstand. To even attempt it would mean certain death. In that instant, panic fully engulfed him, and he turned to flee, calling out desperately, "Elder, save me." Yi Tianlan raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself, "What nonsense is he spouting? Take my slap." Just then, a gentle sigh resonated through the void, followed by the appearance of an elderly figure. He cast a disheartened glance in the direction of Yuan Hua's escape, simultaneously feeling disappointment at the cowardice and frustration at his lack of resolve. "Enough, Yi. Who are you? Did you not see him strike first?" He attacked without provocation and fled after his enjoyment. "While I have yet to be satisfied." Yu Duoqian's lips twitched faintly as he contemplated the absurdity of surrendering his own life-bound treasure, the alchemical cauldron, as if such a loss could possibly be deemed satisfying. "What truly raises suspicion," he remarked dryly, "is your final remark. I am the Dean of the Eastern Academy," he declared with quiet authority, "and have already conferred with your own dean." "That holds no weight," retorted Yi Tianlan, his voice laced with indignation. Yi Tianlan, have never offended a soul, so why this unwarranted assault? Is this not sheer bullying of an upright man?" His frustration simmered, raw and unfiltered. Even Li Tsong could no longer suppress his exasperation. "If only you'd kept that mouth sealed, you might have spared yourself such profound enmity." He paused, then gestured toward the figure beside him. "As compensation, I grant you the right to harvest 100 spirit herbs from the outer periphery of Yaoling Mountain." Reluctantly, Dean Yu conceded. He knew well this young man's nature, unmoved until tangible benefit was secured, a trait already made evident through Wu Yunfeng. "I came to your Eastern Academy in earnest pursuit of self-cultivation and inner refinement," Yi Tianlan continued, voice laced with theatrical grievance. "I pledge solemnly to our dean to cultivate patience and humility. So tell me, does this treatment honor that vow? Refund my tuition. An additional 50 herbs from the inner ring." Yu Duoqian added hastily. "Our dean instructed me to strive diligently, and above all, to refrain from antagonizing his disciples." Yi Tianlan pressed on, feigning reverence. "I arrived with pure intent, only to be met, on my very first day, by your Academy's chief disciple. 5 herbs from the core region." Yu Duoqian cut in, his jaw tightening. His lips twitched violently. Then he surrendered, his tone edged with weary resignation. "Take your herbs and leave. Immediately. For 3 months, you will remain disciplined and discreet. Not a single misstep. No schemes, no theatrics, no further provocations. Asedi, noninchakle escaped Yi Tianlan. You truly possess uncanny insight, Master Dean." "Damn it," Yu Duoqian muttered under his breath before vanishing in a streak of luminous light. Remaining a moment longer, he feared, might well cause him to hemorrhage from sheer vexation. Chapter 132. This profession is utterly mismatched. Li Tsong's despair for years. Li Tsong had been the architect of others' misfortunes, not their victim. To be so brazenly extorted, by a mere novice, no less, was a humiliation far more agonizing than death itself. Had his own chief disciple not already slunk away in utter disgrace, his dignity in tatters, he would never have intervened. He well understood the boy's tactics, audacious, unapologetic, and utterly unassailable. Yet protest was futile. Neither force nor reason could prevail. Only capitulation remained. It felt like striking a fist into downy clouds. No resistance, no release, only suffocating frustration. A single, monumental anguish. What a bountiful harvest. A wizened figure, still hovering mid-air, not far off, stumbled mid-flight, nearly plummeting from the heavens. Kerst brat, could you not wait until I departed beyond earshot? With matters settled, Yi Tianlan released Yang Yunfei, though the latter's fate had never truly concerned him. He cared little whether Yuan Hua lived or perished. What mattered was compelling the Eastern Academy's dean to appear in person, an unambiguous declaration of intent. Yi Tianlan bore no fear, yet harbored deep disdain for underhanded stratagems, the sort that struck unseen from the shadows. Such adversaries, without exception, would be dealt with cleanly and finally. As for the herbs, merely an unexpected windfall, a modest recompense for emotional distress. Though eager to flee the scene, Yang Yunfei remembered his commission. Bowing deeply, his face still swollen and bruised like a ripe plum, he spoke in hushed reverence. Chief disciple, the Academy's directive is clear. Within 3 months, you are to cultivate a medicinal field and deliver 100 spirit herbs, each no lower than yellow rank, middle grade. His address had evolved swiftly, from blunt familiarity, Yi Tianlan, to respectful familiarity, Brother Yi, to reverent deference, chief disciple, a psychological odyssey compressed into half an hour. Yi Tianlan arched a brow, exchanging a glance with Luo Junxian. What does the dean intend? To train us as horticulturists? This vocation is profoundly incongruent. Why? Why spirit herbs? Yi Tianlan demanded, frowning. Yang Yunfei instinctively flinched beneath that gaze, his body recoiling before he could hold it, trauma etched into reflex. He shook his head vigorously. I know not. But Chief Disciple Yuan told me it may be to temper your spirit. So he intended, then, to assign me 200? Yi Tianlan submitted. Yang Yunfei stammered, unable to respond. 2 cultivators, 3 months, 200 herbs. Even seasoned disciples of the Eastern Academy would find such a task impossible. Clearly, Yuan Hua sought to bind Yi Tianlan in perpetual toil. Yet Yi Tianlan defied expectation. He bypassed subtlety entirely, dragging the schemer into the open and delivering a swift, decisive rebuke. Not only did the plot fail, the schemer lost his life-bound cauldron. A true case of losing both wife and soldier. Once Li Tsong and Yang Yunfei had departed, Yi Tianlan turned to Luo Junxian, who sat serenely upon a stone bench. Sienna, what now? We shall try. 7 days later, beside freshly tilled earth, 2 figures knelt side by side, heads bowed over a slender, fragile sprout pushing through the dark soil. Sienna, it still lives? Yi Tianlan spitted, gently prodding the drooping green shoot with a fingertip, his expression alight with quiet triumph. Luo Junxian's luminous eyes flickered. Then, with delicate precision, she plucked the sprout, roots and all. It is dead now. Yi Tianlan stated, "Speak." He turned slowly, fixing her with a look of profound, wounded disbelief. Dearest mischief-maker, do you truly believe yourself witty? Well, admittedly, this Zijing sapling was already root-damaged, emaciated, and severely malnourished, barely clinging to life. It might have endured another 2 or 3 days, though. Admittedly, that would have changed nothing. Yi Tianlan rubbed his temples, weariness carving deep lines into his face. His spirit felt more battered than after a full-scale spiritual duel. What now? A week has passed. Of 100 Zijing seeds, only a handful germinated. This lone survivor refuses to grow, and Zijing was but one among 100 required spirit herbs. At this pace, Yuan Hua Wu Ti need to sabotage them. They'd imprison themselves in perpetual cultivation. He scooped a handful of damp soil, kneading it absently, then glanced at Luo Junxian. Her slender arms folded beneath her chin, elbows resting on her knees, gaze distant and dreamlike. Sienna, what occupies your thoughts? I am contemplating the Dean's stipulations. How simplistic, he scoffed. You've truly been digging in the dirt too long, my dear. There are only 2 conditions. Cultivate a medicinal field upon this hill. Deliver 100 spirit herbs within 3 months, or remain until completion. She tilted her head, eyes gleaming. And what of others' cultivation? Others? This entire mountain falls under our jurisdiction. No cultivator would dare plant rare herbs upon another designated ground. Then, a revelation. Yi Tianlan snapped his palm against his thigh, his gaze locking onto Luo Junxian's crescent smile, soft as moonlight. Of course, only 100 herbs need be delivered, not necessarily grown by them. Elsewhere, on a quiet hill at the Eastern Academy's periphery, several medicinal plots thrived, lush and vibrant. Nestled in a gentle hollow along the mountainside stood a modest wooden cottage. Inside, Li Tsong set down his communication jade tablet, his expression clouded with bewildered uncertainty. Why would Brother Yi and Senior Sister Luo come to visit me? Should they not be immersed in cultivation or tending their medicinal field? In his mind, such prodigies were distant constellations, brilliant, untouchable, their paths crossing his only by fleeting, accidental grace. They surely bore weighty duties, urgent pursuits. Had Yi Tianlan heard such thoughts, he would surely raise a single finger skyward and utter, with theatrical solemnity, "Lu, Lu, Lu." But Li Tsong sighed, then rose, heading toward the corner where a rice jar stood. He lifted its lid, and found the spirit rice nearly exhausted. He scooped a bowl of spirit rice, and, after taking a couple of steps, hesitated once more. Gritting his teeth, he added 2 more bowls. The previously shallow layer now revealed its profound depths. The spirit rice was running low, and the medicinal herbs would take at least another week to mature. It seemed he would have to borrow some from his senior brothers. He muttered to himself. At this point, he couldn't help but glance down at the dusty alchemy furnace in the corner. The look in his eyes grew increasingly dim. Unbeknownst to him, he stumbled and fell, scattering the spirit rice he held all over the ground, watching the white grains roll away, some even slipping into the clutter and crevices of the wall. He clenched his teeth in silence and began picking them up one by one. Just then, a voice came from outside. "Hey, Li Tsong, what are you doing? Can't you see my medicinal field is almost dried up? Do you still want to learn alchemy? If you can't finish watering and fertilizing my entire medicinal field today, don't bother coming back." Li Tsong bit his lip and remained silent for a moment. "I understand, Brother." The other party merely snorted coldly, dismissing him without response as he arrogantly walked away. He truly feared that Li Tsong might harden his resolve and ignore him. After all, it was only a matter of offering some trivial tasks to obtain such a valuable free laborer. He was unwilling to let go easily. The quiet room was unusually dim, even a ray of sunlight filtering and seemed shrouded in gloom. Li Tsong sat against the wall, his eyes vacant, gazing up at the ceiling. His body began to tremble gradually. After choking back his sobs, hot tears streamed down his face, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. If only I were an alchemist, he thought, tightly clutching the spirit rice in his hands. Chapter 133. Childhood Sweethearts? He raised me. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming fatigue and drowsiness. He longed to return to that warm home, but the last time he sneaked back, he saw the pride shining on his parents' faces. His father told outsiders, "My son is a genius, the only one from our town to enter the Tianwu Academy." His mother beamed with pride, presenting a jade slip depicting him standing beside a mentor at the Tianwu Academy. At that moment, he was so full of vigor, his face radiant with a smile. "My brother is an alchemist," his little sister boasted to her playmates, innocent and carefree. That time, he chose to turn away, swallowing his words about leaving the academy, burdened with the expectations of his family. How could he possibly fall in such a place? He returned to the academy, determined to work even harder, studying alchemical methods day and night. He even took care of the medicinal fields to gain guidance from his seniors. He single-handedly managed nearly 20 plots. He worked diligently to the utmost extent, yet the Tianwu Academy was replete with prodigies. Talents from the entire region converged here. Even among millions, there were still thousands. He felt so inconspicuous. Sometimes, effort does not yield reward, but rather deeper despair. Because only after working hard do you realize that, in truth, it was all in vain. Father, mother, little sister, I truly long to become an alchemist, but I have genuinely tried my best. He gritted his teeth, trembling as he bowed his head, tightly closing his eyes, seemingly wishing to bury his last shred of dignity in the ground, unseen by anyone. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A strange, yet indifferent voice pierced the silence. "An alchemist? Want to learn? I can teach you." Li Tsong was taken aback, even forgetting to feel sorrow, maintaining the atmosphere. With tears still on his cheeks, he looked up in bewilderment. A figure stood in the illuminated doorway, the brilliant light weaving around him like a celestial being descending from the heavens. He stared blankly for a long time. It was Yi Tianlan who first felt speechless. "What are you staring at? Are you dazed? My patience is limited, so I will only ask you one last time. Will you learn or not?" Li Tsong trembled all over, shaking his head vigorously as he scrambled to his feet, nodding like a chick pecking at grain. "I want to learn. Yi Shiyong." Once he agreed, he suddenly realized, hesitating as he scratched his head, confusion written all over his face. "But, Yi Xiang, aren't you from the South Courtyard? How can you know alchemy? What does it matter if I'm from the North or South Courtyard? Does one need to specifically choose an academy to practice alchemy?" Yi Tianlan scoffed. This was indeed a point. Li Tsong was left speechless. Was this the world of prodigies? It was like a small knife scraping the surface of a cow's behind, an eye-opener. But weren't you just comprehending sword intent at the Legion Cliff recently? Astonishing the West Courtyard? How come you now say you can practice alchemy? Brother, may I ask, what exactly are you proficient in? Proficient? Yes. Li Gong easily not that. Proficient in making my beloved happy, Yi Tianlan replied, stroking his chin, enunciating each word. Li Gong's mo tuisha. Can you give a serious answer? He was reluctant, thinking Yi Tianlan was merely teasing him. Then why are you learning alchemical techniques? To nourish and enhance the beauty of my beloved. And what about sword intent? You possess second-level sword intent, he exclaimed, eyes wide. Of course, it's to spar with my beloved, Yi Tianlan replied, his voice growing passionate. I won't hide my wife when we go out. I won't let her suffer. A terrifying surge of vital energy swept through the small room, sending Li Tsong's hair flying in all directions. Outside, Luo Junxian's lovely face blushed like a beautiful sunset, slightly tilting her head to reveal half of her eye, secretly casting a glance at his retreating figure. Humph, she let out a soft snort, turning around with her twin swords, biting her delicate pink lips, pretending not to hear. Her slender fingers tapped lightly on the sword's body, producing a cheerful and melodious sound, akin to the crescent moon curving at the corner of a maiden's lips. Li Tsong's thoughts, along with his hair, were swept away, lost in reverie for quite some time. He thought Yi Shixiang was playing a trick on him, only to discover that the happiness and joy on his face were genuine, not a facade. This realization deepened his sadness. He would rather Yi Shixiang was deceiving him. His heart ached with envy. No wonder Yi Shixiang and Luo Shiji were always together. They were indeed an enviable pair of celestial lovers. Brother, were you and Shiji childhood sweethearts? He almost forgot what he wanted to ask, his heart eager to know the answer. Yes. No. Upon speaking, both Li Tsong and Yi Tianlan were taken aback. The first part was spoken by Yi Tianlan, but the latter was not. Moreover, the clear, melodious voice belonged to someone outside. Luo Junxian's radiant figure cast a glimmer as she turned her face, softly speaking, he raised me. Half an hour later, Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian departed. Li Tsong sat on the small stool in the room for a long time, suddenly rising to give himself 2 hard slaps across the face. I am such a fool, so curious about everything, wanting to ask everything. I was already bitter, and now I feel even more so. Having been together since birth, how can I learn? Isn't this bullying me honest? After snapping back to reality from his state of disappointment, he turned to look at the alchemy furnace on his desk, still emitting wisps of white smoke. A faint, exotic fragrance lingered in the room, refusing to dissipate. Shifting his gaze, he noticed the 2 round, milky white pills placed beside it. The mood was akin to quicklime meeting water, igniting with fervor. At that moment, a familiar voice from outside interrupted the impatient shout of Senior Brother Fu. Li Tsong, what are you still dawdling for? Do you no longer wish to work? Do you even care to learn alchemy? Or do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Many are eager to take this opportunity from you, and I am only offering it out of pity. You better not. Before he could finish, the door burst open with a resounding bang. A figure stormed out, raising a middle finger. Fool! Get as far away from me as possible. Chapter 134. The Rise of Li Tsong. Is this how you cultivate talent? Senior Brother Fu's face paled, his eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. Li Tsong sneered, cursing again. Fool! I told you to leave. Do you not understand? How could a mere high-level Huang-grade alchemist presume to be so grand? Do not think I am unaware that every time I toil for you, you merely toss me some worthless trinket as a token of gratitude. I wager you still have a conscience. Yet you repeatedly demonstrate that it has long been devoured by dogs. Leave at once. Otherwise, I will immediately contact the Academy's guards. Senior Brother Fu was furious, a mix of indignation and embarrassment washing over him. Damn you. You better not think of seeking my help again, nor anyone else's, or you shall see if anyone will pay you any heed. His threats fell on deaf ears as Li Tsong scoffed, finding the entire situation rather amusing. Who said I wish to seek your company, you mediocre fool? You cannot even summon your own flame of life. How pathetic. With that, Li Tsong slammed the door shut, turning to gather his belongings. He was to accompany Senior Brother Yi in alchemy, and he needed to prepare the necessary items for cultivating spiritual herbs. In the eastern courtyard, he had earned a reputation as an exceptional farmer. Otherwise, he would not be so ruthlessly exploited by the upperclassmen. Senior Brother Fu seethed at the closed door, but suddenly, with a click, Li Tsong emerged once more. He chuckled derisively. It's too late to beg for mercy now, unless you first manage a week of proper service to show me your sincerity. As he brushed past, Li Tsong found the entire exchange quite absurd. Foolish indeed. He departed, leaving senior brother Fu alone in a tempest of confusion and scorn. Fuming, Fu shouted, "You'd better remain stubborn and not regret it." After leaving home, Li Tsong headed straight for the hill where Yi Tianlan resided. The prospect of easily forming pills and conjuring flames filled him with anticipation. Although senior brother Yi had only demonstrated a few techniques, Li Tsong was profoundly impressed. Compared to others he had consulted, their skills seemed trivial. Why not seek someone more powerful for guidance, especially since he held such confidence in Yi Tianlan's character? In their brief time together, Yi Tianlan had pointed out several flaws in Li Tsong's alchemical practice, awakening him to new insights. Eager for more, he had quickly gathered his things and rushed over after Ye's departure. Upon arrival, he observed Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian squatting together in the medicinal field, seemingly engrossed in something. "Senior brother, senior sister, what are you up to?" he inquired, setting down his belongings with curiosity. "Bashidi, you arrived so quickly. Come help us. This Zijing grass seems to have come back to life," Yi Tianlan exclaimed, waving him over excitedly. "Alive? What do you mean?" "Li Gong Guetin, Subit." Wasn't Zijing grass like common ryegrass, capable of growing from just being scattered on the ground? Were they cultivating some new species? Approaching with a sense of reverence, he peered at the seedling surrounded by the two. Silence enveloped him. "How does it look? Growing well, right?" Yi Tianlan asked eagerly. It's all right." Li Tsong managed to reply after a moment of hesitation. "At least it's half the size of a normal Zijing grass. By the way, senior brother, where's the medicinal field you cleared? I didn't see anything when I walked around." Yi Tianlan replied, puzzled. "Isn't it right beneath your feet?" Li Tsong slowly opened his mouth, eyes wide with disbelief as he looked down at the barren ground beneath him. "You call this a medicinal field? Then where are the spiritual herbs? Isn't it right in front of us?" Yi Tianlan said, joyfully patting the evidently thriving Zijing grass. "Oh, I understand now, senior brother. You only planted this one seedling, right? What about the other seeds? Just leave that to me," he realized, confidently patting his chest. "There are none. Just this one seems to be growing. The other one was killed by Siener." Li Tsong felt as though struck by lightning, his entire being paralyzed. "Are you saying you too nurtured only that single plant? Out of 100 seeds? And it's a deformed one?" He stood in stunned silence, surveying the desolation around him. This was the beginning of a hellish nightmare. 2 days later, a brand new wooden cabin appeared at the foot of the hill. It was Li Tsong's residence, allowing him to tend to the medicinal field without wasting time traveling back and forth. Correspondingly, 10 new medicinal fields have been established halfway up the hill. As for the original barren lands, Li Tsong chose not to claim them. He meticulously selected each plot, ensuring the soil quality was superb. After applying spiritual soil and fertilizer, casting rain spells, and utilizing special formations to draw in the earth's energy from Yowling Mountain, the small hill transformed dramatically within just a few days. A profusion of seedlings emerged from the soil, akin to bamboo shoots after a spring rain. In stark contrast to the barren land that Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian had cleared, Li Tsong's fields flourished. As for the original medicinal fields he had planted, he would return a harvest at the right time. If he couldn't, so be it. They were merely ordinary herbs. And he understood, well, what was most important for him now. After all, senior brother Ye's talents would not remain here forever. "Li Shidi, how are you doing? Have you mastered the alchemical methods I taught you yesterday?" Li Tsong raised his head from the fields, hesitating momentarily, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "I have grasped the theoretical knowledge, senior brother, but I still feel it does not suit me. I have practiced numerous times, yet I cannot put it into practice. I still find that if I am not careful, I lose control of the flames, causing them to surge and incinerate the materials, leading to failure." Yi Tianlan pondered it deeply. Li Kong nodded in frustration. "Exactly, senior brother, but I truly do not know why." He sighed heavily, acutely aware of his own shortcomings, yet perplexed as to why this was happening, despite his utmost caution in controlling the flames. Standing atop the slope, Yi Tianlan squinted thoughtfully, stroking his chin. He had observed Li Tsong's alchemical practices. His foundation was solid, and his theoretical knowledge was commendable. In some aspects, they could even engage in dialogue. Unfortunately, whenever it came time to refine alchemy, the early stages proceeded smoothly, but once it reached the mid-stage, the flames would spiral out of control, wreaking havoc. This occurred without exception, as if a catalyst had been added to the flames. Yi Tianlan was unsure of the cause, but opted for the simplest and most direct approach, to try. With the inheritance of the alchemy sage in his grasp, he possessed countless alchemical methods. No worries, I possess numerous methods for alchemy. Today, you should try this water refining technique. Li Tsong nodded gratefully, saying, "All right, thank you, Brother Yi." A flicker of hope reignited in his heart. With so many alchemical methods available, surely there must be one that suits him? He felt immensely fortunate to have encountered Senior Brother Yi. Otherwise, he would not have had so many opportunities. With this thought, he applied himself with renewed vigor. Or merely 10 plots of medicinal fields. He could aim for tenfold that. Chapter 135. Siener, I am feeling a bit chilly. You better be sincere. Xianya. I find myself missing Swordmaster. Are you yearning to pluck at sword hair? Ha! You wretched Siener, what sword hair? I merely pondered that if he were here, he would surely discern the reason behind Li Tsong's predicament at first glance. Yi Tianlan sat on a small stool, scratching his scalp in frustration. He sensed that there was an issue with Li Tsong, yet his limited perspective left him clueless about its nature. Xian in silence, removed the damaged jade sword, delicately tracing it with her fingers, a hint of sorrow glimmering in her beautiful eyes. I inquired with Mentor Lu and Senior Sister Do. There are no extraordinary treasures in the academy to nurture the spirit of the sword. Such items are rare and exceedingly precious. Yi Tianlan fell silent, unsure of how to offer comfort, and simply reached out to grasp her delicate jade hand. The following day, as dawn broke, a light rain fell outside, and the air was damp and cold. Yi Tianlan, still not fully awake, was startled by a hearty, unrestrained laugh resonating from outside. The laughter was imbued with suppressed emotion and long-held bitterness, now released in a moment of catharsis. One could almost envision a figure kneeling in the rain, laughing toward the heavens. So it is done, then? Why laugh so loudly, disturbing the peace at this late hour? Yi Tianlan muttered in dissatisfaction, but did not attempt to stop Li Kong. He leaned closer, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder, shifting slightly. His hands misbehaved, encircling Siener's waist, his right leg draped over her lower abdomen, his nose almost brushing against her snow-white collarbone. I inhaled deeply, humming, "Siener, I feel a bit cold." Siener, feeling the weight of his body clinging to her like an octopus, kept her eyes closed, gently leaning her fair forehead against him. "You better be sincere." The vital energy stirred, shifting the blanket upwards. As for why she didn't use her hands, they were already tightly embraced by Yi Tianlan. 3 days swiftly passed. Under Yi Tianlan's meticulous guidance, Li Tsong managed to refine a mid-tier yellow-grade pill for the first time. Although this was as simple for Yi Tianlan as pinching a sugar bean, it sent tremors of excitement through Li Tsong's very soul. As he held the Peiyuan Dan in his hand, he could scarcely dream that one day he would advance so rapidly in the realm of alchemy. Just 3 days had elapsed. The solid foundation he had built over time now manifested in the most tangible rewards. Fearing that he was merely dreaming, he worked even harder. Each day was spent either tending to the fields or refining pills, and Yi Tianlan occasionally worried that this fellow might exhaust himself to the point of collapse. In such fulfilling days, a month flew by. On this day, Yi Tianlan planned to take Siener out to exchange points for supplies. The two were only a few points away from achieving the full completion of 108 Zhou Tianxiao. With the monthly points subsidy now credited, they were ready to head to the resource hall to exchange for the remaining few demon pills they needed. As they reached the foot of the mountain, a wooden door was flung open, revealing a disheveled figure stepping out. Though the appearance was wild, those bright eyes shone with clarity. Yi Tianlan and his companion were momentarily taken aback. Then they tentatively called out, "Li Tsong?" The latter pushed aside the hair that obscured his face, his expression brightening as he exclaimed, "Brother Yi, Sister Luo, what a coincidence. Where are you headed?" Half an hour later, Li Tsong chuckled, "This looks much better. What happened to you? You look like a wild man." After being inspired by your practical teachings, I went into seclusion for a while. I timed it well. The herb should be fine, right? They've grown splendidly, except for a few that Sister Luo whimsically drowned with ice water. You burnt the Liu flower with the alchemical fire. That is not the same, the junior brother said to warm the Liu grass. This spirit herb is afraid of the cold. Now it fears fire. The few you froze were not yet nourished. We can use the remnants as fertilizer. That is truly making the most of resources. Li Tsong discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. These spirit herbs are fortunate to be with you. Thankfully, to ensure brother's task is completed, there are nearly 200 spirit herbs across the 10 plots. which is more than sufficient. Now he finally understood why the two could not sustain them, not to mention their lack of knowledge in spirit herb cultivation. The bizarre ideas in their minds were far beyond the tender frames of these spirit herbs. Before long, the trio arrived at the resource hall located at the intersection of the four main courtyards. Li Tsong aimed to sell his refined pills to supplement his household income. However, it was his first time selling his own alchemical creations, akin to a maiden on her wedding day, and naturally, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Upon entering the pill area, he was struck by the bright display stands and the luxurious decor, feeling out of place and trembling with nervousness. He felt that the brothers and sisters passing by were all esteemed, while he was merely a country bumpkin from a small place. "Brother, could you please check my pills once more? Are they truly of sufficient quality for sale? I hope the counter sister won't look down on me." Yi Tianlan had heard such remarks to the point of exhaustion. He could hardly comprehend why the sale of a few mid-tier yellow-grade pills would induce such anxiety in someone. Reluctantly, he reassured him, "Fear not, I have inspected them many times. This Peiyuan Dan is not only of superior quality, but also has wide applications. Many students in the Kaikai realm can benefit from it, so there is no worry about sales. If no one buys it, what would that indicate?" Li Tsong felt a tightening in his chest. "It indicates you possess protagonist treatment and are being targeted." Yi Tianlan replied gravely, only to feel a jab to his side. "Ouch, what was that, Sienna? Don't frighten him." The three casually approached the sales counter. They looked at Li Tsong, who appeared slightly dazed. Had he truly become an alchemist here to sell pills? In the past, he could only watch from afar, taking a deep breath. "Hello, I am here to sell pills." Upon hearing a customer, the counter sister turned with a sweet smile. "Hello, may I ask, is that you, Li Tsong?" The beautiful counter sister was momentarily taken aback, and Li Tsong stared in disbelief. The two onlookers exchanged glances, nudging each other. "Sienna, there is something fishy going on. Shoo, pay attention." The two transformed into invisible spectators, resting their elbows on the counter while propping their chins, moving in unison. "Li Gong, it truly is you. How did you come here? Aren't you busy chasing after your elusive alchemical dreams? Oh, I see. You're here to sell pills for other seniors, right? A trip here should earn you a few yuan stones, 2 or 3, perhaps." The counter sister mocked with a smirk. Chapter 136. A premier materialistic woman stunned. Li Tsong's face flushed crimson. "When have I ever run errands selling pills for others? Lu Shui, don't slander me." Although he had considered such a notion, it would merely waste time, yielding only meager profits. From beginning to end, his resolve remained unwavering. Even his assistance with the medicinal fields was merely a step towards his dream. He was never a genius. Only the sweat shed in the fields and his darkened skin bore witness to the hardships he had endured. Today, he came for himself. "Will you accept this elixir or not? If not, I shall seek another merchant." In truth, his heart was more inclined towards leaving. Yet if he were to do so, it would merely fulfill the other's desires. Thus, today he intended to prove himself. It was this heartless, mercenary woman who had misjudged him, not he, Li Tsong, who would lead a life of mediocrity. Lu Shui let out a disdainful laugh, shaking her head, choosing not to elaborate. In her memory, Li Tsong remained the impoverished boy who could only serve his seniors during the day and return home at night without even a meal of spirit rice to satiate his hunger. It was precisely this insight that rendered her rational and perceptive, leading her to decisively depart after draining his wallet. What future could there be in following a penniless lad who spent all his days in the medicinal fields? A girl's youth is invaluable. Unlike her, surrounded by alchemists in this elixir counter, each of whom surpassed this sweaty boy in prospects. "Of course, I shall accept them," she said, pinching her nose in distaste as she took the 5 vials of elixirs from Li Kong internally. She resisted the notion. She fanned the air in front of her, as if dismissing an unpleasant odor. This action caused Li Tsong's expression to darken once more, his fists unconsciously tightening. However, upon noticing that his senior had not departed, he felt reassured. The price of the elixirs was typically negotiated based on quality. Could he truly speak on behalf of the alchemist seniors? Lu Shui crossed her arms, tilting her head as she scrutinized him, a knowing smile gracing her lips. The implication was clear. Witnessing her domineering demeanor, Li Tsong took a deep breath and spoke firmly once more. "I have crafted these elixirs. Thus, I possess the right to negotiate." "You? Crafted them? Those alchemist seniors are all reincarnations of celestial beings. I suspect you are merely muddled by foolishness to utter such nonsense." Li Tsong could no longer endure her sharp and caustic remarks. He was unable to suppress a chuckle born of frustration. If you refuse to accept them, I will take them to the neighboring counter. He felt this woman was entirely unreasonable. Earning money through his own merits was nothing to be ashamed of. If she wished to leave, so be it. After all, such worthless elixirs were abundant everywhere, making it seem as though our Yunshui pavilion were akin to a refuse dump. A rarity. She carelessly groomed her nails, not even lifting her eyelids, having intended all along to leave Li Tsong in the lurch. Li Gong, Si Len, grasped the elixir vials tightly, turning decisively toward the adjacent counter. The two, undeterred by the unfolding drama, followed closely to observe. Yi Tianlan Beamit, remarking that it was indeed true that a couple's hearts beat as one, while Luo Junxian immediately discerned the mischief brewing within him. Are all the elixirs of the Pei Yuan variety? How could it be so, Sienna? I have also taught him a unique formula, Yi Tianlan chuckled. Luo Junxian raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. How unique? Aside from our family, he is the only one who possesses it. Many elixirs from the Dansheng legacy have long been lost. For him, they may seem trivial, yet for lower-tier cultivators, they are lethal weapons. I have left a portion for the Shao and Yi families, and now a small part for Li Kong. When did you become so generous? Yi Tianlan sighed, his gaze complex and melancholic. I see a reflection of my former self in him. Luo Junxian scrutinized him intently. When have you ever suffered? I was unaware. Perhaps the greatest hardship he faced was being dragged from his warm bed in winter before he had fully awakened. The atmosphere Yi Tianlan had been cultivating dissipated in an instant, his lips twitching as he muttered a soft complaint. Stinkik Xianea. Li Tsong had moved to the adjacent counter. The display of elixirs was laid out in expansive sections, resembling the layout of counters within a shopping mall. Typically, each alchemist had a few trading counters they were familiar with. Greetings, esteemed alchemist. Are you here to trade elixirs? Su Qin greeted with a radiant smile, her beauty surpassing even Lu Shui's. She had naturally witnessed the commotion next door, but she was indifferent. A customer is a customer, and commissions are what matter. Regardless of the truth, addressing someone as an alchemist was always appropriate. Yes, please appraise the value of these elixirs, Li Tsong replied, his knuckles turning slightly pale from the humiliation endured, akin to a heavy blow to his already sensitive heart. Certainly, please hold on a moment. Su Qin began her thorough inspection, retrieving a tray and opening the jade vials to pour out the perfectly round elixirs. The sound was akin to precious beads falling onto a jade plate, clear and melodious. There was no need for meticulous examination. An intense fragrance of medicine wafted forth, enveloping the air around them. Just a single whiff was enough to invigorate the senses and bring joy to the heart. Lu Shui had been watching closely and felt her previously mocking smile stiffen. Surely these were picked up off the ground. Little Qin, you truly took him for an alchemist? This is my ex-boyfriend. How could I not know what he is like? You are too naive. Do not let him deceive you. Su Qin's eyes widened, completely ignoring Lu Shui's ramblings. Even though she had encountered numerous alchemists, she could not help but gasp in astonishment. 28 elixirs in total, and they are all of at least medium quality. Moreover, 7 of them are of high quality. You must know that the majority of elixirs brought by the alchemists from the academy are low grade, with medium grade being less than 1 in 10, and high grade is virtually non-existent. Only advanced alchemists have a significant chance of concocting them. Just as she thought this was the extent of it, a singular, extraordinary figure among the rolling elixirs caught her gaze. Is this? She exclaimed, hurriedly donning gloves to examine it. A beautifully intricate cloud pattern suddenly revealed itself to everyone's eyes. An exquisite elixir pattern. Su Qin's exclamation rang out dramatically. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Li Kong. May I inquire, esteemed brother, from whom did you learn your craft? Which mentor, or rather, elder, do you serve? Her thoughts were simple. Such an extraordinarily talented alchemist could not be an unknown. Thus it was highly likely he was the disciple of a powerful alchemist. Chapter 137. May I ask which formidable alchemist you are apprenticed to? Yet the truth was, Li Tsong was equally bewildered. His mind was blank. He distinctly remembered never having produced an exquisite elixir. He had always envied Yi Shixiang for being able to effortlessly create exquisite cloud pattern elixirs. Yet he had never succeeded in doing so himself. Suddenly, he realized and cast a grateful glance toward Yi Tianlan. However, faced with Su Qin's eager and expectant gaze, he stumbled over his words. My master, he had long contemplated this question, as his method of concocting elixirs was powerful and unique, never recorded in the academy, and it was only a matter of time before it would be discovered by those who were observant. After a moment of stammering, He finally spoke nervously. My master's surname is Yi. They happened to pass through this area and, by fate, imparted some alchemical techniques to me. Su Qin's eyes brightened. A wandering alchemist of great renown, who could elevate Lu Shui's utterly unremarkable ex-boyfriend to such heights with just a few teachings. How strong must that elder be? A wave of envy washed over her. It was indeed an enviable opportunity. However, Li Tsong is indeed a tremendous potential asset. The mere thought that Lu Shui personally brought him to her side fills her with uncontainable joy. Good sister, rest assured, once I cultivate a solid relationship with this newly emergent alchemist, I shall not forget you. Meanwhile, Lu Shui, who initially intended to enjoy the spectacle, was utterly astonished. Supreme Yundan? Is this even a reasonable statement? Having been here for several years, she had yet to lay eyes on even a single one. So why does this impoverished young man produce one so casually? Her mind was a cacophony of confusion. Could it be that he has indeed received the true teachings of a mysterious alchemical master? No, that is impossible. Such a talentless individual could never attract the attention of a powerful figure. What could they possibly see in him? Perhaps his ability to farm. This must be a fluke. Yes, it undoubtedly is. Lu Shui shook her head frantically, denying the thought repeatedly, her lips nearly bitten raw with jealousy. Luo Junxian turned her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Tianlan. Did you do this? Certainly. A sense of accomplishment? Naturally. As expected? Indeed. Yi Tianlan nodded proudly, only to notice that his fairy's gaze was inexplicably focused on Su Qin, who appeared as a starry-eyed admirer. Wait, fairy, this is not right. Luo Junxian pursed her delicate lips, her expression frosty. What's wrong? Enjoy a taste of my elbow strike. Senior brother, are all these Pei Yuan Dan? Not entirely. There are other types of pills as well. What kind of pill is this? I have never seen it before. This is Huang Long Dan, which can, to a certain extent, expand the meridians, facilitating the flow of vital energy and thereby accelerating the cultivation speed. Expand the meridians and increase the cultivation speed? Upon hearing the explanation, Su Qin's hand trembled, causing the golden pill to roll from her grasp, leaving her pale with fright as she scrambled to catch it. After securing it, she sighed in relief. If such a precious pill were to be tainted by the mundane, it would spell disaster for her. Wait, senior brother. This is an exquisite Pei Yuan Dan and Huang Long Dan, both of which are exceedingly rare. I cannot determine a price. Please hold on a moment while I fetch her supervisor. With that, she dashed away in a flurry. Observing this, Lu Shui's lips curled into a smirk of schadenfreude, initially thinking something had gone awry, ready to witness Li Tsong's blunder. However, she turned to find her returning with a portly middle-aged man. Her expression turned anxious. What on earth? Why has she summoned their supervisor? Junior brother, greetings. I have long admired your name. I am Zhu Ho, the supervisor of the Chunxiang Yuan. Slightly older than you, also a disciple of the academy. Simply call me senior brother. May I ask if this batch of pills was crafted by your own hands? Zhu Ho approached with an air of familiarity, firmly grasping Li Tsong's hand. Indeed, a prodigy emerging in youth. How remarkable that you have already produced supreme pills at such a tender age. With time, your future is boundless. Li Tsong felt his face flush with embarrassment. Glancing over to discover that Yi Shixiang was entirely indifferent to the commotion, engrossed in flirtation with Luo Shiji. How relaxed. I truly envy that. He had previously glimpsed the pills consumed by Luo Shiji, each at least of the Xin tier top quality, surely far superior to what dribbled from his fingertips. Nonetheless, he refrained from claiming undue credit. It was merely a coincidence that I concocted this one, the sole, supreme one. Zhu Ho dismissed this modesty with a wave, smiling. Junior brother, you are too humble. Supreme pills are indeed rare, but once the first is achieved, the second will follow. I believe in you. Li Tsong felt moved, yet he thought similarly. The alchemical method bestowed upon him by Yi Shixiang is on a vastly superior tier compared to the academies. As long as he remains diligent, he will eventually concoct supreme pills. By the way, junior brother, regarding this Huang Long Dan, Zhu Ho's gaze was fervent as he looked at the few golden pills on the jade platter, his heart racing uncontrollably. Huang Long Dan. It is indeed the legendary Huang Long Dan. Having overseen this place for many years, he had only encountered it in an ancient manuscript, recognizing its significance. He had previously marveled at the delicacies consumed by ancient ancestors, never expecting to witness the Huang Long Dan in person. Coupled with Su Qin's hasty notification, it solidified a fact. This young man must be connected to formidable alchemical masters. He is someone worth befriending, During the subsequent discussion of prices, Zhu offered a remarkably generous amount. What does the emergence of Huang Long Dan signify? It means that if he establishes a good relationship with Li Tsong, he will possess monopoly power and pricing authority. What harm is there in offering more? It is prudent to cherish this fortune in his hands. When Li Tsong exited the resource hall, he was still in a daze, gazing at the two individuals who smiled warmly at him. He reached into his storage pouch, where a staggering 200 spirit stones lay. Among them, 15 mid-tier Pei Yuan Dan were worth 500 spirit stones, 7 upper-tier amounted to 100 spirit stones, while the supreme ones were even more astonishing, selling for 600 spirit stones each. As for the Huang Long Dan, it was outrageous, each fetching 800 spirit stones, totaling 4,000, constituting nearly half of the value. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the 8,000 spirit stones had been accounted for, surpassing the earnings from years of tending to medicinal fields. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not bewildered. At this moment, all reverence for the identity of an alchemist crystallized in its purest form. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 138. May the senior brothers and sisters procreate early and speak more. Suqin, you have done exceptionally well this time in bringing such a talented alchemist to our Chunxiang Yuan. From now on, you will be responsible for liaising with him, striving to establish a strong connection, ensuring that the Huang Long Dan is sold exclusively through us. Naturally, senior brother will not neglect you. Your salary for this month will be quintupled, and your commissions will be set at the highest rate. Work diligently. Su Qin nodded vigorously, her excitement palpable. Had Li Tsong been present, she might have impulsively embraced him. Simultaneously, her curiosity bubbled over. Supervisor, is the Huang Long Dan truly as miraculous as they say? Zhu nodded, delicately pinching a Huang Long Dan, marveling at it as one would a cherished artwork. Indeed, you are not an alchemist, so you may not grasp the intricate details. The Huang Long Dan possesses not only extraordinary effects, but is also crafted through unique methods, entirely distinct from our academy's alchemical practices. It is simply marvelous. Though forged by fire, it simultaneously embodies the elegant essence of water attributes. What a profound alchemical technique. It appears that Li Tsong is indeed a person of great fortune, possessing such an opportunity, making it all the more imperative for us to befriend him. Su Qin's eyes sparkled as she nodded enthusiastically, her mind racing with unconventional thoughts. She suddenly recalled Lu Shue's words. Given their proximity at the counter and their amicable rapport, Lu Shue often recounted tales of her ex-boyfriend to ridicule him. Thus, she had indirectly learned quite a bit about this individual. Not ambitious, merely a farmer. This clearly describes a diligent, single-minded, exceptional man. She glanced at Lu Shue, whose expression fluctuated like a stormy sky, leaning against the counter, and playfully asked, Sister Shue, may I inquire what Li Tsong enjoys eating? Having been together for so long, you must know these things. Lu Shue's heart skipped a beat, her face turning grim, her smile devoid of warmth. Xiaoqin, you must not be deceived by him. I am well aware of his character. He is nothing but an unremarkable individual, merely skilled in tilling the land, and it is utterly impossible for him to become a Dan Master. As for those so-called supreme elixirs, I suspect he possesses only one, and I wonder from where he might have acquired it. I see, Shuejia, but do you know what he enjoys eating? Lu Shue inwardly cursed the little vixen. She was exceedingly vexed. How could she possibly know what Li Tsong liked to eat? It was always he who inquired about her preferences. Why should she even care about this? Now she found herself in a deep quandary. On one hand, she did not wish for Li Tsong to truly become a Dan Master. On the other hand, she secretly hoped he would, as it would allow her to benefit from his success. Yet, she was acutely aware of the little vixen's intentions. The thought that such a substantial amount of elixirs did not end up in her possession made her heart bleed. Regret consumed her, and jealousy twisted her features. Dam Li Gong, I wasted so much of my youth on you, and yet you refused to sell me those elixirs. Her face turned ashen with rage, completely forgetting her earlier haughty demeanor, as it was she who had driven Li Tsong away. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior sister. Had it not been for your assistance, I might never have been able to turn my life around. Upon returning to the small mountain, Li Tsong knelt before the two, overwhelmed with gratitude. In his heart, Yi Qianlon's kindness felt akin to that of a life-saving benefactor, deserving of such a bow. Countless individuals would envy even the opportunity to express their gratitude in such a manner. Of course, He did not forget to bring Luo Shiji along to express his thanks. He was rather clever in that regard. Yi Tianlan waved a gentle breeze to assist him to his feet. This is your own fortune, a transaction in itself. You have tended our medicinal fields well. This is what you rightfully deserve. Beside him, Luo Junxian spoke coolly. I have done nothing. There is no need for thanks. Li Tsong scratched his head, feigning ignorance at that moment. But I believe senior brother Yi and senior sister Luo are indeed a match made in heaven. Your hearts are intertwined as one. Am I wrong in saying so? He looked at Yi Tianlan with a puzzled expression. The latter bit his lip, desperately suppressing a smile. His expression solemn and serious. Well said. Continue to speak thus in the future. He casually tossed out a vial of exquisite opening meridians elixirs. Senior brother and senior sister are a handsome couple, a perfect match. Fortunately, that is the case. He nonchalantly threw out a vial of exceptional Huanglong Dan. May senior brother and senior sister soon be blessed with children, enjoying happiness and health. Who taught you to speak like this? Be mindful next time. He carelessly tossed out another vial of high-grade, gathering chi elixirs that were of no use to him. He looked at Li Tsong encouragingly. Luo Junxian's delicate face flushed with a faint pink, casting a sidelong glance at the one who was nearly grinning uncontrollably. At this point, he had nearly reached the level of the older generation, yet he still behaved like a child. How irritating. In the following days, Li Tsong maintained a routine of simplicity, spending his days either tending to the medicinal fields or refining elixirs in his room. When he occasionally ventured out, it was solely to sell elixirs at the resource hall, returning swiftly without lingering outside for long. Yi Tianlan initially thought Li Tsong was merely enamored with the status and financial benefits of being a Dan master, only to later realize that he was genuinely addicted to the craft. It seemed that his connection to the land was born out of necessity. Whenever he emerged from his cultivation state, Li Tsong would promptly seek him out, unashamedly asking questions and presenting the various challenges he encountered in alchemy. He understood better than anyone the significance of the remaining 2 months, unwilling to waste even a single moment. His diligent efforts resulted in a rapid improvement in his alchemical skills. After another fortnight, he astonishingly reached the advanced level of the Huang tier. Such swift advancement was most prominently noted at the counters selling elixirs in the resource hall. Initially, Chuanxiang Yuan had connected Su Qin and Li Tsong, but soon afterward, Zhuho would hastily arrive each time right after Li Kong. The level of attention he received was rare within the academy. This shift in attitude perfectly reflected his rapid progress in alchemy. On the other side, Lu Shui had long since regretted her actions, feeling as though her insides had turned to jade. At that moment, she could no longer deny that the former boyfriend she had looked down upon had become the esteemed guest next door, now in existence beyond her reach. During this time, she had approached Li Tsong several times, hoping to apologize and reconcile, but he completely ignored her. Su Qin's status soared, while her own fate took a starkly opposite turn. One day, as Li Tsong passed by the next door, he noticed Lu Shui was absent, replaced by a new senior sister who seemed to recognize him, offering a sweet and gentle smile. Li Tsong felt utterly bewildered until he finished selling his elixirs, when Su Qin mysteriously informed him. Due to the exceptional sales of Huanglong Dan, many had begun to notice his presence, expressing curiosity about this emerging Dan master. Subsequently, the steward next door, after conducting an investigation, discovered Lu Shui's actions from half a month prior, provoking his wrath, leading to her immediate and severe dismissal, along with substantial penalties. TSK, you should have seen how heartbroken that woman was. She had her entire year's bonuses and 3-month salary deducted in one fell swoop. Hearing Su Qin's gleeful remarks, Li Tsong felt a strange sensation. He shook his head, dismissing the matter, and turned to leave. After following senior brother Yi for over a month, his perspective had transformed. While he might once have relished the satisfaction of her misfortune, it now felt rather mundane. Soon, the second month slipped away quietly, and many of the spiritual herbs in the medicinal fields began to bloom, entering the countdown to maturity. Today, Li Tsong arrived at the courtyard where Yi Tianlan resided, intending to discuss an important matter with him. Chapter 139. Haima Huanlian. Why can't I, as a new student, participate? Senior brother Yi. Yesterday's steward Zhu informed me that in half a month, the triannual East Courtyard Alchemy Competition will take place. He suggested that I represent Chuanxiang Yuan at the competition. What do you think? Li Tsong sat on a small stool, earnestly seeking Yi Tianlan's opinion. The latter, upon hearing about the competition from him, nodded in acknowledgement. In fact, this event was initially funded and organized by merchants like them to attract alchemists, thereby amplifying their brand influence. Over the course of decades, it evolved into an unwavering event held every 3 years in the East Courtyard. Even Tianwu Academy has joined as the principal organizer. The rules for participation are simple. Any alchemist student from Tianwu Academy can take part, either sponsored by a shop or as an individual. Those who receive sponsorship are invariably high-level newcomers in alchemy. You can decide for yourself. Why ask me? Yi Tianlan took a sip of the tea that Luo Junxian handed him, waving his hand dismissively. Li Tsong watched enviously from across the table, for he could only make tea for himself. Luo Shiji had no habit of serving guests. Her brother mentioned she had always been a young lady in her family, never tasked with such chores. This skill was learned specifically for senior brother Yi, making him feel quite envious, causing him to think of his troublesome ex-girlfriend, Lu Shui. How it stings to compare oneself to others. Suddenly, Yi Tianlan furrowed his brow, setting down his teacup and gazing intently into the verdant liquid. Xian is this correct? Li Tsong looked over curiously, only to be astonished to see a small ant swimming joyfully within. What is this? Fresh protein. Yi Tianlan was at a loss for words. I did not teach you this to use it here. With such a large ant, how do you expect me to drink? Yi Tianlan, fine Ingv. Suddenly, Luo Junxian struck with her sword, the tip shimmering with the essence of the snowy sky sword, neatly slicing away a portion of the cup along with the tea. The lower layer remained scalding hot, while the upper layer transformed into ice, a delicate division of 2 realms. She sheathed her sword and stepped forward, flicking her fingers to lightly send the ice layer flying. It is gone now, drink. Yi Tianlan. Li Tsong shrank his neck. Never mind. Drinking tea alone is not an insurmountable task. Junior brother, forgive me. In truth, my Siener wields her sword with precision. He silently brushed away the falling strands of hair. Li Tsong, senior brother, I am aware. How could I not believe it? He hastily shifted the topic. Senior brother, you may not know this, but the Academy has invested heavily this time, actually collaborating with various major shops to fund a priceless treasure of heaven and earth. Noticing his serious expression, Yi Tianlan set down the cup. Now diminished by a third, his interest peaked. Oh, really? What is it? Haima Huanlian. Huanlian. Yi Tianlan's pupils contracted, and beside him, Luo Junxian, who had been gazing at the ceiling with a murderous intent to eradicate the ant's nest, momentarily set aside her plans. She cast a chilly gaze, as clear as an autumn pond. Li Tsong suddenly felt a weighty pressure. Initially, he believed that his senior brothers and sisters would not react too strongly, given their lofty perspectives, yet their response far exceeded his expectations. Could it be that this item held great significance for them? His heart began to race with fervor. Please clarify. Is this the item we heard about that can restore the soul? Indeed, senior brother. Li Tsong eagerly recounted the information he had gathered. Yi Tianlan turned to Luo Junxian. Sienna, what do you think? Would a mid-level spirit item of the Xian rank be of use to Sword Master? Regardless, we must try. Their exchange of glances abruptly ceased. Yi Tianlan suddenly stood up. How we sign up? Li Tsong, who had been filled with excitement, was now utterly bewildered. Wait, senior brother, are you planning to participate? If so, what are we even playing at? Others may be unaware, but after 2 months of interaction, he was filled with reverence for Yi Tianlan's alchemical skills. He was at least a high-level alchemist of a Xian rank, perhaps even more. Otherwise, how could he have trained him to become a high-level Huang rank in such a brief period? If Yi Tianlan were to personally compete, it would transform the event into a battle for second place. Senior brother, wait, I seem to recall that the rules stated that Xian rank alchemists and above. The Academy's top students, those with over 9 years of study, as well as mentors and elders, are not allowed to participate. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlan's face turned crimson with rage. Is this nonsense? I am a new student. Why should I not be allowed to participate? He spoke with righteous indignation. Li Tsong silently broke into a sweat. You still remember you are a new student? Any single one of the things you have done does not resemble the actions of a newcomer. No, I must seek out the old man. I might as well give up this position of chief. With that, Yi Tianlan stepped forward with the grace of a dragon, transforming into a beam of golden light and vanishing from sight within moments. Li Tsong, dumbfounded, turned back to Luo Junxian. Senior sister, what shall we do? Luo Junxian remained unfazed, though the ripples in her beautiful eyes revealed her tumultuous emotions. In less than an hour, Yi Tianlan returned, cursing vehemently. Do you see the lump on my head? The old man hit me. He even said that if I dared to bring this up again, He would hit the other side too, making me famous for all the wrong reasons. Yi Tianlan was furious. Li Tsong wanted to laugh, but dare not. Only Luo Junxian chuckled softly. So what now? I cannot participate, si or not? Yi Tianlan sighed deeply, taking out a pill bottle to apply ointment to ease the swelling. Luo Junxian's eyes dimmed. It seems we are fated to be parted from this Haimu Huanlian. Perhaps our time has not yet come. Yi Tianlan pounded the bed in frustration. If only I had not become chief. We have searched long for the spirit medicine, finally finding it, only to discover it is unattainable. Sigh. Li Tsong sat beside him, fists clenched tightly, burying his head. His fingers trembled, either from anxiety or excitement. After contemplating for a long time, seeing the disappointment and gloom on the faces of his senior brothers and sisters, his heart grew increasingly restless, and he could no longer hold back. Senior brother, why not let me take your place and compete for this spirit medicine, since I do not need it? I have only recently begun studying alchemy and am unsure if I can surpass the academy's other students. He scratched his head awkwardly, fearing Yi Tianlan's rejection. To his surprise, the moment he finished speaking, Yi Tianlan appeared before him like a gust of wind. How can I accept this, junior brother? Ha ha ha. Yi Tianlan laughed heartily. Come. I shall now unreservedly initiate a special training plan for you. Li Tsong was utterly baffled. Wait, why did you agree so quickly? I thought you would hesitate for a while. After all, in his mind, he had always been quite inexperienced and was previously worried about being looked down upon. Unbeknownst to his innocent self, he had already been led on by both of them, awaiting his initiative. Half an hour later, Yi Tianlan personally crafted a special training schedule for Li Tsong for the next half-month, then watched as he hurriedly departed. How much do you plan to teach? Everything, including the spirit elevation technique. How much he comprehends depends on his own fortune. Isn't it a pity? Others keep their secrets. Yi Tianlan replied, with a peculiar expression, gripping the broken teacup as he countered, what is there to regret? If he learns it, it does not affect my ability to refine pills for you. Sienna lightly scoffed, rolling her beautiful eyes and turning away to conceal the blush on her face. Spare me the sweet nothings. I am not fond of them. Chapter 140. It is said to be his wet nurse. All 4 chief students are present. Although Li Tsong had been led astray, Yi Tianlan would never shortchange those who assisted him. He truly imparted knowledge to them. For him, there was no pressure of teaching a disciple to starve the master. He had learned alchemy for Sienna's sake. Just as he had said, how much one learns depends entirely on the individual's chance and understanding. Half a month swiftly passed. Now, only half a month remained until Yi Tianlan and his companion were to deliver the spirit herbs, and the alchemical competition in the east courtyard was approaching as scheduled. With a creak, Li Tsong pushed open the door and stepped outside. The sun was exceptionally bright today, with not a cloud in the sky. He instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand. Behind him, on the small hill, numerous herbal spiritual plants danced in the gentle breeze, glimmering in the sunlight. As he had already fertilized and watered them yesterday, on the path ahead, 2 graceful figures awaited. Are you ready? Ready, senior brother Yi. Are you confident? Yes. Li Gong not that for me Li. Over the past half-month, he had devoted himself entirely to studying alchemy, having refined at least 80 pills, averaging more than 5 furnaces of pills each day. It is worth noting that typical diligent students refine about 3 furnaces, while he had produced nearly half again as many. To say he worked hard would not be an exaggeration. Perhaps besides Yi Tianlan, no one else knew how much his alchemical skills had advanced. How confident are you? Yi Tianlan inquired, stroking his chin and continuing to probe, with a mischievous smile. It is best not to fall below 80%. After all, you wouldn't want your ex-girlfriend to witness your disheveled state and then mock you loudly, would you? Li Tsong felt a flush of embarrassment. Oh, Sienna, what are you doing? Do not jest. A great battle looms ahead. Do not disturb the morale. How is this disturbing morale? I am merely speaking the truth, she retorted. So you're quite knowledgeable then. Of course. Yi Tianlan nodded with pride. Do you have an ex-girlfriend as well? Luo Junxian's icy, beautiful eyes scrutinized him with an unfriendly gaze. Yi Tianlan replied, you mischievous fairy, always digging pits for me. How annoying. The alchemy grand competition is divided into 3 steps. Identifying herbs, collecting herbs, and refining pills. The first step is quite simple. It involves accurately locating useful spiritual herbs among a plethora of similar medicinal materials and writing down their names. Only 10 are needed, with a maximum of 50. The second step, collecting herbs, requires the organizers to unveil a riddle and select a type of pill. from which contestants must identify one herb among the ones they recognized as the primary ingredient for alchemy. The third step is the actual refining of the pills. It is worth mentioning that there are many nuances involved. For instance, if one identifies 50 types of herbs, the designated herb for the chosen pill will certainly be among them. However, if only 10 types are identified, it becomes a matter of luck. If none of the required herbs are among them, the contestant is immediately eliminated without even the chance to refine pills. This approach is adopted because identifying spiritual herbs is a fundamental skill for an alchemist. If one cannot even master this, it is better to go home and rest. Yi Tianlan found these rules rather intriguing. Although Li Tsong already had ample experience, he still took time to brush up on his knowledge, particularly since it concerned a long-sought-after divine soul herb, making it imperative for him to pay attention. On the hillside of Yaoling Mountain, a vast platform had been erected, facing south and sprawling across a large area. Upon a cursory glance, one could count well over 100 alchemy platforms, interspersed under the sunlight. Nearby, circular seating arrangements had been established, and many students had already gathered. Students from the 4 major academies clustered together, creating a clear distinction among the groups. The atmosphere was exceptionally lively, with many students engaging in animated discussions, as this was the triennial alchemy conference. Even those who had been out for training returned to witness any new alchemical prodigies that may have emerged in their absence, hoping to form beneficial connections. After all, having a friend skilled in alchemy could yield significant advantages, which no one could afford to overlook. Rather than merely an alchemy competition, it resembled a recruitment fair, presenting a splendid opportunity for those seeking recognition. At this moment, Yuan Hua had arrived at the elevated platform directly in front of the alchemy stage, overseeing the proceedings below. As the chief of the East Academy, he was naturally tasked with presiding over the event. He appeared spirited, occasionally engaging with the core circle of disciples surrounding him. To gain entry into their circle, one needed not only exceptional talent, but also a family background within the academy, ideally with the backing of an elder in the Yukong realm. Many instructors referred to them as the second-generation scholars or academic factions. Congratulations, Chief Brother, on further advancing your alchemy skills. It seems you are not far from reaching the intermediate level of the Xian stage, one disciple remarked. Indeed, Chief Brother, you are the most outstanding alchemist of the East Academy in 30 years. Given time, breaking through to the Earth stage and achieving the title of Pill King seems inevitable. Another added. A group of second-generation scholars surrounded Yuan Hua, eagerly flattering him. In response, he smiled and shook his head, expressing gratitude for their recognition. Yet he humbly acknowledged that he still had a long way to go before reaching the dean's level. Despite his words, the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. Look, the chief brother of the North Academy, Lu Shixiang, has arrived. That sword light belongs to our West Academy's Douluo. She recently made a breakthrough and has entered the realm of the second stage sword intent. In the distance, a tall and robust figure approached, clad in formidable armor, with heavy chains wrapped around his fists. Each step he took resonated with a weight that stirred the dust beneath him. This was Lu Tong, the chief brother of the North Academy. The North Academy housed the Divine Weapon Lake, where most students pursued physical cultivation and mastered forging techniques. Meanwhile, the sword light shooting across the horizon came from Do Qingyi, the chief sister of the West Academy, her slender figure making it difficult to discern her exact form. Yuan Hua's eyes flickered, and a smile broke across his face as he stepped forward. Since the other chiefs have arrived, along with various mentors and elders in attendance, I shall now announce before he could finish. A resounding dragon's roar erupted, reverberating across the venue. The powerful and majestic dragon's roar captivated everyone's attention instantly. As they focused, a figure descended, riding a 5-clawed golden dragon. The speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of flying on a sword, almost as if the distance had collapsed in an instant. Chief Yuan, it has been a long time since we last met. A voice, mingled with mirth and sarcasm, echoed. Yuan Hua's face turned pale upon recognizing Yi Tianlan, especially as he noticed the ethereal figure in white hovering behind him. A shiver coursed through him, reigniting the terror of having his life's alchemical furnace shattered by a single strike that day. Who is this? When did the Academy produce such a remarkable individual? An old student who had returned from a lengthy training period inquired in astonishment. Beside him, a disciple clad in a sky-blue uniform exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, this is our South Academy's chief, Yi Tianlan. He is a new student this year, which is why you haven't seen him." What? A new student can become a chief? And that beautiful woman beside him. Who is she? Oh, she's said to be Chief Ye's caretaker, always by his side. Chapter 141. Are you not allowed to talk back if you cannot win? In the sky, Yi Tianlan's expression darkened. What the hell, caretaker? He nearly lost his balance and fell from the air. What nonsense is this? His keen hearing caught the peculiar discussions below. Luo Junxian, standing behind him, also felt irked and quietly drew her sword. Xianya, remain calm. Yi Tianlan's mind raced, and he blurted out, he must have been complimenting you greatly, immediately regretting his words. He wished he could slap himself. I must be possessed. What on earth am I saying? Luo Junxian shot him a death glare. Silence. Yi Tianlan felt desperate help. Urgently. Look at Douluo. Now look at you enough, stop talking. Luo Junxian shot him a glare, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face, interrupting his words. As they descended together, she couldn't help but glance down. Although she couldn't see his toes, were they truly that large? Was it perhaps a bit abnormal? She bit her luscious red lips. Yi Tianlan remained oblivious to the turmoil in the girl's heart. He was the last of the 4 chiefs to arrive. The dragon's silhouette dove down, transforming into golden light that settled upon the high platform, dissipating to reveal his form. Clad in flowing garments, his divine aura radiated brilliance. Do Qingyi was the first to greet him. Yi Shidi, it has been a while. I thought you wouldn't come today. Yi Tianlan smiled in reply. Thank you for your concern, Shiji. You remain as graceful as ever. Nearby, the burly Lu Tong observed Yi Tianlan with curiosity. Having just returned from his training, he had heard much about the South Academy's chief brother. Had it not been for the 2 months during which Yi Tianlan was ensconced in the East Courtyard, tending to spiritual herbs, one can only imagine the earth-shattering events that might have transpired. Lu Tong was not one for many words, merely nodding silently in acknowledgement of Yi Tianlan's presence, to which the latter responded politely. However, Yuan Hua was a different matter entirely. Since his previous interruption, he wore a sullen expression. He had intended to ignore Yi Tianlan, hoping to embarrass him in front of the numerous students, mentors, and elders present. To his dismay, Yi Tianlan's timing was impeccable, arriving precisely at that moment. Now, it was Yuan Hua who appeared diminished, his spirit dampened, feeling as though he had been outmaneuvered. As Yi Tianlan turned to leave, Yuan Hua unexpectedly let out a cold, mocking laugh. Yashidi, your arrival is quite timely. However, have you taken proper care of the 100 spiritual herbs entrusted to you by the Academy? Naturally, there is no need for you to trouble yourself. After all, you, being from the South Courtyard, are quite affluent, unlike us from the East Courtyard. From the elders to the newly admitted students, who all tend to their own medicinal fields. Only someone like you could afford to hire someone else to tend to your herbs. But I wonder, what kind of price are you paying Li Tsong Shidi to ensure he prioritizes your garden over his own? Yuan Hua's gaze was filled with derision, insinuating favoritism and privilege. Yi Tianlan understood the implications but chose to disregard Yuan Hua's taunts. He had never been one to engage in self-justification. Do you have a grievance? Or is it that Dean Yu has a grievance? His words, light yet brimming with an air of dominance and confidence, left the onlookers in stunned silence. Why did he dare speak so boldly? They wondered, as if they were encountering Yi Tianlan for the first time. One among the crowd responded, if you were aware of the deeds he has accomplished previously, you would not harbor such doubts. His initial impression was one of arrogance. Truly, he was audacious to an extraordinary degree. Did he truly believe that our esteemed Shixiang Yuan was to be trifled with? Laughter soon faded from Yuan Hua's face. Realizing he might have underestimated Yi Tianlan, who was merely a newcomer, the East Courtyard's onlookers awaited with bated breath. Seconds turned into nearly half a minute. Yet Yuan Hua remained motionless, his face darkening as he stood rooted to the spot. Why isn't Yuan Shixiang making a move? He has been insulted openly. Some murmured in confusion. Ah, I see. Yuan Shixiang is likely prioritizing the greater good, refusing to stoop to the level of someone so momentarily triumphant. Indeed, today marked the triannual alchemy competition, and with so many elders observing, Yuan Hua's composure was far superior to that of a mere child. But was this truly the case? Unbeknownst to them, Yuan Hua was seething with rage. Yi Tianlan had publicly disgraced him. Despite his deep-seated anger, he could not act without risking severe repercussions. The last time he had confronted Yi Tianlan, only the timely intervention of the dean had saved him from disaster. Today, in front of so many witnesses, a confrontation would be far more consequential than their previous private encounter. If he were to strike and still fail to prevail, it would be a waking nightmare. Thus, Despite the turmoil within, he restrained himself. His gaze shifted to the back, where a woman had unsheathed her sword, revealing a glint of cold steel. His pupils dilated in shock. What do you intend to do? I have not laid a hand on you. Isn't it permissible to exchange a few jibes? Startled, he instinctively took a step back. The students behind him collectively paused at this involuntary retreat. Yuan Shixiao, are you serious about retreating? Yuan Hua's expression wavered between anger and uncertainty. A confrontation was utterly out of the question today, and even in the future, it would be impossible. Yet he could not afford to lose the verbal duel. Many were aware of Tianlan's arrangement with Li Tsong for the care of his herbs, to the point that they had once petitioned the dean about it. The dean's response had been cryptic yet revealing. Yuan Hua, do you truly believe that we in the East Courtyard are in need of a mere 100 low-level spiritual herbs? Or do you think we require someone from the South Courtyard to farm for us? Yuan Hua fell silent, not a fool by any means. His position as the chief signified that he possessed a keen intellect. The dean's implication was crystal clear. Do you think we are so desperate for those herbs? We merely wish to keep him occupied during the 3-month maturation period of the herbs, to prevent any further disturbances. The academy cannot withstand his chaos any longer. By the time he returns from tending to the herbs, it will be nearly time for the Guyan's secret realm and the 100 clans training to commence. Let him wreak havoc elsewhere. We shall not be foolish enough to invite trouble upon ourselves. Chapter 142. Alchemy? A modicum of understanding the activities of Tianlan could hardly be concealed from the upper echelons of the academy. However, their indulgence stemmed from a mutual understanding rather than ignorance. Yuan Hua had not anticipated that Tianlan had already discerned this underlying truth. Struck dumb by the confrontation, he could only seethe with unexpressed fury as he begrudgingly announced the commencement of the alchemy competition, fearing that the woman would draw her sword in earnest. With the signal given, the figures who had long prepared at the center began to bustle about the more than 300 alchemical platforms. Each platform was adorned with hundreds of spiritual herbs, from which the participants needed to select at least 10. Of course, that was the standard for those lacking in capability. Those aiming for victory would invariably select 50 herbs as a precaution. Li Tsong was among this group, wasting not a moment as his eyes darted across the array of herbs, swiftly identifying the truly valuable ones and marking their names accurately. The urgency was palpable, for should both contestants produce elixirs of equal quality, the time taken to complete the concoction would serve as the decisive factor for victory. Tianlan occupied a seat at the forefront of the South Courtyard section, with even the mentors seated behind him. Most of those beside him were elderly, with few middle-aged individuals present. All were elders from the South Courtyard. Yet Tianlan noticed the gaze frequently landing upon him, reminiscent of Chu Luoyang. It was unnecessary to ponder. This must be Elder Chu Luoyang, who had undoubtedly permitted the former to create trouble for him. Yet Tianlan paid little mind to this, focusing instead on Li Tsong's progress. His gaze strayed towards the platform, and he furrowed his brow as he observed Li Tsong discard a particular herb, but then relax upon realizing his error. Lo Zhuanxian noticed his expression and inquired, "What troubles you?" "Nothing, Siener." He mistakenly selected an herb, but has since corrected himself. An elder with a white beard, overhearing this, looked surprised and chuckled as he stroked his beard. "Oh? Yes, Shouxian can distinguish spiritual herbs as well." Yet Tianlan nodded politely in response to the unknown elder. "I know a little, elder. Hee, there is no need for formality. I am Liu Wu's mentor. You may call me Yang Lao." Yang Tian smiled amiably, exuding warmth. "Liu Wu often speaks highly of you, and I have long desired to become better acquainted with you. Unfortunately, I had to attend to matters outside the academy recently and was not present. That lad is someone I have watched grow since childhood, and I felt quite remorseful when he left the academy. Thankfully, due to your influence, the dean graciously allowed him to return." Yet Tianlan, feeling a bit bashful, touched his nose. He could not confess that it was because of Liu Wu that he had been expelled from the academy. However, he did not anticipate that the elderly gentleman before him was indeed Liu Wu's mentor. As he contemplated exchanging pleasantries, an unpleasant voice interrupted from nearby. "Our South Courtyard's chief has been honing his skills in the East Courtyard lately and has evidently made considerable progress. He has already achieved notable accomplishments in alchemy and can now guide his peers who have been immersed in their study for years. Indeed, those endowed with exceptional talent shine brightly wherever they go. I presume, Chief, he has become an outstanding alchemist by now." Yang Tian turned his head towards the source of the voice and found it belonged to Chu Qingyun, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He snorted coldly. "Chu Qingyun, the position of chief is determined by the dean. If you have any objections, you may protest to him directly rather than complain here in front of us. What chief position? When have I ever expressed discontent regarding Chief Yes standing? Chu Qingyun replied with a narrow-eyed chuckle, seemingly unfazed. I certainly do not doubt the dean's judgment. After all, a person like Chief Ye will shine brightly wherever he goes, unlike my grandson, who can only achieve modest success by focusing on a single path. He shook his head, lamenting. Though his words appeared to praise Ye Tianlan's talent, they were laced with veiled sarcasm, insinuating that Ye Tianlan's divided attention would hinder his potential. Ye Tianlan shot him a sidelong glance, raising his index finger slightly. A dazzling flame of yellow, green, and blue flickered into existence at his fingertip. The intense heat seemed capable of igniting the surrounding air, warping the very fabric of space. Yet, this terrifying flame danced gently at Ye Tianlan's fingertips like a tamed creature. Aside from Luo Juanxian, both Yang Tian and Chu Qingyun widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. It was inconceivable. You are right. Your grandson is indeed rather mediocre. Merely a smattering of knowledge in alchemy, Ye Tianlan remarked, casually flicking the flame from his fingertip, causing a spark to inadvertently leap towards Chu Qingyun. The latter hastily waved his robe to dispel the energy, only to find that the tiny spark unleashed a force far beyond the innate level. The wind fanned the flames, which quickly transformed into a raging inferno, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast descending upon him. In a moment of surprise, Chu Qingyun, a powerful figure, found himself momentarily engulfed by the flames. Although he was unhurt, a portion of his beard was singed to a charred black. As he regained his composure, his face turned a deep shade of crimson, akin to liver. The commotion attracted curious glances from the audience and even those at the alchemy platform below. Chu Qingyun was furious, yet he could not suppress the profound shock that welled up within him. His pupils contracted. Dan Yan, this wretched little brat has truly condensed Dan Yan. Originally intending to belittle his opponent, he never expected that Ye Tianlan would produce true Dan Yan. Even someone as experienced as he could not help but feel the urge to curse aloud. This was utterly absurd. How could they continue this competition? Among the disciples in the East Courtyard, those capable of condensing Dan Yan were few and far between. How could this newcomer, who had only been in the East Courtyard for just over 2 months, achieve such a feat? Chu Qingyun was utterly stunned. He had merely intended to exchange barbs, yet it had turned into reality. At that moment, the astonishment of the others was no less significant than his own, with Dan Yan already manifested. Even if someone pointed at them and claimed Ye Tianlan could not refine pills, no one would believe it. Chief Ye, do you truly possess the skill of alchemy? Yang Tian inquired in astonishment, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Although this was their first encounter, it felt as if he were seeing him for the first time. Ye Tianlan smiled faintly. Indeed, Elder Yang, I possess a modest understanding. It appears that even Elder Chu has noticed. I thought everyone was already aware, so there was no need to conceal it. It's merely Dan Yan, after all. Yang Tian and the other elders were left speechless. Chu Qingyun, on the other hand, was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood, gnashing his teeth in frustration. How infuriating! Instead of disparaging his opponent, he had inadvertently bolstered Ye Tianlan's prestige. Had he known that this young man could condense Dan Yan, he would never have brought it up. Flustered, he dramatically waved his sleeve and shot Ye Tianlan several fierce glances, ultimately suppressing his impulse to act violently. He turned away with a darkened expression, his mind racing with thoughts of Ye Tianlan's growing threat. He even contemplated whether his grandson should relinquish the position of chief. This young man's talent was simply too monstrous. It was said that in addition to his exceptional natural abilities and formidable combat strength, he also wielded a second-tier transformation-level sword intent that surpassed his own. If this rivalry continued, he genuinely feared his family might face expulsion. A close elder, noticing Chu Qingyun's fluctuating demeanor, could not help but offer a word of caution. Old fellow, why engage in conflict with him? Are you seeking to challenge your own resilience? I say, a brat like this, how long do you think he can last in the academy? 3 years, perhaps 5? I doubt he will last even 2 years before he outgrows this small pond. If you broaden your perspective, once he leaves, the chief position will still belong to your grandson. Let's be magnanimous and not stoop to his level. Chu Qingyun paused, momentarily taken aback, and then found the argument entirely reasonable. It is merely the position of chief. If he has the ability, let him remain in Tianwu Academy for his entire life. Once he departs, the position will still be ours. He thought with a fierce determination, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. I shall not stoop to your level. Young one. Yi Tianlan raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the sudden shift in Chu Qingyun's demeanor. He found it bizarre that this old man, who had lost so much face, seemed to have let go of his hostility. Perhaps he was simply unwell. Unable to comprehend the situation, he shook his head and dismissed further contemplation. The commotion had not drawn excessive attention, as the real spectacle lay in the alchemy competition below, which had entered a feverish stage. Yet Qianlong noticed that Li Tsong appeared tense, his movements cautious as he repeatedly confirmed the names of the medicinal materials he had chosen, even misnaming several before managing to correct himself in time, narrowly progressing to the second stage. His speed is not slow, already ranking among the elite, although he still cannot match the seasoned disciples of the Danyuan. Have we placed too much pressure on him? Luo Junxian gazed at Li Tsong, whose mind occasionally seemed to stall, her brow creased with concern. Yi Tianlan also sighed softly, realizing he was not the type with a calm disposition, which was understandable. Is your heart large? Luo Junxian retorted. Yi Tianlan fell silent, merely observing her, his gaze trailing down her fair and delicate neck, along her collarbone. I think Siener has quite a big heart, he nodded to himself. Ouch, that hurts. Siener, what did I say to praise you? Humph. That hardly seems like a proper compliment. Luo Junxian pouted, her stunningly beautiful face clouded with annoyance. Only in the presence of Yi Tianlan did she shed her cold, unapproachable facade. Nearby, elder Yang Tian's eyes shimmered with a light reminiscent of nostalgia for lost youth. Ah, to be young is such a blessing. I remember when Wake up, old Yang. Your marriage was arranged, and the fierce matriarch at home is still waiting for you. Elder Yang's expression turned resentful. I detest gossips. At that moment, a mentor from the Danyuan unveiled the riddle, and when the name of the Qingling Dan was announced, a chorus of lamentations arose from the crowd. The scene resembled an examination where no one hit the mark, and the questions were exceedingly difficult. And indeed, the Qingling Dan is a pill that, when consumed during cultivation, calms the mind and focuses the spirit. Not everyone can enter a state of breakthrough without distraction in an instant. In such moments, the immense value of the Qingling Dan becomes evident. Expensive and rare, these are its defining attributes. It is notoriously difficult to refine. This is already a high-level Huang-class pill, and generally, even advanced alchemists lack the confidence to concoct it. Only seasoned pinnacle Huang-class alchemists can successfully create it. When Li Tsong saw the exam question, anxiety gripped his heart. He knew how to refine the Qingling Dan, but he had never attempted it before. After all, compared to other academies, his time in alchemy was still too brief. Brief enough to be considered lacking in depth. But what of it? He still held a card to turn the tables. His efforts over the past half-month were not in vain. Taking a deep breath, he first closed his eyes and mentally reviewed the steps of refining the Qingling Dan, then began to enter a focused state, methodically selecting the necessary spiritual herbs. At this point, many were still racking their brains to recall the refining steps, but he had already begun searching for the herbs among the quickest. According to the rules of the alchemy competition, he had 3 attempts. Failing to produce a pill within those 3 attempts would lead to immediate disqualification. Time limit, 3 hours. Had he ever refined a Qingling Dan? No. So why was he so confident? Because he remembered that his master was me. Luo Junxian pressed her fingers lightly against her brow, remaining silent. What do you mean, stinky Siener? Yi Tianlan mutteret in dissatisfaction. Li Tsong was fully engrossed, having entered a state of concentration. This would be the highest level and most challenging pill he had attempted since refining the Huanglong Dan. The successful refinement of Huanglong Dan had come only after numerous failures. The current alchemy competition would not grant him infinite attempts. He was only allowed to succeed, not to fail, bearing the expectations of his seniors. How could he falter here? He took another deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, a flicker of intense light seemed to flash within them. Unlike his fellow disciples, who diligently tended to the fire, he slowly opened his palm. In an instant, a bright flame of light blue hue, rippling like the tides, emerged within his grasp. Chapter 144. A 3-way standoff. Yi Tianlan, this time I shall prevail. Hiss. That is Dan Yen. Quickly, who is this lad? Which mentor's disciple is he? I must gather all information about him in the shortest time possible. When the azure waves of spiritual flame appeared in Li Tsong's palm, an uproar erupted both on stage and in the audience. Simultaneously, 2 powerful flames rose from the other directions, creating a triad of strength. Under the calculations of the astute, This alchemy competition had been expected to culminate in a duel between two prodigies possessing Danyan. Unexpectedly, a dark horse emerged, surprising everyone. This year's alchemy competition astonishingly featured three young talents wielding Danyan, which invigorated the crowd. Among the audience, a section was designated for sponsors, who, as benefactors, enjoyed an excellent vantage point. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to Li Tsong, whose chest bore the emblem of Chengxianjuan. Zhuho's smile nearly reached his ears. He felt an urge to stand and proclaim to the world that Li Tsong was his alchemist partner. He had not even been aware that Li Tsong had mastered Danyan, making this revelation a delightful surprise. Not to mention, this one occurrence alone drew the attention of numerous students to the sponsor emblem hanging on Li Tsong's chest. Even if only 1/10 of them were converted into followers, it would still represent a substantial influx of traffic. This is the benefit of sponsorship. Striking gold also brings them glory. Not far from him, a dark-skinned middle-aged man wore a face as grim as a pot bottom. He was the manager of the shop where Lu Shui had originally been. The thought that Li Tsong had come intending to join them made his heart bleed. The riches that should have been theirs felt like a bitter loss, enough to make him grit his teeth in anger. He had not only lost countless spiritual stones, but also the favor of a newly emerged alchemical genius. Damn it, that wretched girl has truly profited. He cursed, prompting those who were aware of the situation to revel in his misfortune. Brother Yuan, that lad is actually condensed Danyan. Something isn't right here. How could he, with his aptitude, possibly achieve that? It took him tremendous effort just to become an alchemist. In the stands, many second-generation students surrounding Yuan Hua wore expressions of shock and disbelief, their faces reflecting their displeasure. Among them, only Yuan Hua did not possess Danyan, making it difficult for their moods to improve. Watching Li Tsong, who was now extracting the essence of the spiritual herbs with intense focus, they felt as if they had been trampled by an inferior person, a sense of indignation welling up within them. Did he really think he could become an alchemist entirely on his own? Let alone condense Danyan. If he had that talent, he would have achieved it long ago instead of remaining mediocre for so long. Yuan Hua's face darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. So, you mean all of this is thanks to Yi Tianlan's teaching? A second-generation student's eyes lit up, feeling he had unraveled the mystery. Little did he know, he was met with Yuan Hua's furious rebuke. Fool, Yi Tianlan is no deity, even if he miraculously condensed Danyan. How could he possibly assist Li Tsong in achieving the same? Not to mention him, even our dean lacks that ability. The crowd understood and found the reasoning sound, nodding in agreement. Then what is the reason behind it? Yuan Hua narrowed his eyes, a glint of jealousy flashing within them. What else could it be? It must be that Yi Tianlan leveraged his connections to enlist a powerful figure's assistance. Otherwise, how could they possibly condense Danyan in such a short time? The crowd finally comprehended. Some individuals find this explanation rather far-fetched. After all, powerful beings are not idly passing their time. Would they genuinely exert themselves to assist an ordinary person they hardly know? However, upon further reflection, one might wonder, if no one extends a hand, would it be the case that Yi Tianlan personally imparts his knowledge? That would indeed be even more absurd. Thus, after dismissing more ludicrous speculations, the slightly less ridiculous reasoning emerged as more credible. This inference quickly garnered unanimous agreement among the second-generation scholars, who began to laud Chief Yuan's wisdom. Unbeknownst to Yi Tianlan, had he been privy to their thoughts, he would have surely chuckled inwardly. Let the imagination run wild. My own frailty relies solely on the conjectures of my adversaries. As the gaze of the audience fixated upon him, time passed slowly. Three flames manifested in the arena, establishing a triad that captivated everyone's attention. The other competitors, without exception, became mere backdrops. Possessing the Dan, Yin was akin to holding the key to the finals. Unless one were to intentionally sabotage their efforts, merely participating would suffice to secure a place among the top three. Brother Yuan, it seems that Li Tsong is nearing completion, one voice remarked, instantly diverting the attention of the second-generation scholars. How could this fellow be progressing so swiftly in less than an hour? Murmurs of astonishment arose. However, the speaker soon fell silent, having noticed Yuan Hua's lack of response, his countenance darkening as if a tempest brewed within. The others exchanged knowing glances, wisely refraining from broaching the subject further. The atmosphere grew oddly tense, with the group remaining quiet until Yuan Hua chose to speak. Finally, noticing Li Tsong's breakthrough, a sense of relief washed over him, and a sardonic smile graced his lips. So what if he has succeeded? A mid-tier Dan cannot hope to contend for the championship. That is nothing short of a dream. As he spoke, the surrounding second-generation scholars seemed to awaken from a stupor, eagerly showering him with flattery. Brother Yuan, your insight is unparalleled. To discern the level of Li Tsong's concocted Dan so swiftly is truly admirable. They exclaimed, their voices brimming with admiration. How ludicrous that Li Tsong thinks a mere few days of alchemical study can rival our depth of knowledge. His rapid success is of no consequence. Brother Yuan Long is capable of crafting high-grade Dan, ensuring the championship remains out of reach for him. Yuan Hua could not suppress his laughter, relief evident upon his face. Yuan Long, his cousin and a prodigy in alchemy, was the recipient of the family's high expectations, and every action he took was to pave the way for him. He shook his head, chuckling at his previous concerns about Li Tsong trailing too closely behind Yi Tianlan. It appeared he had been overly worried. Everything was firmly within his grasp. The mid-tier Qingling Dan certainly overshadowed the ordinary students, but it was far from sufficient to claim victory. Yi Tianlan, this time, victory is mine, he declared, clenching his fist with a smile. In the midst of the competition, could it be that Li Tsong intended to concoct a superior grade? Regardless of his subsequent attempts, Yuan Long was already in the final stages of preparation. Based on his experience, it was evident that he would undoubtedly produce a high-grade Qingling Dan, even if Li Tsong were to restart his furnace and miraculously create a high-grade Dan. His processing time would exceed that of Yuan Long. Thus his claim to victory was still unattainable. Unless, he shook his head, a smirk gracing his lips. How absurd! It is merely a fanciful notion. The superior grade, Yunwan Qingling Dan, was beyond even his capabilities. How could this novice, with less than 3 months of alchemical training, possibly achieve it? Below the stage, a young man clad in gray, situated in the eastern alchemical zone, closed his eyes. A faint, ethereal white aura enveloping the Dan furnace, as he keenly sensed the changes in the concoction. In his hands, azure flames blazed, relentlessly heating the furnace. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a dazzling brilliance igniting within. With a forceful slap, his flame-encircled palm struck the furnace wall. Open, he commanded. In the next moment, 3 azure grains soared from the furnace, manifesting in 2 light azure and 1 deep azure hues. Yuan Long, witnessing this, was filled with joy, leaping up to grasp them. Without wasting a moment, he swiftly pressed the deep red button located at the upper right of the alchemical platform. A crisp chime resonated as the numbers above came to a halt. An instructor rushed over, verifying Yuan Long's concoction before glancing at the pause timer and calling out. Eastern Academy Yuan Long, high-grade Qingling Dan. Time taken, 1 hour and 15 minutes. As the announcement echoed, the audience erupted into a thunderous applause. Many alchemical platforms nearby experienced explosions, sending bewildered students flying, their concentration shattered after hearing the announcement. With spirits in disarray, they could no longer maintain the stability of their furnaces, resulting in further mishaps. After the explosions, numerous individuals chose to leave, their motivation to continue concocting Dan diminished. Although time remained before the conclusion of the alchemical trials, everyone understood the futility of their efforts. Before Yuan Long's achievement, no one had managed to produce a high-grade Qingling Dan. The best they could muster was mid-tier, akin to Li Kong. Should they attempt to refine their concoctions now, their time would only extend, and even if they produced a high-grade Dan, it would not alter the championship standings. As for the superior grade, Yunwan Qingling Dan, no one dared entertain such thoughts. Thus, it became apparent that the first place was essentially secured by Yuan Long. On the elevated platform, a gathering of second-generation scholars surrounded Yuan Hua, uncorking champagne and extending their congratulations. Brother Yuan, congratulations. Once Brother Yuan Long obtains the Hei Mo Han Lian, his mental acuity will undoubtedly surge once more, bringing him closer to the Xian tier. Yuan Hua responded with a beaming face, his expression radiating satisfaction and pride. With dual supreme talents in one family, the Yuan clan would dominate the Eastern Academy for a considerable time to come. He even speculated that their influence could extend to the other 3 major academies, particularly in the feeblest Southern Academy, where familial powers could scarcely secure the chief position. He doubted Yi Tianlan, being an outsider, would remain indefinitely. Once he departed, that position would once again be vacant. This would mark the first step for the Yuan clan towards the pinnacle of success. His ambitions soared, brimming with confidence. Yuan Long, having submitted his Dan, did not leave. Instead, his gaze fell upon a nearby pink flame. To his surprise, it belonged to a female student. Her pink hair harmonizing perfectly with the pink Dan yen in her hands. Merely moments after Yuan Long's success, her Dan furnace also stirred, as 4 Dan soared forth, 2 of which were revealed to be high-grade, deep azure in color. Yuan Long's gaze faltered, although he had produced fewer Dan than her. He consoled himself that she had not concocted a superior Dan. Her speed remained behind his, ensuring his championship position remained unshaken. Soon, an instructor approached, reviewing her work before announcing, Eastern Academy, Yuling Long, high-grade Qingling Dan. Time taken, 1 hour and 1 minute. A murmur spread through the crowd, though far less enthusiastic than before. Sister Yu, congratulations. Though you were 15 minutes slower than me, we are the only 2 to have produced high-grade Qingling Dan. Yuan Long approached, and rather than offering congratulations, it felt more like a display of arrogance. The female disciple with pink hair shot him a disdainful glance, then glanced at his alchemy furnace with a scoff. I merely lost to you by a small margin in the alchemy furnace. Stop flaunting in front of me. It's truly irritating. Upon hearing this, Yuan Long's expression grew somewhat unnatural. Men often indulge in pretense, especially in front of the women they cherish. Without such pretense, life would hold little meaning. Indeed, Yuan Long had a fondness for the pink-haired Yuling Long. Moreover, both their names contained the character Long, which he deemed a divine sign of fateful connection. Hence he often sought to assert his presence before her. Unfortunately, she was not particularly interested in him. Had she been an ordinary woman, he would have resorted to force to win her over. However, she hailed from the Yu family, a prestigious lineage firmly rooted in the Eastern Courtyard, with 2 elders and several mentors within the academy, only slightly weaker than his own Yuan family. He dared not offend the Yu family, especially when she had struck at his sensitive spot. Deep down, he understood why he could produce pills so swiftly. Normally, he would not have been able to produce pills this quickly, and certainly not faster than Yuling Long. The crux lay in the fact that his alchemy furnace had been tampered with, allowing for a faster pill production rate while reducing the success rate. This was due to an ancient secret talisman, procured at great cost by his cousin, affixed to the interior of the furnace. Under ordinary circumstances, this would be of little note. However, it proved immensely beneficial for the alchemy competition. Moreover, the talisman had already lost its efficacy with the completion of the pill, rendering it undetectable. This was his greatest source of confidence in participating in this alchemy contest. He suppressed his rising anger and vowed silently that once he obtained the Hei Mohan Lien, he would immediately seek his grandfather to concoct a soul pill, and then enter seclusion, striving to ascend to the Xian tier as swiftly as possible. Upon his emergence, his first act would be to propose to the Yu family. He could hardly believe the Yu family would reject a Xian tier alchemist under 30. How amusing. Just wait until I marry you. I will show you how to behave. He swore vehemently in his heart. Yet, on the surface, he maintained a humble smile. You shimmy, barring any unforeseen circumstances. You and I will surely be the top 2 in this alchemy conference. Shall we exit together? Yuling Long cast him a sidelong glance, her tone icy. If you wish to leave, do so on your own. The top 2 are not yet determined, and others have already resumed their furnaces. Yuan Long disregarded her disdainful tone, his expression bewildered as he followed her gaze and found a figure once again igniting the spirit flames. It was that fellow still not giving up? He was astonished, then scoffed derisively. A person whose first furnace produced only a medium-grade pill. Did he truly expect to leap to the superior grade and directly concoct an exceptional one? What sheer folly. Chapter 146. Treat them as mere grasshoppers, the astonished Eastern Deputy Courtyard. Did he intend to concoct the exceptional Qingling Dan? Yuling Long furrowed her delicate brows, perplexed. Yuan Long sensed an opportunity, and, with a hint of boastfulness, declared, Shimmy, you need not worry. He absolutely cannot produce it. To concoct an exceptional Qingling Dan requires not only a solid alchemical foundation, but also an extremely rigorous mastery of alchemy techniques. Even if one were to hone ordinary alchemical techniques to their utmost limits, it would be impossible to achieve. He continued, while my family's extreme spirit refining method carries a slim chance of concocting an exceptional pill, even my cousin Yuan Shoshi, as a Xian tier alchemist, has yet to succeed in producing an exceptional Qingling Dan. The probability is a mere fraction, truly pitiable, but I would not disclose the entirety of this information. After all, how else could I maintain my facade? One must understand that ordinary pills and exceptional pills are entirely different concepts. Ordinary pills regardless of their quality, possess varying degrees of pill toxicity, while exceptional Yunwen pills are devoid of such concerns, a sign of perfection. It is not something that can be easily concocted through common methods. To attain such mastery, one requires both innate talent and a heritage. A hint of aversion flickered in Yu Linglong's eyes. She was well aware of Yuan Long's character. In a cold voice, she remarked, "I genuinely believe he can produce it." Yuan Long lowered his head, shadows concealing his face, his expression dark and menacing. "Damn it, you insist on opposing me, don't you? Once I obtain this Hei Mo Han Lien, you will surely regret it." Meanwhile, the onlookers on stage immediately took note of Li Tsong's actions. The only ones not displaying surprise were Yi Tianlan and the others. Luo Junxian inquired, "How did you know he was merely testing his skills with the first furnace?" "I don't know. It was just a show off in front of you, Xiener," Yi Tianlan replied with pride. Luo Junxian regarded him with an amused expression, her slender hand reaching out. "Still being cheeky, are we? Ouch, that hurts. I was just joking. It was actually me who taught him." With 3 hours at his disposal, Li Tsong had ample time to experiment. If he maintained a steady mindset, he could first aim for a reliable concoction to secure a decent ranking. The next 2 opportunities would be to take a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. In front of the alchemy platform, Li Tsong took a deep breath. The words of senior brother Yi echoed in his mind. Either soar to great heights or fade into obscurity. In the vast Tianwu Academy, he was not the only one possessing Dan Yan, yet no one could concoct exceptional pills. Stay calm. You have already succeeded in alchemy. Even if the next 2 furnaces fail, it's not the end. He continually breathed deeply, seeking tranquility, ignoring the scrutinizing gazes from all directions. Just treat them as mere grasshoppers. But what are grasshoppers? Never mind. Senior brother Yi sometimes speaks strangely. There's no need to delve into it. He must have his reasons. He focused his mind and began to immerse himself in his alchemical realm. Having gained experience from the first round, this time he navigated the process with ease, smoothly transitioning even through previous moments of hesitation. Especially as he refined and extracted the essence of the medicinal liquid, his spiritual power morphed into gentle azure waves, enveloping the liquid, while the deep blue Dan Yin continuously refined and purified it. The interplay of fire and water presented a dreamlike brilliance at this moment. As the sole focal point of the audience's attention, more people began to take note of his unique alchemical method. In a thatched pavilion atop a mountain peak, for individuals gathered, the heads of the 4 major courtyards. "Is this the alchemical method secretly preserved by your southern courtyard? Such a profound technique, transforming spiritual power into waves, continuously merging the essence of the medicinal liquid with Dan Yin for precise purification. Remarkable, simply remarkable." The speaker was Duo Qian, who, being well aware of his own family's capabilities, knew that no such powerful alchemical method existed in the eastern courtyard. Why was he so certain? Because if it did exist, he would have been the first to learn it, rather than allowing these students to have the opportunity. Moreover, he would have sold it for a lucrative profit, collecting their credits to fulfill the credit recovery plan. Observing the eastern courtyard heads, eyes gleaming like a full moon, Wu Yunfeng scoffed dismissively. "You stingy miser. Have you lost your wits from alchemy? How could you even ask such a question? Does my southern courtyard possess an alchemical method? If such a thing existed, I would have sold it to you long ago for a handsome profit." He expressed his disdain with exaggerated contempt, gesturing irritably. The northern courtyard head playfully assumed the role of mediator. "Oh, Lao Wu, why must you be so blunt?" He was merely inquiring. "You should quickly apologize to Lao Yu." "What? You want me to apologize to him?" The northern courtyard head suddenly stood, pointing at his own nose with wide eyes. "Why should he, who believes his speech is flawless, apologize?" The only remaining dean of the west courtyard lifted his teacup and sighed deeply, the mist swirling gently around him, his gaze profound. "This old fellow is hardly virtuous. He revels in the chaos, instigating disputes." Originally, these 2 old geezers would not have quarreled, but thanks to his meddling, they are now at each other's throats. Seeing the 2 men, already embroiled in an argument and on the verge of a physical altercation, sparked a brilliant idea in her mind. "How about we place a wager?" The students below, unaware of their eccentric dean's antics on the mountain, remained oblivious. Li Tsong had entirely immersed himself in a state of concentration, his world reduced to just himself and the elixir within the alchemical furnace. More accurately, it was his spirit. Even his physical form was gradually disregarded. In this mystical state, The onlookers were astonished to discover that his speed in alchemy seemed to surpass that of his previous successful concoction. Has he entered a meditative state? An elder with a broader understanding of alchemy voiced his astonishment. This state, which they all longed to attain, the lad has effortlessly slipped into in front of everyone. To the astonishment of the crowd, the long-absent dean of the East Courtyard, Duoluo Qian, suddenly appeared in midair. He casually cast a formation that enveloped Li Tsong in a protective barrier. A commanding voice echoed, declaring that those who had completed their alchemical tasks should leave immediately, and those uninvolved must not approach, lest they provoke his wrath. This was a clear effort to clear the area, ensuring that no one disturbed Li Kong. Such treatment, not even Yuan Long, nor his cousin, the chief of the East Courtyard, had ever experienced. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding rose within him. Could this fellow truly succeed in his alchemical endeavor? Chapter 147. The Art of Ascending Spirits. The emergence of the supreme Qingling pill. No, this is impossible. Yuan Long fervently shook his head in denial, his expression darkening. His high-grade Qingling pill was already at its limit. How could anyone surpass him? As time passed, Li Tsong continued to progress steadily, making no errors. The closer he got to completion, the more agitated Yuan Long became, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He could not allow this opportunity to slip away. Yet, the more he feared, the more it seemed to come to fruition. He took out a communication jade slip to contact his cousin, Yuan Hua, who was on a high platform. Brother, could this fellow truly be capable of concocting the supreme Qingling pill? The Heia Mohan Lian is vital to me. I plan to use it to break through to the Xian level. What should I do? Initially, he had not believed it. But witnessing the reactions of the dean and others, anxiety began to take hold. Fool, why are you panicking? Stay calm. Let me tell you the truth. This lad could never concoct the supreme Qingling pill. I just consulted with Grandfather San half a minute ago. Grandfather San, what should we do? Could this lad really concoct the supreme Qingling pill? Fool, why are you panicking and making such a scene? Grandfather has already inquired with the dean. 1 minute ago. Dean, could this lad truly concoct the supreme Qingling pill? The Heia Mohan Lian is crucial for my nephew. Fool, why are you panicking? You, as an elder, are disgracefully losing your composure and embarrassing our East Courtyard. Rest assured, he is unlikely to succeed. The dean of the East Courtyard, Duoluo Qian, wore a look of regret. Indeed, it appears he still cannot achieve it. Initially, he had hoped that with his entry into a meditative state and such marvelous alchemical techniques, he might attempt to breach this myth. Yet, it ended in failure. He had used a special secret method to probe the situation. Unfortunately, although the fluctuations of the Qingling pill were exceedingly close to supreme quality, it ultimately fell short, possessing a minor flaw that disqualified it from exhibiting cloud patterns. He felt regretful, but was powerless to change the outcome. Grandfather San was elated. Yuan Hua was ecstatic. Then, it was Yuan Long's turn to rejoice. With the dean's affirmative response, the heavy stone in his heart finally lifted. Another quarter of an hour passed, and distinct fluctuations began to emanate from the furnace, evidently stronger than the high-grade Qingling pill he had previously concocted. Yet it was still lacking. The pinnacle of excellence remained unattainable, like an insurmountable mountain before him. When true supreme elixirs manifest in the world, their perfection and unity draw the essence of heaven and earth, creating a spectacle of cascading celestial energy, magnificent beyond compare. Such scenes, even the many alchemists present had only heard of, never witnessed. They had hoped for a grand visual feast today, but alas, it remained just out of reach. What a pity, just a fraction away, Elder Yang Tian sighed regretfully from his seat near Yi Tianlan. However, all seasoned alchemists understood that this slight imperfection represented a peak that would elude the grasp of all alchemists throughout their lives. Chief Yi, do you not feel a sense of loss? Yang Tan, aware that Li Tsong was specifically assisting Yi Tianlan with the medicinal fields, curiously inquired upon seeing his unperturbed demeanor. Yi Tianlan chewed thoughtfully on the elixir, a specially crafted chewing pill designed to expel bodily impurities and purify one's essence, serving also as a distraction during idle times. What is there to worry about? The universe is still in flux. Let us observe further. A soft, delicate hand reached out beside him, and Yi Tianlan casually placed a chewing pill into it, playfully poking Luo Juanxin's palm, eliciting a roll of her eyes. Yang Tian had intended to say more, but upon catching a fleeting glimpse of cloud patterns on the chewing pill, he was left speechless. He rubbed his eyes vigorously to confirm. Yet Luo Junxian had already placed the entire pill in her mouth, beginning to chew slowly. What is this? The chewing pill bears cloud patterns? Have I, in my old age, become so eager to witness supreme elixirs that I am now hallucinating? He silently returned to his seat, his expression shifting dramatically. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that he must have seen it wrong. After all, anyone could concoct a chewing pill, its effects being so minimal. Who would go to such lengths to create a nearly insignificant pill? This seemed far too ludicrous. Surely, it was merely an illusion conjured by my own mind. He sighed. Yet, he could not grasp Yi Tianlan's words. With the elixir nearing completion, what did he mean by the universe is still in flux? As if to answer his unspoken question, Li Tsong suddenly shifted his actions. The gesture he had prepared to retrieve the elixir abruptly halted. As he continued to manipulate the furnace's operation with a portion of his spiritual energy while employing an unheard-of incantation. What is he doing? Yuan Long was taken aback. His gaze fixed, nearly forgetting to breathe, utterly captivated by Li Tsong's movements. Why is he not retrieving the elixir? He seethed inwardly, feeling bitter. With the elixir so close to completion, once confirmed as high grade, he would undoubtedly take the undisputed first place. Why change course at the last moment? An intense sense of unease began to spread within him. He started to consult his cousin. What nonsense! Why panic at such a critical moment? The quality of the elixir is already predetermined. Even if a divine being were to intervene today, it would not alter the outcome. Yuan Hua scolded him, and after that, he anxiously sought out Grandfather San. Grandfather San had berated him in response, then turned to the dean of the East Courtyard, who delivered yet another reprimand. High grade is high grade. Why all these questions? Yuan Hua's voice brimmed with impatience, reiterating this point several times. Yuan Long had initially harbored great faith, yet it seemed as if fate conspired to slap him in the face. His gaze shifted toward the alchemy platform, and almost instantaneously, he felt as though someone had gripped his throat, his expression morphing into one of incredulity, tinged with a hint of terror. Brother, what on earth is that? Yuan Hua had not heard the voice emanating from the communication jade slip, for he had unconsciously risen to his feet, transfixed alongside a few fellow second-generation disciples, all staring intently at the scene below. Astonishment, confusion, and disbelief swirled in their eyes. It must be noted that as Li Tsong continued to weave his hand gestures, an overwhelming surge of celestial primordial energy began to converge from all directions, gathering above him. He conjured a vibrant cloud of multicolored light composed of primordial energy from thin air. The ethereal essence within that cloud surged forth, resplendent with myriad hues, akin to the invigorating dawn. Li Tsong abruptly opened his eyes, pointed skyward with one hand, and then suddenly brought it down. Spirit-raising technique, engage. Streams of celestial essence cascaded downward, plunging into the cauldron like a waterfall suspended in midair. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. In tandem, an irresistible fragrance began to waft through the air, mingling with the gentle breeze, sweeping over the entire venue. This aromatic essence was the scent of the Qingling Dan. Indeed, it was unmistakable. I had consumed one just yesterday, and there was no room for error. Yet the fragrance of this Qingling Dan was astonishingly potent. My heavens! Just a few whiffs felt more invigorating than the actual consumption of that mid-grade Qingling Dan. Even the superior-grade Qingling Dan could not compare to such effects. The air was filled with waves of exclamations. Not only Yuan Hua, but countless others also stood up in disbelief, their faces painted with horror. How could this be? He had clearly crafted a superior-grade elixir. How could it emerge as an exceptional Qingling Dan? Inconceivable, a tale spun from the fabric of dreams. This extraordinary transformation was utterly unheard of. Instead of the expected elixir clouds, he had summoned them forth, forcibly conjuring spirit into an elixir. Such a feat had completely surpassed the imagination of these self-proclaimed seasoned alchemists. Yuan Long still clung to a sliver of hope. Yet when he witnessed that dazzling emerald radiance leaping from the cauldron, his countenance turned ghastly pale. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he nearly fainted on the spot. He understood that the outcome was irrevocably sealed. Once the exceptional Qingling Dan made its appearance, all dissenting voices would be silenced. Jealousy coursed through him, igniting his eyes with an insatiable desire. It was as if he had been so close, yet so far. What kind of trickery had this fellow employed to transform a superior-grade Qingling Dan into an exceptional one? Meanwhile, below, Li Tsong stood before the alchemy platform, his face as pale as snow, His energy nearly depleted, and he struggled to maintain his balance. Yet, an unmistakable thrill sparkled in his eyes. The spirit-raising technique was not easily invoked. Even with his utmost effort, he had barely managed to manifest it, nearly exhausting his very soul. His initial confidence had been less than 30%, and the fact that he succeeded was sheer luck. Fortunately, heaven smiled upon him. He glanced back, offering a grateful smile toward Brother Yi. He had not forgotten who had bestowed upon him this chance to turn the tide. Just then, a mentor rushed over. But before he could approach, a figure descended impatiently from the sky. With a casual wave of his hand, the vibrant, emerald-hued, exceptional Qingling Dan fell into his grasp. The newcomer was none other than Duo Qian, the dean of the East Courtyard. His gaze fell upon the elixir, the size of a dragon's eye, scrutinizing it closely. After a moment of contemplation, his expression brimmed with astonishment. Good lad, truly a remarkable feat. This is indeed an exceptional Qingling Dan. Well done. His booming laughter echoed through the mountainside, his praises cascading like a river. However, the expressions of Yuan Long, Yuan Hua, and the other members of the Yuan family darkened, their gazes toward Li Tsong turning increasingly hostile. Duo Qian raised the exceptional Qingling Dan high above his head, announcing to all, Li Tsong for the East Courtyard, exceptional Qingling Dan. He even neglected to announce the time, deeming it unnecessary. Once the cloud pattern emerged, it established the utmost authority. Duo Qian's voice swept across the venue like a gentle breeze, quieting the crowd momentarily before erupting into a cacophony akin to a tidal wave, threatening to lift the very ground from beneath them. The last remnants of doubt dissipated in that instant. With the dean personally validating the elixir, there was no room for suspicion regarding Li Tsong's cunning tricks. Yuan Long sat despondently on the ground, resigned to despair, helplessly watching as the dean prepared to announce the champion of this alchemical contest. Unexpectedly, the dean's actions came to an abrupt halt. The reason lay in the message he had received through the communication jade slip. A flicker of uncertainty clouded his aged eyes, mingled with hesitation, anticipation, and a faint struggle. A method capable of defying fate and forcibly concocting exceptional elixirs. Finally, he took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, all extraneous emotions had vanished, leaving only unwavering resolve. He placed the elixir into a jade bottle for preservation and casually tossed it to a mentor in charge of the alchemy contest. In a solemn tone, he declared, "This is an exceptional Qingling Dan, without a doubt. I have urgent matters to attend to. The subsequent wrap-up can be managed by you all." With that, he provided no further explanation and soared into the air, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The crowd marveled at the prowess of a master of the skyward realm, gliding through the air and vanishing over vast distances. Yet few pondered why the esteemed dean was in such a hurry to depart, as if evading something. However, such trivial details went unnoticed. The mentor, possessing the dean's authoritative endorsement, gave no further thought and confidently announced, "I declare that the champion of this alchemy contest is Li Tsong, who has crafted the exceptional Qingling Dan." Before he could even finish his proclamation, a sudden voice interrupted him forcefully. "Wait." The mentor paused momentarily, while the eager disciples turned their curious gazes toward the source of the interruption. It was none other than Yuan Hua, the chief disciple of the East Courtyard. Surprise spread across the faces of the crowd, and silence enveloped the venue once more, thousands of eyes fixated upon him. "Chief Yuan, what are you implying?" The mentor, having been publicly interrupted, felt a twinge of annoyance, but restrained his anger, for he was merely a solitary cultivator in the academy without any backing, and thus responded patiently. "Mentor, hold on. I believe it would be prudent to delay the announcement for now," Yuan Hua stated calmly, his expression extraordinarily composed. "Why?" The mentor furrowed his brow in confusion. The exceptional Qingling Dan had already emerged. No one else could surpass such a feat moreover. It had been personally certified by the dean, and the elixir itself bore no flaws. What could possibly warrant further delay? The crowd would not agree to it. Not only the others, but even Li Tsong, leaning against the alchemy platform, stood dumbfounded. He clearly saw Yuan Hua smirk in his direction, revealing an enigmatic smile. Yuan Hua leisurely began to speak. "The elixir itself bears no fault. Thus my inquiry does not pertain to the elixir." His seemingly casual words struck like thunder on a clear day, sending ripples across the calm surface of the lake. At that very moment, Li Tsong felt an innumerable number of flickering gazes fixed upon him, causing his expression to sour instantly. The elixir posed no issue. The problem lay with the people. Did it not? Chapter 149? A spectacular food. The entrance of Yi Tianlan. Li Tsong gritted his teeth and mustered his courage to inquire. Might I ask what you mean by that, Senior Brother Yuan? However, to his surprise, Yuan Hua completely disregarded his words, ignoring him entirely. Let me pose a question to you all. Have you ever heard of a method that can forcibly enhance the quality of an elixir just before it is about to be completed? Contemplation washed over the faces of those present. Some shook their heads, while many others remained silent, clearly indicating their stance. Indeed, it was unprecedented, unheard of. To say there had been no one before and none to come after would not be an exaggeration. It is well known that the quality of an elixir is determined at the moment of its creation. Never has there been an instance of a last-minute enhancement. Elder Yang Tian had always harbored a disdain for the Yuan family. When they expelled Lu Wu from the academy, it was they who had been the most boisterous, naturally fostering ill feelings towards them. It was at this juncture that he chose to speak up. So what? Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Yuan Hua smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated such a rebuttal, his eyes glinting with a sense of triumph. Indeed, Elder Yang is correct. However, I have heard of it, and I know quite well. Yang Tian instinctively furrowed his brow, bewildered by the implications of Yuan Hua's words. A sense of foreboding began to creep into his mind. Yet, Yuan Hua quickly shifted the topic, leaving him no time to ponder the oddities. What I truly wish to convey is that this individual openly employs such a method of cheating at the alchemy conference. Is that not a betrayal to the other diligent participants and an affront to the rules? The crowd was left dumbfounded, finally grasping Yuan Hua's intent. Instantly, the previously silent venue erupted into a heated debate. I believe Senior Brother Yuan is correct. If everyone could utilize such a method of cheating, what fairness would there be left in this alchemy conference? Is there even a point in holding it? Nonsense. This is an alchemical secret technique. How can it not be seen as a reflection of personal ability? How can it be labeled as cheating? Look at that fellow, frail and listless. Does that resemble standard alchemical practice? Clearly, it is a method laden with severe side effects. I wholeheartedly support Senior Brother Yuan's decision. In a short span of time, intense arguments erupted among the factions within the academy, each voicing their opinions. Observing this scene, Yuan Hua's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. Only by stirring the waters could he create space for his subsequent machinations. Ultimately, the controversy stemmed from Li Tsong's exquisite elixir, far exceeding the understanding of these individuals. Had he crafted it solely through his own means, rather than resorting to a secret technique for a last-minute enhancement, they would not have had the opportunity to criticize him. It was merely jealousy at play. Why should he be able to use it while I cannot? If I had it, the first place would surely be mine. Li Tsong's heart raced, his face growing increasingly pale. He was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Just moments ago, everyone had regarded his championship position as indisputable. Yet in the blink of an eye, their attitudes had flipped 180 degrees. Faced with the overwhelming tide of suspicion and accusations, he found himself at a loss for words to defend his position. Even when others attempted to speak in his favor, their voices were quickly drowned out by the rising tide of dissent. Yuan Hua sensed the crowd's emotions had reached a boiling point, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Enough. Everyone, please be silent for a moment and listen to my words. Surely, all of you possess the capacity for independent thought and will not easily follow the crowd. You must understand the implications of such a secret technique on the integrity of our rules. If you were a contestant, having labored diligently in alchemy for 10 years, only to be bested by someone who has barely practiced for 3 months, more accurately, bested by the technique in their hands, could you accept it? Yuan Hua's eyes sparkled with amusement as he observed the increasingly pale faces around him. He relished the feeling of manipulating the crowd's fate. As expected with his words, the audience erupted into chaos. Even those who had initially supported Li Tsong began to waver. Once they became the beneficiaries, they did not wish for such a scenario to unfold. Simultaneously, from the audience, a growing number began to recognize that Li Tsong was the very embodiment of that example. What? This fellow went from being a spirit plant cultivator to an alchemist in less than 3 months? To achieve such a transformation in such a short time, even producing a top-tier Qing Ling Dan. Surely that is an exaggeration. I wouldn't dare boast about it. My grandfather has been an alchemist for decades, and even he cannot concoct a top-tier Qing Ling Dan. This fellow must have resorted to dubious methods. Outrage swept through the crowd. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Tsong transformed from a revered genius alchemist into a despised charlatan. The overwhelming pressure bore down on him. causing him to tremble uncontrollably, unable to help but crouch down, clutching his head. Even he began to question whether he should have used this secret technique. Yuan Hua, witnessing his objective achieved, could no longer suppress the greed and satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Yet, he concealed it deeply, not allowing it to surface. He felt the moment had come to unveil the truth. Previously, I mentioned to all of you why I find this secret technique so familiar, and why I'm not at all surprised. The crowd instinctively quieted, listening attentively. A smile played upon his lips as his voice, steady and unhurried, filled the air. This secret technique was indeed acquired by my Yuan family from an ancient alchemical sect's secret realm. It was later intercepted by treacherous individuals, and we thought we would never see it again. My Yuan family lamented this loss for quite some time. Initially, we intended to offer this secret technique to the academy, free for all of you, my esteemed brothers, to learn. The hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement, particularly among the alchemists, who leapt from their seats in exuberance. If they could also learn this alchemical secret technique, the benefits would be unimaginable. Their own status could rise alongside it. If even Li Tsong could master it, why couldn't they? This was the first thought that sprang to everyone's mind. Meanwhile, Li Tsong trembled, staring incredulously at Yuan Hua on the platform. His shoulders shook violently, not from fear, but from anger. He could hardly fathom that this once respected senior brother could utter such outrageous lies. This behavior was akin to that of a robber. At this moment, even if he were foolish, he understood that the other party not only sought to strip him of his competition qualifications to obtain the Haimo Huanlian, but also aimed to seize the secret technique he held. To ensure a legitimate gain, he was even willing to promise everyone that the secret technique would be shared. This was a blatant scheme, one that even if all understood, they would still be tempted by its undeniable allure. Yuan Hua's lips curled into a grin. At this point, he no longer needed to feign innocence. It was no longer about wasting his breath or stirring emotions. This was the moment he had been waiting for. His meaningful gaze fell upon Li Tsong, his greedy expression akin to that of a wolf catching sight of a meal. He slowly extended his hand and gently spoke, "Li Shidi, even now, do you still wish to seize the secret techniques of the Yuan family? If you surrender them to the academy, I may begrudgingly advocate for a lighter punishment." Countless oppressive gazes fell upon Li Tsong, nearly suffocating him. Suddenly, a crisp applause broke the silence of the audience. A figure, stepping upon a golden dragon, soared into the air, exuding a terrifying aura that stirred the winds and clouds. Indeed, a splendid spectacle was unfolding. He slowly lifted his head, the unique 3 rings of azure light from the Wanxiang Mingtong swirling in his eyes. Chapter 150. Do you wish to confront me? Observing the alchemy was indeed somewhat tedious. Yet witnessing such a magnificent display made the visit worthwhile. Yuan Hua's gaze darkened, his slender eyes narrowing as he spoke in a low tone. "Yi Tianlan, what do you mean by this? Your speech was quite impressive." Yi Tianlan retorted without answering. "So?" Yuan Hua, feeling uncertain, discreetly distanced himself while cautiously scrutinizing him. "So you may remain silent." Boom! Yi Tianlan made his move, and as he raised his hand, the world's essence surged, condensing into a powerful punch that erupted forth. A terrifying roar echoed through the void, akin to an ancient war chariot trampling through, unstoppable by any. Yuan Hua's eyes widened in shock. He never expected this fellow to be so audacious as to strike in public. What horrified him further was that such a seemingly casual punch instilled a profound sense of life and death crisis within him. Not only he, but Yi Tianlan's sudden action left everyone else momentarily stunned. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. The attack was mere moments away from Yuan Hua. The first to react was Yuan Hua's 3rd granduncle, Yuan Chonggang, who soared into the air atop the alchemy furnace. He was also an elder of the East Courtyard, a high-level alchemist of the Xian rank, and a peak innate realm powerhouse. "Impudent, do you not know where you are? In what kind of situation to dare strike publicly? Today, I shall." Before he could finish, Yi Tianlan's eyes shone brightly, abruptly turning to him. His robe billowed. His dark hair danced wildly, and a golden aura, radiant as the sun, rose from his being. Mysterious symbols of heaven and earth emerged from the light, swirling in the air to coalesce into a divine dragon pattern that coiled behind him. Yi Tianlan fixed his gaze upon him, and a thunderous voice resonated through the void, deafening in its intensity. "Do you wish to confront me?" Yuan Chonggong's mind momentarily faltered. The voice, imbued with a soul-stirring attack, inexplicably instilled within him a sense of submission. "I!" Roaring, Yi Tianlan raised his fist, and with his other hand, he grasped the void. Another dazzling dragon silhouette surged skyward, entwining around him, binding him tightly. It was none other than the legendary dragon seizing hand. As Yi Tianlan continued to unleash his attacks, more and more powerhouses from the Tianwu Academy began to respond. The first to rise was an elder mentor from the East Courtyard, encircling Yi Tianlan. An elder from the Yuan family, with a grim expression, joined forces with Yuan Chonggang to help him free himself from the dragon's grasp. But it was already too late. Yuan Chonggang was significantly weakened by the oppressive aura. With a dark expression, he glared at the other 3 courtyards. "Why are you all just standing there? This child is lawless. Come quickly to assist us in subduing him." Many powerhouses from the South Courtyard hesitated, while a few prepared to stand. A furious voice roared in their ears. "Who dares to move? You lot from the East Courtyard. Go mind your own business. Assisting outsiders against our own chief? A bunch of fools. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey?" One mentor muttered under his breath. "But wasn't it Chief Yi who struck first?" The next moment, an even more furious voice erupted beside him. "Are you confused? I am here to reason with them, not to fight." Thus, those who had been eager to assist quickly sought excuses to distance themselves from the fray. On the West Courtyard side, it was no different. Yet in stark contrast to the South Courtyard, the one to stop them was Chief Do Qingyi. With a single sentence, she halted several elders closely related to the Yuan family alchemists. "My master still owes me money and has even taken my 10,000-year-cold jade marrow to gamble and lost. Think carefully, everyone." Her ethereal voice subtly indicated her position. Hearing this, several elders who had just stood up quietly returned to their seats. They had no doubt that if Do Qingyi were willing to offset some of her debts, their gambling-addicted dean would gladly act as her enforcer. Meanwhile, the North Courtyard remained the most stable. The dean had stated, "If we can watch, why should we intervene?" Thus, in the end, the Yuan family elder found that the other 3 courtyards had entirely disregarded him, inciting his fury. "Scoundrels, if you refuse to show loyalty, do not blame my Yuan family for ceasing to forge alchemical pills for you in the future." Upon hearing this, many previously furious elders from the East Courtyard regained their senses. Indeed, were they not fighting against the Yuan family? Why should they rush in when they could see that the other 3 courtyards were merely spectators? If they subdued him, it would be the Yuan family's victory. If they failed, they would merely be punished without any gain. Furthermore, they would irreparably offend a chief with limitless prospects. "Are you not a son?" Realizing this, they refrained from intervening, merely pulling back to complete their transactions in silence. Some found a convenient excuse to swiftly distance themselves from this place of strife. In the end, the Yuan family elder looked around at the circle of Yuan family members surrounding Yi Tianlan, nearly exploding with rage. "A bunch of beasts. When you were trying to seize the Ling secret technique from Li Tsong, you were not like this, each of you eager to rush in and divide it among yourselves. Now that you see Yi Tianlan standing up for him, you all know to cower." Li Tsong gazed up at the proud figure, and in that moment, he truly understood what it meant to feel secure. Yes, he had Yi Shixiang behind him. Why should he fear these bandits? With that thought, he struggled to rise from the ground, astonished to find that those who had previously scolded and cursed him now resembled hibernating summer cicadas, completely silent. It was as if all that he had endured was merely an illusion. He glanced at Yuan Hua, who lay in a crater on the ground, uncertain of his fate. In this moment, he finally comprehended that as long as he was as powerful as Yi Shixiang, all doubts would eventually be silenced. Yuan Chonggang spat out blood, astonished by the boy's combat prowess, while furiously declaring, "You wretched thing, do you truly believe my Yuan family cannot handle you?" As he spoke, he took out a jade ruby from his storage bag and crushed it into powder with a forceful grip, deceiving both above and below, disregarding the law. "Today, my Yuan family shall eradicate such evildoers for the academy." Shortly thereafter, a powerful aura descended upon the scene, reminiscent of a tornado sweeping through, instilling fear in all present. Although the East Courtyard was an alchemy academy and slightly weaker in combat power compared to the other 3 courtyards, there were still experts of the Yuxing realm present, especially from the esteemed Yuan family, which had been rooted for over 100 years, accompanied by a blazing azure light piercing through the void. A Yuxing realm ancestor materialized before all. His figure was hazy amidst the azure light, making it difficult to discern, not particularly tall, yet resembling a giant. "What is your summons?" "We implore the ancestor to strike and eliminate the vile." All the Yuan family members, including Yuan Chonggang, bowed deeply and respectfully called out. Chapter 151. The Source of Talent and the Path of the Tao. What does it mean to reflect the heavens? Yuan Shui's piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, fell upon Yi Tianlan. He refrained from inquiring into the reasons, for it was unnecessary for the Yuan family to do so. Should this individual possess an unassailable backing, Yu Duoqian would surely intervene on his behalf. However, if he lacked such protection and dared to offend the Yuan family, he would deserve to be subjected to 1,000 cuts. Young one, are you aware of your transgressions? His eyes fluttered slightly, radiating countless silver needles that stirred confusion and rendered one unable to meet his gaze. At that very moment, a formidable aura erupted, transforming into an invisible mountain that bore down upon Yi Tianlan. Unable to contain himself, Yi Tianlan chuckled lightly. Ah, you possess quite the sense of humor. Do you believe you have me at your mercy, thus showcasing your authority? Yuan Shui's expression darkened, his thoughts laid bare, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Sharp-tongued, today, I shall unleash the Wanxiang Ming Tong, the illusionary wheel symbol. Yi Tianlan's pupils appear to be invaded by a wave of dark energy, gradually revealing distinct shades of black, gray, and white. As the aura surged, 3 crescent moons began to coalesce, slowly rotating and delineating 3 clearly defined regions. Amidst the swirling energies, countless streams of light alternated, forming fragmented memories that ensnared the mind, making it impossible to escape. Yi Tianlan had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He launched his most potent mental assault while his opponent was caught off guard. In a life-and-death struggle, should one await the opponent to finish their verbal sparring before striking, it would be akin to a turn-based game. Yuan Shui was momentarily entranced, his expression frozen like a marionette. His mind was flooded with entirely unfamiliar memories, sensations that felt oddly reminiscent, though he had never experienced them. Nevertheless, as a formidable figure in the Yukong realm, he stood 2 major realms above Yi Tianlan, his spiritual power robust enough to swiftly regain clarity. He resisted the cognitive assault from the mental illusion. A tremor coursed through him, his eyes regaining their sharpness. In an instant, he was consumed by rage, his temper flaring. As an elder of the Yukong realm, to strike at a junior was already beneath him, and to be ambushed in such a manner was utterly humiliating. A vast and tumultuous wave of primordial energy erupted from his being. Yet before he could condense an offensive technique, Yi Tianlan's attack arrived seamlessly. From the outset, he had no intention of ensnaring his opponent with the illusionary wheel. The greatest advantage of this divine ability lay in its instantaneous execution, requiring no preparation. It boasted nearly 100% hit rate. Anyone would fall prey without any readiness. He only needed but a fleeting moment to seize control over his foe. Dragon Capture Hand. The dragon's shadow roared, soaring into the heavens. As the intricately scaled form ensnared Yuan Shui's figure in an instant, initiating a strangulation. Yuan Shui's white beard quivered in indignation, unleashing a sinister laugh. You little wretch. Although he could not immediately break free from the dragon's shadow, his opponent was equally powerless against him. However, just as this thought flickered in his mind, his expression became rigid. A blinding golden light enveloped his vision. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Boom! The power of that punch reverberated through the void. A resplendent beam of light tearing through all obstacles, obliterating his figure within. Ancestor. Behind him, the Yuan family members, who had been awaiting their elder's intervention to intimidate the lesser beings, were left in shock. One by one, their eyes widened in disbelief, panic surging as they prepared to attack Yi Tianlan. Yi Tianlan stood with his back to them, the door wide open, exhibiting no intention of evasion. In the next moment, the air's temperature plummeted by several dozen degrees, sending chills through their very beings. The void crystallized into ice, layer upon layer forming with each delicate step of his jade-like foot, resembling a staircase of snow and frost. A peerless figure gradually drew forth a 3-foot azure blade. The blade's edge gleamed with brilliance as it descended. The sword energy erupted forth, an aura of death sweeping through, akin to a colossal wall of white sword energy, blocking all paths before them. Begone! More frigid than the temperature was the gaze akin to the purest ice, penetrating and chilling to the core. Snowflakes danced like willow catkins, landing upon shoulders and unleashing sharp sword energy, painting the air with vivid blood blooms amidst cries of horror. One person wielding a sword, looking down upon the many innate beings. This snow has an ominous quality. It is formed from sword energy. This is the perfected sword intent of the second realm. We must flee. Do not linger here. It is well known that when faced with an assault of a higher realm, one must either evade or employ an even loftier realm to counteract the attack. Yet it was evident that their innate strength was insufficient for such measures. In a mere moment, 5 innate experts from the Yuan family lay in a gruesome tableau, bloodied and ravaged. Below, Dochini watched this scene, biting her lip, a sense of melancholy and disappointment washing over her. Indeed, it was the perfected sword intent of the second realm, and this was merely one of its forms. She knew that Luo Junxian possessed an even more formidable sword intent yet to be unveiled. To be born in the same era as such a genius, and to encounter her, one wondered if it was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Wei Guan, too, remained among the crowd in the southern courtyard, seemingly inconspicuous. Yet his eyes gleamed with a dark violet light, akin to a spirit fish darting about. He perceived the battle in the sky with greater clarity than those innate experts. As the snowflakes drifted gracefully, a deep-seated contempt and disdain surfaced in his gaze. Curse that wretched couple. I, Wei Guan, shall never again believe in love. You two are destined for separation. Yet this woman certainly had her peculiarities. To comprehend the perfected sword intent of the second realm at such a young age was no small feat. She might well rival the old master of the Tianjian. Tianjian, a sword saint of his era, had once been his greatest rival on the path to supremacy, nearly grasping the fruit of the emperor's essence. To describe the current prodigy of his generation using the strongest adversary of the past suffices to convey the gravity of his sentiment. Fei Yang, I knew your reason for choosing her as a companion was not merely carnal desire. On another battlefield, Luo Junxian intercepted the lesser foes, while this elder was to be dealt with by Yi Tianlan himself. Similarly, the thoughts of Wei Guan remained speculative. Yi Tianlan understood deeply that while his series of attacks could obliterate any innate being, the Yukong realm was evidently not within that category. The disparity in realms was too vast. His opponent was as tenacious as an old turtle. Thus, he required other, more authoritative means to compensate. For instance, the innate source technique derived from the divine talents bestowed by the heavens, which he had yet to utilize, the Tao of innate source. This was the sole remaining divine ability among the 3 gifted to Yi Tianlan. Deing Tian Difa. To reflect the heavens is to illuminate the myriad skies. Chapter 152, Reflecting the Heavens, Revealing the Past, Inviting the Saints. Yi Tianlan closed his eyes tightly, his consciousness sinking deep within his mind. As he summoned the source, his awareness delved into another realm. This was a vast domain, boundless and infinite, where only the concept of the colossal remained. In a vast expanse, no objects existed, only a backdrop of cloud white and gilded gold, accentuating the immense celestial gate that spanned across time and space. Yi Tianlan was intimately familiar with this place. It was his source space. That immense celestial gate was none other than the gate of rebirth. In an instant, his consciousness traversed an unfathomable distance, arriving before the great gate in the blink of an eye. At that moment, his awareness began to rise infinitely, transforming into a towering giant. As if great hands were gently pushing forth, he lightly tapped upon the door adorned with countless arcane inscriptions. The essence of time flowed across its surface, a faint luminescence gradually emerging. Upon it, a mark began to shimmer brilliantly, emanating a distinctly different hazy glow. As the portal cracked open, it appeared to come alive. Having traversed the long river of time, it reflects the present world. That is a scar of a sword. At that very moment, Yi Tianlan suddenly opened his eyes, his complexion shifting from a healthy flush to an ashen pallor. He began to gasp for breath, appearing utterly exhausted. You foolish junior, you seek death. Though it seemed lengthy, it transpired within the brief span of 2 breaths. Yuan Shuyi, ensnared by the dragon's shadow, finally broke free from his constraints, his eyes betraying a frenzied intensity. With disheveled hair, he looked like a wild man fleeing from the mountains. Enduring such a profound humiliation, it was little wonder he had succumbed to madness. Transforming into a brutal streak of light, a fierce azure dragon's shadow, coiling around the spear in his hand, aimed directly at Yi Tianlan's chest. A lethal strike. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces etched with deep horror. The fatal blow from a formidable practitioner of the Yuquang realm commanded utmost respect. Even Wu Yunfeng, a fellow practitioner of the Yuquang realm, dared not underestimate it. With a curse, he could no longer restrain himself and prepared to intervene. Yet, just as he was about to move, his pupils constricted sharply, as if pierced by a needle. An uncontrollable sense of dread and unease surged within him, akin to wild grass springing forth in springtime. This was... Yi Tianlan abruptly lifted his gaze, focusing on the ferocious dragon spear shadow racing toward him. In his eyes, it seemed as if time itself had begun to slow. A mysterious smile emerged on his pale as snow face. He uttered, "Reflect upon the heavens, reveal the past. I humbly beseech the sage." As his words fell, time entered a state of inexplicable stasis. Top, top, top. Suddenly, an ethereal figure emerged from the depths of the void, plunging the world into silence, obliterating the laws of existence. An indescribable aura enveloped her, causing fragments of the void around her to continuously shatter and mend, forming a realm not of this world. She moved with an unhurried grace, her footsteps producing a sound so faint, akin to the whisper of insects, yet eerily clear to all present, composed of a nebulous essence. Each step she took intensified the aura surrounding her, until she coalesced into a vague silhouette of a woman. She beckoned with her fingers. "Sword, come forth." In an instant, thousands of gleaming sword lights shot into the sky. The numerous disciples, dedicated to sword cultivation, were left in shock as they realized their cherished swords, which they had treasured for years, had broken free from their control and soared skyward. Among them, the North Courtyard and the West Courtyard were most profoundly affected. The West Courtyard's chief, Do Qingyi, and the elders gazed at the sword departing into the void, momentarily lost in confusion, questioning their very existence. They yearned to reclaim their life swords, yet hesitated, daunted by the overwhelming might of the sword aura. It was simply too much, so much so that it sent shivers down their spines. With such an overwhelming array of swords descending, would they not be left bruised and battered? At that very moment, the head of the North Courtyard received a frantic plea through a communication jade slip. "Headmaster, something terrible has happened. All the swords in the Divine Weapon Lake have taken flight." "Understood. Cease your guarding and hurry to the Alchemy Conference to witness the spectacle." The elder guarding the Divine Weapon Lake. Xian Luo Jun lowered her gaze towards the sword in her hand. Her Bai Yuan's sword trembled, emanating a strong sense of submission. It felt as though the distance was not merely 100 zhong, but rather a span of time itself, separated by the river of ages. She seemed to glimpse the magnificent silhouette directing its gaze at her, although it was merely a vague female outline. Devoid of any distinct facial features, she somehow experienced this extraordinary sensation. She was waiting. She released her fingers. The Bai Yuan pierced through the vastness, merging into the palm from which the pure essence flowed. To everyone's astonishment, the terrifying, unparalleled sword shadows did not entice that figure in the slightest. The anticipated scene of countless swords tearing through the heavens did not materialize. This wondrous spectacle evoked a peculiar sensation among the sword's owners, as if their weapons were not being summoned to ascend, but rather striving to reach upward, only to be disregarded and scorned. Following the cacophony of swords, all blades plummeted into the expansive valley below, their bodies embedding into the ground, trembling in indignation. They had not become the singularity. The sky brightened once more, with only the Bai Yuan radiating an unprecedented brilliance. The sovereign need not speak, for the sword she wielded was the imperial sword. Wherever it was directed, there lay the imperial domain. In an instant, the heavens were engulfed in eternal darkness, the sun's radiance swallowed entirely, leaving all to behold a sudden obscurity. Their eyes wide with astonishment. Darkness enveloped all, a pitch-black void obscuring all sight. They could not fathom what had transpired, feeling a profound sense of fear. For at that moment, they were no different from the insignificant ants beneath their disdain. An indescribable aura filled the universe. Vast, heavy, boundless, and destructive. In a moment, an eternity had passed. A beam of sword light cleaved through the chaotic darkness, akin to thunder vanishing in an instant. The shroud of black was torn asunder, obliterated, and along with it vanished Yuan's ancestral figure and all of the Yuan clan. The vast expanse of the heavens was purified by a single sword. The celestial light and shadows harmoniously coalesced. The once lively sky suddenly became desolate. Apart from Yi Tianlan and Xian Luo Jun, No one else remained. After a prolonged silence, a disciple, wide-eyed and astonished, finally stammered, "What? What has happened?" His voice trembled to the brink, yet no one mocked him. For many others were equally paralyzed by fear. "Ah!" Another shriek echoed through the air. The crowd turned to discover that the source was a girl from the core circle of the second-generation students. At that moment, she collapsed in terror, with her peers equally shaken. Soon, bewildered gasps filled the crowd, for all those with a blood connection to the Yuan family had vanished without a trace, as if they had been erased from existence itself. Strikingly, those closely associated with them had remained utterly unaware of the process. Such inscrutable and ghostly methods instilled an even greater sense of terror, as if they had brushed against the gates of the afterlife. On a nearby peak, the head of the East Courtyard, Duo Qian, observed this scene unfold. A bead of sweat, the size of a pea, quietly rolled down his astute forehead. Chapter 153. I am merely a practitioner of the Yuquang realm. How can I pursue him? His ambitions had grown too vast, nearly engulfing him in the process. Indeed, he admitted that upon sensing the anomaly, he had intended to intervene and prevent Yi Tianlan from delivering a lethal blow to Yuan Shui. In his original plan, he sought only the secret technique held by Li Kong. However, he had never anticipated such a sequence of events. First, the chief of the South Courtyard had actually stepped in for a disciple from the East Courtyard, an act of recklessness that not only compromised the dignity of his own academy, but also publicly humiliated Chief Yuanhua. Naturally, this left him displeased, and seeing a member of the Yuan clan take action, he thought to use the opportunity to teach the arrogant young man a lesson. At worst, he could intervene at a critical moment to quell the conflict. Yet, the subsequent events left him utterly astounded. Yi Tianlan not only faced numerous members of the Yuan clan single-handedly, but also compelled them to summon their ancestral figure. At this point, he hesitated, contemplating whether to step in and put an end to this farce. However, he was never one to suffer losses. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to let Yuan Shui take action to teach Yi Tianlan a lesson, especially since the latter was a formidable presence in the Yukong realm, and he feared he might be too late to intervene. Little did he know that this wait would lead to a complete annihilation. He leaned against a green pine, panting heavily, his face a mixture of relief and panic after surviving the ordeal. That sword strike left him with no confidence of evasion. Fortunately, he had refrained from rashly stepping out. Otherwise, the position of the East Courtyard's head might have become vacant. What kind of divine ability was this? Who was this young man? He murmured to himself in a daze. Had he known earlier that Li Tsong was affiliated with Yi Tianlan, he would never have taken such a risk. After hesitating for a long while, he finally exhaled a long sigh, and his figure vanished from spot. All that remained was a voice. "Forget it. I shall avoid him in the future. This lad is too extraordinary. He is certainly no ordinary student. Others from different sects are bound to suffer." On the other hand, Yi Tianlan felt as though countless steel needles were piercing his mind, causing unbearable headaches. The physical sensation was an endless wave of weakness and soreness, as if he had been forced to mine in a dark quarry for 3 days and nights without rest. This was the first time since his cultivation began that he had found himself in such a disheveled state. Had he truly overexerted himself? It seemed he had reached the limits of this body. He shook his head in contemplation. Beside him, Luo Junxian, who had come to support him, rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You thought you could slay a Yukong realm expert while being 2 major realms lower and emerge unscathed?" Yi Tianlan glanced at the Bai Yuan sword in her hand, surprised. "Junxian, has this sword returned so soon? Has it changed in any way?" Luo Junxian furrowed her brows slightly. "There's a hint of something familiar, but I'm not certain. I sensed a trace of a familiar aura from that figure. Who could she be?" Yi Tianlan shook his head. "I'm not sure, but ever since your consciousness was drawn into the divine space last time, I've noticed some intriguing changes occurring with that portal." He pondered deeply, finally formulating a term: awakening. The power of the original path was beyond his imagination. Yi Tianlan felt immense satisfaction, as he had obtained yet another powerful trump card. He was inclined to call it the Yao Ronda Fa. If one could not defeat me, summon others. This was a principle even a child would understand. He did not descend immediately, but rather leaned on Luo Junxian's arm to stand upright. Gazing down, his pale face bore a hint of coldness as he scrutinized the area of the East Courtyard where shouts were most concentrated. "Xing ling mi fa, ishali neritit." Who dares to dissent? At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone bowed their heads, too afraid to meet his gaze. For those who had objections had already been silenced. Even though all were aware that he was at the end of his strength, no one dared to speak. This was a true harbinger of death, as the Yuan family, with their Yukong realm ancestor, had been annihilated through an inexplicable and unfathomable method. Such unknown tactics evoked the most primal fears within people, and desires had long been cast aside. One could see that, despite the significant event of a prominent alchemical family being destroyed, the four great courtyard heads had yet to reveal themselves. From a certain perspective, this was already a clear stance. Sword strikes against Yukong. Yishidi, what are your limits? At this moment, Do Qingyi, gazing up from the west courtyard, wore an expression of extreme complexity. The north courtyard's chief, Lu Tong, turned to leave, not lingering any longer. A cheerful figure suddenly appeared beside him. Yet he felt no surprise and continued walking nonchalantly. How is it? Feeling pressured? Do you have confidence to catch up? Lu Tong replied without turning his head. No pressure. The north courtyard head's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. Oh, so confident? Yet you are not pursuing. Such lack of confidence? Lu Tong turned back with a cold smile. To cut down a Yukong with innate reversal. Old man, since you are so confident, why not pursue? The north courtyard head forced a laugh. I'm only at Yukong myself, and I'm still an 8. Over in the south courtyard, only a few seasoned elders could hear Wu Yunfeng's excited shouts. Kill. Well done. It was high time to eliminate these parasites of the academy. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that many of the academy's mentors and higher-ups displayed little regret over the Yuan family's demise, with even a glimmer of satisfaction evident in their eyes. For many years, the Yuan family had relied on their Yukong realm ancestor and Shintir alchemists, often abusing their power within the academy. This act could be seen as the eradication of a significant malignancy. Therefore, when Yi Tianlan descended, he initially expected to face blame or punishment, only to find that, apart from a few individuals, the vast majority bore no animosity towards him. He chose not to dwell on subsequent matters, allowing Luo Junxian to swiftly lead him back. After consuming a considerable number of medicinal pills, Yi Tianlan's condition improved significantly. Approximately half a day later, Li Tsong returned. He declined various invitations, and, upon receiving the champion's reward, the Hei Mo Han Lian made his way directly to their residence. Following the events that transpired, his respect for Yi Tianlan had risen to an entirely new level. If it had previously been admiration, it had now transformed into reverence. He understood the significance of the soul treasure for both of them, and, after hastily delivering it, left promptly. In the room, after swallowing the medicinal pills, Yi Tianlan's complexion had regained much of its former rosy hue. The Hei Mo Han Lian was a small, exquisite lotus flower, no larger than a palm, seemingly crafted from the finest jade and drenched in black ink. He raised his hand, invoking the Jiokai Lu Liyin to envelop it, and soon produced a thumb-sized vial of thick black liquid. Subsequently, Luo Junxian retrieved the fragmented jade sword hanging around her neck. Under their watchful and anxious gazes, she dripped the soul liquid onto the sword. In that moment, the pure black, ink-like soul liquid sank into the jade sword upon contact, perfectly melding without a trace of black residue remaining. Simultaneously, the sword's luster appeared to brighten slightly, as a ripple-like shimmer swept across its body. Yi Tianlan turned to Luo Junxian. Junxian, should we continue? Yi Tianlan dripped another drop. After a while, seeing that the jade sword had absorbed it well, he added another drop. The two remained transfixed, pouring drop after drop of soul liquid into the jade sword. Unfortunately, since the first drop, the sword had shown no further significant reaction, with the only encouraging sign being that it continued to absorb. Just when they felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, a faint voice suddenly echoed in their minds. You! Yi Tianlan's face lit up with ecstatic joy. Sword Master, is that you? Have you awakened? After a moment of silence, just as the two were bewildered and thought they were experiencing a hallucination, an exceptionally irate voice burst forth. You little brat! I awoke the moment you dripped that first drop. I was initially pleased that you finally found the right method, and then you proceeded to give me one drop at a time. The Sword Master was utterly exasperated. Why didn't you just pour it all in at once? If you were anxious, you should have just flooded me. If it had feet, it would likely be stomping with frustration at that moment. The tone was filled with a sense of disappointment for failing to meet expectations. I'm practically starving here, and you're feeding me grain by grain. After a brief moment of criticism, silence fell once again. The exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. and the pent-up frustration was solely intended for a scathing rebuke directed at that young man. The consciousness within the sword was nearly driven to desperation. While the two rascals continued to observe, drawing out their gaze for increasingly longer periods. Yi Tianlan's face flushed with embarrassment, while Luo Junxian bit her delicate lips. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the ceiling. That ceiling truly was a marvel. Prompted by this reminder, Yi Tianlan decisively submerged the jade sword into the soul liquid concocted from the Hei Mo Han Lian. The two leaned in closer to observe, and indeed, they witnessed the jade sword emanating a brilliant light, absorbing the once plentiful soul liquid in an instant, leaving not a single drop behind. The speed of this occurrence left Yi Tianlan utterly astounded. He finally comprehended why the sword had expended such effort and time to voice its grievances. If this pace continued, it seemed unlikely that they would finish today, causing its consciousness to whirl restlessly within the sword's body. Sword Master? Yi Tianlan tentatively inquired. What's wrong? Although there was no visual representation, Yi Tianlan could sense the sword master rolling its eyes at him. Are you all right now? Not bad, thanks to you. I wasn't starved to death, just nearly anxious to death. Yi Tianlan forced a smile, shifting the blame onto Luo Junxian. It was Xiener who made me take it slow. Before he could finish his sentence, he winced in pain as Xiener delivered a swift elbow strike. Stop with the theatrics. You two are in cahoots. Hee. This AMO Han Lian had 500 years of age, yet its level was still too low, only allowing me to barely regain consciousness. It is impossible for me to take action again, the sword master mused thoughtfully. Yi Tianlan's expression grew serious as he immediately assured, I will not let you take action again. The sword master chuckled lightly. That's good. Just take care of Xiener. Oh, suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise as a strand of sword light seemed to fall like stardust upon Yi Tianlan's shoulder. Kid, have you attained the innate realm? Can't you tell? Yi Tianlan felt a stir in his heart and retorted. The incomplete jade sword shimmered faintly. No, your progress is too rapid. The aura of the laws has thickened, obscuring the heavenly secrets. Even I cannot decipher it now, only knowing that you are likely at these two major realms. Yi Tianlan was not particularly surprised. The sword master had previously mentioned that he was under the protection of the heavenly path, which would automatically obscure the heavenly secrets. This was also the reason why no one had been able to discern his realm throughout his journey, until his death. That old fellow Yuan Shui still believed it was due to his own lack of effort. Astonished at how a mere innate being could unleash such a level of divine power, he had no idea that Yi Tianlan was simply in the process of opening his meridians. Xiener and I have already reached the pinnacle of opening our meridians. Has your imperial vein coalesced? Of course, Yi Tianlan replied with rare pride. As he spoke, he showcased his Dao pattern divine dragon, never forgetting the assistance provided by the sword master. The sword master's eyes lit up, continuously praising him. Good, very good. I knew I did not misjudge you. In that case, let's proceed to the next step. Next step? What is it? Since you have reached the pinnacle of opening your meridians, it is naturally time to step into the innate realm. Did I not mention that there is a powerful Ling Yin within the Tian Wu Academy? Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian exchanged glances. They had known this since their arrival. After all, the meteorite tower in the south courtyard was prominently displayed and was no secret. Based on their observations and personal experiences, that Ling Yin was located beneath the meteorite tower. To be precise, this was the true treasure of the south courtyard. 3 days later, Yi Tianlan had completely recovered. The remaining time was purely for preparing for the impending events. He invested a significant amount of academy points to purchase various spiritual herbs, and when that proved insufficient, he borrowed from Xiener to barely gather enough for the concoction of pills. Outside the meteorite tower in the south courtyard, a throng of students eagerly awaited, exchanging cultivation insights while anticipating the opening of the tower's gates. Xiener, sword master, we have stirred up quite a bit lately, and now we are aiming for the meteorite tower. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Yi Tianlan scratched his head in embarrassment. Even with his thick-skinned nature, he found it somewhat difficult to bear. Shall we leave? Xiener suggested, turning to depart. Let us go, let us go. The sword master disdainfully urged Luo Junxian to leave. Yi Tianlan was left speechless, wondering why no one was willing to play along in this charade. Todi a troublesome Xianea. He had already invested considerable effort into refining the pills. How could he possibly back out at this moment? That would be akin to dropping trousers to let out a fart. Utterly unnecessary. Apologies, O venerable elder, but your Ling Yin truly is enticing. Yi Tianlan mumbled as he watched the towering gates swing open, blending into the crowd. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu, Wu Yinfeng felt a tickle in his nose and couldn't help but sneeze. What is happening? Why does that old man have an inexplicable sense of foreboding? Indeed, your intuition is correct, for I am indeed causing a ruckus. Ha ha ha. Pay up, hurry up, don't even think about owing me. Wu Yinfeng and the other two fumed with anger. Get lost. Besides you, who else would do such a thing? Chapter 155. You also possess her original mark? A tearful Wei Guan. Upon entering, despite having been there many times, Yi Tianlan remained astonished at the internal structure of the tower. The corridors on either side spiraled in a circular fashion, lower on the left and higher on the right. At the center stood a massive, cylindrical wall, with runes scattered throughout, and figures occasionally entered the spacious chambers, subsequently locking the doors behind them. Rather than merely being a giant cylinder with numerous rooms carved out, it resembled an inverted tower. Peering down from the edge of the path revealed numerous floors winding downward. For the first time, junior disciples, though the effect of refining vital energy improved the further one descended in the meteorite tower, they also had to endure increasing heat and poison. Should they fail to promptly eliminate these threats, their bodies and vital energy could become compromised, hindering their cultivation. Dear junior disciples, please assess your capabilities. Past seniors have left us with cautionary tales, a young man in blue robes shouted, continuously reminding those who entered. Upon spotting the next entrant, his face lit up with a smile. Ah, it is the chief disciple. Then there is no problem. By the way, chief disciple, how long do you intend to cultivate this time? I need to issue you a jade token. The guard disciple greeted enthusiastically. Yi Tianlan handed over his identity token and casually responded, all of it, all of it. The tower disciple was instantly taken aback, glancing at the remaining time inside. Utterly astounded. You truly plan to live in there? The meteorite tower consisted of 7 levels, and along the way, Yi Tianlan encountered numerous students. At this point, very few within the Tianwu Academy were unaware of the formidable chief disciple. After all, the events surrounding him were too legendary. Even a single incident would shake the academy and lead to expulsion. Yet, Yi Tianlan had not only survived, but thrived. Even being dispatched to the eastern courtyard for farming was deemed a negligible punishment. This inevitably led to speculation regarding whether he shared an indescribable closeness with the legendary Tianwu Academy headmaster of the Wheelsea realm. After all, his backing was incredibly robust. Even after annihilating a pill refinement family with a Yukong realm expert, he faced no repercussions. To call him the Tianwu Little Overlord would not be an exaggeration. Yi Tianlan was blissfully unaware of the peculiar nickname he had garnered among the disciples below. Had he known, he would surely have squinted his eyes and laughed heartily, exclaiming, truly perceptive. For the ensuing events he was about to embark upon would undoubtedly stir considerable waves. Greetings, Brother Yi. Greetings, Chief. Such salutations accompanied him wherever he roamed. He would nod in acknowledgement and retort with a playful, "Did you not notice Sister Luo is also present?" Initially, Luo Junxian would playfully jab him with an elbow, but the fellow's thick skin eventually wore her down, allowing him to continue unabated. The disciples would pause momentarily, pinching their noses as they felt a twinge of envy, realizing they were but a cog in the grand machinery of their esteemed sect. Upon reaching the 3rd level of the 7-layer meteorite tower, Yi Tianlan unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. The moment the other party caught sight of him and Luo Junxian together, he recoiled as if confronted with something distasteful, attempting to retreat back into a room. Unfortunately, the time on the jade token had expired, forcing him to collide directly with Yi Tianlan. "Oh, junior brother Wei, what a coincidence to see you here." Wei Guan's mouth twitched in response. He suspected this fellow was stalking him. It seemed wherever he went, Yi Tianlan followed. And he had that woman in tow. So clingy, you two are bound to part ways. Wei Guan observed him in silence for a moment. As Yi Tianlan prepared to descend further, he could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Do you possess a trace of her original essence?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tianlan nodded, affirming, "Indeed." He then countered, "What of you? Do you not have one?" Wei Guan froze, unsure how to respond. "I thought you might possess it." With that, Yi Tianlan shook his head and continued downward with Luo Junxian, leaving Wei Guan standing rooted in place, as if bereft of his soul, lost in a whirlwind of confusion. How could he have it? This was a trace of the original essence of a woman who had achieved the pinnacle of the Sword Dao, a being whose existence was legendary and beyond reach. Meanwhile, Luo Junxian inquired, Where did you acquire that? Yi Tianlan honestly shook his head, replying, I do not have it. Then do you understand what he was referring to? I do not know. Luo Junxian fell silent, her beautiful eyes gazing intently at him. What was your response? He chuckled. I was merely teasing Junior Brother Wei. He shouldn't mind, should he? Yi Tianlan scratched the back of his head, smiling innocently, oblivious to the profound impact his words had on the tender heart of an aspiring immortal emperor. After a brief while, the two finally arrived at the ground level of the meteorite tower. Here, the ground was scorched red from flames, and solitary chambers stood. Yi Tianlan greeted Luo Junxian before taking the incomplete jade sword and striding toward one of the rooms. Heed the sword's advice. Caution is paramount. Yi Tianlan raised his hand above his head, swinging it with flamboyance, and called back, Sinner, should I not return, you must, in an instant. He found himself flying upside down, while Luo Junxian stood where he had just been, slowly retracting her knee. Sinner, be gentle, hissed Yi Tianlan, feigned pain, covering his lower back. With a frosty expression, Luo Junxian shot him a glare. I told you to refrain from nonsense. I shall wait for you above. Should you dare to speak foolishly again, you will receive worse than a mere kick. Luo Junxian ascended, spotting Wei Guan still dazed in the same spot. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, did he truly have it? Extending her delicate palm, she revealed a trace, finer than a strand of hair, yet radiating an unprecedented oppressive force, twisting in her hand as if it could rend the very fabric of reality. I possess it as well. With that, she turned and departed. Wei Guan remained stunned for quite some time before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, how amusing. You two wretched lovebirds truly deserve each other. A single tear glistened at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, upon entering the room with the jade token, Yi Tianlan shut the door behind him. The cramped space, scarcely 5 square meters, bore no decorations, resembling the most rudimentary of metal shelters, with a fireproof mat occupying the floor. Yi Tianlan plopped down onto it, feeling a twinge of regret. What a pity. Only one person can enter this room. If only Sienner could come in to guard me, I would feel considerably safer. The incomplete jade sword began to shimmer, and a peculiar chuckle echoed in his mind. It is quite hot here. You better hope she guards you. Yi Tianlan's face flushed with embarrassment. What a narrow-minded assumption. The atmosphere in the cramped room was stifling, with dim light emanating from a small luminous stone embedded in the ceiling. Seated cross-legged on the mat, clad only in shorts, Yi Tianlan's bronze skin pulsated with robust strength. A faint crimson vapor seeped from the ground, carrying an unbearable heat that threatened to scorch his very being. He felt as if he were a piece of charcoal being relentlessly compressed. Exhaling, he noticed that the moisture within him was not merely evaporating. It felt as though his very essence was being refined. Under the intense heat of the flames, Yi Tianlan perceived his vital energy being compressed and purified anew. His innate strength was already exceedingly high, and he believed he had reached an impasse. Yet, in the proximity of this foundational flame's power, he discovered the potential for further enhancement. While the progress was slow, it nonetheless signified advancement, indicating he had not yet reached his limits. This realization invigorated him. However, alongside this enhancement, there lurked a shadowy essence, thinner than a thread, mingling with the crimson vapor, seeking to infiltrate his pores. This was the fire poison previously mentioned by the disciple guarding the tower. Nevertheless, Yi Tianlan remained unconcerned, for the fire poison had yet to successfully infiltrate. It was already being refined into nothingness by the thin layer of flames enveloping his body, a protective barrier formed by the Jiucai Liuliyan. With this safeguard, he could not only regulate the intensity of the spirit flames, but also repel the fire poison from penetrating. Previously, he had only ventured to the 3rd level, where the intensity of the spirit flames was sufficient for his absorption. Further descent would require activating the Jiucai Liuliyan's protective barrier. Had it not been for the sword's revival and the preparedness it afforded him, he would not have dared to descend here. After all, in terms of cultivation levels, this place was designed for those above the Yujing realm, and for someone at the pinnacle of the Tongxiao realm to endure here for so long was already miraculous. Enough. Gradually force your body to adapt to the power of the Qi Yuxing Yin. The sword's voice echoed in his mind. The incomplete jade sword lay aside. Yi Tianlan had previously sensed that under such intense heat, the sword itself remained cool and pleasant to the touch, completely unaffected by the scorching spirit flames. This astonished him, and he instinctively considered wearing it around his neck for relief from the heat. However, the sword rejected the idea, citing his excessive perspiration with a disdainful expression. Yi Tianlan could only express his dejection, feeling emotionally wounded. At that moment, his eyebrows had already been singed away, leaving behind nothing but a barren expanse. His throat had long since parched to the point of smoldering. Unless absolutely necessary, he could scarcely bear to waste precious energy on speech. He had already endured over an hour within this chamber, and the 9-colored lapis flame now lingered only as a gossamer veil. After another interminable stretch, just as dizziness began to swirl and golden stars danced before his eyes, the Swordmaster's voice finally pierced the haze. It is time. Swallow the ice extremity spirit-purifying pill. Now, Yi Tianlan jolted upright, his body moving on pure instinct. In one fluid motion, he drew forth a pill vial from his spatial storage pouch, uncorked it, and tipped back his head, swallowing a single cerulean pill veined with streaks of jade. These were not cloud patterns, but intrinsic markings born of the pill's rare innate constitution, a supreme tier profound rank intermediate grade elixir, its refinement barely within Yi Tianlan's current alchemical mastery. To imbue it with true cloud markings would have been beyond his reach unless he first shattered the mortal veil and ascended into the innate realm. The moment the pill touched his tongue, it dissolved, whether by its own icy essence or the furnace-dry desiccation of his throat, into a silken, Netarian liquid. Instantly a profound, crystalline coolness flooded his being, as though a drought-ravaged wasteland, cracked and barren for decades, had at last been drenched by celestial monsoon, drinking, ravenous, insatiable, absorbing every shimmer of chill and every thread of potent virtue. As that glacial tide surged through his veins, washing over heart, lungs, liver, spleen, and kidneys, he shuddered, then gasped. A lightning clarity struck his mind, lucid, unburdened, transcendent. One word, exhilarating. Now, withdraw the 9-colored lapis flame. Without hesitation, still drunk on that radiant clarity, he obeyed, and instantly regretted it. Boom! A scorching maelstrom erupted, engulfing him whole. The infernal heat warped the very fabric of space, twisting the air into grotesque, shimmering ripples. In an instant, the modest chamber transformed, its walls, floor, and ceiling swallowed by a hallucinatory inferno, its light bent and broken by blistering distortion. Even braced for it, he could not stifle the primal cry that tore from his throat. Do not freeze, guide the Qiyun star flame. Draw it inward, fuse it with a 9-colored lapis flame, and let that confluence drive the refinement cycle through your meridians and marrow. The sword master bellowed. First, let the 9-colored lapis flame absorb and transmute the Qiyun star flame, assimilating its essence as its own. Then, harness that unified fire to scour and temper his primordial blood, flesh, and chi, until the two flames are no longer distinct, but one seamless, sovereign blaze. In essence, let the established flame lead, invite the raw flame into participation, and ultimately elevate it, until it becomes indistinguishable from the sovereign. No metaphorical mapping. This is a literal discourse on flame convergence. That sliver of icy clarity, preserved by the pill, anchored his consciousness, sparing him from total dissolution. Gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot and burning, he finally understood. The ice extremity spirit-purifying pill was never meant for pleasure. It was a lifeline, a bulwark against oblivion. How utterly absurd! Yet even as he inwardly scoffed, he knew, had the Swordmaster not revealed this path, he would never have conceived of such a method to assimilate the Qiyun starflame. Forge it now, he roared, low, guttural, unyielding. The 9-colored lapis flame became a living crucible, inhaling torrents of searing crimson flame from every direction. His pores flared wide, like 10,000 bellows roaring in unison, sucking in the blazing torrent. Wave after wave of incandescent energy coursed through his meridians, ceaseless, tireless, mechanical. His channels glowed with a soft, opalescent radiance. His 108 celestial caverns pulsed like stars in a boundless firmament, each emitting a unique, wild, ancient aura, the sealed power of imprisoned spirit beasts. At that very moment, the sword master stiffened, then uttered a sharp, startled murmur. Is this the Emperor Vane? It whispered, voice hushed with awe. Its blade flared, light surging as its inner consciousness trembled with profound agitation. For there, rising from Yi Tianlan's dantian, was the Emperor Vane, manifesting not as mere energy, but as a celestial dragon of tangible, sovereign majesty, coiling upward along his spine with serpentine grace. And what followed defied reason. Wherever the dragon's form passed, his flesh, scorched crimson, blistered, near raw, reknit itself with impossible speed, restoring as though drenched in ambrosia. More astonishing still, the dragon ascended to hover above his crown, then opened its maw wide. The entire torrent of crimson flame, every last wisp, was drawn in, swallowed whole. Then exhaled, not as fire, but as a gentle, shimmering rain, a tide of purified, life-infused essence, cascading like celestial dew. Impossible, this cannot be real. Chapter 157, Drain Dry. The final gatekeeper, Cien. The sword master stood utterly dumbfounded, its ancient mind reeling, its composure shattered. It felt, for the first time in millennia, like a green recruit staring slack-jawed at a battlefield miracle. Who, in the name of heaven, discovered the Emperor Vane, could do this? This is preposterous. It had barely begun to savor the thought of Yi Tianlan enduring genuine hardship, only for this to happen. Is this even fair? Its gaze lingered on the dragon coiled above Yi Tianlan's head. The same scene, yet now imbued with terrifying, transcendent purpose. A quiet, wry thought stirred within it. This Emperor Vane, is it not, in truth, a cheat? Does it awaken automatically, whenever absorption falters, bursting forth from the Dantian to serve as an unerring, merciless converter? How utterly ridiculous, Originally, it had planned for Yi Tianlan to absorb the Qiyun star flame in measured, grueling increments. But now, with this pace, no matter how vast the reservoir, the flame would be drained dry, inevitably. Crimson energy surged upward from the lower levels, some drawn directly through his pores. The rest devoured whole by the dragon, then exhaled as purified, life-sustaining rain. Above, empty, utterly barren. Not a single trace remained, cut off entirely at the first tier. Wei Guan lingered in the third tier. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, he possessed a unique, peerless method of corporeal refinement. He had nearly departed, until Yi Tianlan's eruption shattered his resolve, sending him back in quiet, seething resignation. He had exchanged 10 full hours of cultivation time with the Tower Guardians. Now, he inhaled deeply, his gaze turned glacial, his will ironbound. From this day forth, I, Wei Guan, shall become an unfeeling cultivation engine. I shall not emerge until this corporeal refinement art reaches its second tier. Truly, Yi Tianlan had struck him with immense pressure, forcing this abrupt, uncompromising vow. After all, they were both reincarnated sovereigns. If he fell too far behind, where would his pride reside? Yet, deeper still, what truly chilled his marrow was the fleeting shadow he had glimpsed. He sensed it. This rival concealed secrets no less profound than his own. A wry, sharp smile flickered across his lips. With such a worthy adversary, this life shall not be dull. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself fully, channeling the Qiyun star flame to shatter the threshold into the second stage of corporeal refinement. 15 minutes later, he reclaimed the rhythm. This is the taste. I, Jiao Heng, have returned. Half an hour later, confidence bloomed. My cultivation shall henceforth advance like a celestial steed, 10,000 li in a single day. An hour later, satisfaction deepened. Soon, I shall surpass Fei Yang. An hour and 30 minutes later, pride swelled. Even before completing the first tier as perfection, the Qiyun star flame no longer dares threaten me. An hour and 15 minutes later, his brow furrowed. Wait, something is wrong. He had not yet crossed the threshold into first-tier perfection. How, then, could the Qiyun star flame hold no dominion over him at all? Wei Guan abruptly opened his eyes, a mixture of confusion, doubt, and disbelief swirling within them. He extended his hand in a daze, searching for the flow of energy he had felt moments before. Where's my energy? Where has my formidable energy gone? Hadn't I sensed such abundant Ling Yin energy just before closing my eyes? Bewildered, he scanned his surroundings. The once oppressive training room, bathed in a crimson glow, now radiated with blinding brightness. The dazzling light was almost unbearable, inducing a surreal sense of dislocation. It was likely that this 3-story training room had never experienced such a refreshing brightness since its inception. On the second floor, where no one was present, the top students from the academy shared the third floor with him. Each of them, exceptional talents above the Tong Qiao realm, quickly sensed something was amiss. Observing the absence of the power emanating from the Qi Yun Xing Yin, they began to exit the training room without wasting any precious time. Everyone, why are you also coming out? Have you encountered the same situation? One student inquired, puzzled, as he saw his peers emerging from the same realm. Could it be that the Qi Yin Xing Yin energy has suddenly vanished for you as well? Another exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, what else would it be? Someone retorted, visibly irritated, their expression grim. This was a sentiment everyone understood. Being interrupted during training left no one in a good mood. Thus, no one engaged in arguments. I thought it was just my training room that had a problem. I was planning to switch, but it seems everyone has encountered an issue, they pondered aloud. Suddenly, a tall and imposing figure emerged from the last training room. His hands were perpetually bound with iron chains, and his resolute, robust face commanded respect, making it difficult to meet his gaze. This distinctive appearance allowed everyone to immediately recognize his identity, and they bowed in greeting. Greetings, Senior Brother Lu. Lu Tong, who was not one for many words, nodded silently. It seems that the problem lies with the Xing Tower itself. Come, let us investigate further below. Lu Tong, rarely inclined to speak, got straight to the point and led the way down to the second floor. His presence invigorated the group, who hastily followed, eager to uncover the issue, although they feared the repercussions of encountering any trouble. Upon arriving at the second floor, they found Lu Tong pausing at the entrance of 3 training rooms, yet he did not enter immediately. The purpose of the Xing Tower was to contain the Ling Yin energy within, preventing any leakage, thus creating a self-sustaining cycle. Therefore, they could not perceive any changes to the Ling Yin energy from the outside. Seeing Lu Tong deep in thought, one student curiously asked, Senior Brother Lu, have you already opened the door and discovered the cause of the problem? Lu Tong opened his eyes. No, you all were too slow. I was waiting for you to collectively open the door. The crowd collectively sighed, knowing that opening the training room doors would incur a cost, deducted whether or not they entered. The fees for the second floor were significant, amounting to several hundred points for every 15 minutes. Although they grumbled internally, they reluctantly began to pool their resources. Having anticipated this, they opened the door, only to find the situation within mirrored that of the upper floors. The gravity of this revelation cast a pall over their faces, overshadowing their earlier frustration over the loss of points. With the second floor seemingly unaffected, their gazes turned toward the depths below. Lu Tong led the way again, but this time he halted before reaching the bottom, standing motionless on the steps. Senior Brother Lu, why have you stopped? One disciple began, but his words faltered as those behind him instinctively followed suit and halted as well. In the oppressive atmosphere, a bead of cold sweat began to trickle down their foreheads. On the first floor, at the very bottom, a figure clad in white stood, sword in hand. She slowly opened her eyes, her icy sword intent directed towards them. It was akin to the moment one faced the final boss after defeating 81 minions. And the figure stepped forward, applauding, well done, you have finally arrived. Chapter 158. This is truly an invitation to the other parties backstage. Silence. A profound silence that was deafening ensued. The crowd exchanged glances, each one signaling to the others to speak. You say something. No, you say it. As Lu Tong observed the escalating tension, he sighed internally and stepped forward, understanding their apprehensions. Particularly since this senior sister Luo was known for her quick temper and readiness to draw her sword. The academy head was but a mere figure of authority in her eyes. Only Ishidi could converse freely with her. Honestly, if she is blocking the way, I would be reluctant to approach. Yet, he was relieved that he could muster a smile. Senior sister Luo, what brings you here? Luo Yunis Iliken Plaus tweeted slightly, her thumb pressing against the sword hilt as she leaned slightly forward, her cold gaze fixed on the ground. This was a sword-drawing stance. Lu Tong's heart raced. What did this mean? Those behind him felt the tension and instinctively took a step back, positioning themselves protectively in front of him. Senior Brother Lu, please refrain from grinning inappropriately. Senior Sister Luo is already taken, someone whispered, drawing Lu Tong's ire as he turned to glare at them. Nonsense. I'm not extending a gesture of goodwill. Step forward if you have the audacity. Lu Tong resolved to address these matters later. The priority was to identify the issue, lest everyone be deprived of their training. He raised both hands, this time suppressing any awkward smiles. Senior Sister Luo, please do not misunderstand. Luo Yunis delicate. Dark lashes lifted slightly as she glanced behind him. The unspoken communication was palpable. With so many of you gathered, it's hard not to misinterpret the situation. Typically, the first floor sees no visitors, and even the second floor is seldom occupied. Yet now a throng has descended. Although Lu Tong was somewhat slow on the uptake, he was not foolish and quickly grasped her meaning. He hastily clarified, Senior Sister Luo, the training rooms from the second floor upward have ceased functioning. We have come to investigate the matter. Oh, is that it? The crowd's expressions froze in disbelief. Could you at least let us through? They exchanged glances, pushing Lu Tong forward. His lips twitched with irritation as he shot them a glare. If you're anxious, go negotiate on your own. Seeing that Luo Jun had no intention of offering further explanations, he forced a laugh to alleviate the awkwardness. By the way, senior sister Luo, where is Yi Shidi? I haven't seen him. He's inside. Luo Jun's response was swift and devoid of emotion. Ah, he's inside? Ha! Lu Tong's laughter faltered. Wait, inside? Is that correct? The expressions of those behind him mirrored his shock, their eyes wide as saucers. They are all on the third floor, and not a single soul dares to venture even onto the second floor. Yet you have made your way directly to the first floor? This cannot be right. Hasn't the power of the Ling Yan within the meteor tower dissipated significantly? Logically, Yi Shidi should have emerged by now, so why is he still lingering inside? Could it be that something has gone awry? As Lu Tong finished his self-absorbed musings, he suddenly sensed the eerie silence surrounding him. Turning his head, he discovered that the others were regarding him with peculiar gazes. What are you all staring at? He furrowed his brow. Lu Shixiao. The first floor is not devoid of Ling Yan altogether. After all, we are unaware of what transpires outside, someone remarked softly. Lu Tong's jaw dropped in disbelief, abruptly pivoting to fix his gaze on the imposing closed door. No, it can't be. This is all wrong. I can't believe it. That brat has only been quiet for a few days, and he has already set his sights on my meteor tower again. Do not hold me back. Today, I must eradicate this little rascal. High above the meteor tower, in a realm invisible to ordinary students, the three vice presidents of the academies hovered in the air, probing the commotion below with their consciousness. Only Wu Yunfeng was there, cursing under his breath. Unfortunately, despite his furious tirade, the other three made no move to restrain him, leading to an awkward situation. After waiting for a while and letting out a few more expletives, Wu Yunfeng rolled up his sleeves, ready to descend and deliver a proper thrashing to a certain individual. His fierce demeanor made one begin to worry for Yi Tianlan. Yet even so, the other three maintained their solemn expressions, seemingly focused on the scene below, while subtly wiping their mouths or gazing at the clouds with indifference. Wu Yunfeng's lips twitched in irritation. Forget it. Let me first contemplate how to punish him. Yu Duo Qian could no longer contain himself, chuckling. Did you not say you were going to deal with him? What are you still doing here like a statue? Don't know how to punish him? I can show you. Just cripple him and expel him from the academy as a form of punishment. Wu Yunfeng's rage flared instantly, and he pointed a finger at him, berating him. Did I not just insult you a few times? Is that really necessary? Do you have a grudge against me? Huh, isn't this just as you wished? Who are you? You old miser. Do you consider yourself a jinx? Do you remember what you said when this brat first enrolled? Yu Duo Qian's expression darkened. At that time, he had merely found the boy displeasing and, more so, had aimed to provoke Wu Yunfeng, never expecting the boy to turn out to be a veritable troublemaker who had already accomplished half of the nonsense he had spouted. The dean of the Divine Weapon Academy suddenly cast a glance at the jovial dean of the Northern Academy. The four major academies of Qianwu corresponded to the four grand treasures, and it seemed that only the Northern Academy's Divine Weapon Lake had yet to suffer any calamity. The Northern Academy dean chuckled, confidence radiating from his smile. I have long observed that this lad does not favor weapons, so he should not come to my Divine Weapon Lake. The Eastern Academy dean, Yu Duo Qian, interjected, but his girlfriend seems to wield a sword. The Northern Academy dean's expression stiffened. While they exchanged barbs, Wu Yunfeng knew what mattered most at this moment. He decisively began to disperse the students still lingering near the meteor tower, resulting in the excited students arriving later being left bewildered as they turned back in confusion. Lu Tong and the other top disciples of the academy walked at the back, having taken their time ascending from the bottom, while the others had already been evacuated. Observing the group, the uninformed disciples surrounded them, curiosity evident. Lu Shixiang, what on earth is happening? Why did the dean suddenly order the closure of the meteor tower and the expulsion of everyone? Lu Tong, already with a dark expression, felt his face turn even darker upon hearing the question. It was as if they were stirring up old wounds. Previously, upon learning that Yi Tianlan might be holed up on the first floor, drawing all the powers of the Chiang Xinjian from the spring, they, realizing they could not defeat Luo Junxian, hastily contacted the dean. They had hoped that the dean could summon the opponent out. But now, they had been the ones summoned out. This was, in fact, a call to their adversary's stronghold. Some were moved to tears, looking skyward in despair. Hence, Lu Tong's expression soured even further. Shut up. Stop talking. This was truly too humiliating. Chapter 159. The Journey to the Ancient Secret Realm. That cunning old man time slipped by imperceptibly, and soon half a month had elapsed. During this final fortnight, although Yi Tianlan was absent and Luo Junxian had shown no intention of appearing, Li Tsong diligently harvested the spiritual herbs from medicinal fields. When the senior disciple from the Eastern Academy came to check on Yi Tianlan's progress, he was met by the honest and simple-faced Li Tsong, causing the muscles on his cheeks to twitch uncontrollably. This was utterly shameless. He strongly suspected that Yi Tianlan was completely unaware of how many spiritual herbs were planted in his fields. In reality, he had overestimated Yi Tianlan. The latter was unaware even of how many fields he possessed. This is quite troublesome. Where is Chief Yi? At least show your face. He sighed, but without further ado, he began meticulously recording the types, quantities, and qualities of the herbs. Li Tsong shook his head and handed him a fragrant pill. Thank you, Xixiang, for your efforts. Yi Xixiang has not returned yet and may not come back at all, so these herbs. The other party accepted the fragrant pill with composure, his expression turning serious. This was a token from a newly promoted genius alchemist, and he could not afford to overlook the kindness bestowed upon him, causing him to beam with joy. In truth, he also dared not make things difficult for Yi Tianlan. Even the higher-ups were turning a blind eye, and his meager salary was not worth fighting over. Shitty, no need to mention it. After securing the herbs, he unhesitatingly provided the highest praise before departing with satisfaction. Li Tsong stood in place for a moment, glancing towards the Southern Academy, murmuring softly, Xixiang, it has been half a month. Have you not completed your training? The ancient secret realm is about to open. 3 days later, outside the main gate of Tianwu Academy, a spacious square was bustling with students dressed in uniform attire. Pouring out from the 4 portals, their faces a mix of excitement and anxiety. Before long, nearly 200 individuals had gathered, all elite disciples from the 4 major academies, each among the top 50 in their respective divisions, with none below the Tongxiao realm. Wei Guan was also present among the Southern Academy disciples. To the outside world, they were all students of Tianwu Academy, hence the uniformity in attire for easy recognition and to obtain help from their peers in critical moments. Wei Guan was among the few who remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the Southern Academy. Unfortunately, even at this moment, no unforeseen events had transpired. It seemed you were destined to miss this trial ground. Deep within his eyes, purple-black spiritual fish swam, adding an air of mysterious malevolence to his gaze. Regrettably, the absence of you as a rival has diminished the excitement of the encounter. A voice inexplicably resonated in his mind. You will be displeased even if I came. Wei Guan, be quiet. Ah, how interesting that you, so proud, have chosen to retreat from the limelight. I am curious to see what kind of individual you truly are. It appears that during my slumber, quite a number of intriguing events have transpired in your presence. Although I have yet to meet him, merely contemplating the thought stirs a fervent excitement within me. Wei Guan chuckled, and you continue to smile. I wonder how long you will maintain that mirth once you truly encounter such a malevolent being. There will be an opportunity. Wei Guan lowered his gaze, opting not to elaborate further. He was aware that the entity within him was even more arrogant than he was, likely perceiving itself as having overstated its prowess. Without having witnessed it firsthand, mere hearsay is ultimately unconvincing. This is an old habit of his, one that can be rectified after a single shocking experience. As noon approached, a figure emerged from outside the academy, merging with the crowd. Wu Yunfeng's silhouette finally materialized from the void, standing with hands clasped behind his back. His grizzled beard danced in the breeze, and had it not been for the furrowed brow and his visibly irritable countenance, he would have exuded an aura of a seasoned elder. The once vibrant square fell into a hushed silence the moment he arrived. Particularly, those naive disciples who had yet to encounter Wu Yunfeng quieted under the stern glares of their senior brothers and sisters. Upon noticing the absence of any outlet for his frustration, Wu Yunfeng's irritation only grew. He was already vexed by Yi Tianlan's prolonged seclusion and Luo Jun's unwavering vigilance, which prevented him from participating in the ancient secret realm, creating a sense of discontent. To his surprise, these young ones were so obedient and sensible, providing him no opportunity to vent his anger. Could he refrain from being irate? This time, the ancient Yin secret realm trial, occurring once every 30 years, will be led by me personally. You must remember, do not engage in reckless displays of strength. The greatest victory lies in returning safely. If you cannot prevail, remember to call for your comrades' support. Out there, you are family. Regardless of past grievances, I do not wish to see infighting among you during this venture." Otherwise, his displeasure was palpable, and the smile he wore was indeed rather unsettling. Even those who harbored some thoughts felt a chill run down their spines. If you cannot win, seek assistance. There is no shame in that. Survival is the true skill, and I trust you are aware that this time. Our Academy's Southern Courtyard champion is Wu Yunfeng's expression darkened further, his frustration growing as he struggled to articulate his disdain for that rascal. Regardless, with him around, your safety is assured. Dean, wait a moment. I recall that Chief Yi has yet to arrive. Someone earnestly raised their hand. As the words fell, seasoned senior students began to cradle their foreheads in exasperation. Wu Yunfeng, akin to a shark sensing blood, unleashed a torrent of reprimands. Do you think I am unaware? Do you need to instruct me? Which class are you from? Who is your mentor? Get on the ship and come find me in my quarters. After venting his frustrations, his facial features relaxed, and he felt invigorated. Finally, he had been duped. Wasting no further time, Wu Yunfeng waved his hand, summoning a flying vessel that rapidly expanded after absorbing a tremendous amount of elemental energy, swiftly transforming into a towering 3-story craft. The crowd, having gained experience, began boarding in an orderly fashion, except for one individual whose face was ashen, reflecting a profound sense of despair. A passing disciple smirked at his misfortune. "Why must you be so foolish?" Rushing to provoke the dean. "Look at us. We know better, aware that this old fellow is deliberately playing us." At that moment, a peculiar voice echoed in his ears, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. "Ah, so you're quite astute. Once aboard, you shall join us." The latter's face turned pale, utterly unprepared for the cunning of this old man, who had insidiously left his consciousness upon him to reel him in. Chapter 160. A breakthrough approaches. Tianwu Academy arrives to knock on the gates. "Dean, shall we wait any longer?" There remains less than half a day until the ancient Yin's secret realm opens. Lu Wu, accompanying mentor for this expedition to the ancient Yin's secret realm, stood on the deck of the flying vessel, glancing at Wu Yunfeng's back, hesitating to speak. Not only was he an accompanying mentor, but he was also the instructor for both Yi Tianlan and the others, thus keenly aware of the thoughts occupying his dean's mind. This was the Southern Courtyard, or rather, Tianwu Academy's most outstanding genius in centuries. Such a brilliant star had never before graced their ranks. He could overshadow the champions of the other 3 major courtyards and even the elder generation of formidable beings. Since Yi Tianlan had defied the Yuan family stronghold in the Yujing realm, he was no longer merely a student or the chief of the Southern Courtyard. He had become a representative of Tianwu Academy. Should he miss this once-in-30 years opportunity due to a single seclusion, the regret would be immeasurable. Let's depart. Wu Yunfeng retracted his gaze from the Southern Courtyard, his calm and profound eyes revealing little of his thoughts. Lu Wu opened his mouth, his expression complex. Yet he ultimately remained silent, nodding as he departed. In the next moment, the massive, flying vessel transformed into a streak of light, trailing a crimson flame as it soared into the clouds, swiftly vanishing from sight. They had already waited for half a day. Any further delay would prevent their timely arrival. Meanwhile, deep within the lower levels of the Southern Courtyard's meteor tower, in a secluded training chamber, the air was so still that even the sound of airflow was absent. A naked figure stirred slightly, its eyelashes fluttering. Skin like jade shimmered with a radiant glow, and powerful muscles laid bare in the air, displaying a faint crimson hue. A surge of searing flames erupted from Yi Tianlan, the intense heat warping the surrounding atmosphere without inflicting any harm upon his body. Instead, it enveloped him like a delicate veil of flames, adorned with twinkling starlight. Moments later, the flames swiftly converged inward, only to be engulfed by a new, resplendent fire that surged forth in a magnificent display. The flames transformed into a lotus, with Yi Tianlan seated serenely upon its base. As the fiery lotus enveloped him entirely, he became obscured from view. From within, a suffocatingly powerful aura began to rise, akin to a great sun ascending slowly. Half a day later, as evening approached, a streamlined flying vessel burst forth from the clouds, trailing a white wave behind it. Numerous students emerged from their quarters, gathering on the deck of the vessel, resting their hands on the railings to gaze upon the breathtaking vista before them. Misty vapors swirled, evoking a dreamlike quality. As a golden sun dipped toward the distant western horizon, layers of mountains unfolded beneath, and from the lofty heights, one could observe rivers rushing with vigor. A towering heavenly mountain erupted from the earth, reaching dizzying heights and piercing the clouds, resembling an eve adorned with pristine, icy icicles. As the saying goes, a mountain appears closer than it truly is. Although it seemed near, it took a full half-hour to reach its base. During this time, the vessel encountered a thunderstorm along the way. As they drew nearer, the crowd began to discern the jagged rocks and cascading waterfalls, just as they marveled at nature's artistry. Wu Yunfeng appeared at the bow of the ship. He then soared into the air, stepping upon the azure winds to pierce through the tempest and ascend into the clouds. "What is the dean doing?" someone inquired, astonished. The senior disciple, evidently more knowledgeable about the ancient Yun sect's secret realm, wore a mysterious smile. "You will know shortly." Before his words fully settled, a resounding tremor echoed from afar, followed by a voice that roared like thunder, reverberating in the ears of the crowd. "Tianwu Academy, Wu Yunfeng, here to knock on the gates." The voice carried a potent force of elemental energy that left the audience's eardrums ringing painfully. Before they could react, a sudden burst of azure light illuminated the space ahead, forcing them to shield their eyes. The intense fluctuations of primordial energy swept in all directions, and through the gaps between their fingers, it seemed as though they could see a colossal axe of light, towering 100 feet high, cleaving fiercely through the air. The buzz of energy was astonishing. To everyone's surprise, this axe of light did not strike empty air, but appeared to hit something invisible. The space began to ripple like the surface of a lake disturbed by a brisk autumn wind, creating layers of undulating waves. With a sharp crack, more brilliance radiated from within, followed by the deep voice of Wu Yunfeng. "Let us go." At his command, the flying vessel swiftly transformed into a streak of light and plunged into the rift that had been torn open. Just as the vessel crossed the threshold, a blinding light surged forth, prompting instinctive squints. The coarse voice seemed to threaten to shatter the very fabric of space like glass. "Ha ha, old Wu. It has been years since we last met, yet you remain as audacious as ever." Who starts by unleashing a magical artifact to carve open a portal? Wu Yunfeng replied coldly, "You are not without fault either. You managed to pierce a hole in the protective array of the sect with a single strike." Thus, two formidable beings of the Yukong realm were engaged in a nostalgic exchange, while the flying vessel continued its ascent toward the summit of Tianshan. It was only at this moment that the numerous disciples from the academies began to grasp what had transpired. Lu Tong stood at the forefront of the disciples from a north courtyard, explaining to everyone what we just witnessed was the ancient protective array of the Guyun sect, which has stood the test of countless ages. To enter, one must resort to brute force, and this serves as a threshold that only those in the mid-Yukong realm or higher can breach. The existence of this protective array effectively acted as a filtering mechanism, preventing any sects lacking even a Yukong realm practitioner from joining the fray. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but gasp in astonishment. This was precisely why countless individuals would go to great lengths to join a sect. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional one's talents might be, if they could not even breach the threshold for seizing opportunities, they would be left helplessly watching. However, senior brother, this protective array can be easily breached by someone in the Yukong realm. Is the Guyun sect truly a top-tier sect with true spirit realm powers? Lu Tong shot him a glance, delivering a playful punch to his shoulder. "What are you thinking? This protective array was shattered by several true spirit realm experts long before the fall of the Guyun sect. So what we breached earlier was..." Lu Tong grinned. The remnants of its soul? It could be understood that way, though it was barely a fraction of its peak power. Regardless, this array possesses the ability to condense heaven and earth's primordial energy for self-recovery, regenerating every 30 years, and can only be broken by those in the mid-Yukong realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. After all that effort, this array had expelled nearly all the sects in the Qingluo domain, leaving only a scant few behind. As for Tianwu Academy, being a top-tier sect, it had only one elusive dean of the Luanhai realm to oversee matters. The ancient sects were indeed terrifying. This was a sentiment shared by all present. Chapter 161. The South Courtyard as Chief? You had better hope he can protect you. The light within the array seemed to shine far brighter than outside, nearly rivaling that of daylight. This was the power of the array, releasing the light absorbed during the day. The crowd stood on the deck, excitedly discussing the scene, which was something even Tianwu Academy, often a source of their pride, had never witnessed. The flying vessel descended upon the peak of Tianshan. To their astonishment, the scene at the summit was starkly different from their expectations of snow-covered, barren land. Instead, They found blooming flowers and verdant grasses with an eternal spring ambience. Wild beasts lounged comfortably among the hills, and numerous figures were seen moving about. While just a mere 200 meters below, frigid winds howled like blades, and heavy snow descended in torrents. The stark contrast left them speechless. Senior brother, is this also? Don't ask. Just know it's the sect's foundation. It had forcibly transformed a desolate wasteland into a paradise. The flying vessel landed on a clearing, and under the guidance of several mentors, including Lu Wu, the student streamed out. Before them lay a vast platform, with a considerable number of flying vessels and aerial artifacts not far away, numbering in the dozens or even hundreds, far exceeding their expectations. A disciple from the north courtyard nudged Lu Tong's shoulder. Senior brother, wasn't it said that only those in the Yukong realm could lead the way into this array? Lu Tong hesitated. The chief did not speak incorrectly, but after the rift was opened, it remains accessible for a time, allowing many major sects to charge tolls and bring smaller factions along. The crowd was left in stunned silence, only to realize the speaker was Mentor Lu Wu. Is it really possible to monetize this? Truly, the strong never complain about their circumstances. If only I were also a Yukong realm expert. Fighting is prohibited on this mountain. As the gateway of the Guyun sect, it remains largely unexplored, and powerful artifacts and secret techniques may lie hidden in its unassuming corners. Moreover, many disciples from other sects are trading here. You may wish to take a look. Return within 2 hours, as the entrance to the secret realm will officially open then. After Lu Wu's instructions, he watched the excited students depart, his gaze lingering momentarily on the direction they had come from. He had visited this place in his youth, but had failed to seize the life-changing opportunity. Now, watching his most promising disciples miss out, he could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of regret. 2 hours is neither long nor short, and soon the earlier departing disciples returned one after another. Wei Guan included. His slender form and unremarkable appearance blended into the crowd, making it difficult for anyone to suspect that he was a reincarnated celestial emperor. This time, fortune smiled upon him. He had unexpectedly found the opportunity he needed. He felt a sense of satisfaction as he touched the cool jade stone hidden in his sleeve. How can you still speak? If it weren't for my keen perception, you would have likely missed this extraordinary treasure. Indeed, I owe it to your sharp instincts. The other person grew increasingly furious. Just as they were exchanging barbs, several figures suddenly appeared, blocking Wei Guan's path. He halted, raising his gaze to regard them calmly. Step aside. Friend, I harbor no ill will. I noticed a fine piece of jade while passing through earlier, but regrettably, I was short on funds. I intended to return after borrowing some money, only to find you had taken it first. I am quite fond of this item. Perhaps you could part with it? The leader, a young man, spoke cheerfully, though his eyes could not hide their covetous glint directed at the jade in Wei Guan's hand. This fellow's eyesight is commendable. He recognized the Yao Yu jade you possess. The voice in Wei Guan's mind chuckled. Wei Guan smiled nonchalantly, countering, "In what amount do you propose?" Luo Zhizhou frowned slightly, his impatience evident. As I said, my funds are nearly depleted. Once I return to the sect, I will naturally repay you double. Do you not trust the name of my Jiushuan sect? Wei Guan retorted. Then perhaps you could offer something obtained through trade as collateral. Luo Zhizhou's expression darkened, his gaze cold as it roamed over Wei Guan multiple times. Friend, I have already stated that these items were procured specifically for trade. They will be of great use within the secret realm. Please do not make things difficult for me. Wei Guan chuckled, and the voice in his mind joined in laughter. Did you hear? This is a blatant robbery right in front of you, haha. He actually knows how to make things difficult for others. Who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament today? It's simply hilarious. A smirk of derision creased Wei Guan's lips as he remarked. If you need it, why shouldn't I? One must wonder whether you simply lack awareness or have forgotten to bring your wits when stepping outside. Luo Zhizhou's expression was filled with malice as it lingered on Wei Guan, and his companions quickly surrounded him. Wei Guan raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. What is this? Do you intend to break the rules and resort to violence? By all means, feel free to give it a try. He found the situation rather amusing, as these individuals seemed quite accustomed to such antics. With a scoff, Luo Zhizhou stepped closer to Wei Guan, whispering conspiratorially in his ear. Heck, kid, I certainly wouldn't dare to break the rules. But do you think that just because you've entered the secret realm, you can rest easy and evade my grasp? That would be exceedingly naive. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a peculiar purple mark from his concealed palm, which struck Wei Guan at such close range that evasion was impossible. The ease with which he succeeded brought a sinister grin to his face. Just you wait, kid. You'd best keep running in the secret realm. Otherwise, should I catch you? A soul-tracking mark, is it? How intriguing. Will I have to swallow it directly? Wei Guan's expression turned icy as he regarded the group before him. No need. Noticing that more and more people were paying attention to their exchange, Luo Zhizhou prepared to leave, suddenly recalling something that made him smile broadly. By the way, isn't it true that your Tianwu Academy South Courtyard has recently produced a top disciple, a once-in-a-millennium talent? Haha, you'd best stay close to him. No, you should pray that he can protect you, rather than dragging him down with you. With a sly grin, Luo Zhizhou licked his lips with a crimson tongue and made a cutting gesture across his throat, the threat unmistakable, before departing with a boisterous laugh. Chapter 162, Fishing for Lawbreakers. Yi Tianlan. Simply marvelous. You'd best hope he can protect you, rather than being dragged down with you, haha. Upon hearing this, Wei Guan's previously indifferent gaze transformed into something rather peculiar. His lips instinctively curled into a smirk. Despite his professional training, he could not contain his reaction. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a calmness wash over him, watching the retreating figures of the group with keen interest. Can those in the Yukuan realm also enter the secret realm? Luo Zhizhou was momentarily taken aback by the absurdity of the question. His companions looked at Wei Guan as if he were a fool. Brother Luo, this kid must have been scared silly to ask such a brainless question. It was common knowledge that this ancient secret realm, left behind by the Guxin sect, could only be accessed by disciples below the Yukuan realm. The sect would only send disciples at the Tongxiao and Xiantian levels. The Tongxiao disciples were tasked with scouring the periphery for low-tier treasures, while the core Xiantian disciples headed directly for high-tier treasures based on ancient maps. To them, asking such a question was akin to being dazed with fear. If those in the Yukuan realm could enter, what would be the point of our endeavors? The group collectively mocked Wei Guan, their eyes filled with derision. Someone suddenly had a realization. Brother Luo, I understand. This kid is frightened. You want a Yukuan realm expert to protect him? Haha. Luo Zhizhou found the notion of having a Yukuan-level expert as a bodyguard utterly absurd. However, considering that the other party was likely terrified, it began to seem reasonable. The thought of having frightened Wei Guan seek protection from a Yukuan realm expert filled him with a sense of smug satisfaction. Lifting his chin, he looked disdainfully at Wei Guan. You must have lost your mind. If your Tianwu Academy's Yukuan realm could enter, then so could the experts of our Jiuxian sect. Yet, Wei Guan seemed unfazed by his mockery, merely casting a sidelong glance before turning away. You had better hope your Yukuan realm can enter. Though even if they do, it won't matter. Luo Zhizhou's expression darkened ominously. His eyes filled with resentment, as if he wished to tear a piece of flesh from Wei Guan. Damn it, is this guy out of his mind to threaten your superior? Even a Yukuan realm doesn't need to intervene. We could easily dispose of him without a trace. Luo Zhizhou chuckled sinisterly. However, he recognized that the situation provided an opportunity. If he could indeed lure a genius from his academy into the fray, they could profit handsomely. The others quickly grasped the plan. Fishing for lawbreakers, splendid. Meanwhile, Wei Guan returned to the Tianwu Academy-S group, appearing as though nothing had transpired. Lu Wu approached with a furrowed brow, having noticed the earlier commotion. He inquired softly, Wei Guan, did they give you trouble? Those individuals are core disciples of the Jiuxian sect who often use their status to extort others. Ignore them. Just avoid them in the secret realm. Wei Guan shrugged nonchalantly. I'm fine, but they mentioned wanting to trouble the South Courtyard's top disciple. Lu Wu's expression turned strange, mirroring the bewilderment Wei Guan had shown earlier, perhaps even more so. The top disciple of the South Courtyard? Isn't that kid? They are looking for Yi Tianlan? He even questioned again in disbelief. Indeed, then they have truly found the right person. Their insight is commendable. Lu Wu praised with a thumbs up, though his expression soon darkened. It's a pity that kid isn't here. Otherwise, he found himself morbidly eager to witness the scene, imagining how splendid the expressions on their faces would be. After Lu Wu departed, the ominous voice echoed in Wei Guan's mind once more. Is that Yi Tianlan truly as unreasonably formidable as you say? You'll know when you face him. Next time, you should challenge him. I want to see just how deep his abilities run. You can fight him yourself. I want to get involved. What a coward. Wei Guan remained silent, merely waiting. Provocation tactics held no sway over him. He would rather face the irritable elder than experience a confrontation with Yi Tianlan. Not only was his power extraordinary, but he himself was also enigmatic. More and more sects began to arrive, and the air was occasionally filled with the sound of thunderous booms echoing across the sky, followed by teams leaping forth like eagles snatching up chicks. Initially, the crowd was filled with wonder, but as they grew accustomed to it, their excitement waned. As the time approached, ripples began to emanate from the center of the square, as if someone were striking an invisible surface with a heavy hammer. A grain-sized speck of light appeared, rapidly expanding to the size of soybean, then an egg, and soon, it was larger than a flying boat. It spun rapidly like a turbulent whirlpool in a river, drawing in the surrounding essence of the world. Azure waves spread through the void, and even from a distance of 100 meters, one could faintly sense a pulling force. The entrance to the secret realm had opened, set to last for a quarter of an hour, and would not reopen for 3 months. Go! A powerful figure from a sect shouted, prompting a flurry of movement as people surged toward the open portal. The disciples of Tianwu Academy, as a leading force, naturally occupied the front lines. Before stepping in, Wei Guan glanced back one last time at the tranquil sky, devoid of any signs of disturbance. He shook his head and stepped forward. The entrance was immense, with an astonishing capacity, swallowing all figures within moments. The square now appeared starkly desolate, leaving only 100 representatives from various factions. Among them, the 5 standing at the forefront, undoubtedly the most esteemed, were the formidable experts of the Yukong realm. The vice president of the non-Yuan, Wei Yunfeng, was notably among them. The remaining representatives hailed from the Yaoling zone, Jiao Xuanmin, Tianjin Shan, and Wang Zhimin, each boasting the foundation of a Luan High Realm expert. Following them were other second-tier sects with Yukong realm patrons, while the lesser factions relied on the strength of more powerful sects to gain entry. At this moment, representatives from the 3 major factions turned their gazes towards Wei Yunfeng. Old Wu, I have heard rumors that your non-Yuan has produced a prodigy akin to the great emperors of antiquity. Is there any truth to this? Inquired the Yukong expert from Jiao Xuanmin. Wei Yunfeng cast a sidelong glance at him, acknowledging his well-informed nature. Indeed, but it is not as you think, he replied. The smile of the Jiao Xuanmin expert faltered. What are you exaggerating about? In fact, there are 2, Wei Yunfeng stated earnestly. The other powerful figures present were left bewildered. Ye Tianlan, are you not able to open your eyes and see if I'm fabricating this? The Yaoling Zong expert could no longer hold back, his expression taut. I did not expect that after so many years, you would learn to tell cold jokes like that old ghost Lu, referring to the humorous head of the North Courtyard, who is also the ancestor of Lu Tong. What can I do if you do not wish to listen? Wei Yunfeng shrugged, appearing nonchalant. The cold-faced swordsman from Tianjin Shan scoffed disdainfully. He bore an ancient sword upon his back and regarded Wei Yunfeng with evident contempt. Previously, I meticulously probed with my divine sense, and amongst the 256 individuals from your Tianwu Academy, fewer than 20 are innate disciples. While there are indeed several promising talents, 3 in the late innate stage, none exude the unique aura of a true prodigy. Historically, those who have left their mark in the annals of history were all spirited youths, radiating brilliance. Even among the crowd, ordinary folk would notice their exceptional nature. Not to mention us, seasoned experts of the Yukong realm, our discerning eyes are sharper than ever. I concur. The situation is as you say. The Jiao Xuanmin expert nodded, suspecting a similar reality. As the discussion circled back to him, Wei Yunfeng could not help but twitch his lips. He understood these individuals would not relent until they uncovered the truth, not out of concern for his well-being, but because their respective great powers sensed a potential threat. Should such a figure truly emerge, it would undoubtedly be unwelcome news for the other factions. You cannot see them because they have not arrived, Wei Yunfeng remarked, uninterested in further debate. He knew the impact of his words would be significant. What? Exclaimed the Jiao Xuanmin expert, eyes wide in disbelief. The other 2 exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing. The swordsman from Tianjin Shan coldly interjected, Wu, are you jesting with us? Could there be resources more precious than this ancient secret realm? The elderly woman from Yaoling Zong chuckled. Indeed, I find it hard to believe your words, Wu. She paused, considering, if there were no such treasures, would it not be effortless for one of your strength to seize the great opportunities within? She continued, if I were in your position, I would certainly not refuse, provided I was able to enter. The Jiao Xuanmin expert laughed, subtly implying that the existence of such a person was a prerequisite. Wei Yunfeng openly displayed his obstinate nature, both hands raised in surrender. If you choose to think that way, I cannot help you. You. Several experts were incensed, their eyes flickering as uncertainty began to take hold. They scrutinized Wei Yunfeng, attempting to discern any hint of guilt in his gaze, yet to no avail. Though they possessed their own channels of information, hearsay could not compare to first-hand experience. Until they witnessed the individual in question, they would not entertain the notion of such an absurdity. In simple terms, they were unwilling to believe in the extraordinary. The Jiuxuanman expert fixed his gaze on Wu Yunfeng, a sudden chuckle escaping his lips. "It appears you still conceal something," he remarked. The elderly woman from Yaoling Zone chimed in. "That seems to be the case. If such a person truly exists, I would gladly offer this high-grade Yu Huandan as a gesture of goodwill." Her words elicited a collective gasp from the audience. The powerful figures of the second-tier sex gazed enviously at the jade-like, translucent pill in her hand. From the innate realm onward, practitioners began to engage with the spirit, and as they advanced, the significance of the spirit grew exponentially, even connecting to several higher realms. Sufficient strength of spirit would yield unimaginable benefits. As for the lesser factions, devoid of even a Yukon realm expert, the implications were even more profound. Should one consume this pill to nourish their spirit, it could very well enable them to reach the Yukon realm, thus elevating their faction's standing, a feat worth celebrating in their lineage. Such factors underscored the exceptional value of the Yu Huandan, particularly one of high quality. 10 furnaces might not yield even one. The Jiuxuanman expert, Lin Shan, eyed the high-grade Yu Huandan with avarice. "Ah, Cheng, you are indeed generous," he remarked. Yet, despite the circumstances, he observed Wu Yunfeng remained unfazed. The truth laid bare before them. He sarcastically retorted, "Cheng, this pill would be better served in nurturing my disciple, Ye Qingkong, who at merely over 30 years of age has already reached the 3rd stage of the innate realm. He has entered the innate realm through 30 veins and 36 spiritual orifices, with a foundation so profound that given time, he may indeed have a chance to breach the Luanhai realm." Oh, the elderly woman from Yaoling Shan became intrigued. If this is true, then indeed he is a worthy prodigy. Wu Yunfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that the Jiuxuanman's depths ran deeper than he had anticipated. Excluding those 2 youngsters, this talent certainly surpassed both Lu Tong and Do Qing. Seeing her interest piqued, Lin Shan seized the opportunity to embellish further. "Cheng, you must consider, Wu Yunfeng's prodigy is merely a fabrication, while our Jiuxuanman harbors genuine talent. The sect master has already shown intent to cultivate my disciple as a future leader. This connection will surely yield immeasurable returns." The elderly woman from Yaoling Shan began to waver. The high-grade Yu Huandan was exceedingly rare, and she wished to maximize its efficacy. Despite Lin Shan's extravagant claims, she felt something was amiss. Just as she hesitated, a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky, as if the essence of the world responded to a call, drawing everyone's attention. Suddenly, a colossal chasm appeared in the sky, illuminated by a dazzling beam of light that rent the great formation asunder. Following this, a fearsome golden dragon silhouette soared majestically from within. As the assembly struggled to comprehend why certain sects had yet to arrive despite the secret realm's opening, a resounding voice echoed in their ears. "Open your eyes and see if I am fabricating this." The commanding roar of the dragon resonated in all directions, unsettling the hearts and minds of the spectators. The inherent dominance and confidence embedded in that voice caused everyone's pupils to constrict, and they could not help but swallow hard. Chapter 164. Yi Tianlan has arrived. Is your innate talent truly so outrageous? Open your eyes and see if I am fabricating this. The sky was torn open, revealing a grand entrance through which a figure, standing upon a golden dragon, approached, enveloped in a scorching radiance. His silhouette was obscured in the thick mists of the gathered essence of heaven and earth. Close behind was a streak of a sword shadow, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, as lightning danced amidst the void, tearing through space in an instant. Once the extraordinary phenomena subsided, 2 figures, a man and a woman, emerged. The young man casually waved his hand, and the menacing dragon claws beneath him dissipated. The ethereal figure clad in white, resembling a celestial being, gracefully appeared from the sword light. The sudden manifestation of these 2 figures, both of the void flight realm, left the assembled powerful factions in awe, their faces betraying a mix of astonishment and disbelief. What was even more alarming was the youthfulness of these 2. They appeared to be no older than the younger generation, not even having reached the age of 30. Yet, as this thought crossed their minds, they quickly dismissed it. How could this be possible? Even the prodigies of the Jiuxian sect and Tianwu Academy were still struggling in the early stages of the innate realm. These two could not possibly be as young as they appeared. It must be a matter of retaining their youthful appearance. As for their strength, although inscrutable, it was the one aspect no one doubted. A single punch had shattered the Grand Formation, undeniably marking them as experts of the Void Flight realm. From the moment Luo Juanxian's figure materialized, the eyes of the Tianjian Mountains expert were fixated upon her, unwavering. A deep uncertainty and disbelief manifested in his gaze. What outsiders could not perceive was that at that moment, the sword sheath behind him, which had long been sealed, was quivering uncontrollably. He could sense the fear, submission, and a desperate urge to resist emanating from it. Such a phenomenon typically occurred only when a lower-tier individual encountered an equal or superior opponent, compelled by instinct to yield while simultaneously harboring rebellious thoughts. If Yi Tianlan were to become aware of this, he would surely smirk in disdain, thinking that a good thrashing would suffice to bring them to heel. His own sword intent had reached a level of near perfection, suggesting that this young girl before him also possessed a comparable mastery of the sword. He had dedicated over a century to this path. Why should she rival him? Jealousy twisted his features, and his breath quickened with agitation. Meanwhile, Lin Shan of the Jiuxian sect and Cheng Yu of the Yaoling sect were less preoccupied with such thoughts. They were entirely captivated by Yi Tianlan's declaration. Are you truly Yi Tianlan? Lin Shan's eyes widened, his gaze intense as it fixated upon Yi Tianlan, as if wishing to scrutinize him from head to toe. Isn't it so? Didn't we exchange a few moves? Yi Tianlan cast him a sidelong glance before striding directly to Wu Yunfeng, meeting the gaze of the irascible elder, whose face was aglow with excitement. It was evident that he was thrilled. He had initially thought this young man would not arrive, yet here he was, providing a delightful surprise at the last moment. Don't just stand there. You two, hurry inside. The passage to the secret realm is beginning to contract and will soon close completely. As soon as Wu Yunfeng spoke, Lin Shan burst into laughter. Though I don't know how you concealed your age to become the chief of the Southern Courtyard. You are already of the Void Flight realm and wish to enter the secret realm? That is but a fool's dream. If this portal allowed those of the Void Flight realm to enter, would there be room for you? As his words fell, Wu Yunfeng suddenly realized and glanced at Yi Tianlan with a hint of tension and concern in his eyes. You haven't broken through directly to the Void Flight realm, have you? He was torn between hoping for Yi Tianlan's successful breakthrough and wishing for him to have the chance to enter. Yi Tianlan's expression remained calm as he offered Wu Yunfeng a reassuring smile, then proceeded toward the grand entrance of the secret realm with Luo Junxian, cradling an ancient sword and garbed in white, silently following behind him, who said, I am the Void Flight realm. With half a foot in the astonished gazes of the crowd, he successfully entered, only to suddenly recall something and withdrew his foot. He cast a cold glance at Lin Shan, raising his fist, which erupted in radiant light akin to cold jade reflecting moonlight, drawing forth the essence of heaven and earth to crush Lin Shan. A brilliant fire serpent coiled around his fist, augmenting its power 100-fold in an instant. The intensity of such a fiery strike left Lin Shan feeling as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Disbelief etched across his features. How could this be? He is merely of the innate realm. Yet, why did he sense an overwhelming heat and an indescribable threat emanating from that casual punch? With a thunderous crash, Lin Shan had no time to evade and could only hurriedly defend himself, his form sent sprawling over 100 meters, his garments torn and his hair disheveled. A pitiful sight. You, how dare you? Lin Shan glared at Yi Tianlan, rage threatening to consume him, teetering on the brink of fury. He felt the piercing gazes of those around him, their mocking expressions rendering him humiliated, wishing he could tear Yi Tianlan apart. However, before Yi Tianlan could respond, the white-clad woman who had been silently trailing him suddenly raised her gaze. The chilling sword intent within her eyes caused his pupils to constrict, as if pierced by countless steel needles. Thunderous roars echoed in his mind, momentarily leaving even this Void Flight realm expert in a daze. By the time he regained his senses, a crescent-shaped ice sword shadow, imbued with the might of thunder, had descended upon him. The piercing cold light reflected in his eyes, and he was overwhelmed by an unexplainable dread. The pressure emanating from her intent revealed that this woman had attained the pinnacle of the second level of sword intent. No, this was not merely that. It was a dual sword intent. The thunderous storm engulfed him, leaving all present in a state of turmoil. In particular, The representatives of the lower-tier factions, who were only in the innate realm, looked upon Yi Tianlan and his companion with a mix of fear and trepidation. Is this truly the innate realm? Your innate realm can suppress a mid-level void flight realm expert? As the crowd stood in stunned silence, their gaze fell upon Wu Yunfeng, whose expression was a mix of disbelief and astonished delight. My friend, you truly mean it? Chapter 165. You, a void flight realm warrior, sitting at the children's table? A shocking transformation, the one Shou Tianzong. It seems that henceforth, whenever those young ones venture out, they should be thoroughly aware. A void flight realm warrior so young poses a threat that could endanger entire families. Not only the lower tier families, but even the second tier factions felt the alarm bells ringing in their hearts. The two individuals were quintessential examples of the playing pig to eat the tiger trope. Their age was exceedingly deceptive, exuding an aura of insidiousness. Yi Tianlan paid no heed to the aftermath involving Lin Shan and was just about to step forward when a voice, laden with the weight of time, interrupted his movement. Young friend, wait a moment. I happen to possess 2 bottles of exquisite Yu Hundan and would like to forge a benevolent connection with you. Yi Tianlan displayed an expression of surprise, and before he could decline, 2 beams of light had accurately landed in his hands. Upon turning around, he discovered it was the elderly alchemist from Yaoling Zone, surnamed Cheng. Yi Tianlan was well aware of the precious nature of the Yu Hundan. Even he could not concoct it at present, and the rarity of the medicinal materials required was staggering. Merely locating the spiritual herbs would cost tens of thousands of yuan stones, and if successfully refined, it would easily yield 5 to 6 times the investment, especially since these were of the superior grade. Even with Cheng Yu's esteemed status as a master alchemist, she had made a significant sacrifice. It was impossible not to feel a pang of regret, but she deemed it entirely worthwhile. May I inquire about your esteemed title? I am Yi Tianlan, and this is my companion, Luo Lujuan. Yi Tianlan's lips twitched, while Luo Lujuan flashed a smile, playfully hiding her fingers behind the 2 of them, resembling a docile kitten. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yu realized that her 2 bottles of superior Yu Hundan were indeed well placed. Ah, a pair of companions. Companionship is truly splendid. It's like a buy one get one free promotion. Who wouldn't he love that? I am Cheng Yu from Yaoling Zone, wishing both of you great fortune in the secret realm. She paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face. Additionally, I have a small request. Might you be willing to oblige? Please speak, senior. Yi Tianlan responded earnestly. If you happen to encounter any of my disciples from Yaoling Zone in peril within the secret realm, would you be so kind as to extend a helping hand? I will be profoundly grateful. Yi Tianlan, taken aback, readily agreed. Senior, you flatter me. It is merely a matter of convenience. Should I witness your disciples in distress, I will certainly intervene. Cheng Yu was immediately delighted and thanked him with a broad smile. Meanwhile, the other powerful factions experienced a revelation. Indeed, why hadn't we thought of this? If that young man enters, it would be akin to restocking supplies. Can a mere Yukong realm warrior dare to sit at the children's table? And not just once, but twice? As they scolded internally, they cast a glance at Lin Shan, who had emerged from the sword windstorm in a disheveled state. At that moment, he was utterly furious, his eyes bloodshot and brimming with rage, yearning to confront Yi Tianlan and his companion for vengeance. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The 2 had stepped through the gates of the secret realm. He was incensed to charge in, but the once serene vortex gate of the secret realm shimmered with a fierce golden light pattern, reminiscent of a slumbering beast awakened by provocation, unleashing terrifying blue-gold ripples. With just a slight disturbance, it created a cataclysmic wave akin to a hand brushing across the surface of water, sending a tiny ant into a tumultuous tsunami. Lin Shan let out a wail, as though struck by a heavy blow, blood spewing from his mouth like a kite severed from its string, staining the sky crimson. Even those who had despised him could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the unfortunate lad. What a stroke of bad luck he has. Yet, one could hardly blame him for his stubbornness. Elder Wu, congratulations. With such 2 prodigies, your academy will undoubtedly achieve great renown in the Eastern Wasteland soon. After Yi Tianlan and his companion entered, the lesser and second-tier strongmen rushed to surround Wu Yunfeng, showering him with congratulations. The once irritable elder had transformed into a kind, grandfatherly figure, regaling everyone with tales. Oh no, these 2 youngsters have a long journey ahead. After all, they are not yet 30. Who can predict the future? The crowd exchanged knowing glances. What are you even considering? They are guaranteed to reach the Yukong realm. Are you contemplating the Luanhai or Zhengling realms? However, it was undeniable that Tianwu Academy had produced two prodigies capable of transcending the Qing-Luo domain and gazing down upon the Eastern Wasteland, propelling them to new heights. Building relationships in advance would prove prudent. As they exchanged pleasantries, they quietly awaited the closure of the secret realm passage. When the passage shrank to less than a third of its original size, all present understood that everyone who would come had indeed arrived without any unforeseen incidents. Yet, destiny is often capricious. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. The ancient formation enveloping the mountain gate stirred once more, creating astonishing ripples. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, a colossal flying vessel gradually revealed itself, churning the clouds like tumultuous waves, the air trembling with a resonant hum that reverberated for miles. Undoubtedly, the flying vessel's offensive formation could shatter the grand array, making it an overwhelmingly powerful artifact. However, the critical question was, which force could possibly possess such a remarkable flying treasure? Is there a sect in Qing-Luo domain bearing the banner emblazoned with the heads of 100 beasts? The previously inconspicuous Wan Zhenmin's expert spoke gravely. To deploy such an astonishing flying artifact demonstrates an incredible foundation, surpassing even the top 5 sects of our Qing-Luo domain. Wu Yunfeng, the eldest among the 5 present, focused intently on the flying vessel, his expression turning grave. In his youth, he had been a talented individual, fond of traversing distant lands, and had ventured beyond the Qing-Luo domain to witness the world's splendor. The Qing-Luo domain was merely a trifling region within the Eastern Wasteland, located at the southwestern corner. Logically, it should not attract such a formidable sect. Elder Wu, do you know the background of this sect? Someone had already discerned something from Wu Yunfeng's serious expression. Yes, the banner is quite distinctive. In the central region of the Eastern Wasteland, 3 great domains converge, forming a tripartite alliance, each domain possessing tenfold the territory of our Qing-Luo domain. Unlike our domain, where many factions vie for dominance, these 3 domains are ruled by 3 major powers atop a hierarchical pyramid, governing countless beings. The crowd's pupils constricted in unison, their hearts brimming with foreboding speculation. Could it be that? Wu Yunfeng's complexion darkened ominously. Yes, among the 3 major powers, only one uses the King of Beasts as its banner. One Shou Tianzong. The mere name invoked an image of the vastness and terror of this sect. It is said that they named their sect after a vast domain. Just this glimpse offers a glimpse into the magnitude of their might. Or perhaps, thinking further, it might be the opposite. Perhaps the Wan Shou Tianzong established the vast domain afterward. Regardless, the sudden arrival of such an overwhelmingly powerful sect from beyond their borders could hardly be deemed a fortuitous event for the local sections. Elder Wu, can you confirm it is indeed Wan Shou Tianzong? That vast domain is so far from us. How could their disciples have come to our remote region? An expert from Wan Zhenmin inquired solemnly. Wu Yunfeng hesitated. I cannot be entirely certain. The central region is too distant. I have never personally ventured there. However, the renown of the 3 major sects has spread to other regions, allowing me to have a vague understanding. In his youth, he merely traversed a few major territories nearby. The vast expanse of Donghuang is such that even the most formidable warriors of the Luanhai realm could not fully explore it in a lifetime, let alone him. The colossal flying vessel, measuring hundreds of meters in length, thundered through the void. It could hardly be described as a mere flying ship, but rather an aerial fortress traversing the skies. The shadow it cast enveloped a significant portion of the square beneath. The striking emblem of myriad beasts, with its red backdrop and black characters, flared menacingly in the gale, exuding an aggressive aura that instilled dread in all who beheld it. It did not descend, but rather hovered momentarily before revealing a multitude of hatches on either side, exposing a profound darkness within. The crowd braced themselves as a cacophony of beastly roars erupted, not just from a singular species, but a chorus of countless creatures that tugged at the heartstrings. Frantic figures of beasts surged from the inky openings, resembling a torrent of wild animals cascading from the heavens. Among them were celestial cranes and an array of enormous terrestrial beasts, all without exception being creatures of at least innate prowess. The ordinary included red tigers and wind lions, while the rarer specimens were hybrids of formidable beasts, such as the 3-eyed white deer and the earth-shattering armored turtle. The onlookers, powerful figures from various factions, were taken aback by this breathtaking spectacle, retreating towards the edges of the square in disbelief. Can one imagine the overwhelming sight of such a multitude of beasts descending from the sky like a dark river sweeping through? As they drew nearer, they discerned that atop the galloping beasts were faint silhouettes of figures. These creatures, typically grounded, bizarrely sprinted through the air, propelled by a radiant aura that endowed them with fleeting flight. In the midst of this tumult, a subtle yet potent dragon's might manifested in the air, causing the atmosphere to shimmer and vibrate with rippling waves. A resonant dragon's roar echoed through the air, causing their faces to pale. Why was there a dragon? When had such primal beings become so readily visible? Wu Yunfeng furrowed his brow, discerning the truth. It was not a true dragon, but merely a jiao, possessing a trace of draconic lineage, though not particularly potent. A mocking laughter emanated from the vessel above, followed by a slender, crimson figure twisting through the air before crashing down with a flamboyant flare, resembling a fiery meteor plunging into the ranks of the beast army. As the flames dissipated, they recognized the creature as a red crystal jiao, adorned with crimson fur and a body encased in a dazzling crystalline ice, sparkling brilliantly under the sun. Before it even fully alighted upon the square, it unleashed a colossal fireball towards Wu Yunfeng. Faced with this sudden, provocative assault, Wu Yunfeng felt a slight heaviness in his heart. The innate red crystal jiao was not like that prodigious youth, Yi Tianlan, and he could undoubtedly withstand it with ease. Yet, being an experienced individual, he understood the intent behind this attack. The earlier words had embarrassed the assailant, who now sought to reclaim their honor. With a resounding thud, Wu Yunfeng's countenance shifted to one of astonishment as, caught unprepared, he was sent sprawling by the fireball, rolling helplessly on the ground, even singeing his beard. His expression turned a blend of shock and fury as he rose, appearing indignant, yet unable to voice his anger. The youth atop the red crystal jiao erupted in gleeful laughter, clapping his hands in delight. You truly are useless, old man. A mere skyward realm cultivator cannot even withstand a casual strike from my spirit pet. Wu Yunfeng remained silent, his face flushed, still exuding an air of suppressed humiliation. As if genuinely wounded, the youth, clearly satisfied, was soon joined by a disciple riding a three-eyed white deer, wearing a sycophantic smile. Brother Feng, such a remote corner of the world is naturally devoid of worthy opponents for your red jiao. I dare say even I could triumph over them, let alone you. Feng Xingyang elevated his chin, hands clasped behind his back, casting a disdainful glance at the dejected Wu Yunfeng before diverting his gaze. Were the old man capable of withstanding a single blow, he might have found a modicum of interest. Now, however, he saw no reason to linger. It was all rather tedious, and he had no desire to settle scores. Come, let us breach the secret realm. Although this place has been explored for ages, numerous treasures remain. Let us act swiftly. Any who dare obstruct us shall be slain. With that, he led the charge, mounted upon the red crystal jiao, plunging into the ancient cloud secret realm. Behind him, the formidable beast army surged forward with a deafening cheer, a black tide invading the space. The scene resembled bandits storming a city, causing the expressions of the local powers in Qingluo domain to shift dramatically. Among the 5 major factions, theirs was undoubtedly the largest contingent. The disciples of the myriad beasts' heavenly sect were not merely here to vie for opportunities, but were brazenly robbing. Above, the massive aerial fortress did not pause, but swiftly carved a gigantic ripple in the formation, creating an opening before departing with flair. It was evident that powerful cultivators of the skyward realm were stationed aboard, yet they remained aloof, disinterested in making an appearance. It seemed their presence was merely to dispatch a group of disciples to seize opportunities before hastily moving on to their next destination. Such actions were akin to locusts sweeping through. Alas, it appears this expedition into the secret realm will undoubtedly be drenched in bloodshed. Sighed a strong figure from the myriad arrays sect. Meanwhile, a warrior from the heavenly sword mountain regarded Wu Yunfeng, who was composedly brushing off the dust from his garments. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, Old Wu, are you so cunning that the higher-ups in your academy are aware? Wu Yunfeng casually brushed off the dust from his sleeves, responding, and what of it? It is wise to avoid trouble for the academy. What is a modicum of face matter? Though you say so, it seems somewhat disgraceful for an esteemed skyward realm cultivator to be so thoroughly outmatched by a youngling. Wu Yunfeng cast a nonchalant glance at him. If you're so concerned about face, why don't you come next time? I would indeed relish seeing you defeat him with a single strike, shaming him utterly. The latter's lips twitched, and he fell silent. He was not foolish. he understood the danger of provoking a powerful foe aboard the vessel. Wu Yinfeng, maintaining his composure, added, "Moreover, I need not intervene. My disciple will surely vanquish him." He puffed out his chest with pride. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Then their expressions shifted to one of intrigue. "By the heavens, you are truly shameless." They had never encountered such audacity. In Chapter 167, Junior, your chance will be served by me, the Black Wind Duo. Yet despite this, the spectators felt an inexplicable anticipation. They hoped that Yi Tianlan would indeed confront this foreign prodigy. The ancient cloud secret realm, managed by the 5 major factions, had always belonged to the public domain of Qingluo, accessible to any who met the threshold. Yet here came an external sect, intruding without so much as a word, and even neglecting to send representatives to negotiate, brazenly barging in. This act is undeniably arrogant, dismissing the entirety of the Qingluo domain and its myriad powers. To put it bluntly, it is akin to invading one's home to pilfer belongings. A collective ire has long been simmering within the hearts of the onlookers. Observing his arrogant demeanor, one might surmise he believes victory is assured, ready to accumulate all the treasures for himself. Initially, I found this rather unfair. How could others compete when one possesses the strength of the Yukon realm? However, my perspective has shifted, and I now find myself fortunate. Let our local prodigies deliver a minor shock of strength to these visiting geniuses from grand sections. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian remain oblivious to the events transpiring outside. They discover that the world within this secret realm is distinctly different from the outside. The sky maintains a constant brightness, easily dulling the perception of time. The two entered hand in hand, thus remaining together. Upon stepping through the light barrier, they found themselves on the slope of a small mountain. Yi Tianlan sensed the concentration of the elemental energy in the air and realized it was over 10-fold denser than that in the eastern courtyard. Such high concentrations of elemental energy signify an optimal environment for the growth of spiritual herbs, and having not been trodden upon for decades. The area is indeed abundant with spiritual flora. With a glance, Yi Tianlan spotted several low-grade spiritual herbs, their quality surpassing those cultivated by Li Tsong over 3 months. And they were ripe for the picking. Yet, Yi Tianlan's aim was not these inferior herbs. He soared into the air upon a golden dragon. First, let's ascertain our direction. Luo Junxian transformed into a beam of sword light, following him towards the nearby highest peak. At the same time, on the slope of that very mountain, 2 factions were embroiled in a fierce battle. Judging by their sect garments, they belonged to Jiao Xianmin and Tian Jianshan, each side comprising 3 members, leading to a fiercely contested skirmish. Despite their engagement in combat, their peripheral vision remained fixed on a vine-like herb, resembling ginseng, exposed on the cliff face, approximately half a meter in length, with its pale purple stem glistening under the sunlight like jade. Its extraordinary nature was immediately apparent. It was, in fact, a high-grade spiritual herb, the Ziyu Ling Jian, worth over 1,000 low-grade elemental stones. The disciples of Tian Jian Shan bore grim expressions, as they realized they were being pressed in this confrontation. Their opponents had evidently come well prepared, equipped with numerous restorative elixirs, indicating they were intent on an unrelenting struggle. Recognizing the untenability of their situation, one of them spoke calmly. "Brothers of Jiao Xianmin, we discovered the Ziyu Ling Jian first. Your attempt to seize it now breaches the rules, does it not?" The leader of Jiao Xianmin burst into laughter, accompanied by mocking jeers from his companions. "We are already within the secret realm. Do you still intend to play fair? If I cannot outmatch you today, you would not be so magnanimous." He continued to boast. "The capable shall claim the treasures of heaven and earth." Just as his triumphant laughter concluded, a voice from the sky unexpectedly exclaimed, "Ah, the Ziyu Ling Jian. This treasure is fated to be mine. Young ones, relinquish it swiftly. If you cannot safeguard it, it shall be gifted to me." Accompanied by a sinister cackle, a tempest of yellow sand surged forth from the sky. When both factions ceased their skirmish and looked up, they were met with astonishment. The cliff was now devoid of the herb, leaving only an empty void, while the Ziyu Ling Jian had vanished entirely. "Where is my Ziyu Ling Jian?" Yi Tianlan, with the yellow sand swirling around him, soared away, while anguished cries echoed from the mountainside. The sorrowful tone of those cries was enough to bring tears to the eyes of any listener. Yi Tianlan, unfazed by the turmoil, delightedly secured the Ziyu Ling Jian within his storage pouch. Seeing your awareness of the principle that the capable shall claim the treasures of heaven and earth gives me great assurance. This was a fortuitous acquisition. I had not anticipated finding the principal ingredient for the awakening essence so effortlessly. Although the Yu Hun Dan is commendable, my innate consciousness is insufficient for complete absorption. Combined with the awakening essence, it could nearly double its efficacy, aiding us in elevating our consciousness to the latter stages of the innate realm. Yi Tianlan sat atop the peak, organizing the bounties he had gleaned amidst the yellow sand. Opposite him, Luo Junxian sat with her sword resting on her slender knees, gazing at him with a peculiar expression. I understand the reasoning, but why resort to such methods to seize what they are fighting over? Yi Tianlan shuruk nonchalantly. Isn't it simple? I must preserve my dignity, Xian As the chief of our courtyard, I naturally require a more fitting guise for such actions. Luo Junxian fell silent. Considering your past actions in the academy, any one of them would be enough to tarnish your reputation. And yet, you still speak of dignity. Xiania, join me in this endeavor, he urged. I refuse, she steadfastly replied. Just one please, I implore you. Half an hour later, amidst a chaotic battlefield in a valley. Kik, I am the great sage of yellow sand, and I am the little sage of black wind. The latter, a bit hesitant, began his first proclamation. Young ones, your fortunes shall be served by the Black Wind Duo. Chapter 168, Open and Aboveboard. Brother Yi, with beauty and kindness, Sister Luo, the little sage of Black Wind, in his initial attempt, exhibited some trepidation. However, the great sage of yellow sand reassured him, for this was a path they were destined to tread. With practice, he would grow accustomed to it. After all, practice makes perfect. A melee erupted in the valley as various factions vied for possession of a spiritual treasure. Suddenly, Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian appeared, catching everyone off guard as they conjured a whirlwind of black wind and yellow sand, stealthily seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. In the end, they introduced themselves, leaving a bewildered crowd, devoid of their objective, standing in disarray. Wait, where's my junior? Why is he missing? A disciple from second-tier sect suddenly noticed a member of their team was absent and began to anxiously call for him. The group exchanged glances, realizing they had not encountered any corpses below. Ahem, I apologize, I inadvertently took an extra item due to my enthusiasm. Here, it is. A voice echoed from the depths of the forest, followed by the sight of a shadow being tossed forward. This individual appeared oddly polite, but then exclaimed, wait, you beast, return the spiritual herb. The crowd, infuriated, felt their blood boil. They had toiled tirelessly for hours, only to have their prize snatched away without even touching it. How could they swallow such indignation? Driven by anger and resentment, they pursued the direction Yi Tianlan had taken, but it was not long before they lost his trail. Given their speed, it was impossible for them to catch up. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlan remained oblivious to the group trailing behind him, having already led Luo Junxian around a bend and into a hidden cave. From this vantage point, they could see the iconic peak resembling a blade piercing the clouds. Yi Tianlan flipped his palm, stirring the air, and several spiritual herbs materialized on the ground, among which were 3 high-grade specimens, with the Ziyu Ling Gen prominently featured. He then retrieved some spiritual herbs from both his and Luo Junxian's storage pouches, and after a thorough inspection, he stroked his chin in contemplation. The remaining ingredients were not particularly difficult to find. Now, only 2 main ingredients were needed to concoct the awakening essence. What do you think, Xiener? My idea is rather splendid, isn't it? Look, we have effortlessly discovered over a dozen high-grade spirit herbs of the Huangjia level and above. Trust in my wisdom. There is no need for us to exhaust ourselves in searching. We merely need to observe where conflicts arise. The more people involved, the better. Yi Tianlan, brimming with pride, secretly admired his own cleverness. Luo Junxian shot him a glance, her fair, jade-like face revealing a hint of hesitation. Is this truly appropriate? It is of no concern, Xiener. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to the capable. Even if the heavenly path possesses awareness, it will not hold us accountable. If it were to know, it would likely feel gratified instead. An hour later, I am the great sage of yellow sand. I am the lesser sage of black wind. In unison, the juniors declared, you cannot grasp such opportunities. It is better left to us, the ancestors. In merely half a day, the notorious reputation of the Black Wind Duo echoed throughout the secret realm, infamous and reviled. Numerous disciples from various sects had experienced similar encounters, watching helplessly as their hard-fought victories slipped away. Unbeknownst to them, The Black Wind duo had swept through, leaving their treasures in disarray. Many unfortunate souls had faced this wicked duo repeatedly, losing their magical artifacts, their pills, and suffering injuries without gaining a single hair in return, wishing they could simply find a block of tofu to end their misery. Cursed Black Wind duo, I will never forgive you. Countless individuals gritted their teeth, tears welling in their eyes, because they had never heard of this wicked duo harming others. They only knew of their theft of spirit treasures. As a result, many subconsciously overlooked the strength of Yi Tianlan and his companion, choosing instead to scour the world for their whereabouts. After a thorough pursuit, they began to discern a pattern. Although the duo's movements were erratic, they generally headed deeper into the secret realm, giving hope to those planning to surround them. Some even set their sights on the duo, believing that after robbing so many talented disciples, they must possess an abundance of valuable items. If they could seize these treasures, who would still need to toil away, searching for spirit herbs? Unaware of the turmoil occurring outside, Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian were nearing the famed Taijian Peak. This location served as a distinctive landmark within the secret realm. Beyond Taijian Peak lay the deeper regions of the secret realm, where the concentration of heavenly and earthly essence was greater, increasing the likelihood of encountering higher-grade spirit treasures. As anticipated, Yi Tianlan had no intention of lingering in the outer regions. As they approached Taijian Peak, Yi Tianlan suddenly sensed something amiss and focused intently in a particular direction, where the sounds of battle could be heard. Without needing to speak, he exchanged a glance with Luo Junxian, and both wore a knowing smile. Yi Tianlan stored his flying sword and donned his sand cloak, a magical artifact he had acquired from an unknown storage ring, which, while not particularly powerful, allowed him to fly while enveloped in sand. Perhaps even the creator would be astonished by how he utilized it. Since entering the secret realm, Yi Tianlan had refrained from using his signature technique, the reverse dragon tread, as it was too conspicuous and would reveal his position. Meanwhile, Luo Junxian took out a small bell, another magical artifact. By striking its core with a powerful attack, it could produce gusts of dark wind to obscure the enemy's perception, possessing formidable annihilation capabilities. With their abilities, they did not require these artifacts to engage in battle. Yet they preferred to maintain their honorable public personas as Brother Yi and the kind-hearted Sister Luo. Rumors that tarnished their glowing image were best left unspoken. Yi Tianlan anticipated the potential rewards from this battle, sensing that both sides were formidable and perhaps unexpected treasures awaited. While pondering, he had not yet drawn closer when his acute perception detected an anomaly. Wait, Sinner, stow your items. That seems to be Sister Do. He furrowed his brow, skillfully dispersing the swirling sands in the air beside him. Luo Junxian nodded obediently, silently storing the black wind bell. After a moment's thought, Yi Tianlan also retracted the sand cloak, accompanied by a majestic dragon's roar. He stepped forward, embodying the golden dragon, his expression solemn and dignified. With hands clasped behind his back, the radiant and imposing Yi Tianlan made his entrance, followed closely by the ethereal and benevolent Luo Junxian, a vision of grace. At the foot of Taijian Peak, amidst the boundary of a dark forest and exposed rocky terrain, powerful sword chi swirled in the air, accompanied by the undulating sounds of water. Opposing them stood a fiery red beast, a flame tiger, its fur ablaze with vibrant hues. Most astonishingly, this creature boasted 7 tails, each tipped with sharp silver flashing in the air, akin to venomous serpents poised to strike, causing Do Qingyi and her companions to remain vigilant, splitting their focus during the battle to account for the perilous tails. Damn it, a 7-tailed flame scorpion tiger. Why does this abominable creature appear in the secret realm? According to the intelligence gathered by our academy, previous seniors never encountered such treachery. One of the complainants wielded a silver sword. One of those who had been closest to Do Qingyi during Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian's visit to Shi Yuan's Lijian Cliff. Now, as they approached Taijian Peak, they were unexpectedly attacked by the 7-tailed flame scorpion tiger. The beast's physique surpassed that of human cultivators, and being part of a mutated lineage, it possessed the overwhelming strength of a tiger and the treacherous nature of a scorpion. With its innate strength at the 9th level, it fought against 3, holding Do Qingyi and her companions, who were at the 8th level, at bay. Enough complaining. We cannot afford to delay any longer. If other sects arrive, we may find ourselves battling this fiend in front of them, providing them with an opportunity to strike. Do Qingyi, commanding authority as the leading figure of Shi Yuan, urged. I will break through its attacks with my sword techniques. You two must flee and regroup afterward. The two were taken aback, shaking their heads vigorously, unwilling to comply. Unless you have another plan? The commotion here is significant. Remember to conserve your strength. Do Qingyi frowned, radiating the authority of the top disciple of Xian, compelling the two to reluctantly agree. While fending off the onslaught of the seven-tailed flame scorpion tiger, she felt a surge of fear. The creature's strength was far beyond her expectations. Had she not been guided by Sister Luo 2 months prior, achieving mastery in the second realm of sword intent, she might not have survived this encounter. Facing the seven-tailed flame scorpion tiger alone, she felt confident that, despite sustaining injuries, she could slay the beast. However, having entered the secret realm less than a day ago, suffering injuries so soon would be a tremendous disadvantage, placing her at a severe disadvantage in the future. A better choice would be to fight another day. Prepare, Do Qingyi commanded, her fingers gliding gently along the slender sword, imbuing the 3-foot azure blade with a layer of ethereal water essence. As she swung her sword, a crescent-shaped mist surged forth. Simultaneously, the other two executed their most powerful attacks before turning to depart. Do Qingyi paused for a brief moment, unleashing a similar strike before she too intended to leave. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected twist occurred. Had everything proceeded as planned, the trio would have surely made their escape. However, to their astonishment, a piercing sound sliced through the air as a sinister shadow darted forth from the depths of the forest with astonishing speed. Caught off guard, none anticipated such a treacherous assault from the woods. Do Qingyi's eyes narrowed in alarm as she sought to raise her sword in defense. But the 2 successive attacks had already drained her strength, leaving her utterly defenseless. She could only watch helplessly as the shadow approached with blinding speed. In that critical moment, a commanding voice echoed in her ears, unmistakably authoritative. A colossal hand of vitality materialized before her, seemingly without warning. With a resounding thud, it could have effortlessly obliterated the shadow, yet it chose instead to descend with overwhelming force, creating a 10-meter-wide crater. Do Qingyi's heart raced, her eyes wide with disbelief, as the fierce winds tousled her hair like a wild tempest. Glancing down, she realized she stood precariously at the brink of the pit. A mere step forward would send her plummeting into the abyss. An eerie intuition gripped her, as if that unseen hand had descended right before her nose. She couldn't help but cast a resentful glance downward, pondering whether this could be deemed a stroke of fortune. Meanwhile, the previously engaged Chiwei Lixi, who seemed to sense an imminent threat, its fur bristling in alarm. Concurrently, a sharp whistle resonated from the thicket, prompting the Chiwei Lixi who to bolt away without hesitation. Yet, Yi Tianlan was determined not to let it escape. Would you really leave? He stood resolute, his aura radiating like the blazing sun, his right fist gathering immense power, an indescribable terror enveloping the vicinity. The creature's yellow-brown eyes flashed with human-like fear. It howled in desperation, pleading for mercy, yet Yi Tianlan remained silent, his fist descending with overwhelming force, shattering the air around them. Dingguan, a blinding beam of energy, as scorching as the sun, engulfed the Chiwei Lixi who, swiftly extinguishing its life. Turning his gaze, Yi Tianlan's eyes pierced through the dense foliage, settling upon a figure desperately fleeing, blood spilling from its mouth, its face etched with unending terror. Qin Longshou. No, I am. Before the words could escape, the ascending golden dragon, in tandem with Yi Tianlan's grasp, consumed the figure, reducing it to a cloud of blood and flesh. Yi Tianlan paused, instinctively glancing at the returning silhouette beside him. Sinner, what is this fellow babbling about? Rubbing the back of his head, he wore an expression of exasperation. Why did these individuals only speak up when facing death, leaving him little time to react? Luo Junxian deftly flicked her sword, crimson droplets cascading forth. Her Bai Yuan sword restored to its pristine state as she sheathed it once more. She gazed into the depths of the forest, cradling her ancient sword. Uncertain, she pondered that there remained another innate 8th-level beast lurking within the thicket, ready to be dealt with. Do Qingyi approached, overhearing their conversation, her mind reeling at the thought of their prowess, akin to extinguishing a mere beast. Indeed, they were the most formidable twin stars since the Academy's inception. Such combat strength was unprecedented and utterly astonishing. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, igniting an inexplicable anticipation. What if they were to target the notorious He Feng Shuangsha? With Yishidi's noble heart, he would likely not refuse, but rather be eager to assist, wouldn't he? Chapter 170. My Siener only consumes the finest, such worthless pills? Yi Tianlan, unaware of Do Qingyi's musings, would have undoubtedly responded earnestly had he known. Yishidi, Luo Shimi, how fortunate you arrive in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Do Qingyi approached with a wry smile, her face still reflecting the dread of the recent encounter. Had that attack struck her, in her defenseless state, even survival would have been a slim chance. However, upon learning that there was not only a mysterious figure lurking, but also an innate 8th-level beast, all her hopes dissipated. She felt a chill sweep over her limbs, her lips pale and bloodless. Facing such overwhelming combat prowess, it was likely that anyone other than Yi Tianlan and his companion would have perished, even the North Courtyard's chief, Lu Tong. Who could this individual be? Which sex hidden prodigy could command two powerful innate beasts? Yi Tianlan stroked his chin, drawing forth an abandoned storage bag, his expression deep in thought. It was no exaggeration to say that two late-stage beasts, combined with his own abilities, could rival a top-tier sect. Regrettably, the opportunity to inquire was lost, and he wondered if his senior sister knew the identity of this individual. Do Qingyi shook her head. I do not know. I have never heard of such a being. If such a powerful genius existed, the Academy would have surely warned us to steer clear. Well then, ignorance is bliss. Yi Tianlan resolved internally to refrain from unleashing his full strength too soon, for fear of losing the thrill of battle and gleaning no information. Yet, the thrill was undeniably exhilarating. By the way, senior sister, are you heading straight to the depths of the secret realm? At that moment, the other two students from the West Courtyard returned. Do Qingyi nodded without reservation. Indeed, we plan to head directly to the Iron Sword Peak Market. We have sought some spiritual items, but they are of little use to sword cultivators. Thus, we wish to visit the market in hopes of exchanging for suitable spiritual treasures. Yi Tianlan was aware of the market's existence. Besides Iron Sword Peak, similar markets were found in other prominent locations, serving the purpose of facilitating resource exchanges among disciples from various sects, maximizing benefits. Fighting was prohibited within the market, a long-standing agreement among the various factions. Upon hearing that the trio might have discovered valuable items, Yi Tianlan's expression brightened. He intended to visit the Iron Sword Peak Market himself, seeking the remaining 2 spiritual herbs for his awakening elixir. Since he had encountered them, he tentatively inquired, Senior sister, have you come across Yin Menghua and Yuexin Chao? Do Qingyi paused, momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances with another West Courtyard disciple, turning their attention to the last individual. Yi Tianlan followed suit, recalling a vague familiarity, as if this person had first appeared at the West Courtyard's Legion Cliff, where he had been mocked for lacking the second realm of transformation sword intent. However, those were past grievances. He cared little for them now, his primary concern being whether this person possessed the items he sought. Zhang Chao felt a tightening in his chest as the group's gaze fell upon him, recalling the past offenses against Yi Tianlan, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The realization struck him that he could not afford to offend Yi Tianlan given his current display of power and talent, knowing he likely couldn't keep the spiritual herb. He gritted his teeth and produced a small white herb from his storage bag. I have Yuexin Chao. If Shidi needs it, I shall offer it to you. Regarding matters of trade, he dared not even mention them. Upon seeing the Ling Chao, Yi Tianlan's eyes brightened, and before Zhang Chao could react, the Yuexin Chao had vanished from his hands. Yi Tianlan meticulously inspected it, confirming there were no issues, and his smile grew ever more radiant. To think it was indeed Yuexin Chao, and of 600 years of age, his senior brother was quite fortunate. Zhang Chao forced a smile and muttered, well, it's, all right. Just as he spoke, a bottle of Danyao appeared in his slowly retracting hand. He was momentarily stunned, realizing it was a low-grade Xuanjianingi Dan, capable of aiding in the refinement of sword intent and stabilizing one's mind. Yi Tianlan waved his hand dismissively, but Zhang Chao's expression instantly shifted from despondency to overwhelming excitement. Junior brother, this is not quite right. Despite his words, he clutched the Dan bottle tightly, showing no intention of relinquishing it. A loud gulp echoed as he swallowed hard. Initially, he only intended to exchange the Ling Chao for something to aid in refining sword intent, but he unexpectedly stumbled upon such a treasure without effort, leaving him feeling a bit embarrassed. Junior brother, the value of this Ningyi Dan far exceeds that of the Yuexin Chao, Zhang Chao said, his anxiety palpable, laced with a hint of awkwardness. After all, he had just worried that Yi Tianlan would forcibly seize his possessions. No worries, as long as it is of use to me, Yi Tianlan replied nonchalantly. The two bystanders stared in amazement, their eyes glued to Zhang Chao, nodding vigorously, unable to contain their smiles. They were also sword cultivators, after all. Dou Qingyi gazed at him with a profound look. Junior brother, if you feel you don't need it, I would gladly exchange this Ningyi Dan with you. No, no, no. That will not do. Zhang Chao fervently shook his head, taking 2 steps back while eyeing Dou Qingyi warily. She sighed softly, regretting not choosing the Yuexin Chao when they divided the spoils earlier. She had missed a golden opportunity. Had she known, she would have forsaken the other items. With a flicker of hope, she turned to Yi Tianlan. Junior brother, do you have any more Ningyi Dan? I have other items. Perhaps we could exchange? Ningyi Dan, you say? Yi Tianlan pondered for a moment. I do have some left, but they're the remnants of what I prepared for Siener. Not particularly useful. Remnants? Dou Qingyi's eyes flashed with disappointment, but upon recalling the precious scarcity of Ningyi Dan, she resolved to accept them. At worst, they could serve as backup, providing an additional option. Seeing her agreement, Yi Tianlan did not elaborate further, taking the opportunity to clear his storage space, as he had quite a few Ningyi Dan left over. After all, Siener had already achieved the pinnacle of her sword intent and no longer required them. He retrieved 3 Dan bottles and handed them over to her. Dou Qingyi absent-mindedly accepted them, only to be bewildered upon a cursory glance, her pupils vibrating in astonishment as she lifted her head in shock. Junior brother, did you perhaps take the wrong ones? What do you mean wrong? What's the mistake? Weren't these supposed to be waist Dan? Why are they all medium grade or above Ningyi Dan? Dou Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief, double-checking to ensure she had not misread. Yi Tianlan leaned in casually to take a look. Isn't a medium grade Dan no different from a waist Dan? My Siener only consumes high-grade and top-grade ones. These leftovers are of no use, so you can divide them among yourselves. Chapter 171, The Hunter and the Prey. Dou Qingyi's eyes bulged. Medium grade, Dan equating to waist? Such waste? No one had ever mentioned such a detailed classification before. She glanced back and, upon seeing the same bewildered expressions on her 2 junior brothers, felt a sense of relief wash over her. It was a comfort to know that everyone found this absurd. She was not alone in her ignorance. Ultimately, Yi Tianlan took a small quantity of possibly useful spiritual herbs from the 2 of them and departed without delay, leaving the method of their division to their discretion. The 3 watched Yi Tianlan's retreating figure, unable to contain their sentiments. Junior brother, Yi is truly generous. If these few bottles of Ningyi Dan were sold, they would fetch at least several thousand yuan stones, while our combined spiritual herbs barely amount to half their value. At that moment, Dou Qingyi suddenly paused, letting out a soft sigh. I think not. Saying this, she poured out a few Dan, and amongst them were 3 distinctly different ones. Zhang Chao and the other junior brother were rendered speechless. High-grade Ningyi Dan. It is no exaggeration to say that the value of just these 3 would surpass that of all the remaining medium-grade Ningyi Dan combined. The trio exchanged glances, each recognizing the complex and astonished expressions mirrored in one another's eyes. Junior brother Yi, such lavishness is rather excessive, wouldn't you say? Zhang Chao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be that junior brother Yi overlooked something? Impossible, given junior brother Yi's strength. That is highly improbable. Dou Qingyi shook her head. Her gaze then shifted to Zhang Chao. I know you were worried that junior brother Yi would seize your Ling Chao. Zhang Chao felt exposed, heat rising to his face as he lowered his head in shame. Yet I fully understand junior brother Yi's integrity. He is not the type to resort to theft for personal gain. You can rest assured on that matter. Senior sister, the fault lies with me. No harm done. Junior brother Yi has not held it against you, and neither shall I. I merely wish to remind you. Another added, compared to junior brother Yi, those black-winged twin demons are nothing more than lowly vermin crawling in the darkness. I have heard many disciples have suffered at their hands. Grievances against them are rampant, and many have formed alliances, preparing to deal with this wicked duo. Dou Qingyi snorted coldly, a mocking smile gracing her lips. They best hope not to encounter junior brother Yi. Otherwise, they shall certainly regret it. The others nodded in agreement. By the way, senior sister, isn't junior brother Yi in need of Yamingua? Why don't we use our channels to inquire on his behalf? Excellent idea. I happen to know someone from the Yaoling sect. Perhaps they have some. Returning to Yi Tianlan, he mused, making friends is wonderful. I, Yi Tianlan, cherish friendship above all. He flew along, humming merrily. Luo Junxian could only roll her eyes at him. Suddenly, Yi Tianlan's eyes glimmered as he noticed the commotion of a battle in the distance. A spiritual entity has emerged. Ha ha ha. I, the great sage of the yellow sand, relish seizing opportunities. Little sage, come forth to battle. Luo Junxian silently summoned her small bell, skillfully blending into the yellow sand alongside him. As the sand swept across the terrain, a small valley came into view. The valley was spacious and flat, with a solitary tree growing at its center, reaching a height of 3 feet. This tree sprawled horizontally, resembling a giant umbrella, its dark red branches laden with dense foliage. It bore numerous flowers, yet only 3 golden fruits hung from its boughs. Nearby, the battlefield was tumultuous, with 7 individuals engaged in a fierce struggle against a formidable iron-armed barbarian bear. Roar! The iron-armed barbarian bear let out a thunderous roar, smashing its fists against its chest, producing a deep and powerful sound that briefly halted the attackers. The pair of iron arms, thicker than an adult's waist, became enveloped in a swirling radiance, causing its weight to surge exponentially, pressing down fiercely on the ground beneath. The earth creaked and cracked, resembling a spider's web. Its eyes ignited with a fierce crimson glow, and with a thunderous crash, the arms were brought down. Accompanied by a terrifying boom, the ground trembled violently, sending several waves of ochre shockwaves hurtling towards the startled individuals, who hastily sought to defend themselves, yet it was too late. 3 perished on the spot from the impact. The remaining survivors were visibly stricken with horror, their trembling legs betraying their sheer terror. They had never anticipated that this late-stage, Tianqing iron-armed bear would possess such formidable power. In an instant, chaos erupted. Just as the few remaining individuals were still stunned by the beast's might, the ground beneath the iron-armed bear suddenly fissured, dark crevices appearing. Its pupils constricted, sensing something amiss. Just as it attempted to leap away, the ground collapsed beneath it, and a gaping maw descended heavily. With a ferocious roar, the iron-armed bear was caught off guard. One of its thighs seized by this lurking assailant. It struggled to twist its body and strike back, only to witness a shocking scene. The minuscule insects it had previously slain or injured were now scattering towards the treasure tree it had nurtured. It frantically sought to break free, but found itself powerless. The remaining 4 fled with increasing speed, drawing closer to the coveted spiritual fruit, though they remained uncertain of what had ensnared the iron-armed bear. It was undoubtedly advantageous for them. Let the beasts contend with one another. As they beheld the fruit within arm's reach, expressions of intense greed flickered in their eyes. However, in the next moment, several streaks of darkness flashed through the air, aimed directly at their necks. With a soft thud, one man's head was severed, prompting the remaining 3 to halt, their faces etched with shock as they turned to the source of the sudden attack. Their vigilance stifled their movements, and from the precipice of the valley emerged a young figure riding a 3-eyed white deer. He looked down upon them with a condescending and amused expression. You wish to claim my belongings? Do you truly think yourselves the fishermen? You are but insignificant mantises, unaware that I am the true yellow sparrow. The faces of the remaining 3 contorted in disbelief. After all their efforts, had they merely woven garments for another? This was utterly unacceptable. Kik, such fortune belongs to me. Huangsha Dasheng. Depart quickly, youngsters. A swirl of yellow sand engulfed them, obscuring their senses, and when the dust settled, their expressions turned to shock. The valley was utterly barren. Not a single spiritual fruit remained, nor even the spiritual tree. Only a deep pit was left in its wake. Duan Yu stood atop the 3-eyed white deer. Momins late. A roar filled with murderous intent resonated from the valley. No matter who you are, I, Duan Yu, will not let you go unpunished. The remaining 3 exchanged peculiar glances, their fury and sorrow suddenly dissipating. Indeed, you may be the sparrow, but this hunter seems far more cunning. Chapter 172, Devouring the Spiritual Fruit, Breaking Through. The trio reveled in their schadenfreude, relishing the irony. You thought you were clever, yet here you are, no better than a mere commoner. Can't you see how delightful it is to witness the pretentious brought low? Such a conspicuous entrance could only belong to the notorious Haifeng Shuangsha, who would have thought they would appear at such a critical moment to seize the opportunity. Well, I find them less detestable now. Until next time, meanwhile, within an uncharted cave, Yi Tianlan propped a massive stone against the entrance and withdrew the spoils from his storage pouch. Our luck is truly remarkable, Siener. We have stumbled upon a Xuanchu treasure tree. The Xuanxu treasure tree possesses the ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, prohibiting any spiritual entities from existing within its vicinity, making it extraordinarily domineering. This explains the barren landscape of the valley. All nutrients flowed into the 3 Xuanxu spiritual fruits. Due to this characteristic, the Xuanxu treasure tree is also known as the waste recycling tree, capable of absorbing various useless spiritual materials, including waste alchemical residues and inferior spiritual herbs. The reward for such offerings is the high-grade Xuanxu spiritual fruit, beneficial for cultivators below the Yikong realm, allowing for an unobstructed breakthrough upon the first consumption. Although subsequent ingestions would diminish its efficacy, it remains an invaluable treasure. Earlier, I observed numerous shattered bones in that valley. They must have been the remnants of beasts the iron-armed bear used as nourishment, Luo Junxian remarked. It was evident that this treasure tree had been nurtured by the bear. No wonder its reaction was so intense upon losing it, akin to the loss of a parent. However, the tree is not yet fully matured. I shall throw in some elixirs to test it. The Xuanxu treasure tree is quite peculiar. Once it touches the ground, it takes root and quickly reestablishes its roots. Yi Tianlan's storage pouch was filled with the remnants of alchemical concoctions. As he could refine his own elixirs, he and Xiener never consumed low-grade pills. It would be a waste to keep them, so they were perfect as nourishment for the Xuanxu treasure tree. Yi Tianlan retrieved several assorted elixir bottles, emptied their colorful contents, and crushed them into powder, evenly sprinkling it around the Xuanxu treasure tree. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, quickly filling the cave, intoxicating anyone who inhaled it with a sense of ethereal bliss. So delightful, Luo Junxian said, narrowing her beautiful eyes as her delicate nose twitched slightly. Yi Tianlan's expression shifted. Not good, Xiener, we must flee. I inadvertently mixed in some illusionary fragrance pills. Luo Junxian replied, you had better not be doing this intentionally. The two hastily fled. Yi Tianlan swiftly offered an antidote pill, but Luo Junxian shot him an exasperated glare, feeling a warmth spreading across her skin. Glancing down to see her fair complexion adorned with a faint rosy hue. The pinkish glow, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, was utterly enchanting. A peculiar thought crossed her mind as she quickly accepted the pill and swallowed it, a bead of crystalline sweat trickling down her exquisite collarbone into the valley below. How are you feeling, Sienna? Are you all right? Yi Tianlan asked, awkwardly clearing his throat. Luo Junxian retorted, what do you think? Yi Tianlan fell silent, swiftly changing the subject. Sienna, it seems some beasts have been drawn here. As the cave entrance gaped open, the lingering fragrance that had been brewing for some time rushed out uncontested, swiftly attracting nearby beasts. Luo Junxian raised her brows in curiosity. What exactly did you add in there? Ahem, perhaps just a few small seasonings, a little of everything. He replied. Luo Junxian found herself at a loss for words. With a flick of her sword light, she swiftly dispatched a roaring tiger-like beast that approached. Yet rather than deterring the other beasts, the scent of blood incited them, plunging them into a frenzy. Fortunately, given their strength, it was effortless for the two to handle these beasts, none of which even reached the late Tianqing stage. Within a mere quarter hour, the enchanting aroma had vanished without a trace, leaving a river of blood at the cave's entrance, littered with the shattered corpses of various beasts. Yi Tianlan entered and was astonished to discover that the Danma, which had originally scattered around the Xuanxu Baoshu, had been completely devoured, transforming into a grayish-white, lifeless powder. Meanwhile, the fruits on the tree had developed 3 circles of red stripes. The Xuanxu lingua would turn a brilliant golden color upon ripening, comparable to gold itself. With each enhancement in quality, an additional stripe would appear, up to a maximum of 4, which represented the limit. The good news was that this ripening process could be hastened, eliminating the need for unnecessary waiting. Prior to the feeding of medicinal pills, these 3 fruits had only formed half a circle indistinctly. It was likely that the iron-armed barbarian bear dared not stray too far from the treasure tree to search for spiritual objects, resorting only to capturing lower-tier monsters for nourishment, which resulted in their slow growth. However, Yi Tianlan had an abundance of resources at his disposal and naturally wished to elevate the quality of the Xuanxu lingua to its utmost limit for use. Just as he prepared to extract some high-grade medicinal pills for feeding, Luo Junxian reached out to stop him, directing her gaze towards the corpses of the monsters outside. Yi Tianlan's eyes brightened, instantly understanding her intent. Utilizing readily available materials was indeed a wise choice. The two spent some time dragging all the monster corpses into the cave. Strangely, the bloodstains that had yet to dry on the corpses disappeared without a trace upon coming into contact with the territory of the Xuanxu Baoshu. The remains left on the ground began to shrink visibly, their blood and flesh essence rapidly consumed. The closer they were to the main body of the treasure tree, the faster this absorption occurred. The sight left both of them in awe. No wonder it was called a treasure tree. The Xuanxu Baoshu truly deserved its reputation as the most valuable spiritual object among the Xian level. As long as it was provided with nourishment, it could grow swiftly and produce abundantly. It was entirely possible for a single treasure tree to nurture a second-rate power. The two silently awaited the ripening of the spiritual fruits, watching as the fourth circle of stripes became increasingly prominent on the surface. Half an hour later, the branches of the treasure tree suddenly trembled, and the already large, golden, luscious fruits fell to the ground. Simultaneously, an indescribable fragrance of herbs and woods enveloped the area. Yi Tianlan wasted no time, quickly forming a hand of vital energy to envelop the three Xuanxu lingua. He handed one to Xiener, bit into another without hesitation, and stored the last one in his storage bag. The taste was crisp and sweet, with an aromatic scent that tantalized the palate, making it hard to resist. As Yi Tianlan swiftly consumed it, waves of warmth began to spiral from deep within his body. He then sat cross-legged, initiating his breakthrough. Chapter 173. Innate Third Level. All of your tricks are on Jianyi. That kid has pulled all his tricks on you. The illusion fragrance pill was absolutely intentional. Jianye's peculiar laughter echoed in Luo Junxian's mind. Luo Junxian remained non-committal, pursing her delicate lips, twisting a strand of azure silk around her fingers. Her beautiful eyes lost in thought. He wouldn't he do that? Ha! You still trust this kid too much. Perhaps he is merely driven by lust. What do you mean by driven by lust? Jianyi instinctively questioned, only to see Luo Junxian lift her head, a faint blush blooming at the nape of her neck, prompting him to scold himself. Damn it, I shouldn't have been idle and made a fool of myself. He silently resolved that the next time he sensed something amiss, he would directly seal off his spiritual perception to avoid the annoyance of witnessing their flirtations. As a sword spirit, he found it difficult to comprehend such human emotions. Yet it did not hinder his distaste. Yi Tianlan's breakthrough did not last long. He had yet to experience the shackles of cultivation while with Xiener. Not understanding what that sensation entailed, he found the descriptions in the texts rather obscure, leaving him perplexed. Shouldn't cultivation be a natural integration into life, achievable during meals, sleep, or even while daydreaming or fighting? Perhaps it was merely a difference in constitution between individuals, and he was too lazy to ponder further. After a series of fluctuations in his aura, he ultimately experienced a moment of explosive advancement. Yi Tianlan inhaled deeply, gathering the vital energy from all directions, which served as a catalyst for his breakthrough. Innate third level. Everything came about as a matter of course. Once his aura stabilized, a voice of astonishment escaped Jianye's lips. Huh, you broke through two realms at once? Wasn't he, this kid, only at the innate level after devouring the red meteor star flame? Jianyi had known of Yi Tianlan's rapid cultivation speed, but he had not anticipated that he would continue to advance so swiftly after breaking through to the innate realm. If he were to find a few more heavenly spiritual objects, wouldn't he directly achieve the void realm upon his next outing? Isn't that unreasonable, Jianyi? Luo Junxian tilted her head and inquired. Jianyi fell silent. Do you find that reasonable? Perhaps not too reasonable, was its final stubborn response. Come, Xianer. It's your turn to break through. Yi Tianlan stood up with enthusiasm. Fortunately, this time it brought him some comfort that Luo Junxian did not break through to the innate third level, but instead stabilized her aura above the second level. After the breakthrough, the two did not linger, for time in the secret realm was precious. Besides the rare spiritual objects seldom heard of in the outside world, there were also the Taoist teachings and various treasures left behind by the Guyan sect. Yi Tianlan specifically took out an empty storage bag to store the Xuanxu Baoshu, digging up a large amount of soil and nourishing it with a considerable amount of high-grade medicinal powder. The essence in high-grade medicinal pills was more abundant. He estimated this would suffice for it to consume for 3 to 5 days. As for the last Xuanxu lingua, he had yet to determine its use, so he simply placed it in a jade box for careful preservation. For what you have gathered, since the Guyan sect is an ancient sect and has produced experts above the void level, it must have a medicinal garden perhaps even containing rare spiritual soil. You should keep a close eye on it. If you can find something to plant your Xuanchu Baoshu, it would be greatly beneficial and expedite progress. After listening to Jian Yi's words, Yi Tianlan inquired further, gaining clarity on the function of the rare spiritual soil, and his eyes lit up. He secretly resolved to pay close attention to any news. With this substance, he could not only save considerable effort, but also provide the treasure tree with the best growth environment, achieving in one day what would ordinarily take 100 days. Ultimately, his act of irrigating ordinary soil with spiritual herbs was merely to impart a semblance of spirituality to the land. In contrast, spiritual soil inherently possessed such qualities. Half a day later, following the map's guidance, the two approached the area where the Iron Sword Peak Market was located. Seizing the opportunity of the remaining distance, they descended directly. If they were to fly down from above the market, it would be too ostentatious, inevitably leading others to perceive them as show-offs. This was contrary to Yi Tianlan's intentions, as he had always preferred to remain low-key. The market was situated in a small valley on the mountainside, with relatively flat terrain and a broad view, making it the ideal location for trade. Over time, disciples entering had converged here to conduct transactions, gradually forming this makeshift market as a customary practice. Some who were a bit more particular would set up small tents to appear more respectable, while those less concerned would simply spread a cloth, sit cross-legged upon it, and display their wares before waiting for fortunate buyers. From a distance, Yi Tianlan could already see the lively scene within, igniting his curiosity. Jianyi, do you think I can trust your judgment? Yi Tianlan eagerly eyed the broken jade sword that Luo Junxian had hung from her hand. Jianyi keenly sensed that the boy harbored ulterior motives and replied cautiously. What are you up to? Hey, I just wanted to ask you. Luo Junxian raised her brow, expressing her dissatisfaction as she spoke. Do not entertain any misguided notions. Jian Yi is only recently awakened, and his spirit remains feeble. Do not expect him to assist you in scouring the market for hidden treasures. Yi Tianlan nodded in agreement, feeling a twinge of regret mixed with embarrassment as he scratched his head. Indeed, he had been overly optimistic. Jian Yi's spirit had yet to recover and should be nurtured with care, as a hasty attempt could lead to misjudgment. As long as you understand, Luo Junxian admonished, casting him a reproachful glance. Jian Yi fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, What is this fuss about? It's merely a matter of looking at something. Is it really that significant? You girl, just watch. It will pose no challenge for me. Today, I shall accompany you to thoroughly explore the market. Jian Yi's demeanor was akin to a commanding figure, passionately gesturing as if he were on a grand stage. Yi Tianlan felt a bit awkward, scratching his head again. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? You've only just recovered. What could possibly be inappropriate? This girl has no idea of my prowess. Merely looking at something is a trivial matter, Jian Yi confidently asserted, patting his chest. Yi Tianlan, chaklit sili, exchanging a subtle glance with the stern Luo Junxian before discreetly looking away. Yi Tianlan thought to himself, Can you please not take Jian Yi too seriously? Luo Junxian remarked, It is merely some rehabilitation training for the elder. Yi Tianlan felt reassured, thinking, Indeed, my dear Xiener speaks wisely. As they approached, Yi Tianlan suddenly noticed a few familiar figures, glancing around as if waiting for someone. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed he was not mistaken. He approached them with a hint of surprise in his voice. Sister Do, what brings you here? The three individuals waiting were none other than Do, Qing'e, and her companions, who brightened at the sight of Yi Tianlan and hurriedly approached him. Do Qing'e seized his hand and pulled him toward the market, saying, Come on, junior brother. Wei gathered some information regarding Yunming Gua. Upon finishing her sentence, she suddenly realized something, releasing his hand and offering an apologetic smile to the nearby figure in white. She raised her hands in a gesture of innocence. My apologies, sister. I was simply too anxious. You and T mind a little touch, right? Luo Junxian slightly closed her eyes, shaking her head with a gentle smile. Not at all, sister. He is in charge here. Yi Tianlan's simile brodenit. Feeling it was rather difficult to suppress his amusement. You, mischievous Xiener, only care about saving face in public, don't you? After this exchange, both of them understood the intent behind Do Qing'e's visit. Yi Tianlan felt pleasantly surprised. He had not expected that after their last parting. The three had continued to keep an eye out for information on his behalf, which was indeed a delightful surprise. Without further delay, Do Qing'e swiftly led them into the market. Junior brother, I must apologize. He nearly exhausted our resources in previous trades, and the stall owner is asking for a high price. Otherwise, we would have secured it for you beforehand to avoid prolonged uncertainty, she explained. Yi Tianlan reassured her that there was no need for concern. It was already a rare favor that they were keeping him informed. He found Dou Qing'e to be refreshingly candid. Upon entering the valley, the sounds of bargaining and bustling crowds overwhelmed his senses, even more vibrant than he had anticipated. Looking for fated encounters, a 300-year-old Zijingling is up for grabs at a bargain. Come on, buddy, this is already at cost price. Do you still want to haggle? Why not just pull a knife on me? A group of individuals gathered, venting their frustrations. As Yi Tianlan walked past, he paused, a fierce expression crossing his face as he shouted, "I share no peace with the Black Wind duo." The aggrieved crowd immediately seemed to find solidarity in his words. Casting him grateful glances, their spirits lifted. "Brother, were you also robbed by the Black Wind duo? Would you like to join us? We are plotting a grand scheme against those two scoundrels. Are you interested?" Yi Tianlan hesitated for a moment, quickly masking his initial discomfort. "Wait, are you serious?" The speaker, filled with righteous indignation, replied, "Of course. We disciples of the sect have suffered long enough at the hands of the Black Wind duo. It's time to unite and take them down. What do you say, interested?" Yi Tianlan felt a flicker of interest. "Well, let's exchange contact information first." Just as they finished sharing their details, Luo Junxian tugged at him to leave. As they departed, he called back, "If you have a plan, remember to inform me in advance." The others responded with appreciative gestures, pounding their chests with a dull thud before performing a fist bump in the air. "No problem, brother. It's a promise." Yi Tianlan nodded solemnly, as if sealing an important gentleman's agreement. Once they distanced themselves, Luo Junxian shot him a disapproving glance, discreetly elbowing him in the side. Yi Tianlan chuckled as he held the communication jade slip, playfully supporting her elbow. Wang Chao and the others observed this scene, unable to hide their admiration. Junior brother Yi truly embodies the spirit of our Tianwu Academy, fiercely opposing evil and standing against such wickedness. Dou Qing'e and her companions nodded in agreement, their thoughts aligned. Did you see how junior brother Yi, even while merely passing by, became part of the campaign against the Black Wind duo? Truly commendable. They noted his eager demeanor, sensing his eagerness to join the fight against the villains. Such enthusiasm made them feel somewhat inferior. The future of our Tianwu Academy should undoubtedly rest in the hands of such a radiant star. With Dou Qing'e leading the way, they quickly navigated through the throngs of people to a stall located deep within the valley. To Yi Tianlan's surprise, he encountered a familiar face once again. Observing his expression, coupled with the figure in Tianwu Academy attire at the stall, Dou Qing'e quickly grasped the situation and curiously asked, "Junior brother Yi, have you run into an acquaintance?" Yi Tianlan nodded with a smile. "I hadn't expected to see him here." He felt as if he encountered this individual wherever he went. Indeed, this person was none other than the top freshman, Wei Guan. For some reason, Yi Tianlan felt that this individual had an enigmatic aura, giving him an impression that was distinctly different from others. He could not pinpoint the reason, merely an instinctive feeling. Additionally, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity that he could not quite understand. "Hey, it seems this junior brother might be in some trouble," Wang Chao exclaimed in surprise. Dou Qing'e glanced at the person opposite them, her expression suddenly turning cold. "It's Luo Zhizhou from the Jiuxian sect. It appears that this junior brother has had a conflict with him. What is he thinking, targeting our Tianwu Academy? It's one thing to bully smaller sects, but does he truly believe our academy is easy to provoke?" Dou Qing'e, embodying the role of a protective elder sister, moved forward with determination, effortlessly parting the crowd. Indeed, she was well regarded as the leader of the West Courtyard. Wang Chao and the others closely followed, their expressions revealing no surprise, clearly well aware of her character. At the stall, Wei Guan held an oval fruit of a pale purple hue, his gaze occasionally drifting to a particular object on the stall. Following his line of sight, they saw an irregularly shaped stone, slightly larger than a head, covered in inconspicuous honeycomb-like pits. It resembled an ant nest forged from molten iron. "Ha ha, young man. What a coincidence. I was just about to search for you. Yet in this vast, secret realm, it seems rather diminutive, as I have stumbled upon you so effortlessly. Ha ha ha. Do you not think that, in a certain sense, this is fate between us?" Luo Zhizhou burst into laughter, with his underlings joining in the raucous mirth. Wei Guan's eyes narrowed coldly, uninterested in exposing the other's tracking tricks. However, this fellow ought not to have set his sights on what he coveted. "This item holds great significance for me, and since I've taken a liking to it, how about you? junior brother, consider parting with it? Luo Zhizhou chuckled. In truth, he held this oddly shaped stone, devoid of any aura, in contempt. If one were to seek the peculiar, they could easily gather a multitude by the riverside. Why waste money here? His sole intent was to provoke Wei Guan, avenging a previous slight. You have already rejected my advances once outside. Why not grant me a favor this time? His gaze fixed firmly on Wei Guan, a hint of menace lacing his words. Yet the latter merely scoffed. Who are you? Do we know each other well? Chapter 175. The Sword Master slays the Dog Emperor. This woman will undoubtedly have Yi Tianlan within 3 steps. Who are you? Do we know each other well? Do you not understand the rules of precedence, you foolish country bumpkin? Wei Guan sneered, his eyes radiating disdain and unmasked contempt. What right did this person have to chatter on? Apart from Fei Yong, few could earn his attention, even in this realm, let alone beyond. And that woman beside him also seemed peculiar, barely qualifying as a contender. Luo Zhizhou's face turned a sickly green, disbelief etched in his features. He was a prodigy of the Jiuxian sect, a direct disciple. How could this brat dare call him a country bumpkin in public? Since joining the sect, he had never endured such humiliation. Even his enigmatic little junior had never so blatantly shamed him. You are doomed. I swear it. He stepped forward, less than half a meter from Wei Guan, lowering his voice to threaten him. The malice in his eyes seemed to coalesce into a black serpent, ready to constrict Wei Guan and devour him to mere bone fragments. You are too close. What are you? With a muffled thud, Wei Guan's eyes glimmered with shallow violet patterns, pushing him away. Nonsense. Having traversed 2 lifetimes and embarked on the path of cultivation, he had faced countless threats. This individual hardly constituted a challenge. You. Luo Zhizhou's face flushed crimson, the indignation he felt igniting a fiery rage within him. His energy surged violently in his palm. Just as the onlookers anticipated a confrontation, Wei Guan's peripheral vision caught sight of an ancient sword cradled in someone's arms, its owner the ethereal figure draped in white. Upon noticing her frost-like demeanor, Wei Guan's expression faltered. He thought to himself, such a coincidence? Almost instinctively, a particularly crafty silhouette emerged in his mind. Once this icy woman appeared, there was no need for further contemplation. Within 3 steps, there would surely be Tianlan. As expected, the next moment, a graceful figure rose from behind Luo Zhiwenxian's tall frame. Repugnant couple, always glued together. If you're not tired, I am. You two will surely part. Yet he also understood that a confrontation was likely out of the question. Even if a fight were to break out, it would not be his turn to engage. His energy dissipated. In his mind, a voice inquired, is this Yi Tianlan, the one who took a strand of your imperial thought? He chuckled inwardly, eager to uncover what made him so special. Stop. Before Wei Guan could intervene, that voice unleashed its consciousness toward Luo Zhunxian and her companion. At the same time, the Sword Master, who had been boasting about emptying the market and claiming the title of the King of Bargains, suddenly sensed an inexplicable wave of consciousness. His brow furrowed. What is this? Where did this little spirit come from, with such a sneaky demeanor? It is bothersome and truly repulsive. With a swift motion, a thread of sword energy descended. In the unnoticed, or rather imperceptible, air, a faint sound akin to the tearing of fabric echoed. Wei Guan's brow furrowed tightly. It was not pain he felt, but annoyance. For within his mind, a voice began to scream in agony. He could vividly envision a large yellow dog rolling on the ground, howling and begging for mercy in a comical scene. My soul has been severed. It hurts. I am dying. I am finished. You shall continue to survive, for I must rest now. As he sensed a sudden silence in his mind, Wei Guan's lips twitched in irritation. What a shame. He had hoped this canine creature would assist him in meticulously searching for celestial treasures and sought-after items. After expending considerable effort to awaken its spirit, it seemed that this wretched creature had barely been utilized before becoming useless once more. It felt as though he had merely received a trial card. With a year gone by, Wei Guan's face darkened to resemble the bottom of a pot. His heart a tumult of anger and amusement. He could no longer restrain himself from wanting to take action. Nevertheless, he felt an involuntary chill. The ability to effortlessly sever a fragment of that dog emperor's consciousness indicated that the opponent's level was undoubtedly high. He had not anticipated such a formidable presence lingering nearby. It was likely that the earlier restraint was intentional. Otherwise, he had no doubt that this dog would not merely sink into a deeper slumber. Fei Yong, you are becoming increasingly intriguing. It appears that the secrets you harbor surpass my own. A sense of profound anticipation welled within him, igniting a fighting spirit that could only be awakened in the presence of a worthy adversary. All of this transpired in what seemed a lengthy duration. Yet it occurred within the blink of an eye, merely a probing from the shadows. Even Yi Tianlan remained oblivious to these events. Just as Luo Zhizhou, in a fit of rage, was about to strike, a voice imbued with icy authority echoed from behind. Luo Zhizhou, you have overstepped. As the chilling words resonated, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over Luo Zhizhou. Turning to look, he indeed found the source of the voice to be that flat-chested, unpleasant woman. Do Qingyi, why are you everywhere? Do you not grow weary? Luo Zhizhou waved his hand impatiently, as though swatting away a fly. Do Qingyi lowered her eyelids, letting out a cold laugh. Do you think I wish to see you? Fighting is prohibited within the market. Dare you openly break a rule? Luo Zhizhou felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him, and, fearing the wrath of the crowd, chose not to respond. Instead, he glared resentfully at Wei Guan, coldly threatening. You had best remain here for the time being. Wei Guan disregarded him, turning to the stall owner. Senior brother, I will take this stone. The stall owner instinctively glanced at the ashen-faced Luo Zhizhou, hesitating. He was merely a disciple of a small sect, having obtained these items by chance. He dared not offend the vengeful Luo Zhizhou. Otherwise, his sect would surely be unable to protect him, a lamentable reality for those of lesser power. Senior brother Luo, do you still want the stone? He neglected Wei Guan and instead addressed Luo Zhizhou. The latter glanced at him, suddenly struck by a thought, a triumphant smile creeping onto his lips. Of course I want it. The street vendor was elated. He pondered how much he should bid against this junior disciple. Not wanting to offend either side, he thought it prudent to let them compete amongst themselves. Unfortunately, he underestimated Luo Zhizhou's shamelessness. I currently lack sufficient funds, so I will owe you. No matter how much this brat bids, I will offer one more piece of yuan stone than him. Once I am out, I shall pay you, he said cheerfully. Instantly, the atmosphere around him stiffened, mirroring the vendor's expression. Chapter 176. Yi Tianlan. Are you playing me? One more, and you will pay after you are out? Is this not treating a person like a dog waiting for scraps? Such a despicable act was akin to brazenly displaying the intent to dine and dash. This behavior was so egregious that even many onlookers frowned in disapproval. Ro, senior brother, this is not right. The vendor's face twisted in distress, wanting to resist but lacking the confidence to do so, making a futile last struggle. Luo Zhizhou narrowed his eyes, glaring at him with evident displeasure. What do you mean? Are you afraid I will not pay you? Are you doubting my character? I did not mean that. The vendor stammered, shaking his head repeatedly, too intimidated to speak further. Witnessing this, Luo Zhizhou finally smiled in satisfaction, patting the vendor's face with a sense of gratification. Hee. I have already discussed this with this junior disciple. If you wish to bid, feel free to do so, but whether you can secure it is another matter. He crossed his arms, smiling broadly, his sarcasm unabashed. Seeing his utterly shameless behavior, Do Qingyi's face turned pale with anger, her chest visibly heaving with indignation. It was evident how fiercely her wrath burned, even more potent than a cushion. Yet, she found herself powerless against this scoundrel. Wei Guan stood silently, the purple patterns in his eyes nearly coalescing into a design. His murderous intent surged, wishing to strangle this pest that had appeared time and again. Given the opponent's strength in the late stages of the innate realm, and considering his current cultivation at the Tongxiao realm, he knew that defeating him would require a fierce battle and the use of many trump cards. Revealing his cards at the very beginning of their entry into the secret realm was decidedly unwise and wholly contrary to his original intentions. Moreover, in this market, there was simply no opportunity to act. Contemplating this, his murderous intent intensified, almost transforming into a blizzard that would pierce Luo Zhizhou with 1,000 swords to death. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, withdrew his foot, and suppressed his aura, allowing his robe to settle back against his body. He endured. A small moment of patience can prevent greater chaos. Such a treacherous individual would be dealt with once he grew stronger. It was not worth risking everything over a trivial matter, expending excessive energy for little gain. He believed this time would not be long, at least within this secret realm. He would uncover the roots of this grievance. Seeing him hold back, his expression returning to calm, a flicker of disappointment crossed Luo Zhizhou's face. He had anticipated Wei Guan would act impulsively, providing him with the perfect justification for action. Even that flat-chested woman watching from the side would be powerless against him. Alas, He sighed inwardly. He then directed his sharp, venomous gaze at Wei Guan, his expression inscrutable, pondering something unknown. As it turned out, it was Wei Guan who, under pressure, chose to relent and cease the transaction, causing the onlookers to disperse. While they looked down on Luo Zhizhou, they also quietly resolved to stay vigilant, ensuring they did not become targets of this man, for they were not from Tianwu Academy, and their backing could not protect them. At that moment, an incongruous voice rang out. Why the halt in trading? The crowd turned to the source, first captivated by the graceful figure in white, whose flowing garments and sword drew attention, before finally settling on the young man. The speaker was none other than Yi Tianlan, ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him. He appeared like an eager onlooker, his eyes clear yet foolish. Indeed, he resembled a naive youth who had just arrived to witness the spectacle. Dou Qingyi, however, recognized better. Her expression was one of surprise, puzzled by his behavior. Thus, she spoke up. Junior brother Yu, Wei Guan's eyes flickered. Knowing this individual, he would never act without a purpose. His intervention would surely yield results. Curiosity arose within him. What would you do if you were in this predicament? With Yi Tianlan now speaking, he felt no need to retreat. With a smirk, he slowly extended a finger. 100 yuan stones. What say you, senior brother? Can you accept this? The vendor opened his mouth, his eyes gleaming with desire. Forget 100. Even 50 would suffice. Or he would even offer 10 yuan stones to offload this hot potato. As a disciple of a minor sect, being caught in the machinations of these major sects was a perilous predicament. He bit his lip, feeling an overwhelming bitterness, desperately wanting to nod. But with Luo Zhizhou beside him, he dared not utter a word. 101 yuan stones. Luo Zhizhou chuckled mockingly, casually placing a hand on the vendor's shoulder. All right, then bring out the yuan stones. Since this senior brother has no objections, you may simply present the yuan stones, and this piece of honeycomb coal shall be yours. Yi Tianlan stepped out from the crowd, smiling at the vendor, naturally assuming the role of adjudicator. The vendor was on the verge of tears, uncertain whether to nod or refuse. Wei Guan furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled by this fellow's antics in surrendering what he had coveted, but trusting him, he remained silent, eager to hear what followed. Luo Zhizhou was momentarily taken aback when this sudden newcomer reached out towards him. His expression turned icy as he coldly retorted. Did you not hear me? I have yuan stones, but will only provide them after we leave. What do you mean by this? Yi Tianlan smiled at him, then waved at Wei Guan, who understood immediately, tossing over a small cloth bag containing precisely 100 yuan stones. Here, senior brother, accept it. 100 yuan stones. And we shall take this stone. As he tossed the yuan stones before Luo Zhizhou, Yi Tianlan naturally bent down to retrieve the honeycomb stone that Wei Guan had desired. Just then, a foot suddenly appeared, stomping down on the stone as Luo Zhizhou looked down from his height, gazing with a cold, resentful face. I said, this stone has been bought by me at a higher price. Do you not understand? His voice grew colder, resonating ominously, as if it were a chill seeping into one's very bones, causing all present to shiver uncontrollably. The crowd's attention turned to him, silence enveloping the area, as even the air seemed to hold its breath. And your yuan stones? I have already stated, do you not comprehend? Luo Zhizhou roared. Before he could finish, his throat constricted as though gripped by an invisible hand. His pupils constricted violently, an uncontrollable tremor rising within him as a palpable sense of terror bore down from all directions. His vision began to dim. His entire being trembled as he faced a cold, mocking countenance. Are you playing me? Chapter 177. Dominant, overpowering. Such a presence commands my respect. However, are you truly mocking me? Silence. The only response to Yi Tianlan was an oppressive stillness, as if the void around him had solidified into an eternal, unmelting glacier. Cold beyond articulation, he slowly raised his hand. As he did so, the terrified Luo Zhizhou found himself ensnared by an invisible hand, floating uncontrollably upwards. He began to struggle desperately, his complexion turning a deep crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, his limbs thrashing in the air in a futile attempt to grasp something. It was all in vain. It seemed as though the source of his strength had been severed, and even the vital energy of the world had entirely forsaken him, rendering him a complete orphan. The terror in his eyes crystallized into a palpable form, as if he wished to plead for mercy. But the unseen hand of energy had tightly grasped his throat, rendering him unable to utter a word. Yet Tianlan stood less than half a meter before him, his expression cold and indifferent. A slight, Contemptuous smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Is it to be given again? Then allow me to send you on your way. Remember to prepare the yuan stones in advance next time. Should any old wretch inquire about it, inform them it was the work of Tian Wu's chief. If vengeance is sought, let them wait at the entrance. With a resounding crash, the invisible hand mercilessly slammed Luo Zhizhou to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and Tianlan stepped down upon his head. Crushing him outright would be too merciful. Pressing down on his head would ensure he remembers this for a lifetime. With a flash of white light, his figure was obliterated into a cloud of dust, vanishing from existence. Throughout this ordeal, Tianlan exhibited no surprise. This was merely the manifestation of the ancient array's might that shrouded this secret realm. Every core disciple from the 5 major sects would receive a teleportation token upon entry, which would activate in times of crisis, whisking them away. However, while this preserved their lives, it simultaneously deprived them of the opportunity to search within, marking a significant loss of potential fortune within the secret realm. Especially now, having entered for less than a day and not having gained anything. It felt like a monumental loss. Yet Tianlan raised his head, his eyelids lifting slightly. I did not engage in a fight. I merely saw him off politely. Throughout, he made no resistance. With his hands in his pockets, he surveyed his surroundings. Who supports me, and who opposes me? The area was enveloped in silence. With only the sound of swallowed saliva echoing, no one dared to meet his gaze. Seeing that everyone could discern right from wrong, I felt reassured. Tianlan nodded with satisfaction, while the others involuntarily twitched their lips. It was laughable that the late stage of the innate realm Luo Zhizhou was crushed like a mere chick. It was almost incomprehensible how powerful this seemingly graceful figure before them truly was. Even if there were dissenters, who would dare voice it at this moment? That would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, even if one were to take 1,000 steps back, they truly had no objections. Rather, they secretly relished the spectacle. Today, Luo Zhizhou could target others, but tomorrow he could very well come for them. Disposing of such a rat was indeed a delight. It was a pity that due to the protective array, they could not eliminate him. Even rendering him incapacitated would have sufficed. Under the guidance of Do Qingyi, several individuals quickly distanced themselves from this contentious place. Although, after Tianlan had demonstrated a fraction of his strength, no one would be so blind as to misjudge the situation. As for the stone, it was naturally pocketed by Tianlan. The stall owner had been quite reluctant to part with the 100 yuan stones, preferring instead to invest that sum to curry favor with this enigmatic senior. Unfortunately, Tianlan earnestly declined, earning him the admiration of many. A senior with such strength who did not act recklessly was indeed a breath of fresh air. With this senior's assistance, perhaps they could truly subdue those 2 notorious figures of the Black Wind. Only Tianlan remained cheerful, for it was not his money being spent. To the east of the market, there lay a cave dwelling for rest, constructed jointly by the 5 major factions, providing a safe haven for respite, albeit at a considerable rental fee. For them, it was also a source of extra income. The Dizi Shi room was a temporary cave rented by Do Qingyi. This is my temporary cave. I originally rented it to prepare for a breakthrough, but it serves well for a temporary rest now, Do Qingyi stated. Tianlan had long been aware of his senior's considerable worth. He tossed the coal-like stone towards Wei Guan. At that moment, the voice of Jian Ye resounded in his mind. This stone is far from ordinary. It is a naturally formed innate jade soul embryo, inherently possessing innate soul essence, and has fused with the core of a spiritual beast. Do you see the honeycomb-like depressions on its surface? Those were formed by the dispersion of soul energy. Such a sizable piece is undoubtedly the perfect choice for crafting soul-concealing treasures. It can undergo complete refinement, and if used wisely, it could become a powerful companion artifact that advances with one's cultivation. Do you comprehend the value of this stone? You simply cast it away without a hint of hesitation. Jian Ye's tone held a hint of teasing. Tianlan was taken aback. Is it truly that impressive? However, he did not care much. The effort required for refining such an item was considerable, and he did not favor that method of combat. On the contrary, Wei Guan, seeing the stone tossed to him so effortlessly, was overtaken by profound astonishment. You do not want it? Tianlan shook his head. It was purchased with your yuan stones. Do you know what this is? Merely an innate jade soul embryo. You are quite fortunate. It fortuitously fused with the core of a spiritual beast, making it an excellent specimen. Tianlan refrained from saying more, as Jian Ye had not taught him. After all, this mysterious fellow could recognize the item. so he surely knew how to refine and utilize it, and there was no need for Yi Tianlan to point out the obvious. Meanwhile, Wei Guan, unseen by anyone, had already begun to express a profound respect and admiration deep within his gaze. Initially, he had assumed that Yi Tianlan had failed to recognize the true nature of the innate jade soul embryo, which was why he had carelessly tossed it to him. He never anticipated that Yi Tianlan had already discerned its origin and significance. It seems I misjudged him. Fei Yang, such a person indeed, deserves my respect. Yi Tianlan glanced over, feeling somewhat odd, and promptly shifted his gaze away. His lips twitched involuntarily. What is this fellow's deal? And why is he staring at me with such an intense gaze? Surely, this individual does not have an issue with his sexual orientation. Chapter 178. Eternal Silence Refining the Void True Scripture. The Void Immortal Emperor. This lad possesses remarkable insight, recognizing even the innate jade soul embryo. Unlike the two of you, fresh out of your shells. Yi Tianlan swiftly interrupted Jian Ye's ramblings with a serious tone. Xin'er, fortunately, we have the esteemed Jian Ye with us. Indeed, he has saved us from many detours. Jian Ye's lips curled slightly, and with a few words, he had successfully hooked their attention. He chuckled inwardly, feeling quite pleased. Wei Guan was not ungrateful either. Yi Tianlan had helped him resolve a problem and gifted him the innate jade soul embryo. Without hesitation, he brought out the items from his storage bag and placed them on the ground. Brother Ye, see if there is anything you need among these. To the surprise of Do Qing Yi and the others, this seemingly unassuming junior possessed so many valuable items. They spotted no fewer than 5 spirit herbs of the Xian rank among them. There were also treasures and secret techniques, including a rare formation plate, so precious that it left them utterly astonished. They initially believed that Yi Tianlan had gained an advantage, yet now they dared not entertain such thoughts. The ease with which Wei Guan revealed these treasures, withholding nothing, was ample proof of the extraordinary value concealed within what appeared to be an unremarkable stone. Its worth undoubtedly surpassed their wildest imaginations. Yi Shidi is indeed a person of integrity, Wang Chao remarked with a hint of admiration. The other two silently concurred in their hearts. Yi Tianlan's expression bore a trace of bashfulness as he fiddled with his chin, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This isn't quite appropriate. He thought inwardly. Sword Elder, please have a look and see if there are any valuable items among what this young man has presented. Sword Elder, he has indeed heard the praises bestowed upon him by others. Do you live up to their assessments? First, he carefully stowed away the pale, purple, oval fruit, which was the Yunmengua. Wei Guan noted that he hadn't chosen any other items, but instead opted to accept the spirit fruit he had recently traded for. And a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. Are you planning to utilize the Yunmengua to refine your spiritual power? Acknowledging Wei Guan's extensive knowledge, Yi Tianlan nodded in affirmation. Wei Guan lowered his head, the light in his eyes flickering, seemingly lost in contemplation or perhaps hesitance. After a long pause, he nodded. Very well, our fates are intertwined. This innate jade soul embryo is of great use to me. Originally, I acquired this Yunmengua to refine my divine soul, but since you require it, I shall give it to you. Moreover, I possess an ancient method for soul refining. If you're interested, feel free to take a look. A flash of light appeared at Wei Guan's fingertips, and before anyone could discern his movements, a parchment emanating an aura of antiquity materialized in his hand. The onlookers were puzzled, while Sword Elder narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Tianlan, without a hint of doubt, reached out to receive it. Upon opening it, he found it devoid of any text. Yet as he immersed his consciousness within, a profound and resonant sound echoed in his mind. The eternal silence refining the void scriptures. Yi Tianlan's eyes lost their focus, his mind momentarily shaken, and he instinctively murmured the name. Even Luo Junxian, who stood beside him, could not clearly catch his words. However, Sword Elder was profoundly shaken. The incomplete jade sword flickered with an unstable brilliance, fortunately concealed by Luo Junxian's sleeve, thus escaping detection. Young man, are you certain this is the name? Yi Tianlan, bewildered by the sudden commotion, felt a buzzing in his head, a result of Sword Elder's voice growing unexpectedly loud. He instinctively nodded, rubbing his ears. This is it. This is indeed it. Sword Elder's voice brimmed with undeniable conviction and an indescribable excitement. Why? This is the method by which the void-refining immortal emperor attained his throne. The only immortal emperor to achieve such a status through the body of a divine soul. Yi Tianlan's pupils widened in disbelief, abruptly lifting his head. his eyes filled with incredulity. Not only was he holding this imperial legacy, but he was also astonished by Wei Guan's willingness to part with it. "Are you certain you wish to give this to me?" This time, it was Yi Tianlan who posed the question. Wei Guan understood the implication and was entirely unsurprised by Yi Tianlan's awareness of the method's significance. To him, this was entirely normal. With a nonchalant smile, Wei Guan replied, "I have a more suitable method for myself. Although this item is commendable, it does not align with my path." He referred to the method he had cultivated to ascend to imperial status, one that was most harmonious with his own essence and merely a tier lower. He understood well that value did not equate to worth. Rather, compatibility was paramount. "If it is fated to be with you, I shall consider it the fulfillment of a promise," he thought to himself. He believed that apart from himself, Yi Tianlan was the most suited to cultivate this divine soul imperial method, for he possessed something deep within his sea of consciousness, along with a trace of imperial intent. Yi Tianlan, shedding any hesitation, accepted the offering amidst the curious gazes of those around him. To them, the conversation between the two seemed cryptic, almost as if two profound elders were exchanging insights. After acquiring the item, Yi Tianlan did not linger further. He bid farewell to the others and swiftly departed with Luo Junxian, renting a superior cave dwelling not far away. Wei Guan too was occupied, intent on refining the innate jade soul embryo into his own soul weapon, for only then could it bear a fragment of his imperial intent. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, in cave number 13, the ethereal moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the graceful figure at the entrance. Luo Junxian sat cross-legged, the Bai Yuan sword resting on her knees, her senses heightened to their limits, vigilant of every movement around her, with the cave's formation obscuring the interior from external view. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlan occupied the cave's solitary alchemy room. His state had long been adjusted to its zenith. After extracting all necessary herbs and meticulously inspecting them, he commenced the refinement of the awakening elixir. "Young man, have you memorized the incantation for the eternal silence, refining the void scriptures?" The incomplete jade sword flickered with a soft white light, appearing around Yi Tianlan's neck. "Yes, your idea is commendable. With the combination of Yu Hundan and awakening elixir, your spiritual strength can reach an unfathomable level in a short time. This is the perfect opportunity to cultivate this divine soul imperial method. Remember, you must seize the moment and master it at once, for if you lose momentum, it will be increasingly difficult to re-enter." Hearing Sword Elder's admonition, Yi Tianlan took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. He believed that Wei Guan's decision to bestow this divine soul imperial method upon him was likely due to its formidable difficulty. Yet, fortuitously, he relished the challenge of the impossible. Whether it be the imperial vein, the 108 celestial apertures, or the cultivation of the divine soul sea. As the moon rose high, Yi Tianlan attained his peak state and struck the alchemy furnace. Commence refinement. The crafting of the awakening elixir was not particularly challenging. Among potions of the same tier, it could only be considered average, for fundamentally, it was a medicinal liquid. Its rarity stemmed from the difficulty of acquiring its three primary ingredients. The 9-colored glaze flame, having absorbed the Qiyun star flame, surged in power, roaring from the furnace and rapidly elevating the room's temperature. This was mitigated by the constraints of the furnace and formation. Otherwise, the cave would have been reduced to ashes. Yi Tianlan methodically extracted the Ziyu Ling Jin, Yuexin Chao, and Yun Minghua, and began the process of refining them into a medicinal liquid in a specified order. After incorporating additional auxiliary materials and ultimately merging them, a fist-sized crimson liquid coalesced. This process consumed over half an hour. "Collect," Yi Tianlan called out, producing a large jade bottle, and with a surge of vital energy, drew the entirety of the awakening elixir into it. As he gently shook it, the liquid resembled viscous magma, slowly flowing and swirling, with specks of light glimmering within. "Ah, not bad. With the right timing, this should be a superior awakening elixir." Yi Tianlan did not leave the alchemy room, but sat down on the spot, taking out the Yu Hundan. He spent half an hour adjusting his state to its peak, swallowing several calming elixirs in the process. Once he felt prepared, he opened the pill bottle and tilted his head back to swallow the Yu Hundan. As the elixir entered, it transformed into a gentle stream that flowed down, making Yi Tianlan feel as if he had drunk from a mountain spring, refreshing and delightful. Indeed, this was the effect of Yu Hundan. enabling him to continuously enhance his spiritual strength for an extended period. Due to its gentle efficacy and the absence of any side effects, this elixir is highly favored among practitioners, remaining a treasure that is both precious and scarce. However, this is not what Yi Tianlan desires. He seeks to unleash the full potency of the Yu Hun Dan within a short span, even doubling or tripling its effects. Only thus can he make a decisive breakthrough. He opened his eyes and once again tilted his head to swallow the awakening saliva. The searing flow of fire rapidly descended along the path traversed by the Yu Hun Dan, and at the moment of their convergence, it resembled the violent reaction of quicklime meeting water. The thunderous sound reverberated like the chaos of the primordial heavens. Yi Tianlan's eyes bulged as he felt a fierce, formless current surge straight into the depths of his mind, where lies the most mysterious and extraordinary realm of the human body, the sea of consciousness. As this powerful current surged in, Yi Tianlan felt a refreshing coolness enveloping his entire being, and his mind became extraordinarily clear, as if all previously insurmountable questions were suddenly illuminated and effortlessly resolved. The sea of consciousness, shrouded in chaotic mist, was forcefully torn open by this current, akin to a sword cleaving through the gates of heaven. An endless radiance poured in, allowing him to finally glimpse a corner of his sea of consciousness. What was this? He beheld a golden lotus blooming slowly, adorned with mysterious chains that were neither gold nor jade, binding a faint golden aura. This aura seemed to embody some unfathomable existence, its shape oscillating between the forms of divine beasts such as the true dragon, the Shen phoenix, and the Qilin. The essence conveyed was indescribable, evoking an inexplicable dread that compelled one to bow in submission. Yi Tianlan felt an overwhelming confusion, pondering how such an extraordinary phenomenon could manifest in the depths of his mind. Perhaps it was simply due to the high treasure drop rate on his first venture into the sea of consciousness. Dismissing further contemplation, he focused entirely on the imperial technique before him. If Wei Guan were to learn of his thoughts, he would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. How could the treasure drop rate be so high, you lucky dog? Your words have no place here. Yi Tianlan sensed a clarity within his mind, his thoughts more agile than ever, as if an ice block had been infused into his skull. It was not that his mind was muddled, but rather that his spirit had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Without hesitation, he immediately began to practice the first step of the Yongji Lianshu Xinjing, the condensing mind domain seed. This step is both an entry point and a foundation, arguably the most crucial phase. Its essence lies in the continual compression and consolidation of mental power, culminating in the creation of a unique mind domain seed. Hence, the Lianshu Xian Emperor preferred to refer to this profound technique as the Yongji Lianshu Mind Domain Xinjing. But why not call it by that name? He found it too lengthy and somewhat awkward to articulate, so he shortened it. Of course, these bygone tales were recorded in a replica parchment scroll, from which Yi Tianlan gleaned this knowledge. What is the mind domain? My mind is my domain. Within the mind domain, I am the sovereign. In simpler terms, this represents a realm of spiritual nature. Unlike ordinary physical domains, it directly operates at the level of the spirit, facilitating higher dimensional assaults. As long as he remains within the mind domain, Yi Tianlan can manipulate all things at will, including the attacks of his enemies. However, such mastery requires the mind domain to be fortified to a certain extent. Otherwise, when faced with higher-level assaults, he can only evade through the mind domain rather than counterattack directly. A torrent of mental power continually flowed into the sea of consciousness, and Yi Tianlan concentrated, amalgamating all the flowing spiritual energy while compressing and consolidating it in accordance with the mental incantation. According to the records of the Yongji Lianshu Mind Domain Xinjing, there are 7 types of mind domain seeds conceived by the Lianshu Xian Emperor at the inception of its creation. They are represented by the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. However, after ascending to the status of an emperor, he realized the shortcomings of this imperial technique when he sought further advancement. Reflecting on his past experiences, he recognized that even as the creator, he had not reached the ultimate limit. For even when he exerted all his effort to condense the violet mind domain seed, it did not lead him to the culmination of this technique. Only after his ascension to emperor did he discover the most powerful and purest source of spiritual energy in existence. Regrettably, by that time, he had ventured too far along this path to turn back. He could not alter his course. That violet mind domain seed had already become an essential foundation on the path to becoming an emperor. Ultimately, he could only look back with regret and utter lament. The violet can be called king, yet even a king has an emperor. Chapter 180, Success. Merging with imperial thought. Even if he later achieved enlightenment, he was still young and weak at that time. Where could he find such exalted figures of the emperor level? Moreover, who would be willing to lend their generous assistance? Thus, it was an insurmountable quandary. The violet may be called king, but the golden imperial level is a burden left for future generations to grapple with. In reality, he merely mentioned it in passing, as he did not believe anyone could attain that fragment of imperial thought at the onset of practicing this technique. Imperial thought, the spiritual essence of the emperor, is something that even descendants cannot sever a part of their soul. But what does it matter? The Lianshu Xian emperor mused that those capable of practicing this imperial technique would undoubtedly be extraordinary prodigies renowned in their realms. Since he could not reach the extreme, he would not allow these later prodigies to have it too easy. He was determined to remind them that they had not yet reached their limits. Far from it. He truly wished to witness their despondent expressions, their anxious fidgeting. Yi Tianlan could not fathom that even such emperor-level figures would leave behind this peculiar sense of humor in their legacy. Though harmless, it would undoubtedly be quite vexing. The immense spiritual power continuously flowed into the sea of consciousness, being cyclically condensed and compressed. It shrank from the size of a playground to that of a room, then further to the size of a basketball. In this process, fresh waves of spiritual power surged in, expanding it once more. Yi Tianlan steadied his mind, suppressing his inner restlessness, and continued the compression. As the spiritual power underwent increasingly intense condensation, the originally formless essence began to transform. A thread of crimson emerged. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianlan's heart soared with joy, though his demeanor remained composed. This signified that he had successfully completed the first step. The mind domain seed had fully coalesced. What remained was its quality, and it was a question of how far he could ascend. That crimson hue spread like a contagion, rapidly enveloping the entirety of the seed. Yet this was not the end, as spiritual power continued to flow in and Yi Tianlan pressed on with the compression. Its color gradually began to fade, ultimately forming a yellow hue. This marked the transition to the second form, with its quality surpassing the previous crimson stage. As time passed, Yi Tianlan tirelessly repeated the process of influx and compression. Although the mind domain seed continued to expand, it overall began to gradually enter a phase of contraction, its color changing rapidly. The vibrant hues transitioned from yellow to green, azure, and finally to blue. Yi Tianlan observed silently, having long forgotten the concept of time, unable to discern whether an eternity had passed or merely a fleeting moment. He gazed at the swirling violet, tumultuous amidst the blue, expanding relentlessly until it enveloped everything. A smile graced his face. Finally, the seed of the violet heart domain had come to fruition. This signified that he had attained the height once achieved by the Lianshu Xiandi. However, completing this feat left him feeling nearly hollow, realizing that no spiritual energy flowed into his sea of consciousness, indicating that the effects of the Yu Hun Dan and Xing Shun Yan had reached their conclusion. Yet, Yi Tianlan understood that this was still not his limit. According to the notes left by the Lianshu Xiandi, the levels beyond violet were heights even the Lianshu Xiandi had not reached. To surpass predecessors, one must not tread the same path, but rather shatter the footprints left behind to forge new heights. However, the dilemma before him loomed like an insurmountable chasm. He sighed deeply, pondering how to find a fragment of imperial thought to merge into the seed of the heart domain. This was an utterly impossible goal. Typically one to pursue perfection, Yi Tianlan felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. This was not a matter of talent or aptitude, but rather of opportunity. He had never considered himself a fortunate individual. It was unlikely that a stray fragment of imperial thought would suddenly appear in his sea of consciousness, only to fortuitously embed itself within the seed of the heart domain. How could that be possible? Yi Tianlan shook his head and chuckled to himself. The thoughts of an emperor were not something he could subdue. Even if presented before him, he would be unable to absorb it. So be it. Violet was sufficient. Better than nothing. Sometimes, leaving a sense of regret could also embody a form of beauty. He blamed the old Lianshu Xiandi for igniting this yearning within him, knowing full well it was unattainable, yet still speaking of it. With a shift in his incantation, the seed of the heart domain continued to compress, coalescing into a profound shade of purple, now comparable in size to a mung bean. Only one final step remained. He needed to imprint it with his own source. Gazing at the nearly blackened, deep purple seed, Yi Tianlan felt a pang of regret, unable to suppress a quiet sigh. If only a stray fragment of imperial thought would suddenly invade his sea of consciousness and then dive into the seed of the heart domain. As his thoughts swirled, a rumble echoed. A tempest erupted within Yi Tianlan's sea of consciousness, akin to the chaos of creation, where boundless thunder rained down. And electric serpents danced wildly upon the vast dark ocean. The ethereal black mist cloaking the sea of consciousness parted, revealing a mere sliver. Despite Yi Tianlan's immense spiritual power flooding in, it only unveiled a minuscule portion of the sea. Yet within the depths of this mist, a golden lotus shone brilliantly, its core housing a golden entity struggling fiercely. Even having separated from its original form, it refused to bow in submission. It continuously manifested various auspicious beasts, be it a true dragon, a black tortoise, or a phoenix reborn from flames. Yet regardless of its fiery might, the chains piercing through its body tightened ever more resolutely. The golden lotus radiated a more brilliant light, and its 9 inner petals trembled slightly, causing the golden beast resting upon the core bud to rise into the air. Under the pull of 72 chains of order, it resembled a condemned prisoner being dragged to execution, breaking through the endless mist and tearing into the sea of consciousness. At that moment, such a tremendous disturbance in his sea of consciousness could not escape Yi Tianlan's notice. The golden lotus remained concealed within the mist, while the golden beast, bound by chains, drew ever closer to the seed of the heart domain. It struggled desperately, emitting a silent roar, yearning to unleash boundless power to shatter Yi Tianlan's sea of consciousness. Yet, the binding of the chains was in vain. In a mere collision, the golden beast, despite its unwillingness, transformed into a speck of golden light, merging into the purple seed of the heart domain. In an instant, this seed underwent a monumental transformation. Yi Tianlan's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind buzzing. Could it be the sea of consciousness? No, this was clearly a wishing pool. I wish for all the readers to grow 10 centimeters taller, to enjoy good health, for their families to thrive, to attain wealth this year, and to meet their fated partner soon. Yi Tianlan shouted. In chapter 181, The Might of the Heart Domain, we truly lacked the conditions back then. This golden beast. If at first Yi Tianlan had been bewildered and unclear about the unfolding events, upon its complete merging with the seed of the heart domain, he comprehended the truth. This was imperial thought. It was a stroke of serendipity effortlessly acquired. At this moment, no one was more bewildered than Yi Tianlan. How did this imperial thought materialize in his mind? And how did it so easily integrate into the seed of the heart domain? No, it must have been forcibly bound and merged. Thus, the question arose, what was the nature of the chains and the golden lotus? There were too many questions, but Yi Tianlan had no time to ponder them. For after the golden imperial thought merged, the seed of the heart domain underwent an earth-shattering transformation. First and foremost, its color. It appeared as if drenched in liquid gold, transforming into a resplendent golden hue, radiating unmatched brilliance. Fearing that delay might bring about change, Yi Tianlan unhesitatingly imprinted his source mark. A dazzling golden light instantaneously pierced through the profound mist, akin to a brilliant sun illuminating his sea of consciousness. At that moment, Yi Tianlan abruptly opened his eyes. In those eyes reflected a radiant golden glow. He transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting from the alchemical chamber, and at the same moment, Luo Junxian turned her gaze towards him. Her pupils sparkled with a piercing sword light, reminiscent of the clear frost trails left by the moonlight. Strike me, Xiener. Luo Junxian, unhesitant, nodded slightly and raised her hand, unleashing a streak of sword light that tore through the air. The golden light within Yi Tianlan's eyes intensified. Particularly clear was the golden pattern that appeared at the center of his forehead, resembling 2 horns, akin to a dragon's visage, in the face of the incoming golden light. His energy remained undisturbed, yet he extended a finger, lightly tapping downwards. Kneel. A mysterious force seemed to settle upon the tip of the blade as the sword light, merely inches from Yi Tianlan, abruptly halted, vibrating the air with a resonating hum. Following a struggle, it uncontrollably plummeted, embedding itself into the soil of the cave. The sword's tip, sharp enough to cut through iron like mud, easily sank half an inch. Caught off guard, Luo Juanxian's wrist twisted in response, causing her to stumble slightly. Her eyes widened in shock, a deep expression of astonishment washing over her beautiful features. She gazed at the white kite sword embedded within the cave, then abruptly lifted her gaze to Yi Tianlan. For the first time, and perhaps the only time, the sword she had wielded displayed signs of uncontrollable submission. No, this wasn't the first instance. The last time was when the ancient shadow manifested, revealing the essence of the Jingye lei sword intent. Yet that time had been permitted by her before sending forth the Qing foam. This time was entirely different. She sensed the submission of the sword tip. "What is this?" she inquired. The astonished voice of the sword echoed alongside. Such a domineering technique. Even a small Xiener, possessing two complete sword intents at the second realm, could not control her sword. How could others fare any better? Yi Tianlan gently touched his nose, his eyebrows raised, and a smug expression immediately adorned his face. Fortunately, this was indeed the heart domain seed. I have merely crossed the threshold, having just reached the stage of condensation. I am unable to form a domain. Thus, I can only extract power for utilization in this manner. However, with this heart domain seed, it will continuously devour and extinguish souls, thereby growing and expanding to form a realm. Luo Jun's celestial eyes flickered with astonishment. Being inherently intelligent and perceptive, she had already grasped the implications of his words. In other words, as long as one remains within your heart domain, you can effortlessly control all objects within the realm, just as you did with the sword in my hand. Yi Tianlan chuckled and clapped his hands with enthusiasm. "Truly, my fairy, you guessed it so quickly." "Indeed, that is the case. However, there is one point that is somewhat inaccurate. My control extends beyond mere objects. After all, this is a heart domain condensed from spiritual power, and its true essence lies in controlling the thoughts within the entire domain, including the air, vital energy, and even the mental thoughts of enemies." Upon hearing this, not only was Luo Jun astonished, but even Jian Yi was left speechless in shock. How domineering! However, wait a moment. I recall that the heart domain of the Lianshu Immortal Emperor was not this formidable back then. Yi Tianlan scratched his nose, uncertain as to why. The Lianshu Immortal Emperor should only possess a purple-grade heart domain seed. Yet for some reason, Jian Yi, filled with disbelief, exclaimed, "What? I am a golden imperial grade." Jian Yi was so astonished that he hardly knew what to say. "Are you implying that you casually surpassed the creator of the technique with just a bit of practice?" He attempted to gesture aimlessly as if to illustrate his confusion. Luo Jun's pupils also trembled in astonishment. It is not only the supreme immortal emperor-level source technique that is extraordinary. Even surpassing an ordinary technique's creator is deemed impossible. Normally, even catching up would be considered a fantasy. After all, these techniques were created by others. By what right do you think you can exceed their understanding? Yet now, Yi Tianlan was undoubtedly revealing something exceedingly novel to them. How did you accomplish this? Jian Yi's voice rose several pitches, on the verge of losing his composure. At that time, he lacked the means to find the imperial thought, but I happened to absorb a trace of it, and thus I surpassed him. Yi Tianlan scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Jian Yi felt as though his throat was gripped by an extraordinary hand, rendering him speechless for a prolonged duration. Imperial thought? Do you even comprehend what you're saying? I seem to recall never having introduced this concept to you. Be honest and tell me where you obtained such a thing. You cannot grasp it. Luo Jun cast a glance at Jian Yi, sensing a pungent sourness in the air that compelled her to pinch her nose and turn away. To be honest, I also do not know how it came about. I merely thought about it at that moment, and then, well, it just happened, integrating into the heart domain seed. After that, you already know what transpired. Jian Yi was on the verge of a complete breakdown. The premise is that it possesses a brain. Otherwise, it would need to be forcibly removed and scratched. There is no longer any need to discuss how to subdue the imperial thought and integrate it willingly, even if it were to ponder endlessly. It could not fathom why an immortal emperor-level soul thought would appear in the mind of this inexperienced child. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he murmured into the void. "No, are we not even pretending now? You're truly giving this away? You are serious." Tears welled in his eyes. "This is no joke. We genuinely lacked the means back then." Chapter 182. Xiener, you pull my hair. With the heart domain seed in hand, Yi Tianlan was uncertain about the current strength of his soul. After completing his breakthrough, he handed the remaining awakening essence to Luo Jun for her to advance. This time he would serve as her protector. Luo Jun's breakthrough proceeded without any unexpected events, but she practiced the sword heart rather than soul techniques. The following day, as they passed by Wei Guan's cave dwelling, they intended to greet him, and Yi Tianlan wished to express his gratitude for the imperial technique he had provided. However, they discovered that Wei Guan had long vanished, and even the cave dwelling had been vacated. With no other choice, they continued deeper into the secret realm. This secret realm was far more expansive than they had imagined, akin to a small world. In the ensuing time, Yi Tianlan and Luo Jun traversed the landscape, assuming the guise of the Black Wind dual demons, seizing opportunities that others could not endure. This drew forth a chorus of grievances, with the clamor for their downfall growing ever louder. Previously, those who had added Yi Tianlan's contact information in hopes of collaborating to ensnare the Black Wind dual demons sent him numerous internal messages. However, this rhythm did not persist for long, as it was soon interrupted by even more astonishing news. It was unclear who leaked the information, but these prodigies from the local forces of the Qing Luo domain finally recognized that something was amiss. They had previously believed that the beasts were controlled by hidden powerful forces. Yet, when these individuals appeared in groups, they understood that an unprecedented formidable force had infiltrated the ancient sect's secret realm. This was an unimaginable upheaval, rendering even the Black Wind dual demons seemingly insignificant in comparison. After all, they were merely two individuals, while the information currently gathered indicated that those within this force were at least mid-level innate realm experts. There were even quite a few at the late stage. This strength could undoubtedly crush any sect. They had no choice but to proceed with caution. In the depths of the secret realm, beside the stream in a small valley, Luo Jun was quietly roasting several plump and succulent spirit fish, while Yi Tianlan held a communication jade slip, quietly reviewing the messages within. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and took a deep breath. "Siennaire, the situation is somewhat dire. Sister Do just transmitted that they have uncovered the details of those who call themselves the 10,000 Beasts Heavenly Sect. Speak. They hail from the central 3 domains of the Eastern Wilderness, where one sect reigns over an entire domain. And there are undoubtedly supreme experts in the true spirit realm among them. They likely arrived just behind us, and these individuals are far more ruthless, seizing opportunities and killing people. Many from various factions have already been fed alive to their beasts." As Luo Jun turned the fish over the fire, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. "So, the person we encountered while rescuing Sister Do was indeed from the 10,000 Beasts Heavenly Sect? Most likely. Then what should we do now?" Yi Tianlan's expression turned serious. "Let us prepare some fries." Yi Tian then gazed at Luoyun, who was propping her chin like a delicate orchid, and his expression faltered. "Prepare fries?" To accompany the roasted fish. Luo Jun blinked her eyes like twinkling stars, leaving Yi Tianlan utterly mesmerized. He shook his head, exclaiming, "Tiske, you mischievous fairy, I did not ask what you wanted to eat. I meant what we should do next. First we eat." Yi Tianlan was at a loss for words, plopping down obediently and ceasing to ponder further. "Then let us add some scallions. Flip them over." In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since the secret realm's opening. During this period, the renown of the Black Wind dual demons continued to soar. In a certain flat area near a riverside valley, a small gathering of a dozen individuals congregated, bustling together. The sun was exceptionally bright today, casting a warm glow on the people and creating shimmering ripples on the lake surface. Yi Tianlan removed the gray cloak draped over his head and instinctively squinted as he lifted his gaze, finding the brightness particularly piercing. Beside him stood a tall figure, seemingly dazed, enveloped in a plump gray robe. The gentle breeze clung to her delicate form, revealing exquisite curves, while a few stray strands of hair danced across her forehead. "Take it off, why are you dazed?" Yi Tianlan reached out to remove the brim of Luo Junxian's hat. "Hair," Luo Junxian lightly huffed, her eyelashes fluttering. She gazed up at him, her bright eyes shimmering like autumn waters. It was at that moment Yi Tianlan realized he had inadvertently straightened a few of her dark locks. "Oh, my apologies, Siennaire. A kiss will make it better." Amidst the envious and jealous gazes from those around, Yi Tianlan embraced her delicate collarbone, planting several kisses atop her head, not forgetting to blow gently and tenderly caress her silky hair, leaving a lingering fragrance. As a few figures approached and witnessed this scene, they couldn't help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Look at everyone present. Who among us is accompanied by their partner? How excessive. Yet, they had more pressing matters at hand, and these trivialities could easily be overlooked. The tall figure with a beard stepped forward to greet Yi Tianlan. Junior brother Yi, greetings. I am Wu Shangjuan. His astonished gaze then fell upon the icy Luo Junxian. This must be junior sister Luo. Indeed, your bond is as close as the rumors suggest. Yi Tianlan nodded politely in acknowledgement, but Luo Junxian remained silent, staring at her toes before glancing back at him. The couple's boots were a recent exchange of treasures, capable of resizing at will, and she pondered which pair looked better. Should she try on Tianlan's instead? Would they cause foot odor? Wu Shangjuan paused, then forced a smile, redirecting his attention back to Yi Tianlan. Junior brother Yi, since you are here, you must be aware of our purpose. Yi Tianlan straightened, acknowledging he had heard some whispers. Indeed, this was the person who had exchanged contact information with him at Taijian Peaks Market, intending to confront the Black Wind twin demons in the future. Clearly, he was not merely talking, but was a man of action. Indeed, we are gathered here today to hunt down those Black Wind twin demons, Yi Tianlan declared solemnly, striking his right fist heavily against his chest, producing a deep, resonant sound. To vanquish evildoers is our undeniable duty. Luo Junxian lifted her head, casting him a glance. After a moment of contemplation, she chimed in, So am I. Wu Shangjuan's face lit up with delight, his smile stretching wide. How splendid. With your assistance, our strength will surely escalate, and capturing those Black Wind twin demons will be an effortless endeavor. At this moment, another individual excitedly interjected, Brother Wu is right. Perhaps we won't even need to call upon the two of you. After hearing the news, those Black Wind twin demons may have already vanished, too afraid to show their faces. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlan cast an appreciative glance in his direction, unable to suppress a thumbs up. Indeed, you are quite right. Those Black Wind twin demons will certainly not appear today. Chapter 183. I suspect there is a spy among us, junior brother Yi. To speak candidly, according to our internal news from Yaoling Mountain, there exists a spirit soil within this secret realm known as Kuei Shui Ho. Tuesday, Wu Shangjuan continued, his expression turning smug. This Kuei Shui Ho 2 is naturally attuned to water attributes. Any spiritual herbs planted upon it require no irrigation and will never dry out. Furthermore, cultivating on it for just one day equals 100 days worth of effort. With careful nurturing, the mysteries of this soil may even induce extraordinary transformations in the cultivated spiritual plants. As he spoke, Wu Shangjuan's face glowed with pride. We intend to use this spirit soil as bait to lure the Black Wind twin demons. Based on my understanding of their behavior, they never miss out on any opportunities above the Xian grade. They often plunder even yellow grade resources. We believe that if they hear about this Kuei Shui Ho 2, they will be unable to resist. Wu Shangjuan sneered, wearing a satisfied expression. Yi Tianlan's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You are indeed talented, you guessed correctly. Yet, a wave of concern washed over Yi Tianlan. Was this approach truly wise? If the Black Wind twin demons are cunning, what if we cannot stop them with so many of us? Wouldn't we merely allow them to seize this precious spirit soil? Wu Shangjuan scoffed, dismissing the concern with a wave of his hand. Rest assured, while the spirit soil is excellent, it cannot be easily moved. It requires a Qian Kuanding to transport it. Yi Tianlan outwardly praised his thorough preparations while inwardly inquiring of the Sword Elder. Sword Elder, what exactly is a Qian Kuanding? It is a type of treasure akin to your Shumi ring or storage pouch, but specifically designed for storing living things. While storage pouches can provide temporary preservation, prolonged containment is detrimental to the vitality of spiritual plants, leading to their withering. In contrast, a Qian Kuanding resolves all such issues. Yi Tianlan understood now. Using the Qian Kuanding to store the Kuei Shui Ho 2, along with planting the Xian Shu Bao Shu and various spiritual herbs, would create a portable top-tier garden. One could cultivate and harvest as desired. However, he lamented that he had only heard of the Qian Kuanding and that such a rare treasure was not commonly possessed. It likely rivaled even the Xian grade opportunities. Yi Tianlan shook his head in regret. He had not intended to extract information from Wu Shangjuan, but merely mentioned it casually. To his surprise, Wu Shangjuan conspiratorially pulled him aside. Glancing around, he whispered, "You wouldn't believe it, junior brother Yi, although the Qian Kuanding is not seen outside. It truly exists within this ancient secret realm." Yi Tianlan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait, are you serious? There really is one?" Wu Shangjuan, oblivious to his thoughts. Notice the intense admiration in Yi Tianlan's eyes, which only fueled his pride. Such treasures as the Qian Koan Ding are coveted by everyone, not just you, but even I and the elders in my sect, who have dealt with spiritual herbs all their lives, desire such wonders. Do not forget, this is the stronghold of the Guyuan sect. It has produced true spirit realm superpowers. Although this was not exactly a closely guarded secret, many knew that within the alchemy hall of the Guyuan sect, there existed a Qian Koan Ding, and it was speculated that its quality was undoubtedly high. However, as you know, accessing the core area of the sect requires gathering 3 pieces of the Guyuan secret order. 2 pieces have already been revealed, held by your Tianwu Academy and the Joshuan sect, while the last piece remains elusive, rendering any attempt to unlock it mere folly. Yi Tianlan nodded, mentally noting this information without mentioning that he possessed one of the pieces. He had not anticipated that the opportunity bestowed upon him by the irascible elder on his first day of enrollment was so valuable, linked to an unopened core area. One could only imagine the treasures contained within. As the appointed hour arrived and the crowd gathered, Wu Shangjuan led everyone into a secluded mountain range, entering an underground, winding riverbed through a hidden natural cave. Ultimately, they reached the upstream of the subterranean riverbed, where they beheld the extraordinary Kuei Shui Ho Tuesday. This mystical soil exhibited a striking black-red hue, interspersed with streams of white vapor that curled and danced like ethereal dragons, leaving onlookers in awe. Upon witnessing this intricate terrain, the group began to comprehend Wu Shangjuan's unwavering confidence. Once the Black Wind twin evildoers entered, they would be met with an overwhelming assault, akin to trapping fish in a barrel or hunting a dog in a corner. This realization instilled a sense of assurance among the crowd, who began to deliberate on how to distribute the spoils after their anticipated victory. Yi Tianlan joined the discussions, becoming increasingly animated as he argued for a substantial share, threatening to withdraw if he was not given his due. His audacity drew a chorus of scornful remarks, with others insisting that even if the Black Wind twin evildoers escaped, he would receive no benefits. Infuriated, Yi Tianlan fumed, but it was Wu Shangjuan, as the leader, who ultimately stepped forward to meticulously divide the spoils and introduced Yi Tianlan's identity and capabilities. Consequently, he obtained a considerable portion of the expected rewards. Observing his eagerness, no one doubted that Yi Tianlan was more eager than anyone else for the Black Wind twin evildoers to make their appearance. According to the original plan, Wu Shangjuan would send out word about the Kuei Shui Ho Tu and personally invest in planting several high-tier spiritual herbs to enhance credibility. This decision garnered widespread approval. All that remained was to wait patiently. However, this wait stretched into 2 days. Not only did the Black Wind twin evildoers fail to appear, but the only visitors were a band of adventurers drawn by rumors, who sought to pilfer his spiritual herbs, inciting Wu Shangjuan's wrath. It was evident that this was a failed fishing expedition. Junior brother, I sincerely apologize for wasting your time, but it is indeed strange. This is not how the Black Wind twin evildoers typically behave. Yi Tianlan silently chuckled within, pondering that if they were still waiting, something was surely amiss. At the cave's entrance, Wu Shangjuan wore a look of regret. He had personally invited the 2 of them, and now, after such a significant blunder, he felt guilty for wasting their time, especially given their exceptional talents. He felt remorseful. Had they captured the Black Wind twin evildoers, the spoils would have compensated for this misstep, yet their cunning had left him vexed. It's quite all right, senior brother, Yi Tianlan replied with sincerity. Wu Shangjuan felt touched. Had it been anyone else, they might have turned against him after such a lengthy wait, a sentiment he had witnessed numerous times over the past few days. Among all, he valued these 2 the most, and as long as they bore no ill will, he felt reassured. Senior brother, I suspect there may be a traitor among us. Yi Tianlan Sudendi Varnit Ernesti. Wu Shangjuan, who had been scratching his head in confusion, was instantly enlightened, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Yi Tianlan. Junior brother, that must be the case. No wonder we have been waiting in vain, he exclaimed, frustration evident. To be honest, I had my suspicions from the start. Wu Shangjuan was irate yet helpless, his expression one of apology. Junior brother, I will thoroughly investigate those individuals. Rest assured, I will not waste your time any further. If the Black Wind twin evildoers do appear, we will certainly inform you, and you will receive your due share for your efforts. Wu Shangjuan assured them with a pat on his chest. Furthermore, feeling guilty, he divulged an internal piece of news. Actually, Our sect's senior sister has long been dispatched to the Star Herb Garden, which is the ancient Yin sect's medicinal garden, rich with invaluable herbs. Those accompanying her possess formidable backgrounds and have brought tools for dismantling formations. If you hurry, you may catch a chance. He cast a furtive glance around before solemnly patting Yi Tianlan's shoulder. Watching the two ascend and swiftly race toward the horizon, he silently waved them goodbye. The benefits belong to the sect, but the goodwill is my own. Stop joking around, stinky treasure. After receiving news about the Star Herb Garden from Wu Shangjuan, Yi Tianlan hurriedly set off. He desired the Kuei Shui Ho too, yet without the Qian Kuan Ding. He could not collect it, leaving it temporarily behind. This may very well explain why the Yaoling sect had long discovered the Kuei Shui Ho too, but allowed it to remain. They likely intended to cultivate it on site, scattering spiritual seeds to be harvested by the next generation of disciples 30 years hence. Two radiant arcs of light pierced the sky, tearing through the dense clouds formed by the gathering spiritual energy. Swordmaster, what are you doing? Yi Tianlan inwideth. Having noted the milky white ripples emanating from Swordmaster since their earlier arrival, piquing his curiosity, Luo Junxian, too, glanced down at her wrist, feeling the warmth envelop her skin. Swordmaster paused momentarily. Upon entering the grand formation, I sense that this small world is enveloped by a larger array. This is a simplified version of the Zhou-Tian star formation, consisting of 7 major pivots. However, I observe that this formation has been compromised, with 4 of its pivots shattered, losing their original functions. Based on the intelligence you previously gathered, the remaining 3 star pivots likely correspond to 3 significant regions. Yi Tianlan was momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance with Luo Junxian before exclaiming, the Alchemy Hall, the Star Herb Garden, and the Sex Heritage Hall. After more than half a month of exploration, they had nearly grasped the internal structure of the ancient Yin sect, making them particularly attentive to these renowned areas. At this moment, prompted by Swordmaster's insights, they quickly understood. The Yuhing star is the most radiant star within the Zhou-Tian star formation, and this formation conveniently absorbs the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars to nourish this realm. The direction you're heading is precisely where the Yuhing star resides, the area rich in starlight. So you mean? Yi Tianlan deftly interjected, eager to align with Swordmaster's grandstanding. Swordmaster appeared quite pleased, responding enthusiastically. Given the richness of this small world's essence, and with the herb garden strategically positioned at the core of the most concentrated starlight, I suspect a rare and extraordinary herb, seldom seen in the outside world, may emerge here. Upon hearing this, both Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian instantly perked up. What is it? The Xinglu Jianchao, a miraculous herb that greatly benefits your beloved Xian'er's incomplete sword body. This herb only flourishes in the starlit battlegrounds. Do you see those 2 stars? Kaiyang and Yaowang, also known as the Wuxiu and Pejuan stars. These 2 stars subtly guard the Star Herb Garden. If there is also a corresponding law enforcement hall, or a heavenly prison of the ancient Yin sect, it would be nearly certain. Yi Tianlan raised his head to observe, then scratched his head in confusion. Turning around, he noticed Xian'er deep in thought, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wisdom. This doesn't make sense. Xian'er doesn't seem any more insightful than I am. He mused, perplexed, and nudged her waist, asking, have you figured something out, Xian'er? What? I see that you haven't figured anything out. Yi Tianlan gazed at her with an expression of forlornness, exclaiming, stop joking around, stinky treasure. The truth was that neither of them had discerned anything significant. It was hardly surprising, given that they were both novices in this field, and the complexities of a formation that could even be named by Swordmaster were beyond their comprehension. The 2 individuals once again experienced the delightful sensation of having an elder at home, akin to possessing a treasure. Otherwise, how could they possibly deduce the circumstances within merely by observing the formation's trends? Meanwhile, as Yi Tianlan and his companion hurried towards Xingyuan, the atmosphere elsewhere was anything but tranquil. The existence of Xingyuan could hardly be deemed a secret. The vast majority of those entering were well aware of its presence, thus attracting numerous individuals hoping to try their luck. According to the widely circulated assertions, any spirit herb found within was at least a rare item of the Xian level, with some varieties having become nearly extinct in the outside world. Even if one had no personal use for them, merely taking one out would yield substantial profit. The figures from Yaoling Mountain believe their actions to be flawless, having expended great resources to widen a crack in the formation, creating a passage that allowed one to enter. However, upon their entry, before they could even close it, they were met by members of the Wanshou Tianzong, who surged in to engage them in battle. Thus, while the two formidable factions clashed fiercely, the gaping formation passage remained unguarded, with more individuals drawn in by the tumult of the conflict. The news of the opening of Xingyuan spread like a wildfire. Subsequent disciples arriving from various sects witnessed the exposed crack and the sparse yet precious herbs within the medicinal fields, plunging them into a frenzy. They desperately attempted to squeeze inside, but the passage was so narrow that it only allowed one person at a time. A fierce battle was thus inevitable. Unbeknownst to them, tendrils of an unfamiliar fragrance began to waft through the air, mingling with the overwhelming stench of blood. Yet consumed by their bloodlust, they could no longer discern these changes. They had entirely forgotten the purpose of their arrival. Whenever someone attempted to slip in amidst the chaos, they would be ruthlessly subdued by the collective. By the time later arrivals reached this scene, they were met with a horrific tableau. Vivid crimson stained the ground, and dismembered limbs lay scattered about. The sights were grotesque. With some individuals still clinging to life, their half-bodies struggling amidst the corpses, emitting anguished cries. The unfolding scenes provoked a visceral reaction among the newcomers, causing their pupils to constrict in terror. It was unfathomable what insanity had driven these individuals to engage in such a brutal conflict to gain entry. However, as time passed, they began to notice their own breaths becoming increasingly agitated, their palms trembling uncontrollably, yearning to plunge into the fray. Suddenly, one individual realized the unsettling change and hastily swallowed a cleansing pill, clarity flickering in their eyes. They retreated, exclaiming, "This atmosphere is wrong. If we linger too long, we will succumb to bloodlust." The onlookers had yet to grasp the situation when a dark flash emerged from the depths of the forest, transforming into a crescent moon blade that swiftly severed a head from its body. The crimson droplets of blood danced through the air, reflecting a manic grin. "Ha, how amusing! This time, Brother Chun, you have lost. 53 lives have been claimed, precisely exceeding the number." A boisterous, arrogant laugh echoed from the woods. Everyone was thrown into a state of panic by this sudden turn of events, quickly maneuvering their magical artifacts to distance themselves from the source of the attack and the voice. Having been present for so long, they had not realized that others were concealed beneath them. Truly unfortunate. It seems the people of this small place are nothing but a bunch of worthless scraps. After so long, they finally noticed the abnormal air. It was laughable that they did not find it strange that dozens had perished here. The observers above felt their ears burn at the remark. It was no wonder they had failed to notice. Their narrow perspectives prevented them from discerning the source of the anomaly. Yet, if Jian Yi were present, he would have identified the disturbance immediately and devised a countermeasure. As their angry gazes fell below, they beheld two figures riding beasts emerging from the forest, stepping into the air. One rode a three-eyed white deer, while the other was mounted on a peculiar black-spotted leopard, notable for its bizarrely shaped tail that resembled a vine-like plant, which danced restlessly in the air. The tail's end bore a large, gaping mouth, akin to a carnivorous flower, from which slender tendrils of faintly crimson vapor were exhaled, quickly dissipating into the atmosphere. Clearly, this strange aroma was the source of the carnage that had ensued. The youth seated upon the three-eyed white deer had previously crossed paths with Yi Tianlan. Though he might not be recognized at this moment, the mention of the Xuanxu treasure tree would certainly jog memories of the unfortunate Duan. It seemed that too many individuals had borrowed opportunities from Yi Tianlan, rendering Duan himself less distinguished than the three-eyed white deer beneath him. Currently, he wore a sullen expression as he begrudgingly tossed a shin-level spirit herb to the young man atop the peculiar leopard. The latter's face lit up with delight as he accepted the herb, exclaiming, "I must thank your ignorance and foolishness, otherwise." Winning a spirit herb from Brother Duan would not have been easy. He turned, showering compliments. "Thanks to Brother Duan, I am fortunate enough to witness such a splendid spectacle." Upon hearing this, a hint of satisfaction flickered across Duan Yu's face, and he nodded curtly. Listening to these two treat lives as mere entertainment sent chills down the spines of even the most composed individuals, causing them to clench their fists tightly. Flames of rage swirling in their eyes. "What do you consider life?" A passionate young man roared at the pair. Duan Yu raised an eyebrow and casually summoned the black crescent blade once more, which flashed through the air, swiftly claiming blood. As it returned, a vivid crimson streak adorned its edge, while the headless corpse plummeted helplessly to the ground. The onlookers were left in shock, recoiling in fear, their expressions betraying their terror. What else could it be? He mused, tilting his head in contemplation. As he caught the gazes of the crowd, his seriousness vanished, replaced by a maniacal grin. What else could it be? Why, it is merely the thrill of killing at will. Ha ha ha. The crowd, though furious, could only suppress their anger. Instead, they hoped that once these two bloodthirsty executioners had entered, they might seize the opportunity to slip in themselves. However, Duanyu's next words shattered their hopes. This place is already claimed by my Wansho Tianzong. You would do well to leave while I am still in a good mood. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a swarm of flies. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, resentment spilling forth. After expending considerable effort to arrive here from various hidden realms, they were now being told to depart empty-handed. How could they accept such a fate? After a tumultuous internal struggle, one individual could no longer contain himself. Brother, you are so few in number. It is impossible for you to take all the spirit herbs. Why not allow us to enter and explore together? Duanyu burst into laughter, exchanging a glance with his companion, both sharing a look of mockery. Chengyu found it increasingly challenging to manage the derision and mockery etched upon his visage. He patted the peculiar black panther beneath him and turned to his senior brother, saying, "Did you hear that? He actually dares to discuss terms with us." Duanyu shook his head with a cold chuckle, concluding that perhaps they had shown too much leniency. The lowly should possess the awareness befitting their station, rather than gazing longingly at delicacies as if they might indulge. With a sudden thrust, shadows shot forth from his hand, splattering blood anew and reflecting the icy, bloodthirsty demeanor on his face. "Do you understand now, lowly creature?" The onlookers were struck dumb by this thunderous display of power, retreating in disarray. Yet, some remained, unwilling to concede defeat, hoping to find an opportunity to slip through. Though fraught with peril, the world was never short of the greedy and the reckless. Chengyu and Duanyu, witnessing this scene, understood the intentions of these individuals. What they coveted was not to be coveted by others, not even to be gazed upon. With a sinister smile, Chengyu casually struck the side of his peculiar black panther, which transformed into a shadow streaking forth, its paws shining with the brilliance of a magical artifact. Shortly after, terrified screams and pleas for mercy erupted. The two stood at the entrance, reveling in the spectacle, their laughter ringing with a brilliance that lit up their faces. Just as they were engrossed in their amusement, two figures shot in from afar. Chengyu nudged Duanyu with his elbow, chuckling, "Look, brother, two more who fear not death have arrived." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his smile abruptly froze. His pupils dilated, devoid of life, as if struck by a cataclysmic earthquake, trembling violently. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, his spirit waning tenfold. He stared vacantly at the blackened corpses plummeting from the sky, utterly paralyzed. One strike. From the moment he spotted the two newcomers, it took but a single strike. With the flash of the sword light, even he had not reacted before his fated beast became a casualty. No, he howled in fury, veins throbbing on his forehead, his eyes flickering with a mad, brutal, killing intent. As the brightness intensified before him, fear compelled him to shut his mouth and turn to flee. "I won't call out anymore. Please spare me after killing my beast." Chapter 186, Strength and Heartseed. My senior brother is invincible. Please spare me after killing my beast. Luo Junxian raised her hand, delivering a sword strike to convey her message. "No good. You remain alive while your beast is dead. What kind of fortune is that? You cannot be allowed to benefit entirely." It was only after the two presences in his perception were completely extinguished that Duanyu regained his wits, his teeth chattering with a clattering sound. 2 strikes. Merely 2 strikes, and they were gone, faster than he could kill a chicken. Was this a human? He even suspected that if the Black Panther stayed with Chengyu, there would be no need to waste time engaging again. Such a shocking turn of events did not escape the attention of those fixated on the entrance. Soon, they beheld 2 radiant figures slicing through the air. From within emerged a man and a woman. The man was handsome and graceful, while the woman possessed eyes like autumn waters, her form unparalleled. Anyone witnessing them would surely exclaim at their matchless beauty, a perfect pair. This was the heartfelt admiration of the onlookers. Seeing someone take action to discipline the unruly disciples of the Wansho Tianzong filled them with immense joy, a delight that surged within. However, as a direct participant, Duanyu had no desire to confront that piercing swordlight. He was drenched in sweat, having discarded all thoughts except for a singular idea: Escape. He must escape. Once outside, he would undoubtedly report to the sect, ensuring that these wretched insects were eradicated. Damn it, this shouldn't be. How could such terrifying prodigies emerge from this remote place? His teeth clenched, his eyes reddened from rage and fear. He appeared like a vengeful spirit rising from the depths of hell. First, he had lost the treasure tree to the unknown Black Wind duo, and now, another sword path prodigy had appeared from some obscure corner, leaving him utterly vexed. What kind of place was this, where geniuses congregated? The eye atop the three-eyed white deer's forehead began to glow crimson, dark blood seeping forth, and a multitude of eerie, blood-colored patterns emerged upon its flawless white skin. In comparison to his own life, a beast was trivial. Without hesitation, he chose to have the three-eyed white deer enact the costly blood escape technique. Scarlet blood energy mingled with his essence, enveloping his form, transforming him into a striking beam of crimson light that fled in an unexpected direction. Clearly, he was gambling, betting that the two would not waste time abandoning the entrance to pursue him. A commendable thought, yet he had fundamentally miscalculated from the outset. Luo Junxian had no intention of chasing after him, nor did she need to. The sword intent tore through the air, akin to a thunderous serpent rampaging through the void. And in mere moments, it caught up with his fleeing figure. No, you cannot kill me. Do you not know my identity? I am an elder of the Wan, Shou Tianzong. Before his words could fully escape his lips, his figure was engulfed and devoured by the raging sword intent. Moments later, nothing remained, save for a shimmering, silver glint from a Xiumi ring that was swept back by the thunderous serpent. What nonsense are you babbling? Yi Tianlong frowned at Luo Junxian. He longed for his mother. Luo Junxian meticulously stowed away the white kite in her hand. Are you jesting with me? Yi Tianlong invited suspiciously. Srach herunderar. How did you know? Luo Junxian shivered slightly, twisting her waist, her fair, jade-like face tinged with a blush even more delicate than cherry blossoms, responding with a playful elbow jab. As the thunder rolled, those nearby, though at a distance, instinctively stepped back, fearing the wrath. Yi Tianlong paid no heed to their reactions. He closed his eyes, a golden grain-like pearl illuminating the void with an astonishing radiance. Emanatino enigmaticoha. In places invisible to the naked eye, whether at the site of the peculiar Black Panther's demise or upon the corpses of Cheng Yu, Duan Yu, and the three-eyed white deer, wisps of grayish-white energy began to materialize. These energies faintly outlined their forms in life, only to be drawn into a whirlpool, swirling and flowing into Yi Tianlong's palm. The golden grain-like pearl greedily absorbed it all, showing no discrimination between beast or human souls. This heart domain seed, forged from highly compressed spiritual power, resembled a meticulously crafted millstone devoid of any seams. Once these soul powers were drawn in, they would be crushed and transformed into pure, clear spiritual energy, subsequently becoming a part of the heart domain seed. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlong sensed his heart domain seed expanding slightly outward, accompanied by a significant increase in power. Indeed, it was effective. Yi Tianlong felt elated. The cultivation method of the eternal silence refining void heart domain scripture was remarkably simple. One merely needed to refine the heart domain seed, and as long as it continuously consumed spiritual power, the process would be gradual yet stable. Of course, what was simple for him was not so for others. The first step of refining the heart domain seed could stump 99 of super geniuses. There was a reason Wei Guan did not cultivate. Even he found the eternal silence refining void heart domain scripture exceptionally intricate and convoluted. After accomplishing all this, the two individuals did not linger, but immediately transformed into streaks of light and surged into the gap of the formation. Although the time taken to eliminate the two gatekeeper minions was brief, they were unaware of how long this formation had been activated. They did not wish to squander even a moment checking the storage devices of their adversaries. After all, the cost of a minor oversight could lead to significant losses. Once they departed, the onlookers who had been wandering nearby dared to approach, gazing at the gaping fissure now laid bare before them. It seemed the previous terrifying events had instilled such fear that none dared to be the first to step inside. Who were those formidable figures? The sister from an unknown power had effortlessly dispatched 4 late-stage, innate realm warriors with just 3 strikes. Regaining their composure, some expressed astonishment, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Indeed, they recognized that those were the top talents of the Wan Shou Tianzong, incomparable to anyone from our Qing Luo domain. each possessing peak combat prowess of the same realm. How naive you are, not even recognizing those two. Curious glances turned towards the speaker. Do you know them? I do not, but I am aware of their identities. They are the esteemed senior brother and sister of our Tianwu Academy. Remember, if you encounter a pair of celestial lovers within the secret realm, there is a 90% chance it is them. Keep your eyes wide open and do not provoke them. My senior brother has even slain a Yukong realm expert. Even though he belongs to the weakest group of disciples entering this time, his pride is evident when discussing Yi Tianlan and his companion. With his chin held high, he seemed to embody their essence. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding crowd fell into a deeper state of shock. Chapter 187. Why am I accompanied by a mangy dog while he has a celestial partner? At this moment, deep within the Xingyao Yuan, waves of formidable and terrifying energy surged unrestrainedly outward, each pulse potent enough to obliterate any beings below the innate realm. The void roared with resounding echoes, and even the medicinal fields suffered considerable damage, with many precious spiritual herbs turned to ashes in the aftermath of the battle. Amidst this terrifying chaos, a figure concealed its aura, hiding behind a massive rock. With hair billowing wildly, the wind swept across Wei Guan's face, yet he remained unfazed, meticulously extending his consciousness to sense the surrounding movements. The purple patterns in his eyes had solidified, and a faint, gauzy aura enveloped his body, insulating him from all perceptible fluctuations. Indeed, it was Wei Guan. It remains unknown when he arrived here, perhaps even earlier than Yi Tianlan and his companion. As he attentively monitored the battle, a lecherous voice echoed in his mind once more. Ha ha ha! Thanks to this emperor, otherwise you might have missed this treasure trove. Wei Guan frowned, but refrained from retorting. The discovery of the Xing Lu Jianchao here was truly a delightful surprise. Once both sides have exhausted themselves in battle, you can swoop in to collect the spoils. If I obtain this Xing Lu Jianchao, I will at least regain 1,000th of my strength, and then we can enjoy a life of luxury together. Wei Guan closed his eyes in silence. Be quiet. Do not even think about coveting the Xing Lu Jianchao. Just stay out of trouble. If it weren't for your previous loss of a fragment of your soul, I wouldn't have to expend so much effort to reconstitute it for you. Ahem, everyone makes mistakes, and dogs have their moments of folly. How can one know if it is delectable without tasting it? Who knows? You cannot keep blaming me, right? Wei Guan's lips twitched, a chill creeping across his face. The thought of Fei Yang, always accompanied by a stunning beauty, while he himself was followed by a mangy dog with an unkempt appearance, made him involuntarily shut his eyes. What a misfortune. Truly cursed. You two must part ways. The more he thought about it, the more incensed he became. He would never believe in love. Yet he still yearned to witness something pure. Puffed. Wei Guan's lips twitched. Can you refrain from making such noises? His forehead throbbed with veins. His face flushed a deep crimson. His expression twisted in horror. You glutton, you've been indulging too much lately. What of it? The mangy dog scratched its rear, grinning. Its laughter caused Wei Guan to momentarily lose his vision, his chest tightening. He loathed this world. Were it not for the fact that this foolish creature still had some utility, he would have happily tossed it into a boiling pot for a bath. Oh, it seems the battle over there is nearing its conclusion. Are you ready? I will set up a concealment formation for you. Once the moment arrives, sneak in, grab the items, and flee swiftly. Your peak chi transformation realm strength is utterly insufficient. They are a whole realm above you. Wei Guan snorted coldly. Be silent. I have my own sense of judgment. 3 breaths later, a tremendous explosion erupted from the center of the battle, a powerful and oppressive energy storm raging outward. Subsequently, it became apparent that the combatants' auras had significantly weakened. Clearly, they had unleashed their ultimate moves. Now is the time. Wei Guan's purple patterns deepened, with delicate lines creeping up his neck. His aura retracted entirely within his body, and he produced a small bell, casually tossing it into the air where it began to spin above his head. This was the innate spiritual tool crafted from the innate Yuan Tai. A layer of faint gray, flickering light enveloped him, rendering his form entirely invisible. As he moved, an enigmatic formation pattern shimmered above him, creating a subtle ripple in the void. Having completed these preparations, Wei Guan had become utterly undetectable, his movements blending seamlessly into the chaotic energy of the surroundings. In the sky, the battle had reached an intense climax. Both sides were determined not to yield. Do not push me too far. With so many spiritual herbs in this Xing Yao Yuan, why must you confront my Yao Ling mountain? A young woman, standing atop a gleaming azure cauldron, glared with fury at the black-clad figure opposite her, her teeth grinding in anger. Lu disdainfully curled his lip. As one of the leaders of the Wan, Shou Tianzong in this harvesting expedition, second only to the formidable Qi Jiao, he would not waste time on the trivial complaints of the opposing faction. He teasingly wiped the blood from his lips, greedily savoring it. It seems you have misunderstood something. What is your Yaoling Mountain but an obscure minor sect? It is hardly worth my effort to target you specifically. Everything within this secret realm belongs to my Wan Shou Tianzong. As for you all, he sneered, surveying the opposing group. If you know what is good for you, you will leave at once. Otherwise, you shall become fertilizer for this herb garden. Yu Qingran's beautiful eyes brimmed with wrath. Yet a sense of helplessness surged within her. She understood all too well that despite their numbers, they were utterly powerless against the opposing force. The enemy was a peak innate realm expert, and the black-eyed violent bear beneath them was a king among beasts, boasting unparalleled strength and defense among its kind. Faced with this formidable duo, they truly had no means to contend. The previous strike had already showcased the might of their joint formation, resulting in the shattering of 3 of their cauldrons. If they continued to battle, it would yield nothing but losses. They might even find themselves trapped here permanently. However, it is evident that they had exerted tremendous effort to gain access, and how could they depart in dismay? Ultimately, after much contemplation, she chose to relinquish her pursuit. The reason was simple. As the senior disciple, she bore the responsibility for everyone's safety. Very well, let us take our leave, she uttered through clenched teeth. Her expression a blend of reluctance and dissatisfaction. A wise decision indeed. The figure known as Lu clapped and laughed. Yet, just as the members of Yao Ling Shan retreated a distance, their vigilance waning, a sudden, arrogant smile appeared at the corner of Lu's mouth, akin to a greedy and sinister beast revealing its lethal fangs upon realizing its prey's vulnerability. Ha ha ha. It seems you truly lack any trump cards. Yao Ling Shan, as an alchemical sect, you must possess ample elixirs, so leave them all to me. He bellowed ferociously as he charged forth. In the blink of an eye, a fierce battle erupted once more, accompanied by the furious shouts of Yao Ling Shan's disciples and the triumphant laughter of Lu. The lone wolf would never spare the feeble flock. He merely wished to observe if any could escape. This young man's character is quite sinister and ruthless. I find it rather appealing, Wei Guan mused, casting an indifferent glance at the battle above. If he were among the Yao Ling Shan disciples, he would not exhibit any signs of weakness before a formidable foe. However, this was fortuitous, should they manage to leave unscathed. He would lose the chance to take advantage of the chaos. Both sides had entered the climactic phase of their bloody conflict, determined to establish superiority and determine life or death. Wei Guan was acutely aware that their confrontation would not last long, quickening his pace with the intent to seize the precious elixir and make a hasty exit. At that moment, the lewd voice of the old yellow dog echoed in his mind. I have seen the senior disciple of Yao Ling Shan. She is far more beautiful than your senior disciple from Tianwu Academy. Are you sure you won't go out and rescue her? Wei Guan nearly lost his composure. Growling internally, silence. The more beautiful the woman, the more venomous her heart. If you continue to prattle on, do not blame me for being impolite. He was utterly unwilling to entertain such topics. The yellow dog scoffed, puffed. Convincing yourself is one thing, but look at that young man. He seems quite close to his partner, as if they grew up in the same pair of trousers. I observe that girl possesses an extraordinary aura and beauty. Not inferior to your Yaoqi. Wei Guan felt a surge of indignation, his head nearly spinning as the small bell atop him swayed precariously, threatening to reveal his presence. Lies do not wound. It is the truth that cuts like a blade. You have simply indulged too much in flattery. One must find a partner with mutual affection, lest they end up fleeing with a brother eventually. Wouldn't you agree? The yellow dog scratched its behind, grinning mischievously. Wei Guan's fury boiled, his fist clenched tightly. He continuously reminded himself that this was a trial. He was an emperor of immortals. A mere inner demon could not thwart him. As he observed the insufferable dog about to speak again, he kicked the little white rational figure away, sending it flying into the clouds. Speak again, and I shall sever my own soul. The yellow dog's lips twitched, realizing the man's cruelty, yet it sighed resignedly, acknowledging its own limitations. The Xinglu Jian Cao resembled a 3-foot-tall blade of white jade, with a row of razor-sharp leaves resembling curled soup spoons growing from its sides. This plant was located at the heart of the Xingyao Yuan, occupying the most vital position of the Great Formation, in correspondence with the celestial stars above. Every moment, an endless stream of rich starlight converged upon it, forming a passage akin to an ancient starry road due to its dense essence. Yet, these were mere illusions. Nonetheless, they illustrated the extraordinary rarity of the Xinglu Jian Sao, which had consumed the essence of countless sun and moon cycles, rendering even the other two precious herbs in the core area insignificant in its presence. A torrent of sun and moon essence surged into the sword leaves, coalescing into a star due no larger than a pinky finger. This was the power of the Xinglu Jian Sao, capable of condensing resplendent star dew. This particular Xinglu Jian Sao was at least a millennium old, with all 7 sword leaves saturated with star dew, and due to years of continuous refinement. The essence contained within had solidified to an unimaginable degree. It is no exaggeration to say that a single drop of this star dew could rival the entirety of another precious herb from the core region. For this reason, it attracted relentless competition from all quarters. A fervent glint flickered in Wei Guan's eyes. If he could acquire this star dew, not only would it elevate the combat prowess of his soul artifact, but it would also imbue him with the might of celestial sword intent. As for the yellow dog, it was unnecessary to elaborate. It was already salivating profusely, clearly enamored by the prospect of the treasure. With the distance closing to less than 10 meters, Wei Guan prepared to seize the opportunity. However, at that moment, the battle in the sky abruptly concluded. A scream pierced the air as someone was torn apart by the black-eyed savage bear, a cloud of blood mist swirling in the atmosphere, leaving the remaining 4 pale-faced. The swiftness of this turn of events caught Wei Guan off guard. He had anticipated that the Yao Ling Shan members could hold out a bit longer to create an opportunity for him. To his dismay, the 5 fighters were utterly inept, and he silently cursed. Seizing the moment while He Lu was still preoccupied, delivering blows to the fore, Wei Guan hastened towards the Xinglu Jian Sao. Just then, the yellow dog remarked, its thick black lips flapping, It seems there is a protective formation around the sword grass. What? Wei Guan's pupils constricted in shock, and an unnameable fire ignited within him. Why did you not mention this sooner? He nearly spat blood, forcing each word through clenched teeth. I didn't notice earlier. This formation is deeply concealed, likely specifically arranged within the core subformation, connected to the outer grand formation, having lain dormant for so long that it briefly eluded my perception. You wretched mutt, how dare you laugh? Wei Guan was furious, cursing vehemently. As soon as Wei Guan's fingers made contact, a beam of formation light shot up into the sky, and he was predictably repelled. The commotion drew the attention of not only the 5 fighters engaged in battle, but also numerous onlookers outside the formation surrounding the Xingyao Yuan. Without needing to turn around, Wei Guan sensed the combat noise behind him had ceased. His lips twitched uncontrollably, his face turning green with rage. He could only resentfully utter a vow to settle the score later before waving away the restrictions enveloping him. Though his innate soul artifact was formidable, it could not completely deceive the perception of a pinnacle innate being. If he were to remain undetected, it would be one thing. But once locked onto by an opponent's aura, such a veil would be rendered ineffective. With a composed demeanor, Wei Guan turned around, hands clasped behind him, gazing calmly at the astonished faces of the 5 before him. Do you believe me when I say I happened to be passing by? As an emperor of immortals, he maintained an air of pride, ensuring he never lost his poise, even if it might only serve to excite his adversaries further. The corners of He Lu's mouth stretched to his ears as he let out a sinister laugh. Chapter 189. The Unraveled Wei Guan. Observe how this individual exudes the aura of a reincarnated celestial emperor. It is unexpected that there remains a fish that slipped through the net here. It is indeed due to the existence of this defensive array that I was able to detect it. Otherwise, perhaps today you would have successfully muddied the waters. He Lu gazed at him with keen interest. Wei Guan's face twitched uncontrollably. Indeed, those who understand, understand. He was genuinely contemplating what spices to prepare for the oil to heat. Black Bear, go, retrieve that young man's head for me. To dare lay a hand on what I, He Lu, have set my sights upon. Today your life will serve as a lesson. He Lu laughed menacingly. Meanwhile, the people of Yaoling Mountain cast a grateful glance at Wei Guan, their hearts brimming with frustration at the situation. The promised fisherman had turned into a helper, and it was only natural for him to feel displeased. Most importantly, he did not wish to resort to those costly secret techniques at this moment. The more cards he could keep up his sleeve, the more confident he would be. Thus, he extended his hand, pushing through the void. Wait, This sudden action bewildered the rushing Xiong Xiazi, whose simple mind instinctively scratched its head and looked up at Hailu. What's wrong? Hailu frowned, looking at him with a mocking gaze. Wei Guan maintained his composure. This time he did not declare, I am the Celestial Emperor. Instead, he stated, I am the disciple of the Heavenly Martial Academy's head, Yi Tianlan. Grant me this favor. In an instant, the void fell silent. The remaining members of Yaoling Mountain were all dumbfounded, scrutinizing Wei Guan from head to toe. They almost suspected he had lost his mind. Even the eldest sister of Yaoling Mountain, Yu Qingran, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief as she stared at him. Are you here to amuse us? As expected, after a moment of shock, Hailu suddenly burst into uproarious laughter, laughing with wild abandon, mocking and deriding. I thought you might mention someone of importance. If you had brought forth a randomly selected pinnacle innate expert, I might have had some reservations. But what is this Heavenly Martial Academy? Head nonsense. I have never even heard of it. Are you jesting? Ha ha. His laughter echoed through the void. Everyone wore strange expressions, except for Wei Guan, who remained calm. The large yellow dog in his mind inquired, will this truly be effective? Uncertain, but I sense a presence of rules about him. He appears punctually whenever his mockery reaches its zenith. TCH, I wouldn't believe such nonsense. It must be mere coincidence. Before the words fell, a faint voice surged like thunder across 800 miles of void, resonating in everyone's ears. It easily stunned all minds, causing goosebumps to erupt from their skin. Is it truly that amusing? Though the figure remained unseen, a vast and overwhelming aura accompanied the voice, descending upon the scene, suffocating everyone. Hailu's pupils constricted, and a profound sense of danger enveloped him, unprecedented in its intensity, sealing him within the void. He dared not move an inch. Fully aware that all his escape routes had been completely blocked, everyone felt their hearts gripped by an unseen hand. The winds howled, and a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens as a golden dragon, embodying boundless majesty, soared from the horizon. Boom! 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 Yi Tianlan advanced, each step accompanied by a golden lotus, with a divine dragon swirling by his side, his figure shrouded in a mist of golden light, as if a supreme deity had descended from the heavens. In his 7 steps of the reverse dragon, the overwhelming might he exuded crushed Hailu into the ground. His limbs trembled violently, his face buried deep in the soil, forming a profound trench. Gone was the previous arrogance. At this moment, he resembled a mere ant struggling for breath. The people of Yaoling Mountain were all left shocked and stunned, without lifting a finger, merely relying on his imposing presence. He had subdued a pinnacle innate prodigy from the Wan Beast Heavenly Sect. What an awe-inspiring and terrifying presence. Sister, could this be the Heavenly Martial Academy, head Yi Tianlan that he mentioned? We seem to have doubted him earlier, a disciple stammered. Yu Qingran's beautiful eyes sparkled as she shot her junior a cold glare. Silence. Senior brother Yi Tianlan possesses unparalleled might. When have we ever questioned him? Our Yaoling Mountain has shared a cordial relationship with the Heavenly Martial Academy for generations. We have finally awaited senior brother Yi Tianlan's arrival. Indeed. What you say is correct, sister. A chorus of agreement followed. Meanwhile, Wei Guan's heart was stirred by tumultuous waves. The old yellow dog did not hide his disdain. Look at him, and then look at you. His demeanor truly embodies the essence of a reincarnated celestial emperor, while you, like a petty thief, sneak around to muddle the waters. And what is the outcome? The old yellow dog slapped his thigh. By my grandmother, you precious thing. You didn't even take anything and were still discovered. I'm not saying you're arrogant, but your reincarnation must have truly transformed you into a canine. The old yellow dog lamented. Wei Guan's face had turned as dark as coal, comparable to the color of soot. Watching the graceful figure in white trailing behind Yi Tianlan, his sense of imbalance only deepened. Foolish dog, how dare you speak? If you had not failed to detect the array beforehand, I would have quietly dismantled it and left with the Xingluo. You scoundrel, even I am to blame. You truly lack the demeanor of a celestial emperor. The old yellow dog replied with a sly grin. Damn it. Wei Guan's forehead throbbed with veins. He truly wished to slap this irritating creature into silence. It had only been a short while since his revival, yet it had already caused him 2 troubles. Truly a curse. Look at him. We are both reincarnated celestial emperors. How have our fates diverged so drastically? Wei Guan fell into deep contemplation. He admitted that Fei Yang indeed possessed some merit, having revealed an invincible demeanor at the innate realm far sooner than he had anticipated. Could it be that his celestial emperor's Dao fruit is superior to yours? Impossible. I have already attained the 7th transformation of the celestial palace, having realized the great Dao. How many throughout the ages have achieved the celestial emperor's path above me? What about the owner of that sword intent? Wei Guan fell silent. Count 1. What about the Time Moon from the primordial source realm? Count 2. And what about that boy with the same sun-like dragon countenance? Wei Guan exclaimed. Will you ever cease? The old yellow dog's lewd and sneaky laughter echoed. The defense has been broken. Chapter 190. Luo, Junxian. Look at me. I want to pull the strings too. Wei Guan paid little heed to the old dog. Knowing that a leopard cannot change its spots, he would not be disheartened by a few words. However, his evaluation of Yi Tianlan rose another notch. With you in this world, it shall not be overly dull. He lifted his chin, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze resting upon the golden figure striding through the air. TCH. Enough already. His presence has far outdistanced you. Wei Guan closed his eyes, pressing the throbbing veins on his forehead, continuously reminding himself to remain calm. Yet he could not help but explain himself. The talent of this body is too inferior. It is only natural for my cultivation to be slow. Even I must seek more opportunities to bridge the gap. He paused. Moreover, I am inherently the type to bloom late. What harm is there in being slow? What a preposterous excuse. It sounds as if others are the favored children of the heavens, endowed with innate wisdom and accompanied by extraordinary visions, progressing at an astonishing pace. The large yellow dog, with its disdainful demeanor, parted its thick, dark lips and turned back to reveal a charmingly wicked smile. Nima. Wei Guan truly felt an urge to curse. He intended to retort to this wretched dog, but above, Yi Tianlan had already noticed his presence. Behind him, Luo Junxian descended like a beam of sword light. Oh, Wei Shidi, what a coincidence to find you here. Yi Tianlan was genuinely astonished. It seemed as though this young man could be encountered anywhere. The seemingly destined connection between them felt rather excessive. Sensing something amiss with Wei Guan's aura, he unleashed his divine consciousness to sweep over him. You have broken through to the pinnacle of Tongxiao. Wei Guan nodded, maintaining a composed expression, yet inwardly he was overjoyed, as evidenced by the subtle curve of his lips. To receive praise from someone he respected brought him considerable pride. Otherwise, even if a powerful figure in the realm of true spiritual law were to commend him, he would remain indifferent. Soon after, Yi Tianlan shifted his gaze toward the star-dew sword grass, which was ensnared by a formation, and casually crushed it into motes of light and dust with a single slap. Indeed, Shidi, to have reached such heights with the strength of a pinnacle Tongxiao. Approaching the star-dew sword grass, while others are merely in the late or pinnacle stages of the innate realm, he generously offered praise, giving Wei Guan a thumbs up. However, he quickly noticed that the expression on Wei Guan's face seemed to stiffen. In Wei Guan's mind, the large yellow dog was rolling on the ground, laughing so hard that its back teeth nearly scraped the earth. The few individuals descending from Yowling Mountain also displayed peculiar expressions. Stealing a glance at the tightly closed mouth of the senior sister, they wisely chose to remain silent. It was evident that this young man and the chief of Tianwu shared a good rapport. It was better not to expose it, to save face for the other party, lest it lead to an awkward situation. Yi Tianlan observed the expression of constipation on Wei Guan's face, unaware of what had transpired, and assumed it was due to his state after the previous battle. Yi Tianlan was not one to hold back, and with a wave of his hand, he uprooted the star-dew sword grass. The onlookers watched eagerly, without a hint of dissent. Had Yi Tianlan not arrived in time, they might have lost their lives, so they dare not wish for anything more. Yu Qingran's eyes were fixated on the star-dew sword grass, a glimmer of desire flashing in her gaze. Though she bit her lip, she ultimately refrained from speaking. She had come at a great cost to obtain a drop of star, due to remedy the flaws in her own cultivation. Yet it seemed she would have to let it slip away. Just as her heart sank, Yi Tianlan gently flicked his finger at the dew condensed upon the sword grass. With a soft whoosh, two sounds of dew breaking through the air resonated. Wei Guan stared in astonishment at the star-dew that appeared before him, meeting Yi Tianlan's gaze. He nodded solemnly, not hesitating to take out a jade vial to collect it. Yu Qingran, however, was a beat slow to react, her eyes wide with disbelief. Shitty this. I can hardly accept it. The suddenness of it all left her mind in a whirl. This must be the senior sister from Yowling Mountain. I just encountered an elder from your sect before entering, who entrusted me to look after you a little in this secret realm. But how could I possibly? Yu Qingran stammered, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she subtly shifted her gaze, taking in the gentle smile on his handsome face. He was truly charming, powerful, and exceptionally polite. He was smiling at her. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? In a fleeting second, she wondered whether she should hesitantly agree if he was interested or accept without a second thought. Oh, the dilemma was so intense. How embarrassing. Yet when she noticed Luo Junxian standing behind Yi Tianlan, casting her a look of suspicion, the enchanting thoughts in her mind dissipated immediately. Her heart fell cold, replaced by a soft sigh and a self-deprecating smile. Perhaps she was overthinking it. With such an extraordinary beauty by his side, Yishidi was unlikely to develop feelings for an ordinary girl. She bit her lip, lowering her eyelids to avoid gazing at that handsome face. By not looking, she could avoid fanciful thoughts. Thank you, Yishidi, for your assistance. Had you two not arrived in time, we might have suffered grievous harm. She offered a bittersweet smile, then made no further delay in bidding farewell, leaving the remaining three from Yowling Mountain perplexed. Shouldn't they seize the opportunity to forge closer ties? What did the senior sister mean by this? Yi Tianlan was somewhat surprised to see the four departing, curious as to why the senior sister left so hastily without taking a moment to rest. Afterward, he could not help but shiver, feeling the temperature around him drop rapidly. Luo Junxian's soft voice suddenly echoed from behind him. If you don't leave soon, your gaze might just draw a thread. Yi Tianlan was taken aback, then blinked, finding it somewhat amusing, as he stepped forward to grasp the delicate, boneless hand of Junxian. What nonsense are you spouting, Siener? I merely spoke with the senior sister for the first time and exchanged a few words. How could it be as you say? Luo Junxian remained silent, her beautiful autumn-like eyes fixed intently on him without blinking. A quarter of an hour later, when he felt as though his scalp was tingling, he helplessly inquired, Siener, what are you trying to do? Her cool, delicate hand felt like fine jade against Yi Tianlan's cheek, forcing his head back to meet her gaze. Look at me. I want to draw a thread too. Yi Tianlan's eyes widened in astonishment. Next to them, Wei Guan, the large yellow dog, found himself in disbelief. In Chapter 191, Sword Master, what do you have left besides the protection of the heavenly path? Wei Guan's facial muscles twitched violently, as if the cells within were hosting a jubilation. This was utterly intolerable. These two were relentless, treating him like air. It was laughable to witness such intimacy between the pair. He had long asserted that a devoted admirer would never attain greatness. Reflecting on his Yaoqi fairy, it was simply absurd. Silence. Wei Guan's face turned green. He could only silently curse in his heart. May you two be separated. Ah, Wei Shidi, you are still here. At that moment, Yi Tianlan noticed the presence of a third wheel. Wei Guan's heart sank further, and he turned away with a darkened expression. He had intended to converse with Yi Tianlan, but instead, he felt as though he were suffering from a severe case of envy. Remaining any longer would only make him appear foolish. After a while, Yi Tianlan realized that Wei Guan was no longer present. Oh, where's Wei Shidi gone? Luo Junxian innocently shook her head, indicating she was unaware. Perhaps he had something to attend to. What a pity. I had hoped to exchange insights with him. The two then departed together, soon finding a cave inhabited by wild beasts within the Star Medicine Garden. Yi Tianlan swiftly dealt with the beasts and took temporary refuge in the cave. Xianya, you should take it first. I will guard you this time. Luo Junxian did not decline, slightly nodding. There was no need for pleasantries between them. She tilted her head back, swallowing a grain of star dew before entering a meditative state. Yi Tianlan, feeling somewhat bored, kept watch. Initially it was fine, but as time passed, after a quarter of an hour, he let out a soft sound of surprise, becoming acutely aware of something unusual in the air. The temperature is plummeting, a most palpable transformation, as tendrils of frost begin to extend from the body of Luo Junxian into the surrounding void. The crystallized frost manifests cracks, rapidly crawling up the mountainside. This drop in temperature has no effect on Yi Tianlan, who, in astonishment, turns to find himself enveloped in a realm of glistening snow, as if he were inside an ancient ice cavern. Yet, this is merely the beginning of the changes to come. Soon, a second transformation unfolds. A faint crackling of electric serpents appears to emanate from Luo Junxian's body, swirling and coiling through the air, swelling with ferocious energy. In an instant, it morphs into a terrifying tempest of thunder. A palpable aura of annihilation surges forth, with lightning dancing and thunder crashing mightily. At the center stands Luo Junxian, untouched by the chaos, as the thunderbolts that strike her skin transform into delicate streams of spiritual light, re-entering her being. This wondrous spectacle leaves Yi Tianlan in awe, feeling the hairs on his body stand on end, as if a myriad of invisible blades were skimming through the air, ready to unleash a terrifying sword intent. Even the air has become sharp, the wind slicing through as if it could draw crimson from his skin. Yi Tianlan is left speechless, marveling at the sword body of the fairy, which he has never seen unleashed to its full potential. The disdainful chuckle of the sword master echoes in his mind. Consider who else below the realm of Yukong could withstand a single strike from her. Do not forget, she is the only innate, untainted sword body in existence, merely withholding her brilliance from you. Her radiance is destined to illuminate the vast world. Only now can it boast of its prowess. Yi Tianlan's heart surges with excitement, and he cannot help but ask, Sword Master, what about me? How do I stand? The Sword Master falls silent, pondering for a moment before finally uttering. You still have much to practice. After a long pause, he manages to form those words. What kind of practice? Yi Tianlan Pidesis. Luo Junxian is the only sword body of her kind in eternity. What about me? Am I without any remarkable traits? Yi Tianlan feels a deep-seated dissatisfaction, chasing after answers. While he believes his strength is commendable, he cannot help but compare himself to the extraordinary sword body of Junxian, and fears that he may lag behind if she ever fully blossoms. The sword master twitches at the corners of his mouth, especially upon witnessing the look of worry on Yi Tianlan's face, which seems genuine. An inexplicable irritation wells up within him. A sense of unnameable fury rises. How dare you question me about your training? With no bloodline, no unique physique, and no inheritance, what remains for you, aside from the favor of the heavens? Tell me, what else do you have? Yi Tianlan's eyes gleam with longing as he blinks. Aside from the unwavering support of Luo Junxian, what else remains? He sits despondently on the ground. You do not believe that by merely condensing the imperial pulse, opening the Zhou Tian apertures, merging with the imperial thought, learning the imperial law, and awakening innate divine abilities, you have become formidable, do you? In the presence of the innate, untainted sword body, you are worth nothing. This thought remains unvoiced, as its profundity might attract karmic retribution. Yet, the sword master's words resonate with grandeur. Behold, the star dew, accumulated for a millennium, is bound to nourish the innate, untainted sword body of the fairy, possibly leading to a qualitative leap in her abilities, the sword master asserts proudly. As he speaks, he realizes there is no response beside him, and his brows furrow. It is well known that halting mid-pretension without any agreement from others is the most uncomfortable state. Turning to look, he finds Yi Tianlan transfixed, gazing at the vast galaxy of pure sword intent emanating from above Luo Junxian's head. What is wrong with you? I'm speaking here. The sword master jolts upright, invigorated as if electrified. By the heavens, have you attained enlightenment? Just like that. A storm of thoughts whirls in his mind, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He draws his sword, bewildered. Observing others break through can also lead to enlightenment. No, you. The sword master's expression shifts to one of deep reverence. I vow upon my Dao heart that the earlier words of suppression were solely to encourage this lad, with no malicious intent. Please bear witness. The sword master understands that even the immortal emperor merely grasps the Dao, but does not ascend beyond the overarching heavenly Dao. It is still far from its ultimate goal. This is all too surreal. After delivering a blow, you turn around and deliver this? It is utterly unpredictable. It is akin to a despondent junior returning home, where a father smiles gently and, with a wave of his hand, elevates them by 10 realms to bolster their confidence. Before long, ethereal star mist begins to rise from Yi Tianlan, with countless specks of light shimmering like stars, radiant and resplendent. It condenses further, resembling a true galaxy flowing and rolling above his head, dreamlike and enchanting, casting an exquisite reflection within the cave. Upon witnessing this, the sword master is taken aback, his entire being rendered numb. For above Luo Junxian's head, the same scene unfolds. Could it be that their hearts resonate to such an extent, even their insights align? With a soft sigh, he reflects on the extraordinary bond between them. The jade sword quivers gently, and a warm light swirls around the star dew, effortlessly merging into Yi Tianlan's brow. Since the insight pertains to the method of the galaxy, the assistance from the star dew will undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Subsequently, from the damaged jade sword, a wave of sword light emanates, weaving an intricate sword net that seals the entrance to the cave. After completing these tasks, The glow emanating from the surface of the damaged jade sword dims slightly. You still have the audacity to pledge to Luo Junxian that you will protect her? What a farce. The burden ultimately falls upon this old bone of mine. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Tianlan feels his consciousness detached from his body, immersed in a void. As he gazes upward, countless stars twinkling with unique hues reflect in his dark eyes, magnificent and dazzling. He stands there, uncertain of how much time has passed. A fiery red meteor streaks down from the horizon, and suddenly, inspiration strikes him. He raises his hand. Gathering strength, he unleashes a punch. With his motion, it is as though he has stirred the entire vast starry sky, with boundless celestial power cascading towards his arm in reverse. It is as if he is consuming an entire expanse of the cosmos. In reality, Yi Tianlan, whose aura has reached its zenith, suddenly opens his eyes. A resounding thunderous roar escapes his lips. Blazing Star River. Yi Tianlan's palm transformed into a mighty and blazing flame, adorned with countless twinkling stars that eagerly clung to his arm. At that very moment, Luo Junxian beside him simultaneously opened her autumn water-bright eyes. She slightly parted her crimson lips, exuding an imposing aura as she uttered 4 words with remarkable authority. Sword Intent Galaxy. The Bai Yuan sword was effortlessly swept before her, and in an instant, a dazzling sword light resembling a galaxy tore through space. But that was not the end. The power of this sword seemed to attract the fiery brilliance of Yi Tianlan's punch, merging together in a fleeting moment. If Yi Tianlan's punch commanded the might of the galaxy, unparalleled in its strength, then Luo Junxian's sword was the radiant light that would rend the galaxy asunder. At the moment they converged, the sword light became the sharpest arrow imaginable. Behind it surged the unmatched might of the fiery brilliance, forming the arrow's body and unleashing a terrifying source of power. An arrow glimmering with bright light and trailing resplendent radiance took shape. The overwhelming force emanating from it caused the very fabric of space to tremble, as if an entire galaxy were pressing down upon them. Bang! Swordmaster's eyes widened. The sword net he had hastily unleashed barely held for an instant before being utterly torn apart. He had no time to lament that this arrow effortlessly pierced through his defense capable of stopping a mid-stage Yukon realm attack, and the accompanying force obliterated his sword energy as well. The cave echoed with his furious curses. My sword energy, my divine will. What are you two alchemists? You just woke up and already attacked me. Are you trying to turn the world upside down? Using divine abilities to target this old bone of mine. The children of the southern village bully me in my old age. Even just from the sound, one could sense the despair embedded within Swordmaster's words. Half an hour later, the two had exited the cave, continuing their exploration of the vast star medicine garden to see if any rare treasures had survived. Of course, as they searched, they did not forget to apologize to Swordmaster. After all, the root of the matter lay with them, and neglecting it would surely dishearten this esteemed elder. Ahem, Swordmaster, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Sienner and I just made a breakthrough and wanted to experiment with our newly acquired divine abilities. Swordmaster remained silent, unwilling to acknowledge them. Luo Junxian, with her fingers delicately pinching the broken jade sword, blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, Swordmaster, do you think I resemble my mother? Yi Tianlan hastily chiming. Needless to say, Sienner, you must resemble her 9 out of 10. The moment Swordmaster saw you, he immediately recalled fighting alongside your mother, slaying gods and exterminating immortals, cutting down demons, and pacifying the hordes of monsters. Swordmaster remarked, you certainly speak of your mother quite smoothly. He could not help but twitch his lips. All your skills are being directed at this old bone of mine, are they? However, amidst their banter, he could not help but recall the past. With a sigh, he thought, it is merely a fragment of divine will. It could be replenished. You silly girl, there is no need to play such emotional cards with me. He snorted softly. Luo Junxian's lovely face blossomed with a smile that melted the snow, prompting Yi Tianlan to eagerly continue the conversation. At that moment, Luo Junxian suddenly had an idea and elbowed Yi Tianlan in the side, reminding him, by the way, didn't you take those storage artifacts from the disciples of the One Beast Heavenly Sect earlier? Yi Tianlan's heart stirred, and he briefly met Luo Junxian's gaze, exchanging a knowing smile as he immediately grasped her meaning. Frowning, he replied, indeed. So why not take a look at them? Yi Tianlan scratched his head, looking troubled. I checked them before. Many items are local specialties from the central region of the eastern wilderness, which I don't recognize at all. Luo Junxian playfully tapped his head and gave him an exasperated glance. Silly, we have Swordmaster with us. Isn't there anything he cannot understand? Yitianman sudendi inliktenet. Right? How could I forget? Swordmaster's lips curled upwards as he lightly coughed, observing Yi Tianlan's flurry of activity as he rummaged through the storage artifact. He casually remarked, "No need to panic. With Swordmaster here, feel free to take out whatever you have." He felt a sense of joy rising within, dispelling any earlier gloom. In no time, Yi Tianlan had laid out a multitude of items on the ground. If anyone dared to snatch them, wouldn't that just be perfect? The harvest would only increase. One by one, starting from the first row on the left, he began. This is one, beast flour, a relatively common spiritual feed for raising beasts. Since there are no beast-taming sects in Qing Luo domain, it is normal that you are unfamiliar with it. This is Ziling grass. Oh, it seems to be a variant. Usually it has 4 leaves, but this one has 5. Quite nice. It can rival high-grade Xian-tier spiritual herbs and can fetch a good price. It must have been found by these people in the secret realm. As he continued, Swordmaster began to elaborate for the two, sharing his knowledge effortlessly without pause. If initially, the two were merely trying to please Swordmaster, now they were genuinely in awe. This compass is, wow, I didn't expect these people to possess such a fine item. Swordmaster's voice suddenly rose in excitement as his gaze fell upon a compass. Chapter 193. What it means to have abundant fortunes. Swordmaster, what is this compass? Yi Tianlan asked curiously, flipping the palm-sized compass over. Swordmaster burst into hearty laughter, tinged with excitement. This compass is a treasure. It is a spirit-seeking compass. Noticing the lingering confusion in their eyes, he continued to explain. The spirit-seeking compass is an extremely difficult artifact to refine. Its crafting method has long been lost, passed down from ancient times, and each use diminishes its number. Its function is quite simple. It is used to locate spiritual herbs and rare treasures, serving primarily 2 purposes: discerning spirits and tracking. Do you see the concave part on top of the compass? Inside it contains jade fusion crystals. When in use, simply place a type of spiritual material within, and the compass will identify the category of this spiritual material and begin to operate, leading to its second function, tracking. It will search within a certain range for similar types of spiritual materials to guide you. Upon hearing this explanation, Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian exchanged astonished glances, both reflecting deep surprise. No wonder Swordmaster was so excited upon seeing the spirit-seeking compass. It was essentially a treasure-finding artifact in the secret realm. No wonder these individuals, despite entering so late, could find so many spiritual herbs in such a short time. Understanding dawned upon Yi Tianlan. He flipped the compass over and indeed found a concave pit on top, filled with a layer of fine white jade material, along with several fragments, likely remnants from prior use. Time is of the essence. You too should not waste it. Quickly use this spirit-seeking compass. There are still plenty of useful items for you in this star medicine garden, including Xing Lu Jianchao. Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian exchanged a knowing glance, and without further ado, he took out a low-grade, divine, soul spiritual herb that he had previously found among the storage artifacts. Yi Tianlan placed a leaf into the concave top of the compass, and, with a slight infusion of his yuan power, the jade at the bottom began to glow crimson. As the leaf gradually diminished, a beam of spiritual light shot forth, resembling a drifting mist, pointing toward a specific direction. It really works, Siener. Yi Tianlan exclaimed in astonishment, holding the compass towards that direction. It felt like the thrill of opening a blind box, filled with an urge to rush over immediately. What are you waiting for? Let us go. Luo Junxian shot him a frustrated glance, her graceful steps causing her sleeves to flutter, revealing a delicate, fair calf resembling jade. She appeared ethereal. Yes, my good fairy wife. Yi Tianlan quickly followed her. Jianyi observed the small portion of spiritual herb leaves that had already burned in the seeking spirit compass, feeling a warm current rise within him, a comforting heat. Let's go, Jianyi. No more dawdling. The Shenhan Ling Chao is scarce. Once it's burned out, it will be gone, and others might beat us to it. All right. Guided by the mist, the two streaked through the air, not pausing even upon discovering areas rich in vitality. They moved swiftly, yet the Xingyao garden was surprisingly vast. In truth, it was not merely a garden, but rather an independent cultivation area carved out from the secret realm. After countless years of evolution, the spiritual fields had long vanished, replaced by wild grasses growing profusely, while precious spiritual herbs thrived silently among them. Without any unusual disturbances, ordinary people would find it difficult to notice. Of course, the Xingluo Jianchao was an exception. With the seeking spirit compass in hand, Yi Tianlan felt no such anxiety. There was no need to search painstakingly with his spiritual sense. This compass was not only precise, but also had a much greater exploration range than his spiritual perception. After a quarter of an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. Following the compass's guidance, they halted, releasing their spiritual senses to search carefully, only to find nothing amiss in the seemingly ordinary depression of the mountain. Yet, the compass clearly indicated this location. Yi Tianlan glanced at the compass, which had already burned through 3 leaves in such a short time, feeling frustrated. This thing consumed resources at an alarming rate. He hesitated, but decided against inserting more leaves. There were only 2 Xinhun Lingqiao in total, and having used half a leaf to find this place was significant. Most importantly, once inserted, it couldn't be retrieved midway. Better not to waste it. Let's search ourselves. Yi Tianlan resolved, and began to look alongside Luo Junxian. Yi Xiaozai stopped searching on the surface. This thing is underground. Haha. Jianye's laughter suddenly rang out. Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian exchanged glances, confused. Where, Jianye? Why didn't our spiritual senses detect it? This is a spiritual object of the soul type. It naturally has immunity to spiritual perception, so it's normal that you can't sense it. Yi Tianlan's eyes lit up with understanding, realizing his knowledge had just expanded, as he had never personally searched for soul, spiritual objects before. 7 steps forward to the left, dig down about 2 meters, Jianye instructed. Yi Tianlan nodded, trusting the guidance, and began to follow it. Upon arriving, he found that his position was not at the bottom of the depression, but rather on a relatively flat slope. Contrary to his expectations, as one would typically target the deepest part of a depression, there were no distinct flowers or roots on the surface, just wild grass. The only notable feature was that these grasses seemed slightly sparse. Yi Tianlan began to dig with his Qingwan sword. Fortunately, the Yao Fei Shuang was not present. Otherwise, her expression upon seeing him digging with the sword she gifted would be quite entertaining. As he dug, he immediately sensed something was amiss. His brow furrowed. Wait a moment. Jinyi, these grasses seem a bit off? As his sword struck down, the seemingly bizarre and diverse wild grasses began to shift, transforming into identical roots and leaves. Luo Juanxian's lips parted in surprise. Haha, what do you think? You've discovered that these wild grasses are merely disguises created by the spiritual object beneath for protection. At this moment, both Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian could hardly contain their admiration. Yi Tianlan, invigorated, quickly unearthed the deeply buried spiritual object. Wonderful. This is indeed it. Jianye's excitement was palpable as he beheld the substantial mass of roots Yi Tianlan held. You two are quite fortunate. To find such a thing on your first use is a blessing. He cast a meaningful glance at the blissfully unaware Yi Tianlan. What is fortune? This is it. Just after obtaining the Xingluo Jianchao, they immediately acquired another equally valuable treasure. Is it not just luck? Chapter 194. Heart Domain Seed Upgrade. Midstage innate. At this moment, Yi Tianlan's attention was solely on the spiritual object he held, completely oblivious to the myriad expressions on Jianye's face. He weighed it in his hand, estimating it to be around 2 to 3 pounds. The roots coiled together like a plump Mithril Buddha, with clear patterns and even a discernible smile, appearing almost sentient. As Yi Tianlan shook off the soil, a faint white light flowed from the lush branches into the roots. Before long, the branches began to wither at a visible pace, disintegrating into ash and disappearing into the air, leaving behind the large mass of roots resembling the Mithril Buddha. This spectacle astonished both of them, and Luo Junxian curiously reached out to touch it. Yi Tianlan inquired, Jinyi, what exactly is this spiritual object? Jinyi did not keep them in suspense and explained. This is the Jianghun Shiyuan Chao. As mentioned earlier, the grasses above were illusions created by it, for this spiritual object does not possess leaves. It survives by parasitizing the wild grasses. The value lies in the root itself. When pulled from the soil, the wild grasses lose their purpose and naturally dissipate. Its parasitic nature makes it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to discover. Even if one were standing right atop it, they would remain oblivious. Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian exchanged glances, marveling at the existence of such extraordinary spiritual objects in the world. Jinyi scoffed, what is this? Your journey is still long. You may even encounter divine medicines or sacred roots that transform into human forms in the future. To speak plainly, this Jianghan Shiyuan Chao takes around 1,300 years to grow so intricately. Given more time, it could very well be capable of soul gathering, ascending to become an innate spiritual race. Dividing it into 3 portions was just right. They shared a knowing smile. No need, Jianyi. Tianlan and I will not require it. Previously we were unaware, so this spiritual herb is just right for you. Ween Yachakdet. A hint of unnoticeable satisfaction in his expression. What are you two thinking? If your strength isn't sufficient, how will you compete for the opportunities scattered all around? Unable to resist, they ultimately divided the Jianghan Shiyuan Chao into 3 equal parts. Yi Tianlan naturally utilized the heart domain seed to absorb it. At present, his heart domain seed was still far from breaking through its shell and sprouting, and it was precisely the time it needed a substantial amount of spiritual power. He condensed the formless heart domain seed in his palm and made contact. As the Jianghan Shiyuan Chao was consumed, its volume visibly shrank, while streams of pure energy surged into it. Yi Tianlan closed his eyes in contentment, sensing the heart domain seed grow slightly larger. Initially, he could envelop a space the size of an egg with his heart domain. Now it had expanded to the size of a soccer ball. If spread out, the area would naturally increase even more. A larger area meant he could control more attacks at will. Yi Tianlan's expression brightened. Realizing the immense spiritual power of this 1,000-year-old soul spiritual object would have been arduous to obtain through combat. He estimated that even a strong practitioner at the Yukon realm would need to absorb at least a 3-digit number to achieve the results he currently had. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Yi Tianlan wasted no time. The Xuanling Luopan was indeed a divine instrument. He began to feel gratitude towards the few individuals from Wanshou Tianzong, as their actions were not merely sending their heads over, but were akin to presenting a fortune. Without their involvement, how would he have had the opportunity to seize such a fortuitous chance? This time, he exchanged for a spirit herb, and shortly thereafter, the Xuanling Luopan provided further guidance. The two hastened their flight and discovered a mid-level Xian-grade spirit herb. Yi Tianlan did not disdain it and accepted it without hesitation. By repeatedly utilizing the Xuanling Luopan, they significantly increased their speed in gathering spirit materials. Notably, during their third encounter, they coincidentally stumbled upon individuals from Tianjianshan competing for a peak-level Xian-grade spirit herb. Yi Tianlan cackled and transformed into the yellow sand great sage, seizing the spirit herb amidst their fierce battle, leaving only the sounds of their furious curses behind. Along the way, they encountered several instances where Wanshou Tianzong members slaughtered disciples of local sections. Yet Tianlan did not hesitate to intervene, leveraging his position as the chief of Tianwu, effortlessly confiscating their storage artifacts. Unfortunately, the treasures found were considerably less valuable compared to those from Halo, and no items of the same caliber as the Xuanling Luopan appeared again. However, this was to be expected, as it was the Xuanling Luopan that enabled the discovery of so many valuable items. Others could not replicate that success. Evidently, his status within Wanshou Tianzong was not low, or he would not have been able to wield such a secret treasure alone. 2 days later, in a secret cave nestled within the Xingyao Yuan's mountainous terrain, Yi Tianlan sat cross-legged deep within the cave. After a slight tremor of his body, he expelled a breath of turbid air. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the dense celestial essence surrounding him, and a more potent aura began to emanate from him, causing even the nearby birds and insects to fall silent. This aura, although fleeting, could still be sensed by anyone at the Yukon realm. He had reached the mid-stage of the Xintian realm. In just a month since entering the secret realm, Yi Tianlan's strength had progressed from the initial Xintian stage to the mid-stage. This speed could easily overshadow that of many prodigies over 5 or 6 years. Truly a remarkable feat. The rapid advancement of the two was largely due to Yi Tianlan nearly exhausting the spirit herbs he had acquired over the past days, refining several Xintian break spirit pills. He initially planned to refine them after exiting, but a word from Jian Yi prompted him to reconsider. In this world, spiritual materials only truly belong to one when utilized. Yi Tianlan found this reasoning compelling. In a secret realm rife with formidable foes, only by investing every resource wisely could one emerge victorious in the end. Otherwise, like those who had fallen before him, he would merely become another stepping stone. Not far from him, on a mat, Luo Juanxian sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, resting her chin on them, her autumn-like eyes fixed upon him. Today, her long hair was elegantly pinned atop her head with a jade hairpin, a few strands cascading down, reminiscent of celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Her white dress clung to her waist without an ounce of excess, resembling a graceful water snake, the simple strokes of fabric outlining a perfect silhouette. Beneath the bright hem of her dress, her delicate and exquisite feet were ensconced in white silk stockings. She idly swung her feet, revealing her fair, snow-like calves adorned with charming little beast patterns at the toes of her stockings. She had also broken through to the fourth level of Xintian, equally matched with Yitianlan. When their gazes met, Yitianlan felt a twinge of embarrassment, fearing he had been caught, yet he held his ground and continued to stare back. Luo Juanxian appeared slightly annoyed, pouting her pink lips slightly, choosing this time not to look away. After all, every time their eyes met, she had been the one to avert her gaze first. Today, she resolved to be the one who would not back down. Their gazes converged in the air, neither willing to yield. Jianya, observing silently, sealed away all inspiration, thinking that if this was how they were going to interact. It seemed they were here not to explore the secret realm, but to engage in discussions about the next generation. Chapter 195. Xian husband, are you ready? Xin I desire you. Luo Juanxian turned her face away in Yitianlan's embrace, her cheeks flushed and her gaze dreamy, her autumnal eyes already veiled with a layer of mist. She sat snugly in his arms. The white dress quietly slipped away. What lay before them was the vast expanse of a snowy mountain. Yitianlan longed to savor the first sweet drops of melted snow water from the spring sun. Are you done? 2 hours later, Jinya's voice echoed within the cave. Yet Tianlan, who was preparing a fragrant medicinal porridge for Luo Juanxian, chuckled. Meanwhile, Luo Juanxian, seated beside him, felt a blush bloom on her frosty complexion, turning her head away shyly. Do share, how long did you two take? I'm quite curious. Cough, cough. Jianya, why did you previously disallow us to be together and suddenly permit it? Yet Tianlan, aware of his shy wife, quickly shifted the topic. Jianya had no intention of lingering on that query. While gossip was entertaining, serious matters took precedence. Its expression turned grave. Earlier, Xian Air Sword body had sustained damage, and her Yuan Yin could not be leaked further. Otherwise, too many gaps would make it increasingly difficult to restore her sword body. However, that was no longer a concern. With the star Dew Sword Grass, her pristine sword body essence had been replenished, allowing Jianya to relax and permit the young couple their freedoms. Otherwise, with their fiery passion, it truly feared they might encounter unforeseen complications. Upon finishing its words, Luo Juanxian's face flushed an even more captivating shade. In truth, there was a crucial detail Jianya had not disclosed. Had it not been for the ancient sword shadow that brought something to Luo Juanxian, even with the complete use of Stardew, it would still fall short of the requirements. However, there was no need to mention this, as even Jianya itself had yet to comprehend why that ancient sword shadow had been summoned by this young man and had actively sensed Luo Juanxian's presence. The performance was as if the other was a reflection cast across the endless river of time. She was aware she had consciousness. It was not an unconscious action. Of course, the most important point was that both Yu and Xian Air had comprehended the interconnected divine powers through the star Dew Sword Grass. One embodied the star River Sword intent, while the other represented the star River divine ability, effectively constructing a bridge of communication for your powers. With this connection, your first experience could yield the greatest rewards. As Jianya spoke, a mysterious understanding surfaced on its face. Luo Juanxian and Yitianlan were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. They then began to sense their own powers. My Star River Sword intent has reached perfection in the second realm. My Star River divine ability has entered its second form. The two exclaimed in unison, their expressions reflecting astonishment and confusion as they looked at each other once more. Everyone who wields a sword is aware of how challenging the cultivation of sword intent can be, at least for Luo Juanxian. She had reached the second realm's perfection around the age of 30, even accounting for her previous years of stagnation and wasted time. It had taken her over a decade to reach that stage. Now, the Star River Sword intent, which she had only recently comprehended, had astonishingly advanced to the same level as the Xue Tian Sword intent and the Jingya Xianlei Sword intent within just 2 hours. Most significantly, the Star River Sword intent was likewise classified among the top-tier sword intents, unlike the Xue Tian Sword intent. Such an extraordinary achievement would undoubtedly leave others astounded. As for Ye Tianlan, there was no need for further elaboration. The divine ability he had comprehended, the Blaze Star River, was on par with the heavenly bestowed divine abilities such as the Dragon Capture Hand, the Reverse Dragon 7 Steps, and the Myriad Manifestations Bright Eye. While it may not surpass the TNDFA, it was indeed a heavenly bestowed divine ability, a fusion of divine powers with the essence of origin. Throughout history, there exists but a singular instance capable of imparting ancient principles from distant epochs. Even Jian Yi has yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of this profound doctrine. The brilliance of the Qihui Xinghe stands as a testament to its formidable nature. Yi Tianlan can distinctly perceive that the Qihui Xinghe he once grasped was merely in the nascent stage of understanding, limited to the manifestation of meteor-like punches. However, at this moment, he feels as if he holds a stellar sun within his grasp. Observing the astonishment on the faces of the two, Jian Yi is not the least bit surprised and clears his throat with emphasis. Now, do you understand the old man's painstaking intentions? Regrettably, your foundations remain insufficient. Should you wait until I speak of the future, when your realms are deeper and your foundations stronger, the benefits garnered from that initial fusion will far exceed this. Jian Yi feels a twinge of regret, for both are extraordinary prodigies of their time, and when their minds and bodies resonate, an involuntary harmony occurs. Yet, Yi Tianlan feels no such regret. Realms and foundations can be effortlessly cultivated. However, the time spent in tender moments with Xian'er is truly dwindling by the day. He turns to gauge Luo Juanxian's reaction, and, upon seeing her merely cast a reproachful glance, he understands completely. A mischievous chuckle escapes him, and with a playful impulse, he steps forward to embrace Luo Juanxian's waist, burying his head in laughter. Xian'er, quickly call me husband. I refuse, Luo Juanxian retorts, a rosy hue creeping up her neck as she turns her head away. Suddenly, darkness envelopes her vision as a large mouth descends upon her, silencing her delicate, sandalwood-scented lips. After a prolonged moment, they part. Hurry and call. Yi Tianlan entices and threatens. Luo Juanxian buries her head into his embrace, remaining silent, her slender waist nestled against him. As a gentle breeze stirs, fluttering like a butterfly, her delicate eyelashes blinking. A sudden clap startles Luo Juanxian, causing her to stiffen. Yi Tianlan's laughter follows suit. Will you call, or not? Husband, please let go, she pleads. Now that's more like it. The two engage in playful banter once more. Yi Tianlan even places Luo Juanxian's petite foot upon his lap, delicately donning her white stockings, ensuring they are perfectly aligned before contentedly releasing her slender, jade-like legs. Husband, maybe sit down now. What do you know? There are burrs on these stockings, and I have smoothed them out for you. Are you doubting my attentiveness? Careful now. No, please, she protests softly. What do you mean no? Be bold. I said to hit the other side for symmetry. Chapter 196. An old acquaintance, Wei Guan. What is absorbing this monarch? In a moment of enlightenment, both have tasted the marrow of experience. The following days in the Xingyao garden are spent in a haze of intimacy, much to Jian Yi's chagrin, who exclaims that he might as well discard them. Juniors, you cannot handle this. It is better left to me, the Black Wind duo. One day, as Yi Tianlan, amidst a chorus of scornful remarks, retrieves a precious herb, he receives a message from Do Qingyi. His expression shifts, filled with bewilderment. Could it be that his identity has been discovered? That seems unlikely, as he has not revealed any telltale signs. Yet, scarcely has he departed when Do Shiji sends word. Despite his doubts, he answers the call. The message is concise. There's a change in the core area. Hurry. Yi Tianlan's demeanor immediately becomes grave. Do Qingyi has never communicated with such solemnity. He attempts to respond, but his words seem to vanish into oblivion, receiving no reply. Uncertain, he decides to inquire further with others. By chance, he recalls someone from Yaoling Mountain, Wu Shangjuan, who previously sought his help to eradicate the Black Wind duo. He wonders if Wu is still lurking at Kueishui Hudu, waiting for an opportunity. Quickly, he captures a thread of information left by Wu Shangjuan in the jade slip. Moments later, a reply comes. Ye Shidi, you are also in the Xingyao garden? What a coincidence. The accursed Black Wind duo is still pursuing me. Yi Tianlan's initial exclamation halts abruptly. He clears his throat and inquires, Wu Shixiang, what has happened? You don't know, Yi Shidi? The damn Black Wind duo has reappeared in the Xingyao garden. Just half an hour ago, They snatched away a spirit herb we were competing for. Yi Tianlan's expression grows peculiar. Reflecting on it, he realizes he indeed took some spirit herbs from a chaotic battleground half an hour ago. However, he had been in a rush and paid no mind, as it was merely a matter of bending down, taking action, and rising for him, who had the luxury to check who else was present. Thus, he overlooked Wu Shangjuan, who remained empty-handed amidst the fray. Surely, it couldn't have been Wu? Yi Tianlan finds himself at a loss for words. After all, the secret realm is vast. And with so many entrants, for Wu Shangjuan to be precisely targeted multiple times indicates a rather profound connection between them. Ye Shidi, I strongly suspect there's a traitor among us. Otherwise, how could the Black Wind duo relentlessly pursue me? They are clearly intent on revenge. If you are in the Xingyao Garden, be cautious, and keep your belongings hidden from those two beasts. Yi Tianlan responds affirmatively, though he feels no concern. By the way, Wu Shixiao, may I ask about the happenings in the core area? Shortly thereafter, Wu Shangjuan's astonished reply comes. You don't know? A decree from the ancient cloud has surfaced in the core area, and it is said that this time there's an opportunity to open the great halls of sect inheritance and alchemy within the core area, containing unimaginable fortunes. Most people are now heading there. Yi Tianlan feels a chill run through him, but is puzzled as to why Do Shiji did not convey this information all at once. It appears she was in haste. What about you, Wu Shixiao? Aren't you going? After a brief silence, Wu's voice carries a hint of despair. I bet the Black Wind duo will certainly head to the core area upon hearing the news. There are still plenty of rare herbs left in the Xingyao Garden that I wish to collect. But the Black Wind duo has been too busy searching for spirit herbs these past few days to engage with anyone else, and they are completely unaware of the news. For a moment, Yi Tianlan is at a loss for comforting words. Finally, he speaks. It's all right. You should continue searching here. The Black Wind duo has likely left. I've heard others say they saw them heading towards the core area. Really? Wu Shangjuan's voice brightens with hope. Indeed, Yi Tianlan assures him. For no one understands the movements of the Black Wind duo better than he does. That's good. While the core area may offer many benefits, it will also attract many people, increasing the danger. Perhaps even the swarm from the Wansho Tianzong has gathered there. I should just stay here to scavenge. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they conclude their communication. After receiving the news, Yi Tianlan is naturally unwilling to miss such a grand event. He promptly makes arrangements with Luo Junxian and exits the protective formation of the Xingyao Garden, heading straight towards the depths of the secret realm's core area. Even from a distance, a vast azure beam of light pierces the heavens, as if attempting to rend the sky asunder. Following this, an ancient, majestic aura surges like waves, enveloping the entire secret realm in a matter of moments. Has the core area been activated? Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian exchange glances, both recognizing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. Although he did not comprehend the unfolding events, Yi Tianlan felt a surge of golden light beneath his feet, transforming into a colossal dragon of light that whisked the two of them across several thousand meters in an instant. Meanwhile, in another location, within the core area of the secret realm, an old acquaintance, Wei Guan, was besieged by 3 assailants. Despite facing overwhelming odds, his demeanor remained unperturbed, his defiant visage exuding a sense of calm. Above his head, a primordial soul artifact, a small bell, spun ceaselessly, unleashing waves of radiant luminescence. With one hand wielding a large seal and the other continuously forming intricate hand seals to unleash incomprehensible divine techniques, he stood resolute. The 3 encircling him were no ordinary foes. Their chests bore the engraved heads of unknown beasts, flapping wildly in the wind as if they would leap to life and devour. They were undoubtedly prodigious disciples of the Wan Shou Tianzong. It was indisputable that to gain entry into one of the mightiest sects within the vast Donghuang, the talents of these 3 individuals were unparalleled, towering above the masses. Their innate prowess was beyond reproach. In any ordinary domain, such as the Qing Luo realm, each could easily engage in battles beyond their rank. Yet, what confounded the trio was that despite their combined strength, they could not secure the upper hand against Wei Guan, who stood at the late stage of the innate realm. This lad possesses something unusual. What sort of soul artifact is that bell? It can subtly influence my sensory judgment, thought one of the assailants, a tall, gaunt man with a goatee, his eyes fixated brightly on Wei Guan's soul artifact. The other 2 hesitated momentarily, their expressions revealing displeasure. Unwilling yet powerless to oppose their senior's authority, they reluctantly nodded in agreement. They were not foolish. It was evident that the small bell played a significant role in allowing Wei Guan to endure their onslaught thus far. In that case, senior brother, the remainder of the spoils will belong to me and junior brother Long. The gaunt man chuckled. That is only natural. Their exchange was devoid of subtlety. Spoken openly before Wei Guan, intended to disrupt his rhythm of attack. Unfazed, Wei Guan maintained his composure, his eyelids lowered, casting a disdainful glance at the trio. How could such petty tricks disrupt his focus? His offensive remained meticulously executed. Apart from the flamboyant, who could rival him? In his mind, he could hear the lewd, mocking laughter of the great yellow dog. Ha ha! This is utterly hilarious. They actually have the audacity to set their sights on you. Where is your former splendor? Are you content to have them trample over you while they shamelessly defecate on you? Wei Guan's lips curled slightly. Clearly, he was unwilling to submit. What are we waiting for? Quickly unleash your ultimate moves and dispose of them. The great yellow dog urged fervently. All right, Wei Guan nodded. The great yellow dog, elated, suddenly sensed something amiss, its expression shifting to one of suspicion. Wait, what is going on? Why do I feel something is drawing me in? As the three advanced to strike, a sudden wave of yellow, profound mist enveloped the area, followed by a torrent of curses that conveyed their utter frustration. The trio paused. Their attacks halted as they stared in astonishment at the unexpected apparition. When the yellow mist dissipated, they beheld a large, feculent yellow dog squatting before them, its back turned, displaying its ample rear. Turning its head, it rolled its eyes, exuding an air of disdain as it inhaled deeply, then expelled a gust that felt as if it were piercing their very souls. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a sovereign before? A bunch of ignorant, uncivilized, lowly peasants. Stunned, the three felt their faces flush crimson with rage, their tempers flaring as they realized they had just been insulted by a repulsive, foul-mouthed yellow dog. Without further hesitation, they unleashed their most potent attacks upon this audacious canine. The force of their assault shook the very fabric of the void, causing the air to shriek and obliterating everything in their path. The great yellow dog yelped, its expression transforming into one of sheer terror. In an instant, a deluge of feculent yellow mist engulfed the three, overwhelming them before they could react. As they gasped in horror, the realization struck them that their amassed attacks were rapidly dissipating, shrinking at an alarming rate until, with a soft pop, they vanished entirely. Their minds reeled, eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of domain skill was this? They would never grasp the answer, relegated to pondering it in their next lives. The descending massive seal enveloped the three, crushing them into a pool of sanguine liquid. By this time, the great yellow dog had scampered to Wei Guan's side. Revitalized by the conclusion of the battle, it strutted forth with its head held high, standing bipedally, crossing its arms, and grinning with a decidedly arrogant demeanor. Three foolish mortals dared to challenge this sovereign. They simply did not understand the consequences of their hubris. Wei Guan chuckled, observing the creature before him, and with a swift kick, sent it aside, reaching out to gather the spoils of victory into his storage artifact. Hey, wait a minute. What about my share? After I face death, you think you can just dismiss me without recompense? The great yellow dog protested indignantly, rolling its eyes. Wei Guan glanced down at it, choosing to ignore the complaint. Just as he turned to leave, he felt something weighing down his foot and looked down to find a thin paw resting atop it. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with a lewd canine visage, its large nose glistening and wriggling in an unsettling manner. What is it? It asked innocently, panting with its tongue lolling. Wei Guan threatened, do not push me to use my spices. Ah, I see you've accidentally identified the illustrious immortal emperor. Why didn't you say so earlier? The dog laughed heartily. Wei Guan, disinterested in engaging further, tossed a storage artifact to placate the insistent creature and prevent further complaints. He, I shall forever follow the exalted immortal emperor, leading the charge at your behest. Naturally, Wei Guan did not place any credence in the dog's words. How dare you slay a disciple of the Wan, Shou Tianzong? You shall find no refuge, neither in heaven nor on earth. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the void, piercing their eardrums. Wei Guan swiftly turned to investigate, only to find the great yellow dog's silhouette flickering in the air, having long since vanished. Immortal Emperor, I have matters to attend to. You should hasten your departure to avoid being ensnared with me. Gazing at the deep, murky yellow mist that had shrunk into the depths of the sea of consciousness, Wei Guan fell into a prolonged silence. Suddenly, he felt a wave of muscular weakness. At that moment, Do Qingye's voice followed closely behind. Junior Brother Wei, you must hurry. I have contacted Senior Brother Yi. You should exit and meet with him. If you encounter insurmountable danger, swiftly escape from this secret realm and never return. Upon hearing Do Qingye's voice, Wei Guan's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure stirring within him. It was evident that, in the eyes of all, Yi Tianlan was perceived as the only hope to confront the prodigies of the Wanshou Tianzong head-on, rather than him, Wei Guan. Although he bore no malice towards Yi Tianlan, this sentiment undeniably left him feeling somewhat vexed. After all, he was also a generation's immortal emperor, confident in his own prowess. He could not fathom that, in a few years, the boundless foundation he had established would not keep pace with Yi Tianlan. Ha ha ha. To think of escaping is sheer folly. Set up the formation to lock down this core area. Everything within belongs to my Wanshou Tianzong. You wretched peasants from the small territories shall not even dream of fleeing. The formation handed down by my sect can withstand all attacks from those below the mid-stage of the Yukong realm. Rather than hope to break the formation, you should wish for a presence from the Yukong realm to appear. Haha. Accompanied by the sound of raucous laughter, the void began to hum and quiver, and then, to the astonishment of everyone, a massive, deep azure bowl-shaped structure descended ominously over the vast area. Chapter 198. Arrogant Battle Techniques, Supreme Killing Arts. The disciples of Wanshou Tianzong actually intended to seal off the entire core area with a grand formation, aiming to capture all opportunities and individuals within. Such a grandiose scheme was enough to send chills down one's spine, as though plunged into an icy abyss, leaving one feeling utterly frigid. As the azure bowl in the skyline was about to completely descend, the onlookers dared not covet any treasures, each pushing their speed to the limit to flee towards the edges. Remaining here meant becoming mere fish on the chopping block for these individuals. With a thunderous crash, the grand formation was fully activated, creating an additional array beyond the entire core area. Such a monumental undertaking was astonishing, reflecting the immense power of a sect that ruled over a domain. Even their disciples could collaborate to establish such a formidable formation. Those who failed to escape wore ashen expressions, while those who did escape were elated. But they had no time to celebrate, as disciples of Wanshou Tianzong mounted their fierce beasts and charged in for a brutal slaughter. This massacre was not directed at individuals, but rather at all sects within the Qing-Luo domain. As the expedition into the secret realm was nearing its conclusion, each person who had entered had, to some extent, reaped some rewards. This swarm of locusts finally ceased to conceal their greed. Previously, they had refrained from taking action only because it was unnecessary. In fact, the turmoil within the core area had been deliberately instigated by them to lure everyone in for a comprehensive capture. The formation plates had merely been prearranged. They were merely waiting for the opportune moment to activate them. At this moment, amidst the fiercest clashes at the primary battlefield, cries of agony occasionally echoed, only to be drowned out by the raging storm of elemental energy, fierce as a tornado. Led by Do Qingyi and Lu Tong, the top disciples of Tianwu Academy were locked in a harrowing battle with a crimson scale dragon, despite having acquired fortunes within the secret realm. Achieving breakthroughs to the pinnacle of innate realms, the situation remained dire. The dragoness scales were impervious to water and fire, remarkably hard, with ordinary artifacts merely leaving faint marks upon them. As it thrashed, fiery red flames surged forth, forcing the combatants to retreat and rendering them unable to approach. Not far from them, disciples from Tianjin Mountain and Jiuxian sect had gathered to jointly withstand the onslaught from Wanshou Tianzong. Typically, a single disciple from Wanshou Tianzong and their accompanying beast required at least 5 individuals from this side to collectively fend off the attack. The foundational strength of higher-tier sect disciples was on full display at this moment. Hearing Do Qingye's voice, a young figure above the dragon's head erupted in mocking laughter. You think you can escape after entering my formation? You rural fools are deluded. Where's Lu? I've activated the grand formation as agreed. Yet he lingers in the Xing Yao garden and has yet to arrive? Feng Qingyang furrowed his brows tightly, glancing towards the distant horizon, but failing to see the familiar dark light swooping in. Perhaps he was delayed by some unforeseen circumstance. After all, these country bumpkins were unlikely to stir up any significant trouble. With that, he relaxed, crafting an excuse for himself, unconcerned. Given Lu's strength, He was practically unparalleled among the local minor sects, providing great reassurance. He had not even considered the possibility of a fall. Upon entering the ancient Yun Zong secret realm, as per prior arrangements, he personally led a team to oversee this core area, with the last ancient Yun command token in his possession. Meanwhile, He Lu was to lead others to the isolated Xing Yao garden to gather all precious herbs and treasures, subsequently regrouping here to collect the 3 command tokens and secure the ultimate legacy. Go! Send more people to deal with that brat. There seems to be something of interest in his possession. Leave it for me. Feng Qingyang casually commanded, and immediately several figures mounted their beasts and charged towards Wei Guan. Their momentum evidently even more formidable than the previous 3. Clearly, in the chaos of the battlefield, these individuals had overlooked how Wei Guan had previously triumphed. Otherwise, they would not have sent a group to confront him now. Dou Qingyi was filled with anxiety, fighting while casting worried glances at Wei Guan. Yet, he feigned ignorance, showing no intention of fleeing. Arrogance. Why not hasten your retreat? Can't you see that girl is worried about you? As long as the green mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. We shall take our leave first and seek vengeance later. The large yellow dog lay in the sea of consciousness, earnestly advising. Its big, shrewd eyes observed anxiously, as if fearing a figure might charge into the sea of consciousness at any moment. Be quiet. If you wish to leave, do so on your own. Wei Guan's gaze grew increasingly sharp, his expression gradually revealing impatience. He was arrogant, never inferior to others. His enemies disregarded him, and even his allies held no high hopes for him. To him, this was nothing short of an insult. Suddenly, he stepped into the air, his foot stirring a violent whirlwind, mysterious patterns emanating from beneath him, sealing the void. From within, a profound, ancient power surged forth, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Simultaneously, the violet patterns in his eyes intensified until they transformed his gaze into an awe-inspiring, mysterious purple. Arrogant battle technique. Have you lost your mind? Is it necessary to use the supreme killing arts against these ants? The voice of the large yellow dog resounded incredulously within the sea of consciousness. Its sharp, piercing tone echoed, as if even across the sea of consciousness. One could envision it wide-eyed and barking in a frenzy. In response, Wei Guan's reply was succinct and cold. I do not care. Kill first, then speak. With those words, he transformed into a brilliant, ethereal figure, striking forth with a force that resonated through the heavens, causing the very space to tremble. The large yellow dog fell silent, its gaze dazed as it beheld the boundless purple essence rising from Wei Guan. It almost forgot that this individual bore the title of arrogance. It opened its mouth wide and burst into raucous laughter. Initially, I thought that after your reincarnation and enduring hardships, you would learn to restrain yourself. But unexpectedly, you remain unchanged. The silence of this period nearly deceived it. Meanwhile, several individuals rode on demonic beasts, bringing with them a torrent of blood and wind. One of them, a blazing lizard, opened its massive jaws and unleashed a fiery wave that spanned 100 feet. Wei Guan remained unperturbed, countering the oncoming flames with a single punch that shattered the inferno. The purple energy erupting from his fist absorbed the opponent's flames, transforming them into an equally formidable counterattack. This flame not only replicated the might of the adversary, but also contained the unique, cold ferocity of the mysterious purple energy. Clearly, its power had ascended to a new level. The audacious battle strategy, attacking with the opponent's own force, was unparalleled in its lethality. What? Chapter 199. What is audacity? Those two are no weaker than I. What? A cacophony of astonished voices reverberated in my mind. Given the previous circumstances, many had already turned their attention to Wei Guan. They had anticipated that he would flee amidst the onslaught, yet his initial strike left everyone utterly astonished. The crowd watched in disbelief as the blazing flames adorned with mysterious purple patterns obliterated the lizard beast, leaving no struggle, reducing both it and its master to ashes. Those standing nearby managed to evade the disaster just in time, yet their faces were equally marked with shock, hesitating to advance further. What kind of technique is this? This lad possesses something peculiar. No wonder the earlier individuals fell silently. Everyone, do not hold back. Let's unleash our killing moves to eliminate this boy. He is too sinister. The crowd nodded in agreement, abandoning any thoughts of restraint. One person unleashed brilliant swordlight, another summoned a sinister wind gourd, while the last conjured a colossal palm imprint to crush Wei Guan. Wei Guan's eyelids drooped, and the purple energy in his eyes burned fiercely, trailing two radiant flames from the corners. The might of mere ants cannot shake the heavens. He remained unafraid, letting out a cold snort. Mysterious light radiated from his eyes, making it difficult to look directly at him. Those who caught even a glimpse felt their hearts tremble and their heads pound. At this moment, the crowd finally understood. He extended his hand, transforming it into a blade, and unleashed a sword beam that blazed forth. Upon contact with the brilliant sword light, it effortlessly merged, consuming it entirely, resulting in a surge of power that amplified the purple energy-laden sword beam several-fold. Another punch erupted, stirring the air wildly and conjuring a tempestuous wind. Finally, a palm descended upon the last individual, forming a colossal imprint that shrouded the sky. 3 deadly moves were replicated in less than half a breath. And it did not end there, for this replicated technique would completely consume and drown out the original's assault, transforming it into an even more powerful advanced version. With 3 strikes, the 3 individuals and their demonic beasts were entirely annihilated by Wei Guan. In an instant, an eerie silence blanketed the arena. While this outcome was not entirely unforeseen, it was nothing short of a fantastical tale. What kind of divine power is this? A disciple of Wanshou Tianzong stood frozen in disbelief, his voice trembling as he spoke. Is this a joke? How can someone perfectly replicate another's attack after just a glance? If the earlier incident was merely a fluke, then after Wei Guan obliterated 4 innate late-stage prodigies of Wanshou Tianzong, everything was set in stone. Since entering this secret realm, they had deemed themselves superior, never sparing a glance at the local disciples. Yet now, this remarkable youth had delivered a resounding blow to their arrogance. The billowing robes fluttering in the wind obscured their lofty perceptions, while the blood-stained boots crushed their pride into the dirt. Feng Qingyang's lips twitched uncontrollably, and his expression darkened ominously. If previously he had been in control of the situation, now he faced an unexpected divergence. Losing 4 innate late-stage warriors on his side, while provoking such a mysterious potential threat, was untenable. If he continued to rampage on the battlefield unchecked, as his thought crossed his mind, a deep wariness flickered in Feng Qingyang's eyes. He could not discern the depths of this young man. If he could perfectly replicate both his and Qi Jiao's moves, it would spell trouble. Contemplating this, his gaze sharpened. Young man, would you be interested in joining Wanshou Tianzong? I never expected a hidden dragon like you to emerge in this desolate land. Your strength and talent fully qualify you for our sect. To be frank, I am a direct disciple of the sect, though not among the elite. Merely ranked 50 on the Sky Beast list. If you are willing, I can personally recommend you for entry into the sect. Feng Qingyang's voice became inviting, tinged with an unknown allure. Both Dou Qingyi and the other disciples felt a jolt in their hearts, their expressions turning grim. To receive a personal invitation from a domain lord, they all instinctively knew that if they were in his position, they would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. Any hesitation would signify a lack of recognition of Wanshou Tianzong's strength. What troubled him further was that merely a disciple ranked lowly could overpower 7 or 8 peak innate warriors. Is this the foundation of the sect? A profound sense of helplessness washed over them. After exchanging glances, Dou Qingyi and Lu Tong could only manage a bitter smile. Seeing Wei Guan's silence, Feng Qingyang's brow lifted, believing he had a chance, and continued to entice him. With your talents, remaining in Qing Luo domain is a waste. While these individuals may currently be above you in realm, they are merely frogs at the bottom of a well. You are different. You are the only one capable of leaping out. Only by joining Wanshou Tianzong can you truly shine as a prodigy. Feng Qingyang's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes on Wei Guan, his lips curling up as he envisioned a splendid future. However, Wei Guan's expression grew increasingly cold. He lifted his head, his demeanor icy yet tinged with anger. You are insulting me. As these words fell, not only did Feng Qingyang's enthusiasm wane, but even those who had been coveting the opportunity were left dumbfounded. Wasn't this all praise? What exactly are you thinking, my friend? Everyone was bewildered, except for the large yellow dog scratching its behind in the sea of consciousness, who understood his thoughts. TSK, how many years have passed? And he remains so proud and arrogant. Shaking its head, the dog realized that this fellow merely believed he was unworthy of such commendations. Still holding 2 true prodigies in higher regard, ones who had already surpassed him. Feng Qingyang, however, only mentioned him, neglecting those 2. He could not tolerate belittlement, nor could he accept unwarranted accolades. Arrogant as he was, he required no such unjust praise. Chapter 200, Blood Refinement Ritual Array. Kijao Demon Dragon. Well, have I ever been insulted by you? A flicker of viciousness crossed Feng Qingyang's eyes, yet he maintained a congenial demeanor, patiently inquiring. If he could attain this mysterious divine ability, perhaps breaking into the top 10 on the Sky Beast list would no longer be a dream. He was confident that once Wei Guan boarded the treasure ship, with the intervention of an elder, he would be at their mercy. As he thought this, a glint of greed deepened within his pupils. He fancied he was concealing it well, but it was merely wishful thinking. Did you see that? That kid's gaze towards you is almost tearing apart. The big yellow dog grinned widely, reveling in the discomfort it caused Wei Guan. It delighted in annoying him for no reason, simply out of pure enjoyment. Silence. Wei Guan replied with a cold demeanor, too disdainful to respond verbally. His murderous intent and the direction of his fists embodied his will. Nothing was worthy of his attention. Only those two individuals could exchange words with him in opposition. If you desire to fight, then come face me. His voice was devoid of warmth, reverberating through the void and creating an invisible wave of pressure that instilled fear in the hearts of those who heard it. He then transformed into a fierce beam of light, dashing into the battlefield with intent. Witnessing Wei Guan's lack of awareness, Feng Qingyang grew increasingly enraged. It was not merely the rejection that frustrated him. More importantly, this defiance had rubbed his face in the dirt. Feeling his dignity impugned, his gaze towards Wei Guan turned venomous and resentful. If one fails, then send 10 more until he's ground to dust, he commanded with a sinister tone. Meanwhile, he remained steadfast, still restraining the elite disciples of the 5 major factions. This fellow was indeed peculiar. He needed others to pave the way for him, to uncover his secrets. Feng Qingyang had not reached his current position through mere impulse, but rather through a combination of ruthlessness and caution. He would not hesitate to exploit even his own brothers if necessary. The deaths of these people mattered little as long as he could obtain that technique. Thus far, he had yet to witness the limits of that technique. Whatever attacks were executed in that kid's hands could be perfectly replicated. His heart burned with fervor, envisioning himself flourishing in his training. He could no longer delay. The useless He Lu had vanished without a trace, leaving him with no choice but to act alone. Surveying his surroundings with a furrowed brow, he thought, "It is for the best. This technique shall belong solely to me." A greedy smile crept across his face as he retrieved a mysterious, dark-arrayed disc from his robe. Biting his tongue, he let a drop of rich crimson blood fall onto it. A peculiar wave rippled through the air, resonating with something, causing the world around it to echo a barely audible sound. No, it should not be the world, but rather the azure light array enveloping this area. In a place unnoticed amidst the ruins, a corpse on the ground appeared to twitch eerily at its chest. This was no illusion. One twitch, 2 twitches, accompanied by a soft pop. A strange, blood-red wind surged forth from the chest of the corpse, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl. As this blood-red wind departed, the corpse began to rapidly shrivel in an incomprehensible manner. Its face, once tinged with color, became desiccated like a mummy, leaving only a thin layer of skin hanging. Across the land, numerous blood-red winds emerged from the ground, ascending and carrying away the essence and blood of the corpse. They swarmed towards Feng Qingyang like lost souls seeking refuge. Feng Qingyang let out a cold laugh, his gaze piercing through the many battlefields, landing on Wei Guan, who appeared like a celestial being, dominating the fray against many foes. "Surely, you do not believe victory is assured," he mused, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, bloodthirsty and frenzied. In the shock of those witnessing, he formed his right hand into a claw, placing his index and middle fingers against his eyeball, and then with a brutal thrust he gouged his right eye out. With a sickening sound, his fingers delved deep into the eye socket, tearing the eyeball from its place. Blood cascaded down, filling the hollow socket, and the attached neural tissue stretched out, glistening with blood. The sight horrified onlookers, sending chills down their spines. How could a person descend to such depths? With such cruelty, it was likely even survival would become difficult. He grinned widely, the remaining eyeball rolling slightly, casting a slow glance over the crowd, the malevolent aura pressing down on them, rendering them breathless. Suddenly, he smashed the eyeball and the bloodied nerve onto the array disc above. With a splatter, a viscous white liquid erupted forth, completely absorbed by the disc. In an instant, Black and red eerie patterns spread from the disk into the void. The patterns sprouted like tender shoots, swiftly reaching the edges of the array, and an uncanny scene unfolded as the color of the array began to darken ominously. The array disk began to melt, countless blood winds finding a home, surging toward this place in a grand wave. One after another, they entered the melting array. Feng Qingyang began to laugh maniacally, the hollow blood-red eye socket dripping with blood. Ha ha! Since you refuse to join my Wan Shou Tian Zone, then prepare to repent in the underworld. He roared, slamming down the disk that had absorbed numerous blood winds. The disk transformed into a strange, chilling dark red light, plunging into the head of the raging Qi Jiao. Roaring, the Qi Jiao raised its head to the sky, its vertical pupils narrowing into slits as countless deep red blood vessels crept across it, unleashing a terrifying wave of sound that sent all attackers flying. The expressions of those present turned pale, paralyzed by fear, unable to advance and obstruct the impending transformation of the Qi Jiao. Frozen in place, they watched as it writhed violently in the air, a black-red horn forming atop its head, grotesque claws sprouting from its paws, and a pair of skeletal wings emerging from its back. Mysterious and eerie patterns, along with dragon scales, exploded forth, manifesting on its surface. In the distance, Wei Guan's expression darkened significantly upon witnessing this scene. The voice of the big yellow dog echoed in his mind. Damn it, this Wan Shou Tian Zone seems far from innocent. Its disciples resort to such treacherous methods as blood-refining rituals. We're doomed. We are truly doomed. Lord, I, Huang, have never asked anything of you in my life. Please retreat at once. This Qi Jiao had consumed an enormous amount of essence blood, and with the human eye offered as a sacrifice to ignite the dragon's sight, its power would undoubtedly double. It was roughly assessed to be no less than the third layer of the Yukong realm, rapidly approaching its mid-stage. With your current strength, just entering the innate stage, you will be courting death. Chapter 201. The Might of the Overbearing Immortal Emperor. Yi Vinkong in shock. Seeing Wei Guan still standing unmoved, the big yellow dog was genuinely anxious, urging him fervently. We have awakened too briefly. Your current resources are insufficient to transcend so many realms. Perhaps it would be best to retreat. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. It truly feared that Wei Guan might not be able to resist charging forward, leading to dire consequences. Regrettably, the source technique had not broken through the second layer. If only I could complete the refining of the innate jade soul embryo. Wei Guan felt a sense of unwillingness, murmuring to himself. Just as the big yellow dog had said, he possessed numerous methods, and as a once great immortal emperor, his foundation was deeper than the ocean. Yet he had awakened too briefly to fully tap into his potential. Do not feel discontent. You are already remarkable, the big yellow dog encouraged, still attempting to coax him into retreat. Those who only responded to softness and not firmness were the most troublesome, lacking the wisdom to recognize the times. Unlike it, able to handle both gentleness and harshness. To transcend into a higher realm and vanquish foes is an inhuman endeavor. Who, besides you, possesses such capabilities? What remains for you to lament? If we linger here any longer, we shall lose the chance to avenge ourselves. Suddenly, Wei Guan lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with sharp brilliance. No, others can achieve this as well. The big yellow dog felt an urge to slap itself, regretting its own words. How could it have been so foolish? Yet, it refrained from commenting on Wei Guan's assertion. Perhaps he had harnessed the strength of others. The realms of Tiangong and Yukong are fundamentally distinct. As far as it knew, not every immortal emperor's journey began with unparalleled invincibility in their youth. Many among them faced numerous defeats throughout their lives before ultimately achieving success. Growth is fraught with challenges and hardships, as exemplified by a peculiar immortal emperor who attained enlightenment through defeat, ultimately earning the title of Bu Sheng Immortal Emperor. Even after his ascension, he remained steadfast in his path, neither undefeated nor victorious. From mortal men to rulers of the dark abyss, there exists a mysterious presence that has never known defeat when confronted. Thus, this era of immortal emperors became shrouded in enigma. Later generations referred to him as the Wu Wu Kai Immortal Emperor. The big yellow dog reminisced about these bygone tales. Despite their invincibility, immortal emperors often encountered uncertainties before their ascension. Many late bloomers exist, and the majority once gazed up at formidable rivals far beyond their reach in their youth. Their perseverance, Insight and adherence to their own path enabled them to endure. In the big yellow dog's eyes, the proud immortal emperor was already among the most outstanding and radiant of his kind in their youth, even surpassing his current capabilities of slaying Yukong realm opponents. It was hard to believe that others could achieve such feats. Wei Guan seemed to sense its thoughts and spoke after a moment of silence. He had indeed slain Yukong realm opponents before. And yet, so what? I have heard you say that this Jiao Mo Long is close to the mid-stage of Yukong, not merely a novice. He has grown stronger. The big yellow dog remains steadfast in its beliefs. Can he surpass the Lien Su immortal emperor? Unless he condenses the heart domain seed to the purple level. Wei Guan turned his head, ceasing to debate the matter. He would never admit to having lost a fragment of imperial thought. If this fellow were to discover that, his peace would be forever shattered, drowned in incessant laughter. What your decision? The proud immortal emperor remained silent, yet his fighting spirit surged. The purple intent in his eyes reaching unimaginable depths, intricate patterns emerging from his eye sockets and cascading across his visage. A robust, dragon-like aura spiraled around him. Every strand of hair shimmering with resplendent colors, radiating vitality. Those surrounding him sensed the anomaly and unleashed even more powerful assaults, attempting to thwart his advance. He roared, refusing to retreat, soaring against the odds. Transforming into a dazzling beam of light, his might enveloped the entire battlefield. Stant Azida, an endless purple intent wildly evolved. Doubt patterns swirling, as a Qilin trod upon clouds and roared, manifesting into three pure energies. In the blink of an eye, he conjured an array of distinct sword rays. Thunder flickered among the sword rays, lacking intent yet possessing form, their overwhelming force crushing the heavens. This is the astonishing sword ray of Luo Junxian. Amidst the astonished gazes, he effortlessly obliterated his adversaries, not allowing a single step to be hindered. Once, he could contend against formidable foes. Now he faced mere insects. What fear remains? At this moment, he was no longer Wei Guan, but the once mighty proud immortal emperor who had dominated the myriad worlds and countless galaxies. Indomitable pride, battling to the very end. In that instant, the hearts of all present surged with fervor, awed by the resplendent light. Do Qingyi was the first to react, issuing a low command, followed closely by the members of Tianwu Academy. Next came those from Tianjin Mountain, Yaoling Sect, and Wanjin Men. The talents of Jiao Xian men exchanged glances, one asking in hushed tones, "Has Yi Shidi arrived?" The other shook his head, replying, "Yi Shidi has not been in contact with us for a long time. We are unaware of his whereabouts. Damn it, if only Yi Shidi were here. We Jiao Xian men would not be so severely outmatched by Tianwu Academy." He glanced at Wei Guan, who was already engaged in battle with the Qi Jiao Mo Long, his eyes reflecting deep apprehension. The brilliance was overwhelmingly fierce, the might radiating from it instilling terror. Reminiscent of the moment he first faced that imposing figure. Little did they know, among the Jiao Xian men, the most dazzling figure was not his elder brother, but rather his junior brother, who, at merely 30 years of age, had already reached the threshold of Yukong realm. He emerged like a brilliant new star, suddenly shining within the sect, much like this young man from Tianwu Academy. There were rumors among the elders of the Yukong realm that Yi Shidi had acquired some extraordinary legacy. However, that elder subsequently vanished without trace, and to this day, no one knows his fate. After a brief moment of hesitation, the members of Jiao Xian men chose not to stand out too much, and together they charged towards the Qi Jiao Mo Long. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, in the Hall of Sect Inheritance, where no one should be able to enter, a pair of crimson, elongated eyes suddenly emerged from the darkness. An ominous and chilling voice echoed within the chamber, as if a sinister wind were scraping against flesh and blood. "I sense a breath akin to your bloodline. Is that so?" Chapter 202, Life and Death on the Line. Arrival. The Qi Jiao Mo Long swung a claw, dark winds swirling, blood pouring forth like a waterfall, filled with countless restless souls, an immensely terrifying force. Wei Guan charged forward, refusing to yield, as the purple intent within him reached its zenith, enveloping his fists with a righteous aura that he unleashed with fervor. As he witnessed his attack being perfectly mirrored by the opponent, swept back upon him, Feng Qingyang's face twisted in displeasure. His expression grew increasingly pale. Though he appeared to have the upper hand against many, he was unaware that he had already sacrificed all his strength to the dragon beneath him. Should the Qi Jiao Mo Long perish, he would not escape unscathed either. As for the other weaklings, they were utterly unreliable. After Wei Guan suddenly erupted and slayed several opponents, the numbers on Wan Shou Tianzong's side had dwindled, confronting a group of desperate foes. The already precarious situation became increasingly dire. Damn that He Lu! Did that fool perish in some corner? If that fellow were here, he would not be left in such a wretched state by a bunch of small-timers. Realizing the tide had turned against him, he howled inwardly. Meanwhile, Wei Guan was in no better condition. After halting the Qi Jiao Mo Long's desperate counterattack, he withdrew to recuperate. He felt he had pushed himself too far. His brow furrowed tightly as he sensed the nearly depleted strength within him. Fortunately, the ultimate outcome was favorable. With a casual wave, the thin purple battle intent vanished into the breeze, under the relentless assaults from the others. It wasn't long before the transformed Qi Jiao Mo Long was left battered and breathless. Even a single ghostly claw, which had reached out, was severed by Dou Qingyi's consumption-intensive secret technique. Following this strike, the joy on everyone's faces intensified, and their morale soared, for they had finally glimpsed hope. Even the inheritor of Tianzong from the center of Dongwang is not invincible. Ants can even kill elephants. Moreover, the adversary, like them, is at the innate realm and does not enter the realm of Yakong. No matter how many tricks they possess, they cannot withstand the combined assault of over 10 individuals. Put in more effort. This fellow is on the verge of collapse. Someone shouted excitedly, trembling with exhilaration, as if they had accomplished something profoundly gratifying. Feng Qingyang, with disheveled hair and dried flesh, had black blood seeping from his 7 orifices, resembling a malevolent spirit rising from the depths of hell. He roared madly, his face contorted with resentment and mockery. You insignificant insects dare to hunt me. All of you shall die. He grinned, revealing a row of blood-stained white teeth. As the words left his lips, the aura surrounding him, along with the Qi Jiao Mo Long beneath him, became exceedingly unstable. The ominous winds and blood energy scattered across the heavens, and earth began to rush back like a tidal wave, all being devoured by the Qi Jiao Mo Long beneath him. Boom! Boom! A series of powerful impacts echoed from within the Qi Jiao Mo Long's body as its muscles began to rapidly swell and burst. It seemed as if something within was about to break free from its flesh. The expressions of the crowd changed dramatically as they witnessed the Qi Jiao Mo Long's aura climbing to a horrifying level, its body starting to retreat repeatedly. This aura was so terrifying that it made their hearts tremble, their internal organs groaning in agony. The voice of the Dahuang Go also changed, panicking and flailing about, wide-eyed as if it were a monkey gone mad in a sea of consciousness. It's over, it's truly over this time. This guy's gone mad. He would rather perish than let you all escape with him. Did I not already say that you need not fight alongside these people? If you had listened to me and broken the formation earlier to leave, none of this would have happened. Now look, I must accompany you to the grave once more. The Dahuang Go grumbled incessantly, nearly in tears. Wei Guan's expression also underwent a subtle change. Death was not imminent, he said with a deep voice. Ha! I knew it means proud, sir. The Dahuang Go immediately grinned, revealing a lewd smile. The change in expression made Wei Guan's lips twitch involuntarily. He knew this fellow was feigning ignorance, trying to discern his secrets. However, he was not lying, if the moment required. He could indeed sacrifice his innate Yu Huntai's life-soul artifact. Yet, that seemed a bit excessive. It was not something to be wasted unless in utmost peril. After carefully sensing the situation, he wasted no time in summoning his life-soul artifact to attack the weak point of the formation, causing the black-red formation to erupt in violent ripples. His actions quickly caught the attention of others. Dou Qingyi's mind raced, and she promptly shouted, "Quickly, break the formation with Wei Guan. Otherwise, we will all perish." Everyone shivered, no longer wasting words, and immediately gritted their teeth, unleashing their strongest attacks at the formation. At this moment, to hide their strength would mean preparing for the grave. Wave after wave of powerful attacks struck the formation's barrier, producing thunderous sounds. As for why they did not proactively attack the frenzied Feng Qingyang, it was a question everyone understood clearly. When a bomb is about to explode, should you distance yourself or kick it further away? Clearly, none among them were willing to act as self-sacrificing heroes. Faced with a ticking time bomb that had surpassed the mid-stage power of Yakong, even their ranged attacks lacked the courage to approach. This distance was insufficient. Although they had options, they were as good as none. While everyone was busy striving to destroy the formation, Feng Qingyang wore a manic laugh on his face. At this point, to still think of breaking the formation was pure folly. Ha ha ha. This formation is a composite array, formed by the combination of 7 pinnacle Xiantier array disks. How could you, these muddy-footed lowly beings, hope to break it? Perhaps you could discuss it again on the anniversary next year. Ha ha. Accompanied by a wild, sinister laugh imbued with endless resentful curses, Feng Qingyang's body began to crack inch by inch, and the Qi Jiao Mo Long beneath him roared, transforming into an incredibly bright black blood light. Feeling the horrifying aura emanating from him, even the slightest trace was enough to make one's heart tremble. Everyone's faces turned ashen, and at that moment, they ceased their attacks, their eyes filled only with profound despair. Just then, Wei Guan, preparing to activate his life soul artifact, seemed to sense something and cast a solemn gaze in a particular direction. The Da Huanggo lagged slightly behind him, then exclaimed in shock, "Huh, how could it be? This fluctuation is Chapter 203. He arrives, and we will survive." Following the gaze of Wei Guan and the Da Huanggo, the two looked toward the depths of the secret realm where the Sex Inheritance Hall was located. At that very moment, they both sensed an unusual aura soaring into the sky. This aura was unmatched in power, emanating an irresistible might, leading Wei Guan to instinctively lock it onto Yi Tianlan. In his memory, there should not be such a formidable aura among his peers aside from Fei Yang. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. This aura feels wrong, evil. It is truly too sinister. The Da Huanggo spoke in a calm voice. Noticing Wei Guan's silence, its pupils constricted sharply, as if recalling some dreadful memory, its tail drooping and tucked between its legs. You do not suspect it is one of those things, do you? Wei Guan's silence often implied agreement, and his serious, contemplative expression spoke volumes. Damn, do not scare this emperor. We are nowhere near the 9 provinces and 10 directions. How could those things possibly wander here? Wei Guan replied solemnly, shaking his head. I am not certain. Let us observe for now. He is about to lose control. As Wei Guan stated, just as everyone believed they were doomed, with many closing their eyes in despair, a dark column of light shattered the formation, sealing the Sex Inheritance Hall. The black light was as deep as the abyss of hell, exuding an overwhelming aura of annihilation and decay, especially infused with an insatiable greed. Yes, an indescribable malice of greed surged forth. It was the venomous and frenzied desire to devour everything, just as Feng Qingyang's body shattered, and the Qi Jiao Mo Long beneath him was about to explode. The dark column of light, emanating a greedy malice, pierced through him in an instant. The process was so swift and the changes so drastic that no one had time to react. Then, before their astonished eyes, they witnessed the unstable, swelling power collapsing inward at an alarming rate. It was as if a black hole had appeared, devouring all the power within. In a breath, 2 breaths, not even 10 breaths of time had passed, and the terrifying energy fluctuations capable of engulfing anyone present were completely consumed. Not a trace remained, leaving Feng Qingyang's presence as if it had never occurred. The sky regained its tranquility, and the atmosphere turned eerily strange. Under these circumstances, the black-red blood light of the formation lost its energy supply, gradually fading back to its original color. As all energy fluctuations dissipated, a figure in a black robe appeared before everyone's eyes. The figure was slender and tall, a gentle breeze lifting the corner of its robe to reveal a slightly pale, strikingly beautiful, and ethereal face. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the members of Jiu Xianmen, who had been suspiciously observing, were suddenly filled with joy. Led by the eldest disciple of Jiu Xianmen, they swiftly transformed into streaks of light and ascended. Ye Shidi, is it you? I can't believe it's truly you. His excitement was palpable as he rubbed his palms together, unable to contain his joy. Without waiting for a response, he bombarded Yi Qingtian with a flurry of questions. The figure before them was none other than Yi Tianlan's cousin, the youngest disciple of the Jiu Xianmen, Yi Qingtian, who had not made an appearance for 18 years. The sight of this familiar face brought a sense of relief to the other talented individuals from various factions. Thank goodness. It is indeed a member of Jiu Xianmen. The fear had been that after the departure of one formidable presence, another, even more mysterious and powerful, would soon follow. That would have been the epitome of despair. However, when had Jiu Xianmen produced such a remarkably strong prodigy? Dou Qingye's expression was one of astonishment. Her curiosity piqued as she appraised the tall young figure. Just as she contemplated joining the others to mingle and perhaps forge connections, she suddenly felt someone grasp her arm. Turning around, she discovered it was Wei Guan, his demeanor grave, even bordering on unpleasant. His expression was so dark it seemed it could drip water. Wei Shidi, what is the meaning of this? She had a profound impression of this disciple who was very close to Yi Tianlan, particularly after his earlier shocking display of strength, making her curious about his actions now. Do not approach him, Wei Guan warned, his voice low and chilling, as if facing a formidable enemy. Dou Qingyi's pupils contracted sharply. She opened her mouth, but in the end chose silence, opting to trust this equally enigmatic disciple from the Southern Academy. The formation has lost its support, and our strength is nearly depleted. If any anomalies arise, we must fight our way out immediately. Wei Guan spoke solemnly. Dou Qingyi nodded heavily. She did not understand why, but she instinctively felt compelled to obey. By the way, has Fei Yong not arrived yet? Wei Guan inquired further. Who is Fei Yong? Dou Qingyi asked, momentarily confused as she quickly recalled the list of disciples entering the secret realm. Wei Guan paused, subtly changing his wording. It is Yi Shixiang. I prefer to refer to him as such. I see, Dou Qingyi responded. He should be arriving soon. Where is he coming from? Xingyao Garden. Which direction? From the west. Then we shall head west. Dou Qingyi instinctively nodded, only to abruptly realize something, her eyes widening in disbelief. Did I hear you correctly? Escape? Wei Shidiyu? She exclaimed, breathless. Yet, Wei Guan's expression was more serious than at any previous moment. He spoke each word with intensity, locking eyes with her. I'm not jesting. I hope he arrives soon, but if that fellow needs time to digest, we shall leave it to fate. He closed his eyes, starting to gather his strength. Dou Qingyi's expression fluctuated between concern and uncertainty. She had never seen Wei Guan display such a grave demeanor, one that melded tranquility with the gravity of life and death to such an extent. Even in the face of the impending self-destruction of the Qi Jiao Mo Long, she had never treated it with such seriousness. She sensed that something significant was about to unfold, perhaps linked to the alluringly sinister Yi Qingtian. Meanwhile, aside from the disciples of Tianwu Academy, who were held back by Dou Qingyi, the remaining talented individuals from other factions had gathered around Yi Qingtian. Some were curious, others were in awe, some sought to befriend him, while others harbored ulterior motives. The eldest disciple of Jiao Xianmin stepped forward, patting Yi Qingtian on the shoulder, proudly addressing those around him. We truly owe a debt of gratitude to my Shidi Yi, otherwise we would all be lost. Indeed, thank you, Yi Shixiao, for your chivalrous assistance. We are immensely grateful for your life-saving help. If you ever require our aid in the future, just call upon us, and we shall go through fire and water without hesitation. A voice of generosity echoed among the crowd, and others enthusiastically joined in, their faces radiating relief from their narrow escape. Is that so? Yi Qingtian slowly lifted his head, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. Now is the time for your contributions. With that, the surrounding crowd fell into a state of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with discontent. Although he had saved them, the eagerness for repayment seemed somewhat beneath them, as if they were begging for his assistance. The eldest disciple of Jiao Xianmin shot him a reproachful glare. Were you saying, Shidi? Since we have promised you, we would never go back on our word. Your haste for repayment seems to reduce our bond to a mere transaction. What would that say about our Jiao Xianmin to our peers from other sects? He spoke as if considering Yi Qingtian's feelings. After saying this, without waiting for his agreement, he turned to the others with a smile. My Shidi is young and inexperienced. Please do not hold it against him. In the future, I shall ensure he is better guided. Do not worry, Shidi. You have achieved great merit this time, and I will report this truthfully to the sect for you to receive your rewards. The eldest disciple thumped his chest, speaking with the tone of someone much older. He did not mention the matter of repayment, smoothly diverting the conversation. Ye Vingtian Simidet. It was amusing to see how those blinded by greed had yet to grasp the reality of their situation, especially after having previously criticized him and even sent people to his family for petty gains. Now, at such a critical juncture, it was laughable. The shadow of his black robe fell over his stark white teeth, appearing particularly eerie as the sinister wind blew. He. They have acquired so many treasures in the secret realm, yet they cannot even spare a token of gratitude for saving their lives. Clearly, these things are more valuable to them than their own lives. Then let us take their lives and keep the treasures. Yi Qingtian raised his head, grinning widely. This suits me well. His robe billowed, as if something was about to emerge from within him, a swirling mass of dark gray with flickering emerald light. It engulfed the surrounding void, emanating an insatiable and malevolent will, expanding to over 3 meters high and enveloping his figure. A cunning black shadow burst forth from it, tearing through the air with lightning speed. Blood erupted, crimson swirling in the air. The eldest disciple's eyes widened in disbelief as he lowered his gaze, incredulous at the black chains that had pierced through his throat. A cacophony of sounds erupted as his body was mercilessly dragged into the dark gray mass. Conversations and laughter ceased in an instant, leaving only the eerie, malevolent laughter resonating within the stillness. How delightful! I had already informed you that you were chosen by me. These fools are merely sustenance along your path of growth. They are your prey, not your peers. This place is still too remote. The quality of the blood food is too low, not even comparable to the appetizers of my former soldiers. You must venture to the realms of Jiuzhou and beyond, where only the prodigies of the sacred lands and the hidden sects will serve as your true nourishment. Ye ving tianshuruk, indifferent. Until this moment, the others finally began to comprehend the gravity of their circumstances. The air was filled with screams as terrified individuals retreated. But their speed could not match the soul-piercing chains that cut through the void. Yi Qingkong, what are you doing? How dare you lay hands on the senior brother? Once we return to the sect, we shall ensure that the Grand Master unleashes his wrath, exclaimed a voice, a mixture of shock and anger. From the shadows emerged 2 eerie green lights, resembling hollow, sinister eyes, fixated on the unfolding chaos. How clever they are to think they can return, the voice continued. As the words fell, dozens of chains erupted from the formless, smoky substance, overwhelming the fleeing crowd. Yi Qingkong observed coldly, his eyes betraying no emotion amidst the carnage. Yet, at that moment, a sudden, violent crash caught his attention as the grand formation enveloping the dome began to tremble violently. To his astonishment, a breach opened in the azure mist of the formation. Several figures rapidly fled through the gap, racing westward with extraordinary speed, creating a thunderous sound. This scene also drew the notice of others, who scrambled toward the opening in desperation. Who would have thought there would be fish that escaped the net? They are fortunate to have evaded disaster for now, the voice sneered. Yi Qingkong remained unfazed, retracting his gaze. No matter. There is still half a month until the secret realm concludes. Even if they hide in the farthest corners, they will not escape. But what if they simply flee without a care? Yi Qingkong mused. Not everyone possesses a teleportation talisman. He paused, considering the elderly cultivators outside. Even if they were aware of the situation, they would be powerless to stop him. I have indeed chosen the right person. As the last body was engulfed by the dark, smoky substance, Yi Qingkong shivered. Strange black patterns emerged from beneath his skin, and a ghastly design resembling a ghostly head crawled up his neck. As a surge of energy flowed in, these lines seemed to animate, pulsating with a sinister red aura, as if something beneath the surface struggled to break free. In a moment, Yi Qingkong reopened his eyes, letting out a contented sigh. The power within him surged once more, propelling him into the second realm of the Void Realm. The swiftness of this transformation was astonishing. Such formidable strength had been attained with such ease. His pale, snow-like hand clenched gently, creating a sonic boom in the air. Despite having experienced this many times before, a look of uncontainable awe lingered in his eyes. What is this? The bloodlines of these sacrifices are so mixed. There's not even a lowly combat body among them, let alone the sacred royal blood. If it weren't for my ravenous hunger, I wouldn't even consider consuming them. Do you remember what I mentioned earlier? I sensed a presence akin to your bloodline drawing nearer. The sinister voice continued, the green orb hidden within the gray mist resembling an elongated blade, both enchanting and ominous. Oh, Yi Qingkong exclaimed, unaware of Yi Tianlan's existence, as the Yi clan had no means of contacting him. And the Taoists who traveled between the realms had been sent to another world by Yi Tianlan's fists. Thus, he remained oblivious to the happenings within his own family, leaving him in the dark about Yi Tianlan's affairs. Who could it be? Has a new prodigy emerged in my absence? I shall devour him. The aura resonating with your bloodline will integrate more seamlessly, making for a decent meal. To his surprise, Yi Qingkong, with an expression of indifference, shook his head. No, he is of the Yi family. In this vast world, there are countless prodigies, and we do not lack for one. In an instant, he crossed his arms, transforming into a dark, sinister light that pierced through the void. His raven black hair tousled around his strikingly pale face, the black robe billowing ominously, the ghostly design flickering between red and black, growing ever more bizarre. He. So be it, but remember, you are now one of my holy clan, not a blood relative of the Yi family. The voice was filled with mockery. How noisy. Such temperament. Yet, I doubt you can remain composed. Who would have thought that a mere Yi family could produce two hidden talents simultaneously? The tone revealed a newfound interest, excitement amplified significantly. Such a rich and powerful bloodline. It rivals even your devouring demon body. In an instant, Yi Qingkong's interest was piqued. Aside from myself, has the Yi family truly birthed such a formidable prodigy? Chapter 205. The Convergence of the Two Yi and the Spectacular Battle. How intriguing. A smile crept upon his lips as he pressed down with his fingers, accelerating once more, traversing 1,000 meters in an instant, leaving behind a sweeping arc. It is worth noting that while his devouring demon body could rival the strongest of sacred bodies, its development was exceedingly arduous. Even if the laws of heaven and earth were to occasionally give rise to such a body, no one could discern it. This is because such a constitution is deeply hidden. Even a true spirit-level expert might overlook it, let alone ordinary individuals. Were it not for the serendipity of having this entity integrated into his body, he would have never realized he possessed one of the most powerful physiques in existence. In truth, he owed much to that senior brother who had constantly targeted him since he joined the sect. Had it not been for the repeated confrontations and the intervention of the elder from the Void Realm, pushing him into life and death crises, he might never have fortuitously stumbled upon the hidden realm of the Guyan sect, nor would he have become entangled with the current situation. Everything was merely fate. His expression hardened slightly. After a mere 30 breaths, without needing a reminder, his speed gradually diminished. He sensed it, a vast and powerful aura he had never encountered before rushing toward him. Closing his eyes, the silence of the void transformed into an endless, surging ocean before him. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, making him feel like a solitary leaf adrift in a dark sea, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Yi Qingkong, who had maintained an impassive gaze since his emergence, now found his pupils uncontrollably narrowing to the size of pinpricks. Even the once excited voice now carried an unprecedented seriousness. The oceanic depth lay before him, potent and formidable. Yi Qingkong's gaze shifted as he had never heard such a high praise from the entity within him directed at another person. At this moment, he was uncertain of what thoughts flitted through his mind. Who would have thought such a figure could arise in this lower realm? It is truly rare. Have you recalled if your clan has ever produced someone of this caliber? Yi Qingkong pondered briefly, straining to recall before slowly shaking his head. I'm unaware of how my depth compares to his. Do you truly wish to know? Yi Qingkong remained silent, his nails unconsciously digging into his flesh. Blood trickling from his palm. But it matters not. Your devouring demon body belongs to the late bloomer category. Even if you rise later, what of it? Even if you have yet to open the celestial veins and your acupoints remain unrefined, as long as I am here, boundless possibilities await. Let alone the prodigies of the 9 provinces, even those of higher realms are mere sustenance to you. Are you aware that the previous Desheng Tun Tian Mot was merely a step away from ascending to the position of immortal emperor? Had it not been for that arrogant immortal emperor who emerged and shattered its demonic soul, casting its corporeal form into the ancient immortal abyss, it would have achieved greatness. However, that is merely a tale of yore. I once believed that a certain individual's secret technique bore a resemblance to the legendary arrogant combat style. But perhaps it was merely a figment of my imagination. Yi Qingkong remained indifferent to such matters, focusing solely on his own potential rise in the future. As long as he devoured enough formidable talents, the true spirit manifestations that followed could still coalesce into a pinnacle form. And even the realm of the 4 extremes immortal platform could be reached, rivaling the ancient immortal emperors and divine sovereigns. Yi Qingkong remained silent, for he sensed the arrival of an overwhelming presence. A resounding dragon roar echoed in his ears, shattering the void itself. The sheer might of the dragon caused even the dark, shadowy matter behind him to tremble slightly. It seemed an inevitable battle was on the horizon. What kind of constitution did this being possess? In the face of such an immense and boundless aura, he truly realized the profound significance of the 2 character appraisal he had received within his own body. I am unaware. The aura of the heavenly Tao emanates from him, concealing all perception. What? Yi Qing Kong could no longer conceal his astonishment. The first glimpse was scarcely the size of a needle's eye. And now, 100-foot golden dragon descended from the heavens. On that dragon's head, a figure radiating like the blazing sun exuded a terrifying aura that crushed the air, producing thunderous sounds. Suddenly, he moved. With a mere gesture, he unleashed a thunderous force. Boundless celestial energy converged, a colossal palm overshadowing the thousand-zhang void, rumbling down upon him. His aura had long been locked onto. This vast expanse transformed into a cage, binding him tightly within. Yi Qing Kong dared not underestimate the situation. His aura surged, and the black patterns across his body turned a blood-red darkness as the ghostly visage on his neck seemed to awaken. The dark, shadowy matter behind him expanded wildly, rising to 7 stories high, erupting with endless black light. It swept across the void, each tendril attacking the colossal palm with a cunning and vicious force. A series of thunderous sounds erupted, as if lightning struck in broad daylight. Not far from this location, Luo Junxian, Dou Qingyi, and others were observing the battlefield. Upon witnessing the terrifying counterattack that pierced the colossal palm, Dou Qingyi's previously confident demeanor began to waver. She couldn't help but voice her concern. This opponent is truly formidable. I hope Shidi is unharmed. Beside her, Luo Junxian calmly shook her head. He'll be fine. Why? Because I have yet to make a sneak attack. Her words were delivered with utmost nonchalance, completely oblivious to the astonished gazes of those around her. Wait, are you implying that the moment he shows any sign of weakness, you will engage in a righteous sneak attack? A 2-on-1 situation? Dou Qingyi was left speechless. Are you planning to surround him? Luo Junxian raised her eyebrows slightly, seemingly displeased with such an insinuation. He is the one challenging us, she muttered in correction. Chapter 206. Jingye, Immortal Emperor. A sword severing the ages. The vast, smoky aura dissipated, resembling a mushroom cloud rising from the ground, affecting an area of several dozen miles. The void trembled, and countless ancient trees were violently snapped in half by the intense fluctuations of celestial energy. Once the aura settled, Yi Qing Kong's chest rose and fell erratically as he gazed at the azure sky, exhaling a sigh of relief. That was an impressive strike, but fortunately, I managed to block it. However, his expression instantly froze. He witnessed that figure again, calmly raising his palm. As the winds shifted and the celestial energy surged like a great river, gathering once more with overwhelming force. Yi Qing Kong's already pale face seemed to drain of even more color, rendering it more ghostly than a wall's plaster. How could this be? Did he not just unleash a similar level of attack? How can he condense it again so swiftly? Surprised, are we? That was merely a probing strike, testing your defenses. Yi Qing Kong's lips, tinged with blue, parted in astonishment. Was that merely a test? Does that mean he is still warming up? Indeed, you could interpret it that way. He chuckled. Has he also broken through to the void control realm? Yi Qing Kong couldn't discern, but there was no doubt that this individual possessed a deeper foundation than he did. This person was far beyond what he could withstand at present. Surrender was the only option. If you wish to depart, I can guarantee your safety. Although I cannot defeat you, escaping should not pose a challenge. No. The sinister aura seemed to believe he was merely reluctant to leave due to pride. Arising from humble beginnings is no shame. Yi Qing Kong smiled confidently. You are mistaken. This person is undoubtedly a member of my clan. Why should I flee? The dark, shadowy mist held disdain. I hope you can still laugh so joyfully later. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Tianlan was also somewhat perplexed. Has Yi Qing Kong grown this powerful? I couldn't even crush him with a single blow. Let me try again. He recalled that even the direct disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect, He Lu, could not withstand his reverse dragon 7 steps and was nearly crushed. Yet now, Yi Qing Kong not only blocked his attack, but also fought back fiercely. Was this not evidence that Yi Qing Kong's strength surpassed even He Lu's? No, judging by Dou Shiji's remarks. Even the top figure of the 10,000 Beast sect, who commanded the Crimson Flood Dragon, was likely no match for him. What had transpired with this individual to bring about such a dramatic transformation? Yi Tianlan found himself at a loss. At his wrist, the fractured jade sword flickered with luminescence, and the voice of Sword Master echoed. I sense a strong aura of evil from him. It is quite dense. This may be the reason for his power surge. What kind of evil? Yi Tianlan inquired with curiosity, keenly aware of the gravity in Sword Master's tone. Extraterrestrial evil, entities not belonging to this universe. Wandering within the depths of the dark cosmos, they once incited a dark turmoil before the epochs, crossing paths with dozens of immortal emperors, causing untold suffering to countless beings. These abominations revel in corrupting hearts, residing within living beings to absorb their immense power and survive, hiding deeply. Their essence is one of greed and malevolence. To them, both celestial energy and the flesh of living beings are mere sustenance. Once discovered, they are to be eradicated without mercy. I suspect he intends to cleanse this secret realm, leaving no survivors, and thus brazenly revealing his true form, perhaps unaware that anyone here could discern his true nature. If Wei Guan were present, he would surely mock him with arms crossed. He not only knew, but had also confronted them personally. No one understood them better than he did. Yi Tianlan's gazes sharpened. With his current experience, it was hard to fathom the existence of such bizarre entities within the 3,000 worlds. Moreover, they had endured the pursuit of dozens of immortal emperors and still remained, even leaving traces in this insignificant place. There is a saying, when you find a cockroach in your room, it indicates the entire room is infested. It seemed that Sword Master perceived the change in Yi Tianlan's expression. His voice turned grave. Do you believe the dark turmoil ended in victory for humanity? Yi Tianlan froze for a moment. Could it have been a Pyrrhic victory? No, it was merely a matter of not losing by a narrow margin. Yi Tianlan was perplexed. What constituted not losing by a narrow margin? How had humanity persisted until now? What did it mean? An emperor of the immortals had unexpectedly circled around, sacrificing himself to sever the ancient springs, sealing them with a single stroke. The voice of the Sword Master was calm, yet Yi Tianlan sensed an underlying turbulence. The latter gaped in astonishment. What manner of combat was this? Do not feign surprise. I had previously mentioned that the malevolent beings from beyond the cosmos emerge from the depths of the dark universe. Hence, there must exist a bridge for communication with them. These entities cannot be exterminated completely, nor are they easily vanquished, but sealing that particular passage would indeed simplify matters significantly. Yi Tianlan could envision the grand historical epic encapsulated within the Sword Master's tranquil narration. Aside from that emperor of the immortals, all the supreme beings who participated in the great battle were but mere numbers remembered by future generations. What was the name of that emperor? The Sword Master cast him a meaningful glance. She has a connection with you. What? Yi Tianlan was taken aback. How could this fledgling have any connection with an ancient supreme emperor? I would not have mentioned it had I not expected your astonishment. Her imperial title is Jingye. Jingyixiandi. Upon instinctively uttering the name, Yi Tianlan's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an oppressive, violent, yet also resplendently holy aura bearing down upon him, causing an unsettling sensation akin to a thorn in his back, as if the blade of divine retribution hung menacingly above the world. Although it dissipated swiftly, the lingering might still left him in trepidation. He had no doubt that a mere flick of that power could submerge the continent beneath him. He chuckled. You truly possess audacity, daring to openly invoke the Emperor's name. Had it not been for your connection with her, you would not merely be scrutinized by a wisp of Jingye Lei's sword intent. Jingye Lei's sword intent. Yi Tianlan was astonished. Yet she is already. Yes, indeed, she is no more. But what constitutes an emperor of the immortals? One who has endured the fruit of the Tao and can wield its principles may be considered an emperor, especially since she has reached the pinnacle of the Tao, her sword intent having coalesced into a new principle. To put it simply, she has forged a direct path to the summit of the immortal emperor realm. Without the existence of this principle, do you think a mere Siener could have condensed Jingye Lei's sword intent? Chapter 207, Great Misfortune. Yi Vinkong. Why not let us brothers ascend to the Jiu Xianmen? The Sword Master's expression was somber. First comes the Tao, then the intent. Yi Tianlan fell into contemplation, his eyelids fluttering. This caused the Sword Master to startle. She wished she could slap herself for speaking too much. Wait, please do not have an epiphany in the heat of battle. Fortunately, Yi Tianlan was not so unreliable. Their exchange seemed lengthy, yet in reality, only a few breaths had passed. Just as the enormous palm print in the void was about to strike down with fury, a loud shout echoed from across. Wait, this younger brother, further probing is unnecessary. Yi Tianlan's heart stirred. He found this reasonable, dispersing the overwhelming cosmic energy and activating the myriad forms of his divine eye, condensing a formidable fist light in his hand. poised to unleash the heavenly emperor fist from within. As Yi Qingkong had just exhaled in relief, he sensed a more terrifying aura erupting from Yi Tianlan, his pupils constricting, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Wait, younger brother, what I meant was for you to cease. Not to escalate. Yi Tianlan was taken aback. What was this fellow doing? Younger brother, do you not recognize me? I am Yi Qingkong. Which lineage do you belong to? Seeing him halt, Yi Qingkong let out a quiet sigh of relief and continued. He had never encountered this person in the clan, suggesting that he was likely a younger brother who had joined after his departure. Now, it was Yi Tianlan's turn to be bewildered. What was happening? This fellow did not recognize him. He narrowed his eyes. I am Yi Tianlan, the descendant of Yi Xiongfeng, who was expelled from the royal capital by your grandfather. So that is it. No wonder you came at me with hostility right away. But this is an old grudge. You have no enmity with me. Why resort to violence? If I am not mistaken, you must have sought trouble with my Yi clan in the royal capital. Can we not let this matter rest? Yi Qingkong similit nonchalantly. Seemingly unconcerned, Yi Tianlan had lost count of how many times he had been stunned that day. What on earth was this fellow up to? He had imagined their meeting would lead to a fierce battle, yet the script had taken an entirely different turn than he had envisioned. He furrowed his brow. Do you still remember Luo, Junxian? Yi Qingkong lowered his head, his dark, sinister eyes deep in thought, as if he were carefully contemplating. After a moment, he shook his head in frankness. I do not recall any connection with the Luo clan. She is the granddaughter of the Shao clan. Should not the Shao clan bear the surname Shao? Yi Qingkong retorted with an odd expression. Yi Tianlan, that makes sense. It truly is reasonable. Meanwhile, the members of Tianwu Academy were closely monitoring the situation, eager to discover whether the previously unknown limits of Yishidi would triumph over the mysterious and enigmatic individuals from Jiuxianmen. Upon witnessing the abrupt cessation of the battle, Dou Qingyi could not help but feel perplexed. They were too far away to even see the figures, let alone hear the dialogue. Why had they stopped fighting? Luo Junxian rested her chin on her hand, pondering seriously. Perhaps they are brewing their battle intent. And a moment later, a tremendous clash will erupt. That makes sense. Dou Qingyi nodded deeply in agreement. Only Wei Guan, standing aside, wore a peculiar expression, his eyes swirling with purple energy as golden imperial thoughts extended outward, granting him extraordinary perception. He cast a meaningful glance at Luo Junxian, still brewing their battle intent. I fear they are unaware that the gossip has already turned to you. Do not lose focus. Quickly show me how these two young scions of the Yi family became entangled with the same woman. The lewd voice of the big yellow dog echoed in his mind, clearly brimming with curiosity. Do not waste time. Stop howling there. Though he said so, he immediately returned to the gossip line. While the immortal emperor is not human, even immortal emperors enjoy such spectacles. Stop pretending. You do not recall the person you yourself rejected a marriage proposal from? Yi Tianlan scoffed. Yi Qingkong furrowed his brow tightly. Reject a marriage proposal? What marriage? For all these years, ever since he entered Jiuxianmen, he had been teetering on the brink of life and death. Having been treated as a furnace by others, coveted by the elders of his sect for the opportunities he possessed, and having endured betrayal from those closest to him. After all this, his temperament had changed significantly. In terms of surviving peril, he had escaped from the hands of calamity cultivators no less than 10 times. And those moments of crisis had left a lasting impression. Now, he cared solely for his own strength, craving power to the point of madness, willing to do nearly anything for it. As for the youthful folly of rejecting a marriage proposal, after experiencing so many life and death crises and attaining enlightenment, that matter had long been cast aside into oblivion. Hence, he was indeed not pretending. However, with Yi Tianlan's reminder and the progression of time, some long buried, vague fragments began to resurface in his mind. He suddenly realized, so was her. Indeed, I recall now, there was a prior connection, but I have long since severed ties with her. What is the reason for your mention, younger brother? Yi Tianlan was speechless, uncertain whether the other truly did not care or was pretending to be oblivious. He had no choice but to lay out the situation. Yi Qingkong sikit, nodding and clasping his hands with a smile. So that is the case. Then I congratulate you, younger brother, on your union with a fair maiden. It appeared to be a genuine blessing. Yi Tianlan remarked, what should I do when the other party not only refrains from retaliating, but even throws me a smile? Should I continue to take action? He hesitated somewhat. For my clan's younger brother, is it not a fortuitous event that I have severed the engagement with her? The villain has been dealt with by our elder cousin. You two are truly a match made in heaven. Is it not splendid? what to do. Although I yearned to strike him, his words seemed to carry some weight. Yet, you once brought members of Jiaxuamen to the Xiao family, inflicting severe humiliation upon everyone, including Xiener. Yi Qingkong pondered, and it dawned on him. Immediately, his brow relaxed, and a cold smile crept across his lips, revealing his pearly white teeth. In that case, why not we, as brothers, storm Jiaxuamen and obliterate their sect? Hee, what a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly concur. Yi Tianlan was taken aback, then shocked, followed by a deep sense of confusion and bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Are you not a member of Jiaxuamen? Huh. Jiaxuamen is a den of filth and corruption, a nest of vile creatures. Were it not for my entanglement with this sect, I would not have ended up in this state. Do you know that over 60% of the crises in my cultivation journey stemmed from within the sect? Yi Qingkong's gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon him. Yi Tianlan recalled the Jiaxuamen members he had encountered before, and, considering the prevailing atmosphere within the sect, perhaps this genius, who had no roots in the sect, was indeed seen as an easy target by others. How tragic. If you were aware of my plight, you would understand why Jiaxuamen was the first to face my wrath. Even the one who led me to Jiaxuamen had ulterior motives, confining me within the sect and repeatedly returning to my Yi clan to demand benefits. Ironically, not long ago, a group of sect members claimed to have encountered me outside and sought to extract benefits from me. How could I not recognize that they were merely actors they had hired? Yi Vinkong Chaklet Koldi. Yi Tianlan touched his nose, recalling that it was he who had tricked someone at the Black Jiao Long, impersonating Yi Qingkong's name. He did not expect they would actually seek out Jiaxuamen. Cough, cough. Cough. How embarrassing. Furthermore, you must have troubled my grandfather regarding the annulment of our engagement. If you feel you owe me in any way, then you may come to me. However, the calamity should not extend to family. You should understand my meaning, especially since we share the same bloodline. There is no need for a life or death struggle between us. I can allow you to vent your frustrations, but do not inflict severe injuries upon me, as I still have to hunt down members of Jiaxuamen. Additionally, those who escaped through the secret talisman have already betrayed the sect. The members of Yikongjing will not let me off easily. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall refrain from taking action against those from Tianwu Academy. Consider it a courtesy for me. Yi Tianlan's gaze flickered, and he sighed helplessly. Remember what you said. Yi Qingkong smiled, revealing his purple-blue lips. That is natural. After all, he is my uncle, and we are ultimately cousins. In our youthful arrogance, I regret how I treated you, and I apologize for it here. With that, he bowed deeply towards Yi Tianlan. Yi Tianlan turned his head, lips pursed. Bang! He turned to see Qingkong striking his own chest with great force, his aura instantly diminishing by more than half, stumbling back in the air, the ripples from his impact creating a tempest. His hair danced wildly like turbulent waves. With Yi Tianlan's strength, he could tell that this fellow was not merely pretending. He had truly struck himself hard. This lad is quite ruthless towards himself, possessing remarkable character, able to bend and stretch. He has something extraordinary about him. Perhaps he will accomplish great things in the future. Ween Yisikit. He wondered just how many true dragons were hidden in that small, broken place. Another one has emerged. Could there be more? Yi Tianlan opened his mouth, his expression complex. Yet ultimately, he chose to remain silent. Yi Qingkong smiled, revealing his blood-stained teeth, and licked them with his crimson tongue. Since my younger brother is unwilling, I shall take matters into my own hands. He then produced an object from his bosom. With a flick of his finger, it transformed into two streaks of light that shot towards Yi Tianlan. Yi Tianlan instinctively raised his hand to catch them, feeling an unusual chill in his palm. Looking down, he discovered two identical tokens emanating an ancient aura. The gilded ancient characters on the front were quite eye-catching, the tokens themselves smooth to the touch, forged from an unknown material. These were astonishingly two additional ancient cloud tokens. To Yi Tianlan's surprise, he casually gifted him such precious tokens. This item is of no use to me. Consider it a gift from your elder brother. Although I have seized the inheritance, there remain numerous opportunities. If you can find the final token, the secret realm shall be yours to explore freely. In response to his astonished gaze, Yi Qingkong chuckled. Yi Tianlan paused for a moment, then took out his own ancient cloud token. After an eternity of time, the three tokens were once again gathered together. Yi Qingkong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. It seems we, brothers, are indeed the most fortunate individuals within this secret realm, and we shall be the ultimate victors. I hope that one day we can meet again atop the 9 provinces and 10 directions. We shall meet at the peak. Farewell." With that, he departed swiftly, transforming into a streak of light heading in another direction. Yi Tianlan could not help but say, "Do not get too close to that thing within you. This is a word of advice." From afar, a voice echoed back, resounding across the heavens, willingly sinking into the abyss. Even demons have hearts. Is it over? Luo Junxian stood atop the mountain, gazing into the distance, the gentle breeze ruffling her immaculate white dress. In the distance, a golden dragon shadow raced towards her, revealing Yi Tianlan's figure, who appeared much more at ease. The grudges of the past were now resolved in this moment. "Yes, it is over." Luo Junxian smiled, nodding slightly, her smile captivating. Seeing her lack of curiosity, Yi Tianlan could not help but feel intrigued. "Siener, are you not curious why we did not strike again?" Luo Junxian's willow-like brows arched, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped. "Because I knew you would not be able to resist asking me. You sly fairy, I knew you would wait for me to speak." Yi Tianlan mumbled, feeling exasperated, and then recounted the events once more. If that is truly the case, he has changed a lot. Luo Junxian pondered for a moment, then said slowly, her expression revealing little surprise, "Do you think my handling of it was appropriate?" Yi Tianlan felt somewhat uncertain. She smiled, reaching up to tuck a strand of azure hair behind her ear, bestowing upon him immense trust. "Regardless of the outcome, I only believe in your decision." The two gazed at each other for a long time. Nearby, Wei Guan remarked, "I've truly had enough." It's as if they've never met before. His cheeks twitched uncontrollably, and he spat, feeling utterly vexed before turning to leave. "How nauseating. Just wait, you two will surely part ways. I must say." The yellow dog of Yaoqi grinned, shaking his head, intending to voice his opinion. In truth, he was looking for trouble, deliberately provoking him. "You can go away too. Wei Shitty, don't leave. We have obtained the 3 tokens, and we can now open the core area. Do you not want to take a look?" Yi Tianlan's voice came from behind. Wei Guan involuntarily halted his steps, his figure retreating unconsciously. In his sea of consciousness, the yellow dog's disdainful voice resonated, shaking its head, saying, "Did you not wish to leave? Why are you back? What happened to your proud demeanor as an immortal emperor?" Wei Guan did not even lift his eyelids, his expression naturally calm. When others extend an earnest invitation, to decline would render me, Wei Guan, excessively unappreciative of the nuances of social grace. What leads you to perceive such enthusiasm from others? Moreover, you are not always so. Enough of this. You may cease your incessant chatter. Wei Guan interjected, interrupting the casting of his spell. Subsequently, Yi Tianlan personally led the members of Tianwu Academy once more into the core region. Unlike their previous hasty retreat, this time, they were genuinely at ease. The reason was simple. Although the relationship between the sinister figure from Jiuxianmen and their chief remained a mystery, the fact that the adversary had willingly sustained injuries to depart indicated who truly held supremacy within the secret realm. With Yi Tianlan present, these individuals were blissfully unaware of fear. As Yi Tianlan utilized 3 tokens to lift the restrictions of the Grand Formation, the crowd surged forward in excitement. They were well aware of what to take and what to leave behind. Unquestionably, the greatest opportunity belonged to Yi Tianlan. He, too, did not exhibit any modesty. While he could overlook other treasures, the Qian Kuan Ding, safeguarded within the alchemy hall, was something he deemed essential. Only this artifact could facilitate the acquisition of Kuei Shui Ho. Tuesday, Chapter 209. A woman of dignity, a wise individual recognizes the times, the digging earthworm. In the core region, the palatial structures extended endlessly, yet among them, the most imposing and grand was undoubtedly the Alchemy Hall and the Sect S Heritage Hall. They resembled twin stars, embodying the embrace of yin and yang, situated at the very center. This was the Alchemy Hall. Yi Tianlan laid his hand upon the massive door, towering over 10 zhang in height, and, after an eternity, he felt an unexpected repulsion emanating from it, leaving him astonished. He promptly retrieved a token to dispel the seal upon the door. As he pushed open the heavy entrance, a sense of ancientness enveloped him. Within, dust had not settled, indicating the enduring presence of the Qing Chun formation. At the center of the hall, Yi Tianlan immediately beheld a magnificent 3-legged cauldron, standing 2 zhang tall. Strangely, the cauldron retained its luster, devoid of any rust, making its exceptional nature immediately apparent. Upon opening the door, Yi Tianlan experienced a fleeting flash of white light that swiftly darted into the cauldron. He blinked and inquired of Luo Junxian. Did you see anything just now? Luo Junxian shook her head. As the first to open the door, she had the clearest view. What about you, Sword Master? Why ask me? You'll find out for yourself if you go take a look. Yi Tianlan's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, if it were merely an illusion, the Sword Master would have seized the opportunity to mock him rather than encourage him to investigate. He nodded, concluding it must have been his imagination. Yet as he approached, a profound sense of vigilance blossomed within him. Luo Junxian, clutching her ancient sword, followed closely behind him. At that moment, the Sword Master's voice echoed in her mind, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Little Xian, pay attention and observe how that young man stumbles. Shoo, don't tell him. Let's just enjoy the spectacle. She thought. Her beautiful eyes shifted, and her lips parted to issue a warning. Husband, be careful. This infuriated the Sword Master, who exclaimed, a woman of dignity cannot be kept. Your elbow has turned outward. However, it was already too late. Yi Tianlan had reached the cauldron. As he stood before it, an unforeseen event transpired. The aura within the cauldron surged, and countless clods of earth erupted, resembling a waterfall flowing upwards, swiftly assembling into a dragon of earth formed entirely of soil and rock. The earth dragon, with its formidable claws and glossy black scales, lunged ferociously toward Yi Tianlan. Unfazed, he felt exhilarated. Had there been no change at all, he would have been deeply disappointed. Let us see how you fare against my fist first. Golden light coalesced around his fist, exuding immense power, as 3,000 celestial shadows manifested behind him, intertwining with mystical patterns, ready to unleash the might of the heavens. Without a doubt, it was the Tiandi fist. 3,000 techniques, the initiation of a grand move, constituted the highest form of respect. Meanwhile, his feet were not idle. The reverse dragon, 7 steps, accompanied by golden dragoness phantom, ascended as his eyes began to spin with myriad visions. The once menacing earth dragon was instantly rendered bewildered, its body stiffening mid-air, unable to advance or retreat, and within a second, it shriveled into an earthworm. Wait. The creature's voice turned shrill and panicked, reminiscent of a phoenix's cry during rebirth. Esteemed one, I surrender, please do not strike. Yi Tianlan's expression turned peculiar. This creature possessed intelligence and could speak. It was not the guardian beast he had anticipated. This was unexpected. He had intended to swiftly dispatch it and claim the treasure. Yet, how cowardly was this creature, surrendering before a single blow could land. If it were aware of his thoughts, it would surely be shattered. Not a chance. Should my fist land, you'd be reborn and unable to utter another word. Nonetheless, out of caution, Yi Tianlan refrained from dispersing the golden light, merely fixing his gaze upon the earth dragon, which now lay limp, its head drooping over the edge of the cauldron. If you surrendered, then come forth. Cease your pretenses. My methods are known to Xian. Originally, Luo Junxian, who had quietly relaxed her grip on the sword handle, rolled her eyes at his words. Then, as if recalling something, a delicate blush crept upon her fair cheeks. She silently cursed under her breath. Xian, what troubles you? Yi Tianlan inwidet curiously. Interrogate that creature. It is none of your concern, Luo Junxian retorted, elbowing him lightly. Yi Tianlan found himself bewildered, his gaze returning to the earth dragon. An astonishing scene unfolded. The hardened earth upon the creature's body appeared to lose its adhesive strength, transforming back into soft, loose soil as it fell away. Then from the air, a silvery phantom drifted forth. Upon closer inspection, Yi Tianlan was astonished to discover that the figure enveloped in light was indeed a worm adorned with silver patterns. Could it truly be a worm? Yi Tianlan remarqued in surprise. The creature immediately protested. Esteemed one, I am a Ju Tian worm, not merely a worm. Isn't that just a variation of worm? The Ju Tian worm rolled its eyes, suddenly feeling that this esteemed individual was rather uneducated. Observing that the golden light from Yi Tianlan's fist had dissipated, it seized the opportunity. Its splendid silver patterns began to shimmer, revealing unique mystical patterns flowing within. In the next moment, it shook its head, its body surged forward, and transformed into a flash of silver light, vanishing into thin air. Yi Tianlan stut, dumbfoundet. Luo Junxian was equally astonished. Just as the two novices found themselves at a loss, the ever-ancient entity emerged once more. Who would have thought to encounter a Ju Tian worm in this lower realm? How rare indeed. However, little creature, To attempt an exit without so much as a greeting is rather disrespectful to the swordmaster. The fragmented jade sword upon Yi Tianlan's wrist suddenly blazed with resplendent light, and a wisp of sword energy wafted forth. At first, it was no larger than a strand of hair, but in the blink of an eye, 3,000 sword shadows coalesced, unleashing a thundering symphony of clashing steel. The myriad sword shadows spread across the entire space, creating ripples akin to waves of water. At this moment, a surge of murderous intent swept across the boundless expanse, leaving no crevice untouched. Yi Tianlan noticed an unusual disturbance in a space near the exit of the Grand Hall, followed by a flash of silver light. That little creature could only be the Duo worm that had fled moments before. It appeared solemn, mimicking a human gesture, bending at the waist a full 180 degrees to lick its own tail. It exclaimed, "Master Sword, may you be blessed." Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian were momentarily speechless. What a peculiar creature. Its ability to adapt was swifter than a weather vane. To their astonishment, Master Sword seemed quite pleased, smiling as he observed the respectful Duo worm. "Little creature, why aren't you fleeing anymore?" "I won't run away. As you said you were present, Master." "That little fellow won't dare escape," the Duodon worm replied, its body shimmering with spiritual light as it scurried back, its fawning demeanor eliciting disdain from Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian. Yi Tianlan couldn't help but ask, "Master Sword, do you know each other?" "Not at all," Master Sword replied with a dismissive smile. "This little creature lacks the qualifications to meet me in my prime." "Then why does it call you Master Sword so intimately?" "Just because one knows someone does not necessitate a meeting." "Little creature, I have long admired Master Sword from afar. Upon seeing him, I am utterly in awe. No prior acquaintance required." The Duo worm puffed out its chest, its small eyes wide with pride. Yi Tianlan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What awe! This was clearly subservience. It genuinely believed itself to be flattering Master Sword. Such a despicable creature. However, Yi Tianlan was quite curious about how this creature had torn through space to escape. It was a method he had never witnessed before, while not particularly swift. It had completely vanished into the depths of space, making it elusive. Had it not been for Master Sword's intervention, forcibly sealing this void, it might have already escaped miles away. "Master Sword, what is the true nature of this beast?" Before Master Sword could respond, the Duo worm became indignant. "What beast?" "I am the Duo worm, one of the 10 fiends of antiquity." "Who are you?" "A mere bumpkin, to follow Master Sword." "Step aside and make way for me." Yi Tianlan's eyes widened, his nostrils flaring with anger. "You little creature, you dare judge others? Before Master Sword, you are but a little thing. Before me, you are a little lord." Yi Tianlan found the situation amusing, having never encountered such a cunning being. The Duo worm, as one of the 10 fiends of antiquity, possessed an innate ability to manipulate and communicate through space, allowing it to navigate the treacherous void sea with ease once it matured, instilling fear even in the mightiest of beings. Master Sword elaborated, causing the Duo worm to puff up with pride, feeling quite esteemed. It further confirmed its suspicions. In this small realm, to have recognition of its identity meant it was in the presence of a truly formidable figure, and it had correctly identified a powerful ally. As for the 2 sword slaves nearby, they were unworthy even to serve the esteemed Duo worm. However, Master Sword continued, despite being one of the 10 fiends, it is among the weakest in combat prowess, due to its innate affinity for space and its ability to create spatial tunnels. It is often captured and domesticated by powerful beings, serving as a slave for territorial expansion. The Duo worm's proud expression instantly froze. Yi Tianlan's laughter rang out, causing him to double over. "Is this it? I thought it was impressive, but it turns out to be just a road-building slave." Luo Junxian shot him an exasperated glance, lightly admonishing him, "At least its ancestors were once grand. What about you? Laughing at others?" The emphasis on grand struck a painful blow to the Duo worm's tender psyche, leaving it dazed. Yes, my ancestors were never grand, not worthy of those great figures' notice." Yi Tianlan's mocking tone continued as he gestured at the void. The Duo worm's smooth head nearly turned sharp with rage. "You 2 lowly sword slaves, be quiet," it shouted in frustration. Master Sword grunted, "This is my young master." The Duo worm's expression shifted, then it smiled broadly and nodded at Yi Tianlan. "Ah, it is the young master. I apologize for my previous insolence. I hold you in the highest regard." Master Sword added, somewhat amused, that one over there. What a piece of trash with that bumpkin appearance. Calling you young master. I was merely jesting with you. Did you take it as a compliment? Wretched creature. The Duo Tian worm's sudden change of expression caused Yi Tianlan's smile to freeze. Ha ha ha, young master, with someone like Master Sword by your side, you shall surely ascend to the heavens of the 9 provinces. Observing the Duo Tian worm scuttling back to Luo Junxian, Yi Tianlan felt an uncontrollable surge of rage boiling within him, wishing to roast the wretched creature. This damn pest. Yi Tianlan gritted his teeth, nearly wishing to eliminate it. But recalling Master Sword's earlier warnings, he forced himself to endure, despite its despicable demeanor, as one of the 10 fiends of antiquity. The Duo Tian worm's mastery of spatial laws was undeniable. If nurtured, it could undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future, and with the Qinquan Ding at his disposal, he could escape through a spatial passage in times of crisis, equating to holding a formidable trump card. Yi Tianlan chose to treat the creature's smugness as air. Foolish worm. Unaware that Junxian stand by my side, Yi Tianlan exchanged a disdainful glance with it. Luo Junxian, seeing him bickering with a small creature, suppressed a laugh, her lips curving. Master Sword did not engage in idle chatter. Have you made your decision? Once you sign the master-servant contract, you may stay. The Duo Tian worm cautiously retracted its head. You won't send me to my doom, will you? No. You want to use me as a potion ingredient, will you? No. You won't make me toil endlessly, will you? Master Sword remained silent, merely releasing a strand of sword energy that rested against the Duo Tian worm's neck. Sign. The Duo Tian worm was terrified, its spirit nearly leaving its body. But I have conditions. I won't sign with this lowly sword slave. I want to sign with the young master. The Duo Tian worm declared haughtily, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Tianlan with a cold smile. Damn it, Junxian, don't stop me. Today I will make this wretched creature understand what it means to invoke the wrath of a common man, blood spilling 5 paces. Young master, let it come over. I'm already over 5 paces, and I want to see how impressive it truly is. Under Master Sword's supervision, the master-servant contract was established. The Duo Tian worm transformed into a streak of silver light, swiftly returning to its little nest within the Qinquan Ding, cackling with glee, revealing only its head. Luo Junxian's expression was peculiar. She had never encountered such a strange request, but she allowed it. In a moment, Yi Tianlan, stepping swiftly with his reverse dragon steps, appeared before the Duo Tian worm with a sinister grin. I have arrived. Chapter 211. The First Lackey. I adore your defiant spirit. Although the Duo Tian worm had received a severe reprimand from Yi Tianlan, it remained unrepentant. It believed itself to be still young, and this old creature was merely bullying it. A mere child under 80. Just wait. Once I mature, I shall surely trample you, you cowardly wretch. Yi Tianlan let out a mocking laugh, as if someone had truly reached adulthood. For mortals, turning 18 signifies maturity. Yet, for cultivators who may live for hundreds or even thousands of years, this is not the case, especially with Yi Tianlan's innate strength at his current stage. He is expected to have a lifespan of 300 to 400 years. It would not be an exaggeration to say he has only just begun. However, Yi Tianlan was too indifferent to explain. It was quite delightful to give this fellow a glimmer of hope. He relished the sight of this rebellious creature. Each time it successfully breaks through and confidently challenges him, he finds joy in casually overpowering it and reducing it to submission beneath his feet. The mere thought of it is exhilarating. Luo Jun, the celestial fox, cast a suspicious glance at him. Seeing the smirk on his lips and his dreamy expression, she knew he was concocting something mischievous. She pursed her delicate lips, amused, yet refrained from warning the Juetian worm, with whom she had signed a master-servant contract. After all, she was the beloved of her husband. Yi Tianlan prepared to claim the Qinquan Ding, intending to plant the precious spiritual herbs he had acquired during this time, including the Xin Shu Bao Shu, within it. The Qinquan Ding is a type of storage artifact, sharing the same fundamental function of space containment as storage bags. It could easily accommodate all of these items. However, this action was met with vehement opposition from the Juetian worm. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you see this is my home? Where do you think you're moving my house? Did you obtain my consent? Yi Tianlan scoffed. Now it's your home? I don't recall you bringing your nest along when you fled. The Juetian worm felt insulted, erupting in fury, its small body radiating silver light, ready to confront Yi Tianlan. Kid, show some respect. I'm not someone to be trifled with. And what of it? You think I'm afraid of sulking quietly? Who do you think you're scaring? Luo Jun rubbed her forehead in exasperation, unable to bear the bickering between the two. She had to intervene and reclaim the Qian Kuan Ding. A premonition stirred in her heart. With the Juetian worm's inclusion, future encounters were bound to be much livelier. After securing the Qian Kuan Ding, the two searched the alchemy hall again, but regrettably found no other precious elixirs. The power of time is intangible, yet filled with an overwhelming force. This hall once stood as the most splendid and bustling edifice of the Guyun sect, but now it lay desolate and neglected. Even the few remaining jade vials contained nothing but ashes, devoid of any value. After several disappointments, the two lost interest in wasting more time. At that moment, the Swordmaster spoke up. To have alchemical pills that endure for thousands of years, they must be at least of heavenly grade and preserved in a special manner. Each condition is indispensable. However, it is evident that the strongest in the Guyun sect barely reach the true spirit realm, let alone complete heavenly grade pills. Even a primary ingredient cannot be found. You indeed need not waste further time. Rather than linger here, it would be more prudent to seek opportunities elsewhere. Yi Tianlan, known for his willingness to heed advice, acknowledged the Swordmaster's words. No longer fixated, he departed the alchemy hall with Luo Jun, venturing to search other locations. After confirming the absence of any valuable items, Yi Tianlan, filled with purpose, took the Qian Kuan Ding and left. With the means to contain items now at his disposal, he could not remain apathetic towards the rare spiritual soil of Kuei Shui Ho Tuesday. Shortly thereafter, he followed his memory back to the cave he had previously encountered, entering the subterranean riverbed and delving deeper until he arrived once more at the source of the Kuei Shui Ho Tuesday. The area, once bustling with activity, was now deserted. After all, the Heifeng Shuangsha appeared and vanished without a trace, leaving no one aware of their whereabouts. Rather than squander time here, it was wiser to seize the abundant opportunities within the secret realm. Fortunately, the Kuei Shui Ho Tu remained intact, showing no signs of depletion. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had overthought it. The sole Qian Kuan Ding remained in the alchemy hall, and it was unlikely anyone else possessed such a rare treasure. The continued presence of the Kuei Shui Ho Tu after all these years attested to this fact. He extracted the Qian Kuan Ding, awakening the Juetian worm from its slumber, which glared at him with a disgruntled expression. Yi Tianlan, fine ignorante. It was uncertain whether all Juetian worms shared this peculiar nature or if this one was simply unique. The spiritual soil, including the Kuei Shui Ho Tu, was extraordinary. It could not be transported through ordinary means. If separated from its source, it would quickly lose its spiritual essence, rendering it mere soil. Thus, only special vessels like the Qian Kuan Ding could hold it. As he began to transfer the Kuei Shui Ho Tu into the Qian Kuan Ding with a wave of his energy, he was surprised to find some spiritual herbs concealed within the soil. Yi Tianlan murmured in confusion, recalling that the last time he had visited, the Kuei Shui Ho Tu had been completely bare. Even the herbs planted by Wu Shangjuan to lure the Heifeng Shuangsha had been taken away, leaving nothing behind for others. Perhaps they originally grew from the soil hidden deep within, which we failed to notice last time, Luo Jun speculated. Yi Tianlan nodded, agreeing with his celestial companion's insight. This seemed the most plausible explanation. Otherwise, it would be nonsensical for anyone to leave precious spiritual herbs in such a place. As they busied themselves with the transfer, they soon ceased to ponder further. What? Is this the Kuei Shui Ho Tu? At that moment, the Juetian worm, still groggy from sleep, finally came to its senses, eyes wide with disbelief. Ha! Considering your tiny brain capacity, it's a wonder you could react so quickly. You must be operating at full capacity. The Juetian worm, infuriated, could only fume momentarily. It was aware that it could not currently defeat Yi Tianlan and had to endure. One day, when it successfully swayed the Swordmaster, that day would mark the arrival of calamity for this brash youth. Though it could not comprehend Yi Tianlan's words, its high intellect allowed it to easily discern the mocking tone. Kid, don't bark like a dog. You're merely riding on my young master's coattails. Thanks to Swordmaster's keen insight, how could you, with your impoverished understanding, recognize this treasure? Hurry up and kneel in gratitude. The Juetian worm darted to Luo Jun's side, standing proudly in the air, regarding Yi Tianlan with an air of superiority. If it had hands, it would cross them defiantly over its chest, embodying the essence of sycophant. Yi Tianlan's cheeks tightened uncontrollably with each mention of Swordmaster and Young Master. It was as if he were being stepped upon like a mere dog. Chapter 2:12. As long as my celestial understands me, that is sufficient. Swallowing the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Just as Yi Tianlan seethed with anger, contemplating how to deal with this insufferable creature, Luo Jun suddenly interjected. Her voice was crisp and sweet, reminiscent of a bright, clear mountain spring under the moonlight. Yi Tianlan felt an immediate lift in his spirits, his mood brightening as he cast a triumphant glance at the Juetian worm, which had become rigid as a dried stick. Whatever you say goes. I only need my celestial to understand me, he replied with a resigned shrug, generously choosing not to argue further. He took Luo Jun's delicate hand and kissed it without regard for his surroundings. She shot him an annoyed glance, elbowing him lightly. The Juetian worm felt scandalized. A radiant array of colors emanated from its entire being. With a round nose and a pointed head, it transformed into a streak of light, swiftly re-entering the Qinkuan Ding, leaving behind this sorrowful place. Yi Tianlan chuckled softly, amused, for he knew well the identity of this creature's partner. After finishing the preparations with Kuei, Shui Ho Tu, the two departed from the area. A considerable time later, a flash of light appeared on the horizon. Soon after, a figure riding a sword descended, confirming that no eyes were upon him before gracefully entering a cave. Wu Shangjuan hummed a cheerful tune, filled with delight. In his hand, he held a storage bag brimming with treasures, and the thought of the spiritual herbs concealed within the Kuei, Shui Ho Tu made his heart swell with joy. He halted, unable to suppress a hearty laugh, hands on his hips, deep within the cave. I, Wu Shangjuan, am truly a genius, he exclaimed, laughter echoing. After his previous encounter, everyone was busily scouring the world for opportunities and spiritual treasures, completely oblivious to this desolate Kuei, Shui Ho Tuesday. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places are often the safest. Who would have imagined that I, Wu Shangjuan, would strike back, planting all the spiritual herbs here? Why am I so exceptional? As he continued on his way, he joyfully hummed a tune, swaying his body in admiration of his own cleverness. Though he could not take the Kuei, Shui Ho Tu with him, others shared the same sentiment. Thus, he cleverly decided to hide all the spiritual herbs he had harvested within its depths, even if it were just for 10 days or half a month. The age of the herbs would significantly increase, thereby enhancing their value. What could be better? This idea had struck him as a stroke of genius, and he had been thrilled by his own brilliance. As he twirled around a corner, an expansive scene unfolded before him, yet he squinted, thinking he had not reached the end. He pressed on until he encountered a vast wall, halting abruptly at the edge of a deep pit. His smile froze. His dance came to a stop, and his expression became one of disbelief. What? Where are my Kuei, Shui Ho Tu, and my spiritual herbs? Who could have done this? Damn it. Clearly, the most dangerous places still remain perilous. Meanwhile, in another cave, Yi Tianlan was grilling beast meat alongside Luo Junxian, feeling quite pleased as he counted his unexpected gains. We are truly fortunate. We stumbled upon a cache of spiritual herbs. After a moment of thought, he mused. Could it have been someone deliberately storing them? Yi Tianlan promptly dismissed the notion. How could that be? With so many spiritual herbs, what fool would hide them all in the Kuei Shui Ho Tu without proper protection? Luo Junxian took a careful bite of the beast meat, serene as she replied, indeed. Little did she know, while Yi Tianlan pondered Wu Shangjuan as possible amusement, the latter was likely in tears at that very moment. Thus, this secret realm had gained yet another sorrowful soul. The final half-month passed swiftly, marking the imminent conclusion of the secret realm's duration. During this time, aside from the infamous Black Wind double demons, the most talked-about entity was the demonic figure associated with the Jiuxian sect. It was said that this demon specifically hunted those from the Jiuxian sect, though unfortunate souls from other sects sometimes fell victim as well. This led to rampant speculation regarding its origins. The most credible theory suggested that the disciples of the Jiuxian sect had already been possessed by a malevolent spirit deep within the ancient Cloud sect, likely due to shared cultivation methods, which drove this entity to hunt the Jiuxian disciples relentlessly. Yi Tianlan, of course, was aware of the identity of this demon, his hapless cousin, Yi Qingtian. Initially thinking it was mere talk, he was surprised to discover the truth, igniting his curiosity about the Jiuxian sect's actions that could provoke such deep resentment from Yi Qingtian. This reckless individual had nearly decimated the elite of the Jiuxian sect, and should word of this reach the outside world, The loss of an entire generation of prodigies would surely cause an uproar. It was evident that a fierce vendetta had arisen, necessitating a high-stakes response for revenge. Be cautious. You must not get involved, warned the sword master. Yi Tianlan rolled his eyes. Do you not know me? Why would I provoke the Jiuxian sect? No. It is imperative that you avoid that outer demon, the sword master emphasized gravely. An entity capable of dominating multiple epochs of celestial emperors is not something you can contend with at this moment. Yi Tianlan, intrigued, inquired, what of Yi Qingtian? Why did he remain unperturbed while possessed by that outer demon? I sense that this outer demon is not an ordinary warrior. It likely formed a pact with your cousin, establishing a parasitic or symbiotic relationship, the sword master explained. Is it possible for an outer demon to coexist with a human? Yi Tianlan exclaimed. Yes, indeed, the sword master replied, his expression somber. Initially, these beings infiltrated through such means, and by the time the top-tier powerhouses realized the threat, it was too late. They were horrified to find many of their peers had already become puppets of the outer demon. However, most were rendered completely devoid of their original consciousness, becoming mere puppets, with only a select few capable of coexisting with the outer demon. These individuals invariably possess unique traits, whether they be ancient sacred bodies, royal bloodlines, or renowned figures of immense power. Among these, I distinctly recall two individuals. Who are they? Luo Junxian inquired curiously. The Black Absolute Celestial Emperor and the one who, despite never attaining the Tao fruit, wielded the formidable devouring heavenly demon body and confronted the outer demon, the devouring heavenly demon emperor, at the brink of celestial power. Chapter 213. Return of the Beast Worship. Outside the secret realm, in the waiting area of the sect S Plaza, the expression of Elder Lin Shan from the Jiuxian sect was particularly grim, as dark as a stormy July sky. Initially, he had been in high spirits, anticipating that his disciple would shine brilliantly in this secret realm, seizing opportunities for ascension. However, the unfortunate news that Luo Zhizhou, a direct disciple, was the first to be eliminated, turned his face a deep shade of black. Just when he thought this was the worst outcome, it became apparent that it was only the beginning. More direct disciples began to emerge, their faces marked with panic and fear. Elder, it's terrible. The senior brother is gone. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan felt his mind whirl, almost fainting from shock. His face reddened as he pressed for details, his tone icy enough to freeze the air. What happened? What transpired? Are you speaking nonsense? Your senior brother possesses a teleportation talisman. How could he perish within? Speak again, and I shall strike you down. The disciple, terrified, immediately fell to his knees, almost in tears, pleading for understanding. The disciple dared not deceive you. For Master Brother is truly gone, he lamented. Master Brother did not even have time to use the secret talisman before his demise. It was all too swift, and we were left utterly unprepared. Lin Shan, disregarding the throbbing in his head, asked in astonishment, how could such a crisis arise within the secret realm? Where is Yi Qingkong? Did that scoundrel not come? How could the two of them be utterly powerless against such an attack? Could it be that the chief of the Tianwu sect intervened? How dare he lay hands on a member of the Jiuxian sect? No, Elder. Master Brother was indeed slain by Yi Qingkong. The disciple's voice dwindled, burying his head low as if wishing to vanish into the ground, filled with bitter regret. What? Lin Shan staggered back 2 steps, his eyes wide with disbelief, as though struck by lightning. What did you say? Repeat that. The ferocious aura of the Yukong realm surged from him, overwhelming the gathered disciples, rendering them breathless. His eyes were bloodshot, and his wild hair resembled a lion in fury. What on earth transpired within? The disciple, fearing further delay, hastily recounted the events. He spoke of how Yi Qingkong emerged from the depths of the sect's Hall of Heritage, and, taking advantage of Master Brother's inattention, struck him down, subsequently turning on his fellow disciples, engaging in a frenzied massacre of the Jiuxian sect members within the secret realm. Such a dramatic turn of events startled not only Lin Shan, but also the powerful figures present, who were equally taken aback. This formidable strength indicated that the child had likely broken through to the Yukong realm. Many pondered silently, realizing that this secret realm journey was indeed fraught with hidden dangers. Should this child confront the chief of the Tianwu sect, one could only imagine the ensuing chaos. It goes without saying that 2 tigers cannot coexist. A confrontation would inevitably lead to a fierce battle, and if they perished, it would be a blessing for our sect. Indeed. Yet we must not forget the presence of the Wan Beast Tian sect. it remains uncertain who shall emerge victorious in the end. Particularly, many noted the emphasis on Yi Qingkong having emerged from the Hall of Heritage, indicating that he had already surpassed into the Yukong realm at that time. The cunning minds among them swiftly grasped the implication. This child must have acquired the invaluable heritage of the Guyun sect, thus enabling his breakthrough and unleashing his wrath upon his fellow disciples. Others could comprehend this, and Lin Shan was no exception. A sharp, cold glint flickered in his eyes as he snorted, promptly retrieving a means to communicate with the sect. A Yukong realm prodigy, such as he, was not one he could confidently apprehend. As the leader of this expedition, although he was unaware of the specific events within the secret realm, he bore an undeniable responsibility for this significant upheaval. Presently, it was his sole opportunity to redeem himself. Should he manage to capture Yi Qingkong and return him to the sect, there might still be a chance to amend his failures. Fellow disciples, this child is exceptionally vicious, deserving of heavenly retribution. Despite the immense effort the Jiuxian sect expended on his cultivation, he harbors treacherous ambitions, slaughtering his own kind. Today, the Jiuxian sect shall eradicate these evils and cleanse our ranks. I implore you all to assist and grant the Jiuxian sect this favor. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, though internally they held a sense of disdain. Let it be for the sake of cleansing our ranks, rather than for the ancient sect's heritage he possesses. Though they understood the underlying truth, they had to feign ignorance, lest it lead to an irreparable rift. That would be unwise. Many held their breath in anticipation for the unfolding drama. Unexpectedly, before the secret realm's gate could open, they were greeted instead by an unforeseen visitor. Thunderous rumblings shook the grand formation enveloping the mountaintop, causing the azure sky to tremble violently. Ripples surged forth like waves, and with a sharp crack, the heavens shattered, resembling a broken mirror. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, a dark, cloud-covered battleship descended from the void. Its vast shadow enveloped all, instilling an indescribable sense of oppression. A majestic beast-headed banner flew proudly in the wind. It was the returning warship of the Wan Beast Tian sect. The once lively square fell silent, shrouded in an eerie stillness. No one comprehended the significance of this warship's return. When faced with the unknown, people instinctively remained vigilant. Why had they returned? Were they here to retrieve their disciple? Most likely. Hearing the hushed discussions around him, Wu Yunfeng's gaze flickered slightly, his face growing solemn as he subtly retreated, shielding the others behind him. Retrieve someone? Such an idea was utterly ludicrous. He had never heard of the Wan Beast Tian sect's warships lingering in one place twice. Even upon exiting the secret realm, disciples were expected to find their own way back or board the nearest warship to continue their missions. This was a relentless, predatory warship. Its return could only signify that something unsettling, even intolerable, had transpired within the secret realm. For reasons unknown, Wu Yunfeng felt a chill run down his spine. An image of a recklessly bold troublemaker flashed through his mind, and he thought, good heavens, please, may this not involve that boy. Let it not be that he is seeking me. His Qianwu Academy was but a humble abode, utterly incapable of withstanding such turmoil. Chapter 214. The Collapse of Wang Linshan. The Blackpot King under the Sea of Wheels. Let alone the Wan Beast Tian sect personally intervening. Just this one battleship alone would be enough to wreak havoc upon the Qianwu Academy. If they were indeed coming for them, it would effectively spell their doom, with no hope of escape. After all, one could hardly expect a formidable being traversing the Sea of Wheels to take a liking to them and alleviate their crisis under the pressure of the Wan Beast Tian sect. Could they? He had heard that every Wan Beast warship was typically manned by at least one Sea of Wheels expert stationed there to counter unforeseen events and suppress local sections. After all, in the Qing-Luo domain, such border regions rarely saw even a late-stage Yukong expert, let alone a Sea of Wheels powerhouse. When the Sea of Wheels emerged, it was an absolute crushing force. And in the Qianwu Academy, the number of Yukong experts barely exceeded 2, with not a single Sea of Wheels expert in sight, aside from the long-lost Dean. If a confrontation truly occurred, the only phrase that came to his mind was, to strike a stone with an egg. Perhaps he was merely being overly anxious. That boy could not possibly bring disaster wherever he went. Suddenly, another thought crossed his mind. How coincidental it was that Yi Qingkong from the Jiuxian sect shared the same surname as that boy. The two Yes had stirred the secret realm into chaos, leading him to almost believe they were relatives. Wu Yunfeng shook his head in exasperation, retreating even further. History would indeed prove him wise and prescient. When the Wan beast worship finally came to a halt in the void above the mountaintop, it fell into eerie silence. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, the air began to hum. Boundless heavenly essence surged from all directions, coalescing into a great river that spanned the void above their heads. Eyes widened in shock. Those with higher realms quickly grasped the implications, their expressions shifting to unease. The tense atmosphere felt as though it were solidifying in the air, while the heavenly essence continued to churn and brew without cease. At this moment, even those beneath the realm of Yukong felt that something was amiss. What coalesced above their heads was unmistakably not a river, but an endless, tumultuous ocean. Within that vast expanse of vitality, mist swirled and the void trembled. As a figure emerged from the haze, hands clasped behind his back, his flowing white hair cascaded down past his waist, his face gaunt and austere, with a striking blood-red mark between his brows, adding an air of cold detachment to his demeanor. Most striking was the ferocious dragon head emblazoned upon his chest, roaring with an imposing ferocity. As Wu Yunfeng glimpsed the dragon emblem, a sudden jolt coursed through him, and cold sweat began to pour down his back, leaving him chilled to the bone. It was over. This was truly the end. He did not believe that the personal involvement of a formidable figure from the Luanhai realm could bode well. It was inconceivable that such a powerful entity would descend unless something catastrophic had transpired in the secret realm. Surely, that young man hadn't slaughtered the disciples of the Wan, Shou Tianzong, had he? No, that seemed unlikely. There were far too many disciples for such a massacre to go unnoticed. Perhaps a descendant of the Luanhai realm was involved. Or perhaps the smaller pests had all been wiped out completely. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Surely, it couldn't be that both scenarios were true. Such luck was implausible. Trying to reassure himself, he shook his head, chuckling softly as he wiped away the beads of sweat the size of soybeans. In the sky, the white-haired youth descended gracefully. As he approached, the ocean of vitality roiled beneath him, sending ripples racing across its surface, with countless luminous points sparkling like stars suspended in the heavens. He stood atop this celestial sea, as tumultuous waves surged behind him, creating a thunderous cacophony that shattered the silence. The juxtaposition of utter stillness and chaotic motion formed a surreal tableau, with him walking through it all with an expression devoid of emotion, rather than a vast ocean of vitality looming over the strong of all sects. It felt more like a heavy shroud pressing down upon their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. What a formidable realm, Qing Luoyu. With a thunderous sound, the crowd felt the world spin around them, accompanied by a voice that resonated like a mighty bell ringing within their hearts. They felt themselves drawn into a mysterious space, staring into the surging ocean of vitality. They felt small, as insignificant as dust or ants, as the terrifying aura crushed their spirits. A pair of cold, emotionless eyes loomed above them from the heights. When they finally regained their senses, they were already paralyzed by fear, their hearts pounding in terror. My patience is limited. Which sect has sent forth a formidable warrior of the Yukong realm into this secret realm? The moment the white-haired youth's icy voice descended from the heavens, Wu Yunfeng's expression shifted dramatically, turning an alarming shade of purple. By the heavens, without even a greeting, he plunged straight to the point. Wu felt a bitter pang within him, realizing that since encountering that young man, he had never experienced anything fortunate. He was either cleaning up someone else's mess or caught in the fallout. After causing chaos within the academy, he was now here to disrupt his life. As expected, he did not need to utter a word. Countless gazes converged upon him simultaneously. The sensitivity of the Luanhai realm experts was unparalleled. Wu Yunfeng felt an unbidden pressure as a pair of chilling eyes bore down upon him, accompanied by a weighty sense of dread that felt like a mountain tilting over him. Being singled out by a Luanhai realm powerhouse left him uncertain whether to feel fortunate or despondent. It was undoubtedly a first for him, but soon, his discomfort faded as he noticed another iron-gray face nearby, equally contorted with distress. That expression, unmistakably one of exasperation, belonged to Lin Shan of the Jiuxian sect. Wu Yunfeng considered Lin Shan's predicament, and suddenly realized that perhaps he was not the most unfortunate one. The prodigy below had betrayed them, and before fleeing, had mercilessly slain all the exceptional disciples under his command. Not only was he facing repercussions from his sect, but now a greater sect was seeking him out, and he would have to bear the blame. Taking the fall for one's enemy was far more unbearable than death itself. Indeed, Lin Shan's heart and mind were on the verge of exploding with fury. Ye Ving Kong, O Siviv. Chapter 215. Your Yi family is no good. Do you too know what has transpired in the secret realm? Wu Yunfeng's body trembled as he lowered his head, afraid to meet the gaze of the Luanhai realm powerhouse, feeling as though the piercing eyes were daggers, leaving a stinging sensation. He felt utterly helpless. How could he possibly know what had happened? He was merely a poor old man cleaning up after a troublesome child. Today, the irascible old man was exceptionally subdued. He had no choice, for the situation was beyond his control. Yet, he dared not dismiss the powerful figure, opting instead to speak cautiously and respectfully. I am but a humble servant, and I beg you to enlighten me. What use are you? The frigid words, devoid of any sentiment, struck Wu Yunfeng like a blow. In the next moment, he felt a searing pain in his chest as an unseen force crushed his ribs, causing him to crumple. The world spun before his eyes, and he coughed up a torrent of blood. Darkness enveloped his consciousness, and as he slipped into unconsciousness, his last thought was a curse aimed at that little rascal. Beside him, Lin Shan's expression grew even darker, a mix of confusion and dread evident on his face. If he claimed not to be anxious, it would be a lie. His legs trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, he yearned to shout a desperate explanation. I also wish to slay the Yi Qing Kong. These wretched Yi people are indeed no good. And you, my lord, may I also say that I do not know? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shan admired his own cleverness. My lord, although the traitor from our sect has infiltrated the secret realm, his strength is still a distance from the top disciple of that old academy. Yi Tianlan is undoubtedly the strongest disciple to enter the Gu Yun sect's secret realm. You may not be aware, but that young man had previously subdued those of the Yukong realm, and his strength is truly deserving of the title of number one. I would not dare deceive you. Others witness this and can attest to it. Should any major upheaval occur within the secret realm, it would surely be connected to him. According to the disciples who escaped from our sect, he is currently engaged in a massacre of the disciples from other sections. Perhaps even your esteemed sect's disciples. Lin Shan's words trailed off, leaving an air of boundless speculation. He felt his argument was flawless. Not only had he distanced himself from Yi Qing Kong, but if any blame were to be laid, it would surely fall upon the Tian Wu Academy. Moreover, he had not lied. The strength of Yi Tianlan was well recognized. If anyone were to be suspected, it would undoubtedly be Yi Tianlan. The powerful figure remained silent, seemingly lost in thought over the clues provided. Just as Lin Shan basked in his own cleverness, a brilliant scarlet light shot up into the sky before him. He looked down in bewilderment, glancing to his right. The sight before him was a pair of empty arms. In an instant, his right arm had been severed at the root, leaving behind an impeccably smooth wound. It was only at that moment that his body reacted, as torrents of crimson blood began to seep forth. Lin Shan convulsed violently, his body writhing like a shrimp. His face contorted into a visage of horror akin to that of a malevolent spirit. The other powerful figures present felt a chill settle in their hearts. While they found Lin Shan detestable, they were far more terrified by his stoic demeanor. Just moments ago, they had believed that Lin Shan had provided a perfect answer, only to turn around and have an arm cleave from his body. This was merely a small warning. Any further ill intentions would result in the severing of one's head. Song Zi spoke casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet, the oppressive aura emanating from his calm words rendered everyone breathless. From the beginning, this had been an unequal interrogation. Lin Shan's pale face was marked by fear, and he nodded repeatedly, not daring to entertain any further wicked thoughts. Song Zi cast a dispassionate glance his way, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile, which was perceptible to many below. A more unsettling conjecture began to take root in their minds. In truth, Song Zi had not discerned Lin Shan's words, but he took pleasure in mocking him. For the reality of the situation perhaps mattered little. With this thought, a sense of sorrow washed over the crowd. Powerful beings needed no justification, as a mere thought could dictate life or death. You speak of Yi Tianlan, who has indeed reached the level of Yukong, Song Zi stated. The essence of vitality swirling beneath his feet, lifting his form in a gentle rise and fall. Lin Shan did not dare to swallow any pills, gritting his teeth to endure the excruciating pain as he replied. Even with an arm severed, he did not dare to show anger, his expression one of utmost respect. My lord, it is not as such. He is merely a congenital realm cultivator. yet his combat prowess is oddly formidable. Even against the Yukong realm, he does not fall behind. Many below scoffed, their disdain evident. Does that not signify you were merely overpowered by a younger opponent? You were left in such a pitiful state and yet dare to speak. Lin Shan lowered his head, a glint of bitterness flashing in his eyes. To speak without fear of mockery. I have cultivated for over 200 years and have never encountered anyone in the congenital realm with such unparalleled combat prowess. Song Zi let out a derisive laugh, his contempt unmasked. That is merely a reflection of your small locale, which cannot produce true geniuses. You are but a collection of short-sighted individuals, frogs in a well. The crowd simmered with indignation, their fists clenched tightly within their sleeves. Yet they quickly regained their composure in the face of the overwhelming essence of vitality looming above them. They chose to feign ignorance, for after all, preserving their lives held greater importance than maintaining their dignity. My lord's reprimand is justified. Our lack of experience is evident. For we have indeed never witnessed the likes of that young man unleashing such formidable power. Song Zi's gaze flickered. Dispassionately, he inquired, "Where's the Yukong realm cultivator who battled him?" Lin Shan awkwardly cleared his throat. "My lord, that would be me." A low murmur of derision arose from the crowd. Song Zi raised an eyebrow, swiftly striking out with a palm. In the horrified eyes of the onlookers, he instantly crushed the 10-odd individuals within that radius into a mist of crimson. Among them was even a Yukong realm powerhouse from Sect. Under the relentless pressure of this realm, they were no different from those at the body refinement level. "Have you found your voices?" In the profound silence, only his voice, calm to the extreme, echoed through the air, sending shivers down spines like a plunge into an icy abyss. It formed a bizarre juxtaposition with the sickly sweet stench wafting through the air. Chapter 216. Explanation? What are you to speak of? In the square, where over 100 individuals stood, an eerie silence reigned, so profound that a falling pin could be heard. The blood-red light illuminated faces devoid of color. "Continue speaking." Lin Shan trembled uncontrollably, utterly petrified. At this point, he finally grasped the ruthless nature of the elder before him. Trembling with fear, he dared not delay and hastily recounted the events that had transpired since Yi Tianlan's arrival. This was precisely the period leading up to the arrival of the Wan Shou Tian zone warship. "Why did you not mention such a significant matter then?" Song Zi's icy voice cut through the air, his gaze indifferent as it bore down on Lin Shan. That look rendered Lin Shan utterly speechless. He had encountered unreasonable individuals before, but never had he met one so devoid of reason. In that moment, he found himself envious of Wu Yunfeng, who had been knocked out by a slap. Setting aside the fact that this man had never even shown himself, making him impossible to locate, the audacity of warning a Yukong realm superpowerhouse about local innate geniuses was akin to wielding a kitchen knife against one's own neck. "My lord, it is not Before Lin Shan could finish his explanation, his remaining arm vanished as well, blood gushing forth, rendering his complexion even paler than snow. His body unable to maintain stability in midair, and he collapsed to the ground. Truly a waste. A chilling smile graced Song Zi's lips as he struck downwards. And before Lin Shan's body could even reach the ground, it was obliterated into a cloud of blood missed by the overwhelming surge of essence. With a resounding crash echoing in the ears of the onlookers, their bodies involuntarily trembled. At that moment, if anyone still failed to recognize that this individual cared little for the questions posed and was merely toying with them, indulging in the release of his perverse desires, then they were indeed as foolish as a child lost in the woods. At this juncture, despair engulfed everyone. The greatest sorrow lay in the death of hope. They possessed a strong intuition that perhaps this individual was merely venting his frustrations on them due to issues within his own sect. Just then, ripples of energy emanated from the array in the sky. The crowd stirred, craning their necks to look. They were astonished to see a white-haired elder swiftly approaching with 5 others. The leader, with hair and beard as white as snow, had a gaunt face yet bright. Piercing eyes, his complexion flushed, exuding an aura of authority born from long-standing power. Many Yukong realm cultivators present, possessing extraordinary vision, quickly recognized the 6 individuals as they approached. Is that not the Taishang elder of the Jiuxin sect? Suddenly, low gasps of astonishment erupted, followed by expressions of excitement. Indeed, is that not Elder Wang Changfeng, who broke through to the Yukong realm over 100 years ago? Yes. Elder Wang is of the same generation as my father. I have personally met him, There can be no mistake. Wonderful. If Elder Wang has personally come, we have hope. Upon hearing this news, the square erupted as if it had exploded. Those who understood the implications were more excited than if they had encountered Savior. In their elation, they momentarily forgot about the Yukong realm super powerhouse hovering above them. A faint smirk played at the corners of Song Zi's mouth. His blood surged with excitement, causing him to unconsciously lick his lips. The commotion below was impossible to hide from his perception. It was precisely because of this that he found the situation increasingly amusing and chose not to suppress the crowd violently. These people seemed to believe that this suddenly appearing elder could rescue them from their dire predicaments. Esteemed friend, may I inquire whence you come, and from which sect do you hail? From a considerable distance, Wang Chongfeng discerned the vast ocean of vitality surging unabashedly in the sky above. The opposing party showed no intention of concealing the fluctuations of their aura, which, based on experience, often indicated an overwhelming confidence. Therefore, he dared not be negligent and took the initiative to greet them. Fully aware of the strength of Qingluo domain, he understood the profound heritage of the sects in this region, recognizing all but a handful of the Luanhai realm figures present. This individual undoubtedly hailed from the outside world. He was courteous, yet regrettably mistook the wrong person, never anticipating such a blatant disregard for decorum. A brother sect? How amusing. In my century-long career, this is the first time I have heard of a mediocre brother sect within the confines of my Wanshou Tianzong. You have certainly broadened my horizons. Wang Chongfeng's expression darkened as he felt his dignity slightly compromised. He had merely intended to establish a rapport, only to be met with such insolence. His clenched fist soon fell to his sides. If that is the case, then it appears I've been rather uncouth. He gazed coldly at the other party, yet his mind continued to ponder over the name Wanshou Tianzong, feeling as though he had heard it somewhere before, though he could not recall the details at that moment. Just as he was lost in thought, an individual suddenly flew up, landing directly before Wang Chongfeng. I pay my respects to Senior Wang. The person bowed respectfully, exuding an air of reverence. Wang Chongfeng had been present for some time, yet had not seen Lin Shan arrive. Instead, another sect member appeared, causing him to frown. Who are you? Senior Wang. I am from Sangsong Pavilion. My father once shared a drink with you. Oh. Wang Chongfeng responded with indifference. The other party, realizing their attempt at flattery had fallen flat, could only force a smile, but they did not forget their original intent. Senior, do you know why Elder Lin has yet to make an appearance? Why is that? A tall man resembling Lin Shan inquired solemnly from behind Wang Chongfeng. Replying to the esteemed one, Elder Lin was slain by that villain shortly before your arrival. What? At this revelation, several individuals were taken aback, while the tall man's eyes turned red with fury. Wang Chongfeng's consciousness swept through the crowd, taking in their expressions, and with the absence of Lin Shan, he soon grasped the situation. His countenance darkened ominously as a terrifying aura erupted from him, a surge of vitality enveloping his figure. I demand an explanation. He fixed his gaze intently on Song Zi, only to find the latter smiling, smirking, even in an audacious manner. What are you? Chapter 217, Violent Suppression. The Secret Realm Passage opens. The sudden outbreak of battle caught everyone off guard, and the conclusion was equally swift, leaving all in a state of disbelief. The gruesome, wide-eyed head dangled from Song Zi's hand, nonchalantly held aloft. Yet, the murderous gaze of Wang Chongfeng remained vividly etched in their minds. What is your intention? Do you mean to oppose my Jiuxian sect? What is your Jiuxian sect to me? Song Zi merely scoffed, lazily gesturing through the air, summoning a formidable frost-covered dragon from the ocean of vitality. From the outset, this had been an unequal contest. In less than a quarter of an hour, Wang Chongfeng and the other 5 were utterly decimated. In his final moments, Wang Chongfeng finally comprehended the gravity of his situation, his face betraying a profound horror and despair. Wanshou Tianzong, you hail from the Wanshou domain. Correct, yet it is far too late. A chilling black light flickered from Wang Chongfeng's neck, vanishing in an instant, effortlessly extinguishing the light in his eyes. Until the very end, he remained wide-eyed, his expression one of utter disbelief. The several Yukong realm experts behind him met a similar fate, unable to last even a breath against the Luanhai realm dragon, which swiftly transformed them into human-shaped ice blocks. With a gaping maw, it easily swallowed them whole. After completing this grim task, the frost dragon lazily squinted its eyes and returned to the ocean of vitality, seemingly indulging in a post-feast slumber. Below, An eerie silence fell, devoid of even the faintest sound of insects. The crowd was so tense they nearly stifled their own breaths. Particularly, the Yukong realm expert who had previously approached Wang Chongfeng to share information was now drenched in cold sweat, his face ashen. Initially, he had sought to ingratiate himself, hoping Wang Chongfeng would take him away from this perilous place. Little did he realize that his efforts served not as a lifeline, but as a death sentence. He had never anticipated such a vast chasm in strength between Luanhai realm experts. Wang Chongfeng, a renowned powerhouse in Qingluo domain for over a century, had been vanquished in mere 3 exchanges. The disparity was so profound it felt like a chasm, igniting despair within their hearts. Undoubtedly, with the fall of the Luanhai realm cornerstone of their sect and the annihilation of 6 Yukong realm high-ranking members, it was foreseeable that once the news reached Jiuxian sect, their demise would be imminent. However, no one was concerned with this issue, nor did they seek any advantages from Jiuxian sect. The more pressing matter before them was the looming threat to their very lives. If even the Luanhai realm experts of Jiuxian sect could be so effortlessly dispatched, who else could possibly come to their aid? Could they truly expect a few Luanhai realm experts to intervene? With this thought, despair crept into the hearts of many. It seemed their hopes were as fleeting as a spark, unable to deliver them from their dire predicament. Song Zi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, chuckling softly, his long, snow-white hair billowing in the breeze, exuding an ethereal grace. The Yukong realm expert's complexion paled to match his hair. "My lord, it is a misunderstanding. A grave misunderstanding." Suddenly, without warning, a tale composed entirely of profound ice shot forth from the ocean of vitality, dragging him effortlessly into its depths, followed by the unmistakable cracking sounds of bone being crushed. The screams persisted for a considerable time. The expressions of the onlookers became increasingly numb and hollow. They had lost count of how many had perished. Perhaps, even if the next victim were to be themselves, it would not evoke any surprise. In the small domain of Qingluo, Yukong realm experts were already considered the pinnacle of strength, and one might not witness even a single death in a year. Yet, the number that had fallen today surpassed the total from decades past. As the crowd wrestled with their anguish, the previously tranquil secret realm space suddenly reverberated with activity once more. Waves of air, intertwined with ripples of vitality, converged toward the center of the plaza, rapidly swirling and stirring the space, forming a gaping tunnel vortex. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, the crowd stood momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by expressions of unrestrained joy, each one more excited than if they had just vanquished an enemy. The secret realm passage has opened. Finally, it has come to fruition. Had it not opened, we might truly never see the sun rise again tomorrow. Fortunately, this secret realm only lasts 3 months. Otherwise, fear gripped their hearts. Soon, the first disciple emerged, their face alight with exhilaration, eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. Many sect experts, upon realizing it was not their own disciples, breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, they had eagerly awaited their kin's emergence, but now they hoped for a delay. Do not rush to seize this fleeting moment. Only one elderly man from a minor clan bore a gloomy expression, the light in his eyes swiftly extinguishing. "Grandfather." The young man spotted the elder waiting in the crowd at a glance, unaware of the unfolding events. He raised his hand and joyfully rushed over to share this happiness with his most beloved kin. The elder remained unmoved, despair closing his eyes. In the next moment, a colossal hand of energy descended from the heavens, effortlessly pinching him as one would an ant. Before he could even react, the young man's bones were crushed, blood gushing from his mouth and nose as he fell into a faint, gasping for breath. Song Zi did not even cast a glance. It was akin to casually squeezing a chick for amusement. A pale blue glow erupted from his eyes, penetrating the young man's sea of consciousness. Moments latte. He found no information he desired, frowning in dissatisfaction. Even though the instant the blue light entered the young man, his soul was shattered and his consciousness ravaged. Song Zi still waved his sleeve, unleashing a fierce gust that obliterated him into a mist of blood. Disgusted, he cleaned his hand of the lingering moisture. A gust of wind swept, dispersing the pungent blood mist onto the elder's face. Tears, mingled with blood, slowly streamed from his aged eyes. "Beast, I will fight you." Amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, an elder, wielding a flying sword, charged towards the vast ocean of energy suspended high above. It was not a mere flight through the air, but required skillful navigation of the flying sword. The onlooker's pupils widened in shock, fully aware of the implications. An ant, no matter how long it cultivates, remains an ant. Killing you would only dirty my hands. With a casual wave, the elder's figure was crushed by the violent energy waves, leaving no trace of his existence. The stench of blood in the air thickened, chilling the hearts of the crowd further. The deaths of the grandparent and grandchild did not stir much of a ripple, at least not enough to trouble Songzi. It seemed to awaken the bloodthirsty fury within him. Subsequently, regardless of who emerged from the secret realm, he would employ the same method to examine them before casually crushing them in a blood mist. It was unclear when the void had become shrouded in an obscure mist, each breath carrying an unpleasant scent. However, what truly instilled terror in the onlookers was that they had still underestimated this man's resolve and madness in seeking the true culprit behind the scenes. After slaughtering over a dozen individuals, the crowd was filled with silent rage, until a disciple of the Wan, Shou Tianzong, emerged from within. Upon her arrival, she saw the many powerful figures, pale as snow, standing respectfully aside, as well as the vast ocean of energy hovering in the sky. Admiration uncontrollably flickered in her eyes as she gazed upon the white-haired figure. I pay my respects to Lord Song. She hurriedly bowed in greeting, her heart soaring. This was the youngest and most powerful figure in the sect at the Luanhai realm, and she never expected him to appear here. She fantasized about the possibility of catching his eye. Have you seen your senior brother Feng within the secret realm? The female disciple felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing he was here for her fellow disciple. I did not see him, my lord. She gently shook her head. I see, Songzi replied calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Do you know that your senior brother Feng has met with misfortune in the secret realm? What? The female disciple was taken aback, unaware of the situation as she had not approached the core area. Impossible. Senior brother Feng's strength is unparalleled. How could he perish in such a remote place? Before she could finish, she realized something was amiss and quickly added, Please accept my condolences, my lord. Indeed, I currently need your assistance in finding the true culprit who framed your senior brother Feng. Are you willing? Without hesitation, the female disciple nodded earnestly, her gaze resolute. I am willing, my lord. Suddenly, her head tilted, and a sharp bone spur erupted from her chest, adorned with crimson droplets that glistened under the sun, before dripping down and seeping into the ground. Gouts of blood erupted from her mouth, her neck hanging limply like a broken kite, her eyes entirely devoid of light. Shrouded in darkness, a chilling blue light surged into her sea of consciousness. The terrifying hand of energy relentlessly crushed her corpse, grinding it to pieces, producing a spine-chilling sound as it formed a blood-soaked mass no larger than a fist. Damn you wretched thing, your senior brother Feng is dead. Yet you still have the audacity to show your face. Blood vessels appeared in Songzi's eyes, his tone a mixture of malice and a sickly madness. With a flick of his hand, he tossed the blood ball back into the secret realm. The onlookers trembled even more violently, paralyzed in fear. At that moment, they truly wished the beating in their chests would cease, rather than feel as if it might leap from their throats. Anyone could see that this man had truly gone mad. He was in a murderous frenzy. Not only did he spare no one from other sects, but even those from his own sect were not safe from his lethal grasp. At this moment, Songzi was oblivious to the crowd's plight. Absorbing the memories transmitted from the soul-searching technique, he took a deep breath, his expression growing darker still. It was unexpected that this female disciple had not lied. She was genuinely unaware of Feng Qingyang's demise. Yet this revelation did not stir even a moment of guilt within him. You wretched creature. If you had stood by Qingyang's side and sacrificed yourself to shield him from fatal peril, perhaps he would not have perished. Worthless scum, your death holds no value. The coldness in his eyes intensified as he waved his hand to seize 3 disciples emerging from the secret realm. He crushed their bones, leaving only a flicker of life as they fell into a faint, their souls on the brink of shattering, before employing the same technique again, releasing the blue light. The soul-searching technique was indeed effective, but its accurate application was exceedingly demanding. The stronger the resistance from the target, the more mental energy he had to expend. Thus, crushing their bones, just as their consciousness began to fade, was the most opportune moment for invasion. The more he delved into their minds, the heavier the gloom in his heart became. While it was beneficial that these fools had perished, it was a waste of his mental energy. After killing another 10 or so, he initially used the soul-searching technique on each, but soon realized it was unnecessary. Those beneath the late stage of innate realm were not worth his time. He simply killed them. One emerged, and he crushed one. It was impossible to spare them. Lacking even the late-stage innate realm qualification, they were not even worthy of entering the battlefield of his disciple. As time passed, when a droplet of blood fell from the sky, trickling onto the faces of the crowd, their numb hearts finally stirred. Looking up, they discovered that the space had already been enveloped in a crimson mist. This is a calamity. An elder at the Yukong realm closed his eyes tightly, tears streaming down his face. In the next moment, he, along with a dozen others nearby, was shattered into fine ash, adding a further eerie crimson hue to the blood mist. Those beside him remained stiff, unable to move. After a long while, Song Zi suddenly halted his actions, digesting the information he had just acquired. A disciple from the Tian Wu Academy in his grasp was spared, her lifeless body collapsing onto the square. How absurd! Out of over 100 disciples, only one corpse remained. Yi Tianlan, Yi Vinkong, Tian Wu Academy. Jiaxuomin, indeed, is quite remarkable. Song Zi gradually lifted his head, revealing a gaze filled with a savage thirst for blood and madness, as fury surged within his chest like a tsunami. On this expedition, the two most outstanding talents under his command had unexpectedly perished at the hands of these two individuals, particularly the demise of Hailu, who met such a humiliating end, cast a shadow over both his and the sect's reputation. At this moment, his hatred for Yi Tianlan intensified even further. Coincidentally at that moment, another disciple of Jiaxuomin emerged from the secret realm's entrance. The moment he stepped out, he eagerly sought out his elder to convey the news of Yi Qingkong's betrayal. The look of relief on his face had yet to fade when he was abruptly struck, leaving him in a state of utter annihilation. Having accomplished this, Song Zi found his anger not dissipating but rather accumulating. Very well, I shall reserve the fate of you two factions for later, allowing these individuals to witness firsthand how their sect shall be obliterated by my hand. Only then, when they are filled with regret, can my heart find solace. The recently slain disciple of Jiaxuomin lamented in the heavens. What about me? Chapter 219. Ah, indeed, your husband is absolutely right. When the passage to the secret realm opened in the sky, Yi Tianlan sensed it. However, he did not rush to exit, as he still had a quarter of an hour remaining. In this final moment, he once again swept through the Xingyao garden, leaving it completely barren, before contentedly soaring into the sky with Luo Junxian toward the teleportation portal. The Zhu Tian worm actively emerged from the Qian Kuanding. Having spent such a long time in this small world, with its memories since consciousness beginning rooted here, now that it was aware of the opportunity to venture outside and witness the vastness of the world, its excitement surpassed that of anyone else. It transformed into a silver streak, darting about in the void, its movements elusive and unpredictable. Master, young master, hurry and keep up. I have never seen the outside world. The eager voice rang out before it glanced proudly at Yi Tianlan. The tone shifted from that of a loyal servant to that of a sycophant. And you, sword slave, hurry up. Are you not full? Stop dawdling, or shall I give you a good swat with my tail? Yi Tianlan was both amused and exasperated by this creature. Golden sunlight coalesced around his fist as he playfully threatened, Little one, do you wish to test your strength against me? The Zhu Tian worm recoiled, turning to complain to Luo Junxian. It seemed to understand the consequences of its provocation. Yi Tianlan chuckled, pleased with its reaction. This little creature, having been confined since birth, harbored no ill intentions. It was simply naive, and he had no desire to hold a grudge against it. However, Sinner, why did you give it such a name? If it's Tian, then what am I? Yi Tianlan approached, feigning nonchalance as he nudged her waist with his elbow. Luo Junxian blinked her lovely eyes, playfully smiling. Her beauty captivating. You're my husband. Do you truly think my husband would be jealous of that little creature? Well, no, Yi Tianlan replied, rubbing his nose, his expression turning serious. Not even a little? Luo Junxian smiled sweetly, placing her hands behind her back, her graceful figure leaning closer, her enchanting eyes shimmering like autumn waters, embodying the essence of Jiangnan's exquisite charm. Under the gaze of such tender eyes, Yi Tianlan felt as though even a wronged soul could be redeemed. Not to mention he was not one. Actually there is, she said. My husband, I will catch this little creature and refine it. As she spoke, Luo Junxian extended her delicate hand, ready to act. Yi Tianlan quickly embraced her, laughing softly, no need, Sinner, as long as I have you. That little creature can be left to its own devices. The two whispered sweet nothings, quietly exchanging affection. At the entrance of the secret realm, the Jutian worm trembled in indignation. Witnessing the couple's affectionate display left it feeling utterly repulsed. You two are simply nauseating. Fuming, the Jutian worm felt it had become a catalyst for their affection, and without waiting further, it plunged into the secret passage, not looking back. The Swordmaster, observing this scene, couldn't he help but sigh. Youthful hearts cannot endure patience, unlike me, who is dulled after witnessing such displays. There remains a long journey ahead. However, barely 2 breaths after the Jutian worm departed, it swiftly returned, exclaiming in horror, "Young master, stop kissing. Put your tongues back. Something grave has happened. Stop kissing." It is difficult to describe the sensation of a worm's head adorned with dark lines. "Little worm, what is it?" Yitianlan posit, curiosity pijuit. "Silence, sword slave. I am speaking with the young master. You have no place here," the little worm declared, raising its head high. Yitianlan chucklet, bemused by this creature's bravado despite knowing it could not win against him. Was it perhaps due to its lack of background? Luo Junxian echoed his question. The Jutian worm hastily explained, "Something dire has occurred outside. I just peeked out, and someone's coming to capture me." Terrified, I rushed back. Luckily, I reacted in time, or else you would not have seen me again. The worm pleaded for comfort. Yitianlan, indifferent, remark it. Such a novel creature escaping from the secret realm would likely attract attention. Are you not aware of that? You are the timid one. You truly deserve it, sword slave. Luo Junxian promptly interjected, adopting a stance of impartiality. Little worm, clarify yourself. The young master is right. It is quite normal for someone to want to capture you. So why the alarm? The Jutian worm responded, Yes, my husband is absolutely right. Who am I? I am merely a mere outsider. It drew circles in the air, cursing them. The sword master coughed lightly, believing himself to be the most rational of the bunch. While Yi Tianlan and Luo Junxian had valid points, this little creature's speed was remarkable. Few could evoke a sense of danger in it. The Jutian worm pondered. You 3 are in cahoots. There exists a formidable opponent at the realm of We'll See outside. I sensed a thick stench of blood in the air, and the death toll must exceed 3 figures. As the Jutian worm recounted its experience, a shiver ran down its spine. One being of the realm of We'll See was not enough to intimidate it. Rather, it was the density of the blood that truly horrified it. Having lived alone all this time, it had never witnessed a scene of such mass death, leaving a profound impact on its small heart. Frightened, it turned tail and returned to cling to its master once more. "Sir Master, what shall we do now? I cannot act. I have no desire to fall into slumber again, only to find your young master." The Jutian worm looked at him expectantly. It yearned to explore the outside world. Yet the presence of that We'll See being lurking nearby chilled its spirit. Luo Junxian waved her hand, her expression one of helplessness. "The young master is unable to assist. Seek your sword slave." The Jutian worm instinctively glanced at Yi Tianlan, only to find itself utterly bewildered. "Wait, why would I seek him?" It expressed its confusion, its voice rising in pitch. "To seek the one of the lowest status? Is this a jest?" It even began to question Luo Junxian's words for the first time. Yi Tianlan, seizing the opportunity, gently tapped its head, speaking with earnestness. "Child, you just questioned the divine, did you not?" Chapter 220. The Jutianwen, with a blank expression, trailed behind the two, uncertain of its own thoughts as they exited the secret realm. Regardless, it had already resolved that if the situation turned dire, it would certainly flee back into the secret realm. It seemed that the formidable presence of the Luanhai realm could not follow them outside, at worst. It could wait another 30 years for the next opening. It did not believe that the adversary would wait 3 decades for it. Even now, it could not comprehend why that young man was so confident, daring to confront a superpower of the Luanhai realm with mere innate strength. The moment the trio stepped out of the secret passage, Yi Tianlan felt a terrifying aura press upon him. A force so overwhelming it felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. There was no room for any sense of resistance. If all went as expected, this should be the might emanating from the superpower of the Luanhai realm. It was indeed powerful, yet it seemed somewhat ordinary, for he had witnessed greater strength before. Did he dare to confront the weak point of the divine? Quite intriguing. Luo Junxian and Jian Yi also displayed expressions of astonishment, realizing that indeed, this young man had an audacious demeanor, gathering energy to face the innate and the innate to face the Luanhai. If it were his husband, such confidence would be natural. Zhu Tianwen mused. What is with that proud expression? Is this something to boast about? Our lives are already in their hands. It attempted to move, only to realize that all its previous thoughts had been mere fantasies. Once ensnared by such a powerful presence, the surrounding void became an impenetrable wall, leaving it with no hope of escape. At that moment, it felt as if its entire existence was doomed. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed in its ears. He, little creature, still wish to flee? It was merely my oversight that granted you the chance to escape, but now you wish to leave? How presumptuous! The chilling voice left Zhu Tianwen with no doubt that if it dared to stir, it would be torn apart. Although this little creature piqued Song Zi's curiosity, his attention was primarily focused on Yi Tianlan, the one who had slain his cherished disciple, a peerless genius even more formidable than his own sex heir. You are Yi Tianlan, he stated coldly. Simultaneously, Yi Tianlan's gaze sharpened as he perceived the thick, clinging blood mist swirling in the air, a viscous substance that made one feel nauseated, as if it would adhere to the skin. The blood mist had not dissipated. Instead, it grew denser in that place. As he looked through it, he saw faces, some unfamiliar, some familiar, all kneeling in despair, their legs shattered in the square. Very well, without that fellow Yi Qingkong. It appeared that this cousin indeed possessed some skills. He could not tell if they had sensed something amiss and departed early, or if they had left the secret realm in another manner. Regardless, he did not believe that someone who boasted so grandly about a peak encounter would meet their demise here. The longer he gazed, the more sinister his expression became. Sister Do, Brother Lu, he could name those he recognized, while the familiar yet distant figures floated before him. Even the usually accommodating, temperamental old man lay unconscious nearby, surrounded by a pool of blood. Suddenly, Do Qingyi trembled, as if sensing the weight of his gaze upon her. She lifted her dazed eyes, struggling to focus. Upon seeing Yi Tianlan, her expression flickered with a glimmer of hope before fading back into despair. Yi Shidi has come. Has even Yi Shidi fallen victim to treachery? This perfectly encapsulated her inner turmoil. She moved her lips, whispering, "Hurry, run." Yi Tianlan clenched his fists, his rage erupting like a volcano, crashing through his mind with relentless fury. It had been ages since he had felt such wrath, a desire to obliterate another soul. "It is I thought you would offer some excuses," Yi Tianlan retorted with biting sarcasm. "What of it? Is it necessary for you, an old relic, to intervene personally because your disciples are incompetent?" Song Zi's bloodshot eyes flared even redder. "To be honest, your disciple is utterly useless. I hadn't even laid a hand on him, yet he crumbled. I thought he was merely a speed bump. I did not wish to kill him. He simply could not withstand it. I have reflected on my actions. We are all striving to survive." "Scoundrel!" Silence. Song Zi, with disheveled hair and blood-red pupils, emanated an overwhelming aura that churned the very air beneath him, creating towering waves of energy. He resembled an enraged lion, and the mere release of his terrifying pressure caused those beneath him to buckle, their knees creaking in agony. "You care for these people, do you not? Today, I shall torment them to death before your eyes. Remember their faces of despair and your own impotence." Song Zi roared in fury, his voice reverberating through the void, causing Yi Tianlan to feel his heart stutter, nearly choking on the air. Nevertheless, his own aura surged even higher. "Old dog, are you truly resorting to bullying the weak?" Yi Tianlan raised his head, pointing a finger skyward, unafraid of the oppressive energy that loomed above. I have cultivated for 130 years, overcoming countless hardships to step into the Luan High realm. Do not think this small place can contain me. Today, what of bullying the weak? What can you do to me?" Below, Yi Tianlan gave him a thumbs up. "Good, very good." Then, with a thud, he knelt. Seeing this, Song Zi's momentum faltered, followed by a tone of mockery. "You kneel to beg for mercy? I thought your spirit was as unyielding as your words." Yi Tianlan regarded him as if he were a fool. "Just wait, do not run away. Ha ha, I shall remain here, never to flee." The next moment, a resounding call resonated through the heavens and earth. "Master, grant me your aid." Song Zi's heart skipped a beat, and he warily scanned his surroundings. Could there be another Luan High presence here? Yet after careful inspection, he found no signs of anyone else. What a farce. There cannot be a second Luan High presence here. What nonsense are you babbling? Yi Tianlan had already nimbly risen from the ground. Realizing something, Song Zi's expression shifted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of light and fled. Hee hee, is it only in times of peril that you remember your master? Chapter 221, Huangqing Daozong. From this point forward, you shall be the new saint's son. Song Zi was now entirely stunned, his mind in a state of paralysis. He could hardly believe the hypothesis brewing in his mind. There were only two possibilities for something to escape his notice. Either the opponent was exceedingly weak, subconsciously dismissed by his consciousness, or they were immensely powerful, far beyond his ability to perceive, rendering him insignificant in their eyes. Instinctively, he wanted to believe the former. Yet his trembling legs betrayed him, convincing him of the latter. He was on the brink of insanity, his face twisted in a grotesque expression. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he sprinted away, unleashing every life-saving technique he possessed without hesitation. Above the sea of wheels, the realm of true spirits. How could this be possible? How could such a powerful being emerge from such a small place? Not to mention this insignificant locale, even in the heart of Dongwang. Such a figure could cause a cataclysmic upheaval merely by stomping their foot. What merit did he possess to attract the gaze of such a strong warrior? No, it should be, what right did that young man have? Unfortunately, no one could answer the resentment and questions that churned within him. His body became rigid, akin to a puppet on strings. It was not that he did not wish to flee, but rather that he could not. He was locked onto an indescribable, overwhelming aura had ensnared him, like the weight of the starry sky pressing down, leaving no avenue for escape. He, who was accustomed to ensnaring others, was experiencing the sensation of being ensnared for the first time. In the gaze of Song Zi, filled with terror and anxiety, a single petal drifted down from Yi Tianlan's head. It swayed gracefully, its form enchanting. It was a black lotus, spinning and solidifying, blossoming from nothingness into a complete black bud. The bud slowly unfurled, blooming and expanding, maintaining a gentle, counterclockwise rotation. A mesmerizing black aura emanated from it. In stark contrast, a pair of dainty, exquisite toes, as translucent as crystal grapes, emerged from within the lotus. Exposed to the air, slender, delicate calves crossed alluringly, while full, rounded thighs stood like jade pillars. In the shadow of the black attire, her skin appeared even whiter than snow, resembling finely carved jade, warm and captivating. Towering peaks rose high, their full, rosy forms accentuated by the tight-fitting black skirt, delineating the slender, graceful curves of her waist, delicate and seemingly fragile. Her lovely face bore no makeup, yet shone with a dazzling brilliance, mesmerizingly beautiful. The most striking feature was her golden, fiery pupils, within which a pair of black, enchanting lotuses bloomed and rotated. She bit her enticingly pink lips, tilting her head slightly, her elongated, beautifully shaped eyes squinting. Her innocent yet alluring visage bore a hint of an unusual blush. With one hand propping her chin, she lazily reclined upon the lotus bud, her long, delicate legs poised in a manner that could evoke admiration. Beneath the black stockings, they were tantalizingly visible. An angelic face, a devilish figure, such was the nature of her allure. With such distinctive features, the enchanting figure that graced the scene could only be the enchanting Demoness Yu. She seemed entirely oblivious to her own captivating charm, even lazily stretching, revealing her alluring curves. Throughout it all, she never cast a glance at the fleeing Song Zi. Hee hee, my dear disciple, it has been a while, she breathed like orchids. Yi Tianlan touched his nose, initially resistant to the charms of this witch-like master, yet powerless to resist her allure. Her thighs were simply too enticing, so fair, tender, and slender. It wasn't quite accurate to say it had been a long time, perhaps it had, but still, it's good here, far less exhausting than that wretched place. Truly tiresome. Yi Tianlan shivered, feeling a tingling sensation enveloping him, like a soft, boneless hand teasing him all over. Not overtly seductive, but undeniably enticing. Dear disciple, look, someone is coming after me, shouting something about a witch, claiming to uphold justice and return the treasures of the Buddhist sect. Remember, those who possess the world as treasures must be capable. Here, take this relic. Before Yi Tianlan could comprehend, the enchanting Yu casually waved her hand, and a golden object shot forth from her ample bosom, directly colliding with his body. Yi Tianlan was left speechless, instinctively reaching out to touch it. But isn't this someone else's? He asked. I said those who are capable reside here. How annoying, like a rotten piece of wood, she pouted, playfully tapping his head as if crossing a distance of several meters. This item is fated to be with us. If the original owner knew, they would be grateful. Yi Tianlan lowered his head, feeling a flush rise to his cheeks. Really, master? No wonder I also enjoy taking unclaimed items from others. It seems I learned this from this witch. Ah, so that's it. Birds of a feather flock together. I understand. By the way, the holy son you defeated seems to have some ties to a certain sect in the central Dongwang. This token may be of use to you, so I will give it to you. Before Yi Tianlan could react, a jade-like token, shimmering with a black gold luster, fell into his hands. The mark inside has been erased by me. Quickly, drop your blood to recognize your ownership. Once your soul merges, you will be the master of this token. Yi Tianlan did not hesitate, disregarding Song Zi, who stood aside in shock. In the gaze of wide-eyed astonishment, he readily accepted it. He then pricked his fingertip to let his blood fall, quickly feeling a thread of his soul being stored within it. Thus, a mysterious bond was formed with this token. He examined it closely, finding its material far superior to any jade he had ever encountered. Merely touching it calmed his mind and spirit. Suddenly, he recalled something and casually inquired, "By the way, master, what connection does the sect of that holy son have with the Dongwang sect?" Perhaps it's the difference between our sect and its branches. At the sound of the enchanting Yu's laughter, Yi Tianlan's hand trembled, nearly dropping the token. His eyes widened, and his mouth gaped in disbelief. So this token is he felt a dryness in his throat and swallowed hard. It's the holy son token. From now on, you shall be the new holy son of the Huangqing Dao sect. No, my dear master, are you this audacious? To slay the holy son of another sect and have me drop blood to impersonate him? This is too thrilling. Yi Tianlan rubbed his hands together in excitement, eager to accept. Initially, he wanted to refuse, but the temptation of experiencing the life of a holy son was too great. This truly was a wild adventure. At that moment, Yi Tianlan recalled that his master's situation seemed precarious. Yet she now stood, or rather, lounged leisurely before him. "By the way, master, are you all right over there?" he asked with some concern. It would be rather ungrateful not to check on someone who treated him so well, regardless of their motives. No worries. Just a trivial matter. She seemed to sense Yi Tianlan's unease, a slight smile gracing her lips. Raising her delicate arm, she began to explain. "What stands before you is my external incarnation. My true self is currently battling a group of old bald donkeys." Yi Tianlan felt a twinge of embarrassment, followed by a hint of disappointment that he could not quite articulate. "So that was your true self earlier?" She leaned closer, her palm-sized face blossoming with a radiant smile, as refreshing as a summer breeze sweeping over a pond full of blooming lotus flowers. Bright and clear, enchanting yet not overly seductive. Yi Tianlan felt a profound stir within, awkwardly shifting his gaze. Then, "Master, you should return quickly. It's not wise to divide your attention." I said it's of no concern. Why do you not understand? A trivial matter at the wheel C level can be brushed aside with a wave of my sleeve. With that, she indeed merely waved her sleeve. Song Zi was utterly petrified, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind, beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascading down his forehead, rendering him as frigid as if he had just emerged from a well. "Esteemed sir, I implore you to spare me. I am a disciple of the Wan Shou Tianzong. My sect leader is a formidable, true spirit realm expert, much like yourself. Might I beg you, in the name of my sect leader, to grant me this one mercy? I am willing to offer compensation and vow never to appear before you again. Whatever you desire, I shall comply." As he pleaded, bowing profusely, his words were laced with desperation. "Do I appear to you as a true spirit realm being?" came a mocking reply. "As for Wan Shou Tianzong, I am unfamiliar with it." With a delicate flick of her flowing sleeve, Song Zi, who had been fervently begging for mercy, disintegrated into a mist of crimson, exploding into the air without a hint of resistance, as effortlessly as one might crush an ant. Witnessing such a strikingly similar fate, the onlookers were left in a daze. Who would have thought that someone as powerful as a Luan High Realm expert, brazen as Song Zi, would one day find himself in such a humiliating position? Before an even greater power, he was but a fleeting wisp, extinguished with a mere gesture. Waves of astonishment surged within their hearts as they gazed at Yi Tianlan, filled with an ineffable shock. They did not recognize the mysterious entity, but they were well acquainted with Yi Tianlan. No one had anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable, albeit exceptional, figure was accompanied by such a terrifying presence. The might of a Luan High Realm expert could be obliterated in an instant, stirring profound reflections among the crowd. Only Yi Tianlan wore an oddly contemplative expression. Was this little fairy meant as a compliment? One could not help but silently critique the peculiar choice of words from her master. Ah, with this matter settled, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again, my dear disciple. The enchanting Yao Fei Yu languidly stretched, her full lips curving into an alluring smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yi Tianlan quickly interjected, "Wait, master. I knew you would want to keep me here." "Very well, I shall reluctantly oblige," she replied with a teasing giggle. Yi Tianlan coughed lightly. "Actually, I wanted to ask when you departed last, specifically regarding your true form." Yao Fei Yu rested her chin on her hand, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. "What other time could it be but when you were being all intimate at the Tianxiang Lontan? I felt like quite the third wheel and only left when I saw you nearly fuse together." Yi Tianlan was not swayed by her whimsical banter. Instead, he focused on the crux of her words. This suggested that, even under the guardianship of Swordmaster, she had remained until the very last moment, warming his heart unexpectedly. "Ah, that old man is quite the fighter. I had intended to intervene, but he beat me to it," she giggled, her hand covering her mouth. Blooming like a peach blossom, Swordmaster merely huffed, remaining silent before this enchantress. "Is that so? I had assumed you left due to pressing matters," she mused. "Indeed, there were matters at hand." Yao Fei Yu playfully poked her own glossy lips, her golden eyes darting skyward, pondering some mischievous scheme. "What matters?" Yi Tianlan inwitted, curiosity piqued. "To allow my true form to return, of course, to attend a wedding." She giggled, delighting in his astonishment. "What?" Yi Tianlan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yao Fei Yu seemed thoroughly amused by his reaction. She rolled over in a languid manner, resting her chin on her arms, her eyes sparkling with mischief, as her heels playfully tapped against her curvaceous form, resembling a sly little fox. "I'm just teasing you," she declared. "Actually, someone arranged a marriage for me, and I went back to call it off." Yi Tianlan turned to his celestial companion, only to find her with an equally perplexed expression, her lips tightly pressed together. "And then?" "He didn't want to, but I insisted he agree." Yi Tianlan paused, sensing the complexity of the situation. How could someone as extraordinary as her have compelled another to consent? I made him." "Well, she said, extending her fingers to mimic bunny ears. Yet, as they moved, they lost their charm entirely. Yi Tianlan felt a chill descend, instinctively tightening his grip. The muscles in his cheeks twitched uncontrollably. "No, master. Is that something you can say?" Those who could hear fell into a state of shock. This mysterious being was far removed from their preconceptions of a stoic, formidable figure. Some had already covered their ears, bowing their heads. It was best to remain oblivious, lest they suffer dire consequences. Yi Tianlan, suppressing his thoughts, managed to utter only a single exclamation of disbelief. Chapter 223. Yao Fei Yu's intentions and the marvelous use of the relic Yao Fei Yu slipped away, but not completely. Yi Tianlan soon realized that this enchantress had merely left a trace of her essence upon him before venturing off to amuse herself. As for the great battle occurring on her side, it was of no concern to him, and judging by her demeanor, she did not regard it as significant either. It felt more like a game to her. He had gradually acclimated to her unconventional mentorship style, which consisted of occasionally bestowing opportunities in gold coins, while merely keeping an eye on his well-being. In her eyes, she was a devoted and diligent master. Yi Tianlan could only roll his eyes, unwilling to expose her facade. Notably, before departing, Yao Fei Yu had also taken the massive one-show warship with her. Yi Tianlan deemed it excessive and impractical, entirely unsuitable for swift, lightning-like strikes. Originally meant for the sect, he had no desire to keep it. He intended to offer it to the Tianwu Academy, but upon Wu Yunfeng's awakening, he was met with a swift rejection. Keeping such a vessel here would only invite trouble from one-show Tian's own later. The request was made today, and the repercussions from the other 3 academy heads would surely follow tomorrow. Besides, they had no use for it. As for selling it to other factions, judging by the repeated refusals, that seemed unlikely as well. On board the flying vessel returning to the academy, Yi Tianlan observed the hesitant expressions among the crowd, aware that they were filled with questions. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to. He swiftly retreated to his room, requesting Luo Junxian to keep watch. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Yi Tianlan first retrieved the Saint Sun token from the Huang Qingdao zone. According to his rather unconventional master, among those who had come to besiege her, the saint son of Huang Qingdao Zong was not among the elite, merely a minor player seeking to capitalize on the chaos. Consequently, he had been easily dispatched. This token had been inadvertently collected amidst the chaos. With so much clutter, she had yet to sort through it all. Otherwise, such trivial items would have been discarded as trash. After all, she held little regard for the saint son of Huang Qingdao Zong. Oh, and his sect as well, Yi Tianlan mused, scratching his nose, feeling somewhat ridiculous for becoming a scavenger himself. However, the strength of my esteemed master is indeed a blessing. Even a discarded trinket holds immense value for him. Given that there exists a subordinate sect of the Huangqing Daozong in the central region of Dongwang, and with this holy sun token at hand, Yi Tianlan has every reason to embark on a journey there. Carefully storing the unique jade token, Yi Tianlan proceeded to examine his own body. The golden light relic had previously entered as being under the influence of the enchanting Demonisue, and he was eager to scrutinize it now that he had the opportunity. The fact that numerous formidable figures from the Buddhist sect were dispatched to pursue his master speaks volumes about the rarity of this relic. From another perspective, what ordinary person would dare to chase after the Demonisue? Their envy is self-evident. Eventually, after a thorough inspection, he discerned a glimmering golden object deep within his consciousness. It was not much larger than his thumb, and its surface was not smooth but rather marked by minute irregularities. Yi Tianlan found himself uncertain about how to utilize this relic. Nevertheless, there was no need for conjecture. He could simply inquire with the Sword Elder, who always had the answers. Upon hearing his inquiry, the Sword Elder offered a piece of advice. Try sending a wisp of your spirit to make contact. If it proves useful, you shall receive feedback. The ability to freely enter the sea of consciousness generally pertains to the soul. Otherwise, it would involve entering the inner Dantian. Yi Tianlan took note of this and promptly sent a wisp of his spirit towards the relic, just as the Sword Elder had suggested. The relic absorbed the spirit upon contact. How is it? Came the voice of the Sword Elder. It's acceptable. Can I control it? No. Did any memories or inheritances flood into my mind? Not that I can tell. What about my body? Have there been any changes? Nothing at all. Ah, I see. Simply relocate your heart domain seed near this relic, the Sword Elder concluded. Yi Tianlan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. However, he obediently complied. It is well known that yielding one's intellect in the presence of a strong ally is the highest form of respect. After the recent devouring, his heart domain seed had grown to the size of a broad bean, yet it remained at the novice level. There was still a considerable distance to achieve a small success in mastering the heart domain. Yi Tianlan had initially estimated that without the nurturing of extraordinary materials, it would take several years of killing and soul-devouring to make a breakthrough, possibly even longer. However, upon relocating the heart domain seed, a miraculous scene unfolded that left him astonished. The golden relic seemed to sense something, its oval form quivering slightly, and then a faint golden mist emanated from it. Connecting to the heart domain seed, the seed, eager to absorb, began to voraciously consume the golden particles, akin to a gluttonous individual savoring a meal. As Yi Tianlan observed with great attention, he witnessed golden grains of light being continuously transported through the misty connection into the heart domain seed. Correspondingly, the seed, which had shown no signs of change for a considerable time, began to swell and strengthen. Is this how the relic is used? Yi Tianlan marvelit internally. The speed of absorption was astonishingly faster than when he consumed a soul. Most importantly, the process was relentless, maintaining this pace around the clock. Whether by chance or design, his esteemed master had fortuitously aided him by acquiring a relic that was of no use to her and delivering it into his hands. As Yi Tianlan pondered this fortunate turn of events, the Sword Elder's voice broke through his reverie. So is it useful? Indeed, it is truly beneficial. It appears that this item serves as a nurturing artifact for the soul, greatly aiding in the development of your heart domain. That little demoness has certainly put in some thought. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlan felt a warm surge of gratitude. Master, thank you. Such kindness is beyond words. Should you ever require my assistance, I would face any peril without hesitation. With a solemn expression, he took a deep breath and bowed deeply into the void. In the next moment, a clink resounded as something familiar struck his forehead. He swiftly tore apart the black lotus flower before him. Hee, really? Go and stop those annoying old bald donkeys for me. Yi Tianlan's face was filled with confusion as he pointed to his own chin. Me? Chapter 224. A sudden arrival and the little fairy's discontent with a dark expression, Yi Tianlan stepped out of his room. He strongly suspected that the little demoness was merely toying with him out of boredom. Yet, lacking evidence, he struggled to maintain the emotions that had recently welled up within him. Upon exiting, he spotted Luo Junxian, who was meditating outside, waiting for him. This sight rekindled his feelings, and he intended to spend some tender moments with the little fairy. However, Luo Junxian's first words shattered his composure. "Aren't you going to indulge with your charming master?" It was evident she had overheard the earlier exclamation from his room. Noticing her frosty demeanor, he realized that his fairy wife was sulking with jealousy. Yi Tianlan understood that such matters only became more complicated the more he addressed them. He approached her, wrapping his arms around her waist, and began to speak sweetly. Only when Luo Junxian's mood had slightly improved did he breathe a sigh of relief. He pulled her closer, standing face to face, gazing in her autumn-like eyes, and promised earnestly, "Xian'er, my relationship with my master is merely playful. You and I are the true match made in heaven." Luo Junxian let out a soft hum, her cute little nose wrinkling slightly. Yi Tianlan couldn't help but smile, feeling quite clever. Suddenly, a loud thud reverberated on his head, causing him to glance around nervously. He hastily tore open the black lotus again. Upon peering inside, he quickly closed it again. The original words were teasing, "Hee, really? That might not be very good." Yi Tianlan grimaced, unwilling to pursue this topic further, realizing how troublesome it had become. Fortunately, at that moment, Wu Yunfeng happened to pass by, providing him with an opportunity to divert the conversation. "Old man, how are you feeling? Any better?" Wu Yunfeng had initially intended to take a stroll on the ship's deck to clear his mind. Still in a severely injured state, he would likely be unable to fight for a considerable time. However, his daily life was not adversely affected. Upon hearing Yi Tianlan's voice, he rolled his eyes. Due to the altercation between this young man and Yi Qingkong from the Jiushuan sect, the other major factions had suffered severe losses, with only the Jiushuan sect and the Tianwu Academy remaining relatively unscathed. The factions lingered at the entrance of the secret realm, hoping to capture Yi Qingkong alive and reclaim the sect's legacy, which would at least mitigate their losses. As for causing trouble for Yi Tianlan, everyone had unanimously chosen to ignore such a notion. With a master capable of effortlessly crushing a figure of the Luanhai realm, it could be said that Yi Tianlan had the privilege to act with impunity within the entire Qingluo domain and even the Dongwang region. Anyone who dared to provoke him would find themselves in dire straits. "Yuya family are all troublemakers. I thought you were related by blood," Wu Yunfeng remarked, limping against the ship's hull while rolling his eyes. Yi Tianlan sheepishly scratched his head. "Actually, Yi Qingkong is my cousin." Wu Yunfeng's cane clattered to the ground with a startling sound, his eyes widening as he gave a thumbs up to him. "You two are truly impressive. Even the formidable powers of the Luanhai realm have perished for your sake. This must surely grant you a sense of pride." Yi Tianlan cuffed, unsure of how to respond to this remark. Wu Yunfeng, misinterpreting his hesitation, felt a sudden tightness in his chest and cast a wary glance around. "Wait a moment. I did not intend to imply anything about that individual. Do not create trouble for me." Yi Tianlan regarded him with a peculiar expression, puzzled by his tension. "Rest assured, my master rarely appears in the mortal realm. She has no interest in eavesdropping on our conversation. Moreover, she would not be so idle as to manifest here." Wu Yunfeng found his words reasonable, which eased his heart and allowed him to exhale. Suddenly, the tightly shut door behind Yi Tianlan creaked open. A stunning black lotus figure emerged, illuminated by the setting sun, casting a breathtaking radiance. Her petite and alluring face displayed a look of satisfaction as she stretched, revealing her enticing curves. "A little basket, this bed is so comfortable to sleep in." Her enchanting eyes narrowed into charming slits, mischievous like a little fox. Wu Yunfeng's eyes widened, shifting his gaze between her and the enchanting demoness Yu. Luo Junxian, adorned in celestial white, with hair cascading like a waterfall, exuded an air of ethereal beauty. Her slender figure was merely restrained by a yellow satin ribbon, cradling an ancient sword, emanating an aura that discouraged approach. As her eyelids fluttered down, the chill around her intensified. Yi Tianlan felt the weight of their astonished gazes, their cunning glances, and the freezing aura directed at him. What should I explain? No, where do I even begin? Yi Tianlan felt utterly lost. Let it all be destroyed. I am weary. Half an hour later, in the cafeteria of the spaceship, Yi Tianlan sat at a table with two striking figures, one in white and the other in black. each possessing a distinct aura, yet both exuding unparalleled beauty. He felt a sense of helplessness. He first turned to Luo Junxian. Xiener, my master just arrived. As you have seen. Yes, little Xiener has indeed seen it. Will you be jealous now? The enchanting demoness cupped her face with her hands, elbows resting on the table, her eyes sparkling with delight, resembling an innocent and harmless little girl. Yi Tianlan sighed in exasperation. You just walked out of my room. Anyone would think something was amiss. Can you swear it was unintentional? He glanced at the enchanting demoness with a headache. His gaze drifted back, and he couldn't help but imagine punishing her for her mischievousness. Master, I'm not speaking to you. Please do not interrupt. Is it not chaotic enough already? He noticed that many of his fellow disciples in the cafeteria were casting envious, jealous glances in their direction. He felt resigned, thinking, do they really believe my situation is enviable? They will only understand my plight once they experience it themselves, rather than inquire about me. It would be better to ask her. Luo Junxian spoke, her voice still cool, but softened considerably. She was not genuinely angry. Rather, she felt a bit unsettled, fully aware that there was nothing between the two. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. This was a new emotion for her, one she had never experienced before. Perhaps it stemmed from the enchanting demoness being so stunning, as if she had descended from the heavens, and treating him so well, causing her, who had grown up alongside him, to feel a sense of crisis. Yi Tianlan understood Hertots, gently taking her hand and offering her a reassuring smile, before shifting his gaze to his suddenly appeared little sorceress master. Chapter 225. The Enigmatic Change of the Enchantress. Master, what is wrong? Nothing much. The enchanting demoness replied, playfully chewing on a spirit fruit. Her cheeks puffed like a clever little hamster. Then why did you leave only to return suddenly? Hee, I can go wherever I please. You have no authority over me. Yi Tianlan fell silent. At first glance, it seemed unreasonable, yet upon closer examination, there was a certain logic to her words. He could find no rebuttal. I assumed you were quite busy. You should be engaged in more pressing matters by now. Indeed, but here I am, she said, resting her chin on her palm and giving him a playful smile. Yi Tianlan instinctively froze for a moment before realizing her intention, a peculiar sensation blossoming in his heart. He shrugged nonchalantly, diverting his gaze. What pressing matters could I possibly have? The issues have already been resolved. Well, I merely wish to gaze upon you a little longer, fearing I might not see you again. The enchanting demoness blinked her captivating eyes, as if she were discussing something trivial. Yi Tianlan's heart raced, and he stood up abruptly, a sense of urgency washing over him. Is your true form in danger? What have those old bald men done to you? The enchanting demoness chuckled, gazing up at his serious expression, her delicate arms waving gently, sending fragrant breezes wafting around them. It's all fine. I was merely trapped, which was rather dull. I thought I would come out and stroll with you all, reminiscing about the trials and tribulations of my journey as a celestial being. What celestial being? You are clearly a demoness. He dared not voice such thoughts aloud. However, he was indeed intrigued by the trials she had faced in her cultivation. Did you also fight your way through? I've heard that competition within the major sects is fierce. It must have been a grueling experience over the years. Yi Tianlan expressed, feeling a deep resonance with the enchanting demoness as she savored the sweet spirit fruit. Her delicate tongue licked the juice from her lips. Her demeanor seemed as youthful as her appearance, and she had never put on airs around him, showing no hesitation in discussing such matters. At times, Yi Tianlan felt as though she were a sister of the same age, yet he unconsciously overlooked the immense power hidden beneath her playful exterior. Indeed, these years have been quite arduous. My grandfather is a revered elder of the sacred land. My father is the lord of the sect, and my mother is a noblewoman of the dynasty. From birth, I was designated as a saintess, watched by everyone. I had to train diligently every day, unable to indulge in leisure, and only managed to escape this time for a light task. It truly exhausted me. I owe you greatly, little basket. Yi Tianlan's smile gradually faded, a question mark appearing on his forehead. What hardships? The greatest suffering you have ever faced must be the bitterness of alchemical pills, right? Upon learning of Xiener's background, he felt a wave of inadequacy, and now, with her words, it seemed he was utterly ordinary. Not to mention that even that little earthworm belonged to a spectacular lineage. Swordmaster, fine. Swordmaster is indeed formidable and can be excluded from this comparison. As Swordmaster had stated, aside from a modicum of talent, he seemed to possess nothing else. He sighed deeply, his expression filled with melancholy. Sword Master fell silent, glancing at the ceiling, ignoring him. He knew he could not afford to show kindness to such a troublesome lad, or else he would become even more insufferable. Wait, how did you end up trapped? Yi Tianlan snapped back to reality, anxiously pressing for answers. The enchanting demoness Yu leaned on the table, her chin resting on her hand, her gaze lingering on him, her golden pupils glimmering with a hint of sorrow. Must you pry into every detail? My dignity as your master is at stake as well. Yi Tianlan shuddered. Her tone was so coy, it sent shivers down his spine. What else could it be? Aside from the innate spiritual treasures. What else can they do to me? And what then? Hee, I want to tell you. Yi Tianlan felt a sense of melancholy. Even at this hour, the suspense was unnerving. Perhaps it was because he was of no assistance, which made him reluctant to burden her with undue worry. Yi Tianlan's fists tightened discreetly within his sleeves as he inwardly inquired, Sword Master, what is the innate spiritual treasure? Above the earth level, Yi Tianlan was taken aback. His twin swords with Xiener had only reached the pinnacle of the earth level. Was at the threshold? There remained a considerable distance. Yi Tianlan fell into a profound silence, realizing the disparity was not merely suffocating but utterly despairing. It seemed he had underestimated this young lady. To be in contact with an innate spiritual treasure, she must at least possess a realm beyond the Four Extremes Divine Palace. Yi Tianlan's silenja deepened it. To this day, he had yet to discern the limits of the powerful leg he was leaning on, his master. Family, you may find it hard to believe, but when I was 6, playing in the mud of my mountainous hometown, I was already being pursued by the young lady heir of a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family from the capital. I do not know how she infiltrated my world, nor why she chose to enter my previously mundane existence. Yet, she insisted on establishing a close relationship with me, frequently presenting me with precious gifts. She always fulfilled my requests without seeking anything in return. How could such a pure and enchanting black lotus take root in this barren land? I find it utterly perplexing. However, one thing is clear to me. I wish to repay this kindness. Master, is there anything I can assist you with? Yi Tianlan spoke earnestly, his gaze fixed upon her with intensity. The enchanting Yao Fei Yu was engaged in a playful tussle with a round, glistening spiritual fruit. Attempting to pick it up with chopsticks, she furrowed her delicate brows, her playful spirit evident. Upon hearing his words, she fixed him with a beaming smile, tilting her head with an inquisitive gaze, yet remained silent. It was only when her unwavering stare made Yi Tianlan feel uncomfortable that she finally averted her gaze. Could you at least respond? He expressed his frustration. All right. And then, the conversation trailed off as she resumed her own activities, leaving Yi Tianlan feeling somewhat speechless. Just as he intended to pursue the matter, he sensed her aura diminishing. Suddenly, Sword Master's voice echoed in his mind, the weight of its implications causing his pupils to involuntarily contract. In astonishment, he questioned inwardly, Sword Master, whom do you refer to? Is it true? Sword Master nodded, his tone contemplative. Who else could I be referring to? This Black Lotus avatar is deeply connected to her true self. Something must have transpired on her end. Chapter 226. The Saint Child of the Upper Sect arrives. Where is the Royal Qing sect? Yi Tianlan's expression froze. He had no doubts regarding Sword Master's words. Master, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Yao Fei Yu lifted her smiling face to look at him, her smile radiant as ever. Yet Yi Tianlan noticed her laughter had faded. He could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance. The sense of helplessness, being unable to contribute while merely lying idle, was profoundly unsettling. As long as you were fine. His heart felt heavy, and he refrained from pressing further. Initially, he believed that reaching the innate fourth layer, with each realm pushed to its limits, was a commendable achievement. However, when the time came to offer assistance, he lamented his powerlessness. Just then, their vessel returned to Tianwu Academy. Yao Fei Yu was the first to leap down, waving at Yi Tianlan. Come on, little basket. Let your master see how your academy is. Hee. Yi Tianlan sighed. I'm coming, master. Please slow down. Let us go, Xiener. Luo Jun Xian obediently grasped his hand, the coldness in her willow-like brows softening considerably. Yet, Yi Tianlan remained somewhat apprehensive. Sword Master, is everything truly all right over there? Have I ever claimed there wouldn't be any issues? It is merely that this little demoness possesses various means to manage. Do not forget, she has already taken the initiative to show herself. However, there is one point she might be correct about. What? She is genuinely on the brink of enlightenment. seeking to utilize this opportunity of re-entering the mortal realm to break through. Only in this way can she resolve her current predicament. Then you need not do anything. You cannot assist her. Everything must unfold naturally. It is solely up to her. Yi Tianlan took a deep breath, finally letting go of his entanglement. Upon arriving at the edge of the vessel, he noticed a crowd gathered on the deck, yet none dared to descend. As he approached, their collective gaze fell upon him. Wu Yinfeng stood at the forefront, his expression slightly anxious, tinged with an unmistakable awkwardness. Curiously, he surveyed the group. "What is going on, old man? Let us go." Wu Yunfeng's lips twitched, shooting him an annoyed glare. It was evident he was torn between wanting to ask whether Yi Tianlan was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. "Your master's esteemed predecessor is standing below. If she doesn't leave, who would dare to?" Yi Tianlan peered down and indeed saw Yao Feiyu waiting for him. The others were as motionless as startled quails, not daring to move. The thought of a legendary figure capable of snuffing out the Wheel Sea realm as easily as crushing an ant instilled fear in anyone. Hadn't they seen how even the irascible elder, hundreds of years old, could not withstand it? With this thought, he felt both amused and exasperated. "Shall I go first?" Yi Tianlan tentatively gestured downward. "Scram, scram, scram. Hurry up and leave." Wu Yinfeng waved his hand impatiently, only to stop him again as he took 2 steps forward. "What's wrong? I followed your instructions. I didn't inform anyone at the academy about your master's arrival, nor did I arrange any welcoming ceremony. That esteemed person wouldn't hold it against us, would she? Rest assured, she is not that kind of person," Yi Tianlan assured him. Wu Yinfeng scrutinized him closely, feeling as though he had seen this kind of earnestness somewhere before. What are you two whispering about?" As they turned, they were startled into a momentary pause by the enchanting visage that was mere inches away. Yet, Yi Tianlan was the first to divert the topic. "Ahem, master. What brings you here?" "I noticed you hadn't come down for a while, so I thought I'd come up." "Ah, I see. Well then, let's head down." After a few steps, he noticed Yao Feiyu had not followed. She was tilting her head, her golden-hued eyes fixated on his hands. "What's the matter, master?" "I want to hold hands like little Sienna." Yi Tianlan's jaw dropped in disbelief. "What kind of request is that?" He instinctively glanced at Luo Junxian, who slightly furrowed her brows, but still whispered to him, "If you wish to hold hands, go ahead. Just don't delay the dean and the other senior brothers." With no other choice, Yi Tianlan reluctantly extended his hand. Yao Feiyu stepped forward, but all he felt was a fleeting fragrance as she whirled past him like a resplendent black lotus, graceful and enchanting. Yi Tianlan stood in a daze, staring at the empty space where his hand had been. Indecisive, "I no longer like it. Let us go, little basket." She clasped her hands behind her back, bouncing playfully like a young girl, vibrant and lively, seemingly unconcerned with the earlier incident, leaving Yi Tianlan to inhale the lingering fragrance of the black lotus in a state of confusion. "Wait, what is this? One moment you want it, the next you don't." Luo Junxian cast him a profound glance. "Sienna, what does that expression mean?" "I'm not telling you." "Wait, why are you also learning from the master?" Yi Tianlan could hardly contain his exasperation. After returning to Tianwu Academy, Yi Tianlan spent 3 days bidding farewell to familiar faces. He was soon to embark on a journey to the Central East Wilderness, and he had no idea when he would return. There were not many acquaintances. Li Tsong was one of them, and Yi Tianlan imparted a wealth of alchemy knowledge to him, leaving Li Tsong deeply grateful, nearly wishing to take him as a teacher on the spot. However, amidst this, a minor incident occurred where the young man developed a misunderstanding regarding the relationship between Yao Feiyu and Yi Tianlan. Before departing, he gave him an envious thumbs up. As for Wu Yinfeng, there was no need for further words. Everything that needed to be said had already been discussed aboard the spacecraft. The irascible elder had imparted a wealth of information regarding the central region of Dongwang, including the top-tier sects that dominate the 3 central domains: the Wanshou Tianzong of Wanshouyu, the Zhengxian Lianming of Zhengxianyu, and the Huangqing Zone of Huangqingyu. Aside from Wanshou Tianzong and Huangqing Zone, the Zhengxian Lianming was formed through the alliance of 5 major sects, uniting several smaller sects into a cohesive force. Given that both Wanshouyu and Huangqingyu had undergone consolidation to create a formidable entity encompassing an entire domain, the nearby sects had no choice but to band together for mutual defense. Otherwise, they would risk being annihilated and losing their heritage. The Wanshou Tianyu required no elaboration, as it had already reached an irreconcilable state with the Dalu after her obliteration of a Wheelsea realm. Notably, Huangqing Zone was a branch of the esteemed Huangqing Dao Zone from the upper realm. After grasping this information, Yi Tianlan set his sights on Huangqingyu. 3 days later, in Douluo, Cheng, amidst the bustling teleportation square, a sudden flash of light erupted. Passers-by merely glanced before diverting their attention. After all, a teleportation array was a commonplace occurrence in the populous Douluo, Cheng, which saw over 10 million transits daily. However, as the brilliance of the array faded, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, their gazes drawn toward the source of an awe-inspiring light that shot skyward from the array center. The holy sun of the upper sect has arrived. Where the people of Huangqing Zone? The resounding voice reverberated throughout the vast city of over 10 million inhabitants, instilling fear in all who heard it. As astonished murmurs filled the air, heads turned towards the origin of the voice. They were unfamiliar with the upper sect, nor did they know the identity of the holy sun. But the name Huangqing Zone resonated deeply with them, as one of the 3 foremost sects in Dongwang. These individuals had grown up under its formidable renown, fostering a profound reverence and fear within them. The reverence stemmed from their desire to become disciples of one of the 3 sects, while the fear arose from the realization that offending anyone within could spell disaster not just for themselves, but also for their families. To them, the sun that hung over Dongwang was not a single entity, but 3. As the teleportation light dissipated, 3 young men and women emerged from the array. The leading young man exuded vitality, standing tall with a noble demeanor, his nose sharp and eyebrows like swords, radiating an aura of righteousness that felt refreshing. Following closely behind him were 2 young women, one clad in black and the other in white, embodying purity and coldness, fervor and frost. Each possessed breathtaking beauty, captivating the audience, yet they remained a step behind the young man, appearing to defer to him. His status seemed subtly confirmed by their demeanor. Without a doubt, these 3 were Yi Tianlan and his companions. Initially, they had intended to head directly to Huangqingyu, but the teleportation array within the academy had been compromised, losing many coordinates. It was only due to the intervention of the Dalu that they were able to restore it. Otherwise, traversing the vast expanse of Dongwang would have taken them several years. Now, thanks to the teleportation array, they had crossed in less than a quarter of an hour, saving immeasurable time. However, it was unfortunate that Douluo Cheng did not belong to Huangqingyu, but was instead situated within the Zhengxianyu, governed by the Zhengxian Lianming. The elder had mentioned that Douluo Cheng was the closest teleportation point established by the academy to Huangqingyu, but its distance from Huangqing Zone remained uncertain. Establishing a teleportation point required the consent of both parties, and unlike Wanshouyu, the Zhengxian Lianming, being a coalition of multiple forces, was less exclusionary. Yi Tianlan wasted no time, announcing his arrival with the gravitas befitting the holy sun. He presented himself as the holy son of Huangqing Dao Zone from the upper realm, seeking refuge in the lower realm to recuperate from injuries while evading enemies. As the holy son of a prestigious sect, the more audacious he appeared, the more it aligned with his persona. Any display of timidity would only raise suspicions. Subdued demeanor was not in his character. Even in his injured state, with his cultivation sealed and possessing merely the strength of a Xiantian realm, he could still overpower early-stage Yuquan practitioners, which would be deemed entirely reasonable by outsiders. His only concern was whether Huangqing Zone would connect with Huangqing Dao Zone in the upper realm for inquiries, which could potentially expose him. However, the words of the Dalu eased his worries. Rest assured, nearly every upper realm sect establishes numerous branches in subordinate realms to consolidate resources. These upper sects often regard the lower sects with disdain, only requiring their survival. After all, they view the lower realms as barren lands. Establishing branches serves primarily to attract talent and expand influence, a necessity for a colossal sect. The barriers between upper and lower realms were formidable, and communication required substantial resources. Unless faced with the existential threat of annihilation, using spiritual talismans to communicate was tantamount to courting death. Jianyi nodded in agreement, acknowledging her insight. Yi Tianlan's thoughts drifted to the implications of the Dalu traversing between realms. Douluo Cheng, while under the Zhengxian Lianming, was located on the border of the 2 major forces, and it undoubtedly housed a branch of Huangqing Zone. In fact, it was situated at the very center of Douluo Cheng, overseeing the ebb and flow of its millions of inhabitants. The moment the teleportation array activated, those bearing the identity tokens of Huangqing Zone within the vast city sensed an unusual energy emanating from their tokens. Whether they were ordinary disciples, inner disciples, core true heirs, or even stewards, they all paused, bewildered, and directed astonished gazes toward the source of the heat emanating from their tokens. Who is it? Has the Grand Elder come to this place? They wondered, perplexed by the identity of the person whose arrival could elicit such a reaction from their tokens. Simultaneously, in a luxurious estate at the heart of the city, adorned with pavilions and rockeries, a dark chamber suddenly illuminated with a flicker of candles, dispelling the shadows. An elderly man with graying hair pondered for a moment before retrieving a gleaming token of azure and gold from his robe. Upon noticing a golden celestial dragon seemingly dancing upon the token, his pupils constricted to pinpricks, and he fell into a stunned silence, his expression betraying his agitation. After a prolonged moment, realization dawned upon him. He abruptly rose from his seat, and in the next instant, he vanished from the room. Moments later, he reappeared, having concealed several precious storage rings, each unmistakably extraordinary, within a hidden array. After completing this task, he pressed a mechanism on the wall, completely concealing the small compartment. And only then did the tension ease from his aged visage. Had the other factions within the sect sensed something amiss? Why had they chosen this moment to arrive? Moreover, why did he choose to traverse the Zhangxian Alliance's teleportation point rather than the internal passage of his sect? Was it an attempt to catch others off guard? With a somber countenance, he pondered countless thoughts, yet dared not delay, swiftly rising and transforming into a streak of light as he hastened towards the teleportation array's focal point. The anomaly that altered his identity tokens signified that the other party's status was undoubtedly superior to his own as an elder. They were at least of the vice sect master rank. As he soared through the air, a vast ocean of primordial energy swirled beneath him, indicating that he was indeed facing a formidable opponent of the Wheel Sea realm. Observing the might he exuded, his prowess was certainly on par, if not more potent, than that of Song Zi. Chapter 228. This child is extraordinary, like a soaring dragon. As various unusual occurrences converged upon Douluo City, the architect of these events, Yi Tianlan, remained blissfully unaware of the immense stir his arrival had incited. In his mind, he anticipated that at most, the head of the Huangqing sect in Douluo City would personally meet him and subsequently escort him back to the sect. This was precisely what he desired. The reactions of other forces were of little consequence to him. He was merely there to reap the benefits. Why concern himself with the rest? As a holy son of a prominent sect, his presence in such a minor locale constituted a significant disparity in power. Naturally, there were those who would clean up any mess left in his wake. He merely needed to act as an unfeeling, gold-swallowing beast. After a brief wait, as impatience began to brew within him, someone finally rushed towards him. The individual had noticed him from afar. With such a monumental upheaval, the once lively teleportation square had instantly fallen into silence. No one dared linger, and apart from a few who briefly glanced before hastily departing, only 3 individuals remained in the vast square. Feeling the increasing warmth of his identity token, the Huangqing sect's steward responsible for Douluo City swallowed hard, his anxiety reaching its peak. His mind raced, struggling to comprehend when such a young and esteemed figure had emerged from within the sect. Could it be that the Grand Elder had personally come? Yet the individual had previously referred to themselves as a holy son, which was evidently inconsistent. When had the sect had a holy son? Hadn't it always been the case that only the vice sect master or the sect leader's direct disciples held such status? Had he been away from his sect for too long to be aware of these developments? For a fleeting moment, he had entertained doubts about the individual's identity, approaching with a scrutinizing mindset. However, upon witnessing the proud figure standing in the teleportation square, his doubts were swiftly cast aside and trampled into the mud with disdainful stomps. The first impression that flooded his mind was one of awe. This child is remarkable, akin to a soaring dragon. It was an indescribable aura, especially the indomitable spirit that emanated from him, as if he had never tasted defeat in his journey of cultivation and surged forth with fervor. Even from a distance, he felt an overwhelming shock. There was no comparison. The sect's direct disciples paled in comparison. He shook his head, and, at that moment, he had already come to believe in the individual's identity by 50%. The remaining 50% stemmed from the 2 women accompanying him. Even as a man who had seen countless beauties, he found himself wide-eyed, unable to conceal his astonishment. He had never encountered such exquisite beauty, both in appearance and demeanor, as these two extraordinary women. For an ordinary person to see even one such beauty was already exceedingly rare, yet here stood two, each exuding a distinct charm that was strikingly captivating. Indeed, this person must be a figure of great importance within the sect, though he was still unaware of their identities. How could such individuals be ordinary? In his confusion, he dared not call out recklessly and instead descended cautiously. Just then, the young man cast a glance in his direction, and he felt a moment of disorientation, his mind clouded. By the time he regained his composure, he was already filled with astonishment. He could scarcely withstand such a simple gaze. What an astonishing talent this was. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlan was completely oblivious to these thoughts and had no inkling that the other had yet to engage with him formally. His mind was already racing with a plethora of information. If he had known, he would surely have found amusement in it. In truth, upon seeing that even a mere city steward from the Huangqing sect in a foreign territory was a formidable practitioner of the Yujing realm, he could not help but feel astonished. After all, in the Qingluo domain, the Yujing realm represented the pinnacle of combat prowess, with fewer than 20 such experts across the 5 sects combined. Yet upon arriving in the heart of the eastern wilderness, which boasted unparalleled strength, he encountered a mere steward who was already a Yujing realm expert. How could this not astound him? Thus, it was only natural that he employed the Wanxiang Ming Tong divine ability to appraise the essence of the other. As the holy son of a prominent sect had arrived, he felt entitled to act as he pleased. Although he was quite arrogant, it was undeniably exhilarating. As expected, he was certain that the other had sensed his scrutinizing gaze. Yet they approached in silence, even displaying a hint of eager deference, seemingly unfazed by the earlier offense. Yi Tianlan believed the other had been awed into submission by his status, feeling quite pleased with himself. Unbeknownst to him, the other's willingness to submit stemmed entirely from overwhelming strength. "My lord, I apologize for my tardiness and humbly request your forgiveness." The Yujing realm expert knelt before him, bowing his head with sincere gravity. Yi Tianlan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating what he should do if he were indeed the Holy Son. After a brief pause, he waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, I am the Holy Son now. I shall do as I please, regardless of the rest." Noticing that the newcomer was the only one present, his expression turned serious. "Why was it only you? In this vast city, is there no one else from my Huangqing Dao sect?" Yi Tianlan's tone was indifferent, devoid of emotion, yet within Chu Feng's heart, a sudden jolt coursed through him, his facial muscles twitching as his heart raced uncontrollably. Unseen by others, his eyes widened in disbelief, the pupils quivering with shock. Had he heard correctly? Huangqing Dao sect, not Huangqing sect. A single word's difference signified an insurmountable chasm. What this meant was clear to any high-ranking individual above the Yujing realm within any sect. The eminent figure before him was not merely a representative of the sect, but a personage from the upper sect. Recalling the previous titles, his palms began to tremble uncontrollably. The Holy Son from the upper sect. This was an absolute figure of such stature that even his sect leader would look up to, and now here he stood, mere paces away. As this realization dawned upon him, he grew increasingly apprehensive. Everything prior now aligned perfectly. He had not misheard. The true Holy Son from the upper sect had indeed graced this place with their presence. His throat felt parched, and his speech faltered. "Holy Son, great Lord, the others are still here, but they are presently occupied with their tasks and cannot come at this moment." Yi Tianlan paid no heed, gently closing his eyes. "Do you know how long I have been waiting for you here?" With a sudden thud, Chu Feng was utterly stunned, dropping to his knees without a word and beginning to prostrate himself on the ground. "Holy Son, please forgive me. I implore you. Holy Son, show mercy. 10 breaths. I grant you 10 breaths of time. Those who fail to arrive will bear the consequences." Yi Tianlan spoke fervently, not merely a display of authority, but he clearly sensed the disdain the members of the Huangqing zone held for him. Ever since he revealed his identity, he had been left to languish here for an inordinate amount of time. If this situation were to remain unaddressed, there would be no place for him as the Holy Son. He might as well return whence he came. Chapter 229. "You are from the Luanhai realm? I apologize, but my enforcer is invincible. Are you the one in charge of the sect here?" Under the piercing gaze, Chu Feng felt an unsettling chill creep over him. While he quickly relayed the decree, he pondered the intentions of this esteemed individual's visit to Bailuo City. Could it be related to that incident? Hearing the inquiry, he dared not be negligent. He respectfully stated, "Holy Son, there is an elder residing here on behalf of the sect. I merely manage affairs. And that elder is the true authority." Yi Tianlan responded indifferently, lapsing into silence as he awaited the passage of time, secretly lamenting that the waters of Huangqing Zone were deeper than he had anticipated. It appeared that being the parachuted Holy Son was not as simple as he had envisioned. He had originally planned to seize an opportunity and depart. Furthermore, he was dealing with individuals from a sect that seemed worlds apart from his own. The heavens are high and the emperor distant. It seemed the higher-ups did not wish for an additional superior to oversee them. "Master, what should we do now?" Yi Tianlan turned to the side, quietly inquiring of the enchanting Yao Feiyu, who stood beside him. "He, you are the Holy Son. I am merely a maidservant catering to your daily needs," she replied with a playful tone. Yi Tianlan sleepsteichit. Despite the peculiar nature of it all, he found an inexplicable thrill in the dynamic. Recognizing that she was merely teasing, he refrained from pursuing the matter further and shifted his gaze to his wife, Xian'er. "What is your perspective, Xian'er? As the Holy Son, it is your prerogative to decide." Luo Juanxian's exquisite face remained stoic, her delicate nose twitching slightly as she cradled an ancient sword, reminiscent of a maidservant holding a weapon. The sight stirred something within Yi Tianlan. Had the circumstances been different, he might have playfully swatted her backside. "Go with the flow. Fear not for the support behind you. Whatever you do, do not show fear," the sword master advised earnestly. "What about Xiaoyin? Huh? Tianyi, am I included? Perhaps it is best I refrain. That woman is too terrifying." Zhu Tianyin, hiding within the Chinquan Ding, grinned at him. Since Yao Feiyu's arrival, this little creature had become exceedingly obedient, even altering the way it addressed him. Now, it was too timid to show itself, epitomizing the adage of a sycophant who fears the strong. Yi Tianlan did not wait long. Within less than half the allotted time, several individuals swiftly descended, piloting magical artifacts. Douluo city was vast, and traversing such a distance in 5 breaths was impossible. Even those in the Luanhai realm could not achieve it. This indicated that these individuals had been lurking nearby, monitoring the situation. Upon realizing he was earnest, they finally emerged. Yi Tianlan observed with cold amusement. He had assumed they could maintain their composure. As Yao Feiyu had mentioned, the sects from the upper realms did not regard these lower realm branches with any seriousness. This neglect had allowed them to grow complacent, emboldening even the subordinates to disregard him, the Holy Son of the upper sect. At this juncture, it was clear that mere words would no longer suffice. Only by setting an example could he solidify his standing. 10 breaths had passed. Yi Tianlan's gaze swept over the group of over 10 that had appeared before him, his expression remaining impassive. Aside from Chu Feng, all were of the innate realm. Yi Tianlan directed his attention to Chu Feng. "Is everyone assembled?" Chu Feng glanced over and immediately understood, his expression shifting to one of distress. On one side stood the formidable Holy Son of the upper sect, while on the other were his peers and direct superiors. Neither side was favorable. If he spoke the truth, he would likely find himself unwelcome in Douluo city. "Little basket, someone is watching you from 2 kilometers east behind that small tower. My dear disciple is impressive. Even those from the Luanhai realm are interested in you." Yao Feiyu's teasing voice echoed in Yi Tianlan's mind. His facial muscles twitched, and he fell into silence. "Master, do you consider this a good thing? Do not stand there and act as if you are unaffected." However, Yao Feiyu's reminder provided him with an excellent opportunity. With the sword master's counsel in mind, he was already aware that he was shrouded by a layer of heavenly laws, rendering his true nature imperceptible to others. In simpler terms, as long as he refrained from action, no one would uncover his genuine identity. Thus, he silently conveyed to Yao Feiyu, "Master, please cooperate with me shortly." The corners of Yao Feiyu's lips curled into a subtle smile, though she maintained an air of seriousness. Internally, she was as delighted as her subtly squinted phoenix eyes suggested. This may not be ideal. Did I not mention that I am here to experience life? I wish to be close to your true realm. I shall buy you some lotus pastries later." All right, but do not think I am merely after the lotus pastries." The little demoness replied, her demeanor brightening without any negotiation. The speed of her change was comparable to Xian'er, leaving Yi Tianlan momentarily stunned. He began to suspect that this little demoness was not here for enlightenment, but merely for amusement. Yet, he had no evidence to substantiate his doubts. Yi Tianlan disregarded Chu Feng, his gaze imbued with indifference and coldness as he unexpectedly turned toward the direction Yao Feiyu had indicated. "Do I need to invite you out?" Upon uttering these words, he offered no chance for a response, internally signaling Yao Feiyu to take action. Silence enveloped the void, leaving Chu Feng and the others puzzled by his intentions. Following his gaze, they found nothing unusual. Only an elder 2 kilometers away, who had been observing, felt a jolt within, as if he had met a pair of icy, blade-like eyes brimming with murderous intent. In truth, it was merely his illusion. Yi Tianlan had no knowledge of a specific location, but the overwhelming aura affirmed that someone was present. Moreover, the great distance and broad scope of vision naturally led him to identify the source. Hao Changfeng was taken aback, cold sweat breaking out on his back. To prevent the other from detecting his awareness, he deliberately refrained from using divine sense, relying solely on his physical sight. He believed he was safe, yet the opposing force had easily seen through his disguise. He could not comprehend how, from such a distance, the other had discerned his presence. After all, there were countless gazes fixed upon him at this moment. The precision with which he was identified could not merely be a coincidence. Before he could untangle his confusion or decide whether to reveal himself, his expression abruptly shifted. Oh no. Chapter 230. The shocked crowd. Old servant salutes the Holy Sun. Oh no. His countenance changed abruptly, filled with unbridled terror akin to one drowning. His gaze fixated in horror. He saw the black cloud made behind that figure raise what appeared to be an unremarkable, delicate hand. In an instant, darkness surged forth like a tide from all directions, completely engulfing the space around him. The boundless darkness consumed his body and mind. Fear ignited like a wildfire, overwhelming the light in his eyes, leaving only a void of panic and despair. Blood gushed forth from his mouth incessantly. Never before had he felt that his existence was more insignificant than the flickering candlelight swaying in the storm. There was no need for a breath. Merely taking a few steps would cause him to vanish into thin air. Just as despair gripped his heart and hope dwindled to a fragile whisper, a sudden ray of brilliant light appeared before him. Like a traveler in the desert who glimpses a hint of green, he frantically pursued the source of this illumination. The brightness intensified, enveloping him in an unprecedented warmth. When he timidly reached out to touch that glimmering light, a haughty and indifferent face suddenly materialized before him. Hao Changfeng immediately recognized the woman in the black dress behind it. Fear surged anew within him, and though only a fleeting moment passed, it felt as though centuries had elapsed. He could hardly fathom that a mirror made behind him could so effortlessly toy with him, and he shuddered at the thought of how terrifyingly powerful the true Holy Sun must be. Reflecting upon his previous attempts at probing the situation, he found them ludicrous and felt a bitter pang in his heart. He understood that he had not emerged from that dark void of death, but rather that the other party deemed his life unworthy of taking. Alternatively, perhaps his demise held no value whatsoever. The adversary had no need to assert dominance over him. Yet, he was compelled to demonstrate his submission and loyalty. Thus, under the incredulous gazes of all present, he fell to his knees with a tremor, burying his proud head upon the bluestone floor, and bowed deeply before the towering figure before him. The sound of his forehead striking the ground was subtle, yet resonated like a heavy hammer in the minds of the onlookers, leaving them momentarily stunned. Old servant Hao Changfeng pays his respects to the Holy Sun. This declaration echoed like thunder, shattering the silence in broad daylight, reverberating in the minds of everyone present. Not only Chu Feng, but everyone in attendance was left dumbfounded, their faces etched with profound bewilderment. From their perspective, they witnessed how Changfeng seemingly losing his soul as he flew from a distance, inexplicably ignoring everyone else to approach Yi Tianlan. And then, the events unfolded as they did. The only peculiar aspect was why the aura of the once mighty Hao, a master of the Wheel Sea realm, appeared so diminished. They could not comprehend the unfolding events, unaware that Hao Changfeng had already danced with death. No one in the vicinity understood better than he the sheer terror embodied by the Holy Sun from the upper sect. The greater his fear, the more devoutly he bowed. Yi Tianlan, with hands folded within his sleeves, lowered his eyelids, his expression unchanging, unmoved by the homage of a superlative master of the Wheel Sea realm. Hao Changfeng did not perceive any fault in his behavior. In the presence of such figures, he, a mere practitioner of the Wheel Sea, was inconsequential. Even a true spirit law realm powerhouse would pale in comparison. With this thought, he could not help but smile bitterly at himself. Merely the black-dressed maiden instilled in him a sense of dread far surpassing that of a peak master of the spirit law realm. She must at the very least be a formidable figure of the law manifestation realm. A mere maid could sweep away all forces, including the three great sects. Throughout the eastern wilderness, this was the terrifying aspect of the upper realm's great sects. As this realization washed over him, he felt increasingly insignificant, to the point of dryness in his throat. If a single maid could instill such terror, how formidable must the holy son from the upper sect be? It was incomprehensible, unfathomable. He could not even perceive the other's aura, like flowers viewed through mist or a dragon glimpsed across a river. Were he capable of traversing time, he would unhesitatingly return to slap his former self twice. Observing him kneeling in silence, Yi Tianlan raised an eyebrow as others began to follow suit, kneeling in unison, prompting him to furrow his brow. Do you require my assistance to eliminate this inconvenience? A jolt ran through Chu Feng's heart as he immediately grasped the underlying meaning of the words. Bitterly resigned, he prepared to rise to comply. Did he not see how lowly even Master Hao had become? Surely something significant had transpired. His meager strength could not contend with the greater power. Just as he began to rise, he was taken aback to find that Hao Changfeng had acted even more swiftly. If Chu Feng could comprehend the situation, then this old fox would undoubtedly grasp it fully. Your subordinate obeys. Please wait a moment, holy son. Our Huangqing sect does not require such disrespectful disciples. After stating this, he transformed into a streak of light and departed the scene. Yi Tianlan cast a glance before redirecting his attention to Chu Feng. Let us proceed to the sect's stronghold in the city. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. How Changfeng is going to deal with it? Do we not need to wait here? Before he could finish speaking, he realized his folly, cursing himself for being so foolish as to wish to slap himself. Yi Tianlan merely regarded him with indifference, causing Chu Feng to feel a chill run down his spine as he promptly led the way. Did the holy son of the upper sect need to wait for anyone? It was utterly absurd. I merely need to preside over the central hall. The multitude will naturally gather. Under Chu Feng's guidance, Yi Tianlan returned to the estate located in the heart of Douluo city, the stronghold of Huangqing's sect within the city. Spanning over 100 miles, it resembled a small town, only slightly inferior to the stronghold of the Zhongxian alliance. As Yi Tianlan entered, his expression remained as calm as a still pond, yet internally he marveled at the extravagance of this mere stronghold. These great sects truly knew how to indulge themselves. Shortly thereafter, Hao Changfeng returned. He bore no resentment regarding Yi Tianlan's earlier departure, and only after leaving did he find it inappropriate, feeling it reasonable not to see Yi Tianlan upon his return. He quietly sighed with relief. Accompanying him were dozens of wooden boxes. Yi Tianlan glanced at them and gestured for him to take them away. The lingering scent of blood hung in the air. Sitting at the head of the table, Yi Tianlan had the black-dressed enchantress, Yu, to his left, and the white-clad Luo Jun, a celestial being, to his right. He remained silent, simply pushing the teacup lightly. The members of Huangqing's sect, led by Hao Changfeng, dared not utter a word. Yi Tianlan was deliberately toying with them, waiting until their composure was thoroughly worn down before speaking. Do you know why I descended to the lower realms? Yi Tianlan set down his teacup, his gaze laden with significance. Chapter 231. I may not remember who brought gifts, but I will certainly remember those who did not. The crowd fell silent, already intimidated by Yi Tianlan's methods, afraid to speak, instinctively glancing towards Hao Changfeng. After a moment's contemplation, the latter did not immediately inquire, but instead feigned deep thought. After a while, he spoke, uncertainty lacing his words. Could it be that the Holy Son descended for the purpose of acquiring the Qi Lian Yin Sui? Yi Tianlan kept his eyelids lowered, silent and unperturbed, his expression as unwavering as a mountain. This exuded a confidence that suggested he had everything under control. To the onlookers, the Holy Son remained a figure untouched by external turmoil, truly a prodigy from the upper realm. Yet internally, he mused, what is this Jian Yi? Master, what is the purpose of the Qi Lian Yin Sui? Yi Tianlan transformed into a curious child. Oh, I never expected there to be Qi Lian Yin Sui here. Who said there are no treasures in the lower realms? What utter nonsense! The enchanting Yu chuckled. The sword master beside her remained silent, still showcasing his prowess. Is it fine if I simply open it? Master, please do not keep me in suspense. What is the purpose of the Qi Lian Yin Sui? Yi Tianlan felt a sense of helplessness, not realizing that the urgency of the situation was profound, while others seemed to be toying with her. However, as she listened intently, her eyes gradually brightened with understanding. She comprehended the meaning behind Yao Fei Yu's words. The Chilean Yin Sui, or rather, the Julian Yin Sui, was indeed a magnificent fire attribute treasure that could assist in cultivation. Its extraordinary properties were irresistible to practitioners, given her current innate realm. Utilizing the Julian Yin Sui would undoubtedly result in an unimaginable acceleration of her cultivation speed. Furthermore, it could be used in conjunction with other elixirs and formations. Transitioning from the 4th to the 5th level of her innate state would typically require at least a month, but with the Julian Yin Sui, this duration could be reduced to less than 10 days. This was an astonishing prospect for an ordinary person, even during the body tempering phase. One could scarcely have experienced such an extraordinary rate of progress. Most individuals would take several years, or even decades, to achieve a breakthrough. However, possessing the Julian Yin Sui made that possibility tangible. After all, not everyone was Yi Tianlan, yet everyone desired the Julian Yin Sui, especially those below the Jinling realm. The emergence of the Julian Yin Sui was an overwhelmingly enticing temptation. Yi Tianlan was aware of the Julian Yin Sui's value, but remained unperturbed, leisurely sipping her tea. She then spoke in a calm tone. The Chilean Yin Sui, you say? I never expected that, even in the wilds, such a fire attribute treasure would be birthed. Her lofty demeanor did not incite any resentment among the crowd. Chu Feng, quick-witted, stepped forward, rubbing his hands together with an extremely obsequious tone. Your Excellency, the esteemed Holy Sun is absolutely correct. It is precisely because our eastern wilderness is a wild land that such spiritual objects have a chance to emerge. Were it in the upper realms, with the discerning eyes of the senior experts, this Yin Sui would likely have been discovered long before it fully matured. Upon hearing this, others cast scornful glances at him, disgusted by his sycophantic behavior. Nevertheless, they soon joined in his flattery, echoing, Indeed, indeed, the venerable Holy Sun speaks the truth. An elder also finds Chu's analysis quite reasonable. It was as if they were merely adhering to the adage. They did not despise the capitalists, but resented that they were not the capitalists themselves. Yi Tianlan understood their intentions. However, she merely smiled and did not acknowledge their flattery. With a demeanor as light as a feather, she spoke in a calm voice. So, you believe I am in need of this Chilean Yin Sui, which is why you traveled such a great distance from the upper realms to present it to me. In an instant, the hall fell silent. The previously lively atmosphere became as still as a stagnant pond. Even a stick could not disturb it. The expressions of the crowd stiffened, and their bodies became rigid. Anxiety began to creep into their demeanor, and some looked utterly bewildered. They realized that while the Chilean Yin Sui was a precious treasure for them, it likely held no significance for someone of the Holy Sun's caliber. To him, it might as well be just an ordinary spiritual liquid, unworthy of occupying space on his dining table. It must be noted that the effectiveness of the Chilean Yin Sui diminished greatly for those above the Jinling realm. Wasn't this an overt insult? The atmosphere became chillier. Holy Sun, we have overstepped our bounds. Please forgive us. Hao Changfeng instinctively knelt without a moment's hesitation, quickly rising from his seat. Seeing their leader's submission, the others followed suit, kneeling in a flurry. Yi Tianlan noted that she had sufficiently established her authority. These individuals had nearly completely accepted her identity, so she decided against prolonging the moment. However, you have not spoken entirely in error. I indeed require this Chilean Yin Sui, she stated, casting a meaningful glance at the crowd. As her words shifted, the crowd looked up, completely baffled, their faces reflecting confusion, as if they were certain they had misheard. Holy Sun, how could someone of your prowess possibly need such a lowly spiritual object? Chu Feng blurted out, only to realize his folly as he caught Hao Changfeng's warning glare and hastily bowed his head. Ah, this leads to another matter. I have been injured, and my realm has fallen to the innate level, which is why I must ascend to the lower realm to recuperate and evade my enemies, Yi Tianlan stated nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Why divulge such information? It was simple. Should she not disclose it, they might presume her to disdain everything. In truth, the Holy Sun required a myriad of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to recuperate. You are free to act as you see fit, she continued, but I will remember those who do not present gifts. She had not forgotten her purpose as the Holy Sun dispatched to the Huanqing sect. This revelation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving them in shock. Their attention was fixated on her injury, evident in their wide-eyed disbelief. After a brief hesitation, suspicion began to fill their minds, as they were increasingly perplexed by the Holy Son's calm demeanor. It seemed he was entirely unperturbed by the potential troubles this revelation might bring. His confidence radiated so powerfully that even they felt its impact. The aura he exuded was such that even if he claimed to be in the body-tempering stage, no one dared harbor any ill thoughts. This was the advantage of the authority Yi Tianlan had established. No one questioned her identity. Hao Changfeng was the first to recover from his stunned state. "So, Holy Son, you truly require the Qilian Yin Sui at this moment?" he inquired respectfully. "Indeed," Yi Tianlan replied with a nod. "However, to be precise, what you refer to as the Qilian Yin Sui is merely a rough concept. Its true name is Julian Yin Sui. As the name suggests, it is categorized into 9 grades based on quality." Hao Changfeng's face displayed an expression of admiration, exclaiming, "Truly, Holy Son, your knowledge is unparalleled. This is something I have never encountered before, and I am grateful for the enlightenment." He then produced an object from his possession, a mysterious smile gracing his features as he reverently presented it. "Holy Son, while I have gained some understanding, I remain curious about the Julian Yin Sui. Might I trouble you to appraise it?" Yi Tianlan observed the crimson jade bottle in his hand, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Odison, please take a moment to appraise whether the Julian Yin Sui I hold is genuine." As she gazed at the red vial being offered with such reverence, a knowing smile graced Yi Tianlan's face. "Ah, you are quite perceptive." While the others stood dumbfounded, she had already ascended to a higher echelon of understanding. Perhaps it was time for the Holy Son to bestow some praise upon him. With some idle time, a moment of appraisal could be beneficial. Yi Tianlan accepted the jade bottle without opening it, pausing for just a moment. In her heart, she mused, "What grade is it, my sword?" "8th grade," came the simultaneous replies. Yi Tianlan could not help but glance subtly toward Yao Fei Yu, who, with her head lowered, was winking at her playfully. The vivid hues and radiant brilliance, devoid of any evident fiery patterns, exude an aura of ethereal charm, signifying its quality as a grade 8. Yi Tianlan recited the words of the enchanting Yu with deliberate clarity. A flicker of astonishment appeared in the eyes of those present. Even Hao Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yi Tianlan could discern the quality of the 9 refinements of Yin Sui, and his articulate delivery seemed far from deceptive. To them, all Qilian Yin Sui appeared rather similar, yet Yi Tianlan had unveiled a strikingly distinct classification. "May I inquire, esteemed Holy Son, what does a grade 1 Qilian Yin Sui resemble?" Yi Tianlan paused, pondering the answer. "It should resemble a superior jadeite, radiant as a flowing spectrum." He reiterated Yu's words with an impassive demeanor, evoking a wave of curious anticipation among the crowd. Such high-quality Qilian Yin Sui was something they had neither seen nor even heard of, yet they instinctively believed in Yi Tianlan's declarations. After all, could a figure of such stature as the Holy Son truly have any motive to deceive them? Yi Tianlan felt a surge of satisfaction within. Regardless of whether he was merely echoing Yu's words, their articulation through his lips imbued them with his essence. "However, esteemed Holy Son, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss regarding this Yin Sui." "Oh, what seems to be the issue?" Yi Tianlan, fine ignorante. Hao Changfeng waved his hand with a chuckle. "Precisely because I am uncertain, I seek your esteemed assistance to examine it thoroughly." At this juncture, if Yi Tianlan still failed to grasp his implication, he would be truly dense. "Very well, I shall investigate it diligently for you. Do not worry. I shall not take advantage of you, and will return it to you in a few days." Hao Changfeng could hardly contain his joy, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Odison. I know you're not that kind of person." The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, bemused by the rapid shift in demeanor. After accepting the grade 8 Qilian Yin Sui, Yi Tianlan felt elated, though he maintained a facade of composure. His sentiments towards the old man grew considerably more favorable. As a fellow member of the sect, Hao Laozu was also a distinguished contributor to the Huangqing Daozong, having devoted his life to safeguarding the sect. Such disparagement would be utterly unacceptable henceforth. A hint of reproach tinged Yi Tianlan's tone, moved profoundly. Hao Changfeng never expected the Holy Son from the upper sect to advocate on his behalf, warming his heart. The crowd observed with amusement, noting the discrepancy between the transaction and Yi Tianlan's swift change of heart. With no further discussions, Yi Tianlan rose and departed with Luo, Junxian, and Yu, heading towards the lavish courtyard deep within the estate that Hao Changfeng had personally arranged, although he had intended to make a significant gain from the Huangqing sect earlier that morning. Considering Hao Changfeng's assertion that the Qilian Yin Sui near Douluo City was nearing maturation, he was content to linger for a while. The vast Huangqing sect would remain in place regardless of his presence, allowing him to take his time. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Yi Tianlan remained vigilant, instructing you to inspect the surroundings to ensure no prying eyes lingered. Rest assured, little basket, nothing can escape my notice in this lower realm, Yi replied playfully, her hands behind her back, bouncing towards Yi Tianlan with a mischievous smile. Before Yi Tianlan could respond, a figure clad in white approached, elbowing him aside to confront the enchanting witch directly. You, this is my husband, do not overstep, Luo Junxian lightly chided, her expression tinged with jealousy, the golden lightning intent shimmering upon her ancient sword. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu's face, but she quickly composed herself, cradling her stunning visage like a blooming black lotus. Breathtaking inner beauty. Hee, is little Sienna feeling envious? She teased, tilting her head with a playful blink. Luo Junxian's complexion was as flawless as a Tianshan snow lotus. Her ethereal aura almost celestial, with her brows arching like distant mountains, a hint of vexation surfacing in her autumn water-like gaze. It is none of your concern. The two curt words were swallowed back, amplifying her embarrassment. Casting a cold glance at Yi Tianlan, who was nonchalantly toying with the Ju Tian worm, she silently cursed her own lack of composure. Seeing him so detached, she regretted not voicing her true feelings sooner. Little Sienna, this sword was a gift from my master. Then I shall refuse it. Luo Junxian thrust the sword violently into the ground. As her hand withdrew, the Bai Yuan sword emitted a mournful tremor, vibrating incessantly in response to her action. With a frosty expression, Luo Junxian turned to leave, intending to deliver a swift kick to Yi Tianlan, who was crouched with his back to her. At that moment, a delicate hand clasped her wrist, followed by a warm, supple figure enveloping her from behind, wrapping around her abdomen. Little Sienna, do not be angry, it was my fault. Luo Junxian's body stiffened, and a swift blush spread across her pristine face, rendering her radiant. What are you doing? Let go of me, Luo Junxian exclaimed, her expression a mix of indignation and embarrassment, her cheeks flushed as if they would bleed. She attempted to shake off Yu's grip, her slender waist twisting in resistance. Utterly unprepared for this bold maneuver, the cool demeanor of Luo Junxian faltered under Yu's playful antics, leaving her at the mercy of the mischievous witch. Observing this from the sidelines, Yi Tianlan couldn't help but smirk, muttering to himself about the irony of the situation. The once critical Sienna now found herself ensnared by the very antics she had scorned. They were merely playthings in the hands of the little witch, a profoundly lamentable fate. Heavens! Master, this little one cannot compete with that woman. Now is your moment to shine and rescue your beloved. The Ju Tian worm chimed in, fawningly. Yi Tianlan shot at a sidelong glance. Despite its current meek demeanor, it was merely taking advantage of Yu's lack of control over him, hoping to provoke a playful rivalry. Unwilling to expose its schemes, Yi Tianlan rose, prompting the Ju Tian worm to silently rejoice. Seizing the opportunity, he discreetly kicked it, sending it tumbling towards you. As the startled creature met Yu's playful gaze, its previous anger evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. Little creature, do you wish to join the fun? The Ju Tian worm, now stricken with fear, shook its head violently, attempting to retreat, but it was too late. Yu's delicate hands seized it, twisting it into a comical shape reminiscent of dough, eliciting desperate cries of despair. Yi Tianlan, feigning ignorance, found joy in the spectacle, recognizing it as a prime example of using another's hand to settle scores. This little sycophant had always been too cheeky, and if he couldn't deal with it himself, why not let you teach it a lesson? With his spirits lifted, Yi Tianlan wasted no time, taking the Qilian Yin Sui that Hao Changfeng had brought for identification and disappearing into a nearby room. No, that was a slip of the tongue. What is discerned and what is not, experiencing a slight loss in the process is quite natural. Yi Tianlan sat cross-legged on his bed, swallowing the entirety of the Qilian Yin into his abdomen in a single gulp. In truth, a minor loss is quite acceptable. Don't believe it? Ask Hao Changfeng. See if he has any objections. As it was consumed, a wave of intense heat surged from his stomach, sweeping through his body and spreading rapidly to every limb and bone. This sensation resembled the hot air that rises from sunlit road in summer, rushing towards him. However, it did not strike his face. Instead, it enveloped every inch of Yi Tianlan's flesh and bone. This heat washed over him, purging impurities from his body, leaving no trace of the Yuanli coursing through his meridians untouched. After this refining process, the quality of the Yuanli experienced a subtle enhancement. Time flowed slowly until dusk turned to dawn once more. Only then did Yi Tianlan gradually open his eyes. A blazing light flickered deep within his obsidian pupils, and a powerful aura surged forth. In less than half a month, he had broken through once again, innate fifth layer, while Yi Tianlan would not dare claim that no one would surpass him. According to the information communicated by Swordmaster, this achievement was indeed unprecedented. Nevertheless, Yi Tianlan did not allow himself to become arrogant. He understood that there were many prodigies in this world, and while some may not cultivate as swiftly as he, their environments were significantly more advantageous. Many were born amidst divine elixirs and consumed holy medicines, some even having cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years, or having secluded themselves for several epochs. Comparatively, his foundation was still too fragile. His gaze was not fixated on the present, but rather on the distant upper realm, the 9 continents, the 10 directions of heaven and beyond. Not to mention, the appearance of his master, Yao Fei Yu, had profoundly shocked him. He instinctively sensed that Yao Fei Yu's age was not significantly greater than his or Siena's. Truly, she was an unattainable milestone. However, I will eventually catch up to you, he vowed silently. As he pushed open the door, the air was exceptionally fresh, imbued with a gentle coolness. As the morning sun bathed his face in hopeful golden light, Yi Tianlan felt invigorated and brimming with spirit. Just wait. He held his head high and clenched his fist triumphantly. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze flickered as he noticed something white and delicate swaying above him. Initially, he thought it was an illusion, but it swayed back again. This time he discerned clearly. It was a pair of exquisitely delicate legs, comparable to the finest jade. The bare feet, with their plump and glistening toes, danced playfully in the air. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a black silhouette before his eyes. The black skirt was playfully disturbed by the morning breeze. Suddenly, a droplet of water plummeted before him, nearly grazing the tip of his nose. Yi Tianlan's expression darkened. He immediately soared to the rooftop. Sure enough, he saw Yao Fei Yu, the little enchantress, extending her petite tongue to lick an ice pop. Glancing beside her, he spotted Luo Junxian seated in meditation. There was also Zhu Tianyin, who seemed to have grown taller. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but the little creature appeared utterly disheartened, lying on the tiles in a pitiful state. As he flew up, he caught sight of Yao Fei Yu attempting to feed the licked ice pop to Luo Junxian. Would you like a bite, little Xianer? Hee. I don't want it. Luo Junxian coldly dodged, filled with disdain. The blazing sun sought to melt the eternally unmelting Xianbing, employing unscrupulous means to scorch them relentlessly. Yi Tianlan's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. How could his master consistently tease his own wife, the fairy? Was this right? Was this reasonable? Master, are you that hot? You're even eating ice pops now. Upon seeing him, Yao Fei Yu's enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with allure, and with a flash, she vanished from sight. Hee, little Anzi, you've come just in time. Let me give you some. No. Yi Tianlan resolutely extended his hand to refuse. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yao Fei Yu forcefully thrust the ice pop into his mouth. It was no gentle offer. She shoved it in. Yi Tianlan's eyes widened in shock. What the? Chapter 234. Zheng Xian Alliance. How about we exchange gifts? Yi Tianlan continually patted his throat, struggling to swallow. It became clear to him why Xianer's expression was so cold, and why Zhu Tianyin wore a look of utter despair. No yoke. The 4 of them combined could not contend with this little enchantress. Meanwhile, amidst the commotion on Yi Tianlan's side, tranquility was absent within the manor at the heart of Bailuo City. This was the core gathering place of the Zheng Xian Alliance. The vastness of this manor surpassed even that of the Huangqing sect. Within the depths of the manor lay an artificially constructed lake, the waters of which flowed around the estate, passing through numerous rockeries, gardens, and flower beds before returning. These streams divided the immense manor into areas of varying sizes, hosting hundreds of sects from the Zheng Xian Alliance scattered like stars. At the center of the lake, there existed a wooden pavilion. Only representatives of significant power from the Zheng Xian Alliance could enter this pavilion, requiring at least an expert of the Wheel C realm to step foot inside. The pavilion would not open lightly unless significant matters arose. Once it did, it summoned the 100 sects for deliberation. It had been 50 years since the last opening. Yet now it was once again. Inside the pavilion, representatives of the powerful factions of the Zhongxian alliance sat solemnly, appearing fully aware of the matters to be discussed today. Outside the pavilion, representatives of lesser factions whispered among themselves, some even arguing heatedly. Silence. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated through the air. The lively atmosphere fell into silence. All gazes turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a tall, middle-aged man seated in the prominent position. This individual was the rotating representative of the Zhongxian alliance in Douluo City, also a Wheel C realm expert from the Qinqing sect. With a solemn expression, he surveyed the room. I believe everyone is aware of why you have been summoned here today. It is quite simple. The upper sect of Huangqing has sent representatives. Despite having received this news earlier, hearing it confirmed again caused a palpable shiver among the attendees. The upper sect. What this meant was clear to all present. Huangqing sect was one of the 3 premier powers of the Eastern Wasteland. Yet few knew it was merely a small branch descended from the upper realm Huangqing Dao sect. In the face of the true Huangqing Dao sect, it was insignificant. This news was not a secret, yet for 99 of those present, there was no necessity to know. After all, the Huangqing sect already stood as an insurmountable behemoth in their eyes. Knowing it changed nothing, only deepening their despair. Ironically, among the 3 premier sects, both Huangqing and Wanshoutian sect had upper sects, while the Zhongxian alliance consisted solely of a ragtag assembly of lesser forces, lacking any form of upper sect support. In other words, if any of their factions had the backing of an upper sect, they would have already swept through the Eastern Wasteland and reclaimed their former glory. There is no need to form an alliance with others to jointly resist external threats. Nonetheless, this method of huddling together for warmth proves to be effective. However, this is contingent upon certain conditions. Initially, none of the elders participated, allowing the 3 top powers of Dongwang to engage in a friendly contest of strength. Yet, once an elder from one faction takes action, it becomes evident who stands to lose the most, the one supported by an elder or the solitary orphan. Upon learning of the arrival of the Shengzi of the Huangqing zone, the Zhongxian alliance was thrown into a state of panic. It was not just the branch in Biluoqing that was in discussion. Even the senior members of the sect, including the venerable ancestors in the Jinling realm, could no longer remain idle and emerge from their slumber with urgency. Surely, the most restful night was enjoyed by Yi Tianlan. They began to engage in intense discussions about this matter, as it pertained to the upper sect and involved a figure of the highest caliber, the Shengzi. Moreover, the location of his arrival was not within the territory of the Huangqing zone, but rather at the borders of their Zhongxian alliance, making it exceedingly sensitive. As these coincidences accumulated, the unease in their hearts grew stronger. Even in the absence of concrete evidence, they could not help but speculate, fearing that at dawn, this mysterious Shengzi from the Huangqing Dao zone might arrive uninvited to deliver a crushing blow, potentially dismantling their lineage. After hours of deliberation, they still could not reach a consensus. The group was distressed, their worries almost leading to baldness. However, they broadly divided into 2 factions. The conservatives believed that the major sects should join forces and dispatch their Jinling realm ancestors to quietly eliminate this destabilizing factor in its infancy. In contrast, the radicals argued that the conservatives were overly cautious, advocating for a strategy of remaining immobile and less provoked, adopting a more aggressive stance. The conservatives deemed this approach excessively reckless, while the radicals criticized the conservatives for being too timid, believing that merely compensating for a revealed hunting plan would not suffice, and that they should collectively rise to the occasion. The clamor from both sides threatened to topple the very hall, with each faction eager to engage in conflict, convinced that victory would validate their stance. Why not consider sending gifts to test the waters with the other party? Even if we take a step back, one should not strike at a smiling face. Surely, in light of the gift, they would not make things overly difficult for us. This suggestion appeared promising, and many individuals brightened at the prospect, contemplating the feasibility of this approach. However, it was soon met with a cold splash of reality. It is easy for you to propose such light-hearted ideas. Have you considered the terrifying talent of someone who can become the Shengzi of an upper sect? His strength may very well have reached the Jinling realm, rivaling that of our sect's ancestors. It is not impossible that he could even be at the Faxiang realm. What kind of gift could possibly catch his eye? Are you not merely jesting? Perhaps he would view us as impoverished and think we intended to insult him. And who among us could withstand a single slap? As glances were exchanged around the room, silence fell, and an awkward quiet ensued. You seem somewhat familiar. Did you not previously advocate for the proposal to hunt them down? Someone remarked suspiciously. The individual remained unflustered, asserting that he now found this proposal unreasonable. A contrarian, many muttered disparagingly in their hearts. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the representative of the Zhengxian alliance, seated at the head, suddenly stood, his face alight with joy. He gazed at the communication jade tablet in his hand and exclaimed to the assembly, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have splendid news. The proposal to send gifts is feasible. The Shengzi of the upper sect has fallen to the Xiantian realm." What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, a certain individual in a distant estate was laughing heartily, hands clasped atop his head. Finally, they have taken the bait. Chapter 235. Ladies and gentlemen, I have more good news. Lord Su, is this true? Someone inquired, looking towards Su Jiqiang of the Qianqing men, with urgency flashing in his eyes. The prestige of the upper sect was overwhelming, suffocating them. They desperately needed a means to vent their pressure. Many shared this confusion. How could the Shengzi of the upper sect so easily fall to the Xiantian realm? Even if Yi Tianlong dared to claim it, they would not believe it. Was this not a deliberate smokescreen meant to lure them out? Rest assured, this news is indeed true. Su Jiqiang, seated prominently, replied with a slight smile, his demeanor radiating confidence. He trusted the informant he had planted within the Huangqing zone. Since this news came from them, it could not possibly be erroneous. I need not elaborate on how valuable this news is. I've already demonstrated my sincerity. The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing it as indeed uplifting news. Observing their trust, Su Jiqiang leisurely sipped his tea, feeling a sense of triumph within. Look at that. This is the strength of my Qianqing men. However, his expression did not remain triumphant for long, as the faces of those below began to grow increasingly peculiar. Each person setting down the communication jade slips they had just grasped. Brother Su, I too just received news of the Shengzi of the Huangqing zone being injured, someone interjected, prompting others to follow suit. What a coincidence. I just learned of this as well. To be candid, I just heard it from my disciples. As the conversation progressed, all eyes involuntarily turned towards Su Jiqiang. The latter, who had been savoring his tea, nearly spat it all out in shock. What? This is impossible. Ladies and gentlemen, do you presume that just because you have received news, you can dismantle the bridge after crossing it? That seems rather unethical, does it not? His expression darkened, suspecting that these individuals had conspired to undermine his Qianqing men. No, Brother Su, you are overthinking it. We genuinely received the news, someone hastily clarified, fearing he might misunderstand. Upon hearing this, Su Jiqiang's irritation only deepened. He had access to the information due to an informant within the Huangqing zone. But how did you come to know it? What basis do you have? He demanded. Could it be that the Shengzi of the Huangqing zone willingly disseminated his injury to the outside world? That is pure nonsense. You are simply deceiving us. Su. News is circulating that the Shengzi of the Huangqing zone was injured and fled to the lower realm to recuperate, currently resting within the estate of the Huangqing zone. His strength has diminished to less than 1% of his peak, having fallen to the mid-Qiantian stage. Just then, a disciple from the Qianqing men rushed in, kneeling on one knee and speaking rapidly. Lowering his head, he was oblivious to Su Jiqiang's face, which had stiffened to a grimace, half twitching, half frozen. The expressions of the others turned increasingly strange. Some rubbed their noses, others gazed at the ceiling, and some pondered the floor's patterns, all avoiding Su Jiqiang's gaze. The messenger disciple, unaware of the unfolding drama, looked up in confusion when no one responded. Elder? At that moment, Su Jiqiang's face had turned crimson. Clearing his throat, he thought, deception is rather effective. He was seething with rage against that wretched informant, mentally cursing his ancestors. Did this news require special delivery? What was the difference between this and exposing oneself? What a nuisance. It caused him to lose face in front of so many high-ranking members of the alliance. Yet, wisdom comes with age. He swiftly redirected the conversation. With an unflinching demeanor, he remarked, since everyone is already aware of the news, it further substantiates the authenticity of this matter. Immediately, someone enthusiastically chimed in. Esteemed colleagues, what splendid news. If the holy son of the Huangqing sect has indeed fallen to the realm of Xiantian, Does that not render him at our mercy? Lord Su, I propose we promptly mobilize and dispatch our true spirit realm ancestors. Are we not capable of eliminating that fellow in his infancy? This individual, exuberantly gesticulating, remained blissfully unaware of Su Jiqiang and the senior members of the Zhengxian alliance, who were enveloped in silence. Once he concluded, Su Jiqiang clapped twice, his expression impassive. Indeed, well said, right? The man, seeing this reaction, grew even more excited, mistakenly believing his proposal had garnered approval. What are you waiting for? Should we not expel this fellow instead of awaiting my own intervention? The guards below hesitated for a moment before two of them swiftly approached, seizing the man by his shoulders and dragging him away, completely disregarding his protests and justifications. Esteemed colleagues, this individual harbors ulterior motives, audaciously attempting to obliterate the foundation of our Zhengxian alliance, established over a millennium. Merely expelling him is already a lenient resolution. Su Jiqiang's gaze swept across the assembly, his voice cold. However, he was met with a chorus of nods in agreement. The others had entirely disregarded whether they were aware of their vulnerabilities, indicating what? It signified that the opposing party possessed absolute confidence. To put it more brutally, it meant they had no regard for you at all. One might ask at this juncture, how could one still contemplate hunting? Would that not render one a mere jester? It was no longer a matter of offering one's head. One might find themselves cornered, providing the adversary with a pretext for justified retribution. Naturally, they had pondered whether this was merely a ruse, an empty display of bravado. Yet, seasoned as they were, occupying their esteemed positions, they preferred inaction over the risk of error. What do you all believe we should do? How should we handle our relationship with the holy son of the Huangqing sect? Circling back to this question, it proved to be a thorny dilemma, lodged like a fishbone in their throats. They found themselves unable to dismiss it. Even attempting to ignore it was impossible, until it was resolved. None present could find peace in their slumber. The assembly exchanged glances, and one person stood, clasping their fists in salute. Doulu, we believe it necessary to probe the intentions of the other party. He straightened, leaning forward to regard the crowd, making eye contact with each individual. Though silent, their eyes interwove with two words. What then should we offer? Just then, Su Jiqiang's communication jade slip chimed again. He picked it up to inspect, and his expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, for it was that imbecile undercover agent once more. Yet, remarkably, his countenance soon transformed into one of delight. Is it true? This better not be another piece of common gossip. Under the fervent assurance of the undercover agent, Su Jiqiang's smile blossomed as radiant as a chrysanthemum. He rose to announce, Esteemed colleagues, I have obtained good news. I now know what the holy son of the Huangqing sect requires. Unbeknownst to them, while the Zhengxian alliance deliberated on how to navigate their relationship with the holy son of the Huangqing sect, the latter was leisurely sipping tea, reclining comfortably in a chair. He gestured subtly to Hao Changfeng, who nodded and subsequently lowered the sword he had been holding to the throat of a Huangqing sect steward. Had Su Jiqiang been present, he would have been rendered senseless, overwhelmed by the shock of realizing that not only had their undercover agent been discovered, but he had also been turned. Of course, one might consider such a forceful conversion as a form of subversion. Your Holiness, I have transmitted all the information back to Qiankingman as per your instructions. May I take my leave? Yi Tianlan waved his hand, indicating that the steward could depart. The steward, elated, hurried away. Hao Changfeng observed his retreating figure, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Your Holiness, shall we simply let him go? What if he relays everything to the Zhengxian alliance? Then we will eliminate him. Came the resolute reply. No, I mean the people of the Zhengxian alliance. We will eliminate them all. Yi Tianlan, hands clasped behind his back, departed with an air of nonchalance, his tone unwavering. Hao Changfeng trembled slightly, glancing at Yi Tianlan's retreating form, a wave of genuine admiration swelling within him. Truly, the Holy Son is a remarkable individual. Only by aligning with such a figure do I find the opportunity to shine. Little did he expect that, in his later years, he would once again partake in such fervor. It was indeed a life well lived. With this thought, he hurriedly adhered to the Holy Son's directives and exited the premises. Before noon, the Zhengxian alliance dispatched a delegation. Their speed exceeded even Yi Tianlan's earlier estimations by a considerable margin. Clearly, these individuals were in a great hurry, likely scrambling to gather resources from various factions without a moment's delay, fearing further delays would provoke the ire of the holy son of the Huangqing sect. Once more, Su Jiqiang led the visit on behalf of Qianqimen. However, since the purpose was a visit, they refrained from bringing too many individuals along, sending only one representative each from the 7 notable sects within the Zhongxian alliance to form the delegation. They arrived at the estate of the Huangqing sect. Esteemed guardians, please relay that the representatives of the Zhongxian alliance have come to pay their respects to the Holy Sun. We hope for your cooperation. Su Jiqiang addressed the 2 Xiantian realm guards stationed at the entrance with utmost courtesy, offering a broad smile. It is worth noting that with his Luanhai realm strength, coupled with his status as the representative from Beiluoqing of the Zhongxian alliance, he would typically regard Xiantian or even Yukong realm individuals with indifference. However, times had changed. He was not merely indulging these guards, but rather acknowledging the true pinnacle of authority within the estate. The guards faced this spectacle without flinching. Instead, they scrutinized the group before one of them entered to deliver the message. This prompted a sense of astonishment among the others, raising their estimation of the Holy Sun significantly. The guards, fully aware of their identities, remained composed, indicating that their own backing was substantial enough to afford such poise. Su Jiqiang maintained an impassive facade, though internally, he felt a sense of trepidation. He suddenly realized that the internal evaluations of the Holy Sun within the alliance seemed somewhat understated. Lost in thought, the guard who had entered returned, stepping aside to allow them passage. "You may enter." "Thank you," Su Jiqiang replied courteously, not daring to act with any arrogance. Adjusting his attire as they prepared to proceed, the group, each harboring their own sentiments, stepped toward the entrance. Just as they crossed the threshold, a flash of silver light suddenly illuminated before them, akin to a spark of inspiration. Initially startled, they focused, only to discover a slender creature had emerged from the void, colliding directly with them. Some among the Zhongxian alliance reacted instinctively, nearly drawing their weapons, but fortunately, they managed to restrain themselves in time. A confrontation before the Holy Sun could easily be misconstrued as a deliberate provocation, leading to dire consequences. Su Jiqiang and his companions gazed in astonishment at the creature, resembling a small earthworm. If their eyes did not deceive them, this little being had just emerged from the void. What manner of extraordinary beast was this? The ability to traverse the void was unheard of. It was common knowledge that only powerful beings of the Xiang realm or above could cross such expanses. Yet this creature clearly lacked the formidable presence necessary, suggesting it possessed an innate racial gift, the talent to traverse the void. Is it not a gift that places one alongside the mighty beings of the Xiang realm from birth? Not to mention that such entities have never left even a trace in ancient texts. As the collective consciousness pondered this, their pupils constricted sharply, fixated on the silver worm, eager to unveil its secrets. The Jutian worm had just emerged from the void, only to find a throng blocking its path, leering at its sacred and alluring form with lecherous gazes. Typically characterized by its sycophantic nature, it was suddenly filled with rage, for it had always relished in bullying those without backing. The young man was unable to move due to the presence of the witch, while the young master and sword master both possessed formidable support. It had been stifled for too long. If they were immobile, surely these trifling figures of the Luanhai realm were fair game for ridicule. In other words, in the face of outsiders, they were all mere extensions of its own might. There was no doubt about it. With this thought, its confidence swelled to great heights, as if its petite, alluring body might inflate like a hot air balloon and take flight. "Step aside. All of you, get out of my way. What do you think you're doing? Blocking the road? Do you desire a taste of my void elbow strike?" It bellowed from the void, its voice filled with bravado. Astonishingly, it even contemplated confronting these beings of the Luanhai realm. Had Yi Tianlan been present, beads of sweat would surely have trickled down his forehead. This creature was truly audacious, daring to shout at beings of the Luanhai realm. However, to Su Jiqiang and the others, the scene appeared entirely different. Such a powerful and extraordinary creature that could traverse the void was undoubtedly a rarity in this realm. Otherwise, they would not have found not a single clue in their minds. With this realization, wisdom flickered in their eyes. There was no doubt that this little being was the pet brought down from the upper realm by the Holy Sun of the Shangzong. It was no wonder it acted so arrogantly, disregarding them of the Luanhai realm entirely. With such formidable backing, it would be difficult to maintain a low profile. The actions of the Jutian worm perfectly aligned with their grand imaginings of the power of the Holy Sun. A shiver of apprehension coursed through them. If even a mere pet was so audacious and formidable, what might its true master be like? With this thought, their concerns deepened. They exchanged furtive glances, silently questioning one another. Is this enough? Is what we have truly sufficient? We won't be sent flying with a single slap, will we? Chapter 237. Even a mere maid could boast supremacy over the Easter desolation. Noticing the worried gazes of the crowd directed at him, Su Jiqiang couldn't help but twitch his mouth, rolling his eyes in exasperation. What good does it do to ask me? How would I know? He thought. You don't usually show me such deference. Only in critical moments do you remember my existence, right? Purely pathetic. Despite his complaints, he forced a smile and politely addressed the Zhu Tian worm. Esteemed one, may I inquire about your relationship with the holy son of the Shangzong? The Zhu Tian worm felt a tickling sensation, its instinct urging it to declare itself the master of that young man. However, recalling the witch's sweet yet stern warning, it shivered involuntarily. Forget it. I'd best hold my tongue for the sake of my own life. It had not forgotten the witch's admonition that disrespecting the young man in public could lead to dire consequences. Why ask so much? Hurry and clear the way for me. Knowing who I am, do you dare to block my path? Indeed, the crowd involuntarily swallowed hard. Faced with the Zhu Tian worm's audacious demeanor, they felt no anger. Instead, they wore forced smiles as they parted, afraid to show even a hint of dissatisfaction. Seeing their compliance, the Zhu Tian worm proudly lifted its head, a flash of silver light glimmering across its form, and with a swish, it vanished into the void before their eyes, disappearing in an instant. Even though they had been mentally prepared, witnessing it with their own eyes left them astonished. It truly disappeared. They had indeed sensed a ripple in the fabric of space. Regaining their composure, they proceeded deeper into the estate. However, they had not moved far when they passed a training ground, and suddenly, darkness enveloped them. An indescribable blackness sweeping over their minds. It consumed all light, leaving only a depth darker than ink, a darkness that rendered their hands invisible. Su Jiqiang's heart raced. He instinctively retreated, seeking to regroup with the others. What is happening? He called out, but no one responded. His tension mounted as he continued. Everyone, be careful. This darkness feels wrong. His words were swallowed by the void, devoid of any echo or reply. At that moment, he finally sensed something was amiss. His pupils constricted sharply as he turned abruptly, unleashing a blast of vital energy towards where the others had been. Yet, this powerful attack was mercilessly consumed by the darkness, offering no feedback in return. Where are you all? Su Jiqiang's panic escalated, his demeanor shifting to one of desperation as he spoke faster and more frantically. Beads of sweat began to roll down his forehead, and he felt a chilling presence slithered down his spine, leaving him utterly cold. Still, there was no response. In the endless darkness, he was surrounded by cold, emptiness, and void. With no trace of light, he became the sole entity in this vast emptiness. An overwhelming fear spread within him, devouring the remnants of his rationality. His sanity began to fracture as he frantically searched for any anomaly, yet he found nothing. No matter how he tried, he remained the only aberration amidst the darkness. Just as his vision blurred and he teetered on the brink of madness, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared before him. The light collapsed into a vortex, shattering like fragments of broken glass, dragging him into its depths. When he opened his eyes, he felt 100 times more exhausted, staring blankly at the familiar training ground, bewildered. It felt as though he had spent millennia in that dark space. Sensing a strange disconnection from reality, he quickly turned to look behind him, only to lock eyes with his colleagues, who appeared equally haggard, their eyes filled with bloodshot veins and a fierce exhaustion. Startled, he realized that the others were not faring any better. What on earth happened? How long did I remain in that dark space? Did you all endure the same torment? I asked one of the disciples how much time had passed, and he told me we had only been inside for less than a quarter of an hour. One of them replied bitterly. So we were in that infernal place for such a brief time and nearly lost our minds? The faces of the group reflected an indescribable terror. Their pallor was ashen, their state resembling that of individuals pulled from a well. At this point, they gazed deeper into the estate with an unshakable fear. This was undoubtedly not the work of the Luanhai realm. It might very well surpass even the true spirit realm. They were not mistaken. Whether or not the holy son of the Shangzong had truly fallen to the innate realm, he indeed possessed the capital to disregard any force in the eastern desolation. Such confidence was not feigned. Had they not been so cautious, opting instead to mobilize their own true spirit realm ancestors for extermination, the outcome might have been entirely different. I fear that by now, Even the remnants of their bones have long since vanished. Life and death hinge upon a mere thought. At this moment, drenched in sweat, they found themselves at a loss, trapped in a dilemma. Suddenly, a melodious and enchanting laughter rang out. Where did you all come from? Did I not request the presence of the Saint's Son today for my trial of new divine abilities? Are you not afraid of death? Had I not fortuitously sensed the withdrawal of the domain, your souls would have surely succumbed to the endless darkness by now. What? Upon hearing these words, the crowd was rendered speechless. They gazed at the stunning figure in black that had materialized before them. The life and death crisis they just experienced was merely a domain technique casually set by the maidservant of the Saint's Son. From her tone, it seemed she had only just acquired it and had not yet mastered it. Otherwise, the consequences today would be unimaginable, as cold sweat dripped down their backs. An overwhelming sense of dread gripped their hearts. If even a mere maidservant possessed such formidable prowess, what sort of extraordinary figure must the true Saint's Son of the upper sect be? Su Jiqiang licked his parched lips, feeling an overwhelming thirst. Then, he felt a push from behind, causing him to step forward. His expression instantly stiffened, his facial muscles contorting in discomfort. Without needing to turn, he already knew who it was. You cursed thing, you lot. Now that he had stepped forward, he could no longer pretend to be indifferent, and had to grit his teeth and ask, "My lord, may I inquire where the Saint's Son is at this moment?" "Oh, are you all here to seek the Saint's Son?" The enchanting figure, Yao Fei Yu, cupped her delicate, fair face, her phoenix eyes squinting into charming crescents. If Yi Tianlan were present, he would undoubtedly smirk and remark, a question asked with full knowledge of the answer. "Not long after, my lord, that is indeed our intention." In the spacious and bright hall, Yi Tianlan sat at the head of the table, while a few individuals stood with bowed heads, displaying utmost respect. Though they appeared calm, the slight tremors of their fingertips concealed within their sleeves betrayed their true feelings. Upon encountering the legendary Saint's Son of the upper sect, their suspicions were further confirmed. Merely sitting there in silence exuded an indescribable and terrifying pressure upon them. The atmosphere in the hall felt as if it had coalesced into an impenetrable mass of dark clouds, suffocating them with its weight. It was impossible to discern. The Saint's Son sat there without any pretense, exuding an aura that seemed deceptively mild, yet they were utterly incapable of uncovering his true essence. Even if they were told he was of the innate realm, they could not perceive any signs of it. They began to doubt the information they had gathered. Is this truly the innate realm? It hardly appears so. One could even argue it resembles the Dharma manifestation realm. In the hall, Yi Tianlan appeared languid, accompanied solely by Luo Junxian. The others also noted the presence of the white-clad maid. This maid seemed even more enigmatic. The innate realm? Does that make sense? The black-clad maid was a formidable figure beyond the Dharma manifestation realm, and the white-clad maid, in both demeanor and beauty, was not at all inferior to her. Standing right beside the Saint's Son of the upper sect, it became clear that this was a deliberate concealment of their true level, aimed at lulling others into underestimating them. How perilous! They nearly fell for it. The Saint's Son of the upper sect truly possessed a plethora of cunning tactics, utterly despicable. While they were astonished, they quietly worried whether what they had brought would meet his expectations. As Yi Tianlan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, the tension in the hearts of the crowd was palpably stirred. "I am aware of your intentions. As for matters of the lower realm, this Saint's Son has no interest." At his words, the crowd felt an overwhelming joy, their faces barely able to conceal their delight. However, they did not anticipate Yi Tianlan's next remark. "But what do you mean by offering these gifts? Do you believe the Saint's Son is in dire need of them?" The crowd's hearts, which had momentarily stabilized, were thrust back into chaos. No. Saint's Son, please do not misunderstand. We absolutely did not mean it that way. In fact, this is merely a token of our goodwill, knowing you have arrived in the lower realm and might find these items useful. Our Zhengxian alliance has had numerous transactions with the Huangqing sect, and we merely wish to lend a modest hand. Su Jiqiang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, desperately crafting an explanation for Yi Tianlan. One could tell he had exerted considerable effort to fabricate a grand rationale, even elevating a transactional relationship to one of friendship. I see. Yi Tianlan intended to engage in a playful game of refusal and acceptance, but upon noticing a shift in his posture, Luo Junxian immediately comprehended his thoughts and could not help but roll her eyes inwardly. She promptly interjected, "My lord, since they have made an effort, I believe it is only appropriate to accept their offerings, even if they hold little significance for you, to avoid being labeled as ungracious. The crowd quickly cast grateful glances toward Luo Junxian, nodding fervently. Yes, yes. What this lady has said is correct, Saint's son. This is a token of goodwill from our Zhongxian alliance. Please accept it. Yi Tianlan chuckled inwardly, amused at the sight of others pleading for him to accept gifts. However, he maintained a facade of indifference and lazily acquiesced. After chatting with him for a while, the crowd sensed his waning interest and wisely chose to take their leave. Yet, as they departed, Su Jiqiang and the others walked with a buoyant air. For them, merely expending some resources to secure a promise ensured the continued stable development of their Zhongxian alliance. Not being exterminated was already a stroke of good fortune, especially after witnessing the unfathomable strength of their opponent. What could be better than this? In contrast, the minor losses they incurred seemed trivial. Just as the group exited, the previously solemn expression of Yi Tianlan in the hall could no longer be contained, and he eagerly opened his storage artifact to inspect its contents. Upon seeing the abundance of treasures and resources beyond counting, a grin spread across his face, unable to be suppressed. Ha ha ha, Xiener, these resources came far too easily. Had I known it would be this simple, why would we toil and fight? Luo Junxian shot him an exasperated glance, delivering a playful elbow to his side. So, you enjoy being the saint's son? We have all become your maidservants. Hey, what you said is rather unfair. Aside from that two-faced sycophant, Zhu Tianwen, you all are indeed my loyal subjects. Just then, Zhu Tianwen, who had returned from his excursion, overheard this and immediately erupted in rage, his eyes turning red with fury. He stormed in, seeking to settle the score with someone. A man must die at some point, whether lightly like a feather or heavily like a mountain. Today, I shall have this scoundrel's blood spilled across 5 paces to cleanse my name. He, little basket, what about me? The sudden appearance of the figure in black halted Zhu Tianwen's advance. He instinctively altered his course, donning a smile as he entered. Forget it. Living longer allows for more meaningful endeavors. That is the right path. Yi Tianlan did not hold back. He directly retrieved all the items from the storage artifact, then divided them into 4 parts. Master, how could I possibly forget you? If it weren't for you, how could we have intimidated those individuals from the Luanhai realm? Although these items may hold little value for you, I kindly ask that you accept them. Yi Tianlan earnestly presented a storage ring. Yao Fei Yue was momentarily taken aback. Her elegantly arched phoenix eyes, adorned with a tear mole, narrowing into a captivating allure. She languidly stretched, revealing her curvaceous silhouette hanging delicately from the slender branches, leading one to ponder whether they might bend under her grace. Hee, I shall accept this, dear disciple. Indeed, her concern did not lie in the resources themselves. No one enjoys being overlooked, especially not a lively little sorceress like her, radiating warmth and enthusiasm at every moment. Chapter 239, Worms drift aimlessly through life, only regretting the absence of a wise lord. Come, little worm, this portion is for you. What? Dear heavens, do I actually have one too? Zhu Tianwen nearly doubted his own hearing, stretching his neck 3 centimeters longer in disbelief to get a closer look. He never imagined there would be a share for him. Upon witnessing Yi Tianlan genuinely waving the storage ring in his direction, his heart swelled with emotion, almost to the point of tears. Dear heavens, it turns out I have misjudged you all along. At this moment, he yearned to proclaim loudly, worms drift aimlessly through life, only regretting the absence of a wise lord. If you do not abandon me, I shall gladly pledge my allegiance as a foster son. As he stepped forward, overwhelmed with gratitude, Yi Tianlan unabashedly praised him. Little worm, you have performed exceptionally well this time. Initially, I merely intended for Master to wait on the main path of the training grounds to intimidate them, but your display of bravado at the front gate was truly the finishing touch. Yet Tianlan genuinely gave a thumbs up, his admiration evident. Indeed, thanks to your show of force, things went much more smoothly than anticipated. Otherwise, the outcome might have been less favorable. Now that everything is settled and everyone is present, please share how you conceived such a brilliant strategy. Even I am astonished. Yi Tianlan encouraged him with an expectant gaze. Zhu Tianwen's face stiffened, turning more rigid than a muggle. How'd I think of it? Does being myself count? You wretched sword servant, you are too easily moved. Truly, a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 months had elapsed since Yi Tianlan arrived in Bailuo City. During this period, he had remained reclusive, continuously enhancing his strength. The resources acquired from the Zhengshuan alliance had all been transformed into nourishment for his growth. His power had now ascended to the 7th level of Xintian. In a remarkably short span, he had broken through 2 realms, a speed that could only be described as extraordinary. Luo Juanxian was slightly behind him. Firmly established at the 6th level of Xintian, Jue Tianwen, having indulged in ample resources, had also exhibited the formidable talent of the ancient 10 fiends, reaching the pinnacle of Xintian. As for Yaofei Yue, Ye Tianlan had never witnessed her training. She frequently changed locations to play, often disappearing from sight. However, as his own strength grew, his apprehension towards her prowess only intensified. The stronger he became, the more he could perceive the vast chasm that separated them. One day, Ye Tianlan and Luo Juanxian were admiring the flowers by the lotus pond, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Having exhausted his resources, he pondered whether to commence his journey to Huangqingzong. Despite the passage of time, he had yet to receive any news from Huangqingzong, as if they were unaware of his arrival as the holy son of the upper sect, not even offering an acknowledgement. In reality, he had asked Luo Juanxian to inquire with Hao Chongfeng multiple times, yet the latter's responses had been vague and laden with caution. Ultimately, Ye Tianlan learned that the internal strife within Huangqingzong was chaotic, with numerous factions intricately intertwined, akin to the roots of a millennia-old tree. Various factions had clashed, both overtly and covertly regarding the presence of the Holy Sun, yet a unified decision had yet to emerge. Consequently, no one had been dispatched to make contact with him. From this perspective, the vast sect appeared to be less efficient than the neighboring Zhengshuan alliance. It was challenging to discern which was the alliance and which was the unified sect. Ye Tianlan cared only for resources. He was indifferent to how they made decisions internally. Since they had not sent anyone, he would have to personally inspect the situation. However, his approach would certainly not be as gentle. "Hey, little basket, someone is looking for you." Ye Tianlan's heart stirred as he surveyed the surroundings, but he did not see Yaofei Yue's figure. Instead, he noticed a unique black lotus swaying gently in the breeze by the lotus pond. Aside from its more vibrant color and shape, it bore no distinction from an ordinary lotus. However, as Ye Tianlan's gaze fell upon it, the black lotus began to move in a peculiar manner, almost as if nodding in acknowledgement. Yet to him, it appeared to be swaying gracefully. Amused, he extended a hand of spiritual energy to gently caress the black lotus. "Oh, don't touch my head. I won't grow tall that way. How annoying," it seemed to chide playfully. Ye Tianlan smiled, his lips curling into a gentle grin. "No worries, master. You have already grown tall enough. It's fine if you don't grow any taller." "Hee, what master? I'm merely a delicate little black lotus." "Quickly, pull your hand away." Ye Tianlan ceased his playful interaction with the manifestation of Yaofei Yue and withdrew his energy-laden hand, aware that this small black lotus contained a formidable power beyond the reach of even a true spirit realm expert, specifically left by Yaofei Yue to prevent unforeseen incidents. Do not be deceived by its similarity to an ordinary lotus, devoid of energy fluctuations. According to Jian Ye's words, it could easily obliterate the entire Bailuo city. At that moment, he noticed Hao Chongfeng hurrying towards him. He refocused his attention toward the corridor. Shortly after, Hao Chongfeng appeared, displaying a hint of urgency mixed with excitement. Upon seeing Ye Tianlan, he immediately bowed respectfully. "I have seen the Holy Sun." "Yes, speak. What matters require your personal attention?" "Yes, Holy Sun." Hao Chongfeng raised his head, his expression turning serious. According to reports from the subordinates, the volcanic cluster near the Lian mountain range has once again erupted with a series of large-scale volcanic eruptions today at the hour of the rat, and it remains in an extremely active state. Many have already found Qi Lian Yin Sui within the erupting lava. It is highly likely that the fiery essence within the volcanic cluster has matured, thus triggering the massive volcanic eruptions due to the reverse flow of magma energy. "What do you say? Should we set out?" Ye Tianlan's eyes immediately brightened. He had been lamenting the lack of resources for cultivation. He had instructed Hao Chongfeng to keep an eye on the movements of the Lian mountain range, and now it was erupting. This was fortuitous. After obtaining the Qi Lian Yin Sui, he could set off for Huangqingzong without delay. He had previously tried the 8th grade Qi Lian Yin Sui, and its effects on cultivation were undoubtedly among the finest in the Xintian realm. The opportunity was within reach. He had no reason to seek distant resources. "Excellent. This is fortuitous. Let us set out immediately." He waved his hand decisively. "Holy Sun, there's one more matter." As Ye Tianlan prepared to depart, He noticed how Changfeng slightly bowing his head, his expression uncertain. His eyes narrowed slightly. He had already begun to guess the nature of the matter. Speak. What else is there? How Changfeng gritted his teeth. Your Holiness, the sect has indeed sent someone to the Lian mountain range. Bai Luocheng lies in close proximity to Lian mountain, less than 500 miles away. For those of the Yuquang realm, it would take no more than half a day to arrive. They did not come to Bai Luocheng, did they? No. Chapter 240, is it true that your Huangqing sect did not pay a visit to your Holiness? After reluctantly acknowledging this, Hao Changfeng dared not lift his head. Holding his breath and bracing himself for the impending wrath of the Holy Sun, he had steeled himself for the storm. To his surprise, rather than a thunderous reprimand, he received a mere, understood. You may withdraw and prepare. Hao Changfeng's gaze was filled with astonishment and confusion. He had not anticipated that the Holy Sun would so lightly dismiss the matter. It starkly contrasted with his usual proud and aloof demeanor. Given the proximity, it was evident that the sect's lack of greeting or intention to visit carried significant implications. Anyone could see the underlying meaning, and even he, an old hand, felt a surge of indignation. However, recognizing the authority of the Holy Sun's decision, he dared not overstep, allowing his bewilderment to remain unspoken as he departed. Luo Junxian furrowed her brow in contemplation, her cool voice crisp. Are you truly unconcerned? Yi Tianlan wrapped his arm around her waist, scoffing. How could I possibly remain indifferent? If I truly had no actions or reactions, what need would there be for our Huangqing sect to even attend? Luo Junxian's bright eyes fixed upon his cheek, her fair complexion reminiscent of the Tianshan snow lotus. She tucked a rebellious strand of hair behind her ear. What do you intend to do? Naturally, I shall impart a lesson they will not soon forget, making them truly comprehend what it means to be a holy son of the upper sect. A profound smile graced Yi Tianlan's face, causing Luo Junxian's gaze to sharpen. Her lips pursed, her curiosity piqued. Yet, she knew this matter required her master's assistance, necessitating the drawing of a circle by her esteemed elder. Hee, who is calling for me? Oh dear, what are you all doing? How embarrassing. The black lotus in the lotus pond swayed dramatically, its deep green leaves obstructing the view like a shy hand. Yi Tianlan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Master, please be serious. I have matters to discuss. Hee, do tell. Let this little fairy hear whether it is interesting. Momins let the Makima. I shall take charge of this matter. It sounds quite intriguing. In the heavens, hundreds of miles away from Bai Luocheng, the sky was not azure, but rather enveloped in a crimson hue, shrouded by fiery clouds. The earth appeared barren and desolate, with black soil extending for over 1,000,000 miles. Towering mountains rose like chimneys, continuously spewing thick black smoke and sparks into the sky. Lava flowed across the ground, and what was once a lifeless realm now buzzed with unusual activity. Vessels of spiritual ships soared from the distant sky, landing in this realm, from which emerged powerful young figures clad in diverse attire. The influx of visitors grew increasingly formidable, with their energies rising from innate levels to Yuquang, and then further to the Luanhai realm. Such a grand spectacle left the talents from smaller sects in awe and trepidation. Even the Luanhai realm experts were mobilized. Surely the precious Chilean yen sway could not solely be the reason. You understand nothing. Your thoughts are overly simplistic. These prominent figures cannot merely be here for the Chilean yen sway. Oh, what then? Do you possess insider information? I have heard rumors. Those who escaped spoke of witnessing the phoenix's rebirth. What? A legendary phoenix emerging from the Lian mountain range? Surely this is false. Such phenomena can only occur in the central continent. Yet upon reflection, perhaps it was not entirely implausible. The Lian mountain range spans across millions of miles, straddling the territories of the Zhengxian Alliance and Huangqing sect. While the surrounding areas appear normal, this particular locale is exceptionally peculiar, challenging for ordinary folk to traverse. I have long heard that this place is extraordinary, likely the resting ground of an otherworldly fire treasure, giving rise to such a formidable landscape. The volcanoes remain restless, releasing boundless violent fire attribute energy. Even Luanhai realm experts would find it no simple feat to brave the overwhelming energies of the Earth's core. Consequently, those gathered began to converse animatedly, forming small circles to share the information they had gathered. As half an hour passed, the crowd swelled further. With each passing moment, the arriving forces grew increasingly powerful, and those who emerged were all exceptional talents, dignified and imposing, each accompanied by at least one Luanhai realm expert. Eventually, the crimson clouds above were violently torn apart, and a fierce wind swept across the land, making garments flutter. As the onlookers gazed upward, they were met with the sight of a resplendent sword edge, comparable to the size of a mountain, cleaving through the dense cloud cover and casting a sharp shadow over all present. The massive sword body left everyone breathless, its sheer size weighing heavily on their hearts. Some gazed in horror, mistaking it for a formidable attack meant to annihilate the land, and they quickly turned to flee. Meanwhile, the leading experts of various sects tightened their gazes, urgently commanding their unsettled disciples to remain calm. What are you panicking for? This is merely the travel vessel of the Huangqing sect. Stand firm and do not disgrace me like those ignorant wandering cultivators. Upon hearing this, the shock among the crowd did not diminish. Rather, it intensified. Such a colossal sword edge was merely the travel tool of the Huangqing sect? What then could be said of their several hundred-meter-long flying ship? Yet the spectacle was not over. Mere moments after the sword appeared, a monstrous warship, an imposing behemoth, broke through the clouds, slowly descending from the heavens. The flag at the front of the ship flapped in the wind, revealing the fierce visage of a beast, exuding primal dominance and ferocity. This was the invasion warship from the Wanshou Tianzong. Moreover, this vessel was even larger and more astonishing than the one previously seen in the Qingluo domain. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the realm. "Ha, Yuan Jingfei. I just came from by Luocheng. How come I did not see any members of your Huangqing sect? Have you not gone to pay your respects to your holy son who fled from the upper sect?" Chapter 241, The Convergence of the Three Foremost Powers brought forth a collision. The thunderous voice surged forth like a tidal wave, reminiscent of a stampede of beasts. The sound rattled the eardrums, causing headaches for all. Not only did the ordinary disciples and wanderers feel the intensity, but even the Luanhai realm experts from the major sects were shaken, their faces reflecting surprise. Such might could only belong to a late-stage Luanhai realm expert. However, what truly captured everyone's attention was the message conveyed by the Wanshou Tianzong's formidable presence. It has been over 2 months since the matter began to escalate. And given the speed at which these major sects acquire information, they have long since grasped the full context of the situation. By now, who among them is unaware that a holy son from the upper realm has arrived at Huangqingzhou? However, contrary to everyone's expectations of immediate submission, the stance of Huangqingzhou appears rather nuanced. Various factions are observing their reaction, yet Huangqingzhou has opted for a cold approach, neither initiating contact nor acknowledging the situation. Initially, the outside world was firmly convinced of the Holy Son's identity, but as time passed, they began to sense discrepancies. For instance, Huangqingzhou possesses a teleportation channel to the upper realm, so why did this Holy Son not choose that route and instead travel the considerable distance to Bailuo City, which is even beyond the jurisdiction of Huangqingzhou? No matter how one contemplates it, the situation reveals an air of peculiarity. Coupled with Huangqingzhou's indifferent handling of the matter, it further shrouds this event in a veil of mystery. If his identity is genuine, why the absence? Yet, if it is fabricated, why not launch an attack to clear their name? Strangely enough, Huangqingzhou has adopted this stance while the Holy Son has remained holed up in Bailuo City for over 2 months, showing no intention of visiting Huangqingzhou. It was initially thought that this matter would fade into silence, but unexpectedly, the arrival of a powerful figure from Wanshou Tianzong tore away Huangqingzhou's veil of secrecy, thrusting the issue back into the limelight. Before the eyes of the gathered heroes, the colossal sword of Huangqingzhou slowly descended, upon which numerous figures leapt down, all of whom were the talented disciples dispatched by Huangqingzhou. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in green robes, his hair pinned up with a green bamboo hairpin. His expression darkened, and a deep, resonant voice echoed forth, refusing to yield. "Yang Qi, your interference is rather excessive. Matters concerning Huangqingzhou are not for you to dictate. Moreover, since Bailuo City does not lie on our path, you ought not to speak so carelessly." This ambiguous statement responded to the powerful figures from Wanshou Tianzong while not directly addressing the rumored connection to the Holy Son, effectively extricating Huangqingzhou from a dilemma. On the warship of Wanshou Tianzong, the gates were wide open as a torrent of beasts surged forth, causing the very void to tremble with their fervor. Clearly, Yang Qi had no intention of letting this formidable adversary off easily. A subtle smile crept upon his lips, tinged with sarcasm. This was a rare opportunity to critique Huangqingzong, and he deftly redirected the conversation towards Ye Tianlan. Dear brother, do not misunderstand. I am not meddling in your sex affairs. Such an oversized accusation would be unbearable for me. However, the outside world is quite concerned about your holy son. I have heard he sustained injuries while fleeing from the upper realm. It seems his wounds must be quite severe. If needed, perhaps Wanshou Tianzong could offer some assistance. Confronted with this feigned concern, Yuan Zhengfei's thick brows knitted together in silent displeasure. He would not take the bait, for doing so would fall right into the trap set by his opponent. Effectively acknowledging the holy son's identity and conceding that the holy son of Huangqingzong was inferior, to the extent of being injured and forced to flee to the lower realm. Many factions within Huangqingzong were weighing the potential public relations fallout from this perception, which is why they had refrained from responding for so long. Were it not for the mysterious origins of the individual in question, they would have dispatched powerful figures to eliminate him already. Fortuitously, the individual remained inactive in Bailuo City, which provided them with a sense of relief. Matters within Huangqingzong do not require your concern. As for the individual in Bailuo City, it would be wise for you to refrain from prying too deeply, lest you find yourselves unable to bear the consequences. He retorted with a facade of disdain. His demeanor held a sense of superiority, effectively causing many to waver in their resolve and cultivate a sense of caution. Dear brother, I, Yang Qi, am not easily intimidated. Wanshou Tianzong is not without its own upper sex, and our holy son would never be reduced to such a state as to flee to the lower realm in disgrace. Yang Qi countered with sharp verbal sparring. The tension between the two escalated, the aura of their confrontation reverberating through the skies, unleashing terrifying waves of energy. This was a clandestine rivalry, seemingly intangible, yet capable of delivering lethal blows. Should one side falter, revealing their vulnerabilities, the other would not hesitate to strike. Of course, if both sides were evenly matched, there would be no need for combat. The clash occurring between the two exemplified the raw confrontation of their inherent strengths. Below them were numerous powerful figures who had restrained their own auras, unwilling to provoke the two formidable late-stage Luanhai realm experts. At that moment, a massive flying vessel pierced the air, arriving in a flash of light at an uncatchable speed. An eye-catching constellation emblem adorned the side of the vessel, floating and sinking amid the rising ethereal aura, exuding an air of profound mystery. This could only be the flying vessel of the Zhengshuan Lianming. The sudden arrival of the vessel caused both parties to pause, realizing that further entanglement would yield no advantage, and they instinctively withdrew their imposing auras. Haha, what are you two discussing? It has been so long since we last met, and I feel a sense of warmth. Are you wanting to indulge in a friendly banter while your disciples clash below? The hearty laughter rang out, yet the teasing undertone struck an odd chord, causing the faces of those present to contort in perplexity. Those unaware might assume a camaraderie existed among the three, as if they were good friends capable of sharing drunken jests at a banquet. Had Ye Tianlan been present, he would have immediately recognized the speaker as Xu Jiqiang, the representative of Zhengshuan Lianming who had previously visited his estate. Despite appearing timid and easily startled during his visit, Xu Jiqiang held the position of a late-stage Luanhai realm super expert, commanding a significant edge within the alliance. In essence, it was not that the late-stage Luanhai realm super experts were inadequate. Rather, the Demoness Yue was extraordinarily unreasonable. For her, the Luanhai realm and the Jinling realm might hold no distinction from the first level of body refinement. Yang Qi had always held a poor impression of Xu Jiqiang, and being provoked by him earlier had intensified his ire. A cold laugh reverberated through the air. I wonder who it was. Turns out it is merely a member of the Turtle-Shelled Alliance. It is quite amusing that the holy son of Huangqingzong has arrived. Yet Huangqingzong has yet to send anyone to greet him, while you from Zhengshuan Lianming couldn't wait to kneel and pledge allegiance. I almost thought it was someone from your upper sect who had come, I nearly forgot that Zhengshuan Lianming is merely a makeshift organization without any foundation in the upper realm. No wonder you were so eager to find a backing. Tell me, did the Holy Sun bestow upon you any unspeakable benefits? Xu Jiqiang smiled, his expression still cheerful, seemingly unfazed by Yang Qi's jibes. He even offered a courteous nod, replying, "Thank you, young brother, for your concern. The Holy Sun has not granted us any benefits, but he did offer us a few pointers." Upon hearing Xu Jiqiang's words, the expressions of those present shifted, their eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. Each individual fixated intently on Su Jiqiang, eager to decipher the genuine reactions concealed within his heart. By this point, despite the arrival of the Holy Sun from the Shangzong over 2 months ago, not a single soul had witnessed him take action personally. However, myriad tales had circulated, claiming that a mere glance could intimidate even the most formidable warriors of the Luanhai realm into submission. Some recounted stories of injuries leading to a drastic decline in power, yet still managing to surpass an entire realm to defeat foes. While others spoke of divine phenomena heralding his cultivation, as if dragons and phoenixes heralded his presence. Occasionally, it was said that those within the estate had serendipitously received guidance from the Holy Sun, leading to sudden enlightenment and remarkable progress in their cultivation. Whispers also suggested that his companion beasts were ancient, unparalleled creatures capable of annihilating entire worlds. To these rumors, Yang Qi scoffed derisively, believing them to be mere fabrications meant to deceive the uninitiated. Within the sect, it was universally acknowledged that such gossip was intentionally propagated to create a facade of grandeur. If one truly possessed strength, why resort to such theatrics? It was utterly ludicrous. Su Jiqiang maintained a genial smile, his eyes narrowing into slits, particularly as he caught the disdainful, arrogant gaze of Yang Qi. His smile deepened in response. Yes, this was precisely the demeanor he aimed to project, one that dismissed Yang Qi entirely. His elevation to this position could not be attributed to a meek temperament devoid of ambition. On the contrary, many had opposed him, yet he had suppressed them through various means. Before Yi Tianlan, he could adopt the humility of dust, almost eager to bow at his feet. This was the treatment befitting a true powerhouse. However, when confronting an opponent of equal rank, he would not lower himself to such submissiveness. He secretly hoped this individual would provoke Yi Tianlan, allowing him to wield their conflict to his advantage. He was acutely aware that, although the Eastern Wilderness boasted 3 major superpowers, the Zhengxian alliance was merely a coalition of floating weeds, looked down upon by the 2 dominant sections. Yet that mattered little. This time, they had indeed misjudged. The Holy Sun was no benevolent sage. Yankee Moket again, observing Su Jiqiang nodding gleefully, as if to say, yes, you're entirely correct. This display of feigned agreement caused veins to throb on Yang Qi's forehead, igniting his fury to the point where he almost resorted to violence. However, at that moment, the crowd noticed a shift emanating from the fiery mountains below. Even those in the innate realm could sense that the suppressed energy at the mountain's base had nearly dissipated, with the once volatile energy now subsiding to a low ebb. The oppressive heat began to wane. The magma columns erupting from the volcano grew lower, their flow slowing until they fell silent. This was the most conspicuous change sensed by all. Numerous Luanhai realm warriors extended their spiritual senses to investigate, confirming that the tumultuous subterranean activity was gradually quieting down. Some sect disciples, unable to contain their excitement, rushed to seize the opportune moment, only to be halted by their elders. "Master Uncle, what are you doing?" The sect elder remained silent, his gaze fixed on a point in the sky, his pupils constricting with an intensity born of trepidation. He murmured, "He has arrived." "Who has arrived?" the disciple queried, turning around only to be struck dumb, joining the collective gaze of all present that locked onto a singular direction. No one moved. Even the 3 mighty Luanhai realm powerhouses froze in place. An imperious figure descended like a dragon, unannounced yet exuding an indescribable aura that swept across the space, threatening to engulf all within this tempest, tearing and shattering everything in its wake. The sense of dread intensified, constricting breath and instilling fear. What power is this? Why is it so terrifying? Could he be a true Ling Jing realm powerhouse? Some gazed in horror, unable to maintain their composure, retreating in fright. No, this is not simply a matter of strength. His aura is weak, yet it carries an overwhelming momentum. Yes, this young man has cultivated a grand aura, merging it with his own divine abilities. This was the spectacle of presence preceding the individual. This boy is truly formidable. Could he be the holy son of the Huangqing sect? Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the answer became glaringly apparent. At that moment, regardless of their inability to discern his true strength, the sheer force of his presence dissuaded any thoughts of underestimating him. "You are the holy son of the Huangqing sect?" Yang Qi's eyes roamed over Yi Tianlan with palpable disdain, confident that as a late-stage Luanhai realm powerhouse, he would not be crushed by the other's aura. Although the figure appeared exceptional, and the aura was indeed formidable, he instinctively felt contempt. Merely a stray dog, defeated in the upper realms and forced to flee to the lower realms. How dare he come to flaunt his power before him? As if he had no backing in the upper realms? Perhaps the Huangqing Shangzong had grown utterly disenchanted with him, unwilling to offer their protection. Otherwise, how could a holy son, revered in his sect, end up seeking refuge in the lower realms after losing a battle? This was a glaring anomaly that any discerning eye could detect. The more Yang Qi pondered, the more convinced he became of his deductions. Throughout, Yi Tianlan had not cast a single glance in his direction, continuing to advance upon the golden dragon silhouette. This dismissive attitude ignited Yang Qi's ire. In front of so many, to ignore him so blatantly was an affront to his dignity. Might I inquire, holy son, were you deafened while being pursued? Did you not hear me speak? He sneered, his aggressive gaze sweeping over Yi Tianlan. At last, Yi Tianlan acknowledged his presence, casting a glance in his direction. Yet, this did not fill Yang Qi with pride. Accompanying that gaze was an icy slap that extinguished his smile without mercy. The resounding crack of the slap echoed in the hearts of all present, leaving them wide-eyed, jaws agape. As the black shadow struck Yang Qi's face, a terrifying energy ripple erupted, sending gusts that caused him to stagger. Even the dark clouds above were dispersed by the force. As the primary recipient of this power, Yang Qi felt the full brunt of its impact. The figure that was sent flying had actually broken through the sound barrier, transforming into a crimson meteor descending from the heavens, crashing violently onto the charred earth. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, mountains crumbled, and a colossal pit was created, with boiling magma erupting to heights of over 100 meters. Following the terrifying upheaval was an extreme silence, punctuated only by the sound of gulping breaths. Everyone was left in a state of shock, unable to utter a single word for a long while. What had they witnessed? A formidable warrior at the late stage of the Luanhai realm had been treated like a mere child, flung into the depths of the earth. They were not Yang Qi and could not fathom the pain of such an experience, but even through mere conjecture, the magnitude of the chaos hinted at a power no one would dare to personally confront. The several Luanhai realm experts present felt their hearts surge with trepidation, instinctively gasping in disbelief. A Jinling realm master? Who else could possibly wield such power to dismiss Yang Qi, a late-stage Luanhai warrior? As if he were a mere punching bag? Not a single soul in the crowd could discern how this figure had materialized or executed such a feat. Their gaze fell upon the figure, suspended in midair. The enchanting silhouette clad in a black dress resembled a blooming lotus, dazzling and exquisite. Yet, no one dared to harbor covetous thoughts, only profound awe and wariness. The one who had suddenly appeared, casually reprimanding Yang Qi and upholding Yi Tianlan's authority, was undoubtedly the enchanting Yao Feiyu. She languidly stretched, delicate hands lightly brushing through the air, seemingly displeased at having sullied her palms during the earlier confrontation. Others gazed at her seemingly fragile hands, yet felt an overwhelming dread. Who could imagine the terrifying power concealed beneath such delicate beauty? What are you, daring to provoke my esteemed disciple? She teased. Yet before she could continue, Yi Tianlan, already prepared, cleared his throat to interrupt her words, silently transmitting a message. Master, we agreed to refrain from jesting in such a solemn setting. It undermines your authority. How vexing, interrupting my catchphrase. If you don't want me to be your servant anymore, it's no fun at all. Yi Tianlan felt a chill run down his spine and reluctantly conceded, coaxing, Master, I shall buy you lotus pastries. Please, no more mischief. Hee, I was just joking, she replied, and Yi Tianlan sighed in relief, inwardly comparing, realizing that such banter was better suited to his ethereal companion, whose cool demeanor could effortlessly handle such sharp remarks. As for his own words, he felt they would come off as overly coy, akin to flirtation. Had it not been for her prior intervention, he feared a lecherous brute would have approached her, uttering something utterly inappropriate. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware. While others were still in shock, a figure swiftly darted from behind, coming directly before Yi Tianlan. I have met the esteemed disciple. He did not forget to respectfully salute Yao Feiyu, saying, Greetings, senior. The only one bold enough to approach at this moment was Su Jiqiang. This time, in the presence of so many, he directly greeted Yi Tianlan, leaving even the late-stage Luanhai warrior from the Huangqing sect momentarily stunned. No one dared to comment on his swift kowtow any longer, instead casting envious glances. This was undoubtedly intentional. He had covertly outmaneuvered the late-stage Luanhai warrior from the Wanshou Tianzong, who likely had no awareness of how he had been so effortlessly dispatched. He was undoubtedly a formidable character. With this realization, many felt a warning bell ringing in their minds. Su Jiqiang was certainly not to be underestimated. Among them, only the remaining Yuan Zhengfei felt utterly awkward. Originally, the three late-stage Luanhai warriors stood at the highest point in the sky. Now one was lost to the depths, while another had swiftly knelt in submission. He, the representative of the sect who should have been closest to them, stood there like a fool, unsure of what to do. As more and more people began to cast contemplative glances in his direction, his anxiety grew, feeling as if he were being roasted over a fire. Damn it! Had I known this would be so difficult, I would never have come. At this point, it was too late for regrets. He could not ignore the nonchalant departure of the others. With a stiff resolve, he forced himself to bow in the air. I am Yuan Zhengfei, elder of the Huangqing sect. Greetings, esteemed disciple. His smile was strained. Yet, he soon realized that after exchanging a few words with Su Jiqiang, Yi Tianlan descended directly, not casting him a single glance, let alone responding to him. In an instant, Yuan Zhengfei's expression became rigid, resembling a dry marshland cracked by the sun. Chapter 244. In the absence of rules, I shall establish them. Yi Tianlan was indifferent to the reactions and expressions of this individual. He could not fathom the pretense being displayed. The reluctant demeanor was as if he were being forced to comply. Since you are unwilling, continue your charade. I am not in need of your insincere flattery. In simpler terms, were you? Why should I regard you? The last person who behaved so arrogantly had been sent deep into the earth. The Huangqing sect had chosen to ignore him, and he had yet to withdraw. Once he departed from the Lian mountain range, he would settle the score. Perhaps the upper sect had grown indifferent to the affairs of the lower realms, allowing them a degree of autonomy for far too long, to the point of forgetting the etiquette of hierarchy and the authority of the upper sect. At this moment, Yi Tianlan had fully embraced the role of the holy son of the upper sect. He could not even deceive himself. How then could he hope to deceive those seasoned individuals? Regarding this scene, the thoughts of those present varied. Previously, the Huangqing sect had remained secretive, their attitude ambiguous. However, they now perceived something distinctly different in the holy son. It appeared that he had little interest in the Huangqing sect of the lower realm, even showing no respect to the elders within the sect. This stood in stark contrast to Su Jiqiang from the Zhongxian alliance. Intriguingly, it was no wonder the holy son of the upper sect had not approached the Huangqing sect. It seemed there was a rift. Perhaps this was an opportunity for them. Many powerful forces began to take note, sensing an undercurrent moving through the situation. Meanwhile, the energy from the underground lava had nearly reached its peak. Many began to stir, and soon, the first person surged forth, racing towards the nearest volcanic vent. As one thread set the entire tapestry in motion, the others followed suit. Thousands of warriors above the innate realm surged forth, creating a scene that was beyond description. Even the air, being disturbed by their flight, formed formidable storms. The Yuku realm was mixed among them, with only a few hundred present, yet the power they unleashed was even more terrifying. Ultimately, it was the Luanhai realm that made its entrance. Unlike entering a secret realm, the Lian mountain range bore no barriers to impede the invasion of external forces. This meant that those entering had no limits to their power. In other words, should they wish, even beings of the Dharma realm could enter today. Once the Luanhai warriors took action, they would unleash a tempest of life energy that would roar forth. This spectacle was truly magnificent. Even a single early-stage Luanhai warrior could suppress all innate realm cultivators, leaving them unable to lift their heads. Reluctantly halting, he made way for these formidable beings. However, at that moment, someone was astounded to discover a peculiar sight in the direction of the Zhongxian alliance. While everyone moved, the leader Su Jiqiang, a late-stage Luanhai realm practitioner, remained stationary in the void, a subtle smile gracing his face as he quietly observed them. Logically, with his prowess, he should have been at the forefront alongside Yuan Zhengfei of the Huangqing sect, seizing the most coveted treasures and opportunities. But what did his immobility signify? Many were left bewildered. An elderly Luanhai realm expert's eyes glimmered with insight as he recalled the previous encounter with the sect's holy son, who had seemed both astonished and resigned. Reflecting on this, some Luanhai practitioners discreetly halted their advance, their gazes fixed on Su Jiqiang, eager to discern his intentions. If he chose to remain idle, they would undoubtedly follow suit. Yuan Zhengfei also took note of the commotion behind him, though he masked his disdain. his thoughts dripping with condescension. His gaze subtly shifted to Yi Tianlan, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This pace was merely typical for a practitioner of the Yuku realm, and the audacity to declare oneself as having fallen to the Xiantian realm was nothing short of a clumsy ruse. It was no wonder he had been pursued, driven from the upper realms to the lower, bringing shame to the Huangqing sect with his petty schemes. Such a petty individual was hardly worthy of the title of Holy Son. Clearly, Yi Tianlan's previous disregard still gnawed at him. He believed he had extended a courtesy by initiating contact, only to be met with such insolence and scorn. Had Yi Tianlan been privy to Yuan Zhengfei's thoughts, he would have surely laughed at the folly of attempting to win over the Huangqing sect. With a cold chuckle, he surged to the forefront, determined to claim the greatest opportunities for himself. Though the reason for Su Jiqiang's stillness eluded him, it was fortuitous, as it meant less competition. Just as he reveled in this notion, a critical thought struck him, causing his expression to grow grave. What, that woman, the one capable of incapacitating Yang Qi, a peer of his realm, with a mere slap? She seemed to have vanished entirely since earlier. His heart raced. In the next moment, the answer to his query became evident. Suddenly, a colossal black lotus blossomed in the sky, expanding with the wind and enveloping the heavens, obscuring the clouds and extinguishing all light. The black lotus rotated gracefully, its exquisite petals showering countless beams of light. These beams intertwined, rapidly condensing into a massive formation that encompassed the entire Liyan mountain range. The formation wove together black patterns resembling a gigantic eggshell, resting upon the earth and blocking all paths, including that of the advancing Yuan Zhengfei. In that instant, not only the others, but even he himself was rendered speechless. He lifted his head, tilting his neck to its utmost angle, staring in a daze at the world-destroying black lotus at the horizon. This was unimaginable. Could such a feat truly be accomplished? Meanwhile, Yi Tianlan, leisurely trailing behind, remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Why the sudden silence? It appeared the focus had shifted to him. With no formation in place, he would create one. Where there were no rules, he would establish them. Summary: reborn as an infant, Yi Tianlan discovers he is following the archetype of an ancient emperor, endowed with unparalleled talent and extraordinary insights from the outset. Most intriguingly, he realizes that his cultivation speed accelerates when near women, with stronger talents yielding even quicker enhancements. Coincidentally, his family has arranged a marriage for him, only to find that the destined bride, a fated empress, has been jilted, and the one who rejected her is his own cousin.